Chapter 1, Accidentally Getting into the Factory Manager's Car. I don't know how long he had been asleep, but Lee Myung-chul opened his eyes in a daze and froze. In the dim light, he lay naked on a cold and hard plank bed. The limbs were securely bound by stockings to the corners of the bed frame support, and the mouth was gagged with a rag or something, so stammered that it was a struggle to even gasp for air. Think about it, if I run to the door right now and yell out for a thief, your life will be ruined. With a bang, Lee Myung-chul's head exploded. It was an unfamiliar voice, yet familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Snapping her eyes up, a pretty girl with short hair in a blue workman's uniform, bossy with her hands on her hips, her tone full of menace. The factory flower. Shun Meng, here is. Dormitory for women workers in cotton spinning factory no. 6. Memories come flooding back like a tidal wave. I can't believe I'm not dead, and reborn into a guy with the same name as me. Lee Myung-chul clenched his fists in joy. In his last life, Lee Myung-chul, from a penniless poor boy, spent more than 10 years to achieve the market value of billions of company boss, but by his own wife cheated on him, joint outsiders embezzlement of property, and finally ended up in a net out on the street. Then in a drunken late night, he thought nothing of the 18th floor from the top of the brilliant building, a hateful leap to the end of his life. When I opened my eyes again, I was reborn here, 1993. This gold rush era with the smell of reform and opening up all around in the air. The excitement within Lee Mingjer's heart was self-evident, and since the heavens had given him a chance to start over, he would definitely hold on to it. It's just that the owner of this body is a wimp to the core. 2677 people. The daughter will be in elementary school next year, but still nestled in a state-run factory in the security section to serve tea and water. This month cannot even open $200 of shabby work, or the wife's family dug the door and dragged a circle of relations, and only after a lot of effort to do in. What's worse is that he's not motivated at all and spends his days playing with money and drinking heavily. Take today's incident for example. He took advantage of people are in the factory on the job, used his position to sneak into the women's dormitory, is in order to smooth a little bit of the evening mahjong gambling money, but coincidentally, it was caught by Shun Meng, who came back halfway to fetch something. Even though Lee Myung-chul was skinny, he wasn't so bad that he couldn't even tear a woman apart. But he never thought that Shin Meng, the factory flower who usually charmed thousands of male workers, would pugnaciously lift her foot and kick at his lifeblood. The intense pain made him faint on the spot, and woke up in the same shape as he is now. How's that for consideration? Are you going to say yes or no? Shin Meng brought her face very close to Lee Myung-chul, and if the orchid-like fragrance of her breath came to her nose, her hand intentionally rested on Lee Myung-chul's belt clip, repeatedly wandering to tease every one of Lee Myung-chul's sensitive nerves. When I can't hide the fact that I'm pregnant anymore, all you have to do is admit that you're the baby's father, and my Yaoguo will surely thank you for it, and maybe even transfer you to him as a chauffeur once he's happy. Wait, you quack? Sun Yaoguo, the director of the 6th cotton spinning factory. The sheer amount of information made Lee Myung-chul's eyes round. No wonder so many people chased Shin Meng. She did not take care of. It turns out that she has long had a leg up with Sun factory manager. You should know that Sun Yaoguo is in his 40s this year, and his child's age is almost as old as Shun Meng's, and Shinmu is pregnant with his child. If this gets out, it'll be ruined. Not only did it ruin Shin Meng's life, but it also ruined Sun Yaoguo's family and career. Obviously, Shin Meng was asking him to take the blame for Sun Yaoguo. It's just that Lee Myung-chul couldn't figure out why Shin Meng didn't go ahead and just abort the baby. Is it hard to believe that there is a program here? It was too late to ponder too much. Lee Myung-chul was now a man under a roof who had to bow his head, in case Shin Meng really anxious, to the outside shouting people, then he can really finished. Even if the hand pinched Shin Meng and Sun factory director's handle, at that time also absolutely no one can believe what he a thief said. Thinking of this, Lee Myung-chul desperately nodded his head in agreement. Only then did Shin Meng nod in satisfaction, pulling out the ball of cloth that was stuffed in Lee Mingjer's mouth before unbinding him. Fearing that Lee Myung-chul would not recognize the account, he also forced Lee Myung-chul to make a note, which released Lee Myung-chul to leave. Running out of the women's dormitory, Lee Myung-chul had a feeling of escaping from life. Back in the janitor's office, picking up old Song's post, Lee Myung-chul looked like he'd lost his mind poking and prodding for the rest of the afternoon. He never took his eyes off the red Santana that was parked in the most prominent position in front of the factory building. That's Sun Yaoguo's car. Countless thoughts of what could be done to make money flashed frequently in the mind of the man who had lived one life. Perhaps Shin Meng was his chance to rise in the future. Little Lee, what are you staring at? This is going to be the end of the day. Why don't you hurry up and poke at the door? Old Song carried a thermos cup, wandered over to Lee Mingjer, raised his hand and gave a big neck slip. Oh, Lee Mingjer woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly got up and straightened his clothes, put on the red armband and jogged 2 steps to the front door. Suzu, the crisp and pleasant ringing of the bell. The entire factory boiled. The originally empty gate was suddenly crowded. Lee Myung-chul searched for Shin Meng in the crowd. She was with a couple of her sisters, holding hands and laughing as they made their way to the front door. It's so pretty. In this era of lack of cosmetics, to have such a beautiful and pure face is definitely a natural beauty. Lee Myung-chul looked a little out of breath. Old Song wandered out from the guardhouse, his hands back and mouth straight. Tisk, tsk, Shin Meng. This girl is really handsome. Lee Myung-chul nodded along in agreement. Old Song is another big neck slipped pumped up. Stand your guard well. Thieves do not slip blindly. Look at what you can't even think about that Shin Meng? You don't have to take a piss and look at yourself. For Old Song's lack of mercy, Lee Mingjur nestled a bit of fire in his heart. Bearing in mind that the head of the defense section is his own brother-in-law, he did not bear Lee Mingjur on weekdays, especially when the two are lined up in a class. The tea and water not to mention, but also a whole lot of grabbing cigarettes and meal tickets. Lee Myung-chul has been holding back, thinking that he was the boss of a listed company, reborn into such a loser, and was also bullied by an old man watching the gate. Lee Mingjur was the more he pondered, the more he held his breath, so he restrained himself from breaking out. Don't you dare try slapping me again. Lee Mingjur's eyes were ferocious, his teeth gnashing. Do you believe I'll break your hand? Lao Song was startled but quickly settled down. He searched for the usually honest Lee Myung-chul. How did he suddenly become like he was not to be messed with? Even though his face was a little embarrassed to be disliked by this goon, Lee Mingjur, in public, but Lee Mingjur's ferocious look just now, which made him shudder, was also something that made his heart sound timid, so he didn't dare to touch Lee Myung-chul again, while in order to get some face back, his mouth was unforgiving. What? Am I wrong? You don't even have the ing qualifications to lift someone else's Shin Meng's shoes. Humph, you're that toad trying to eat swan meat. While he was talking, Shin Meng walked towards the janitor's office. Old Song immediately greeted him with both eyes and a smile. Sister Shin Meng, what's the matter? In the past, Shin Meng would come to the doorman every now and then to collect some postcards sent to her in admiration from people outside the factory. Old Song would also take advantage of Shin Meng's crouching efforts to rummage through the mailbox to lewdly feast his eyes. However, today, Shin Meng did not even take care of Old Song for a moment, but bounced to Lee Mingjur's side, and in front of everyone, took the initiative to take Lee Mingjur's arm. Are you free tonight? Why don't you go to the video store with me after work and watch a new arrival? Shin Meng's coy and shy appearance immediately caused a burst of wolf howls from the surrounding group of male workers. Chapter 2, Reborn as an honorable security guard. At this moment, Old Song's eyes were glazed over. For a moment he was thinking he was hallucinating. That's the factory girl, Shin Meng. The entire cotton spinning 6 factory, more than 3,000 male workers, dreaming of a bubble of absolute beauty. But, and yet, you take it upon yourself to show kindness to a minion who serves tea and water in the security section? It doesn't make sense. Just when Lao Song could not understand the work, the scene made a mess. Shin Meng, you're blind. How can you still look at such a nothing? Crazy Shin Meng. Lee Mingjur is a married man. If that crazy from his family knew about this, she'd chase you to the factory and scratch you to death. I'll be damned. This Lee Myung-chul bastard. What a ing stroke of luck. Jealous. Eyesore. There are also those who swore that they would never share the same fate as Lee Myung-chul from now on, all scrambling to vent their frustrations. And all of this, Lee Myung-chul saw without missing a beat. He admitted that even with his insight as a former boss of a listed company, he had underestimated Shin Meng. You have to realize how much pressure a girl from a decent family has to be under in this day and age to openly show affection to a guy. Besides, it was a man like him who not only had a family, but was useless. However, even more unexpected, in the face of the crowd's saliva, instead of retreating in the slightest, Shin Meng pointed up her toes in front of the crowd and gently planted a fragrant kiss on Lee Myung-chul's cheek. Then covering his burning cheeks, he ran into the janitor's room. Lee Mingjur subconsciously touched the place where Shin Meng had just kissed. It was a soft and warm feeling. 7 years of marriage and he had never felt such a stirring in his own wife. It was as if in the moment those two thin lips were pressed against his face. His heart seemed to beat violently after being clutched hard. Even though Lee Myung-chul knew that all of this was deliberately put on by Shin Meng, the crowds will eventually disperse and the night will linger on, until a few more people could not be seen in the large factory. Shin Meng pulled Lee Mingjur, who hadn't even had time to change his clothes, toward the direction of Liuzhou Hadong in the back street of the factory. Really go to the video hall to watch a disc? After repressing it halfway, Lee Myung-chul still asked. Shin Meng said nothing and walked forward on her own, until the two of them came to the door of a video hall called Junping Video Hall. 93 years. It was a time of extreme civic deprivation. Along with the strong rise of Hong Kong movies, countless pirated copies flowed into the mainland, and video halls sprung up overnight in all corners of the city. Even more attractive is this late show, because people can't get enough of the dessert that the video store owner puts on after the main movie. Boss, there's 2 of us. Shen Meng pulled out a $2 bill and handed it in through the small window, then lightly led Li Mingzhi into the screening room. Just in time for dessert, Li Niangchul looks away from the TV screen in embarrassment, but the murmuring voice that reached his ears still made him a little too hot to resist. Finding a sofa to sit on, the two just sat down. Shen Meng raised her hand and slapped Li Mingzhi's face. Li Niangchul was dumbfounded by the sudden slap. He looked at Shen Meng with a face full of confusion, only to see Shen Meng leisurely took out a cigarette and struck a match to light it. "Know why I hit you?" Li Niangchul shook his head. "Just because you didn't cooperate with me at all in the factory just now." Shen Meng's voice was icy cold. The image of the innocent and kind girl in the factory was completely gone. "I made this play. You think it's for the cuties to see? I was deliberately acting for you Kwok's wife, but you just acted like a lump of wood. I kissed you on the cheek with my mouth and you didn't even know there was any feedback." It was then that Li Mingzhi realized that it seemed that the relationship between Shen Meng and Sun Yaogua's two families had reached a very tense point. "Okay," Li Mingzhi coped. "If there's nothing else, I'll go home first. Chi-Chi is still waiting for me to pick her up at the kindergarten." "What do you know?" Shenmu was unforgiving. "I'll definitely cooperate with you in the future." Li Niangchul got a little impatient. Shen Meng rolled her eyes in disdain. "Then tell me, how does it fit?" This appearance made Li Niangchul jolted back to his previous life's wife, Han Yu. She was also so relentless in getting to the bottom of it. Li Mingzhi nodded and suddenly reached out and pinched Shen Meng's neck as he held her down on the sofa seat. Before Shen Meng could react, his entire body pressed up. "Li Niangchul, what kind of hooligan are you playing? You get off me!" Shen Meng struggled and screamed, but was covered by the video hall's tweeter, completely unnoticed by anyone. Li Mingzhi even turned a deaf ear and directly ripped open the buttons of Shen Meng's shirt in a violent manner. "Didn't you ask me to cooperate with you? You have to do the whole show." Said his hand wandered down to Shen Meng's body until it reached his waist before he braked with intent. No matter how much heart Shen Meng had, she was still just an 18 or 19-year-old girl after all. That fear is a vulnerability rooted in the bones. So at this time, Shen Meng, frightened, already had red eyes. Looking at the glistening tears in the corners of Shen Meng's eyes, Li Mingzhi then withdrew his hand and stood up. "It's not that I'm afraid or that I've gone soft. Rather, he has always been a man with a bottom line. The reason why he did that to Shen Meng was that he didn't even think about doing that. It was just a way to scare Shenmu. I hope you'll speak to me more politely in the future." Li Mingzhi smiled with a flat face. "In addition, I don't want to get involved in the matter between you and Sun Yaogua." Throwing down his words, Li Niangchul twisted his head and left. Shen Meng was stunned. There had never been a man who could act so calm and collected in front of her, especially when this kind of restraint, which was extremely mismatched to his age, happened to a wimpy person like Li Niangchul. Shen Meng felt that she might have really looked away this time. Li Niangchul picked up his daughter Kiki and returned home. His wife Fu Yao had already served the prepared meal on the table. A few drops of meat oil floated sporadically on top of a pot of thin rice. A large sea bowl of soy sauce tossed with scallion leaves is tonight's main course. Poor, shabby. It wasn't that Li Niangchul hadn't tasted hard times in his previous life, but her daughter Kiki is growing up. "Want to cut up another ham sandwich? I would be fine." "Kiki, Li Niangchul asked tentatively as he washed Kiki's hands, but before the words could be finished, Fuya pulled down her face on the spot and heavily pierced the teapot in her hand. "Li Niangchul, you're still licking your face to say it. You lost all of Kiki's childcare money to Ojeko and the others, and now the family is going to run out of rice. I'm telling you, this time you don't expect me to go back to my mom's house and borrow money for you." Li Niangchul gritted his teeth, touched his pocket that couldn't even turn over $1, and lowered his head. This time Kiki, however, knew enough to run to the table and serve herself a bowl full of thin rice. "Pretend to wolf down your food. Daddy, come and eat. Mommy's cooking smells good." At this moment, Li Niangchul's nose turned sour. Even though he had been reborn, such a knowledgeable daughter reminded him of his childless self in his previous life. He walked over and rubbed his stubble affectionately against Kiki's bare little face. Fu Yao, however, threw out a blank stare with bossy displeasure. "Li Mingzhi, you less pretend to be a loving father here. If you have the ability to earn money to your family, you compare to others next door. Old Zhang work with you in a factory. People are not idle after work, sewing cotton coats at home. Earn more than $200 a month. Making money? That's right, earn money." Thinking of the hatred of taking his wife in his previous life, and then looking at today's family, Li Mingzhi soberly realized that, in addition to earning money, he did not have a second way to choose. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Li Mingzhi picked up the bowl and while pulling the thin rice into his mouth, he said with certainty, "Chi-Chi's childcare fee won't be bad for a single penny, and in the future, I'll definitely let the two of you live a good life with good food and drink." Chapter 3, An Age of Business Opportunities. "Humph, you, just mouth can talk." Fu Yao has long been tired of hearing Li Mingzhi's determination to swear. But time and time again the actual action shows that Li Mingjie as the dog cannot change to eat the number of people. Saying more was useless. Fu Yao sighed in disappointment and picked up her daughter Chi-Chi, who had almost finished eating, and went into the house. As the heavy wooden door slammed shut, Li Niangchul also put down his chopsticks and fell into deep thought. There are just three main elements to making a living in the 90s: policy, resources, and guts. Li Mingjie mulled over his own resources for a while, and this circle of contacts and socialization is really narrow. In addition to Ashiroko's group of fox friends who play mahjong every day to do small games to pit him against money, he has almost no relationship that can lend a hand. And the policy piece, he grasped very thoroughly, but no startup funds, but also can only be temporarily suspended. I'm afraid he has nothing but guts now. So he quickly, once again, hit Shin Meng with his idea. Don't look at her as just a pretty face, but the resources on that ninny are immeasurable. Only she herself never found out just, if Li Mingjie really can successfully climb Sun Yaogua this line, that even if really dug into the first bucket of gold in their own lives. The next day at work, Li Niangchul arrived early. In the backyard of the factory pulled a few dog's tail grass, braided a small rabbit, quietly hidden in the corner under the women's dormitory building. As soon as the bell rang for work, Li Niangchul found Shin Meng's figure in the crowd. He took 2 quick steps to catch up, and hugged Shin Meng from behind in a sturdy embrace. Ah, hooliganism! Shin Meng, who was startled, turned back while subconsciously yelling. The people around them froze in their tracks as well. Li Mingjie smiled and brought the braided bunny to Shin Meng. This is for you. Do you like it? Seeing Li Niangchul's face of deep emotion, Shin Meng was a bit at a loss for words. Li Niangchul? Yesterday you didn't say. Li Niangchul raised his finger to his mouth and made a shushing gesture. You come with me. With that, Li Mingjie took Shin Meng's hand and ran towards the grove next to the workshop in full view of everyone. When they arrived at the place, Li Niangchul directly opened the door to his request. I thought about it all last night and I'm still going to go along with it. But you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Shin Meng was eager to clear the relationship between the two in front of Sun Yaogua's wife, so she asked without even thinking. Your second workshop is not specializing in the production of military line. Every day to do bad defective military coat, do not eliminate. Throw away a strange pity. Why not give me to keep? I can spend some money to take it away. Li Mingjie stretched out his hand to gesture a number and said in a secretive hush, $10 apiece. $10 apiece? Li Mingjie, you're crazy. Shin Meng covered her mouth in surprise. In Shin Meng's perception, $10 can go down to the restaurant to rub a big meal. It's only $4 to order a sweet and sour pot roast. Buy a whole case of large bottles of Gewürztraminer that you can drink until you burp. She really couldn't figure out what a person with a monthly salary of less than $200 in a district like Li Mingjie was doing spending such a large amount of money on a defective military coat that couldn't pass quality control. Although this was too unbelievable for Shin Meng, and for Li Niangchul, this was a chance to get rich. Because of the strict quality control of the production of military line, it leads to a dozen or so defective military coats in the second workshop every day. And these defective products will be directly discarded and piled up in the corner of the warehouse unattended. It was only when there was a surplus of piles that someone remembered to dismantle the discarded military coats, pull out the cotton and cut out the fabric, and transfer it to a workshop for secondary civilian production. Li Niangchul feels that this is undoubtedly a waste of manpower and equipment. In the 90s, the common man was obsessed with the military coat, because that's not something you can normally get, unless there is a child in the family or a real relative who served in the army and brought it home when he was transferred and demobilized. So the military coat is not simply used to keep warm. It is more in the colleagues and friends in front of the face of the rare thing. Li Mingjie is to seize this people this kind of vanity. As long as the second factory waste defective military coats slightly do some repair, these military coats will be able to be a big hit in the market. Hey, don't worry about whether it's crazy or not. Just say yes or no. Li Niangchul pursued with a feigned look of indifference. Unsure, Shin Meng nodded, then cocked her head suspiciously. Are your conditions really that simple? Li Niangchul nodded with a light smile. He knew that bringing a few defective military coats out of the factory was something that could be done by any employee. And the reason why he exchanged with Shin Meng as a condition was that what he actually saw was not the dozen or so defective items that were eliminated every day, but rather the huge pile of military coats in the warehouse that had accumulated into a mountain. A rough estimate would have to be 2,000 or 3,000 pieces. He was actually trying to get on the pulse of Lu'er, the treasurer, through the deal with Shin Meng. Based on his observation, Lu'er had been stalking Shin Meng for quite some time. Alright then, let's make a deal. I'll bring it out for you when I get off work. Shin Meng agreed painfully on her lips, while not forgetting to make demands with Li Mingjie. Why don't you take this weekend off and go with me to the maternity ward? Li Niangchul froze and then nodded before these two left separately. Finally survived until the evening off work. Shin Meng also really brought him 3 defective military coats sifted down by the quality control that day. Li Mingjie was overjoyed and put it into the woven bag, and rushed Shen Meng with a giggle. Don't worry, I'll give you every cent of the $30 first thing in the morning. Shen Meng impatiently waved her hand. Forget it, pressure is not intended to ask for money with you, but you send out the hand can be with the others. Tell us clearly where all these clothes are wrong. It seems that Shen Meng still thought that he was taking these military coats to give away, and did not take it seriously at all. Li Mingjie did not say anything, answered and carried it on his shoulder and went home. When I got home, my wife was cooking dinner and my daughter was in the house watching cartoons. Li Niangchul then took out the military coat, unfolded it and laid it on the floor of the house, carefully proofreading the imperfections on the coat. One with short sleeves, one grommet is in the wrong place. There was another piece that had a problem with the stitching. While this was happening, Fu Yao curiously poked her head out of the kitchen and looked at the 3 brand new military coats on the floor with a suspicious face. Is this a new issue for your unit? That's not right. Aren't all your work uniforms the blue version of labor insurance? Li Mingjie straightened his head. This military coat is a defective item that I bought for $10 apiece. What? Fu Yao pulled a face on the spot as soon as she heard about the defective product she paid for. She undid her apron with one hand, and slammed the spoon that was stirring the rice into the pot with one hand. Li Mingjie, are we going to live through this day or not? If you don't want to live, you should fart before it's too late. Your family still owes an assload of famine that hasn't been paid back, and you're just being poor. Li Mingjie hurriedly explained. Wife, don't be angry. This military coat I am planning to repair it and take it to the morning market tomorrow morning to sell. Take it to the morning market and sell it? Fu Yao rushed over and poked her finger hard at Li Mingjie's head. You're simply being whimsical. The morning market is a food market. You take clothes to sell? Who doesn't go to the mall to buy clothes? Besides, if this coat could really be sold, others would have grabbed it and done it. How could it be your turn? Are they stupid or are you the only one who's a traitor? Chapter 4. From now on, my daughter will only eat buns filled with meat. His wife's unrelenting mockery and questioning made Li Niangchul laugh bitterly. He didn't make any more explanations, but devoted his full attention to the mending of the military coat, a whole night without closing his eyes. With the factory in the ear, Li Mingjie finally and the day just broke dawn. Will be 3 military coats are mended. It now looks like a finished product that is fully capable of meeting the quality control standards of the production line in the second workshop. Can't care about the pad but a mouthful of breakfast. Li Mingjie hugged on the military coat riding on the car to go to the morning market in Huibei. The reason why I chose to be there was that there were a lot of people, and then it was so far away from cotton spinning factory no. 6 that the probability of running into someone I knew was almost zero. It was easier for him to weave an engaging story to these military coats. By the time we got to the place, the Wyoming North Morning Market was already bustling with activity. In order to save on booth fees, Li Niangchul found an inconspicuous corner and wrote this striking line on a large piece of paper shell. I am retired from the army and selling a brand new army-issued unworn coat. Unlike other vegetable vendors who pulled their voices for a drink, Li Niangchul stood serious and straight. From a distance, it really looks like you've been in the military. It didn't take long for the crowd to fill up in front of him. Yo, look at how energetic this young man is. It's different when you've been in the army. An old man in his 60s exclaimed, stooped down and picked up the military coat that Li Mingjie laid on the woven bag, shaking it open in public and repeatedly examining it for a while. Yes, that's right. My oldest grandson who came back from the army last year brought back a military coat in this style. As he said this, the boss's face was filled with pride. At this, the onlookers scrambled to open the other 2 remaining military coats. Young man, how much are you selling this coat for? This troop-issued stuff is just different. You guys look at the cotton and the fabric. It's going to be old and warm. You can't even buy this dress if you have money. Hearing everyone touting a few military coats to the sky, Li Niangchul was secretly happy in his heart, but the expression on his face did not fluctuate. He held out his hand and gestured a number. $40? No haggling. When he finished shouting the price, he was a little unsure in his heart. In '93, people could only make a couple $40 a month, not to mention that a blue version of Labor's cotton coat only sells for $25. But to his surprise, instead of no one minding the price, it was being coaxed into a frenzy. 40 it is. I'll take one. I've been wanting to get a proper army coat to wear for a long time. I'll have one too. I'm out shopping for groceries. I don't have so much money in my pocket. I'm going home to get it. I'll take this one. The fireworks were so intense that the scene nearly went out of control at one point. These people, who normally haggle over the price of 3 cents for groceries for half a day, are unstintingly scrambling to shell out money at this moment. I'm 50. I'm 55. I'm 60. It went on until the price was raised to $65 and the 3 military coats were snapped up. The whole $195. After removing the cost, Li Mingjie netted $165 in just one day. This was almost as much as his salary for a whole month poking a big post in the defense section of the cotton spinning 6th factory. If it were anyone else, they would have jumped up and down with excitement. And for Lee Myung-chul, who had created tens of billions of dollars of business empires in his last life, this was just the beginning of something that still made sense. I asked the lady selling biscuits next door for the time. It was only 6:40. There was still some time before I could send my daughter to kindergarten. Lee Mingjer rode on the car. A smoke left the morning market in Huibei, anxious to ride home. By the time he rode to the entrance of the neighborhood, it was 10 minutes past 7. He saw from a long distance that his wife Fuya was standing at the door of the Baozi store holding his daughter Chi-Chi's hand. "Mom, I want to eat a meat-filled one today." Chi-Chi's voice was small, fearing that Fuya would blame her for not understanding. However, seeing the big meat bun that was bubbling with oil, Kiki still carefully pleaded. Fuya painfully touched Kiki's face and reluctantly nodded her head. Then Fuya spoke with difficulty. "Aunt Song, let's get another meat stuffing on credit today. And when my family Mingjer gets paid, I'll settle it for you." Auntie Song, who was sweating profusely, did not know what kind of gunpowder she ate this morning, and pulled a face that was not happy. "What? You still need credit for the meat? You haven't paid me in 2 months, and your house is hanging on to more than $20. So grow a pair." Xiao Li, his daughter-in-law, in front of so many people, Auntie Song yelled without any mercy, causing Fuya to turn red with shame on the spot, wishing to find a crack in the ground. "Mom, I don't want to eat meat buns anymore." Chi-Chi tightly tugged on Fuya's coat, understandingly trying to pull Fuya away. Auntie Song, however, got more and more excited and directly took off her apron and pointed at Fuya's nose with one hand pinching her waist. "Can't afford to eat the buns, don't eat." Small young starting point in the morning to give the child a whole mouthful of porridge to drink. "It's so laborious. If it weren't for your poor Kiki, I wouldn't even be able to give you the stuffed cabbage on credit." It is also true that men are afraid to enter the wrong line. Women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. On your home, Lee Mingjer, that rotten gambler. Open the branch, also have to send the poker table, and give me to settle the money. Who are you fooling you? Fu Yao couldn't lift her head from Aunt Song's lecture. With her high self-esteem, she had never been subjected to such a nuisance. It's all because of Lee Myung-chul's no-good husband. The neighbors who came to Aunt Song's bun shop for breakfast were not polite enough to help out. "That man in your house is a real thing. Such a big man with no decency at all. Who does not say it? White blind sister, this beautiful face. If I have this beautiful daughter-in-law, after work in addition to bed I do not go anywhere. Walls fall down, people push, broken drums beat." On weekdays, these close neighbors who don't see each other's heads, one by one, without any regard for other people's feelings, have had their fill of mouths. "Are you looking for death? You dare to bully my daughter-in-law while I'm not here." A bellowing roar full of anger silenced the coaxing bakery in an instant. Those neighbors looked. It was Lee Mingjer who came. No one wanted to spread trouble. They shut their mouths, like nothing had happened, and smothered their heads and ate their buns. It was Auntie Song who saw Lee Mingjer and glared fiercely. "Egu, who are you scaring? If you have the ability, you can settle the account you owe me. You can't even get $2 out of your pocket. Are you a man of honor? If I were your daughter-in-law, I'd have run off with someone else long ago." Auntie Song was certain that Lee Mingjer didn't have any money, and directly ripped off the account book and threw it hard at Lee Mingjer's body. Lee Mingjer looked at the total of $23 billed on it and put his hand into his pocket away to pull out the money. "Okay, I'll give it to you." Afterward he pulled out a large $50 bill and slapped it down hard on the small square table beside Aunt Song. "Don't look for the rest of the money, just put it on your tab. Starting today, it's you who owes us. Whenever our Kiki comes up to you for buns, she'll only eat meat-filled ones." Chapter 5, First Pot of Gold. Chapter 5. Seeing such a scene, all the people in the bakery were stunned. "That's $50. Ordinary people work hard for a month. Earn $200 is very difficult. Life is difficult, not to mention every day to go to the Baozi store, usually even at home to improve their own food, but also have to be carefully calculated to come. Many people may not even be able to find $10, let alone a brand new 50 like this. You know that in this day and age, the best extra fine powder is less than 30 cents a pound. $50 is enough for that little ninny to eat meat buns for a little over half a year. What is even more mind-boggling is that Lee Myung-chul, a rotten gambler, whose family often can't make ends meet and who has to rely on his wife to ask for help from his in-laws. Where did he get such a large amount of money? When you have money, you don't buy food and clothes, but you're so generous as to directly press it to Aunt Song's bakery? What a loser. Auntie Song also didn't even think that Lee Mingjer could actually take the money. Seriously, such a big ticket. With a slightly skeptical mumble she picked up the $50 on the table, scratched and felt the security bumps on the money, and her face reddened on the spot to the base of her ears. The neighborhood got it right away. Real money. Little Lee developed broad small Lee, developed. Do not forget the big guy a sigh of skepticism in the eyes. Lee Mingjer polite 2 sentences, then calm and composed pulled a craft paper bag. grabbed 2 big meat buns, handing his daughter Chi-Chi, "Eat it, what do you want to eat in the future? Dad will give you to buy." Raise an eyebrow. Ever since she married Li Mingjie, Fu Yao hadn't straightened her back so much. Although Fu Yao was puzzled by the origin of that $50, the way Li Mingjie pulled out the money just now was really too manly. "Where did you get all that money?" "Quite far away from the Baozi store." Fu Yao asked Li Mingjie with a worried face. "You can't be doing something bad." Li Mingjie pushed his bicycle and smiled smugly at Fu Yao. "I sold those 3 military coats and made 165. Saying that, as if he remembered something, he hurriedly pulled out 2 more 50s and handed them over to Fu Yao. "By the way, pay Chi-Chi's childcare fee, and watch out for the rest to subsidize some of the household." Receiving the money, Fu Yao was a bit incredulous. That military coat was really bought and sold for so much money? Of course, it was gone in less than 20 minutes. Li Mingjie had a face of excitement. "You have to help me work hard tonight. I'm going to organize a few more pieces." "Good." Fu Yao bit her lips tightly, remembering the words she had used to hurt Li Mingjie last night. She was a little regretful and a little incredulous. After gambling for so many years, her heart was cold, and she didn't expect that Li Mingjie would actually have a day when the prodigal son returned. Seeing Fu Yao's complicated expression, Li Mingjie realized and freed a hand, patting Fu Yao's shoulder. "The bitter days are over. I'll go to work first." When Li Mingjie arrived at the unit, it was already 8 o'clock past 10. Not too big or small is considered a late arrival. Coincidentally, the old song shift, "See Li Mingjie late," immediately pulled up an old face. "Li Mingjie, what do you mean said you early shift guard duty, intentionally come late to let me give you the top of the guard Old Song's finger is still vaguely painful, remembering that Li Mingjie in front of so many people let himself lose face. Suddenly angry, "Li Mingjie, you take the factory rules and regulations as what? If you don't want to do it, get out of here." Old Song held a cigarette in one hand and pinched his waist with the other, imitating Lu Huangfeng's majestic appearance when he was lecturing. Li Mingjie's white eyes glanced, sneered. "Yo-ho, is the Old Song see you this posture." "Do not know," also thought it was Lu Huangfeng, said, striding into the janitor's room to get his armband. Looking at the way Li Mingjie didn't even put himself in his eyes, Old Song spat his cigarette butt on the ground and blackened his face as he crushed 2 feet hard. "Do you think I really dare not look for Lu Huangfeng?" Li Mingjie looked at the sky and smiled indifferently. "Hurry up and go. Lu Huangfeng sees that you're so dedicated to your work. You can't help but promote you." Old Song's face instantly pulled to his feet. Li Mingjie is bullying people too much. This is to put him on the fire and purposely tell him to get off the ground. There are so many people watching him at the factory entrance. If he can't even cure this famous loser Li Mingjie today, how can he still mix in the security department in the future? Old Song clenched his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, and charged up in anger. He grabbed Li Mingjie's collar with one hand. "Li Mingjie, do you really think I don't dare to clean you up?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Old Song plucked a throaty scream and stood on his tiptoes. "Ah, my hand!" Li Mingjie pinched the Old Song's fingertips. His expression was calm, even a little contemptuous. "I violated the discipline, and it is not your turn to fox and tiger. As for packing me, are you sure you want to do it with me in front of the factory? Li Mingjie, I'm not done with you." Old Song's tears and snot and pain were pasted all over his face, and he had to lower his stance and serve a soft. Li Mingjie coldly grunted shoulder top, arm pull. The Old Song immediately lost his balance. Ass fell heavily on the ground. Li Mingjie looked down at the Old Song, who was holding his hand and shivering in pain, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll see how you're not finished with me. Any of you who want to look at me, and those who want to arm wrestle me, are always welcome to do so as well." Saying that, Li Mingjie raised his head and looked around the circle. His calm eyes scared the few youngsters around him to instantly take a few steps backward and walk away in a hurry. Li Mingjie skimmed his mouth, bypassed the Old Song, and resumed his usual hangdog appearance, patrolling to cope with his errands. It wasn't until he watched Li Mingjie's back disappear around the corner of the factory building that Old Song cursed and crooked half of his bladder. Standing up with difficulty, a couple of the boys from the defense section dared to come up and shush them. "What was that for?" Old Song covered his buttocks with both hands, his old face turning into a bonobo with anger, and said to the surrounding people watching, "You all saw it, right? It was Li Mingjie who moved first." A group of factory workers rushing to work, watching a good show, laughing and nodding. A few good things to encourage up. Old Song, you even Li Mingjie cannot do? Look at your big waist. How do you look not useful? You've been drained by your daughter-in-law, haven't you? The factory workers make fun of. Morlet the Old Song is not ashamed of. He covered the buttocks, jumped up, fart. That was his dirty trick. Ask your mother-in-law if I'm good or bad. Damn it, you all watch out for me. I'm going to find Lu Huangfeng. Li Mingjie, you wait for me. Old Song was furious and red in the face, cursing and running out towards Lu Huangfeng's office. Over there, Li Mingjie pretended to patrol through a few workshops, and when he saw that no one was around, he accelerated his pace and walked towards the second workshop. The lineman of the second workshop was squatting in the doorway, smoking, and when he saw the factory's famous gambler come to the door, he lazily lifted one leg and crossed the doorway, blocking him. "Stop, what are you doing in our second workshop? I'm looking for Shin Meng," Li Niangchul blurted out. The line manager looked contemptuous. "Just you? 8 out of 10 of the men who come to our second workshop are aiming for that Nim Shin Meng, but with your frustrated appearance, do you also want to eat this fat meat?" Li Mingjie smiled good-naturedly and handed over a cigarette. "I really have something to look for her. Will your old man be accommodating and call for me?" The line chief took the cigarette and sniffed it, grunted disdainfully, and spat a mouthful of old spit toward the bottom of Li Ming's feet. Wait, not long after, Li Mingjie heard the line manager's unkind roar coming out of the noisy workshop. "Shen Meng, that Li Mingjie from the defense section is looking for you." The loud voice of the line manager attracted the men and women in the workshop to look sideways, and a few female workers whispered with a look of contempt. The Thai fox did not know where to hook a man to the door? The male workers are even more red in the face. Angry muttered, "Did not see the work it. The security section of the more what? These days, how come all the people who aren't human go into the second workshop?" Shen Meng glared at the gossiping female workers, stopped what she was doing, hurriedly smoothed her bangs, and walked out. Shen Meng had just walked to the door, and before she opened her mouth, Li Mingjie wrapped his arm around her slender little waist and swept her toward the carport in the back. The threadmaster's eyes glazed over. The male workers who poked their heads in and looked around also had their eyes widen one by one as they watched Li Miangchul give Shen Meng's small waist a few damn pinches, and their eyes were about to spit fire as they watched. Just walked into the carport. Shen Meng immediately shifted from a docile little sheep to a small wildcat with fried hair, and forcefully knocked off Li Mingjie's hand. "Be honest, say it, what are you going to do now?" Li Mingjie also withdrew his palm at the right time, and without saying anything more, he directly gave $30 to Shen Meng. "I've come to give you the money for the military coat." Looking at the 3 $10 bills, Shen Meng's eyes were wide open. The $30 would be enough for her to order a good meal at a state-run restaurant out of the blue. From start to finish, she merely took a few scrap-like military coats. How can it be so cheap? It's easier than picking up money. Shen Meng's eyes were wide open. Originally when Li Mingjie's words were bragging and farting, but I didn't think that this broken army coat really made him change money. Who did you give those coats to? It's not like you sold them to your sister-in-law by force, is it? Shen Meng took the bills and stuffed them in her pocket, half guessing and half snickering. The mountain man has his own plan. Let's not talk about that. As a thank you for your great support, I did get you something new. Check it out. Saying that, Li Miangchul pulled out a pale yellow bow from his pocket like a trick and waved it in front of Shen Meng. I haven't seen this style before. Where did you get this? Shen Meng in the end is a little girl. Happy jumping from the hands of Li Mingjie snatched down the bow, lovingly touched around. "I bought it from the state store when I passed by this morning. I heard it was imported. You must look foreign in it," Li Mingjie said, and in the next second, Shen Meng had already impatiently tied the bow on the shirt in front of her chest, and like a little girl, she ran to Li Mingjie's body, with her hands behind her back, bent down, and worked hard to hold up the yellow butterfly on her chest. Look at it. Is it good?" The working temperature of the second workshop was already high, and now it was a scorching summer. Shen Meng only wore a thin shirt, which was already half wet with sweat, and along with the strength of her erection, the yellow butterflies fluttered in a wobbly way, almost breaking through the fence. "This butterfly is so big. No, this sky is so round. Ugh." Li Miangchul spat at himself hard in his heart. Chapter 6, Using Handsome People to Commit Murder. Murder on Earth. Li Miangchul's body was paralyzed with heat, and his throat knots shrugged for a while before he sincerely praised in the middle of the day. "Good looking. It is a pity that this month Vimy has not been fashionable, or this girl can be simply bullying beautiful and fierce." Li Mingjie's eyes lit up, mysteriously whispered, "You do me another favor. I've been to the state-run mall to give you a good thing to order. Package you wear as beautiful as heaven." "What? Getting you a coat?" Shen Meng thought that Li Miangchul was going to bring himself to carry out the plan, and was a little embarrassed, casually ranting. Who knew that Li Mingjie nodded solidly. "Yes, can you get me a few more military coats?" "Money, I won't spare a penny from you." Hearing this, Shen Meng, who had originally leapt for joy, immediately hung a layer of frost on her white face, tearing off the bow on her chest with all her might. Shen Meng questioned with an unkind expression, "You sent me this just to make me go and get your military coat for you?" Li Miangchul secretly cried out in bitterness as well. After earning billions of dollars in his last life, he didn't even understand creatures like women, and in the end he told them to play dead. Now that Shen Meng had made a move, he immediately had the sense of crisis of being asked a triple question by his girlfriend's soul. Shen big beautiful girl, You see these military coats in your workshop as garbage. To me here can turn waste into treasure. There's still money to be made. What a good thing, right? Humph. I knew you weren't holding back any good thoughts. You're full of tricks. I don't know how I saw you as an honest man in the first place. Shin Meng disgruntledly ranted. Only the second half of the sentence sounded smaller and smaller, like a mosquito buzzing. Honest people offend you, but honest people bully. Lee Myung-chul still wanted to talk to her about the immodesty of this girl's thoughts, but Shin Meng suddenly glanced at the watch on the bowl and nodded absent-mindedly. Okay, I'll get it for you. It's getting late. I've got to get back to the workshop. Just don't forget about the two of us. Shen Meng perfunctorily and fully promised Li Mingzhi, patted Li Mingzhi's arm, and turned around. Walking out a few steps, she twisted her head and playfully pointed to the bow on her chest. Next time there's something new at the State Mall, think of me and order it, said the man, big black jewel-like eyes blinking at him. This one was so electric that it electrified Li Myung-chul's tailbone. Even though Li Myung-chul had read countless women in his previous life, he was still tickled by those soulful and charming eyes. No wonder she's the woman who can take down the factory manager. A special one. By the time Li Mingzhi slowed down, Shen Meng's petite figure had already trotted out some distance. The air around her seemed to still have the faint scent unique to her body, calling out to Li Myung-chul to exclaim that all the good cabbages had been swept away by pigs. However, Shen Meng finally agreed to the matter of military coats. The first bucket of money naturally have landed. In a good mood back to the security section, called Li Mingzhi's surprise, the old song eyes fluttered half a day, but did not dare to look for his trouble again. It is a small person who holds high and treads low. Li Mingzhi is also lazy to care about him. To the end of the work time, handed over the armband and hurriedly rushed to the place where he had an appointment with Shin Meng. There are a lot of substandard products today. They are all in the head here. In a few days. You promised me something. You cannot forget. Shin Meng gasped, laboriously dragging over a sack of military coats taller than her, panting and wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead, wringing a hand at Li Mingzhi, who was only concerned about picking up his clothes. No, don't worry a total of 8 pieces, $80, when the time comes a share will not be missing you, all you know is money. Shen Meng didn't have the heart to lift her leg and kick Li Myung-chul. With that, the look on his face grew more complex. I'm talking about going to the hospital. Oh, Li Myung-chul felt his scalp go numb and responded in a low voice. Don't worry, I won't go back on what I promised you. Aha! Shen Meng pursed her lips, put down the sack, and gave Li Mingzhi a meaningful look. I'll go then. After sending Shen Meng away, Li Mingzhi wrapped his military coat carefully, slung it over his shoulder, mounted his bicycle, and ran furiously towards home. 8 pieces, he and his wife together with an extra shift, dry to the middle of the night can be finished, really cannot, to the point of letting his wife go to sleep first. He is now young and strong. Stay up all night is no big deal. His previous experience in entrepreneurship has made Li understand the difficulty of making the first bucket of money, and he is ready to suffer. Mentally calculating to earn money and then add some things to the head of the family, Li Mingzhi quickly walked to the door of the house. Before he even entered the door, he heard his wife's voice in suppressed sobs coming from the house. I said, he's not at home. If you guys see anything in this house that can still be sold for money, you move out. I ain't got a dime left, and I ain't paying him back. The silhouette moved and another man's voice sounded from the head of the room. Alas, sister-in-law, we don't want to bother you, but as the saying goes, it's only right to repay debts. There's also a saying called father's debt repayment. Brotherly owes us money written in black and white, and you have to pay it back even if he's not around. Don't tell me that you don't have the money. During the day, Lee's glorious deeds, the neighbors can see in the eyes. You pay back the money, we'll leave immediately. Otherwise, in the dark, people say something, sister-in-law can't blame us. Immediately there was a chorus of responses from the room. With a snap, a young man in a denim jacket with long hair and a cape, with a cigarette in his mouth, slapped the note made by Li Mingzhi on the table and looked at Fu Yao in the corner with his legs crossed. Li Mingzhi is a bad gambler. The bottom has long been emptied by them. Originally they did not have much hope, but the bad thing is that Li Mingzhi today in the Baozi store threw $50 on the head of the glorious deeds. Li Myung-chul, who is so poor, actually made a bid of $50. What is this if not a fortune? Heard about this matter of the gangsters, immediately yelled together, blocked the door, intending to scrape down a layer of Li Mingzhi's oil. The youth who made the remark was casually scaring, but a yellow-haired young man sitting crookedly on the table had a flash of light in front of his eyes, slanting his lustful eyes, his eyes scraping back and forth on Fu Yao's body, greedily scanning Fu Yao's proud figure, revealing an evil smile, rubbing his hands together. Yellow Hair smiled strangely and said, sister-in-law, if you are really not generous, we do not have to ask for money. Meat for him is not impossible, right brothers? This can be more affordable than money. Ah, ha ha ha. Yellow Hair laughed evilly in a lewd tone. and the little brother next to him chimed in, the playful laughter filling the room. Fu Yao helplessly clutching his shoulders, tears in the eye sockets spinning, small face white, obviously frightened, tone panicked, with a few hints of pleading, our family really do not have a penny. You guys go, you want money, go to the factory to find Mingzhi said it. Hearing this, Yellow Hair became even more excited and owed his body to pull Fu Yao's hand. Sister-in-law, is Brother Li on night shift today? What a coincidence, why don't you take me with you? Let's go out for a walk. Chapter 7, from now on, I'll protect you. Go Nima. Boom, a loud bang. The room door was violently kicked open. Face harshly Mingzhi and everyone did not react when rushed in. Grabbed the Yellow Hair collar. Li Mingzhi swung his arm round. A slap while Yellow Hair knocked over on the ground. With a crunching sound, Yellow Hair screamed miserably and rolled to the ground. His eyes blew up, and half of his cheeks swelled up directly. The rules of the road are that gambling debts are not pursued, and how much is paid back is how much. I've already paid you back more than the principal, and you still dare to come to the house and bully my wife? Who else called my wife names? Li Mingzhi's face was grim and his eyes were fierce as he scanned the circle of debtors gathered in the living room. No one dares to say anything. Everyone was shocked by his slap. Who would have thought that Li Myungchul, who was notorious for being a wimpy and cowardly person, would move with such ferocity? Yet, how dare you hit me? Yellow Hair, who came to his senses, got up from the ground, stumbled and copied the stool, and with angry curses, he smashed it at Li Mingzhi's head. Get out! Li Mingzhi raised his leg and kicked Yellow Hair in the small of his back. A few of Yellow Hair's followers were stupid enough to come up and make a move. Fu Yao screamed in fear, Mingzhi, back! Li Mingzhi did not even think about it, directly touched the kitchen knife on the table, turned back and swung. Scared to come to help, the two punks immediately rolling and crawling ran out. Yellow Hair lying on the ground, a vicious face. You dare to move the knife? This time you are considered ruthless, but there are times when you are not there, right? Wife and child one don't want to run. Myungchul. Hearing Yellow Hair's words, Fu Yao was terrified and grabbed Li Mingzhi's arm, hiding half of her body behind him. Li Mingzhi calmly looked at Yellow Hair on the ground as if he was looking at a dead man. In his past life and in this life, his family, always his untouchable scales. Yellow Hair subconsciously shivered, clenched his teeth in fierce scolding. Look at the old man, why? No fear on. The youth leading the group next to him wanted to speak, shook his head and sighed, not waiting for Yellow Hair to finish. Li Mingzhi did not say a word. Bang! A heavy fist smashed in the Yellow Hair face door. A bone-cracking crunch, cursing non-stop. Yellow Hair, as if a leaky sandbag, immediately changed shape. You're right, there are always times when I'm not at home, so I'll shut up anyone who tries to hit on our family for good. Riding on top of Yellow Hair, Li Myungchul was expressionless as he slammed punch after punch into Yellow Hair's face like a ferocious wolf. Seeing that Yellow Hair couldn't even scream, the leader Gongzi, who had been silently watching from the side, stood out and went to pull Li Mingzhi's arm with force. Li Mingzhi turned back violently, and that fierce look scared Gangzi so much that his heart trembled and his hand clattered and loosened. Brother Li, Chen Chong broke the rules. You deserved to beat him up, but he didn't deserve to die. Just spare him this time. He wouldn't dare to hit his sister-in-law again. It's not worth it if another life is lost. Seeing this, Fu Yao fearfully hugged his arm. Her beautiful face panicked. Mingzhi, don't fight. If a human life is caused, how can we live as a mother? Li Mingzhi finally threw a punch, slowly stood up, gently patted the back of Fu Yao's hand for fear, and calmly spoke. It's okay, in the future, no one will dare to bully you. Fu Yao looked at Li Mingzhi in a daze, and violently slowed down. A pair of beautiful eyes flooded with tears, and the eyes that looked at her man were hot as never before. For the first time in so many years, she actually felt that she was a woman with a man to protect her. After pacifying Fu Yao, the blood color in Li Mingzhi's eyes faded, casually picking up the IOU with his red handprint from the table, with the amount owed written crookedly in the scribbled script on it. Li Mingzhi frowned, although he knew that the original owner was addicted to gambling, but he never thought that this guy would lose more than $200 to others in one night. Li Mingzhi rubbed his swollen temples and handed the note to Gangzi. I recognize this account. Gangzi, you go back first. This time tomorrow, come to the door to get the money. Gangzi paused and hesitantly said, Brother Li, look, the brothers are here. Today you at least have to give a few tickets to give the brothers an explanation. That's over $200, and it's been dragging on for a little over 6 months. The youngsters behind Gangzi had fear and greed in their eyes, both wanting to take advantage of Li Mingzhi's money and ask for some tickets to go back, but also fearing that Li Mingzhi had just made that crazy reckless strike. Li Mingzhi sneered, you know better than me how this money is owed, and I didn't ask you to give me an explanation when your brothers made the game. Li Mingzhi gave Shen Mang the last $30 he had on him, and now his body pocket was cleaner than his face. A group of people were dumbfounded and unwilling to leave, so they simply played rogue and blocked the doorway. refusing to leave. Fu Yao gently shook Li Mingzhi's arm and whispered worriedly, "In a little while, Chi-Chi will be getting out of school." Li Mingzhi frowned, patted his wife's hand, and secretly made up his mind. "As you all know, I do have a way of coming up with money lately. Gongzi, I'm asking you, do you want to earn money? Earn big money?" Gundam's smoking hand stopped for a moment, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" No wonder Gangzi does not believe. Li Mingzhi is a bad gambler with a lot of previous convictions. In order to drag the debt, all lies, what their own rich biological old man to find the door have made up. Seeing that Gangzi didn't believe him, Li Mingzhi told the story of his selling military coats in the morning market. "Now the army coat this way to get rich I pointed to you. If you want to earn money, help me sell. I am responsible for the purchase channel. You are responsible for sales. Earned money, according to the size of the contribution to share." In fact, looking for people to help this thing Li Mingzhi has long been under consideration. No matter what business, to do big to please self-production and self-sale of small workshop mode, and this time to do business. The market is being Big Brother stared at. There are not a few dare to fight the gangster's green skin. Must be pumped. Just at this time, Gangzi and his men came to the door. These two biters, who don't even want to die for the sake of money. Don't they meet Li Myung-chul's requirements? Moreover, they dared to threaten Li Myung-chul's wife and scare his daughter, and it didn't hurt to use them. Anyway, he would pay as promised. And with the money, not to mention the danger, he couldn't even beat them away. Sleepy needs pillow. As expected, after listening to Li Mingzhi's narration, several people, including Gangzi, had their eyes wide open and were smacking their lips. The long-haired youth in the denim jacket who screamed the most fiercely earlier was even more unable to hold back, spitting, his eyes revealing a hungry light. "Brother Li, are you telling the truth? In just one morning, you earned more than $100? That's a lot more than you can earn from putting in a bureau." Gangzi glared at him and tentatively opened his mouth to ask Li Mingzhi. "It's true that military coats are in short supply, but Mingzhi, with so many of our brothers eating, drinking, and chewing, are you sure you can get that many military coats?" Li Mingzhi flashed through Shen Meng's beautiful figure in his mind, smiled faintly and said lightly, "There is no diamond, and I won't stop this porcelain work. Can it work or not? Don't you guys know tomorrow? Can I still win this money from the gambling table?" Gangzi nodded his head. This really doesn't sound like a lie. Although Li Mingzhi is a good gambler, but his card skills suck. To say that he can win money, that's really a ghost. Thinking of Li Mingzhi's glorious deed of throwing $50 at the Baozi store, Gangzi gritted his teeth and finally loosened his mouth. "Well, we'll sell it for you as long as you can plug the $200 hole tomorrow." Chapter 8. Seeing this, Li Myung-chul gave a cry of success, but the next second, Gangzi lit up a cigarette again, swallowed and said, "Empty talk is no proof. Or, today you press some money in me. Not much, 30 line it." Seeing that Gangzi again brought up the matter of returning the money, Li Mingzhi immediately became impatient. Looking at Gangzi's eyes moved, suddenly filled with indistinct contempt. "I say, you're afraid that you can't trust me, but you can't trust yourself. What did you say?" "I said how do you dilly-dally nagging endless, and the road to make money but also to shrink back, is afraid to get not too early in the market." Zhang Hu, lost money and lose face, right? Zhang Hu is a famous big gangster in the neighborhood, and in this year that has not yet begun to hit hard, the front and back are very dignified. Who would like to follow a big brother with no balls and be pressed by others with no chance to get ahead? As expected, when Li Mingzhi provoked him like this, the few juniors that Gangzi brought with him immediately looked at Gangzi in unison. Gangzi was so enraged that his face turned red and fiery, and he stood up with a rubbing motion. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The most important thing is that you can't wimp out. You can't say wimp out even if you have a gun on your head. Feeling the great insult, Gangzi's fiery temper immediately came up. "Whatever Zhang Hu Zhang cat, blocking my way. I'll get him, then it's not over." Li Mingzhi's eyes dribbled a turn, shaking the note in his hand, smiling and continuing to provoke. "Gangzi, you forced me to make a note. Today we also make a note. I'll give you the way, you give me the people. If I can really bring my brothers to make a lot of money, in the future, you guys, you'll recognize me as your big brother, and you'll be with me." Gundam sniffed and frowned at once. Li Myung-chul snorted coldly. "Goon even, goon." Gangzi clenched his teeth and instantly grabbed Chi-Chi's workbook from the table and ripped off a piece of paper. "If you can really bring the brothers to earn money, I'll mix with you, Zhang Hu or whatever. So what if I carry them?" With that, he crookedly wrote down a bet and signed it with both Li Myung-chul, reddening his fingers with watercolor pencils and pressing his handprint. Receiving the note, Li Mingzhi got up and pushed Gangzi to whisk them out of the courtyard. It wasn't until he walked out of the alley that Gangzi snapped back to his senses. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he slammed his thighs. "Damn, I've been blindsided by this kid. Big brother, what then? Go back again? you think he can really make us money? My little brother put his head together and asked curiously. Admittedly, when you are young, you feel that the days of fighting and killing are very beautiful, but after the strength, who do not want to tighten their belts and drink the northwest wind for the rest of their lives? If there is really a job to do to earn money, who do not want to live in peace and quiet? Gangzi squatting on the ground annoyed rubbing inches, toes to the ground rubbed out the old Deepa pit, combined half a day, before pulling a face, called over to little brother. Let's see what he gets up to tomorrow first. You too, sneak after him tomorrow and report back to me. Yes. Sending off Gangzi's group, Li Mingzhi hurriedly pedaled his bike to pick up Kiki. Seeing Li Mingzhi waiting at the door early, Chi-Chi ran over quickly with her small backpack and short legs. Dad, Li Niangchul carried Kiki to her bike and rubbed her round little head. Sit tight, let's go home. When he returned home, there was a clanking sound coming from the kitchen. Fu Yao was busy cooking. Li Niangchul stretched his head to take a look. Fu Yao was bending her body, accompanied by the rhythmic rise and fall of her hands, and her young and full body swayed rhythmically, which was beautiful to behold. When she turned around to get the soy sauce, she happened to see her husband staring straight at her body. Fu Yao shyly glared at him and scolded angrily. Dead gambler, what's the point of looking at an old couple? Don't go and get the dishes yet. Li Niangchul slowed down and agreed. Today Fu Yao in a good mood. Rare to make a table of good food, and even the bottom of the family's pressure box to stay to entertain the guests of the point of bacon was fried on the table. Made a meat and 3 vegetarian specifications. Then the new year is also high. What day is it today? Why are you cooking such a table? Li Niangchul asked in a slurred voice as he took a big bite of rice. Fu Yao's face flashed a touch of redness. That, in a while do not still have to process those military coats, do physical labor, do not eat well. How can you? Li Mingzhi nodded heavily. That's right. Anyway, when we have money in the future, it's time to give you two mothers a change of appetite. It's time to clear out and vacate these dishes. Daddy's buying meat for Kiki, okay? Yes. Kiki gave Li Niangchul a resounding kiss on the cheek, making him laugh. Aha! Fu Yao looked at the happy scene in front of her, as if it was a dream come true. A complex emotion surged in her heart. It seems that Niangchul has really changed for the better, like a new person. It's the end of the bitter days for both of them. Fu Yao's eyes turned red and she whimpered. Hurry up and eat. The humiliation and suffering of the past, mixed with the emotion and happiness of this moment, were swallowed into the stomach together with the large tears falling from the eyes. Late at night, Li Mingzhi urged Fu Yao to coax his daughter to go to sleep first, and he himself, under the lamp, packed the last 2 military coats, stitch by stitch. With yesterday's experience, coupled with the fact that Shen Meng, this niece, did not know if she had a guilty conscience, and picked out military coats for him that had many fewer flaws than the last time, Li Niangchul's work was a lot less. At some point, Fu Yao brought over a cup of hot water. Drink some water first, take a rest. I'm not tired. It's the last one. It'll be ready soon. Without lifting his head, Li Mingzhi comforted Fu Yao, but Fu Yao stuffed the water into Li Mingzhi's hands. He grabbed the military coat and needle and thread. White hands quickly threaded the needle. Look at your poor kung fu. This work, or have to we these women to do, dry so half a day, are hungry, you first drink a mouthful of water. A moment I will leftovers for you to heat up a hot. Fu Yao casually rambled on, but it made Li Mingzhi's heart beat rapidly. Under the dim night light, every pore of Fu Yao's body exudes a virtuous and considerate tenderness. Her concave and convex figure is not inferior to that of any TV star, and the young woman's charm, coupled with the gentleness on her face, makes her even more charming and sentimental. Feeling Li Mingzhi's hot gaze, Fu Yao was a little nervous and the stitches under her hands were messed up. Ouch! Without paying attention, Fu Yao let out a cry of surprise, and the needle stuck on his hand. It's okay. Li Mingzhi hurriedly grabbed Fu Yao's hand. Only a small spot of blood had sprung up on the slender fingers with thin calluses. Without saying a word, Li Mingzhi subconsciously sucked on it. Startled, Fu Yao shivered a bit and forgot about the pain. After so many years of marriage, Li Mingzhi had never treated her with such tenderness and care. Even on the day she had just given birth to Kiki and was bleeding profusely, Li Mingzhi was still outside gambling with Gangzi and the others. She had thought her heart was dead, but a warm current, accompanied by the temperature of the fingertips, infused the heart. Yeah, he's my man. Blood touched by a needle has bacteria in it and flows in. Niangchul. Li Mingzhi didn't finish his sentence, and in the next second, he was pounced on the bed by Fu Yao in one fell swoop. The beautiful face on the body looked at him with eyes full of love. Seems to be rarely so active. Wrapped around Li Niangchul's arms are gently shivering. Pretty face is even more red to the root of the back of the ear. The cherry mouth gasped sharply. Hot breath hit Li Niangchul's neck. Suddenly called Li Niangchul's brain congested with blood. Yao Yao. You. Li Niangchul's voice was low and obscure, trying his best to suppress himself. My Niangchul, if this is a dream, then let me keep dreaming like this. okay? Fu Yao's voice, with a fragile thirst, was as if a person who had lost everything in the water had grabbed the last straw to save his life. He was also genuinely needed and he was genuinely loved by someone. Not all women covet his riches, and there are women who are willing to follow him without asking for anything in return just because he stepped up to the plate. That's his woman. Recognizing this, a wave of heat surged up in Li Ningzhi's heart, and a wisp of fire rekindled within his ash-filled heart, which quickly burned into a monstrous wave of heat again. As he rolled over and pressed down on Fu Yao, a burst of shy sound waves came. Li Niangchul tasted the marrow, was turned red waves, a night of fish and dragon dance. Women are like water. If you treat her well, she will give you her life. Tonight's Fu Yao, like water, healed Li Ningzhi's withered and scarred heart. Chapter 9, Gathering the People. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Li Ningzhi rushed to the west side of the city market, occupying a good stall, setting up a stall and placing a sample. Li Ningzhi crossed his legs and waited for customers to come to him. After the sun came out, the morning market began to bustle with shouts and quarrels. Citizens carrying green vegetables and pork began to gather at Li Ningzhi's stall in twos and threes. Yo, young man, it's you again. An older woman squeezed in from the crowd and greeted her warmly. And Li Niangchul looked up to see that it was the same woman who had to go home to get the money to buy it again last time. Last time I was in a hurry to get one, but I'm a regular customer, so you'll have to pick after me. My son just got into college and needs decent clothes, so consider this your contribution, said the big mom. Has begun to move up, squatting on the ground to pull the bag of military coats. Some pick and choose out of 2 coats, quickly paid the money, full of springs squeezed out. The crowd immediately caused a commotion, and many people were already rubbing their fists and holding up bills to come up. Boss, your coat is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? Li Niangchul waved his hand, his face high and cold, no bargaining. The crowded buyers pushed and shoved impatiently. Buy it or not. If you don't, give me a break. The haggling man's old face flushed as he pulled a few bills out of his wallet. Pick me a good one. 3 pieces. Leave me 3. My dad's the city manager. Quickly, 2 pieces. The 2 minions sent by Gangzi looked at each other with surprise. Go back and report. It was hard to wear off half a layer of skin before squeezing out from the crowd of snatchers. The shoes were stepped off one. Do not care to go back to look for shoes. Simply take off the other. Pulling legs and running wildly, Li Ningzhi glanced at the back of the 2 comical back, faintly smiled, and continued to direct the crowd of people who snapped up the line. Big brother, it's really true. The panting Cape boy was all excited as he reported to Gonzo about the sensation in the morning market. Big brother, we'll have a serious business to do in the future, and we'll have money to spend without having to go to war. Gundam listened to the 2 men's report, his dark face complex. One of the minions sensed this and kicked the Cape who was gushing and planning his future life. The Cape snapped to attention at his glare, only to look at Gonzo with timid eyes. Big brother, you are our big brother. We all listen to you. Gonzo took a sharp drag on his cigarette and stomped it out hard, interrupting the Cape. A spit is a nail. I, Gongzi, will not go back on my words. As long as I can give my brothers a good life, it's fine for me to give up this boss to him. Big brother, the 2 minions wanted to say something else, but Gongzi had already turned away. 8 military coats were snapped up in less than 10 minutes. The people who had worked so hard to squeeze in through the line were not happy. I've waited in line. I've paid my money. What's the matter with you running out of stock? You're playing with us. Li Niangchul gathered up the packages, cleared the trash from the floor into the bucket, and turned to soothe up. The military coats themselves are in short supply. I can't do anything about it. How about this? Tomorrow at the morning market, I'll have all the goods ready, and you guys can come back. Li Niangchul silently calculated, and while he spoke kindly and soothingly, he deliberately whetted his appetite. After some maneuvering, a man, woman, and child who had not grabbed a military coat dispersed reluctantly. Li Niangchul put the bills away and used his strength. The bulging wallet was barely pulled on, thanks to a few patches from Yao. Glancing at his watch, just in case Old Song was looking for trouble again, Li Niangchul's footsteps quickened. When I arrived at the security section, I was actually 5 minutes earlier than usual. Old Song looked up at the wall clock, glanced at Li Niangchul, grunted coldly, and flung the sign-in sheet to the edge of the table. Li Ningzhi signed, and did not ink more with the Old Song, chatting with the small doorman on the side, laughing and joking. Li Ningzhi still does not know, since the last time in the defense section disliked a wave of Old Song. His reputation in the defense section has skyrocketed, and no one dares to call him a rotten gambler anymore. And a mouthful of a Li brother address. Old Song usually rely on the factory early, and the leadership has a little bit of minutiae relationship. Never take the nostrils look at people. Make the authority. Take the small janitor over the official addiction. Rico, come on, smoke me. Junko, who had just entered the factory, pulled out a crumpled white sand cigarette and handed it to Lee Myung-chul. Lee Myung-chul glanced at Junko's naive smile and pushed the cigarette back from his hand. In the next second, he pulled an unopened box of Red Double Happiness out of his pocket and tossed it to Junko. At once, several of the young janitors stretched their necks and eyes. Lee Mingjur raised his eyebrows. Shunzi, share it with the brothers and taste it. Lee, Old Song heart shocked. This brand of cigarettes. He only followed the chief smoked a few times. This kid is a whole box? Seeing a few small doormen enthusiastically complimenting Lee Mingjur, the jealousy in Lao Song's heart grew stronger and stronger. Usually he is the one who says everything in the security section. Since he was just once by Lee Mingjur, these small guards are more and more treating him not as a plate of food. At the thought of this, Old Song instantly became angry. His dark face instantly twisted up, picking up the sign-in sheet and slamming it heavily on the table. What's all the noise about? What a point! Patrols should be patrolled and checks should be made. By the Old Song broken voice so a reprimand. The original lively defense section instantly silent. A few of the small doormen looked at each other and looked at Lee Myung-chul. Lee Mingjur also ignored Old Song's flaming provocation, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank the tea in the cup. Only then did he slowly and languidly get up, plowing through his pockets and heading outside. As he brushed past Old Song, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Lee Myung-chul coughed loudly. The Old Song was so frightened that he withdrew backward and ended up in a crappy grappling position. As if he didn't see it, Lee Mingjur walked out of the defense section without looking back. Old Song was immediately filled with embarrassment. An old face, angry and thick to the neck. Junko and the others desperately tried to stifle their laughter and ran out of the security section in a gray cloud. Stop! Old Song grabbed Shunzi, and the honest Shunzi was at a loss for words. Brother Song, me, I'll go on patrol. Old Song rummaged through his pockets with all his might, fished out the box of Red Double Happiness, and slapped it heavily on the table. I didn't know you went on patrol. Can you smoke on patrol? What's wrong with you? Old Song vicious anger. Will be angry on Shunzi. Shunzi just came. People and timid. Do not dare to say more. Watching the Old Song to the Red Double Happiness stuffed into the pocket action. The heart is really neat pain. Timid mosquito buzzing said. Brother Song, leave me Junko. Lee Mingjur's voice suddenly sounded. Went and returned. Just as soon as he entered the door, he saw the Old Song to put the box of Red Double Happiness into his pocket. When Lao Song saw Lee Mingjur come, he immediately pulled out the cigarettes with his hands and feet, threw them on the table, and pretended to look at the crumpled sign-in sheet in his hand as if it were a matter of fact. Chapter 10. Processing and Addition of Meals. Lee Myung-chul smiled at the corner of his mouth and winked at Junko. I forgot my hat. Bring it to me. With that, he leaned against the doorframe and looked at Old Song with a half-smile. Old Song desperately used the whites of his eyes to aim at Lee Myung-chul's demeanor, but the eyes on that smiling face were chillingly cold. The Old Song drank a mouthful of tea and swallowed it with a gulp, and the factory was not so imposing. Hesitating for a long time, he finally grabbed Junko again as he ran over with his hat. Take your stuff, don't put it in my way. Who the hell cares? Song, didn't you say you don't allow smoking on patrol? When the naive Junko asked honestly, he almost didn't make Lee Myung-chul laugh out his internal injuries. I only saw Old Song's tight face and thick rising neck. You wouldn't patrol without taking it out. Junko hesitated, and finally dared to reach out and touch the cigarettes at Lee Myung-chul's nod, quickly slipping them into his pocket as if electrocuted. After Lee Mingjur left, Lao Song grumpily slammed the sign-in sheet on the table. Lee Mingjur this period of time, with the ghost possessed like, everywhere against him, but on the contrary, he cannot help him, so angry with high blood pressure are going to commit. To say that is really strange. Earlier heard that this gambling ghost in the bun store in one breath dumped $50. He still do not believe. Now this guy, giving those little doormen random packs of Red Double Happiness in one shot. Could it be that you've really made a fortune? To say that the gambling table to win, Lao Song killed refused to believe. There must be a ghost in this. Lee Myung-chul is in front, and Junko is following behind. After turning the corner and supporting Junko, Lee Myung-chul strolled around half a circle and then turned his direction towards the second workshop. The noise of machines roaring in the workshop came, and Lee Myung-chul subconsciously touched the ticket in his pocket. The workshop director saw Lee Mingjur in uniform from afar. His attitude remained nonchalant, and he gave a sidelong glance. Suddenly fanning the large bushel fan, he raised his head and asked, "Here to look for Shin Meng again?" Lee Myung-chul nodded and pulled out a cigarette and threw it over. The old man picked up the cigarette with a deft grip of his hands and glanced down, slightly startled. "Kid, you're smoking this good stuff? Wait, I'll call Shin Meng for you." Moncler Outlet Store clipped the Red Double Happiness on your ear and walk into the workshop. Unlike last time, Moncler Outlet Store he didn't yell, walked over to Shin Meng's workstation, and pointed toward the door. Seeing half of Lee Mingjur's body, Shin Meng's delicate face immediately flashed a trace of joy. a pair of watery eyes curved with a smile. Let him wait outside the door. It's work. What nonsense, Shin Meng ranted in a small voice, but her hands had already nimbly undone her apron and got up to go. Looking at Shin Meng as 3 points of arrogance and 7 points of shyness of the young girl's appearance, the male employees in the workshop have glared at the red eyes, and can't wait to rush out to tear Li Mingzhi's hands. What brings you to the workshop to find me again? Shin Meng pouted her small mouth and gently pinched the back of Li Mingzhi's hand, then followed that arm and climbed up, half of her body leaning on Li Mingzhi's arm. Feeling the mesmerizing softness under the thin shirt, Li Niangchul pulled her and walked quickly to the carport. But this time, despite having distanced herself from the second workshop, Shin Meng's hand forgot to let go. It wasn't until Li Niangchul looked down that Shin Meng's little face flushed, glared at him with a grudging look, and arrogantly spread his arm. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he caught some cool water and wiped it off gamely. Are my hands that dirty? Li Niangchul asked in a nonchalant manner as he found a bike and sat down. It wasn't dirty. It was just disgusting. Shin Meng put away her handkerchief, a small smile on her lips, still with that arrogant look. Say it, what is it that you want from me? Shenmu picked a clean car seat and sat on it sideways. The long skirt was slightly tugged up, revealing white and delicate ankles, a pair of small feet, gently swinging. Li Niangchul gets right to the point and says outright that she should get some more military coats. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Shin Meng froze for a moment before actually chilling her small face and locking her brows together. Only after a long time, he said sullenly, you don't have to go to the workshop to find me to talk about this kind of thing in the future. And also, where are so many military coats? I work for the factory, not for you. Li Mingzhi is a transporter. This ninny is still as sharp and mean as ever when she talks about people. See, Shin Meng mood is not good, do not want to help. Li Mingzhi also no longer talk more, remembered to promise her money has not been given. No matter what, this promised money cannot renege. So, Li Mingzhi directly took out the prepared $80 from his pocket and handed it to Shin Meng. Shin Meng looked at the pile of banknotes in surprise, doubt written all over her beautiful face. Li Niangchul, aren't you going to explain this to me? Looking at Shin Meng's exasperated little face, beautiful eyes full of resentment and anger, Li Mingzhi thought about it. Anyway, his hands also have her handle. Moreover, after this period of time of contact, he also saw, this niece's nature is not bad, is not to cause trouble in the main. So Li Niangchul took her soft little hand in one hand, spread it out, and tucked the bill into his palm, then sat back on the bike, opposite Shin Meng. To tell you the truth, these military coats were taken by me to sell. This money is the money to sell clothes. Crap! Shin Meng threw a handkerchief at Li Mingzhi's face. I still don't know that you took those clothes and sold them? That's not what I want you to explain. Shenmu, what the hell do you mean? Li Mingzhi slightly unhappy. The contact in recent days, let him feel, between him and Shin Meng, in addition to the original appointment of cooperation, gradually more layers of complex emotions. Shin Meng looked annoyed with him and stopped talking. Inside the carport, the two men fell into an awkward silence. Shin Meng, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Thank you for the military coat. Li Niangchul jumped out of the car, his face flat, and said goodbye to her. He had just taken a few steps when the corner of his coat was tugged at. Looking back, the girl with the original frosty face turned into a smiling sweet little sister with 10% of a heart eye bag. Looking at her sweet smiling face, Li Niangchul's heart gradually surged with a bad feeling. Shin Meng. Li Niangchul's mouth twitched. Shin Meng guffawed and stuffed the $80 in her hand into her pocket with a look of wealth. Li Mingzhi, it's fine for you to use me to earn money, but this small amount of money, don't think you can get rid of me. Li Mingzhi has not yet spoken. Shin Meng again turned to his body, big eyes blinking. In the future, I can help you get the military coat, but the price to go up a little, but I do not want you for nothing. Processing time, I will go to help. With a buzzing sound, Li Niangchul's brain instantly buckled like a bull. Processing. It's all about him and his wife working at home at night, working on the clothes and adding meals. If this girl Shin Meng goes, the house will explode. Chapter 11 Team Building. Shin Meng, you don't have to be so polite. Working during the day is already very tiring, and then processing clothes for me at night. It really doesn't make sense. Besides, my place is ragged and lacks food and drink. You can't stay. After a pause, Li Mingzhi glanced at Shin Meng and continued. Besides, there aren't too many clothes right now, so Yao Yao and I can be busy with the two of us. Shin Meng didn't speak. No waves could be seen on her delicate face. In the middle of the day, Shin Meng got down from the bike, her tone slightly lost. This way aha! Li Niangchul got up to see her off, but Shin Meng turned around and came over with her usual high and mighty tone. Today it's the same place. I'll help you, but you have to do what you promised me. Li Niangchul nodded heavily. I will keep my promise. After saying that, Shin Meng then took small quick steps and pulled away from him, and the two of them walked out of the carport and then drifted away. After work, Shen Meng arrived as promised, and even pulled in her suitcase in order to get a few more pieces. Li Mingzhi prepared 2 sacks, but there were still 5 military coats left, so he had no choice but to borrow Shen Meng's suitcase. When they got home, Fu Yao had already picked up Kiki. Kiki was sweating profusely and was concentrating on lifting the shuttlecock. Kiki, Li Mingzhi called out to his daughter from afar, and the little girl who was jumping around saw her father and immediately ran into his arms. Dad, there's a lot of people coming to the house. They say they're your friends. Li Mingzhi had a look on his face and glanced at his watch, thinking that it must be Gangzi and the others who had stepped on the spot. Reaching down, he wiped the sweat from his daughter's face, grabbed her little hand, and headed for the house. As soon as he entered, he heard the noise coming from inside the house. Sister-in-law, Li is really good. I've opened my eyes. Just a few $100 in just a few moments. While helping Fu Yao pour water, the beetle described the scene he saw in the morning market this morning with a fluttering brow. Fu Yao had surprise written all over her face as she listened to Li Mingzhi's glorious deeds. Yo, back! One of the juniors at the door looked out and happened to see Li Niangchul with a big bag. Li Mingzhi 1 foot just stepped into the threshold. The circle of people in the room immediately stood up in unison. The beetles put down the water bottle. A few quick steps from Li Mingzhi to receive the sack. Gonzo glanced up at him and stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. $212. Not a penny less. Li Mingzhi took out a handful of bills from his pocket and extended his hand towards Gangzi. Gonzo slowly got up and stood, an iron face looking grave, pushing Li Niangchul's hand back as he grabbed the bills. He then took out a bunch of IOUs from his pocket. Mingzhi, this is the note you wrote down before. Now let's write it off. As soon as the words fell, Chen Chong, who had a head of yellow hair on top, immediately widened his eyes and stepped forward to grab Gangzi's wrist. Big brother, this is not a small amount. Shut up. Gangzi pushed Chen Chong away and retreated with a low drink. Li Mingzhi also did not say anything, slapped the money on the table, and the eyes of a circle of people instantly invested in Li Mingzhi in unison. Fu Yao was a little nervous and quietly grabbed Li Mingzhi's hand. Gangzi will be in the hands of the note torn to shreds. Raised his head tone of certainty. Brothers with me for 3 years, but also 3 years of bitterness. The stick did not get less. The ticket did not fall a few. Since you have the ability to bring the brothers to get money, after this dozen of US will recognize you as a big brother. After Gangzi finished speaking, he immediately rushed at Li Mingzhi and clasped his hands, calling out to his big brother. The beetles and the others reacted and followed suit, calling out in unison for big brother Li Niangchul. Only Chen Chong face of unwillingness, the corner of the eyes still hanging swollen bruises under the fists of Li Mingzhi. Seeing this, Gangzi heavily pounded Chen Chang's chest with his elbow. Hiss! Chen Chong let out a muffled sound, unwillingly lowered his head, and mosquitoes buzzed and generally called out big brother. Li Mingzhi unwrapped Gangzi's hand and slowly opened his mouth. Gangzi, yesterday that was a joke. The big brother of this group of people still has to be you. In the future, if you guys are willing to, come over and give me a hand with the money. Naturally, I won't treat the brothers badly. Gangzi snapped his head up with a complicated expression. That won't do. There's no taking back what was said. It's settled. Li Niangchul slapped Gundam's shoulder and didn't give him another chance to speak. Turning around, he picked up the banknotes from the table and handed them to Gangzi. Consider this money as a little meet and greet gift from me to my brothers. And tonight, you'll come over and give me a hand. Gundam looked at the clump of crumpled bills in his hand. His mood became more complicated and his brow furrowed. Is this the same sneaky, cowardly Li Niangchul? In front of the eyes of Li Mingzhi seems to be transformed into a general. Speak and do things neatly. Face everywhere in the water does not show. Brother Li, I, Gangzi, will remember this today. After Gangzi finished, he then greeted a group of juniors and left the house, making an appointment with Li Mingzhi to come over at night to process the military coat. After Gangzi left, Fu Yao, who had been watching the whole thing from the sidelines, looked at Li Mingzhi with a pair of beautiful eyes full of admiration. What are you looking at me for? You're hungry. Go get your man some food. Li Mingzhi sashayed down and flirted with Fu Yao. Fu Yao's small face blushed and gave him a look without any good humor. Just wait. You won't be hungry, master. Saying that, Fu Yao meekly tied up her apron and skillfully washed vegetables and panned rice, and the kitchen resounded with clanking sounds. The money that Li Mingzhi handed over to her was all used by her to buy rice and noodles, and change the things in the kitchen. Nowadays Fu Yao, finally truly a woman. After dinner, at 8 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Brother Li, it's us. The beetle's cockney voice sounded outside the door, and when the door was opened, a group of men carrying borrowed sewing machines set up a workshop inside the house. Li Mingzhi counting the home Fu Yao's sewing machine, a total of 5. Shen Meng today to take 22 military coats. After some calculations, Li Mingzhi had already made arrangements, picking a few flexible hands and feet and letting them follow Fu Yao to step on the sewing machine. while the rest were responsible for some simple ironing and dismantling work. Within moments, the roar of sewing machines resounded through the overcrowded house. A tattooed young man, bare-chested, stepped on the sewing machine pedal, and now and then called out to Fu Yao for a few lessons. "Sister-in-law, did I skew the locking plate line here?" Fu Yao was busy teaching the beetles to remove buttons, listening to the succession of sister-in-law. For a moment did not know who to help. "Lao Air, do you even need to ask? I think you've slanted your eyes. Turn the job over and redo it." With a cigarette in his mouth, Gonzo stretched his sweaty head to look over his shoulder. "Big brother, I look at you, how to get. Gang brother, you, this is not a locked plate line, ah. You put the open flap to sew, ah." Gundam's tiger's body shook, and the cigarette in his mouth almost fell off. "I'm yet. Turn the work over and redo it. Hurry." By the latter half of the night, under Fu Yao's tireless guidance, this group of rough-and-tumble dudes finally mastered the basic processing techniques, and after tossing and turning all night long, they finally finished mending the more than 20 pieces of military coats. Chapter 12, The Vegetable Bully. While the day is still young, Li Mingzhi let them hurry to make up some sleep, and later to catch the morning market. "Gang brother, this take the needle then take the knife can be much more difficult, ah. Alas, you say Li brother has no chopping work for brothers to do, ah." One of the minions sighed as he looked at his pin-covered fingertips. "Cut the and burn your ass if you have clean money to make. Shut up, go to sleep." Gundam slapped him in the face without a good reason and found a place to lie down himself. Within moments, the room was crowded with eastward-facing hunks and thunderous snores. As the sky gradually turned fish-belly white, Li Mingzhi carried a large bag of food and woke up Gangzi and the others. A group of people haphazardly stuffed buns and donuts into their mouths, opened their sleepy eyes, and listened to Li Niangchul's arrangement. "I'll take 15 pieces with me, or I'll go to the market on the west side of the city, and Liang, you take 2 of your brothers and take the rest of the clothes and go there on Shiguan Street." The cape got up and stood at attention, gave a funny military salute. His voice was loud, "Guarantee to complete the task. Brother Li, don't worry, I am familiar with Tiger on the Shiguan side. I'll say hello to him, and let him give us a good position." Once the arrangements were made, the group split up. Yellow Hair squeezed into Gangzi's side and handed over a cigarette with a fawning face. "Gang, can I have a coat? I'll try it on too." Gangzi looked him up and down and pushed him away with a tiger's face. "Don't make a fuss, listen to Brother Li's arrangement. Besides, the market is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Be careful of losing out on your own." But Yellow Hair was unforgiving. "Gang, just one. I'm clumsy. I didn't help much last night. I'm just left with this mouth. Otherwise what face do I have to take the money, ah?" Gangzi's brows twisted into a pimple as he listened to Yellow Hair's words. But in this matter, he still had to listen to Li Mingzhi. Li Mingzhi looked at the gaze cast by Gangzi, a slight beat, smiled, nodded, took out a folded coat from his bag and handed it over to Yellow Hair. "Be smart. When you meet those who are looking for a fight, slip away. Good grin. Don't worry, Li." Yellow Hair Chunchong flickered his eyes, balled up his military coat and stuffed it into his bag, and ran out of the door in a puff of smoke. When the crowd arrived at the morning market, the time was already a little late, and the previous stall had already been occupied by a watermelon seller Moncler outlet. There was no way out, so Gangzi had to find a slightly more remote place nearby and help Li Mingzhi set up his stall. After the market opened, the crowd came in like a tidal wave. Business soon found its way to the door. "Young man, I didn't grab it yesterday, and I came to wait for you without the market opening today. How about it? This coat has to leave me one today." "Yeah, we're all customers who've been lining up since yesterday, but we have to be sold first." Customers were yelling at each other, and a few anxious ones had already gone to their bags to look for their coats. Li Niangchul looked up and secretly smacked his lips. Many of the people in the crowd were those who didn't buy in the line yesterday. Gangzi hurriedly and nimbly took out the military coats for the guests to pick from. In a short while to sell out 7 pieces, business is getting better and better. The price of the coat also began to rise. Today's coat, Li Mingzhi directly set to $70 a piece, but still can't resist the mad rush. Looking at the front waving the bills, Gangzi dangling cigarette's mouth has been grinning. Counting money can't be counted. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The crowd was buzzing, when suddenly there came a loud roar from the slant, and the people were roughly pushed away at once, and 3 or 4 big men with big waists crowded in, scanning the military coats on the stall, and glaring fiercely at the 2 men. "Who let you sell clothes here? Did you get permission from me?" The leader of the fat man slashing bare-chested, belly scar old a long one, scared the surrounding civilians busy to avoid. "Old in this piece of food business, no. The fat man is the market is famous vegetable bully. Ruthless, behind the back of a gag brother long cover. Usually see who business is good to blackmail on a hand." A few of the surrounding vendors silently moved a little farther away for fear of being affected, and looked at Li Niangchul with sympathetic eyes. Li Mingzhi looked up at the scarred fat man. His eyes remained unchanged. and he calmly took the money from an older sister and handed over a military coat. That big sister has long been scared, awakened by Lee Mingjer's action, took the military coat into the crowd and ran away in a puff of smoke. I asked you a question? I don't exist. The fat man had already moved to anger, and when he saw that Lee Myung-chul didn't give a damn, he kicked over the stall that the two had worked so hard to support. The people who came to buy clothes saw that the momentum was not right, and immediately dispersed, leaving only the watchful neighbors to gather around from afar. Seeing his rice bowl being kicked, Gangzi got on fire then and there, slamming down his cigarette heavily, jumping up and striding over, an elbow over 200 pounds away from the fat man, face against the face of the voice, not willing to show weakness, roared, I have paid the management fee, collected the money and still want to blackmail lousy, too greedy to be careful to prop up the belly. Hurry up and pick up my clothes. The fat man was slightly dazed by the grim-faced Gangzi yelling at him so much that the dots zinged, but he carefully scanned around and realized that there were really only two people in the booth, Gangzi and Lee Mingjer, who sat there and kept quiet, and Lee Mingjer, who was another malnourished skinny guy. 3 big twos, a solid win. The fat man who had finished probing the bottom of the barrel suddenly had a great bottom. Wiping his face with the saliva spattered by Gangzi, the fat man shook the horizontal meat on his cheeks and showed his teeth. This market is covered by Brother Long. If you want to set up a stall here, you have to be nodded by Brother Long. If you offend me, you offend Lung. After saying that, the 2 big men behind him surrounded him. Really think of yourself as a dish. Lee Myung-chul stood frozen, his eyes glancing at Gonzo. Gangzi instantly comprehended, sneered, picked up a long stick from the ground supporting the clothes, and threw it forcefully to the corner. The stick should break into 2. The stump is sharp and incomparable. Gangzi hefted his paw stick and took a step towards Fatty. Fatty disdainfully skimmed his mouth and opened his belly. Come on, tie it here. Don't blame me for not letting you. Waste stuff. Congo. Brother gang. What is it? The minions who were scattered around the market heard the commotion and gathered around. Just as he squeezed in, he saw Lee Mingjer and Gangzi disliking 3 big men. On second glance, the army coats were kicked to the ground. That's the brothers' lifeblood. I Nima. Old man's clothes, how dare you kick my clothes? The group of people who are accustomed to fighting and killing on weekdays are not afraid in the slightest, and under the great anger, they touched the slate and wooden sticks on the ground and surrounded them. And there was even a person who had smoothed a chopper from the pork stall, and surrounded the 3 fault finders. Several people were already hideous, processing the clothes for the night. One is even more simmering, eyes red, as if they want to eat people. I don't know how many times more vicious than a couple of brain-dead fat guys. Pick up your clothes. Gangzi coldly pointed at the clothes on the ground, and with a glance, the minions carrying kitchen knives had already walked up. Hey, misunderstanding, don't be impulsive. I'll pick up. The fat man accompanied the smile, hard hunching to pick up the military coat on the ground. The oily knife on his back called a bead of sweat the size of a bean on his forehead. Kicked the can down the road. Lee Mingjer here to sell military coats. He has been staring at a few days. Each time a person. Earn money, but a lot of money. For the fat man, simply a big fat sheep. Who can think of stepping on the plate for a few days? Today just started to make a move. Met this group of ancestors. Lee Myung-chul called out at the right time. Gonzo, put the guy square down. Brother Lee, these guys are clearly trying to blackmail us. We can't let them off lightly. Gangzi angrily withdrew his knife and gave the fat man a hard kick. Seeing that Lee Mingjer's words worked, the fat man's eyes lit up, and with a grunt, he climbed up, carefully bypassing the wooden stick on the tip of his nose. In the midst of Gangzi's forced gaze, full of fat face piled up a smile, helped Lee Mingjer stall re-support good, nodded and greeted. Brother Lee, is it? Brother has eyes not recognized Taishan. Today made a little misunderstanding. Later you want to come to this stall to play. Say hello, brother, to you to leave a good location. Lee Mingjer waved his hand, letting Fatty lead the men away with a faint smile on his face. Go back and tell your brother Long. Just tell him that I'll personally pay a visit some other day and buy him a drink. Hey, okay, Brother Lee, I'll go first. You're busy. The fat man sang a fat hello and wiggled his ass into the pile of dust. Chapter 13, Payment of Money. When the fat man left, the eyes of the surrounding vendors looking at Lee Mingjer instantly became worshipful. How could an ordinary peddler, who looked like his waist wasn't even as thick as Fatty's arm, be so capable, and have minions, and have Dragon's men treating him with respect and nodding their heads? From no one dares to say a word in the field of Dragon. Usually Fatty, this gang of people rely on the name of the dragon, not less bullying. Unauthorized increase in the draw. Take the wrong thing to do the C to go. We are also outraged and dare not say anything. The porker who had been cowering by the side just now also stood up and directly cut a large chunk of pork hind leg meat, carrying it and running next to Lee Myung-chul. Brother Lee, from the first day you came here to set up a stall, I knew you were not an ordinary person. This fat guy usually bullies us a lot. Today, Brother Lee, you guys kind of took the heat for us. I don't have much I can take out. This bit of meat will be my porker's filial piety to Brother Lee, the porkman said as he kept handing Lee Myung-chul the freshly cut and tender pork. Lee Mingjer patted the porker's shoulder and said, I appreciate your good intentions, but in business, how can you not want money? Gongzi, pay up. Don't. Brother Lee, give money to the old brother. This is a piece of my heart. Brother Lee, you accept it. In the future there is something still have to rely on you now. When the porker saw that Lee Myung-chul had to pay, he quickly looked at Gangzi who was on the side for help. Gangzi eyes some of the envy. Understand the porker implied meaning. Seely brother also did not resent. Then a big grin of an arm around the porker's neck. The other hand naturally took the pork. Rushed to the porker he smile. Brother and brother up. The porker was immediately happy. Doing business are afraid of being bullied. Especially meat sellers. Most of them have to be exploited by the ruffians. Lee Mingjer looked better than long. Fat people get along with 100 times. Porkman would rather beg Lee Mingjer cover, but also do not want to be bullied by fat people again. A few small vendors saw the porker's mind. Also followed a little meat and Greek gift. Not long after Lee Mingjer collected a large group of people's meat and vegetables. The atmosphere in the market was soon back to its usual fiery scene after a brief skirmish broke the mood. Lee Mingjer's stall business is even better to burst. Buy people you a piece of me 2 pieces. Grab the red face. Less than noon. The military coat will be sold out smoothly. Lee Mingjer and Gangzi's gang were counting the bills while packing up the stalls, and everyone's faces showed unprecedented joy, experiencing so many days of fighting and killing, only to know the raw rice is difficult to swallow, and now have the opportunity to wash their hands clean. Clean money, there is no danger. Earn more than ever. Who is not happy? Gangzi looked at Lee Mingjer's firm and calm face, could not suppress his joy, and waved the ticket with gusto. Brother Lee, I didn't expect this military coat to come to money really so fast. Faster than putting a bureau of gambling to come to money. Lee Mingjer smiled faintly and glanced at Gangzi. You're satisfied with that? Then in the future when you earn hundreds or tens of millions of dollars, won't you be unable to sleep? But now that the brothers have a serious business, gambling and this kind of fishing for money, don't do it in the future. Yes, Gonzo replied dryly. A few days of observation. Gangzi realized that the man in front of him was like a new person compared to the past. Firm, confident, and ready to go. And he looked more poker than those big bosses sitting in the car. Is this the same Lee Myung-chul who used to fool around with his little brother every day? A couple of the guys bragged all the way home to find that the Beatles gang had already arrived. Not that I'm blowing it with you guys. I was standing right there and in less than 5 minutes the coats were sold out altogether. The Beatle, who was lying on the sofa on all fours, wiped his greasy hair and said wildly. A little brother helped the Beatle light his cigarette and was busy flattering. That's right brother. You are too good. You sold 7 coats so quickly. Hey, your brother's name, my name, that's a golden sign, where can't it be called? The Beatle took a drag on his cigarette, exhaled smoke rings, and spoke contemptuously. All back? Sounds like they're all pretty happy. Lee Myung-chul laughed and strolled into the house, looking around and said, hearing Lee Myung-chul's voice, the Beatle immediately jumped up from the sofa and walked to Lee Myung-chul in 3 steps, gesturing exaggeratedly. Goo, brother Lee, you're back. I've bought all 7 coats. Here's the money. Keep it. Lee Myung-chul tapped the Beatle on the shoulder and hummed. The crowd was joyfully counting their money when, with a slight push, yellow hair slipped in along the wall. Guzzi looked at the empty-handed yellow hair, nodded in relief, smiled and stretched his hand towards yellow hair. He only saw yellow hair tugging at the side of his wrinkled clothes, a look of weakness on his face, his eyes fluttering, just not daring to look at Gangzi. Stop ing around and hurry up. Where's the money? When Guzzi saw this expression on yellow hair's face, he knew that things were not good and slapped yellow hair on the head. Money, that's what. Saw a friend. Was on credit. He begged me again and again. Couldn't stand it so I lent it to him. He'll pay it back in a couple of days. Yellow hair stammered. Credit your grandma. Is that your money? What? Give it back. Hearing Huang Mao's words, Gangzi was immediately furious, lifting his leg and cursing with his mouth open. Do you know how hard it was for Lee to smooth out these military coats factory? Uing. Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Myung-chul pulled on Gundam's arm and glared at him again. Forget it, I borrowed it all. Just ask for it back early. When Gangzi saw Lee Mingjer's eyes, he instantly realized that his words were wrong, so he didn't say anything, but just scraped yellow hair fiercely. Shun. Hearing this word, yellow hair instantly acted like he was electrocuted, and his face took on a treacherous look. Lee Mingjer didn't notice yellow hair's unusual behavior, and frankly laid all the money earned from selling coats on the table. $1,440. No more, no less, of which $220 to be given to Shin Meng, $100 to Gangzi, the rest of the brothers, one person $30. Li Mingzhi one person by one person to share this money. Everyone is joyful, grinning, looking at the yellow hair face like death pouting. Li Mingzhi gently frowned, and then still shoved $30 to the yellow hair. The brethren who got the money instantly looked like they had exploded. At a time when the per capita monthly income was $200, a daily income of $30 would earn at least $900 a month, 4 or 5 times that of a regular employee. You'll be a millionaire in a year. I'm going to have to go and have a good time today. With all the money I've been paid, absolutely through and through they are. The city girl who came back from our village is that pretty. Just cold. I'll buy her a bow and invite her down to a restaurant, and see if she won't give me a happy one. Li Myung-chul looked at the group of young people and exhorted in a serious tone. Now that the big guys have a serious business, they should not touch gambling in the future. Look at me. I know that gambling is just harmful. Gundam heard Li Myung-chul's words and complied. Brother Li is right. It is Brother Li who brought us to this road. Let us have a full life. In the future we will follow Brother Li to eat and drink. Today at noon, everyone will collectively treat Brother Li to a drink. To properly thank Brother Li, everyone say okay. Chapter 14, Ventilation. Please, Brother Li. To Brother Li. The minions responded in unison. Li Mingzhi laughed. Brother's heart received. I and others in the morning shift. There are still shifts to work in the afternoon. Cannot drink at noon. The food and wine I wrapped up. You have fun. In the afternoon, Li Mingzhi arrived at the class in Shunzi greetings, then changed into a uniform to go on patrol. Walked to the second workshop. The caretaker from afar will call out Brother Li. Li Mingzhi or the usual gave him a handout of 2 red double happiness. Come on Li, you rest, I'll call it for you. Before Li Mingzhi could open his mouth, the person who was looking after the workshop hurriedly clutched his cigarette and shouted towards the inside. Shen Meng, someone is calling for you. I hear you. Why yell so loud? It's not like we know each other. Hearing the shouting, Shen Meng walked out with a frown on her face and glared at Li Myung-chul without saying a word. Here's your money, keep it. Looking at the uncharacteristic Shen Meng, Li Myung-chul was unsure, but still handed over the money. Looking at the more than $200 in the hands of Li Mingzhi, Shen Meng pursed her lips, took the money, and then turned to leave. Li Myung-chul froze, kept recalling if there was something that had offended Shen Meng, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think clearly. Can't it be that this girl is visiting her aunt? No, I'm not her backstabber. Li Mingzhi quickly relieved. Shen Meng's cooling of his attitude towards him may also be a good thing. He originally and Shen Meng is also just a simple relationship of interest. His own use of her to collect military coats, she used Li Mingzhi to cover for her. Mutual benefit. Well, although the attitude of Li Mingzhi a drop in the ocean, but Shen Meng is obviously still very kind to the old man. The afternoon Li Mingzhi still very smooth to get Shen Meng 20 military coats. Do not care to ask more questions. They hurried back home to catch up on repair. In this way, a few days of work Li Mingzhi netted more than $2,500. By Friday, Li Mingzhi went to the second workshop to look for Shen Meng as usual, and after handing 2 red double happiness to the person who looked after the workshop, he heard that Shen Meng took a leave of absence today and did not come to the factory. Here Shen Meng is not in. Li Mingzhi cannot help but frown. These days that niece look at his eyes are always angry and cold, as if to see her real sufferers, but Li Mingzhi is how to ask. Shen Meng also ignored him, causing Li Mingzhi a head too big, but no business is big. Since today Shen Meng did not come to work, no place to buy goods, then please Gangzi gang of brothers to eat a meal. As a reunion, everyone followed him up early to climb half the night, the staff's emotions or to take into account. This point Li Mingzhi door clear. Back home, Li Mingzhi then announced a potluck holiday, gave the cape $100 to let him go to buy some wine, meat and greens, and explained that Fu Yao is coming to a family gathering tonight, cooking a few good dishes to give Gangzi and the others a taste. The group of men drank late into the night before Gonzo and the others dispersed in a drunken stupor. Early the next morning, Li Mingzhi just arrived at the security section, just in time to meet Shen Meng, who was walking towards the factory from the door. The little ninja is not very old. The size is very big. Walking around can simply be said to be graceful, not at all like a young girl in her early 20s, but like a cultivated vixen, smoky-eyed and charming. A few doormen saw Shen Meng come over and immediately straightened their necks, their eyes popping out to look with greedy eyes. Alas, you say, this flower don't know cheap that. If I can get with Shen Meng once in my life, it's worth it if I die. Listening to the mirth of the doorman beside him, Li Myung-chul was vaguely unhappy in his heart. Stop talking and get on duty. Li Mingzhi reprimanded in a low voice, straightened his uniform, and walked out quickly, turning the familiar corner and catching up with Shen Meng. Shen Meng sensed that Li Mingzhi had followed, slowly slowed her steps, and said coldly, don't forget about tomorrow. Can't forget. Don't worry. Li Mingzhi almost forgot about Shen Meng asking her to accompany her to the hospital. Sniffing the words secretly shed a drop of cold sweat, and without hesitation, he answered with his mouth full. By the way, I heard the director say yesterday that a few of the new workers didn't operate the machine well, and a dozen or so military coats became substandard. Do you still want them? Shen Meng eyed ahead, deliberately not looking at Li Myung-chul, and her steps gradually stopped. Yes, I'll take as many as I can get. Li Myung-chul followed suit and stopped. A familiar figure flashed in his afterglow. His eyes paused, and Li Myung-chul said in a deep voice, "If it's convenient, do me a favor." The front flashed a pouting beer belly figure. It is the defense section Huang Feng Huang Changming. Li Mingzhi body slightly sideways, and Shen Meng pulled away from the distance. Separated in the corner of the second workshop, under the root of the back wall of the textile factory, yellow-haired Chen Chong sneaked into the rubbing bush. Brother Song, what the are you yelling about? Keep it down. Here. Following the hoarse voice of Lao Song, yellow-haired Chen Chong found Lao Song sneakingly squatting in the bushes. The two people with the joint as carefully look around for half a day. Yellow-haired Chen Chong before whispering to the old Song to report on the matter of Li Mingzhi selling military coats. You're telling the truth. Old Song's squinting eyes rounded out, bubbling with light. It's true, Brother Song. We've been following him to sell for several days now. We've been able to sell 24 pieces every day. Yellow Hair said, from the backpack to take out the credit of the coat. I was afraid that this kid has a lot of ghostly hearts, so I purposely kept one. Look, Huang Ma was so excited that he handed over the military coat, and Lao Song hurriedly took it and carefully looked through it. A look of surprise appeared on his face. That's right, it's the military coat produced by our factory. I told you how this guy got salty and became a profiteer, so he's pulling the wool over the factory's eyes. Old Song stuffed his military coat into his bag, his dark face full of smug smiles. I'm going to find my brother-in-law, Huang Feng, to report Li Mingzhi right now. Chen Chong, don't go. When the time comes, you'll be the witness. Ha! Yellow Hair was instantly startled and waved his hands. No way, Brother Song, I can't show my face. If Li Mingzhi makes any more moves, I still have to send you a message. No more, Brother Song, can you still not even be able to clean up a Li Mingzhi? Thinking of the viciousness of Li Mingzhi's hand last time, Yellow Hair still had palpitations in his heart. Now the big guys they all follow Li Mingzhi to earn money. If the brother knows that he Chen Chong betrayed his brother, but not live cut him? After saying that, Yellow Hair said then backed up in a row and finally ran away in a puff of smoke. What a wimp! Old Song looked at Yellow Hair's gray escaping figure and secretly cursed. Hefting the military coat in his arms, a sinister smile flashed across Old Song's face as he ran furiously in the direction of the defense section, all the way to find his brother-in-law, Section Chief Huang Feng. Huang Feng was stunned when he heard this. Brother-in-law, is this true what you say? Old Song touched a red double happiness from his brother-in-law's table, greedily smoked a few mouthfuls, and nodded heavily. The information is absolutely reliable. I'm afraid he won't admit it. No, the physical evidence has been found. Ironclad evidence. Let's see how he can argue. Old Song threw the military coat on the table, and Huang Feng looked at the mended military coat. His eyebrows twisted into a pimple. Brother-in-law, Li Mingzhi is easy to catch, but he definitely can't get into the workshop himself. Who is his superior? If it's someone not to be messed with, then we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Although Huang Feng was not very old, he was extremely practiced in human affairs. Old Song's black face pulled down even as he listened to his brother-in-law's words. After finishing a cigarette, Old Song suddenly had a little gleam in his eye and popped up all at once. Can catch. I know who his handler is. It's 80% that girl Shen Meng. Chapter 15, Caught in the Act. Shenmu? At the mention of Shen Meng, Huang Feng couldn't help but think about it. Thinking of Shen Meng's slender little waist swing under her overalls, her white and tender skin next to her collar, and a pair of talking eyes on her delicate little face, Huang Feng's eyes revealed a touch of evil light. In the eyes of Lao Song and Huang Feng, although Shen Meng is the factory flower, but after all, it is only a rather attractive vase, empty beauty, no background. Taking advantage of this opportunity to catch Li Myung-chul and Shen Meng in a current situation, hold that niece's handle, and maybe even take a bite of Shen Meng's tender tofu. Looking at Huang Feng being self-absorbed in his own world, Old Song instantly understood in seconds. With a raised eyebrow from Huang Feng, Old Song nodded knowingly, and both of them leaked out lecherous and evil smiles. After the appointment, Lao Song hurriedly returned to the duty room to secretly observe Li Mingzhi's every move. Crisp and pleasant bell rings, the factory instantly lively. Originally empty gate in a short while on the crowd. Li Mingzhi watched from afar Shen Meng and the crowd pulling heavy suitcases out of the factory. Walking past the security room, Shen Meng glanced in gently, and after the two of them met their eyes, they walked unannounced toward the factory's open space. Has been hiding in the duty room behind the door of the Old Song, eyes tightly staring at Li Mingzhi, to see him toward the plant open space. Suddenly, Shen Meng's exquisite little face also entered his line of sight. And then look at this white hands pulling the suitcase. Bulging, Shen Meng drag up even a few points of strain. The old song that black face instantly leaked out the devious smile. There must be goods inside. Li Mingzhi, let's see if I don't screw you over this time. Old song muttered in a low voice. Coming to the open space on the back wall of the factory, Shen Meng gently opened the suitcase and put it on the ground. The dozen or so pieces for today are all here. After saying that, Shen Meng lowered her head and didn't look at Li Mingzhi. Hard work. This time the money for the military coat, I'll pay you in advance. You take it. Li Mingzhi reached out and gently handed Shen Meng the money from last time and said, Shen Meng borrowed money. Li Mingzhi just packed a military coat into his sack. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle sounded behind him, and two bloated, fat men drilled out of the rubble bush next to the plant. Don't move. Put that thing down. Old Song blew a whistle. His cheeks puffed up with force, spread his legs and ran over wildly, and waved his stick in his hand. Shen Meng's eyes immediately flashed a trace of panic, and her body unconsciously leaned toward the side of Li Mingzhi. Li Mingzhi, how dare you coerce factory workers to steal from the factory? Gambling didn't work out and now you've switched to theft. The old song held himself justified. The backlog of many days of pent-up anger swept away. Towards Li Mingzhi cursed, stole a glance at the side of the frightened blossom of Shen Meng. Suddenly flashed a trace of lechery in his eyes. Shen Meng's sister, come over quickly. It's me, Lao Song. This is Huang Feng Huang, section chief of our defense section. Old Song stretched out his hand and respectfully pointed to Huang Feng beside him, smacked his lips and smiled badly, as if Shen Meng's handle was already in his hand, and it was only a matter of time before he could get a kiss. Old Song obediently pulled out towards Shen Meng's suitcase and took out a piece and threw it to the ground with force. I Nima, Li Mingzhi, now that the witnesses and material evidence are all there, I'll see how you can still stay in this factory if you try to weasel your way out of it. Old Song provocatively raised his eyebrows towards Li Mingzhi and said. Next to him, Huang Feng also feigned a coughing fit. Li Mingzhi, I originally thought that you are just a good gambler. The factory can barely tolerate you, but now you are stealing from the factory. I can spare you. This king's law can't spare you. Huang Feng slanted his mouth, skimmed his eyes, and spoke viciously. Li Mingzhi coldly looked at the pretense of the two, toward the surrounding quietly watched for a while. There is no one in the four. The heart has been calculated. But unexpectedly, before he could even open his mouth, Shen Meng pulled him back, her small frame standing in front of his body. We are not theft. You do not take a close look. These military coats are our factory, do not want the scraps. Was abandoned to the plant, a big sun is not worth it. With the garbage, waste is no difference. If you throw the garbage is also counted as stealing. You two who did not steal from the factory. Calm down. Shen Meng as soon as he picked up the military coat thrown to the ground and put it in front of Huang Feng's eyes, not the least bit afraid of Huang Feng's tiger-like intimidation. Don't come to that. These clothes are still the factory's even if they're not worth anything, and if you bring them out, it's theft, and you'll be arrested, and if you're involved, you'll be going to squat on the fence. 2. Old Song roared savagely. Li Myung-chul, you're done. Come with me to the station. Before the words left his mouth, Old Song grabbed a rope and rushed over to try to tie up Li Myung-chul. As soon as Old Song's rough hand touched Li Mingzhi, the latter's gaze turned cold, and his wrist used dark force to push over with great force. State law. Factory has factory rules. Who has committed a crime is not the turn of your Old Song indiscriminately tie people to the Public Security Bureau. Forward reckless Old Song suddenly lost his center of gravity, lost his balance and fell backward. His feet slipped and fell to the ground, covered with mud. It was the end of the day. People were coming and going, and the road was crowded with people staring wide-eyed at the action. What's the situation? Infighting in the defense section? Why doesn't Section Chief Huang do anything about it when he's around? The chattering crowd stretched their necks again when they saw Lao Song dizzily climb to his feet. Ah! Old Song let out a yell. In front of so many people, was actually beaten by Li Mingzhi, overturned on the ground. Do not hit back. How to raise their heads in the factory in the future. I'm yet. You. Old Song waved the club in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it at Li Mingzhi, but they were all avoided by a few nimble dodges by Li Myung-chul. A few rounds down, the Old Song, instead of taking advantage, but tired and panting, a group of youngsters squeezed in from the crowd of spectators, and Gangzi touched his big flat head. There's a war going on? Let me see. The short cape squeezed to the front under the curiosity. Into the eyes saw the Old Song flaunted with a stick and stormed, and was so scared that his jaw fell to the ground. Asterisk 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 it's Li. Gang. Someone hit Li. Don't be a ninny. Go up and beat him up. Old Song, who was showing his teeth, was only focused on fighting with Li Myung-chul, and didn't notice the sound of banging footsteps behind him. Bang! Just a flying kick. The Old Song directly kicked out, fell to the ground, is still in a daze, and the Old Song has not reacted, only to see the top of the head fell 7 or 8 feet. crackling a burst of chaotic stomping, the old song in front of his eyes a black, wailing and screaming, "Brother-in-law, help me, brother-in-law." But on the side of the yellow winds see the situation is not good. The bottom of the foot, spread legs to run to the side of the tree behind the hide, but was the cape a hand grabbed the hair, ruthlessly hit 2 slaps. Li Mingjie also did not expect Gangzi they suddenly appeared. Reckless group of people came up to fight. Li Mingjie worried that things have become big. The military coat thing was stabbed out, so he rushed to pull Gangzi, but Gangzi's group of people had already fought red-eyed, and the thinly built Li Mingjie simply couldn't pull this group of reckless people. And Shin Mengsheng was afraid that Li Mingjie would be injured by mistake, and tugged him to run to the side. Stop it all. Li Mingjie let out a huge bellow, shocking the crowd that was fighting together. Gonzo, go back. Li Myungchul gave Gonzo a hard shove and a wink, grasping for him to leave with the beetles and the others. The righteous Gangzi was still hesitant, but his heart trembled at Li Myungchul's gloomy face, and he nodded heavily, leading the caped crusader and the others to leave quickly. Chapter 16, Promotion to Deputy Chief. Old Song and Huang Feng, who ate a big loss, struggled to get up from the ground. Already full of bruises and swellings, their uniforms were torn and tattered, and all over their bodies, there were black footprints. Li Myungchul, good, you actually dare to attack Section Chief Huang Feng. It's outrageous. The veins on the top of Old Song's head bulged, and he jumped and cursed. The surrounding people watching the scene are getting more and more. The head of the defense section, actually by his own subordinates of a small janitor with people beat into a king. Many in the crowd are acquaintances who don't see each other's heads, and if they don't peel off a layer of skin from Li Mingjie today, this section chief can't do it anymore. Huang Fenghong's green and purple face rolled, his chest heaving. Li Mingjie, you have the guts to wait for me. Huang Feng picked up the hat on the ground, limped, and walked toward the factory. Shortly after, a man with glasses in a Chinese mountain suit came over and asked loudly, which one is Li Myungchul? It's him, Secretary Cho. It's him. When Old Song saw the factory secretary come to ask, he immediately grabbed Li Mingjie's arm and pointed at him, jumping and jumping. Just you? Secretary Zhou looked Li Mingjie up and down and waved his hand. You're in big trouble now, you know? Let's go. The factory director invites you for tea. When Old Song heard this, he let out a long breath and followed behind Secretary Zhou. Go, Nima Li Mingjie. Let's see how you die this time. Li Myungchul looked at Shin Meng with a furrowed brow, and Shin Meng shook her head slightly in a gesture. Looking at Shin Meng's nervous little face, Li Myungchul pondered. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was separating the two, Li Myungchul grabbed Shin Meng's small hand, bent down, put his mouth on it, and whispered something in her ear. Shin Meng heard, immediately froze, then slowed down. A pair of beautiful eyes immediately flashed a trace of anger. Fiercely pinched Li Mingjie a hand. Good you Li Mingjie, the original a long time ago to me also counted in. I do not care about you. The words were harsh, but the small steps that followed closely behind were honest. 3 turns and 2 turns into the imposing office building. Climbing up to the 2nd floor, he reached the factory manager's office. Plant manager, the men are here. Secretary Zhou opened the door and reported respectfully. Then with a cold face, he yelled at Li Mingjie and Lao Song. Get in. Old Song, relying on the fact that he was justified in being beaten up, raised his leg and was about to enter the door, but was pushed hard by Shin Meng, who grabbed the door first. Li Mingjie 1 foot just stepped in. Sitting in the swivel chair, factory director immediately raised his head, looked grim, up and down to examine this backstabber. Shin Meng's handsome face glanced toward Li Mingjie and said lightly, he is Li Mingjie. The plant manager froze, a complicated look flashing across his face. Old Song and Huang Feng exchanged a glance. Huang Feng nodded at him. Li Mingjie stole something in the first place, and asked people to beat Huang Feng. How to say it is not reasonable, to see how the factory manager can clean him up. Little Li, how's work these days? The factory manager threw over a good cigarette and raised an eyebrow at him. As soon as the words fell, Old Song and Huang Feng suddenly trembled and looked at each other, staring at the factory manager with wide eyes. What? Did you hear me right? Huang Feng has not less than invited the factory director to eat and drink and pay tribute to things on weekdays. Moreover, Li Mingjie is the culprit of the assault on the leader, and should be heavily punished or even dismissed in the sense of reason. But I did not expect. The factory director met Li Mingjie. 1 is not angry and 2 is not annoyed, but pulled up the family. Without taking the cigarette, Li Myungchul slightly nodded his head as he slightly locked eyes with the long, meaningful eyes of the factory director. The work is okay, the benefits at the plant are great, and the co-workers are nice. Saying that, the corners of Li Myungchul's mouth floated up in a bad smile, and he slightly raised his eyebrows towards Old Song in a provocative manner. You're ing. Old Song held his red face and gritted his teeth in anger. Plant manager, what I just reported to you? Huang Feng saw that the momentum was not right, fawning and whispering to prompt the factory manager. Report everything to me. Your defense section is looking for me all day long for trivial matters. Then I'm done as the plant manager. Why don't I just wipe my ass with you? The factory manager slammed the table, scaring Huang Feng's body. The factory director is full of majesty. 3 sentences scared Huang Feng and Lao Song immediately silenced. Do not dare to say more. Li, you've seen this mess in the defense section. Front fence lodging cats, back fence traitors, none of them let me save my mind. Saying that, he viciously gouged out Old Song and Huang Feng, and the two of them immediately sweated like rain. Li Mingzhi for a time some cannot touch the factory director gourd sold what medicine? A hidden glance, received a look from Shen Meng. Li Mingzhi instantly understand in seconds. Dare to say that the factory director so give face, is to comfort him as a backstabber? Lest the aggrieved, dumping the pot not to do it. And finally the factory director is still the one who was burned ass by the fire. Thinking of this, Li Mingzhi cleared his throat. Since people want to thank, it has to be a big one. The right not to use. Expired. The factory director has a point. I Li Mingzhi usually most dislike this kind of crookedness in the section, but I'm not a man of light words. If section chief Huang Feng can listen to my advice, it would not be so factory director so annoyed about the section. The words just fell. Huang Feng immediately stormed regardless of the factory director is still there. Cursing, ******** Li Mingzhi what do you mean? I'm warning you don't slander me Shut up. The factory manager heaved the enamel cup in his hand. Huang Feng, this is in the office. Factory director, this kid Li Mingzhi is not holding back his good intentions. Huang Feng wanted to cry. The factory manager glared at Huang Feng, waved his hand for him to get up and away, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of water. Eyebrows gently wrinkled. Shen Meng saw the situation a stomp, gently grunted. The factory director looked a meal, slowly opened his mouth and said, Shaoli, your loyalty to the factory I have heard of. Now like you so down-to-earth progressive young people are not many In this way, next Monday you will go to the defense section as a deputy section chief. Help the section chief to rectify the atmosphere of the section. Within half a year, I want to see a brand new look of the defense section. It's gone up instead of down. Chicken and egg. Huang Feng's legs went limp and he almost went limp. Thanks to Li Mingzhi holding him up on the side. Huang Feng face like dirt, eyes staring straight at Li Mingzhi. But Li Mingzhi is full of spring. Will be the factory director to give him a cigarette clip to Huang Feng's ear? Whispered, Huang's section chief. In the future we are 1 and 1. Can be sincere cooperation Old Song's eyes are going to fall out. Li Mingzhi is addicted to gambling. Is known far and wide as a rags to riches. When did he become the factory's loyal minister? Li Myungchul felt Old Song's pair of vindictive red eyes, slightly sideways, and nodded at him with a smile. Old Song, I'll have to ask you to cooperate more with the work in the future. The provocative expression, moreover, almost made Old Song gasp out a mouthful of old blood. Plant manager, I'm the one who got beaten up. Look at the bag on my head. It's still bleeding. Old Song was in tears, telling his story, almost kneeling to the factory manager. But the factory manager waved his hand. Who hit you? You find him. Let him wrap up your injuries. It was Li Myungchul who hit. The corner of Li Mingzhi's mouth twitched a bit, half a long time to hold out half a sentence. Old Song, I cannot have money. You cannot blackmail me A sentence that almost made Shen Meng burst out laughing. The little nymph covered her small mouth and gave Li Mingzhi a blank look. Old Song, almost angry to faint past, tossed a circle down. Li Mingzhi non but full body and retreat, but also promoted the deputy section chief. But he was beaten up. Shameful. Chapter 17, the factory's most popular man. From the factory director's office out, even angry with a beating, a toss down. The Old Song was so angry that almost committed high blood pressure. Huang Feng assisted the Old Song out of the office building. A pair of difficult, topped with a head of green bags. Li Mingzhi. I can't spare him. Old Song covered the swollen bag on his head and gritted his teeth in anger. Huang Feng looked around for a moment and pulled Old Song aside to sit down, frowning with a Sichuan frown. Brother-in-law, the information is not accurate. Li Mingzhi's relationship with the factory manager is extraordinary. Ugh, what could he possibly have to do with it? Old Song violently stomped his foot, but shocked the bruises on his legs, and immediately a black face grimaced in pain. Brother-in-law, I don't think this can be rushed. Let's just stabilize it. Huang Feng, although younger than the Old Song, but mixed better, is the factory's famous people elite? Heart thief more. Now that Li Mingzhi has gained the favor of the factory director and has been promoted to deputy section chief, at the very least, his rank is higher than yours. And in the future, if you look for him again, he will casually pinch you. Old Song sniffed and a ball of pent-up anger surged in his chest. Ugh, to be controlled by this asshole in the future. I'm so damn unhappy. The gossip that Li Mingzhi had been promoted to deputy section chief spread through the factory in less than half an hour. At this time, there were still quite a few people watching at the door, waiting to see the final end of this infighting in the defense section. Junko, who was on night shift, was the first to get the news and immediately ran back to the security room in a flurry. Shunzi, what's the hurry? Look at you smiling. You're getting married. The crowd immediately burst into laughter, and Junko coyly rubbed the back of his head. A simple smile reveals a mouthful of large white teeth. You guys don't know yet. Brother Lee has been promoted, became a deputy section chief. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd fell into silence. It was only after a long time that someone stuck his head out and asked Junko, Brother Lee? Which Lee? Junko proudly waved his head. How many Lee brothers can there be in the janitorial room? Brother Lee Mingjur. What? Junko's words were like a bomb dropped, and the crowd waiting to see what was going on immediately buzzed and exploded. Are you kidding me? Didn't Lee Mingjur just beat up Huang Feng? Didn't he get arrested at the factory manager's place? That's right. How can the factory manager spare him? I'm thankful he's not fired, but he's been promoted to deputy section chief. Junko, when did you learn to joke around too? Despite knowing that Junko never lies, no one can believe that Lee Nyungchul, who stabbed a huge basket, didn't receive a single board and was promoted? Shunzi, I see everyone this attitude honestly took it for real. Far from seeing Secretary Joe pushing the bike out of work, hurriedly ran over, dragged Secretary Joe to the crowd. Secretary Joe, you said, has Lee been promoted to vice section chief? Secretary Joe glanced down coldly at the sweaty, smelly Junko, disgustedly pushed his hand away from his white shirt, and pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the tip of his nose, lightly said, yes, Lee Mingjur has just been promoted by the factory manager to vice section chief. Saying that, from the briefcase hanging on the handlebars of his bike, he took out a document signed and stamped by the plant manager and gave the crowd a sweeping glance. Deputy section chief Lee will take up his post next Monday. After leaving the office building, Lee Nyungchul and Shin Meng walked side by side. How are you going to thank me for today? Shin Meng smiled wryly with a small face and hooked her finger towards Lee Nyungchul. Lee Nyungchul's brow furrowed in thought. Shin Meng was right. Not to mention today's more than 20 pieces of good color military coats, just in the factory director's office. If it is not Shin Meng out of the way, it is not good. Now by the old song Huang Feng rubbed on the ground is his Lee Mingjur. I'll go to the army coat sale tomorrow and see what fresh stuff I can get you. After thinking for half a day, Lee Nyungchul chose a pertinent answer. But I didn't expect to fall into Shin Meng's way. Shin Meng's handsome face chilled, gritted her silver teeth and came over to him, pinching the flesh on his arm. I told you that you're a negative man, a white-eyed wolf who doesn't have me in his heart. You also went to sell military coats. How many times have I said it? What day is tomorrow? Being pinched hard by Shin Meng, the grimacing Lee Nyungchul finally came to his senses. Right, tomorrow is Saturday, the day when he should accompany Shin Meng to the hospital for a maternity checkup. He's got all this now, but he's been a backstabber for a change, so he can't just dump it when he's got the money. Lee Mingjur let out a sarcastic laugh and slapped the back of his head. Son of a, now I've really remembered. I'll go to the hospital early tomorrow morning and wait for you. Shameless, who is the child's mother? Arrive early tomorrow. Ah, Shin Meng blushed, let go of her hand, and gave him a flavorful glance. Why are there so many people surrounding the front? Shin Meng pointed to the crowds of people in front of her and stopped in her tracks. At this time has passed the point of the end of more than half an hour. On weekdays, the factory is gone 7 or 8. Today, but surrounded by a lot of people did not go, waiting in front of the factory. Rico, brotherly. Junko sees Lee Nyungchul first and waves her hands at him excitedly. Lee Nyungchul frowned slightly and his heart was on alert. Is it possible that something has happened again? In his heart, he thought so, but on his face, he remained calm and calmly stepped over. Deputy Section Chief Lee, congratulations, young and promising. A hand suddenly reached out from the crowd and shook Lee Nyungchul's hand with such force that he was baffled. Mingjur, you say you usually don't show your face. Who would have thought that you have such a hard relationship with the factory manager? In the blink of an eye, Lee Mingjur's suddenly salted fish turned over. From near and far the well-known bad gambler, changed, became the factory's big red man. Workers have enthusiastically climbed Lee Mingjur's shoulders, asking for warmth, thinking to make good relations with him, so that he can ask the factory director to do something. The least can rely on him to cover the attendants checking things. Some of the young girls who are active also rushed to Lee Mingjur's secret eye. A meal of winks. Glancing at the heart of Lee Mingjur jumped. Shen Meng was not happy, twisted her waist and drilled over. With a momentum of the factory floor that beat the whole factory, cold eyes staring at those little girls. Instantly they then down. Old Song and Huang Feng, who were following far behind, saw this scene and were even more red-eyed and furious. Their teeth were about to be clenched. In the end, it was Lee Nyungchul who excused himself to go home and pick up Kiki before squeezing out of the overwhelmingly enthusiastic crowd. After Lee Mingjur left, the crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s, and the matter of promotion soon became a powerful talking point on the road. If I had known that I could be promoted this way, I would have gone to beat up old Song tomorrow too. Take me one. Gray walking in the corner of the old Song, eyeballs are almost to collapse. If not Huang Feng pulled, the old Song had to rush up to fight with the front of those two people. When he returned home, he found Gonzo and the others waiting for him in the house. As soon as she saw Li Mingzhi come back, Fu Yao, whose eyes were red, jumped up at once. Seeing that Li Mingzhi's body was not injured, her pink fist pounded Li Mingzhi's shoulder. You heartless. What kind of fight is it for a good reason? If I can't wait for you, I'll go to the factory to look for someone. Looking at Fu Yao's haggard look, a trace of guilt flashed through Li Mingzhi's heart, and the feeling that had just fluttered a little was instantly like a dipper of cool water splashing down. This woman has suffered too much with him, because of the previous nonsense, resulting in Fu Yao's serious insecurity. To him after the transformation of the husband is more reliant on him, for fear that he will one day change back to that lazy and troublemaking appearance. Chapter 18, Embarrassing Maternity Tests. After pacifying Fu Yao, Gangzi and the others lowered their heads in embarrassment, looking at Li Mingzhi's cold face and not daring to speak. Brother Li, I'm sorry, the brothers got you into trouble. How much do you want to compensate those two people? Or squatting, brothers to carry? Gundam had a stern face and a rather stony tone. Li Mingzhi stabilized Fu Yao, and lifted the hemp bag under his feet to the side of Gangzi's legs. Don't dawdle here. Get to work. At those words, Gangzi shuddered and his tiger eyes rounded. Brother Li, it's okay? Hurry up and get to work. You'll be in trouble if you don't finish. Great. Still Brother Li has a solution. Brothers, hurry up. Hearing that Li Mingzhi retired in one piece and was promoted to a higher position, a group of brothers immediately rejoiced and rolled up their sleeves to clunk and stomp on the sewing machine in Li Mingzhi's house. Hands that once held swords, guns and clubs now maneuver sewing machines with aplomb. But Fu Yao still cannot rest assured, pulling Li Mingzhi, before and after asking it clear. Unable to argue with her, Li Mingzhi had to tell the whole story. Only the matter of Shen Meng's help was censored. Really? Myung-chul, you're really a deputy section chief? Fu Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and surprise. Well, I won't lie to you, it's going to the little office on Monday. Look, the warrants are all here. Li Mingzhi took out from his pocket the factory director to write the transfer culvert. Looking at the neatly printed body and the big red stamp on it, Fu Yao's shoulders trembled slightly and tears came out of his eyes. Ooh, hubby, I knew we wouldn't have to live in misery all the time. After all this time, Kiki and I are finally getting over it. A handful of bitter tears, the bitterness of Fu Yao's grievances over the years. In the opinion of Fu Yao and even the vast majority of people in this era, doing business to earn more is not as good as an iron rice bowl. Now that Li Mingzhi is not too big or small to be an official, that is the person who holds the iron rice bowl. That's what I call being productive. Under the excitement, not caring that Gangzi and the others were still in the next room, Fu Yao immediately jumped into Li Mingzhi's arms and cried bitterly. Get up, Gonzo and the others are still here. Kiki's coming over later. Li Mingzhi was a little confused by this sudden show of affection, but Fu Yao remained glued to him, refusing to let go. There is no way. Li Myung-chul had to put on a frivolous bad smile, whispering in her ear, don't be anxious, wait for the night when the husband with you to hold. As soon as the words fell, Fu Yao's delicate body trembled, her face instantly reddened to the roots of her red ears, and as she pushed Li Mingzhi away, she glared at him with a flavorful glare and smoothed her hair. His feet landed on the ground before he suddenly remembered something and laughed with excitement. This is a great event to honor our ancestors. I have to notify our Li family's original family, and also, my mother's side has to report a message. Let's celebrate some other day. Li Mingzhi had a black line on his head and wanted to stop him, but Fu Yao had already run out. Arriving at the supply house, he generously paid 3 dimes and held the phone book and called his relatives one by one. Sister, it's me. Oops, not looking for you to borrow money. Fu Yao laughed awkwardly, her tone mixed with undisguised surprise. It's a big happy event. Your brother-in-law has been promoted. He's become a deputy section chief. Fu Yao is not a woman who loves to show off. Only, for several years, after marrying Li Mingzhi, it has become the antithesis of the entire family. In order to survive, that hand I do not know how many times towards the relatives of the family outstretched. Now, she wanted to let everyone know that her Fu Yao's man was no worse than anyone else. Busy in the middle of the night, with the help of Gangzi and the others, more than 20 military coats were finally rushed to completion. A group of little brothers heard about Li Mingzhi's promotion, but also excited beyond words. To be able to set this matter is already not simple, but also to be promoted. Rico is really deep. Thus, there was more faith in Li Myung-chul. Early the next morning, the sleepy Li Myung-chul forced himself to get up. Fu Yao lay meekly in his arms, a pair of white arms wrapped around his neck. Isn't it Saturday? What are you doing up so early? Fu Yao said in a soft voice, helping Li Mingzhi turn off the alarm clock, her body tightening into his arms. I'm going to catch a morning market and sell my coat. Isn't Gangzi leading the market these days? You don't have to go. Fu Yao was 100 times more dependent, wanting to warm up in his arms for a while longer. Li Myung-chul frowned, and only after a long time did he reply, I haven't been there for a few days. I don't feel at ease. I'd better go and take a look. You go to sleep first. Covering Fu Yao with a blanket and looking at his sleeping daughter, Li Mingzhi put on his clothes, changed into his leather shoes, and walked out of the house. After rounding a couple of alleys, it was on the main road. Taking a glance at his watch, it was not too early for the time he had agreed with Shin Meng, and the pace under his feet gradually accelerated. He walked to the entrance of the People's Hospital, only to find Shin Meng already waiting there early. Today Shin Meng wore a floral skirt, with a blue and white blouse of indefinitely, which made her slender and delicate figure look more pure and lovely. Li Mingzhi slightly stunned, a moment of some confusion. People go to the hospital are a face of illness. On this niece cleaned up beautifully, but also with a smile. I really don't know if she's checking it out or if she's here for a beauty pageant. Li Myung-chul's reaction satisfied Shin Meng, and her lips raised in a beautiful arc, waiting left and right. Thought you weren't coming. Why yes, I'm sure I'll come if I promise to be good. Hurry up and get in, Li Mingzhi said, and then pulled Shin Meng to grab into the hospital. It's better to be quick about this. Coming early, with no one lined up in front of them, Shin Meng and Li Mingzhi quickly entered the department. In the department sat a female doctor wearing glasses, in her early 50s, who asked without looking up, how many months pregnant? Shin Meng's small face reddened and gently kicked Li Myung-chul with her small white shoes. 2 months. The doctor glanced at Li Mingzhi, then at Shin Meng's slender waist, and said in a deep voice, well, it will show in another 2 months. It's still not allowed to have conjugal life for a while. After 3 months, you hear me? Man, the doctor's words just fell. Shin Meng's fair face, immediately shy red, head sank down, lips tightly biting, did not dare to open his mouth to answer, but also embarrassed to look at Li Mingzhi. Li Myung-chul had a head full of black lines and was embarrassed, so he could only agree stiffly. I heard you. I'll hold back. Hearing Li Myung-chul's deliberate teasing, Shin Meng went up to pinch his arm again. Okay. The husband takes the slip and takes his wife to get her blood tested. Then the physical. Same thing. The doctor handed Li Myung-chul a stack of ghostly treatment sheets and urged them out. Ha 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 ha. As soon as she went out, Shin Meng leaned against Li Myung-chul's body and laughed out loud. No laughing. I'm a backstabber. Li Myung-chul glared bitterly at Shin Meng, but when Shin Meng heard this, her little face pulled down. Looking at him coldly, I just fancy you as a backstabber. Inside the office, just after sending off Li Myung-chul and Shin Meng, the doctor's landline rang. What? A meeting now? I just scheduled a physical exam for pregnant women. Oh, okay, then let the new Xiaofu cover the shift for a while. There's no difficulty in checking the maternity checkups anyway. Hanging up the phone, Doc immediately dialed the help desk. A minute later, Fu Chun, dressed in a white coat, knocked on the door. Xiaofu, do sister a favor, there is a pregnant woman here to do a maternity check. You first top for a while, let her do the examination. Just according to the usual teach you the operation on the line. The examination results told them to come to pick up in the afternoon. I will be in the afternoon. A piece of her body check, the doctor said, already getting up. The labor and delivery information and the pregnant woman's information are on the table. Oh okay, Sister Wang take care. Fu Chun was transferred to the People's Hospital as a nurse only the day before, and cherished the opportunity to work, picking up the list on the table and looking at it carefully with a single glance. But when I saw the column signed by the pregnant woman's family, my eyes instantly widened in wonder. This husband is Li Myung-chul? No way. Fu Chun shook her head. Her sister had just called yesterday, saying that her brother-in-law had changed his mind. Not only was he very loving to her, but he had also been promoted at work. But intuitively, Fu Chun was still vaguely uneasy, and after much hesitation, he decided to go and see the couple for himself. Which one is number 9? Fu Chun walked down the corridor of the queue and called out. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Myung-chul immediately hit a jolt and reacted, and it was too late to stop Shin Meng again. Shin Meng blushed slightly and had raised her hand. It's over. Fu Chun looked at the slightly childish white hand, and in the next second, his face immediately grimaced, with eyes containing anger, towards Li Mingzhi, who was sitting woodenly beside Shin Meng. He coldly opened his mouth. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Chapter 19. Striking at the lies. Li Myung-chul's eyebrows twisted into lumps. In this world, how could there be such a coincidence? Xiao Chun, this is my factory colleague. I accompanied her. Fu Chun sniffed and smiled coldly, taking out that information sheet and slapping his palm hard. Friend, the family member column above has your name, Li Mingzhi, written on it. Since my sister married you, she hasn't eaten a single good meal, working hard, and I don't know how many blank stares she suffered every time she went back to her mother's house. You're heartless. Can you stand my sister? If I hadn't transferred over as a nurse the day before yesterday, I'm afraid you'd still be hiding the scandalous things you've done. Fu Chun's voice got much louder in his exasperation. The scolding was particularly harsh in the crowded corridor. Heads turned and necks stretched to watch the farce. Chun, don't talk here. Let me explain. Li Mingzhi grimaced and dragged Fu Chun out of the corridor. Fu Chun's puffy little face glared angrily at Li Mingzhi. You let go of me. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? The two pushed and shoved their way out of the hospital's outpatient building, leaving a messy Shen Meng sitting there dumbfounded. Those women with big bellies were even less kind, pointing at Shen Meng with a look of contempt. Vixen, listen to that. This woman is seducing a married man. Really? Doesn't look very old. Not even 20 years old. Shame on you for destroying someone's family. Hearing those unpleasant words, Shen Meng sat up in a flash and coldly scanned the several pregnant women. Says who? Did I seduce your man? They all look like pig brains. I don't care. Shen Meng was not a gas-eating master. Angry eyes flooded with tears. Wanted to scold back, but suddenly thought of something. His face changed, twisted his head and left. Before he left, he didn't forget to give those gossipers 2 hard glares. Are you telling the truth? Fu Chun listened to Li Niangchul's explanation from beginning to end and looked him up and down with a skeptical face. 1,000 times over. Or why do you think I'm the deputy section chief? The plant manager isn't my cousin. Li Mingzhi black face, struggling to explain. Mouth or grinding bald skin. But pay pure this girl is dead or not believe. Hearing this, Fu Chun pondered, froze for a while, before saying mournfully, also, the mother's family said that you are mixed up in the factory. Even the watchdog is not as good as the dog. I also wondered yesterday how you all of a sudden turned over as an official. The corners of Li Niangchul's mouth twitched. Have you told my sister about this? Fu Chun's residual anger was still fresh as he pointed at Li Mingzhi's nose and asked. Li Niangchul frowned slightly and shook his head. Can your sister say yes when she finds out? Good. Knowingly you've got a lot of guts. You and the one called Shen Meng. Luckily it wasn't for real. Otherwise, my sister would still be in the dark after having her backyard stolen. Meeting such a stupid woman like my sister. Li Mingzhi, you should be satisfied. Fu Chun finally believed Li Niangchul's words, gritted his teeth, pinched his arm, and said fiercely. Li Mingzhi reasoned that the mouth is short, and conceded to the mortar and pestle there to be counted by his sister-in-law. Luckily, not a moment later, a yell saved him. Pay, pay. An oldest man held out a bunch of slips from the window and called out to pay pure. Sister Lu, what's wrong? That pregnant woman of yours is done with her urinalysis. Come here and I'll talk to you. Fu Chun confused. Not just a urine test. Mysterious. But as a newcomer, Fu Chun obediently walked over to the windowsill, took the list, and glanced at it before her eyes widened. Hurriedly standing on tiptoe, he said something anxiously to Dr. Lu. Li Niangchul watched the two men give a gesticulation. His heart was faintly not good, and he followed in silence. After a few steps, he heard the two men conversing in odd tones. Could this be a mistake? Or should we wait for a blood test? Dr. Lu's old face chilled, glaring at his copper bell-sized eyes, and said unhappily, I've been in the obstetrics and gynecology department for 30 years. I can't check if I'm pregnant or not. At those words, Li Niangchul shuddered and had a bad feeling. Who's not pregnant? Fu Chun was taken aback by the low voice that suddenly sounded behind her. Brother-in-law? Why don't you make any noise when you walk? Seeing Li Niangchul, Dr. You vaguely sensed something, shook his head, and pulled the curtains closed. Did you guys just say Shenmu? Li Niangchul asked as he got right to the point. Seeing this, Fu Chun looked around and pulled Li Niangchul over to one of the benches outside, where they sat down side by side. Fu Chun took out the lab sheet from Dr. Lu from his pocket and handed it to Li Mingzhi. Li Niangchul looked at it carefully, and with the knowledge he had accumulated in his previous life, he more or less understood some of the medical terms on it. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the test results there. It clearly states in 2 big letters, not pregnant. What? Li Mingzhi stood up abruptly with the lab sheet. What the hell is this? Shen Meng, who was probing not far away, suddenly heard a shriek and followed the sound, just in time to see half of Li Mingzhi's body, holding the lab sheet in his hand. Shen Meng shuddered in her heart, turned around and slipped quietly to the side of the green belt. Fu Chun sneered. What else could it be? Just being cheated. You think that little girl is really that simple? Don't look at her young age. Just look at her eyes and you'll know she's spooky. Li Niangchul had just come to this era and the first person he met was Shen Meng. He subconsciously felt that people here would not lie, and Shen Meng would be even less likely to joke about such things. When he saw the results of the examination, all the contradictions of the usual Shen Meng were suddenly very conspicuous. Calling Li Niangchul had the feeling of clearing the clouds. The person Shen Meng, wants to cheat is not him, Li Niangchul. Instead, it's the plant manager. This was the 90s, and immodesty was punishable by imprisonment. Judging from the factory director's rapid promotion of him to deputy section chief, the child in Shun Meng's stomach is a nuclear weapon. With this handle, Shun Meng and the factory director is to have the wind and rain. Thinking about this, Li Niangchul's mind instantly cleared up. Smiling slightly, since you have your Zhangliang plan, I naturally have my upper room ladder. A smile floated at the corner of Li Niangchul's mouth. What are you laughing at, brother-in-law? You're not really mesmerized by that woman, are you? I can tell you, even if you're not pregnant you can't have any ideas. Li Mingjie glared coldly at Fu Chun. Go. Xiao Chun, you go back immediately now and help me find out Shen Meng's retained files from the previous time she came to the hospital for body checkups. It must be at your sister Wan's place. Shen Meng keeps looking for her to check her body. Recalling the conversation between that Dr. Wang and Shen Meng in the clinic just now, he felt even more that the two of them were discussing to put on a show. That is, to make him, the backstabber, believe to his death that there was really a child in Shen Meng's stomach. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Fu Chun is puzzled, but Li Niangchul doesn't explain to her and forces her to do it. Shen Meng vaguely feel bad, and Shen Meng has been cooperating with the doctor today. Happened to go to a meeting, was called Fu Pure sister-in-law to take over the class. Thinking of this, Shen Meng gritted her teeth and said that she couldn't do anything about this maternity test today. Looking at Li Mingjie's back toward the outpatient building, Shen Meng quietly left the green belt and walked quickly toward the hospital gate. Just as he walked to the front door, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind him, followed by a resounding voice. Shen Meng, what are you doing? Shen Meng heard the voice and was shaken, mechanically turning around. Why did you come? You're coming with me. Li Niangchul seriously grabbed Shen Meng's hand and walked back. Li Mingjie, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Watch out for my stomach. If the baby falls out, I'll fight you. Hearing her threaten herself with the child again, Li Niangchul let go of her hand. Don't lie, Shen Meng, I've seen all the test slips. You're not pregnant at all. When Shen Meng heard this, she was shaken, and her large eyes dodged Li Niangchul's scrutinizing gaze back and forth. Li Mingjie, you have a problem. What do you know about women's affairs? When I say I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant. What woman would joke about such a thing? Shen Meng, some strong words to play a little sex, a bite to insist that she is pregnant with a child. Li Niangchul looked playfully at the tough-talking little girl in front of him, and the corner of his mouth floated up in an arc. Shen Meng puffed up her little face in anger and forcefully twisted her face in another direction. It seems that this ninny won't admit it until she comes up with something hard. So, Li Niangchul immediately took out the retained file from her last visit for body checkup before from his pocket in his arms and stretched it out in front of Shen Meng. You say I don't know about this, but I'm not blind, am I? I still know what these two words mean. Shen Meng turned her head to look at the blue and white paper, and where Li Niangchul's finger was pointing, there were two big words printed clearly. Virgin. There's no way to live. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Shen Meng bit her lip, her shy face reddening to the back of her ears, her mind full of this idea. A meticulously arranged drama. Because of Fu Chun's temporary shift, all the leakage, but also by Li Mingjie's face hooliganism, Shen Meng, ashamed and angry, snatched the piece of paper in Li Mingjie's hand and tore it to pieces, cursing hatefully. Li Mingjie, you're shameless. Chapter 20, The Real Backstabber. The scam was revealed, and Shen Meng walked back by herself in anger, gritting her teeth and cursing Li Mingjie for being something else along the way. Li Niangchul smiled softly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, with this handle, finally turned over to be able to hold this ninny in the palm of her hand. Following behind Shen Meng, Li Niangchul asked slowly, say, what's a little girl like you doing posing as pregnant? It's not just to trick me, Li Niangchul, right? Shen Meng looked at Li Mingjie's playful expression, wrinkled her face, and said with a haughty face, humph, by virtue of you also deserve. Good, then tell me the truth, or else I'll go back and take this to the factory manager. Li Niangchul, how dare you? Hearing Li Niangchul's threats, Shen Meng stomped her feet anxiously, stood up, and pointed at Li Niangchul's nose. Li Niangchul didn't pay the slightest attention to the toothless kitten and lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes beautifully as he smoked. Shen Meng looked at Li Mingjie's roguish appearance, bit her lips tightly, raised her small foot, and fiercely kicked it and still hated the move. After hearing the whole story, Li Niangchul finally got it all straightened out. It turns out that the factory manager has been craving for Shen Meng's body, but the puritanical Shen Meng simply can't look at the big-bellied Sun Yaohua, has not been able to get his hands on Sun Yaohua. Heartburning, finally seized the opportunity at a wine table, on the Shen Meng up and down to take advantage of a pass. Exasperated Shen Meng, in a fit of pique, moved up the crooked brain, opened a room, threw the drunken factory manager in, faked the scene of the two rolling leaflets. Afterwards, I wanted to teach the factory manager a hard lesson and threatened to go to the police to scare him. so that he would not dare to do anything in the future. I did not expect Sun Yaoguo under the panic, directly opened the sky price compensation, and even promised to increase wages to turn a series of attractive conditions such as formal workers. So you moved on, then pretended to be pregnant and continued to blackmail the factory manager? Li Mingzhi listened to the comical story, secretly snickering. Sun Yaoguo, this stupid, circled around. A bite did not eat, but also caused a butt of trouble. Shen Meng gave him a blank look without a good reason. It's not blackmail. Sun Yaoguo is indeed abominable. All day long he turns around and hits the idea of the little girl in the factory. I'm giving him a lesson, after he suffered a loss at my place. This time, he's much more honest. Li Mingzhi nodded slightly. This is, thanks to the Shen Meng temperament's simmering temper. To really change a shallow eyelids do not dare to voice. I do not know how many to let the director of the hand. Li Mingzhi, you have to help me round this off. You can't tell anyone. After Shen Meng finished speaking, she relied on Li Mingzhi. Li Niangchul smiled faintly and raised his eyebrows. What if I don't? Looking at Li Mingzhi's unforgiving appearance, Shen Meng's face reddened with anger. Then I'll tell your wife. Say that you're having an affair with me. Li Mingzhi's tiger body shook, immediately sat up straight. This girl, since in the factory director ate this kind of sweet, moving to play this kind of trick, but in the next second, the smug Shen Meng, the smile on her face slowly froze. Li Niangchul, you, shameless. In front of him, Li Mingzhi slowly took out another crumpled checklist from his pocket, pointing his finger at the two big words virgin that made Shen Meng blush with shame. Wow! Li Mingzhi brushed and fished out a bunch of medical examination slips from his pocket, among which there was also a thick pile of photocopies that he had just had Fu Chun print. Shen Meng, completely defeated, tied double ponytail little head drooped down. It's over. My welfare room is gone. Wow! Hearing this, Li Mingzhi finally understood why Shen Meng said anything to keep the child in the stomach. Previously heard old song Broken Mouth said, Shen Meng's family is not rich, a set of welfare housing in the factory, enough for her to settle her parents, so that the old man to live a city life of clothing and food. Thinking of this, Li Niangchul softened a little and patted the small head of the downcast Shen Meng. Don't cry, I'll help you just that, but you have to help me for once. Say, how to help? Shen Meng raised her head violently, her tears seeming as if they hadn't flowed out. A pair of big eyes like black jewels flickered as they looked at Li Niangchul, which had half a tear in them. Fell for this ninny's trick again. The corners of Li Mingzhi's mouth twitched, and he coughed coldly. Depot manager Lu Er, I know you know him well, help me ask him out, and say that I'm buying him a drink. The starlight in Shen Meng's eyes gradually went cold. As soon as she heard Lu Er's name, her face immediately hung with frost. I'm not familiar with him. What are you doing buying him a drink? When she first came to the factory, according to the factory's popular master-disciple training system, Lu Er was her master at that time. But this guy, like Sun Yaoguo, always stared at her colorfully. Don't ask too many questions. It's a good thing anyway. You help me to make an appointment. Shen Meng shook her head like a rattle drum, a pair of big eyes written with aggression, pretentiously twisting Li Mingzhi's arm to be pampered. Brother Mingzhi, are you really going to let me go and ask that Lu Er out? I'm afraid of him. Shen Meng acting online, a look of pity, telling Lu Er to her non-thinking, like a poor helpless tender girl. But Li Mingzhi has already been fooled once. Helplessly watching Shen Meng's performance, stepped out of the cigarette, sighed and said, you should have gone to the acting circle. Really? And pretend to be pitiful this set of less to come, rely on your means. You do not want to. Which man in the factory can be next to your body? Shen Meng was poked and prodded by him, her face instantly pulled down. Her pink fist smashed the man's shoulder. Li Mingzhi, you wolf-hearted doglung. Blushing, her body. Li Niangchul has already touched 7 or 8 times intentionally or unintentionally. According to him, isn't that saying that she's willing to be touched by him? Ugh, struggle for a long time. Why Li Mingzhi hand holding the fake pregnancy this trump card? Shen Meng, this little wildcat, finally can only obediently soft. Agreed. And, don't call me Li Niangchul directly from now on. Look at your demeanor. Are you still being called Deputy Chief Li? Shen Meng and Li Mingzhi walked side by side, deliberately pronouncing the word vice extremely heavily. But Li Niangchul didn't care and pressed her head and rubbed it. Call me Brother Li. Shenmu, ***** off. Chapter 21, Invitation. In Fu Chun's fierce and murderous eyes, Li Mingzhi bid farewell to the hospital without any danger and ended this trip to the maternity checkup. Li Niangchul and Shen Meng split up and prepared for the appointment with Lu Er as agreed. When he had just returned home, Fu Yao had already prepared a meal and was waiting for him. There was also a glass of white wine on the table. Fu Yao put away the bottle of wine, served Li Mingzhi a bowl of rice, and said meekly, I know you love to drink a little bit. Now that we have money, I paid back the accounts of the supply and marketing agency, and bought you 2 bottles of wine. But in the future, you can only have 1 drink a day. Li Mingzhi looked at Fu Yao, who was both trying to get him to relax and was afraid that he would drink too much. His heart was ate up for a while. How much of a no-gooder was he originally to be able to leave such a virtuous wife with no place to find her in tears at home, and go out to the gambling tables every day by himself, looking at Yellow Hair's ugly face? Don't worry, wife. This wine thing, I won't drink it if I can in the future. Eat your vegetables. Wine itself, Li Niangchul does not like. More hate the drinking scene to persuade the wind. Just encountered the scene. Had to drink just. Fu Yao's nose was sour. Head into Li Mingzhi's arms. Tenderly pampered. You said, I listened to you, but you were promoted to deputy section chief. In the future the drinking scene is certainly less. Pay attention to a little bit is. After selling the clothes to collect up the money of Gangzi, just in time to rush to the door to pay the bill. A door to see the couple you and me. Suddenly, the old face red, the corner of the mouth a draw. Rico, ahem. When Fu Yao heard the commotion, she immediately stood up from Li Mingzhi's arms, her face blushing, and without greeting Gangzi, she ran out. Gonzo rubbed the back of his head and hemmed and hawed, pulling a bunch of bills out of his bulging wallet. Brother Li, the goods are all sold out, a total of 12,000. You count. Li Mingzhi gave Gangzi a pair of chopsticks and took the money and put it directly to the side. Gonzo, are there any better hotels nearby? Upmarket? Gangzi was an old man, and he understood as soon as he heard this. What's up, Rico? You want a treat? Li Niangchul nodded his head but didn't say who the guest he was going to invite was. Arrange it for me. Next Monday night. Price doesn't matter. Low-key but with a face. Oh, please. Gangzi slapped his thighs and agreed immediately. In the evening, Gangzi came to visit. The hotel is booked. Good to come back to the local food restaurant, not far from the textile factory. After the weekend and 2 days off, Li Niangchul was not idle. With Gonzo and the Beatles in tow, I visited a couple of second-hand markets and picked up 5 sewing machines and lock-stitch machines in decent condition. Fu Yao cleaned out an unused room, and a group of people were busy moving the machines in. A workshop for processing military coats has taken shape. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. On Monday, Li Mingzhi changed into a brand new dress, and Fu Yao polished his leather shoes. As soon as they entered, Junko and a few other doormen stuck their heads out and called out to Vice Section Chief Li with a smile. Hello Deputy Chief Li. Li Niangchul went over and greeted them warmly, sharing the red double happiness in his hand. Junko, help me find the tea caddy in the drawer with my stuff in it. Yellow wind. Junko runs his errands nimbly, and the group giggles around Li Niangchul, who is about to take office. With a crash, the door to the janitor's room was kicked open. Looking over in unison, a large, red, swollen head wrapped in gauze squeezed in outside the door. Seeing Li Niangchul sitting there, Old Song instantly pulled his face to the ground, ignored it, pulled over a chair, and sat down. Old Song, look what time it is. A small doorman peered at Li Mingzhi's face and pointed to the wall clock, loudly reminding Old Song that he was late. It had always been Old Song who had caught others being late, but now that he was actually being pointed at, Old Song was on fire. His hand was already raised to slap the table, but when he saw that Li Niangchul was staring at him, that hand stopped in midair and awkwardly retracted. None of your kid's business. Old Song cursed fiercely. Since being disliked twice and punched once by Li Mingzhi, Old Song's status in the small circle of the janitor's office had plummeted. Even an honest kid like Junko dared to glare and talk back towards him. Old Song, what kind of attitude is that? Section Chief Li is here. Old Song glanced at Li Mingzhi, and only after a long time did he hold back the breath in his heart and reluctantly called out good day to the deputy section chief. Only Old Song hangs the word vice on his lips, prompting everyone that his brother-in-law is the one who is in charge. Li Mingzhi still had things to do, did not have the leisure to pay attention to him, patted the Old Song's shoulder, and walked out of the janitor's room where he had stayed for 5 years. Treasury. Shin Meng stood in the doorway, her hands wrapped around her chest, coldly looking at Lu Er. Lu Er, say something. To go or not to go? Lu Er is a lean man with small eyes and a big mouth, a shrewd man at first glance. Drinking a mouthful of strong tea, Old Song smashed his mouth. This niece, she doesn't even call a master. Lu Er also heard about Li Mingzhi's sale of military coats, and immediately realized what he was playing at by asking Shin Meng to ask him out for a drink. Lu Er had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and immediately intended to move, but still subconsciously wanted to take the shelf. He, Deputy Chief Li, is in charge of security and I'm in charge of the storehouse, so buy me a drink, please? Shen Meng looked at Lu Er's arrogant appearance with cold eyes and snorted disdainfully. Love to go or not? I'm leaving. Lu Er was shocked. Originally wanted to make things difficult for her. Did not expect this girl did not put Li Mingzhi accounted for things in mind. This is going to go back to deliver? Afraid of missing the chance to get rich, Lu Er hurriedly yelled. Nay-san, what's with the pushy nature? Did I say not to go? The corner of Shin Meng's mouth smiled. That's it. Tonight, after work, welcome back to the Earth and Vegetable Restaurant. As soon as he heard the name of the hotel, Lu Er was shaken. Good to Go is open in a remote suburb, but it has its own business rules and does business with those of them who have the establishment. The name is earthy, and the storefront is not so gilded and understated, but it's full of mountain treasures and seafood and birds of prey. It looks like this business is so big that Lee Myung-chul is planning to bleed a lot. Oh, apprentice, are you going tonight? Lu Er hemmed and hawed and rubbed his rough hands, his eyes sneaking glances at Shen Meng's big white legs under her skirt from time to time. I don't know. Without looking back, Shen Meng closed the door and walked out. Li Mingzhi came to the office, only to learn from the section clerk, Huang Feng took a leave of absence today. Without old Huang around, the first day in Huang Feng's office went by extremely calmly. Finally, when it was time to get off work, Li Myung-chul walked to the door and waited for a while before Shen Meng came over. It's done, let's go. As usual, Shen Meng hooked her slippery little hand onto Li Mingzhi's arm and walked out amidst the wails of a group of hungry wolves. Walk 2 roads over and you'll arrive at the Good Again local food restaurant. A 3-story building, overcrowded with people. In and out of it are all brain-dead this and that always. Gangzi was indeed experienced and booked a well-located and hidden private room for Li Mingzhi. After waiting for a while, Lu Er walked in with a big grin. Deputy Section Chief Li, I've heard a lot about you. Yuji stretched out his hand and shook Li Myung-chul's mercenary greeting. The waiter immediately came forward and handed up a menu, and Li Mingzhi let Lu Er order first. Lu Er was not polite, directly waved his hand. Mountain chicken and hare, big fish and meat. 7 or 8 hard dishes were dumped out. Li Myung-chul smiled darkly. This was testing him. Deputy Chief Li, I wonder what you have to teach me by inviting me here today. Seeing that Lu Er had already opened his mouth first, Li Mingzhi didn't hide anything either. Treasurer Lu, I'm looking for you today because I have a deal and would like to ask you to make a fortune together. Chapter 22. Newcomers to the fold. Seeing that Li Mingzhi finally got to the point, Lu Er's eyes shook and immediately released a greedy golden light. I've long heard that Deputy Section Chief Li has a quick mind and is capable. If you have any use for me, just say so. Shen Meng cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Lu Er is really an old man. As soon as she heard that there is business to be done, she immediately called Li Mingzhi brother and brother. As he was about to speak, the waiter suddenly opened the door and came in. 2 beautiful young waitresses served a steaming hot meal. When Lu Er saw the beautiful woman, he started to talk about things again and didn't pick up the conversation, as if he had just casually made a polite remark. Li Mingzhi's face remained unchanged, and he ordered 2 more bottles of Mianzhu wine and filled them up for Lu Er. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Mingzhi saw that Lu Er was slightly drunk, so he opened his mouth to bring the topic back again. Lu Treasurer, I'm sure you know the matter. Relying on the second workshop's military coat, I did get some extra money, but I'm single-minded and can only make a small fortune. Saying that, Li Mingzhi filled Lu Er with white wine again, his eyes secretly observing the look on Lu Er's face. But this Lu Er is extremely cunning, just smiling and nodding all the time. The face piled full of folds can't see half a ripple. Vice Section Chief Li, I have some military coats here, but the rules of the factory are there, and I don't dare to promise you. Lu Er smashed a mouthful of wine. Hanging rosacea, said nonchalantly, in this way, you take the time to ask for instructions with the factory director. The factory director sent word. I Lu Er surely have no second thoughts, and do our best to help brothers you. Watching Lu Er kick the ball back to the factory manager again, Shen Meng's face immediately chilled. Li Mingzhi invited this kind of goods to drink. Originally did not like the favorite. Did not expect this Lu Er in turn really take himself as a character. You're putting up a front here because you're in charge of a Thai treasury. Shen Meng, who had always been spirited, of course, was not used to seeing Lu Er like this, and immediately put her chopsticks down and spoke in an icy tone. Lu Er, what are you talking about? If we went to look for the factory director, why do we still need to come here with you today? Say something if you're going to help or not. Don't drag your feet. As soon as Shen Meng's words fell, Lu Er's old face instantly blushed with some embarrassment. But the guy under the waist is not competitive. See Shen Meng flower face angry. Immediately the whole person is soft. Neezy, I'm not also did not say not to help. You anxious what Li Mingzhi looked at Lu Er's appearance, sneered, and quietly gave Shen Meng a wink, telling her to curb her temper a bit. After all, it was him, Li Mingzhi, who was now looking for Lu Er's help. And besides, he didn't have the capital that Shen Meng had to make Lu Er miss him. Under Li Mingzhi's hint, Shen Meng's tone was slightly gentler. Well, Lu Er, Master, Vice Section Chief Li and I don't want to trouble the factory director, so we begged you. Of course, we won't let you contribute for nothing. Saying that, Shen Meng made a gesture of pointing money and blinked her big eyes towards Lu Er. Lu Er instantly shook his tiger's body and his eyes went straight, gulped a mouthful of saliva, slowly asked, Xiao Meng, Listen to you say you guys, is this thing? Is you and Lee vice section chief partnership? Oh no, cooperation together to do? Shen Meng guffawed. How could I be so capable? Just helping vice section chief Lee out. Lu Er nodded slightly. Shen Meng, this niece of the heart, is very high. The average man she did not even look at a glance. This Li Mingzhi can let Shen Meng dead heart to do things for him. I think there must be two brushes. But the shrewd Lu Er also see through the needs of Li Mingzhi and Shen Meng. The heart has made a good calculation. But the conditions have not been mentioned. This thing he cannot make a move. Looking at Lu Er sitting there, just focusing on drinking and eating food, smiling and silent, Li Myungchul's heart immediately realized that he had seen this kind of face a lot in his previous life. Li Myungchul smiled slightly and bent down, rummaging through his backpack. Lu Er picked up his glass of wine, his eyes sneaking glances over, stretching his neck to see what was going on. In the next second, Li Myungchul straightened up, and with his right hand, he pulled out a bunch of tickets from his bag and slapped them on the table. Treasurer Lu, this is a small gift. It's not much, $500. Take it as adding clothes to your sister-in-law's child. Lu Er was instantly jolted, both eyes staring at the pile of banknotes. His eyes were about to fall out. Nice guy, $500 right off the bat. Lee, Deputy Chief, you're too polite, aren't you? With his mouth saying that, Lu Er's hands couldn't help but touch over, his eyes full of golden light. When Shen Meng saw Lu Er's appearance, she knew that things had come to fruition 70 to 80%, and her heart was overjoyed. At that moment, he grabbed Li Myungchul's arm and joked after his action of pulling out money. Brother Li, the way you just patted the money was really handsome. Give me a shot too. Li Mingzhi had a head full of black lines. Nima, worthy of being Lu Er's disciple, the greediness was exactly the same. Lu Er at this time has been smashed by Li Mingzhi's luxury of thousands of dollars to the dizzy head. Also do not pretend. Afraid of Li Mingzhi want to backtrack. Immediately put the money with their own coat to wrap up. Raising a glass of wine, he came to toast Li Mingzhi. Brother Li, since you're so open, brother won't ink. The matter of the military coat, it's wrapped up in me. There are as many of these as you want, and there's enough for 3,000 more in the storehouse. There are still 3,000 of them in the warehouse, and they're growing every day. As long as you can sell them, it's enough. Li Mingzhi was slightly stunned, but the expression on his face remained calm and collected. But his heart was already rippling. 3,000 pieces. That's a turnover of more than $200,000. Today's meal is really worth it. But looking at Li Mingzhi's silence, Lu Er's heart panicked, and thought that Li Mingzhi resented the small amount of his goods. At first, Lu Er wanted to put on a bit of a show, but he had just been slammed by the ticket, and had long ago thrown any identity profession into the stinking gutter. And now he was only afraid that Li Mingzhi would not take him to play. Lu Er threw Shen Meng a look of help, but this niece froze and ignored him, directly turning her face to the side, under the table, but kicked Li Myungchul lightly. When Li Mingzhi saw this transformation of Lu Er, a bigger reckoning was already brewing in his heart. Looking at Shen Meng, signaling her not to be anxious, he drank a glass of wine and slowly said, Lu Treasurer, I really didn't expect our factory stock to be so small. Pity ah. At that, Lu Er's heart cooled halfway, his eyebrows twisted into a pimple. Brother Li, you can't say that. The goods in my warehouse are much better than the defective products plucked down from Shen Meng's second workshop, and you'll be able to save quite a bit of money on processing fees alone. Li Myungchul took a drag on his cigarette and nodded. That's true. Shen Meng, however, was a bit anxious on the sidelines, and Lu Er looked like he was about to agree with Li Mingzhi's contemplation. Lu Er's confidence and a little bit exhausted. The bottom of the heart has no bottom. Those broken clothes in the treasury turned into no gold. After finishing a cigarette, Li Mingzhi twisted out the cigarette, smiled and opened his mouth to say, Treasurer Lu, let me ask you, do you have any other goods in your warehouse? Let's do it. Let's make it a big business. 3,000 pieces is not enough for a few brothers. If you can come up with some other goods, we can work together again. Li Mingzhi let out a bold statement, which instantly shook Lu Er's heart. Such a big appetite. It seems to have made him go out on a limb and get into a pirate boat. Think of the pocket of the bubbling hot gas of $500. Lu Er like neck thud drink a whole cup of white wine, full of choking red face to vote. Li Myungchul smiled slightly. It looked like this old boy was ready to take out his old base. If he could provide some more defective products or give some more goods, this meal would be more worthwhile. However, Lu Er's next words far exceeded his expectations, causing his heart to tremble. Brother Li, in addition to military coats in my storehouse, there are also military yults, cotton shoes, labor insurance clothing, Linlin total sums up. Anyway, enough for us to eat a year and a half. A year and a half? Thinking of Li Mingzhi's current day's sales and the money divided among her, Shen Meng did the math and instantly froze. Li Mingzhi was shocked and stood up. pulling over Lu Er's hand to shake it. Brother Lu Er, welcome to join us. Chapter 23, The Actor. Lu Er's heart burst with ecstasy, and his dry, thin face piled up with fawning wrinkles. Brotherly, don't worry, with me, Lu Er, there will never be any problems with the supply of goods. Lu Er thumped his chest and gave Li Niangchul a guarantee. Two people are both human savvy, doing business one more than the other through, and soon finalized the mode of cooperation. Lu Er shipments, Li Mingzhi repairs, sales, contributing people and share the money together. Li Mingzhi promised to share 10% of the total profit from Lu Er's sale. Lu Er sniffed, the tiger shook, excitedly drank another glass of white wine, secretly pinching fingers, was shocked by the amount of daily profits. After negotiation, Li Mingzhi and Lu Er discussed the shipping method. Full of golden eyes, Lu Er directly to the warehouse of the old tricycle lent to Li Mingzhi. Every day the goods are driven by Lu Er personally to send. Li Mingzhi was overjoyed. Compared to Shen Meng and pulling suitcases, shoulder sacks have to ship. Lu Er to get this tricycle directly to the productivity of a large cut. After everything was talked about, Li Niangchul pretended to be incapable of drinking and stopped touching the white wine. Hospitably, he accompanied Lu Er to finish the remaining bottle of Nianzhu. Out of the good again. Lu Er shook his arm around Li Mingzhi's shoulder. A mouthful of brothers. So intimate. Brotherly. We will be blood brothers. Vomit from now on. Before the words were finished, Lu Er violently bent over and stretched out his head. Wah wah wah, and vomited all over the floor. Shen Meng hustled out of the way in disgust, covering her nose and running across the street. Li Mingzhi ahead of black lines. There is no way. Had to pay out of their own pockets. To Lu Er hit a passenger small three-wheeler. Give more fares, so that the driver pulled east to send home to Lu Er. After sending Lu Er away, Li Mingzhi straightened his back, no longer pretending to be drunk, and the color in his eyes brightened. Not pretending. Ha! A ghostly young girl's voice rang in her ears, and Shen Meng somehow managed to walk across the road again, raising her small head with a quirky expression. Her beautiful eyes stared tightly at Li Niangchul's face. Just you persuade the wine to persuade the frequency. How did I not realize before? You so many bad intentions? Li Niangchul glanced at her and shook his sore neck. Go, I'll take you back. The two walked side by side, shoulder to shoulder. In the night, walking down the main road, you turn onto the trail in the woods behind the mill. The path fell into a deep silence at night, and the leaves clattered in the evening breeze. Not far away there were a few more dismal cries of birds of unknown origin. A wave of nervousness welled up in Shen Meng's heart, and she subconsciously reached out and tightened her arm around Li Niangchul. Li Niangchul felt the soft, hot touch coming from his arm, and his brain, which had been drinking, began to get agitated. Is it bad to take the main road when you're so timid? Li Mingzhi helplessly spat. Shen Meng, in order to be lazy to save some footwork, had to pull him to take the path to drill the woods. Shen Meng deflated her mouth and said pitifully in an aggrieved accent, people don't know that this path that they walk every day during the day is so scary at night. Ah! After saying that, Shen Meng suddenly screamed, there's a snake! While screaming, she crawled up Li Niangchul's body on her hands and knees. The small body shrank into a ball, picking at Li Niangchul's neck and shivering. Suddenly, Li Niangchul felt a heat in his neck, as if something was flowing out. Nima, a snake made this girl cry? Li Niangchul lowered his head to take a closer look, and realized that there was no snake, just a half-ring bicycle inner tube. Where's the snake? It's just half a car tire. Li Niangchul picked up the tire on the ground and held it up in his hand for Shen Meng to see. Only after Shen Meng heard this did she timidly turn her small head, a pair of bitter, watery, large eyes tentatively looking towards the tires in Li Mingzhi's hands. But just in the moment when she turned her face, the tip of Shen Meng's firm nose lightly traced over Li Niangchul's neck. Li Niangchul's body shook and his brain heated up. There was only a faint moonlight in the dark night. Shen Meng's petite face was hidden under Li Niangchul's chin, and heatwave after heatwave accompanied Shen Meng's breathing that had heaved up due to her nervousness lapping at the nerves in her neck. Shen Meng, who had just been frightened and cried, still had undried tears on her long eyelashes, reflecting the faintly white moonlight. Li Mingzhi threw down the air tire, breathing heavily, and asked in a deep voice, Shen Meng, you can come down now. The little girl is heavy. People don't sink. Shen Meng's entire body was hanging on Li Mingzhi, and her long and slender legs were like the tentacles of an octopus hooked around the man's night. Let me ease my legs. Legs are weak. Shen Meng, still with a sobbing voice, said in a soft tone, slow what? If we don't hurry back, the dormitory doors will be closed. Shen Meng listened to Li Mingzhi's sermon, and suddenly, for some reason, her heart burst with anger, and she cupped her pink fist and smashed it heavily on Li Mingzhi's head. Humph! Send me back, nerd! Shen Meng lightly jumped down, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she lightly and quickly shuttled through the grove, and under the dark night, Li Mingzhi was even somewhat unable to catch up with her figure. walking out of the grove, I saw the girls' dormitories lit up in 2s and 3s. Here we are. You go back. Shen Meng straightened her clothes and waved her hand at Li Mingzhi. Aha! Thanks for today. Shen Meng's steps suddenly stalled without turning around, standing in place and asking, with Lu Er's help, in the future is there no need for me to get you an army coat? Did not think Shen Meng will ask this question. Admittedly, Lu Er this goods, a person can top half of the second workshop. In the Lu Treasurer powerful supply capacity of the backdrop, Shen Meng rely on like a mouse moving like indeed is a drop in the bucket. Slightly contemplating for a moment, Li Niangchul slowly spoke. Of course I need it. Do I still have too much money? Even if you don't take the army coat, you've got things to do, so don't try to slack off. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Niangchul saw Shen Meng's shoulders tremble slightly. Turning over with an arrogant smile on his face, he pointed at Li Niangchul and said, Wealthy. After sending Shen Meng back to the dormitory and returning home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Seeing that the bedroom light was still on, Li Niangchul knew that Fu Yao hadn't gone to bed yet and was still waiting for him, quietly pushed the door into the room, and sure enough, Fu Yao was sitting by a sewing machine, sewing a military coat with needle and thread. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and immediately a strong color of joy welled up in his eyes. My uncle, you're back. Saying that, Fu Yao got up, ran to the kitchen, and brought a bowl of rice porridge that was still hot. Drink some porridge to fructify your stomach, or else the alcohol will bite your stomach and hurt you easily. Li Niangchul smiled faintly, took the white porridge, and took a big gulp. The night was silent, and early the next morning, just as he arrived at the office door, he heard Huang Feng's roar from inside the house. Nonsense! There's only one section chief Huang in the security section. When did a vice section chief Li pop up again? I'll tell you too. He, Li Mingzhi, is just stepping on. I'll have to clean him up sooner or later in the future. Li Niangchul's face sank, and his hand on the door handle slowly turned. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and Li Niangchul, who was dressed in an upright uniform, stood in the doorway, coldly scanning the several people in the room. Chapter 24, The Rafters. Xiao Lu and Xiao Chen, who were listening to the training, were relieved to see the grim-faced Li Mingzhi. After dutifully calling out to Deputy Chief Li, he returned to his seat and lowered his head to his work. Huang Feng glanced at him, snorted coldly, crossed his legs, picked up a whole newspaper, and clattered it with a forceful Lu fan, burying his head inside. Li Mingzhi walked over, a pair of tiger eyes coldly glaring at old Huang, dangling, pulling open the chair, frightening old Huang's hand holding the newspaper clenched up at once, but Li Mingzhi just smiled gently, slowly sat down, opposite Huang Feng, opened the drawer, took out the documents inside, and pretended to read them. After getting off work at noon, Li Niangchul ate in the cafeteria and skipped off to the janitor's office. Riko, Junko, who was on duty, stuck her head out and greeted Li Niangchul in surprise. Li Mingzhi nodded and smiled at him and threw two red double happiness in his hand over. Junko instantly bent down and reached out to catch it and smoked it beautifully. Brother Li, since you've been promoted to the office building, this janitor's office is getting boring. Junko grumbled slyly, looking like he hadn't been bullied by Old Song much. Shunzi, do a good job, make achievements, and one day your brother I'll give you a good promotion. Shunzi sniffed and shuddered, smiling a row of big white teeth on his tanned face. Li is right. I'll do a good job. That's right Junko. Li Niangchul pulled out a chair and sat next to Junko, asking in a deep voice, have you found anything out lately? Shunzi sniffed, froze, frowned and scratched the back of the head. To say the situation, there really is no. Just the day before yesterday, caught a sneak and peeping female bathhouse young people. We have not yet shot. Was wrapped in a bathrobe by Shen Meng too knocked down to the ground. The root of the life to be kicked off the. Not even a chance to take credit for it. Not to get, but is a good look at a few eyes Shen Meng that misses big white legs. Really on earth absolute product. Junko smashed a drag on his cigarette, a wannabe smile floating at the corners of his mouth. Hearing Junko's report, Li Niangchul's tiger body trembled and his crotch went cold. I'm glad I didn't get any ideas that night. This crazy girl, she's still afraid of snakes? Brother Li, to talk about the situation, there's really something strange. Shunzi as if suddenly remembered something, sat up straight and reported to Li Mingzhi, this morning, Lu Treasurer drove a tricycle out. We have not yet gone up to ask it. It was the old song that goods fierce a meal. Li Niangchul gave a slight lurch, and his heart was already clear. Lu Er is really a person smart. Know that this janitorial room is the most capable of making trouble as the old song. As he was talking to Junko, a few figures suddenly flashed out of the doorway in a probing manner. Shunzi was the first to notice with his quick wit. Brother Li, aren't those the guys who beat up Old Song last time? Asterisk here to beat up Old Song again? Then I'll trick Old Song first. Li Mingzhi almost burst out laughing, patted Shunzi's shoulder, walked out of the janitor's room. made a wink towards Gangzi, and then walked towards the small back door of the factory. Walking to the back door, Gonzo and the caped crusader arrived in style, grins and heckles on their greasy faces. Brotherly, woo, we've made a fortune. Our brothers have made a fortune. The Beatles couldn't wait to run up to Lee Myung-chul, shouting excitedly, the goods are sold? After distributing the cigarettes, Gangzi began to give Lee Mingju a report on the situation. Luer, this goods really is not blown. Directly pull a tricycle military coat. Inside there are several pieces of labor insurance clothing. I took the brothers just arrived at the market. Guess what? Before my stand was even set up, it was snatched up in less than 5 minutes by familiar customers who were squatting there waiting. Gonzo stretched out his 5 fingers, excitedly describing the heated scene. Yes, in addition to Gang's place, I and Xiaoping and other brothers, the hands of the things, a morning, also counted all sold. Only there is a piece of clothing is not processed. Let people cut $20. The beetle lamented, and Gonzo waved his hand, grabbing a fistful of bills from the wallet at his waist. Brotherly, in one morning, 30 military coats and 6 labor suits were sold, for a total of $2,680. Lee Myung-chul received the heavy banknotes with a joyful heart. With Luer's help, this profit, exponentially upward. Brotherly, you have to say hello to Luer. That labor insurance clothing, cotton shoes, cement boots, more wholesome. Every family has work. Labor insurance clothing is the most popular. Listening to Gangzi and Cloak's gleeful reports, Lee Myung-chul nodded his head repeatedly. This business of his own is finally taking shape. After collecting the money and distributing some to the team, he took out another pile of 300 and left it to Luer. After taking the money, Gonzo and the Beatles left in joy. Seeing that no one was there, Lee Mingju walked to the treasury and handed the money to Luer. Luer never thought that the group of Gangzi sales so strong in the market ability to sell goods, not only sell, but also to calm the scene. The size of the vegetable bully did not have a dare to come over to pick a fight with. Luer dipped a mouth of saliva, excitedly trembling hands pointing bills, back and forth counted 3 times, to determine a point not less than 1, hastily put into their pockets. The face of the smile on the flowers. Brother Luer, send a few more of your labor suits tomorrow. That stuff is hotter than military coats. After hearing Lee Mingju's order, Luer nodded his head repeatedly and patted his chest with a thump. Brotherly, don't worry, it's hard for me, said Luer. Kicked open the small iron door next to him, which was piled up with a small mountain of all kinds of labor uniforms and boots. Lee Mingju looked at the inventory inside. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but secretly curse. Luer, you assholes. After staying up all afternoon and just getting off work, he met Shin Meng. Lee Myung-chul. Shin Meng called out to Lee Mingju from behind, and the man turned over, glared at her, and said half-truthfully, call Deputy Section Chief Lee. Shin Meng coldly grunted, her body revealing an arrogant energy. Her face suddenly flashed a wry smile, running with small steps to catch up with Lee Myung-chul, and wrapping her arms around him. Standing on tiptoe, he gently called out in his ear, child's father. At that moment, Lee Mingju's tiger body shook and glared fiercely at Shin Meng. Don't scream. As he was talking, Lee Mingju suddenly saw a familiar figure faintly flashing by the doorway, and immediately frowned and peeled away Shin Meng's arm. I still have things to do, so I'll go first. I won't mess with you. Hey. Shin Meng looked at Lee Mingju's hurried back, and her little face suddenly bulged with anger. When he went out of the factory door, he saw Fu Yao standing behind the wall. Myung-chul, off work? As soon as she saw Lee Mingzu, Fu Yao ran up in surprise. Yo, what's wrong? Running here to pick me up? Looking at Fu Yao's look of wanting to speak, Lee Mingju frowned and asked in a deep voice, Yao, is there something wrong with you? Chapter 25, Returning to the mother's house. Fu Yao was a little embarrassed, paused before speaking. Mingju, the head of the family called. Next Wednesday is my father's birthday. My father wants to make a lively scene. Let us go back to my mother's home. When Lee Mingju heard this, he was confused and agreed without thinking. Just go. Isn't it natural to go back to your mother's house for this kind of thing? Do you still need to ask me for instructions? Fu Yao's still sad and squirming appearance made Lee Myung-chul mutter in his heart. On second thought, he guessed 7 or 8 points in his heart. Yao, is it that you want to buy more gifts? You don't need to ask me about this. You can take the money at home and use it. But Fu Yao still shook her head and hesitated before finally speaking. Mingju, I was asking if you could come with me this time, said Fu Yao. The look on his face suddenly tensed up. Before you go to my house, are scolded by my father and my mother, but the 2 old men are also for our good. Besides, you are now turned, but also as a deputy section chief. This time to go. Mom and dad will certainly not be fierce you again. Listening to Fu Yao's stuttering explanation, Lee Myung-chul finally wondered. After half a day, 80% is the original owner of this guy addicted to gambling. His mother's family watched his daughter follow him, not enough to eat and wear warm, and angry and hate. Naturally there is no good face. Thinking of this, Lee Mingjur slightly contemplated for a while, nodded his head and agreed. Yao yao, don't worry, I'll take a vacation next Wednesday. I'll definitely accompany you. You first go to pick some gifts, and then buy some new clothes for both of you. I see that Broggy is quite good, buy a few more. This time back to your mother's home, will definitely make you shine. My uncle, you're so good to me. The words just fell. Fu Yao's small face immediately agitated, looked around, no one, even directly jumped into Lee Mingjur's arms. Fu Yao didn't react until she heard the ambiguous whistling of the youngsters walking around the neighborhood. Blushing, she said in a delicate whisper, go home first. I'll fry 2 good dishes for you today. Lee Mingjur didn't care about the gazes of the people around him who were laughing evilly as he grabbed Fu Yao's forehead hand and swept her up in his arms, walking away in large strides. Gu, Vice Section Chief Lee's wife is so pretty. What a big ass. A woman who has given birth to a child has the most flavor. The rhythm of a young woman. TSK, 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 you child's chicken can't possibly understand. Listening to the conversation of the several young male workers in front of the floating thoughts, Shen Meng's beautiful eyes gradually shrouded a layer of loss. Fu Yao, she finally met. No wonder Lee Mingjur never moved when he saw her. Compared to Fu Yao, she was like a little girl, since puberty, since the body grows open. The extreme body given Shen Meng's arrogant capital, for the first time by another woman, shattered. Back home, Lee Mingjur threw all the money handed over by Gangzi to Fu Yao, and instructed her to take Chi-Chi to the biggest shopping mall tomorrow to buy 2 pieces of fashionable clothes, so that when she goes to attend her mother-in-law's father's 60th birthday to dress decently. Fu Yao smiled sweetly and nodded her head repeatedly, agreeing with her mouth, but locking most of the bills into the cabinet, only taking out a thin few and putting them on her body. While Lee Mingjur went to take a shower, Fu Yao ran to the supply house and called her mother's family. Dad, when you celebrate your birthday next Wednesday, I'll go over with Mingjur. The words just fell. The phone immediately came to pay the old man's voice without good breath. Come, but also play what the phone notification. With what big leaders like. Fu Yao was instantly embarrassed and was speechless with dislike. I don't ask him to bring me any ginseng or deer antler. This time, he don't seem to be like last time. He can't climb up from drinking. Let relatives look at the joke on the line. Fu Yao listened to her old dad's sarcasm towards Lee Mingjur. Her heart was secretly unhappy. Frowning, Dad, Mingjur has changed for the better now. Not only does he not gamble anymore, but he is also a drop of alcohol. The last time I told you all about it, and now he's been promoted to deputy section chief. Okay, don't blow it. Not me. You don't need to take these words to comfort us 2 old people. We don't expect Lee Mingjur to get promoted and get rich. We only beg him to treat you a little bit better, and honestly go to work. Listening to the worried nagging of her old mom and dad and the mockery of Lee Mingqiul's 100% dissatisfaction, Fu Yao frowned tightly and hung up the phone. Mrs. Coleman, here's the meat you asked for. $7. Fu Yao was a little embarrassed by Aunt Lu's jocular address. Here, $7. Aunt Lu, don't make fun of me. Our family Mingjur is the deputy, a sesame grain-sized official. But Auntie Lu heatedly smiled. Yao, you should be satisfied. You've met such a capable and loving man. Look at what you're wearing. You buy meat and fish every day. You're the only one in this area who's having the best time. You've made it big now. Listening to Aunt Lu's words, Fu Yao's heart sank, and the bitterness of the past seemed to turn up again. A month ago, she also wore patched clothes every day, came here to buy wine on credit for Lee Mingjur, not to mention the fish and meat. That is, the steamed bread is also to buy on too. She became the most famous poor woman in this alley, and listening to the sky-high appraisal of her and Lee Myungchul by the onlookers now, an unspeakable hot current rushed up to her eyes from the bottom of her heart. Gu, yo, why are you crying? Auntie Lu came over and patted Fu Yao's shoulder. The bitter days of the past are over. Hasn't Mingjur changed for the better now? Don't think about that. Follow Mingjur in the future and live a good life, and help me make peace some other day, so that your family's Mingjur can arrange a job for my son in the factory. Fu Yao wiped away the tears of joy from the corners of her eyes, so she bid farewell to the enthusiastic Aunt Lu and returned home, just in time to see Lee Mingjur teaching Chi-Chi her homework. Now you know how to teach your kids homework. You don't want to teach Kiki wrong. Fu Yao put down the fish and greens and put on her apron. Snickering, Kiki lifted her little head and exclaimed to her mom, Daddy teaches better than the teacher. Fu Yao smiled, stirring the vegetables and meat in the pan, listening to Lee Mingjur patiently teaching Kiki, a lightness in her heart. That's what makes a woman happy, isn't it? Had dinner and put Kiki to bed. Fu Yao, who had finished her bath, climbed into Li Mingzhi's comforter with only a thin bath towel around her. Beauty out of the bath. Refreshing woman sent straight to the head. My uncle, Kiki is sleeping. Hearing this connotative code word, the blood in his body instantly gathered sharply like a charge to a certain part of his body. Didn't get enough for dinner? Feed me. Fu Yao boldly said those shameful words, her face rolling like it was on fire. Li Miangchul got the military order and raised his big hand, and the wooden bed creaked and shuddered. The sun rises slowly as the spring breeze passes through the night. Li Miangchul, who had just woken up from his nap, was just about to smoke a cigarette when he heard the door slamming and knocking. Rico, it's me. We're here for work. Li Miangchul yelled and went out to open the door with his top on. The Beatles, with a group of minions, skillfully walked inside the small workshop converted from an old house and rumbled up the sewing machine. Chapter 26, Big Brother. The next day after work, Li Miangchul rushed home and waited to collect the big brother. Just as I walked down the alley, I saw the Gillen waiter who had arrived early to make the delivery. Boss Li, I've brought you the goods. The same waitress from yesterday smiled sweetly at Li Miangchul. Wait here, I'll get you the money. Li Mingzhi handed the waiter the $2,500 he had on him that he had just collected today from the freshman, and went back to the bedroom and took some money from the drawer. You dot. The waiter nodded his head repeatedly and was flattered to count twice to make sure it was exactly $10,000 before solemnly handing the big brother over to Li Miangchul. Boss Li, it's already packed in a gift box as you ordered. Li Miangchul took the big brother and nodded, then told the waiter to go back. After collecting the money, the waiter still hadn't gotten over the great joy of the billing. One's first month on the job and one meets such a cool and generous boss. What a stroke of luck. I'll get a couple $100 just for the commission. Li Mingzhi held the delicately wrapped gift box and carefully scrutinized it. Looking at the packaging that had a strong earthy flavor, Li Mingzhi let out a light smile and then put the big brother and the gift bought by Fu Yao together. Miangchul, there's someone outside the door looking for you. Before his butt sat down, he heard Fu Yao's voice, sticking her head out to look over. Fu Yao had already picked up Chi-Chi from school and a dry, thin head popped out of the front door in a probing manner. As soon as he saw Li Miangchul, Luer's face immediately piled up with smiles. A co-worker from the factory. I'm going out to check it out. After explaining to Fu Yao, Li Mingzhi pulled Luer to the entrance of the alley. Treasurer Lu, what is it? Why are you still coming to my door? Luer rubbed his rough hands, grinned and opened his mouth. Vice section chiefly, there's a new batch of goods in the warehouse. It's undershirts. Do you think we should eat this batch of goods? An undershirt? Li Mingzhi, after Luer reminded him of this, immediately had a calculation in his mind. It's the heat of the summer, and men and women are never pulling on more than one sock when they can wear one less. Undershirts are something that are simple and inexpensive to make, but the demand for them is massive. Thinking of this, Li Miangchul immediately formulated a plan and patted Luer's shoulder. Eat them all. This batch of undershirts lets go the way of thin profit and high sales. After listening to Li Mingzhi's arrangement, Luer, the old greaseball, understood at once, patted his chest and ran back to organize the sources of goods with his legs pulled out. Li Mingzhi sardonically looked at Luer's running back, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his heart. This group of people, getting money is really active. At dinner, Fu Yao really pointed at the large gift box and asked Li Mingzhi, is this the gift you said you'd prepare for my father? Li Miangchul nodded as he gave Kiki a piece of meat. What is it? It doesn't weigh like wine. Is it a cigarette? Li Miangchul shook his head. Told you it was a surprise for your dad. It wouldn't be a surprise if I said it. Fu Yao looked at Li Mingzhi's mysterious appearance and pouted her small mouth. Alright, look at how mysterious you are. You won't even tell me. A few days in a row, nothing happened. With the help of Luer, the business is getting bigger and bigger. The undershirt sales all of a sudden opened up. The main low-end sinking market. Gangzi led the sales team is called the Iron Army. In the morning to catch up with the market to sell military coats and labor insurance clothing. And then in the afternoon to carry the undershirts to go to the outskirts of the city to the rural villages to pour the undershirts. Every day is the same. Go to work in Huang Feng Yin and Yang Yu and me. Off work to go to the Gangzi place to collect money. Back to home first by Fu Yao fed. Night and then feed Fu Yao. It's good to say that this heavy lifting is good. At least the stamina is good. 3 o'clock and one line of regular life. The day is also a free and easy life. Turn to the old man's birthday to the day. Getting up early in the morning, Li Mingzhi carried a large bag of gifts on his back, grabbed Kiki's hand, and caught the bus to Sanlitun. Fu Yao sat in the car, still staring with big curious eyes, carefully guessing what exactly was contained in this exquisite box. It was a bumpy ride, and by noon, we finally arrived at Sanlitun. Getting out of the car, Fu Yao's brows furrowed. Strange, yesterday on the phone clearly said, let Xiao Jun drive a tricycle here to pick us up. How no one? Fu Yao looked around for a while, but after waiting for a while she didn't see her brother's figure. Let's go. Don't wait. Li Mingzhi carried the gift on his back and held Kiki's hand as he walked in front. Fu Yao was a little embarrassed and followed closely behind. Fu family in Sanlitun is considered a well-off family. Pay the old man when he was young as a soldier, discharged from the army after the allocation of an electrician's job, is half an iron rice bowl, and now retired every month. There are 200 pension. The family also has a lot of land. Fu Yao is also considered to be a lady of the house, but at first the ghost is obsessed with death to follow Li Mingzhi, the love of the daughter of the Fu old man angry with the fire. Later, after the marriage, Li Mingzhi rotten gambling sex, daily drunkenness, so that the old couple hated this wimpy son-in-law. I do not know how many tears for their stupid daughter. Every time the young couple came back to play the autumn wind to dabble in food and drink, Li Mingzhi could not help but get a scolding. Walking through 2 streets, he saw the tiled expansive gate of the Fu family from afar. Seeing that door, Fu Yao's face tightened, and sweat oozed from the small hand that was gripping Li Mingzhi. In the past, when I went back to my mother's home, the cynicism of my relatives, the complaints of my parents, and the embarrassment of reaching out and borrowing money over and over again all at once came back to my mind. Li Mingzhi sensed her uneasiness and held Fu Yao's hand tightly. Don't worry, it's all in the past. I'm here now. Fu Yao's expression shook as she looked at Li Mingzhi and nodded vigorously. There were already a couple of bikes parked in the yard, and a snazzy jamboree motorcycle. In the house there were already several relatives gathered in 2s and 3s. The men were gathered around playing cards and drinking tea, while the women were gabbing away. Fu mother looked at her son who was addicted to playing cards, and went over to poke his forehead. You just know how to play cards. You're almost the same as your brother-in-law. What time is it? Go pick up your sister's family at the intersection. Fu Jun was so excited to fight that he didn't have the heart to run any more errands, waving her hand in annoyance. Mom, it's not like my sister doesn't know her way around, and besides, how big of a racket is he, Li Mingzhi, that I have to pick it up? That janitorial job of his is still something I found for him. Fu Jun purposely raised his voice high in order to show off his skills. A circle of relatives snickered when they heard it. Fu mother sighed helplessly and pinched Fu Jun's ear vigorously. Bastard boy, how do you talk? You have to call your sister's husband. How come you have to give your sister a face? When Li Mingzhi, who had just walked to the door, heard Fu Jun's words, his face suddenly became gloomy. Fu Yao's face pulled down when she heard her brother mock her man in front of so many people. Mom, we're here. Fu Yao endeavored to put on a smiling face, but her tone of voice was filled with hidden displeasure. My daughter, why are you so late? Egu, Kiki has grown so big. Let grandma hug you. Mother Fu warmly hugged Kiki and talked around, but she didn't say half a word to Li Mingzhi. Li Mingzhi looked at a circle of relatives playing cards and talking, but no one greeted him. His heart 10,000 head of mud horse galloped past. Nima, the original owner. This is exactly how much of a trashy mix this is. Fu Yao was even more dissatisfied when she heard her mother's words. It's still early to Sanlitun. It's just that there's no one to pick them up, and it's slow to walk with things. Chapter 27 Relatives. The next day after work, Li Niangchul rushed home and waited to collect the big brother. Just as I walked down the alley, I saw the Gillen waiter who had arrived early to make the delivery. Boss Li, I've brought you the goods. The same waitress from yesterday smiled sweetly at Li Niangchul. Wait here, I'll get you the money. Li Mingzhi handed the waiter the $2,500 he had on him that he had just collected today from the freshman, and went back to the bedroom and took some money from the drawer. You dot. The waiter nodded his head repeatedly and was flattered to count twice to make sure it was exactly $10,000 before solemnly handing the big brother over to Li Niangchul. Boss Li, it's already packed in a gift box as you ordered. Li Niangchul took the big brother and nodded, then told the waiter to go back. After collecting the money, the waiter still hadn't gotten over the great joy of the billing. One's first month on the job and one meets such a cool and generous boss. What a stroke of luck. I'll get a couple $100 just for the commission. Li Mingzhi held the delicately wrapped gift box and scrutinized it carefully. Looking at the packaging that had a strong earthy flavor, Li Mingzhi let out a light laugh and randomly put the big brother and the gift bought by Fu Yao together. Niangchul, there's someone outside the door looking for you. Before his but sat down, he heard Fu Yao's voice, sticking her head out to look over. Fu Yao had already picked up Chi-Chi from school and a dry, thin head popped out of the front door in a probing manner. As soon as he saw Li Niangchul, Lu Er's face immediately piled up with smiles. A co-worker from the factory. I'm going out to check it out. After explaining to Fu Yao, Li Mingzhi pulled Lu Er to the entrance of the alley. Treasurer Lu, what is it? Why are you still coming to my door? Lu Er rubbed his rough hands, grinned and opened his mouth. Section chiefly, there is a new batch of goods in the warehouse. It's undershirts. Do you think we should eat this batch? An undershirt? Li Mingzhi, after Lu Er reminded him of this, immediately had a calculation in his mind. It's the heat of the summer, and men and women are never pulling on more than one sock when they can wear one less. Undershirts are something that are simple and inexpensive to make. but the demand for them is massive. Thinking of this, Lee Myung-chul immediately formulated a plan and patted Lu Er's shoulder. Eat it all. This batch of undershirts lets go the way of thin profit and high sales. After listening to Lee Mingjer's arrangement, Lu Er, the old greaseball, understood at once, patted his chest and ran back to organize the sources of goods with his legs pulled out. Lee Mingjer sardonically looked at Lu Er's running back, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his heart. This group of people, getting money is really active. At dinner, Fu Yao really pointed at the large gift box and asked Lee Mingjer, "Is this the gift you said you'd prepare for my father?" Lee Myung-chul nodded as he gave Kiki a piece of meat. "What is it? It doesn't weigh like wine. Is it a cigarette?" Lee Myung-chul shook his head. "Told you it's a surprise for your dad. It's not a surprise if I say it." Fu Yao looked at Lee Mingjer's mysterious appearance and pouted her small mouth. "Alright, look at how mysterious you are. You won't even tell me." A few days in a row, nothing happened. With the help of Lu Er, the business is getting bigger and bigger. The undershirt sales all of a sudden opened up. The main low-end sinking market. Gangzi led the sales team is called the Iron Army. In the morning to catch up with the market to sell military coats and labor insurance clothing, and then in the afternoon to carry the undershirts to go to the outskirts of the city to the rural villages to pour the undershirts. Every day is the same. Go to work with the yellow chief of the Een and Yang you and me. Off work to go to the Gangzi place to collect money. Back to the home first by the Fu Yao fed the night and then fed Fu Yao. The days were free and easy, and in a flash it was time to celebrate the birthday of the old man. Getting up early in the morning, Lee Mingjer carried a large bag of gifts on his back, grabbed Kiki's hand, and caught the bus to Sanlitun. Fu Yao sat in the car, still staring with big curious eyes, carefully guessing what exactly was contained in this exquisite box. It was a bumpy ride, and by noon, we finally arrived at Sanlitun. Getting out of the car, Fu Yao's brows furrowed. Strange, yesterday on the phone clearly said, "Let Xiao Jun drive a tricycle here to pick us up." How no one? Fu Yao looked around for a while, but after waiting for a while she didn't see her brother's figure. "Let's go." "Don't wait." Lee Mingjer held Kiki's hand and walked in front. Fu Yao was a little embarrassed and followed closely behind. Fu family in Sanlitun is considered a well-off family. Pay the old man when he was young as a soldier, discharged from the army after the allocation of an electrician's job, is half of the iron rice bowl, and now retired every month there are 200 pension. The family also has a lot of land. When Fu Yao was obsessed with seeking death to follow Lee Mingjer, Pei the old man would not agree to the marriage. And then after the marriage, Lee Mingjer rotten gambling sex, daily drinking drunkenness. The old couple hated the son-in-law. Do not know how many tears for their own this stupid daughter. Walking through 2 streets, he saw the tiled expansive gate of the Fu family from afar. Seeing that door, Fu Yao's face immediately tensed up, and sweat oozed out of the small hand that was gripping Lee Mingjer. In the past, when I went back to my mother's home, the cynicism of my relatives, the complaints of my parents, and the embarrassment of reaching out and borrowing money over and over again all at once came back to my mind. Sensing her uneasiness, Lee Mingjer held Fu Yao's hand tightly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Fu Yao's expression shook as she looked at Lee Mingjer and nodded vigorously. There were already a couple of bikes parked in the yard, and a snazzy jamboree motorcycle. In the house there were already several relatives gathered in 2s and 3s. The men were gathered around playing cards and drinking tea, while the women were gabbing away. Fu mother looked at her son who was addicted to playing cards, went over and poked his forehead. "Just know how to play cards. What time is it? Quickly go to the intersection to pick up your sister's family." Fu Jun was so excited to fight that he didn't have the heart to run any more errands, waving her hand in annoyance. "Mom, it's not like my sister doesn't know her way around, and besides, how big of a racket is he, Lee Mingjer, that I have to pick it up? That janitorial job of his is still something I found for him." Fu Jun purposely raised his voice high in order to show off his skills. A circle of relatives snickered when they heard it. Fu mother sighed helplessly and pinched Fu Jun's ear vigorously. "Bastard boy, how do you talk? You have to call your sister's husband. How come you have to give your sister a face?" When Lee Mingjer, who had just walked to the door, heard Fu Jun's words, his face suddenly became gloomy. Fu Yao's face pulled down when she heard her brother mock her man in front of so many people. "Mom, we're here." Fu Yao endeavored to put on a smiling face, but her tone of voice was filled with hidden displeasure. "Daughter, why are you so late? Egu, Kiki has grown so big." Mother Fu warmly hugged Kiki and talked around, but she didn't say half a word to Lee Mingjer. Lee Mingjer looked at a circle of relatives playing cards and talking, but none of them greeted him, and 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past in his heart. Fu Yao was even more dissatisfied when she heard her mother's words. "It's still early when I get to Sanlitun. It's just that there's no one to pick me up and I walk slowly." Chapter 28, Payback. When Fu Jun heard this, he was not happy. With a disdainful face, he glanced back at Lee Myung-chul, slammed down 2 cards heavily, and with a cigarette in his mouth, he said in a contemptuous tone. It's just this far away, and you still need me to drive to pick it up? Fu Yao was instantly angered by her brother's belittling attitude, and was about to snap, but was pulled by Li Mingzhi, who replied in a deep voice, bringing too many gifts, carrying them on the shoulder and in the hand. It's true that you can't walk fast. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of a circle of relatives suddenly looked at Li Mingzhi in unison. Li Niangchul smiled slightly and dodged away, revealing the row of gifts behind him. Fu Jun frowned and took a curious look, and then his mouth, which was holding the handle of the cigarette, twitched fiercely. This guy actually brought a gift? Zhang Xueman and her husband Fu Jun looked at each other, their faces shocked. Relatives around the room have looked at each other in disbelief. In the past few years, every family gathering, Li Mingzhi couple are almost empty-handed, at most 2 pounds of eggs, and then have to wait for relatives to go and then give the old man and his mother to reach out for money. What's the sense of a married woman who keeps going back to her mother's house to reach for things? Over time, it naturally caused the Fu Jun couple to be upset. Fu Leiahan's money, that is all for Fu Jun. The son, was Fu Yao take over a point? Zhang Xueman can be heartbroken sleepless. Just come, and bring so much stuff. Mother Fu looked at the pile of gifts behind Li Mingzhi and was a little embarrassed. Fu old man slowly got up, looked around, looked Li Mingzhi up and down, faintly spoke. Hear your daughter say you earned some extra money? Save your money, you don't have to buy anything for us old folks. I'm satisfied if you can let your daughter eat well and dress well. Listening to her old partner's sarcasm, Fu's mother hastily tugged at him. Mingzhi, sit down and drink tea first. Your father is doing this for your own good. Li Niangchul nodded and sat down on the sofa. According to Sanlitan custom, the son-in-law is the honored guest and has to sit in the upper seat. Li Mingzhi did not excuse himself, and sat down with a big smile, so he drank tea. Only then did Fu Yao by his side gradually dissipate a few points of anger. Yao, what is Mingzhi doing now? I haven't seen you guys for a while. You're doing much better. The second aunt surveyed the family of 3 clear color indeed new clothes. Fu Yao is not like the former yellow face and skinny, a first-time wife's plump and nourishing. When Fu Yao heard this, she was about to open her mouth to reply, but went to be preempted by Li Mingzhi. Second auntie, I'm just helping my friends with their small business right now, and I'm still able to make ends meet. As soon as Fu Jun heard this, he let out a big cold snort. Brother-in-law, since you have money now, why don't you just give us back the money you borrowed from our family some years ago? Xueman and I are trying to renovate the yard. Our hands are tight. For a long time, Fu Jun has been looking down on his brother-in-law. Gradually, Li Mingzhi unconsciously became the antithesis of the set-off Fu Jun. Fu Jun is also happy, again and again in front of the relatives to mock Li Mingzhi, to enjoy that complacent sense of superiority. Yes, brother-in-law, if we are not really difficult, but also do not talk to you, before my sister to mom and dad to ask for money that cannot talk to us, but this money is Ajuan at that time to my sister. You see, Fu Yao's face instantly pulled down, in front of so many relatives, on the spot debt repayment. This is not intentionally give Li Mingzhi embarrassment? How much? I don't remember much. Li Niangchul took a sip of tea, smiled slightly, and slowly asked. Fu Yao, however, pulled him by his side and said anxiously in a small voice, Mingzhi, you can't give it. Have you forgotten? This isn't a loan. It's a spinning machine I traded for one of my family's spinning machines. Watching Fu Yao whispering in Li Mingzhi's ear, Fu Jun and Zhang Xueman looked at each other and smiled, knowing that this goods is a poor bone. Whole a little bit of small money to show off the sky and the earth. The relatives also saw something, but no one opened their mouths, all waiting to see Li Niangchul's joke. After all, in the past, a trip to the relatives' home can take Li Niangchul and the mother's family joke about half a month of talk. In the end, it was Fu Laohan who couldn't bear to let his daughter lose face, barring his dry cigarette, and spoke with dissatisfaction. Xiao Jun, what are you doing mentioning money for my old man's birthday? Dad, Xiao Jun is right. This blood brother has to be clear. Fu Laohan's expression froze, looked at Li Mingzhi in surprise, and stomped his foot hatefully. What a idiot. You know how to talk big. You can't even hear me give you a step down. In a fit of pique, Fu Laohan simply did not care about this matter. As soon as Fu Jun heard this, he clapped his big hand and stretched out 4 fingers. $421. Sis, is that right? Without waiting for Fu Yao to say anything, Li Mingzhi reached into his pocket. Fu Jun's eyes were startled as he watched Li Mingzhi's movements if anything. The whole family immediately stared intently at Li Niangchul's hand that was fumbling around in his pocket. Alas, hearing Li Mingzhi sigh, Fu Jun was overjoyed. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Forget it if you don't have money. Next time. No, said Li Mingzhi pulled out 5 red $100 bills. Alas, can't find. Forget it, just 500. More is when brother-in-laws please smoke. Hiss. Fu Jun was jolted, rubbed his eyes that were tearing from the cigarette smoke, and looked straight at the $500. Brother-in-law. What are you waiting for? Your brother-in-law gave it to you. Why don't you take it quickly? Fu Yao looked at the look of surprise and greed in Zhang Xueman's eyes and followed her example, speaking contemptuously. Fu Laohan's mouth shivered as he smoked a dry cigarette and looked at his daughter with wide eyes. But Fu Yao just smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. For a moment, Fu Laohan was a bit unable to see this wimpy son-in-law that he had been scolding for 3 years. That snappy move of $500 a shot wasn't faked in a day or two. Think of a year ago, because to pay the old man to buy a packet of white sand cigarettes, and heartbroken in his home desperately drinking to drink back to the capital of that waste. Is this still a human being? Fu Jun has not yet slowed down from the shock, but his wife, Zhang Xueman, was afraid that the money would be raced back to his pocket by Li Mingjia, and took an arrow step forward. Thank you, brother-in-law, he said quickly, taking the bills and stuffing them into his pocket. My uncle seems to be really hairy. Myung Chul, what kind of business? This move out. The relatives no longer dare to underestimate Li Mingjia. Casually $500 out. This is not what the extra money Li Myungchul smiled faintly and said with a fake helplessness, following a friend to make a living. I don't know when I won't be able to do it anymore. Ha ha, Mingjia has learned to hide now. Okay, it's better than doing your janitorial job. When Fu Yao heard her second aunt's husband's words, the words she had been holding in her heart for a long time finally found their moment. The second aunt's husband is right. Mingjia is no longer a doorman now, promoted to deputy section chief. The other days matter. Chapter 29, The Vanishing Sense of Superiority. The room immediately fell silent as soon as the words left his mouth. Fu Laohan's hand twitched, and the dry tobacco gun dropped with a clang. Fu Jun and Zhang Xueman looked at each other in disbelief. Fu Laohan tremblingly picked up the smoking gun on the ground. His eyebrows twisted into a pimple as he looked at Fu Yao and asked, Girl, the things you said on the phone, are they all true? Despite the fact that just before coming here, Fu Yao had told her mother's family about the happy news as soon as Li Mingjia was promoted. But Fu Old Man remembered Li Mingjia in the past to do a pile of shameful things, said what refused to believe. Coupled with the fact that Li Myungchul usually has the stink of bragging and talking big, he thought it was his daughter who was also fooled by this guy. But now, seeing these gifts of great value, coupled with the fact that Li Myungchul said no more than $500, Fu Laohan's heart began to tremble dramatically. Myungchul, what kind of conscience and good guts have you eaten that you seem to have changed into a different person by shedding your skin and bones? Fu Mother also excitedly wiped up tears. Her daughter married Li Mingjia for more than 3 years, and now, she finally got over it. Li Mingjia handed Fu Laohan a soft packet of red double happiness, smiled lightly and said in a calm tone, Nothing, just figured it out. Think I can't go on mixing like this. From now on, I'll never let Yao Yao and Chi Chi follow me and suffer half a bit. Myung Chul. Fu Yao's eyes were slightly red and she gazed at Li Mingjia with a deep expression. Stop. It's not right. The lively and touching atmosphere was instantly broken by Fu Jun, who glanced at Li Mingjia with 2 big words of skepticism written all over his face. Brother-in-law, how come I don't know about this? How could you possibly know about personnel movements in our factory? Li Mingjia didn't have any good feelings towards this brother-in-law either, and took a sip of tea, learning his contemptuous tone, and coldly opened his mouth. My brother-in-law was not happy when he heard this. You say that? I still helped you find this job. Besides, I'm close friends with Chief Huang of the security section. We even drank with him the other day. How come I didn't hear him mention it? Fu Junwan cannot believe, when he took Li Mingjia, with the leadership to send gifts to say good words, good and bad to give him a small janitorial work. For that matter, Li Myungchul can't beat a fart out of 3 sticks, and he can't even say a word to the leader on the spot. If this kind of trash could get into office, a sow could get into a tree. Fu Laohan's brow furrowed even as he heard his son's words. Myungchul, is this not officially in office yet? Fu Mother instantly also tensed up, staring fiercely at her son, in case Li Mingjia really blew another cowhide and told a big lie. So many relatives are there today, then how can it end? Thinking of this, Fu Mother looked at Fu Jun, who was tearing down the stage, and became furious. Oops, I'm late. The hospital is too busy with a few patients. A sweet young girl's voice suddenly sounded in the courtyard, and in the next second, Fu Chun, who was wearing a long dress, pushed the door in. We're all here. Am I the only one left? Fu Chun poked his little head out and grinned. Girl, have you come back to wash your hands yet? Hospitals are full of patients and germs. Seeing Fu Chun arrive, Fu's mother hastily changed the subject. Fu Chun stretched out her 2 small snow-white hands and waved them in front of Fu Mother. Little Chun, stop fooling around and sit down. Fu Yao pulled her sister to sit down, and Fu Chun looked up and down at her sister, who was rosy-cheeked and dressed in neat new clothes, and smiled joyfully. Sis, it sure is different nowadays when you're an official wife, all dressed up in a braggy, what Fu Yao said jokingly. However, caused the group of people to look shocked, and Fu Jun even turned his head at once. After saying that, Fu Chun slapped Lee Mingzhi's knee. I'm talking about you, Section Chiefly. You've only been an official for a few days and you're already putting up a stink. And you don't even know to say hello to me. Chun, you know about your brother-in-law's promotion to Section Chief? Old man Fu looked delighted, knocked on the table and asked loudly, no what? What? The other day at the hospital Ahem. Seeing that Fu Chun was about to spill the beans about being in the hospital, Li Niangchul panicked and coughed hard twice. Fu Chun reacted at once, glared meaningfully at Li Mingzhi, and continued, I met someone from the textile factory at the hospital that day, and they knew my brother-in-law, and told me about it. As soon as the words fell, Fu Jun's mouth was instantly pulled to the ground, and the cigarette held in his mouth fell down. Incredibly looked at Li Mingzhi, sourly said, line brother-in-law, now without me you can also mix in the factory. In the future there is something on the side of old Huang. Find me, I will give you a hello. Li Mingzhi glanced at Fu Jun and smiled faintly. No need, old Huang has too many friends, it's better for me to talk to him personally. The corners of Fu Jun's mouth twitched, his face embarrassed to the extreme. Alright, don't drink tea here. Old man Fu stood up with a red face and waved his hand. Today's double happiness. Mingzhi was promoted to an official position, rightly regarded as giving Mingzhi light work. Wifey, cook, hey, this way. Fu mother smiled from ear to ear, pulling Fu Yao Fu Chun's two daughters down to the kitchen. So much pork? Who bought it? Who else could it be? Your brother-in-law. Yao Yao brought all the chickens, ducks and fish. The old man is having a great birthday today. Listening to the conversations faintly coming from the yard, Fu old man beautifully smoked cigarettes, just about to give out cigarettes to the relatives, but found that Li Mingzhi has a packet of red double happiness out of his pocket, unwrapped a branch and skillfully divided down. Old Fu, still smoking white sand, from now on, follow Mingzhi and smoke China. Fu old man laughed, put away his white sand cigarettes, naive smile, that is the leadership smoke. I'm an old man, spend that money for what? Saying that, he looked at Li Mingzhi again. Mingzhi, I don't want you to buy me any big fish, meat, good wine, good cigarettes. Save the money and live a good life with Yao Yao. Suddenly remembering something, his face turned cold. With the money, you can't touch gambling anymore. Li Niangchul nodded. It's been changed. Looking at Fu Laohan's warm attitude towards Li Mingzhi, Fu Jun's face pulled down. I've never worked myself, and I live on my old man's pension and my wife. Make a bunch of buddies by being generous, drinking and eating. You can make some extra money even if you fish for 3 days. But after a few cigarettes, Li Niangchul completely outclassed him. The original superiority of those who have been gone, compared to the money and promotion of Li Mingzhi, Fu Jun instantly feel in front of the relatives short half a head. Xiao Jun, still playing cards, your brother-in-law doesn't even play anymore, so learn from your brother-in-law from now on. Fu old man fussed a lecture. Fu Jun immediately felt self-conscious to get off the stage. Unhappily, he threw the playing cards on the table and took it out on his wife. What are you waiting for? Help our mom cook dinner. Chapter 30, he must be outdone. Zhang Xueman pulled a face, glanced dissatisfiedly at Fu Jun who was taking it out on himself, and huffed as she walked to the kitchen. Sister-in-law, help with these bowls. Fu Chun was busy rolling out the longevity noodles with a few dabs of flour on his face, freeing his hands to hand over a few porcelain bowls that had just been filled with meat filling to Zhang Xueman. Sister-in-law, what are you waiting for? Answer it. Fu Chun's hands were sore from lifting, but Zhang Xueman acted as if he didn't see it. Looking at the oily, la food scraps, Zhang Xueman frowned. That, Xiaochun I help to do something else. These several bowls and oil and meat stuffing. Today this white dress can be expensive. If you get on it is not good to wash. Fu Chun stared wide-eyed, interrupting Zhang Xueman's words. Sister-in-law, white skirt so what? Don't turn on the faucet so big, it won't splash. Look at my sister, she still wears braggy. Isn't she still frying vegetables? Zhang Xueman coldly glanced at Fu Yao, who was rolling up her sleeves and pawing at the spoon, with a displeased face. We're the ones who live on our own. We can't compare to the ones who are dependent. Okay, Sherman you go back and refill the guests' tea. Seeing that her daughter-in-law and daughter are about to quarrel, Fu's mother hastened to make up for it and find an excuse to send Zhang Xueman away. Zhang Xueman sullenly snorted coldly at Fu Chun and huffed as she turned to leave. Mom, you spoiled me. After Zhang Xueman left, Fu Chun rolled her eyes and pouted her small mouth, complaining in dissatisfaction. And living on her own, how dare she? After sister-in-law married over, she just eats and drinks with my brother every day, and doesn't do any housework or go out to work. You and my father can support them for the rest of their lives. Paymaster sighed heavily as she listened to her daughter's complaints. Zhang Xueman and Fu Jun are high school classmates. the two sophomore year of high school together in a relationship. After graduation, the natural course of the marriage, the old couple loved to pay the army as their only son, and naturally accommodated Zhang Xueman quite a lot. But after a long time, Fu mother realized that her daughter-in-law, although she grew up in the countryside, but more than the city, Miss Daisy's frame. Not only do you not touch the water, but you never feel any pain when you spend money. Okay, Chun, it's a good day for Dad, so don't mention these things again. Looking at her mother's gradually screwing up her sorrowful face, Fu Yao hurriedly gave her sister a wink. Sis, speaking of which, I'd like to ask you how in the world my brother-in-law became a deputy section chief. Also, how did he earn so much money now? Ever since the last time in the hospital, Fu Chun realized that the waste brother-in-law in the past was simply transformed. Hearing her sister ask this, the corners of Fu Yao's mouth rippled with a hint of a smile. I don't know about these things. It seems that he got along better with their factory manager, who saw that he could get things done and promoted him. As for the matter of selling clothes to make money, Fu Yao closely followed Li Mingzhi's instructions and didn't mention half a word about it. Yao Yao ah, now that you're doing well, Mom's heart can finally be at ease. In the kitchen, Li Niangchul was once again the hot topic of conversation among the three. In the living room, a group of relatives surrounded Li Mingzhi and ordered cigarettes and poured water. So enthusiastic. Mingzhi, your nephew will graduate from high school next year. Do you think you can arrange a job in the factory? The second aunt's husband scrunched his face and smiled respectfully. Auntie, what does Jian Jian want to do for work? Tell me about it. When we were drinking the other day, Section Chief Huan even mentioned to me that there's a target for next year at the factory. Without waiting for Li Mingzhi to answer, Fu Jun snatched his head and reached over, cutting off his second aunt's husband's words. The deliberate aggravation of the three words Huang Kejuan. The meaning is self-evident. What's the point of going to the vice commissioner? I've got a direct line to the head of the department. But without waiting for Fu Jun to get complacent, the second aunt's husband actually got up directly, bypassed Fu Jun, and walked over to the cloth sofa beside Li Mingzhi, continuing to open his mouth to discuss with Li Mingzhi. You don't have to sit in an office. You can be a laborer in a workshop. Humph. Fu Jun's face turned blue as he heavily stomped out his cigarette, sparks splattering all over the ground. Li Mingzhi looked at Fu Jun's annoyed appearance, thought for a moment, and was too embarrassed to directly agree to his second aunt's husband's request in front of him. Just then, Fu Laohan, who had been smoking a cigarette and smiling without saying anything, tugged over to his second aunt's husband and hemmed and hawed. Old Zhang, what's your hurry? Mingzhi has just been promoted and you're letting him go through the back door? Second aunt's husband was only awakened by Fu Laohan's point, and smiled sarcastically. You're right, brother-in-law, it's me who's in a hurry. Mingzhi don't take it to heart. Li Niangchul hung a warm smile and waved his hand repeatedly. I'll keep this in my mind. If second auntie's husband has something to think about looking for me, he looks up to me and asks for my help, I'll definitely do my best to help. Some enthusiastic words of the scene, said the relative's smile. The old man looked at the articulate Li Mingzhi, nodded repeatedly. That's right. When Mingzhi mixes some more days, next year may be the factory director. At that time, old Zhang, your son wants to sit in the office. That is not a matter of Mingzhi's words. Old Zhang smiled from ear to ear. His fingers clamped on a cigarette and smoked it beautifully. Fu Jun can no longer listen to it. Before the relatives' party, he is the center protagonist. This is only a morning. Was Li Mingzhi stole the limelight? Pei's lips tightened, and without a word he stood up and pushed the door open to head out. Xiao Jun, it's almost dinner time. What are you doing? I'll smoke too. Didn't you just pinch? Fu Jun ignored his old man and walked out without looking back, still surrounded by Li Mingzhi's feverish chatter behind him. Jun, what are you doing out here? Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he was tugged by Zhang Xueman, who was sitting in the doorway reading a magazine of knowledge. What are you doing when it's all about dinner? I'm going back to our house. Looking at Fu Jun's unhappy face, Zhang Xueman was confused. By the way, where's that little TV set for your dad sitting? Fu Jun took a few steps to turn back, and when she heard him ask about the TV set, Zhang Xueman instantly became nervous. Jun, what are you thinking? That's for my dad. The old man has been chanting for more than a year. He just wants a TV. The daughter of old Lu's family in the front yard bought a color TV, and she goes to my dad every day to show it off. Speaking, Zhang Xueman gave Fu Jun a blank look. You picked and picked, but finally you could afford to buy my dad a small black and white TV. Now what do you want? Now you want to give it to your dad? Fu Jun frowned as he listened to his wife's complaints. Xueman, can't you see? Today, Li Mingzhi is clearly here to show off. If I don't come up with some tough stuff to compare him to and kill him, these relatives will take him as their number one in the future. At those words, Zhang Xueman also frowned. Since marrying over, with the Fu family's already favorable living conditions and Fu Jun's shrewd and smooth personality, The two of them had always been at the top of the food chain among their relatives. It's my birthday today, but I didn't expect a Lee Myung-chul to pop up halfway through the day. Chapter 31, Fatty same style. Thinking about how Fu Chun had made things difficult for herself and how cold her mother-in-law had been, Zhang Xuemon was also furious. Sherman, listen to me, give the TV to our dad, and I'll go to the city some other day to buy a bigger one for my old man. There's no delay. Listening to Fu Jun's promise, Zhang Xueman made a muttering, hesitated for a long time, only whispered and opened his mouth to say, buy this small. You are heartbroken for 2 or 3 days sighing, but also said to buy a big one. Fu Jun blushed and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward and said, Sherman, why can't you understand? With this TV set to make the old man happy, the relatives left. Those gifts we want to take as much as we cannot take? Besides, once the old man is happy, I'll take the opportunity to cry poor again, and ask for $2 that's not a snap. Fu Jun shrewdly rolled his small eyes with a sly smile. Zhang Xueman listened to his words and remembered the small mountain of gifts Fu Yao had brought over. Go home. Seeing his wife finally let go, Fu Jun was overjoyed. It's a little black and white, but at least it's a TV, a serious appliance. It cost him fully $1,500. Lee Myung-chul took more gifts. In the end, it is just some chicken, duck, fish, meat, food and drink. How can follow the Japanese brand TV set compared? Fu Jun's face was joyful, his feet were windy, and his steps sped up a lot. Pay the old man's house. It's full of people. All the relatives had already arrived, and the two Fu Yao sisters helped their mother to plate a meal on the table. Fu Laohan looked at the hot scene and was overjoyed. Myung-chul, sit over here. Fu Laohan greeted Lee Mingzhi and sat beside him. He didn't forget to stretch his head toward Fu's mother and shouted, Wife, open that box of fin wine for me. I want to have a good drink with my son-in-law this day. Not long after, Fu Yao walked over holding a box of good wine and placed it in front of Lee Mingzhi. Myung-chul, don't drink too much. Hearing his daughter's whispered instructions, Fu Laohan immediately pulled down his face and waved his hand. Go. Men drink. You a woman yak what? You're a woman. What are you yakking about? You're even in charge of your man's drinking. Being told off by old man Fu. Fu Yao had a smile on her face and did not have half a bit of anger in her heart. In the past, when my father saw Lee Myung-chul touching the bottle, he was so angry that he jumped up and down and cursed. Now it's so hard to drag Lee Myung-chul for a drink. His name has changed from a gambler to your man. Then I'll go and fry you 2 more dishes. Eat more vegetables. You won't get drunk. Fu Yao smiled happily and dove into the kitchen again. Myung-chul, drink. The old father-in-law pulled Lee Mingzhi to warm up one cup after another, and the relatives raised their glasses to the main character of the birthday banquet, Fu Laohan. In a short while, the atmosphere reached a climax after 3 rounds of drinks. Dad, why did you open the table without me? Fu Jun hurried in through the doorway, holding a paper box in his arms. As soon as he saw his seat being taken by Lee Myung-chul, his face pulled down. Xiao Jun, come over and sit down. Accompany your brother-in-law to have a drink. Fu Laohan was just happy and drunk. He didn't notice the embarrassment on his son's face and dragged Fu Jun to sit down. Brother-in-law, drink. Fu Jun sat down, looked at the circle of relatives, forced down the displeasure in his heart, squeezed out a smile, and nonchalantly clinked his glass to Lee Mingzhi. Xiao Jun, I just saw you with a box. What goodies are inside? A cup of wine down. Lee Mingzhi watched Fu Jun no longer with him tit for tat. Also do not want to continue to bother with him. Polite talk about home. Lee Mingzhi's question was exactly what Fu Jun wanted. Fu Jun smiled arrogantly at Lee Mingzhi. Brother-in-law, this is the birthday gift I prepared for our father. With that, he greeted Zhang Xueman and went to unpack the box. Fu Jun stood up, patted his chest, and said boldly, Today is my father's 60th birthday. In order to make the old man happy, Xueman and I went into the city to specially buy a TV set for my father. As soon as the words left his mouth, the relatives gasped. A TV set? Xiao Jun, how much does that cost? Not much, less than $2,000. As long as my dad is happy, it's worth whatever it costs. Fu Jun, beaming, carried the black and white television set out of the paper box. The relatives were mildly surprised that even though it was a small black and white, it was enough to cause quite a stir in the countryside. Relatives gave thumbs up and praised Fu Jun. Fu Jun immediately bowed with a smile, slashing the shoulders of Lee Mingzhi inside, and began the yin and yang. Brother-in-law, I'm a person is really, would rather buy a good, do not want to do a dozen or so unusual goods to make up for the number of light appears to be good looking. What is the use of the price at that place? Fu Laohan scrutinized the TV set and was overjoyed. His son finally got it. Before he would just reach out and ask him for money. Now he actually spends $2,000 to buy him a birthday gift. Lee Mingzhi was vaguely displeased in his heart as he listened to Fu Jun's words that were full of gunpowder, but he still had a polite smile on his face. removing the hand of the payer's army on his shoulder. He took a drink, looked around at his relatives, and spoke slowly. Xiaojun a son-in-law and half a son. Today, I also brought a good thing for my old husband. What? Fu Jun's hand trembled as he held the wine glass, and a wave of unease ran through his heart. Yo, go get it. When Fu Yao heard that, she immediately ran into the house from getting up and handed over that mysterious gift wrapped in dirt gold to Li Mingzhi. Niang Chul? What's this? Seeing the expensive packaging, Fu Laohan was instantly attracted to it. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, his two eyes staring strangely wide, Fu Jun was vaguely uneasy, and also followed his relatives to come over, nervously looking at Li Mingzhi's hands as he unpacked the box. With a stabbing sound, the golden wrapping paper was torn off, and a large white box with English letters printed on it was revealed. Ouch! Foreign language, imported goods. In the next second, Li Mingzhi opened the box and handed it to Fu Laohan. Ni Chao, big brother. I don't know who called out. The whole room suddenly stood up and stretched their necks in unison in front of Fu Laohan, staring wide-eyed. It's really big brother. Isn't that the one that fat uses? American goods. The crowd immediately boiled over and couldn't help but reach out and touch the massive cell phone. Still in shock and still in a state of shock, Fu Laohan covered his rapidly beating heart with his hand. Seeing one of the hands reaching out, Fu Laohan then reacted and hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and knocked a few times. Don't touch it. This thing is golden. The crowd immediately caused a roar of laughter. When Fu Jun saw it, he was struck by lightning and was directly dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth twitched a bit, and he stiffly turned around, looking at the table of the women's families, where Zhang Shuiman had the same look of wanting to cry, gritting his teeth and glaring at Fu Jun. Chapter 32, A Breath of Fresh Air. Fu Laohan touched his big brother's cell phone, and the muscles on his face trembled with excitement because of the great joy. My uncle. This is really for me? Li Mingzhi nodded without hesitation. Look at what your old man said. How can I ask for what I gave you back? Besides, just now Xiao Jun also said, as long as you are happy, we are happy to spend as much money as we can. The words dripped with water and coaxed old man Fu to almost burst out laughing. Fu Yao's mother looked at Fu Yao with a stunned expression. In a small voice, he asked, Yao, why did you guys buy such an expensive gift for your dad? Fu Yao was also full of surprise. What was in that box that Li Mingzhi had refused to tell her? Looking at the black shiny big brother, Fu Yao's heart shivered in a pinch. Li Mingzhi, this daredevil, bought such an expensive thing without saying a word. How much money must it be? Thinking of this, Fu Yao began to secretly regret that she shouldn't have rehashed these past events in front of Li Mingzhi before provoking his good nature. Fu Jun looked at Li Mingzhi's provocative eyes and his eyes were about to spit out fire. A country face, blackened to a potbelly. The second aunt's husband shivered his lips, snatched the big brother from the hand of Fu Laohan, and looked at Li Mingzhi with a shocked face. Mingzhi, this big guy, how much money? Li Mingzhi took out the invoice from the box and slapped it on the table. Following Fu Jun's tone, it's not much, just $10,000. What? The smiling old man Fu suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Li Mingzhi with red eyes. This thing costs $10,000? It's made of ing gold. Saying that, Fu old man snatched the big brother from the hands of the second aunt's husband, hands trembling and put back in the box. Mingzhi, go back and return this thing. It's too expensive, more expensive than my old man's life. Li Mingzhi shook his head repeatedly, and with a serious face, he shoved the big brother into Fu Laohan's hand again, saying with certainty, Dad, what are you talking about? In the end, this thing is just an object. How can it be compared to your old man? Dad, you heard me. You take it. The eyes of a group of relatives are going to fall out. $10,000 of things. Li Mingzhi said to send. It's more than just a shedding of skin. It's like a reincarnation. Dad, since it's a gift from your brother-in-law, your sister should take it. Brother-in-law is rich now and doesn't care about this. Zhang Shuiman abruptly got up and squeezed out a piece of stiff smile, persuading the old man to accept the big brother. Glancing at the dull-eyed Fu Yao, Zhang Shuiman clenched her teeth fiercely. I'm giving away my TV, and you're not getting your $10,000 gold lump back. That's right, Sherman is right. Old pay, just take it. Right, don't discount the good intentions of others. My uncle, relatives see the situation, also have to persuade the old man to accept the big brother. My uncle, then I'll take it. Fu old man still can't believe that this legendary big brother, he actually also one day can be delivered to their hands. With a smile on his face, Li Mingzhi nodded his head repeatedly. Keep it, your old man. Saying that, Li Mingzhi cleaned up a bit and buckled the big brother on Fu Laohan's belt. Ha, this guy is pretty heavy. Fu Laohan took off his jacket in a big way, puckered his stomach and exposed his big brother. Dad, that TV of mine. Seeing the attention of the relatives, all attracted by the big brother, Fu Jun reluctantly tried to bring up their own gift of small black and white TV. Fu Laohan was on a roll, so he didn't care about the TV, waving his hands back and forth. Well, move in first, I'll take a look at it tonight. Hey, I wonder if this big brother can smash walnuts. Fu Laohan continued to show off the big brother in his waist with his relatives at the top of his voice, and in his excitement, he couldn't pay attention to Fu Jun's TV set. Dad, I'll go ahead and move the TV in for you. Li Mingzhi took a look at Fu Jun's tearful appearance and said that he was going to carry the TV set he had given him into the house. Fu Jun stared intently at Li Myung-chul as he picked up the television set, his eyes dropping out as he stepped forward to stop him. There's no rush, brother-in-law. What? Isn't this for our dad? Li Myung-chul purposely increased his voice, causing the relatives to turn around and look at the two. Ahem. Yes, let me help you move it. Fu Jun rode the tiger, piled up a smiling face, only to promise. But Li Mingzhi dodged his outstretched hands. It is not certain where this TV will be moved to if it passes through Fu Jun's hands. Xiao Jun, you go over and drink with dad. This small job. Brother-in-law, do it. Li Myung-chul said deliberately and moved the TV set into the house without a second thought. Prickly started tearing up the wrapping paper, and before long, the house was throwing out one encased box and open line of wires after another. Zhang Xuemon stared at the torn-off packages piled up at the door of the house with a wave of vertigo. Fu Jun didn't dare to look at his wife's eyes like a knife cut, and his heart was dripping with pain. Dad, it's all done and set up for you, so you can watch TV at night. Yes. Fu Laohan looked at Li Mingzhi, who was diligent with his hands and feet, and was even more joyful. After that, Fu Laohan was busy showing off his big brother to his relatives. While the crowd was gathered around to see big brother, Fu Yao quietly walked over and tugged on Li Mingzhi's sleeve. My uncle, come with me for a moment. Li Mingzhi paused and seemed to guess what was going on, nodded and followed Fu Yao out. Walking to the front door, I heard Fu Laohan's bright laughter again. I was really not expecting to be able to use this American stuff in my life. He. From now on, you old man will follow Mingzhi to enjoy your happiness. That's right, Yao Yao really has a good eye. In this township, Yao Yao is the only one who has found a promising husband. Listening to the warm compliments behind her, Fu Yao's heart wasn't in the right place. My uncle, why didn't you discuss such a big deal with me? Fu Yao furrowed her brows, her small face carrying an aggrieved look. Li Mingzhi knew that she was heartbroken about the $10,000. After all, nowadays Fu Yao has become a wife and also has Chi-Chi, a woman of this age. Once you get married and have children, you treat yourself completely as the matriarch of your new family. Everything revolved around the core interests of her newly formed family, and there was a gradual rift of interest in her mother's family, where she had lived for 20 years. After all, in this day and age, in this kind of county where the mindset is not yet fully enlightened, the old idea of a married daughter splashing out water has also been rooted in the hearts of all the maternal family members, including Fu Yao and her parents. Li Mingzhi couldn't explain this matter with the thinking of 30 years later. He could only patiently persuade. Yao, listen to me. What you did before made the old man cry an unknown number of tears for you, and now it's time to let him be relieved. Besides, as your man, a trip back to your mother's house will make you look good and raise your eyebrows, to say the least. Chapter 33, Asking for Trouble. Fu Yao looked at Li Mingzhi with big eyes without blinking, slightly dropping her head, slightly knitting her brows, and complaining in a small voice. Mingzhi, I understand your feelings. You are genuinely kind to me, looking forward to me straightening up in my mother's house, but a $10,000 big brother is too expensive. I'm really heartbroken. That's enough to buy a couple houses. Thinking of the beginning of the processing of military coats, Li Mingzhi's sleepless days step on the sewing machine. The beginning of the needle and thread work is not skilled. I do not know how many times the hand was pierced, just to save face. You buy this stuff as a gift with your hard-earned money. Fu Yao immediately felt a sourness in her heart and her eyes turned red. When Li Mingzhi saw Fu Yao's appearance, he instantly knew what was on her mind. Smiling slightly, he lifted a hand to rub her hair. Yao, don't worry, there will be plenty of money in the future. This time it's just to make up for what I owed my old husband before. I won't be like this in the future, okay? I will listen to you next time. Li Mingzhi, a flurry of soft words, said Fu Yao gradually eliminate that group of resentment. But when he turned to think of $10,000, he still couldn't help but frown. Mingzhi, I'm still heartbroken. This is enough to buy a piano for Yao. Li Mingzhi slumped, frowned, and said in a pretentious manner, okay, my daughter is important. I'll get it back for my old husband. Q. Fu Yao gave him a blank look without any good humor and walked towards the courtyard with his arm. Li Mingzhi laughed and pacified. The daughter's things are not less. What should be there? Her father will make up for it. Don't worry. Only then did Fu Yao let go of Li Mingzhi, and the two of them entered the courtyard together. The yard is still hot and heavy. The power of the big brother, as in the calm lake threw in a bomb, was bombed. Confused relatives for a long time cannot calm down. Some of them are red-eyed, and some of them are as shrewd as the second aunt's husbands, who watched Lee Mingjer's salted fish turn over a step to heaven, and hurriedly came forward to offer their attentions. The climax of the birthday banquet, wave after wave, living 60 years of pay the old man, or the first birthday over this kind of pain. Men live to old age, then is the children, and now the daughter's son-in-law has made a fortune, then his own wealth and face. Gulp, 2 bottles of white wine down, pay the old man and a group of relatives are drunk on the table. The road cannot walk steadily. It was not until late at night that the relatives and friends who had come to congratulate him stood up drunkenly and staggered outside. Old Pei, I'm leaving. You now have a capable son-in-law. Do not forget us poor relatives. Burp, is, to find you a drink in the future. But do not be stingy to take the hookah out. Fu old man was supported by his old companion and daughter Fu Chun, staggering, full of red, smilingly scolded, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Also do not look at Mingjer bought me what wine, can take the hooker to bury people? Quickly roll, come early next time. Old man Fu laughed and cursed as he pointed to the several boxes of dacron in the house. Okay, go back and rest. The men stumbled out, supported by the women of each family, and the courtyard fell silent. Fu Laohan was helped into the house and lay on the bed, smiling beautifully. Fu Jun took advantage of the fact that Li Mingjer and Fu Yao were talking and the surrounding relatives had left again, and his hand involuntarily and slowly reached over, weighing the heavy big guy. Fu Jun felt a wave of emotion in his heart. $10,000. There is a price for it. If you take this out, it'll be a big hit. Lend him a hand for a couple of days. Where's my big brother? Quickly, bring it here. Fu Chun was just about to go out, but he was stopped by Fu Laohan. Dad, you still sleep with that big guy in your arms. Hearing the conversation coming from the house, Fu Jun hastily retracted his hand. In the next second, Fu Chun walked out of the room with a face full of helplessness, picked up his big brother and walked in, little pure. Looking at the big brother that was carried away, Fu Jun's heart twitched tightly. Fu Laohan hugged his big brother and fell into a deep sleep, sending away the relatives who were getting mushy at the intersection. Li Mingjer was complimented for another 10 minutes before he returned home after Fu Yao, physically and mentally exhausted. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Fu Laohan's earth-shattering snores. Mom, is my dad asleep? Fu mother cursed an old thing, and with that, she dragged Fu Yao to busy herself with cleaning up the cups and plates on the table. Only Fu Jun and Li Mingjer were left in the room. Brother-in-law, smoke. Fu Jun piled on another full smile and handed Li Mingjer a cigarette. Li Mingjer glanced at Fu Jun and didn't take the cigarette in his hand, taking out a pack of unopened Red Double Happiness from his pocket. He ordered one for himself and did not share it with the payer, smiled and said, "Your cigarettes are no good, I'll smoke my own." Don't worry. The smile on Fu Jun's face froze and he looked at Li Mingjer awkwardly. After taking a few puffs of the cigarette, Fu Jun smiled awkwardly again and spoke. Brother-in-law, you're really different nowadays. Ahem, brother-in-law, can you tell me what kind of business you're doing and how you're making so much money? In any case, we're a family, so let's bring your brother along. Li Mingjer turned his head outside the house, looking at the 2 earth dogs that were picking up bones on the ground to eat, smoking a cigarette and not saying a word. A family? If it is said that not yet entered the door, Li Mingjer still only thought that Fu Jun, this brother-in-law, just liked to pretend make fun of him. After all, the previous original owner, mixed simply even worse than the 2 dirt dogs that picked up bones to eat, but a few times to find fault down. Li Mingjer is considered to completely see Fu Jun and Zhang Xueman. These 2 couples, not only are they willful and bad, but they also can't see others as good, fearing that they will be compared to them. This kind of person, encountered all have to go around, or when the lightning struck easy to be implicated. Brother-in-law? Fu Jun pulled on Li Mingjer's sleeve, and now, Li Mingjer couldn't pretend he didn't hear it anymore. Turning around, what? Brother-in-law, I say, will you take your brother? Li Myungchul smiled faintly. If he took this kid with him, he was afraid that he would even get his panties in a twist. Thinking of this, Li Mingjer shook his head. Xiao Jun, it's not that I don't help you. Brother-in-law is also following his friends. This matter, I can't do the main Then brother-in-law, ask your buddy for me. Fu Jun relentlessly pestered Li Mingjer until Zhang Xueman, who was eavesdropping at the door, couldn't hear anymore. Lang Lun walked through the door, blankly glanced at Li Mingjer, and spoke in a bad mood. Drinking some cat urine doesn't know how many kilograms you have. There's still work to be done at home. Go home quickly. Without saying a word, Zhang Xueman yanked up Fu Jun's collar. Brother-in-law is now a busy man, a big boss. How can he have time to break bread with us poor relatives? Don't go yet. Zhang Xueman's mouth sourly spoke harsh words, and even Fu mother, who was busy packing things outside the house, couldn't hear them. Stopping the work in his hand, he shouted toward the house. Xiaojun, there's nothing more on this side. Both of you go home. The husband and wife were 100 times unhappy. Both felt that the old lady was biased, and stubbornly walked out, not even giving Fu Yao a greeting. Mother Fu wanted to say something, awkwardly glanced at Fu Yao who was busy with her head down and swallowed her breath. Mom, I don't care. I'm content that Mingzhi is treating me well now, and we won't be reaching out to the family in the future. Fu Yao said faintly, putting away all the porcelain bowls and walking into the kitchen. Fu mother looked at Fu Yao's back stagnantly and sighed faintly. Fu Jun, calling you stupid. You're really stupid. Can't you see that Li Mingzhi doesn't want to bother with you at all? If you still don't leave, aren't you asking for embarrassment? Taking a TV set for nothing. Zhang Xueman naturally did not have a good face, and sprayed at Fu Jun like a machine gun. Sherman, stop it. I didn't know this gambler could take out a big brother. Fu Jun held his head in chagrin. That said, this guy is really generous enough. $10,000. Chapter 34, The Faulty Flower Cloth. Listening to Fu Jun's question, Zhang Xueman also wondered, who knows what kind of luck he stepped on, actually getting promoted and getting rich overnight. Fu Jun frowned tightly. This thing is definitely fishy. Li Mingzhi, what kind of goods I cannot know? At the beginning of this guard's work, I still entrusted Huang to arrange the work. Now he's riding on my head. Zhang Xueman glanced at him. Heart is still in the heartache of their own small black and white TV. Complained in a good-natured manner. Okay, don't brag. Li Mingzhi promoted to deputy section chief of the matter. The other section chief Huang did not say a word to you. Clearly did not take you as a character to see. Fu Jun heard. Immediately fire. These years, money did not earn much. All day drinking and eating. Made down this group of friends. Nonsense. Section Chief Huang and I have an ironclad relationship. Tomorrow I'll go to Section Chief Huang and ask what kind of tricks Li Mingzhi is up to. Fu Jun said hatefully, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. If I really find something fishy, then this will be a great thing. Zhang Xueman was getting angry, so she simply ignored Fu Jun, who was moving his mind's eye there, and huffed and puffed to speed up her pace. Fu family, after the relatives left, the house was much quieter. Only Fu mother and 2 daughters remained, while Li Mingzhi took Chi-Chi to the yard to play with the dog. Looking at Li Mingzhi's doting face as he accompanied Chi-Chi, making her laugh happily from time to time, Fu mother's face rippled with a satisfied smile. Mom, you need to take care of my brother and sister-in-law. They've been married for 2 years now, and they're living off you too. That's not a solution. Fu Chun rested her pointed chin in a disgruntled manner. Fu mother heard, sighed heavily. Children can't help their mothers. Xiao Jun is still young. When a few more years may be fine. Look, Mingzhi, isn't it just a month or 2 of work to change? This man as long as the willingness to advance willing to suffer, certainly can do a career. Fu Yao glanced at her mother with a happy smile on her face, and without speaking, she gently nodded. Although she was worried about Fu Jun's matter, she was already a married daughter and shouldn't meddle in her mother's family's affairs. Furthermore, when she thought about how Fu Jun had been sarcastic and hard on Li Mingzhi over the years, Fu Yao's heart couldn't help but arch afire. She didn't understand that she was obviously a sibling, so why did she have to watch her suffer and be poor in order to be satisfied as her own brother? Yo, it's time to go. If you don't leave there won't be a shuttle back. Li Mingzhi walked into the house with Kiki in his arms and said goodbye to Mother Fu and Fu Chun. Fu's mother looked at Fu Yao reluctantly, originally wanted to say something to keep them staying for the night, but then thought of what Fu Jun did today, afraid that this bastard kid will come back to pick a fight. After a pause, and finally had to persuade them to take some more gifts back. Fu Yao said nothing and refused to take one back, and finally urged her mother to take good care of her father, then picked up Chi-Chi and followed Li Mingzhi out of the house. After getting on the bus, another long bumpy ride, and helping her mother work all day, Fu Yao's bones were falling apart. Finally making it to the car, the family dragged their tired bodies down the alleyway at a slow pace, walking up to the house only to find a bunch of people actually gathered around the door. Li Miangchul glanced at it, frowned slightly, and quickened his pace to walk over by himself. When I got closer, I realized that it was Gangzi and the others, and Lu Er was also there. Brotherly, back. As soon as they saw Li Miangchul, the beetles greeted Li Miangchul warmly. Gangzi patted his newly bought cowboy clothes, went up to show off with Li Mingzhi. Brotherly, brothers followed you to get rich. Today I took my brothers to the mall. One person bought a new set of clothes. To sell clothes of the chick are looking straight. Li Miangchul looked at the group of brothers with new bodies and couldn't help but laugh for a while, changing their skins and almost not recognizing them. Say, what did you want to see me about today? Today followed Fu Yao back to his mother's home. He has already informed Gangzi, turned his eyes and saw Lu Er also in the crowd, sitting on the broken tricycle, dry thin long face smilingly looking at him. Brotherly, second brother Lu approached us, saying that he has a big business to ask you for an idea. Li Mingzhi was a bit curious and looked at the mysterious Lu Er, nodded and said, come inside and talk. After sitting down in the living room and Fu Yao poured tea, Lu Er opened his mouth. It's like this, brotherly. Today the factory has imported 2 truckloads of new floral fabrics. Threw my hands into the warehouse. I've already checked. This batch of floral fabrics is used to make skirts, but the order is only 2,000 pieces. It simply can't use so many floral fabrics. After making the skirts, there will still be half a truck full left. Lu Er's eyes were full of light, and he broke his fingers to calculate the account for Li Mingzhi. The price of flower cloth on the market is very stable now, and a meter can cost about $2. That's half a carload of flower cloth. Gangzi's eyes froze as he listened to Lu Er's calculations, took a hard drag on his cigarette, and gulped. Lu Er, so we can get tens of thousands of dollars for this shot? While listening to the group's cheerful scheming, Li Niangchul fell into deep thought. Without a word, he smoked his cigarette and frowned slightly. Unlike those military coats' labor uniforms in the warehouse, these floral cloths are raw material and have no imperfections. Furthermore, the flower cloth is not a finished product. It is obviously unrealistic to sell it to individual customers in the market, and it can only be sold in bulk to downstream cloth buyers. Brotherly, speak up. The brothers are waiting for you to make up your mind. Lu Er couldn't help but urge Li Niangchul. After finishing a cigarette, Li Mingzhi slowly spoke. In this matter, we have to think long and hard. Lu Er, these flower cloths are serious raw materials, different from those substandard goods we usually dump. They're not trash. If the factory finds out, I can't cover it as a deputy section chief. Li Mingzhi opened the door and said, all the people are intoxicated in the excitement of making a fortune. Li Mingzhi, this risk assessment, like a pot of cold water, the Gangzi they poured from head to toe. But Lu Er is a wave of the hand. Did not care. Li Mingzhi raised the issue of risk. Brotherly, this matter I have touched the bottom of the intermediary responsible for selling this batch of goods to our factory. Is the second uncle of the Huang section chief. This old boy has eaten a first. We eat a little bit of the leftovers. He still dares to make things difficult for us? Huang does not care. The security section is not you. Li, lift the hand, can pass the matter? Right. Lu Er is right. If surname Huang dares to look for trouble, we'll stir this up, and his kid won't be able to have a good time either. Hearing that this flowery cloth was actually involved with section chief Huang, Li Mingzhi instantly raised his guard a few points. Swinging his hand and with a calm face, he silenced his seething brothers. Chapter 35, The Beginning of a Crisis. Lu Er, where did you hear about this matter? Li Mingzhi more and more feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Huang section chief is the factory's famous people fine. How can so blatantly fishing for extra money? Lu Er paused, fought back, and spoke. When the goods came into the warehouse today, it was Old Song who brought someone over to escort them, and when I was smoking with him, I heard him mention it. Old Song, don't you know? That mouth can't hide anything. Hearing this, Li Mingzhi stood up, looked around at his brothers' expectant gazes, and slowly said, this batch of flowery cloth, let's not touch it. There are definitely ghosts inside. At those words, all of them were gloomy. Lu Er was a bit unable to sit still and frowned as he discussed with Li Mingzhi. Rico, aren't you being too careful? With the previous life in the shopping mall and more than 10 years honed keen sense of smell, intuitively Li Mingzhi has been able to be sure that this is a trap arranged by the old yellow. But see, Lu Er has been this pie falling from the sky smashed dizzy head. Li Mingzhi paused, took a compromise statement. So, this flower cloth to come to the head is not small. Rashly eat is not too safe. First observe a week. If the yellow section chief side no movement, we then go out. Hearing Li Mingzhi's words, Gangzi understood and nodded his head in favor. Right, Lu Er. Anyway, that goods are in your storehouse. Can they still grow legs and run away? Lu Er wanted to say something and was filled with regret, but in the end, he could only sigh heavily and unwillingly accepted Li Mingzhi's arrangement. On his way out, he muttered a small grumble of laughter under his breath. Gonzo? After Lu Er walked out the door, Li Mingzhi immediately called for Gangzi. These 2 days shipments spread out a little more. Go to a few more markets. A few big markets in the city, don't go first. More to the countryside. Wait for me to figure out whether this is false or real. You guys can then let go of your hands and do it. Gangzi nodded heavily. Unlike Lu Er, Li Mingzhi was the one who changed the fate of their group of gangsters, and had long been unconditionally convinced of Li Mingzhi's orders. Although Gangzi didn't understand Li Mingzhi's concern, the mellow man didn't say anything more and left with his brothers. All gone? Here, try the suit I bought you. Just after Gangzi's group of people left, Fu Yao walked over with a smile on her face, holding a suit. Suit? What did you buy this for? Don't I usually wear a uniform to work? Looking at Li Mingzhi's confused look, Fu Yao smiled slightly and glared at him angrily. That's not a good memory when you're an official. have you forgotten what day is the day after tomorrow? Isn't it your factory's quarterly cadre meeting? Before, you always went over to serve tea and water, and came back to tell me about what was new at the meeting. But now that you've really become a cadre, you don't have to be greedy anymore. Li Mingzhi suddenly realized that the textile factory's cadre conference, from the factory director to the workshop director, large and small cadres of hundreds, he is a veritable deputy section chief. Of course, to participate. Come on, try it on. You told me before, the leaders of your factory, they wear suits during meetings. Li Mingzhi put on this brand new suit after Fu Yao carefully waited on him. Standing in front of the mirror, he skillfully tied his tie and buttoned his cuffs tightly. Fu Yao looked at Li Mingzhi's whole set of flowing movements in front of the mirror and gradually became obsessed. The upright and lean figure, with this hard and distinctive suit, one portion not fat and one portion not thin, added a few points of nobility. Li Mingzhi saw Fu Yao's springy peach blossom eyes in the mirror, and his heart suddenly flinched. No, I'm not wearing this suit first. With that, Li Niangchul took off his jacket. Ha, what's wrong? Don't like it? Fu Yao stood up in a panic, a little nervous. Li Mingzhi shook his head. Nothing. Quite like it, but it's better to wait for some time before wearing it. For this meeting, I'll still wear the uniform. You wash and iron it for me. Fu Yao was slightly stunned. Her heart was a little lost, and without saying much, she put away the suit. The next morning, in accordance with Li Mingzhi's instructions, Lu Er narrowed the scale of supply, did not drive out of the factory delivery. Gangzi with the cape will be the rest of the inventory pulled to dozens of miles away from the countryside. Sanlitun village entrance. The beetles with 2 minions set up a stall. Hung a signboard, not a moment before the stall surrounded by a crowd of people. Don't crowd, pay first. That grandpa, your hands are too dirty, don't touch me dirty. Fu Jun, who had eaten dinner and wandered out, happened to walk to the village entrance with a cigarette in his mouth, and looked at the sea of people in front of him, and curiously squeezed in. Ha ha ha, says you, cigarette ash on my shirt. The Fu Jun shrunk back in fear when he heard the beetle's angry shout. Just look at it, don't touch it if you don't buy it. I've got a white undershirt. Paying a blank look at the cape, Fu Jun twisted the cigarette out of his hand and, after running his hands over his clothes a few times, picked up the 2 white undershirts and picked them apart. In the heat of summer, this cheap and durable white undershirt is really in demand in the countryside. Fu Jun touched his pants pocket to buy a few pieces as well. Bro, can you go cheap? Can you buy 2 and give me 1 as a gift? Hearing this, the little flat man who was helping the beetles collect the money suddenly had his face blackened into a potbelly. Brother, don't make fun of us. This is all thin business. According to you, so buy are not enough for me to pull out of the factory. Kung Fu Pop. The beetle slapped Flathead on the back of his bare head. Where do you get off taking your money? Being glared at fiercely, little Ping Tu knew that he had spoken out of turn and said the wrong thing, and was too scared to make a sound. Seeing this scene, Fu Jun was immediately shaken. Lowering his head, he scrutinized the few white undershirts in his hand. Textile Factory No. 2. The white undershirt has a small strip of fabric sewn into the collar with the factory information of the garment. Textile Factory No. 2. Isn't that the factory where Li Niangchul stays? Fu Jun's heart was shocked, and picked up the other clothes on the stall, carefully looking through them. Without exception, all of them are clothes from the state-owned Textile Factory No. 2. Dude, these clothes are from Factory 2. Ha! Fu Jun tried to latch onto the cape, but the cape just packed his clothes and didn't pay any attention to Fu Jun. Are you buying? The beetle questioned Fu Jun in a nonchalant manner. Fu Jun nodded somberly. Buy all the clothes on this stall. See the samples and come one. And the labor uniforms, all of them. Good. $120 in all. Fu Jun cheerfully paid the money, held the clothes in his arms, and hurriedly and quickly ran back home. Sherman, look what I brought back. As soon as Fu Jun ran into the house, he couldn't wait to pull Zhang Xueman, who was cooking, into the house with open teeth and claws, pointing to his clothes piled up all over the sofa and shouting excitedly. Chapter 36, Cancellation of the Speech. Zhang Xueman froze as she looked at the clothes piled up in a heap on the sofa. After reacting, he immediately became furious and pointed at Fu Jun's nose and angrily rebuked. Fu Jun, you have money to burn and no place to spend it, right? The day before yesterday, I said to buy a scarf, but you couldn't even spare it. Now it's all right. You're dumping back so many rags in one breath. And a labor suit? You don't work. You don't even plant the land. You buy it and offer it up as an ancestor. Listening to Zhang Xueman's cranky tirade, Fu Jundo was as big as a bucket. Sherman, hear me out. These clothes aren't for wearing. They're evidence. Evidence? Zhang Xueman glared at Fu Jun with a cold face. Sherman, look at all these clothes. They're all flowing out of the textile second factory. Saying that, Fu Jun pulled out the small strips of cloth on each piece of clothing for Zhang Xueman to check one by one. Li Mingjia is the person from Textile Factory 2. Hearing this, Zhang Xueman instantly stared with her eyes wide open, her expression froze, and her mouth opened wide. Ah, June, are you saying that these clothes are related to Li Mingjia? Fu Jun nodded. A hint of sinister flashed across his face. Think about it. What makes him Li Mingjia earn so much money? Just now I stayed at the village entrance for a while. Those few youngsters selling clothes, the tickets in their hands were like running water. Zhang Xueman frowned tightly, turning over the clothes in her hands. June, even if these clothes are related to Li Mingjia, but what good will it do us to find out? What are you going to do? Fu Jun will clothes thrown to one side, took out a cigarette, lit a, carefully calculate some, open to explain, Xueman, if really identified these clothes as Li Mingjia ghost, then this thing I immediately stabbed to the old yellow there. The old yellow is a shrewd person. He knows that this matter has such a big oil water, how can not be moved? Then I say two good words, from the old yellow here to take over the back of the work. Upon hearing this, a greedy look surged in Zhang Xueman's eyes. When the time comes, we'll be the ones to get rich. Right, Xueman, I've thought it over. Even if this dress isn't Li Mingjia's doing, it definitely has nothing to do with the people from Textile Factory 2. If I report this to Section Chief Huang, he can also take credit for it, and he definitely won't treat me poorly. Listening to Fu Jun's wishful thinking, Zhang Xueman's heart burst with excitement. Thinking of the birthday banquet the day before yesterday, Li Mingjia's lofty appearance, and the scene of relatives rushing up to kneel, Zhang Xueman was furious. Furthermore, if Li Mingjia really made a fortune with these clothes, she and Fu Jun would be able to make just as much money if they took over. A casual offer of $10,000. The oil in this, how fat it must be. Zhang Xueman froze for a while and immediately ran into the house. Sherman, what are you doing? Not long after, Zhang Xueman ran out from the bedroom and threw out a pair of leather shoes. Aren't you going to see Section Chief Huang? You're going in this outfit? You should change into something that can go out. Zhang Xueman was in a hurry to find a piece of clothing and urged Fu Jun to put it on. Wait, wrap your clothes around it so people don't see it. Hands and feet of the Fu Jun bought clothes into a large snakeskin bag, hanging on the handlebars of the bicycle, then hurriedly urged Fu Jun quickly to go to find the yellow section chief to inform the message. When you see Section Chief Huang, make sure you pull this towards Li Mingjia. Do you hear me? Fu Jun nodded, lifted his leg and straddled the bicycle, and with the wind under his feet, he rode towards the city at a fast pace. Textile Factory No. 2, inside the office building. The security section is making intense preparations for the upcoming cadre conference. Xiao Lu, has that whatever work report been written yet? Section Chief Huang sat in the center of the conference table, next to Li Mingjia, who was in uniform and holding a pen. Section Chief Huang, I've already written the work report and handed it over to Vice Section Chief Li. Hearing Xiao Lu's reply like this, Section Chief Huang's face instantly grimaced. The tone was quite a bit unpleasant. Xiao Lu, the work report will be handed over to me later. Deputy Section Chief Li just came. He doesn't understand what's going on here. Xiao Lu nodded his head repeatedly, and only then did Section Chief Huang contentedly let him sit down. With that, he turned around and extended a hand towards Li Niangchul. Take it out? What is it? Li Niangchul spread his hands and pretended to be confused. What are you pretending to be stupid? The work report. I haven't read it yet. Section Chief Huang's tiger eyes glared and he slapped the table. Li Mingjia smiled slightly and shrugged. Half an hour ago, Secretary Zhou came by and I handed over all the information. You, Huang Section Chief was immediately on fire. This ing directly jumped over his hall of positive Section Chief. There is no more him in the eyes. Looked at the old yellow gas thick neck. Li Mingjia is not tight. Faintly added, oh yes, at that time you were not in. Secretary Zhou urged the urgent. The name signed Manhwa. Section Chief Huang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This defense section. When is it the turn of Li Mingjia, the deputy section chief, to sign and send documents? This is clearly to shelve Laozi. Section Chief Huang glared hatefully at Li Mingjia, unable to say a word for a long time. Li Mingjia turned his face, pretending not to see the old yellow sauce pig liver colored face. Calmly continued to direct the other section members of the meeting. Fool. Little Wang, what happened to those two workers caught fighting in workshop 1 some time ago? When Xiao Wang heard the deputy section chief naming him, he immediately rubbed his head and stood up, dutifully making a report. A debriefing session. Section Chief Huang was so angry by Li Mingjia that he was going to spit out blood. Since Li Niangchul came to the defense section, this kid has been working against him explicitly and implicitly, and not a single day has been smooth. Dismissed. After Xiao Wang made his report, Section Chief Huang boarded a national face. The documents clattered and fluttered to the heavens. Deputy Chief Li, don't go first. Section Chief Huang suddenly called out to Li Mingjia, glancing at him with white eyes. Vice Section Chief Li, tomorrow at the cadre conference, According to the usual practice, the leader of our security section will go up to speak. Do you think, is it me who will go, or you? Listening to old Huang's conspiratorial mockery, Li Mingzhi waved his hand and said without a care in the world, "Of course you're the one to go. You're the main one and I'm the deputy." Old Yellow snorted coldly and ignored Li Mingzhi, picking up his briefcase and going out. "That's right, Section Chief Wang," Li Mingzhi suddenly called out to old Huang, who frowned and turned around, looking Li Mingzhi up and down and asking impatiently, "What for?" With a hint of a smile on his face, Li Niangchul said lightly, "I just forgot to tell you. When Secretary Zhou came, he told me that the time scheduled for this conference is a bit tight, and the leaders of the district are also coming to speak. So, I discussed with Secretary Zhou, and I took the initiative to apply for the cancellation of the speech by the leader of our defense section." Chapter 37 Brother-in-law's Tattletale. As soon as the words fell, the corners of Section Chief Huang's mouth twitched violently. "Li Niangchul, what do you mean?" Old Yellow face grim, under the gnashing of teeth, the temples on the big flat head are bulging high, hatefully asked, but Li Mingzhi still has the same look of a smile, a face of innocence to open his mouth to explain. "Section Chief, I'm also from the interests of the overall situation. How? We also have to give the district leader to spare time to speak up. If the district leader is happy, we can get some more targets for the factory and create better benefits for our employees. Don't you think so?" Listening to Li Mingzhi's righteous and grandiose words, old Huang's mouthful of steel teeth almost crunched. "Nima, it's not your turn to speak anyway. You're standing around." For a long time, Section Chief Huang only forced down the anger in his heart, unwillingly said hatefully, "Li Mingzhi, your arrangement is good." "Humph." Section Chief Huang heaved a cold snort and twisted his head away, stomping the stairs with a resounding thud, out of the office building. The more the old Huang fought, the more angry. Li Mingzhi did not come. He is the emperor of the section, and now he's got a lousy gambler who won't go along with him. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Old Song had just run out of the bathroom, carrying his pants and yelling loudly behind him, "Call me section chief at the plant." Old Huang grimaced and reprimanded in an ungraceful manner. Hiss. Seeing this appearance of his brother-in-law, the old Song immediately frowned. "I say, Section Chief Huang, what are you not happy about? Toward me to start a temper?" Hearing the old Song's conspiratorial words, Section Chief Huang sighed heavily. "What else can there be? It's that Li Mingzhi, who gives me the opposite day after day." Speaking of Li Niangchul, old Song's face immediately pulled down. This guy is really hateful. The two of them hurled insults at Li Niangchul as they walked towards the outside of the factory. At this time, it was the end of the day, and people were coming and going. Just as I reached the door, I suddenly heard someone call out, "Old Yellow, Old Huang." Section Chief Huang frowned. Which bold one is this? Not even calling out Section Chief? "Old Yellow, where are you looking?" "I'm here." Fu Jun pushed his bike and came over with a hefty grin. "It's you, kid." Section Chief Huang sized up Fu Jun, who was in a neat line, and said coldly, "What are you doing in the factory? You're not looking for your brother-in-law who's a government official, are you?" Hearing this tone of Yellow Section Chief, the shrewd Fu Jun immediately reacted. "It seems, the Old Yellow and Li Mingzhi, this is a pair of collocation is not pleasant. Old Huang, I have something to tell you. Come with me for a moment," Fu Jun said, and was about to step forward and tug Section Chief Huang's arm to the side. "What is it? Just say it here." Old Huang, who had been tossed around by Li Mingzhi, couldn't care less about being polite and grumpily shook off Fu Jun's hand. Glancing at Old Song who was watching from the sidelines, Fu Jun was a bit embarrassed, but still explained to Section Chief Huang in a low voice, "It's about Li Mingzhi. I've made a major discovery." "What?" Once he heard about the matter concerning Li Niangchul, Section Chief Huang immediately came into the spirit. "Jun, this way." Section Chief Huang looked around at the trend of people coming and going, and pulled Fu Jun toward the back of the wall. Old Song vaguely heard Li Mingzhi's name and instantly became interested as well, following behind without a word. Section Chief Huang, "Look, what's this?" When they arrived at the place, Fu Jun shook out the contents of the snakeskin bag without saying a word. "Is this?" Section Chief Huang picked up the clothes on the ground and examined them curiously. "It looks like a dress from our factory." Old Song was quick on his feet and picked up a labor suit, flipped out the small strip of cloth, and pointed it out to Section Chief Huang. "That's right, all these clothes, I bought them." "Bought?" Huang's section chief was alarmed. "Textile factory too." Although every day to produce hundreds of sets of various types of clothing, but basically are on the downstream wholesalers and processing plants supply. For individual customers, basically no sales business. "June, where did you buy these clothes?" "Right at the entrance to our village. 3 or 4 young men, pulling in clothes and setting up stalls every day." Section Chief Huang finally reacted, his eyes glaring round. "Xiao Jun, Are you saying that these clothes that went out have something to do with Li Mingzhi? Wait. Looking at the yellow section chief moved. Lao Song ate a lot of losses here in Li Mingzhi. Vigilance also increased a lot. Old Song looked Fu Jun up and down and asked with a wary mouth. Fu Jun, I heard that you are Li Mingzhi's brother-in-law? Aren't you a family? How come there are still those who report their own brother-in-law? Being asked by Old Song, Fu Jun reddened and didn't know how to answer for a while. Fortunately, Section Chief Huang knows the temperament of the boy Fu Jun and stopped the cross-examining Lao Song. Old Song, Xiao Jun is familiar with me. This is a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Saying that, Section Chief Huang lit a cigarette for Fu Jun and continued to take valuable information from his mouth into his jacket. Xiao Jun, tell me, does the young man who sold these clothes ring any bells? Fu Jun thought back carefully and his eyes lit up. There's a leader in there with a big long hair, similar to those singing ones in Hong Kong. What? Old Song's mouth twitched violently with a cigarette in his mouth and hurriedly asked, is that guy not tall? There is a scar on the eyelid? That's right. Old Song, how did you know? Old Song's black face immediately twisted up, ruthlessly stepped out his cigarette, rolled up his sleeves and angrily cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was this guy who beat us both at that time. It must have nothing to do with Li Mingzhi. Those people are Li Mingzhi's minions. What? Getting your ass kicked? Fu Jun almost dropped his jaw in shock. None of your business. Seeing Fu Jun curiously inquiring about the matter of Li Mingzhi leading people to beat him up in the first place, Old Song immediately darkened his face. Brother-in-law, we can't miss this. Li Mingzhi has fallen into our hands this time. Isn't the cadre meeting tomorrow? I'll bring the Fu Jun brothers in, and then, in front of the leaders, we'll report Li Mingzhi on the spot. Old Song's face flashed a sinister look. His tone was a little excited. This mouth held in the stomach of the fossilized gas finally had the opportunity to come out. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Fu Jun waved his hands in a panicked manner. No, why not? Looking at the Old Song tiger eyes aglare, Fu Jun bitterly smiled and excused himself. No matter what, Li Mingzhi is also my brother-in-law, although this is a righteousness. But, again, I am not afraid of Li Mingzhi. I am also afraid of my sister-in-law. What are you afraid of? I'll take care of you. Brother Song, didn't you get your ass kicked by Li Mingzhi all the same? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 38 Lu'er, the Mole. Section Chief Huang struggled to pull away from the quarreling duo and picked up the clothes on the floor. Xiao Jun, these are all evidence. I'll put them away first. Then he patted Old Song's shoulder. Brother-in-law, don't push Xiao Jun. He came behind Li Mingzhi's back to tip us off. That's a big enough risk. Yeah, Brother Song. Fu Jun nodded repeatedly, but Lao Song muttered. This physical evidence is there. Xiao Jun does not go to identify Li Mingzhi. There is no witness. The meaning of the old song is obvious. To fix Li Mingzhi, one time to get him down, cannot give him the opportunity to turn over. Furthermore, the first few times with Li Mingzhi's hand-to-hand, gradually also let the old song on this once bad gambler has a few points of timidity. Without full certainty, he really do not dare to go out. Section Chief Huang frowned, pondering Old Song's concerns. After a long time, Mr. Huang finally spoke. Isn't it just witnesses? This matter is easy to do. Xiao Jun, you now write a whistleblowing letter. With this letter, it is also considered a witness. Old Song big hand a pat on the head. Also think this is a good idea. Tiger Face asked Fu Jun, do not need you to come forward. Write a letter, you always dare it? Fu Jun hesitated, but finally agreed in order to bring down Li Mingzhi and grab this eye-catching business. Let's go. Find a restaurant and talk while we eat. Section Chief Huang handed the snakeskin bag to Fu Jun, and the three of them walked towards the Good Again local food restaurant. As soon as he entered Good Again, the boss piled on a fawning smile and bent down to welcome Section Chief Huang in. Huang Feng is a regular in this neighborhood, every now and then in the surrounding restaurants, large and small. Chief Huang, what are you having today? Section Chief Huang pointed to a private room at the end of the corridor. It's the same old place. If the dishes, order a few hard dishes first. After saying that, Section Chief Huang looked back. Fu Jun was curiously looking up and down at the various delicacies and ingredients in the restaurant, and walked to the side of the wild pheasant, staring up with unblinking eyes. Huang Feng smiled contemptuously and pointed at the wild pheasant. Make another pop-up fried one for my little brother to try. Okay, Section Chief Huang, this way please. With that, he greeted the waiter and led Huang Feng and his group towards the private room. Section Chief Huang, you guys who are big officials all have the same taste. Every time you come you look for this box. Some other day, I have to give a word to our boss, to decorate this box properly, specially to welcome you big leaders. The 17 or 18-year-old waitress, eloquent and sweet-mouthed, complimented Huang Feng. Huang Feng made on a mouthful of cigarettes, gulping up. the next second on the hand to touch up the waitress pouring tea hand. A pair of narrow eyes, slightly narrowed up. Lily, besides me, what other big leaders have you met? Do you pour tea for them like this too? Huang Feng picked up on Lily's words and teased with a lewd smile. Section Chief Huang, what are you talking about? However, some time ago, did meet your deputy section chief? People can be much more honest than you. Lily ranted, and her small hand pinched hard on Huang Feng's palm. Deputy chief? As soon as Huang Feng heard this, his squinted eyes immediately widened as he raised his head and stared at the dumbfounded waiter. What's going on? It's Deputy Chief Li Ah. Old Song's heart trembled as he sniffed and tugged at Huang Feng. Old Song got up and sat down next to the waitress and pretended to set up a conversation. Lily, you know Section Chief Li, don't you? We are on good terms. Is he bringing a beautiful woman to the restaurant? Lily saw the Old Song this way. Did not think too much. A brain will be the daily Ninger banquet Lu Air thing. What he saw and heard, a breath all poured out. It's with a pretty girl. Looks like she's only 17 or 18. However, the person that Section Chief Li invited seems to be your factory's treasurer Lu. Hearing Lu Air's name, Huang Feng shuddered, and the hand holding his cigarette tightened a few points, giving a wink to Lao Song. Lao Song understood, laughing and gossiping with Lily. Section Chief Li can be really generous. Just ordering food cost more than $300. To see me serve attentively, at the end also gave me a $10 tip. Saying that, Lily flirtatiously blanked Section Chief Huang. Seeing that Lily had already said everything she knew, Huang Feng also stopped inking and hit his wallet to take out a $10 bill. Lily got a tip, smiled sweetly, and went out joyfully. Brother-in-law, you heard it all. This Li Myungchul kid really does have a ghost. Just after Lily left, Old Song was full of excitement and couldn't wait to sit next to Huang Feng. Not bad. I didn't expect to actually dig out Lu Air as a mole. Li Mingzhi and Lu Air never knew each other. He invited Lu Air to dinner. If it wasn't for those clothes in the warehouse, invited it. Fu Jun listened to the conversation between Section Chief Huang and Old Song, and finally heard some of the way. No wonder Li Mingzhi made such a big fortune. After half a day, it is with the factory's treasurer collusion. Old Song patted his brain, then remembered that Lu Air always ran to the janitorial room attentively from time to time during this period of time, giving him some cigarettes and tea. The worst thing is that Lu Air goes out every other day in the factory's broken three-wheeler. Asked him several times. Lu Air this good said it is the warehouse scrap son. Thinking of this, Old Song could no longer sit still, slapped the table with his big hand and stood up. Section Chief Huang, tomorrow is the cadre meeting. Let's kill him at the meeting. No problem. Huang Feng also feels that this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Collusion with the treasurer, trafficking in factory supplies, these charges shake out. I'm afraid that even go back to be a janitor is not possible. Huang Feng smoked a cigarette and quickly made a plan in his head. Xiao Jun, you go to the front desk after dinner and ask for a pen and paper. I say you write it and get the whistleblower letter out. Brother-in-law, you keep an eye on Lu Air first thing in the morning. If he drives the tricycle out again, you snap it on the spot. And what if this Lu Air bastard doesn't make a move? Section Chief Huang froze, a hint of sinister flashed in his white eyes, and said fiercely, then go check his coffers. I'll personally lead the team there. Yes. After the three of them discussed the matter, they immediately began to act according to Huang Feng's plan. Several people had suffered a lot from Li Myungchul, and now, they finally caught a chance to be able to beat Li Myungchul back. The three of them were beaming with joy and excitement. In a short while, a steaming meal was brought up by Lily. Section Chief Huan was in a good mood and took the initiative to ask for 2 bottles of white wine, threatening to celebrate in advance. At the end of the day, Fu Jun finally finished writing the whistleblower letter and handed it to Section Chief Huang. Section Chief Huan looked it over, made sure there was nothing wrong with it, and put it in his briefcase. Chapter 39. The night before the Congress, Fu Jun shook his aching wrist and just picked up his chopsticks, but when he raised his head, he realized that the two goods, Section Chief Huang and Old Song, had actually eaten all the dishes in 3 tries, and the wild chicken that was specially ordered for him was only left with a pile of bones. Hiccup, Xiao Jun delivered the letter in time this time. With that, Section Chief Huang stood up shakily and staggered out toward the outside of the room with Lao Song's assistance. At the end of the day, Chief Huang turned his head again, his face full of red wine, drooping eyelids, admonished, Xiao Jun, today I did not bring money. This time you settle the bill. Next time my brother please you. Hiccups. Fu Jun almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Glancing at the amount on the list, his body shook, and he cursed in his heart. In the evening, when Li Myungchul returned home, Fu Yao was still packing the suit. Seeing Li Myungchul come back, Swallow again wanted him to wear this carefully selected suit to tomorrow's cadre meeting. 1 foot in front of the other, Gonzo and the Caped Crusader entered the house. As soon as they entered, the two of them smiled nervously and took the cigarettes from Li Myungchul. Gangzi pulled out a thick pile of banknotes from his bag and handed it to Li Mingzhi. Today Luer didn't make any deliveries. My brothers and I only sold the stock left over from the previous 2 days. And it sold quickly. It was just a small amount of goods. We didn't make much money. Gonzo took a drag on his cigarette, sounding rather sorry for himself. The Beatles are primarily responsible for undershirt sales in rural markets, which is a lot better than what happened with Gundam. Brother Lee, I took my brothers to a few villages today, and I sold all of our remaining goods. Not a face left. The Beetle was so excited that he couldn't keep his mouth shut, his eyebrows fluttering as he bragged about his exploits. I found a good place to go today. Sanlitun. That village has a lot of people, and the people in the village have a lot of money, so it's a quick strike. Upon hearing the Beatles mention the name Sanlitun, Fu Yao and Li Mingzhi suddenly looked blank and glanced at each other. Wait, which village did you say you just went to? Li Niangchul interrupted the Beatles' bragging and opened his mouth to ask. Sanlitun. What? Li Niangchul frowned and fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Brother Li, you know that village? When Li Mingzhi heard Gangzi's question, he raised his head, but just in time to see Fu Yao looking down at him, and upon being touched by Li Mingzhi's line of sight, Fu Yao walked away in embarrassment. Nothing, Gangzi, let me ask you, how much stock do we have on hand now? Li Mingzhi looked grim and asked Gangzi seriously. Without asking any more questions, Gangzi took out the small book from his pocket and carefully flipped through it page by page. It was only after a long time that he answered seriously. There's not much left, only 20 undershirts and 3 sets of labor suits. Yes. Li Mingzhi nodded indifferently and gave orders to Gangzi. You go back and inform the brothers that there will be no shipment tomorrow. Take a day off. What? The Beetle scuffed up and stood up with a confused look on his face. Brother Li, the clothes are selling well. The brothers only hate that the goods are not enough to sell. Never said half a word of tiredness. Why do you want to rest? In the face of the Beetle's question, Li Niangchul did not answer. He understood that these brothers who had been poor for more than 20 years, how could they possibly throw away their hands when it was so hard to catch a chance to get rich? But the reason for this, if you say it, unless they are unstable military, or even in order to maintain their own this business, and then do the same old thing, impulsive, and cause great trouble. You sit down. Gangzi sternly rebuked the cape. Years of crawling and fighting, practiced Gangzi a smooth and mercenary, although he did not understand what Li Mingzhi exactly in the calculations, but he understood that there must be something out of it, or Li Mingzhi sensed a hint of something wrong with the seedling. Okay, no problem, Brother Li, you rest first. I'll go and inform the brothers in a while. When will we start resuming shipments? I'll wait for your notice with the brothers. Li Myungchul nodded, and Gonzo immediately dragged the cape out of the courtyard. Myungchul. After Gongzi left, Fu Yao finally came out of the house. Is something wrong? After seeing Li Mingzhi's frown when he heard the Beatles mention Sanlitun, Fu Yao was keenly aware of a hint of abnormality. A few days ago, the Sanlitun line, Li Mingzhi took her to her mother's home to make a splash, completely raised eyebrows, but also attracted the red eyes of many people. Nothing, yo-yo, I hope I'm overthinking it. Saying that, Li Myungchul went into the bedroom without taking off his shoes and lay on the bed with his hands folded resting on the back of his head. Both eyes stared at the ceiling of the roof. During this period of time, Luer delivered more and more goods. At first, the guards on duty also often asked, were Li Mingzhi one by one, but the past 2 days, and then never heard anyone ask about Luer every day to drive a tricycle out of the matter. Shun Zi and Ping and a few people do not meddle in the matter is just, but that has always been a leader of the old song. Actually also turned a blind eye. Thinking about it, Li Niangchul vaguely sensed a hint of uneasiness. Rising and sitting down at the writing table, he took a pen and paper from the drawer, and, in slight contemplation, penciled it in. The next morning, Li Niangchul got up early, changed into a whitewashed uniform, and combed his hair neatly. Back for dinner after the meeting? Fu Yao revealed a small head, with last night's flush still hanging on her face, and asked softly, you and Kiki don't have to wait for me. Not yet on my end. Li Niangchul polished his shoes, got up and strutted out. Textile Factory No. 2. The main entrance has been decorated with lights and banners about the cadre conference have been hung up. Old Song is looking like a leader, with his hair combed and shining, standing in front of a row of small doormen, lecturing in a dignified manner. Rico? Junko saw Li Myungchul walk through the door with his briefcase and greeted him. Shunzi, what are you looking around for? Didn't you hear me lecturing? Old Song pretended not to see Li Myungchul and yelled at Junko. Junko had to lower his head, not daring to say anything more. Walking into the office building, Section Chief Huang has changed into a neat suit, glowing with Shaolu, holding a thermos cup in his hand, walking towards the synagogue. Deputy Chief Li, still coming so late to the meeting? Seeing Li Mingzhi, Huang Feng took the rare initiative to open his mouth to greet him. It's not too late for normal work. Lee Myung-chul still had that nonchalant look, glancing at his watch and speaking lightly. Huang Feng snorted coldly and grabbed the briefcase from Lee Mingzhi's hand. Go go go. Go to the meeting together. When Lee Mingzhi was grabbed by Huang Feng, he immediately looked aghast. This posture, rather than wanting to drag him to a meeting, like he was afraid that he would run away, into the venue, has been a sea of people, the size of the leadership of various departments, are gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to climb together. Lee Mingzhi scanned the past, found that in addition to the previous meeting to see a few workshop director, came today, are the factory's big leaders. Among them there are a few middle-aged people wearing a mountain suit. At first glance is the district to come. Chapter 40, Caught in the Cold. Section Chief Huang. What's the latest happy event? A middle-aged leader in a fat suit reached out his hand towards Huang Feng, and the two greeted each other with pleasantries and shook hands as they walked towards the front row. Director Wang, I heard your son got into college? Average. Just a key provincial university. Huang Feng skillfully followed a few leaders to greet, handing cigarettes, smiling and climbing up. Section Chief Huang. This is. Director Wang topped his head with a head of Zhang Nanhai and looked at Lee Mingzhi and asked. By Director Wang mentioning it like this, the people then realized Lee Mingzhi, who had been following behind Section Chief Huang without saying a word. Undoubtedly, Lee Myung-chul, who has been in office for less than a month, is a new face in this circle. Watching the crowd take an interest in Lee Mingzhi, Huang Feng glanced coldly at Lee Mingzhi behind him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You guys are talking about little Lee. He was just recently promoted to deputy section chief, and before that he was working as a janitor in the janitor's office. Chief Huang deliberately aggravated the word janitor, tone mixed with a few points of contempt. You who? To be able to work from janitor to deputy section chief, little Lee is a smart man. Lee Mingzhi took Director Wang's extended right hand and politely shook it. Unabashedly, he said, just a little bit of luck. Unexpectedly, just after the words fell, Section Chief Huang gave a heavy cold snort and said in a conspiratorial manner, good luck also has its time to come to an end, to be or to pay attention to the word strength. At those words, Lee Mingzhi's face immediately sank, a pair of cold eyes faintly sweeping over Huang Feng's arrogant mouth. Seeing that the momentum was a bit awkward, Director Wang lived up to the thinning of the mud. Come, grab a seat. The factory director will be here soon. Saying this, Director Wang pulled Huang Feng forward, and on the way, there were constantly leaders of all sizes greeting Huang Feng, but when they saw Lee Mingzhi, who they had never met before, all of them threw in curious gazes. Deputy Chief Lee Mingzhi, who was following behind Section Chief Huang, was suddenly called by a clerk, who, as could be seen from the armband on his arm, was a staff member of this cadre conference. What's wrong? Lee Myung-chul asked indifferently, but the man smiled politely and gently, reaching out to block Lee Myung-chul with some embarrassment. Ahem, Vice Section Chief Lee. I'm sorry, further along is the seating for the regular section cadres. Your seat should be in the back. With that, the staff member pointed his finger backward to where a couple of similarly uniformed men were sitting. Lee, go on. Find your place. Don't go wrong. Section Chief Huang turned back and raised an eyebrow towards Lee Mingzhi with a smug look on his face. Lee Mingzhi ignored Huang Feng's provocation, smiled lightly, and calmly walked towards the back row of as. It's good to pursue advancement, but you can't come over here and take the position. After Lee Mingzhi left, Huang Feng deliberately flirted loudly with Director Wang. Huang Feng's voice was not small, and the few people sitting around turned around and glanced at Lee Mingzhi in the back row, their faces showing disdain. Che, look at you. You're a mudblood. You don't even know the rules. That's right, just a subsection, and you don't know where you're supposed to sit. When Lee Myung-chul found a seat and sat down unhurriedly, he lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and leisurely waited for the meeting to begin. It's Chief Lee, isn't it? A middle-aged man 3 seats away from him leaned over and greeted Lee Myung-chul. The man had a big, square, flat head and a full beard, and every now and then he shook his neck and crunched it. Vice Section. I haven't asked which mouth you are on. Lee Mingzhi politely rounded off the conversation, pulled out a cigarette, and handed it to the middle-aged man. I'm the VP of Sales. Just came up. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and opened his mouth to introduce himself. Call me Lao Zhou on the line. You follow Huang Feng? Section Chief Huang is the head of our defense section. Lee Myung-chul smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. When Lao Zhou heard Lee Mingzhi speak in this way, his eyes dribbled around, and a meaningful smile floated up at the corner of his mouth. I was also a deputy chief in the security section before. Oh, Lee Mingzhi was shocked and turned to look at old Zhou. I didn't expect it, did I? In fact, I'm not afraid of you telling Huang Feng. I just can't stand his behavior. This person is narrow-minded. To him as a deputy, all day by his squeeze. Later, my brother I quit in a fit of pique, and entrusted some relations to the sales department to do things. I did not expect to catch up with 2 years of good market, but also dry on the vice minister. After listening to Lao Zou's account, Li Mingzhi finally understood why the defense section had been without a deputy section chief for a long time is what happened. 80% of these vice section chiefs have been squeezed out by Huang Feng. Old Zhou looked like he had suffered a lot of anger from Huang Feng, and when he talked about him, the corners of his mouth always bit hard on a few large teeth. If you go back and snitch on Huang Feng, you'll say it was me, Zhou Guoquan, who said it. Saying that, old Zhou looked indignant and wiggled his neck again. I'd like to see what he, surnamed Huang, can do to me after leaving the defense section. Li Mingzhi listened to the old Zhou's counting. His heart had already been divided. Slightly waving his hand, Minister Zhou, I'm a deputy section chief, not a messenger. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Guoquan shook his head and gave a thumbs up towards Li Mingzhi. You kid is a smart person, but let me tell you, following Huang Feng, sooner or later, you won't have any good fruit to eat. The two were talking when there was a sudden sharp, piercing sound of a microphone being tuned. Tilting his body, Zhou Guoquan immediately boarded up and sat in his seat, his eyes fixed on the leader's seat on the auditorium stage. Stand up, welcome the leaders. After a loud shout, the more than 100 people sitting in the venue clattered and immediately stood up. In a period-inspired piece of music, the factory director slowly walked onto the stage with several leaders and sat down at a long, improvised table. The long table was polished, with enamel cups every 40 centimeters, and in the middle of the table, there was a microphone wrapped in a red cloth. Comrades, please sit down. The plant manager waved his hand and bent over the microphone. The crowd was like a tidal wave, sparsely seated again, but Li Niangchul, who had been staring intently at the center of the stage, keenly caught that just before the factory director sat down, he gently held the chair for the white-haired, Zhongshan-suited old cadre next to him. Li Mingzhi's eyes micronized and sized up that old cadre in detail. Chief Li, did you see that old man next to the plant manager? Zhou Guoquan slightly sidled over and hinted in a small voice. Does Minister Zhou know? How can I have such a big face? That old man looks like a big cadre. Just now I saw the factory director helping him with his chair, Zhou Guoquan said mysteriously, and Li Niangchul turned his eyes to look at him slightly. The heart size, worthy of being a salesman, the ability to detect words and colors is really not bad. Prelude to Chapter 41. The music slowly ended, and the factory director Sun Yaogua smiled and pushed the microphone in front of the old cadres, but that white-haired old man, with a calm face, shook his head slightly. Only then did Sun Yaogua bend down and move the microphone to himself. Ahem! Sun Yaogua cupped the microphone in one hand, tapped the round head of the microphone with the other, and cleared his throat. Today is our Textile Factory 2 routine second quarter of the cadres conference. This quarter in the joint efforts of all workers. Sun Yaogua in the middle of the air, an official style, and now and then also glanced at the speech on the table. This plant manager is really something. This script has been in use for 2 years and he still can't memorize it. Zhou Guoquan shook his head, his eyes looking straight at the row of leadership seats at the very front. The sprawling official article. Read for a full 20 minutes, listening to many people around the drowsy. Even Li Niangchul couldn't help but yawn. Absent-mindedly Mingzhi quietly used his afterglow to survey the various leaders in the arena, his eyes slightly microscopic, just in time to see that Section Chief Huan was holding his head together with Director Wang, whispering something. Another tall and thin middle-aged leader beside him, hearing Huang Feng's conversation, frowned and quietly turned his head, his eyes scanning back and forth across the seats at the back of the venue. Right at this moment, Huang Feng also quietly turned his head and glanced left and right, just in time to meet Li Ningqiul's gaze. Huang Feng didn't realize that Li Mingzhi was staring at him, and his expression froze. After whispering a few words to the tall and thin leader, immediately afterward, that expert leader frowned tightly and stared straight at Li Mingzhi. Feeling the man's unkind gaze, a wave of vigilance gradually rose in Li Niangchul's heart. Ahem! In the next quarter, our textile factory No. 2 will definitely come up with better results. The factory director's speech finally came to an end. A rumble of applause rang out in the venue, and Huang Feng and Director Wang also immediately reacted by turning around and applauding. Only then did that tall, thin leader slowly twist his head back and avert his eyes from Li Niangchul's body. Minister Zhou, do you recognize the leader sitting next to Huang Feng? Li Mingzhi applauded while asking Zhou Guoquan in a low voice. Zhou Guoquan stretched his neck to take a look and twisted his head to ask, isn't that Director Wang? No, the one on the right. Oh, Zhou Guoquan looked carefully for a moment and frowned. It seems to be Han Yuejin Han, the chief of the labor union supervision section. Zhou Guoquan smiled twice. Will be shaking the neck of the bar ringing? Whispered, brother, that person you meet in the future can be courteous. Monitoring section specializing in the management of the factory cadres. Han section chief is notorious for the management of the wide, small to lazy elite, large to corruption and bribery, even to engage in the woman he managed to do. Last time a workshop deputy director just patted a production line of a female worker's butt, just happened to be seen by him, and a lifestyle problem hat was directly to jerk to the textile workers to go. Zhou Guoquan fussed with Li Mingjie about Han Yuejin's glorious deeds. Li Niangchul nodded slightly, resting his chin on one hand, his brow furrowed. Trade Union Inspection Section. Li Mingjie secretly repeatedly pondered the content of the conversation between Han Yuejin and Huang Feng just now. From Han's eyes to look at him, Li Mingjie can almost guess that it must be that Huang said something bad about him. As for what? Li Niangchul's brain was racing, calculating the possibilities, and the hand that was tucked into his pants pocket was tightly gripping the document that he had written overnight last night. The General Assembly proceeds to the third item. We have invited the old leader of the northern part of our city, Elder Zhang, to make a speech and give his opinion on the work of our textile factory. No. 2. Everyone welcome. Sun Yaogua stood up, hands violently lifted upwards. The cadres underneath immediately know what to do. Like a tide stood up, face hung the same enthusiastic smile, sold the applause. The atmosphere of the meeting place was immediately lively, and Sun Yaogua nodded his head repeatedly, very satisfied. Turning around, he bent down and gently pushed the microphone in front of Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, say a few words. Zhang Lao's face was cold and nonchalant as he took the microphone and nodded slightly. Sun Yaogua immediately fawned and smiled, and at the plant manager's renewed gesture, the cadres in the arena pushed the applause to a climax. Well, comrades, sit down. Elder Zhang slowly stood up, and as soon as his pale voice exited, the boiling venue immediately quieted down. Textile Factory No. 2 was formed by me back then, and after more than 10 years of development, I am very pleased to have today's achievements. Zhang Lao faced calmly on the textile factory's recent period of time to praise the work of the polite, the sight of the pronged ears to listen to Sun Yaogua, the face of the spring breeze, nodded repeatedly. But Zhang Lao suddenly turned, thick voice suddenly harsh. The whole scene for a moment has been full of red-faced Sun Factory director suddenly put away the smile, face grim. However, before I came to the second factory, I took people to do some visits and investigations. The results of the survey can simply be described in 4 words: alarming, aging equipment, slack manpower. Underneath the shiny and bright shell of Textile Factory No. 2, it's almost rotten. As soon as the words fell, Sun Yaogua immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and sweated like a pig. The following leaders, large and small, suddenly did not dare to make a sound and hung their heads. Damn, this old man is actually playing the secret visit thing. Zhou Guoquan's face followed suit with grimness and darkness. The more Zhang Lao said, the more angry. First criticized the workers in the post lazy grinding, and then down the road to all the management reprimand. I've even heard that some people in the sales department collude with dealers outside the factory, dumping the factory's cloth and garments at low prices and enriching themselves. Such people are assholes. In the war years, this kind of black sheep should be jailed and shot. As soon as the words fell, Li Niangchul caught a glimpse of Zhou Guoquan's entire body going limp, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his huge brain. As Elder Zhang spoke, 2 veins rumbled under his pale white hair, and anger was written all over his wrinkled face. Sun Yaogua screamed bitterly in succession, and his hands holding the enamel cup trembled violently. Elder Zhang, calm down. Sun Yaogua fawned and brought over a cup of water to Zhang Lao, but before his hand could be sent over, he was pushed away by Zhang Lao in a flash. Sun Yaogua, let me ask you, do you know about these things? Elder Zhang, me, I will definitely investigate strictly. Sun Yaogua has been scared through but, trembling said, by the time you check, the yellow flowers will be cold. Zhang Lao coldly rebuked. Scared Sun Yaogua did not dare to say more, pretending to hold the enamel cup, did not dare to raise his head. You are all cadres of the factory. You say, what to do? Zhang Lao heavily tapped the table and loudly questioned the rows of suited and booted cadres on the stage. Chapter 42, Reporting on the Spot. Seeing that Elder Zhang had lost his temper, no one dared to speak. Huang Feng glanced at the enraged Elder Zhang on the stage, and the look on his face gradually darkened. Elder Zhang, I have something to say. As if a thunderbolt had risen from the ground, the eyes of the entire venue swept towards Huang Feng. Zhou Guoquan sat up straight all of a sudden, both eyes wide open. Huang Feng, this kid is crazy? I can't see that Elder Zhang is deliberately giving us face. Li Mingjie looked at Huang Feng's back as he stood up and frowned. Elder Zhang, I deeply share what you said. I have something to say. Huang Feng said righteously without changing his color. Sun Yaogua looked at the revitalized Huang Feng, stomped his foot twice and cursed through gritted teeth. Huang Feng, Zhang Lao is speaking, don't you interrupt. Saying that, he continuously gave Huang Feng a wink. Even if there were any problems, he couldn't burst out in front of Elder Zhang at such a time. Wait, Sun Yaogua, don't you say that. Zhang Lao coldly reprimanded Sun Yaogua, then reached out and pointed at Huang Feng, who stood up and said decisively, "This cadre, you say, come up and say it." Huang Feng had a look on his face and clenched his hands. It's not that he didn't know how much of an impact the exposure of Li Mingzhi's dumping of the factory's clothes in such a public forum would have on the textile factory too, but the last incident made him vaguely feel that there was an extraordinary catfight between Li Mingzhi and the factory manager. If it's another private snitch to the plant manager, it might not end up being a problem again. The high-powered Zhang Lao has now brought up this topic. Looking at the gloomy old cadre, Wasp tangled again and again. This once-in-a-lifetime excellent opportunity to bring down Li Mingzhi, he must not let go. In addition, then the prosecution of Li Mingzhi reason. In Zhang Lao's mind to establish a positive image of open and honest, the development of his future career is also extremely favorable. Thinking of this, Huang Feng made up his mind. With a stony face, he took a step towards the stage. Along the way, he ignored the warning look from the factory's white eyes rolling to the sky. "Hello, Elder Zhang." Huang Feng stepped forward and took the microphone. Elder Zhang nodded slightly and sat down himself, giving Huang Feng the speaking position. "Leaders, colleagues, the words of Elder Zhang just now are deafening. The factory director's teachings also make us think and reflect deeply." Huang Feng went up, first patted Zhang Lao on the factory director's ass, and then, suddenly the words turned. "But, all the actions of certain cadres in our factory have chilled Elder Zhang's heart and shamed the factory director's teachings." Saying that, Huang Feng's narrow eyes coldly swept the stage, and for a while, everyone on the stage was at risk, not knowing who this Huang Feng guy had his eyes on. "I'm not sure about other departments, but as the head of the defense section, it's necessary for me to make a review in response to some of the defense section's bad customs and eat-all-you-can behavior." Huang Feng's gaze finally rested on Li Mingzhi, and seeing Li Mingzhi's tightly furrowed brow, a sinister smile flashed up on Huang Feng's face. "Yesterday I received a whistle-blowing letter, and the cadre being reported was none other than the deputy section chief who had just been promoted not long ago, Li Mingzhi." Saying that, Huang Feng took out the long-prepared report letter from his pocket and raised it high. As soon as the words fell, the venue immediately exploded. 110 cadres, all of them mingled and looked around for the Li Mingzhi that Huang Feng was talking about. "Chiefly, this guy Huang Feng has his eyes on you." Zhou Guoquan was shocked. He thought that Li Mingzhi is Huang Feng's people, said nothing expected. Surnamed Huan will actually point Li Mingzhi's name on the spot in the cadres conference. Li Mingzhi sat up straight and turned his face to look at Zhou Guoquan without speaking. As expected, Huang Feng was coming for him. Thinking of the hostile eyes full of hostility that the chief of the supervision section's Han section had just thrown at himself, Li Mingzhi was shocked at the bottom of his heart and thought that this guy Huang Feng must have just told this set of rhetoric to the chief of the Han section as well. Li Mingzhi soon after taking office, colluded with the treasurer Lu Er, to sell out the factory's finished clothes, military coats, labor insurance clothing, undershirts, cotton shoes, quilts. There is nothing Li Mingzhi does not sell. Li Mingzhi's lust for profit made the factory's coffers his family's vault, pulling goods out by the truckload. It caused a huge loss to the factory. Although he is from our defense section, but for the sake of the factory, I'm not afraid to publicize my family's shame. So today I'll reveal my own scars here and expose all of Li Mingzhi's deeds. As Elder Zhang said, this kind of assholes must be removed from the cadre of textile factory No. 2. Huang section chief spilled righteous words, said watertight. 10 minutes of prosecution of a word were stuttering. It seems to be practiced under the stage I do not know how many times. Do enough to get ready to come up. Chief Huang, show me this letter. Upon hearing this, Huang Feng hurriedly opened the letter and placed it in front of Elder Zhang, his palms spreading out forcefully. The meeting room was silent, including the factory director. Everyone was staring with bated breath at Zhang Lao, who was reading the whistle-blowing letter. After Huang Feng finished speaking, he stood to the side of Zhang Lao, clenched his fists, and stared dead at Li Mingzhi in the distance. Still hanging in there. Looking at the way Li Mingzhi was sitting upright, Huang Feng sneered in his heart. Zhou Guoquan was also shocked by Huang Feng's ruthless flurry of operations, and recalled that he was also caught in Huang Feng's trap, and was driven out of the defense section by him in public. The gaze that looked at Li Myungchul had a bit more of a sympathetic look, but Li Myungchul didn't look the slightest bit flustered, sitting in his chair with his back straight and his eyes closed as if he was thinking about something. It was as if what was happening on stage had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until Zhou Guoquan saw the gently wrinkled lumps on Li Mingzhi's forehead that he felt a hint of uneasiness in the heart of the man next to him. "Brother, it's nothing, big deal. Come to work in our sales department. Brother, cover you." Zhou Guoquan sighed and quietly patted Li Mingzhi's knee comfortingly. "Plant son, this letter, you read it too." Sun Yaogua, sweating profusely and trembling, took the whistle-blowing letter from Zhang Lao. Just looking at it immediately screwed up the headlines on his forehead. The words and phrases on the whistle-blowing letter made Sun Yaogua like a thorn in his side. And when he saw the heart-stopping scale of the stalls set up at the entrance of Sanlatan village described in the letter, the corners of Sun's factory manager's mouth twitched at once. Lee Mingjur was promoted by him, and he did not expect to be caught in the act in less than a month. A cold sweat broke out behind Sun Yaogua's back as he thought of this, coldly glaring at Lee Myung-chul, who was far away from the stage. A piece of anger flashed across his face. He now could not care about blaming Huang Feng for the affair outside the festival, only hoping that this matter of Lee Mingjur must not involve him. Thinking of this, Sun Yaogua made up his mind to take advantage of this cadre conference to draw a line in the sand with Lee Mingjur. Chapter 43, Turning Waste into Treasure. Ahem! Sun Yaogua reached for the microphone and cleared his throat. The crowd in the arena, all of a sudden, raised their heads and looked up at the factory manager who was about to speak. The repercussions of this incident are just too much. In order to practice Zhang Lao's instructions, I have decided to wait. A deep, low cry suddenly came from the crowd on the stage, interrupting Sun Yaogua's pronouncement. Lee Myung-chul, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Zhou Guoquan tugged at Lee Mingjur, but he was pushed away with force and slowly stood up. Lee Myung-chul, do you have anything else to say? The factory manager looked at Lee Myung-chul, who suddenly stood up, and was shocked, wondering what this kid had in mind. The people around him turned their heads to look at Lee Myung-chul, a pair of eyes like a spotlight on him. Factory director, this is something I need to explain. I, Lee Mingjur, have never done anything to eat and drink. Lee Myung-chul didn't have a microphone, so he had to rip his voice out and turn up the volume. The voice was loud, but there was no hint of panic or anxiety. Oh, you come up here and tell me. In the entire venue, the one who least wanted something to happen to Lee Mingjur was him, Sun Yaogua. Otherwise, no matter how harshly he disposes of Lee Mingjur, the matter of his firebrand promotion of Lee Mingjur as a deputy section chief in the first place will be pulled out. Seeing Lee Mingjur's calm demeanor in saying that he wanted to explain, Sun Yaogua's eyes instantly lit up, hoping with all his heart that Lee Mingjur would explain this matter clearly. When Lee Mingjur and the factory director locked eyes, their hearts were already clear, and they tacitly got up and walked towards the stage step by step. This guy is Lee Myung-chul? It's over. He's finished this time. He's bumped into Elder Zhang's gun. Wait for the show. Lee Myung-chul weaved his way through the narrow aisles, ignoring the whispers in his ears. Elder Zhang, plant director's son. Lee Myung-chul stepped forward and bent and bowed at each of the seated leaders without a moment's hesitation. Looking at him in this subdued manner, Huang Feng on the side sneered. I'll see how long you last. You're Lee Myung-chul? Yes. Zhang Lao pushed the whistle-blowing letter forward and tapped his fingers on the table twice with force. Are the things said above the letter true? Lee Mingjur lowered his head and scanned the whistle-blowing letter, and in his afterglow, he vaguely glimpsed that the factory director was giving him a series of winks, telling him not to admit it. But in the next second, Lee Mingjur's words almost made Sun Yaogua lose his soul in fear. That's right, I did have these clothes sold in Sanlatan. As soon as the words fell, the factory director's pair of tiger eyes immediately glared roundly, and his face muscles twitched viciously. This guy is 80% stunned. Sun Yaogua secretly grumbled, regretting that he had let him come up. So what do you have to explain? Elder Zhang instantly chilled his face and slapped the table. But I didn't eat my way out of it. On the contrary, it was for the benefit of the factory that I sold these clothes. At those words, Sun Yaogua and Huang Feng were both shaken. Huang Feng frowned tightly and questioned with a cold smile. You less nonsense here. For the sake of the factory. Then how come I don't see you give the money to the factory? Good. In the face of Huang Feng's questioning, Lee Mingjur smiled faintly and said a good word, reaching into his own jacket's pocket to fumble around. This money was intended to be turned in after the meeting, so I'll turn it in now. Saying that, Lee Myung-chul took out a bunch of thick bills from his pocket and placed them on the table. That's $672 in all, not a penny less. Underneath the bills, a hand-transcribed list was pressed, with every detail of the sale of the clothes densely noted. Factory Director, Elder Zhang. This is every single entry I had the person who helped sell the clothes write down. I, Lee Mingjur, didn't take a penny. Sun Yaogua stared at the list in Zhang Lao's hand with wide eyes and looked at Lee Mingjur with a surprised expression. Huang Feng on the side also froze, not realizing that Lee Mingjur had actually prepared this hand. Taking advantage of this gap, Lee Myung-chul slowly opened his mouth to explain what he had just prepared to say offstage. In fact, this matter itself is a misunderstanding. I have been working in the factory for 3 years, and I am deeply saddened by the waste of resources in our factory. And before that, I was just a small janitor, and I couldn't do anything about it. Thanks to Sun's promotion, I became a deputy section chief. In order to live up to the expectations of the plant manager, I came up with this idea of turning waste into treasure. Turning waste into treasure? Elder Zhang raised his head and looked suspiciously at the young man in front of him. Lee Mingjur, heavy emphasis if you had, continued to explain, our factory because of the aging of the equipment problem. The production of clothes, the rate of defective has been very high. The workshop warehouse everywhere piled up the defective clothes, and finally can only be treated as garbage pulled out to be destroyed. For this reason, our factory every month and then take out a sum of money to be used to dispose of this so-called garbage. Over and over again. These piles of defective products not only occupy a large area of production space, but also cause a huge waste of resources. Wasp was gradually getting a little confused as he watched Lee Myung-chul's serious nonsense from the side. This asshole. When did he learn to say this? Sun Yaoguo nervously looked at Zhang Lao, and when he saw that Zhang Lao didn't say anything, he gestured, imploring Li Mingjie to continue. Li Mingjie nodded his head and said unhurriedly, "So, what I'm selling out is not the finished clothes that Chief Huan was talking about, but rather these inferior goods that are being piled up as garbage. I want to explore a profitable mode of turning waste into treasure and recycling for the factory, to put these inferior goods after some processing, and put them on the market for sale at a low price, although they are not as expensive as the finished clothes to sell, but it can just help our factory to open up the market for the low-income people with a low income level." This matter I had intended to make a study through and then report to the factory director. I did not think that the yellow section chief mentioned it first and made this misunderstanding. Saying that, Li Mingjie smiled faintly and raised an eyebrow towards Huang Feng. Huang Feng suddenly looked shocked. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and he stepped forward and said, "Factory manager, this kid is talking nonsense. You don't believe his." "Shut up, don't you interrupt for a second." Sun Yaoguo viciously gouged out Huang Feng, turned his face to Fawn and went to ask Zhang Lao. "Zhang Lao, what do you think about this matter?" Zhang Lao scratched his head full of white hair and flipped around looking at the sales list in his hand. The haze on his face remained deep, pointing to a pile of bills on the table. He opened his mouth in a deep voice and asked, "Is this what you mean by turning waste into treasure and recycling?" Li Mingjie replied without being humble and calm. "That's right. After my practice, these clothes that are repaired after processing with substandard products are very marketable in the low-end market. Elder Zhang, this is the specific implementation plan I wrote for turning waste into treasure." Saying that, Li Myung-chul pulled out another neatly folded dozen pieces of draft paper from his pants pocket, filled with neat handwriting. Chapter 44, Turnaround. Just after pulling it out, Sun Yaoguo stretched his neck to look over. Huang Feng suspiciously looked at the confident and calm Li Mingjie, and couldn't help but quietly glance over to the draft paper in Zhang Lao's hand. Sun Yaoguo followed to see too. See above written a plan and policy simple and clear, without dragging. Face happy, raised his head to look at Li Mingjie, two eyes, toward him slightly raised eyebrows. Receiving the factory director's hint, Li Mingjie nodded slightly and slowly opened his mouth to explain, sincerely. As Zhang Lao said, now all over the country are sensationally engaging in reforms. Our textile factory No. 2 is facing more and more intense competition in the field of clothing. On the one hand, the factory director has led us to continuously pull up the clothing production, but even richer enterprises can't forget the matter of cutting costs. Li Mingjie methodically analyzed the predicament that the textile factory No. 2 is now facing, and articulated his idea of turning waste into treasure in an organized manner. Listening to Li Mingjie's flowing words, the anger on Zhang Lao's face gradually dissipated. After reading a dozen pages of densely packed plans, Elder Zhang slowly raised his head. "This method you thought of is indeed not a bad idea." Upon hearing this, Sun Yaoguo immediately climbed up the pole with joy in his heart and gave a thumbs up towards Li Mingjie. Huang Feng on the side was completely baffled, staring blankly at the two old Zhang and the factory director who exchanged words. His heart gradually lost its bottom. When did this Li Myung-chul learn to write a plan? The janitor has changed his job to a secretary? Looking at Huang Feng's fluttering eyes, Li Mingjie smiled coldly. There are thousands of these things, not to mention the thousands of plans that have passed through their hands in previous lives, not to mention the ones they've read. A proposal for improvement to a small textile mill. A show of hands. Li Myung-chul? After some deliberation between Elder Zhang and Sun Yaoguo, he raised his head and called out in a deep voice. "Where are those clothes of yours that practiced this turning of yours into a treasure?" Now, unexpectedly, before Li Mingjie could open his mouth, Huang Feng replied before him, "Elder Zhang, those clothes he dumped out have already been checked by us, and they're just sitting there in the security section." Huang Feng thought that Zhang Lao had discovered something suspicious, and again, began to cheer up, began to bring the topic to the eating outside this matter to guide. Elder Zhang frowned, glanced at Huang Feng, and said indifferently, "Bring it over first." "Yes." Huang Feng hurried down and grabbed the door. Looking at Huang Feng's anxious back, the people who had been spectating underneath were momentarily confused as to what had happened. The microphone has been closed by Sun Yaoguo. Everyone only looked at the stage of a group of people hand in hand to say something. The specific talk about what? Even sitting in the first row of cadres are not known. What's wrong with old Huang? So anxious? I don't know. Why is that little subsection still on stage? It's 80% that old Huang went back and called for someone to arrest that Li Myung-chul kid. The crowd quietly mingled and whispered. Taking advantage of the fact that Huang Feng was away and no one was messing with him, Sun Yaogua began to operate again. Deputy Chief Li, let me ask you, when did you start tinkering with the idea of turning waste into treasure? Li Mingjie, which cannot understand the strings of Sun Yaogua's voice, immediately tacitly open, just started. The day before yesterday to get the first batch to try. Did not expect to let the yellow section chief up such a big misunderstanding. The two of them played a match with each other, and with Li Myung-chul's calm and unhurried response, a great drama of concealing the truth was performed without a drop of water. Although Elder Zhang on the side didn't say anything, from his face, a few moments of relief could already be seen. Sun Yaogua leaned back and took a sip of tea from his teacup. To put it in perspective, Li Myung-chul has only just started selling clothes backwards and has yet to stash a penny. Sun Yaogua is never believe in the enterprise, crawling and fighting for so many years, contribute to the matter of no benefit. Killed him, do not believe. Only, as the factory director, he doesn't care how many of those junk things Li Mingjie sold. Right now, he only wants to keep Li Mingjie. Press this matter. Don't be in front of Zhang Lao. By the yellow wind, this halo melon to make a fire. In the shopping mall has been floating for more than 10 years of Li Mingjie, for these routines have long been perfect, and not much to say. Just the right amount of cooperation with the factory director. First helped to take the factory director out before. As he was thinking, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open with force. Huang Feng ran back again at a fast pace, holding a large ball of clothes, running up to the center of the stage, sweating profusely and throwing these clothes on the ground at once. Picking up a piece of labor clothing, he panted and said, "Factory director, Zhang Lao, look, it clearly says the name of our textile factory No. 2 on it. This is the clothes that flowed out of our factory." Sun Yaogua looked at Huang Feng in this impatient manner, viciously gouged him out, and as soon as he did, he pulled the clothes from his hands, carefully scrutinized some, digress, yes, this is indeed the lathe down the remnants. Zhang Lao, you see, this sleeve is also a long one shorted. Alas, this kind of clothes who buy can only be treated as garbage thrown away. When Huang Feng heard this, he glared red and said fiercely, "It's just garbage, but it's also the factory's garbage, and you can't privately take it outside and sell it." Chief Huang, what's that supposed to mean? Li Mingjie coldly opened his mouth, stepped forward and looked straight at Huang Feng. I just sold out $10 million. It is also for the factory. Just now you also saw those clothes sold to Sanlitun. I turned the money in as much as I could. Zhang Lao and the factory director have just counted it. I am a point of greed. If you don't believe me, the sales sheet is on the table. You can check it yourself. You. Huang Feng's heart was knotted with anger, pointing at Li Mingjie and unable to speak. Actually, shifty break, he cannot trust the factory director and Zhang Lao. Usually how not see? His surname Li has such a vicious heart. Okay, what a fight. Sun Yaogua glared at Huang Feng and reprimanded the two. Afterwards, he picked up the clothes again and broke them one by one for Zhang Lao. This military coat has already leaked cotton. By the looks of it, it's been specially sewn by someone. It's just that the technique is also too rough. Zhang Lao looked at the few pieces of clothing in front of him. Not only were they substandard, but the workmanship of the processing was also so rough that it looked like a dog had chewed on it. Li Myung-chul, just this kind of clothes, does anyone really buy them? Zhang Lao held up the military coat with exposed cotton in his hand and asked Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie glanced at it, a burst of helplessness in his heart. Look at this fooling around. 80% is from the goods of Guangxi. After a pause, Li Mingjie opened his mouth and replied, Zhang Lao, our factory has been supplying to large-scale clothing enterprises. Naturally we can't look at this kind of substandard products, but right now there are a few families getting out of poverty. The streets and alleys are filled with old people wearing patched clothes, and this kind of clothes, for them, it's just too good to ask for. Spend a few $dozen, is not a burden, but also can change a new piece of clothing. Li Mingjie narrated the story, and Sun Yaogua nodded repeatedly as he listened. Chapter 45, Confrontation with Lu Er. If that's true, all those used clothes in the factory, the substandard products off the line, might actually regenerate a fortune. That's a bold idea. Zhang Lao finally loosened his tongue and said to Sun Yaogua in a rather approving tone. Sun Yaogua shook Zhang Lao's hand and nodded repeatedly. Elder Zhang is right. This period of time I was also sleepless for the sake of the factory's revenue. Originally just mentioned to Little Li. I did not expect that Little Li could really break out away. Seeing that Zhang Lao had already stood up, Sun Yaogua was completely relieved and began to take credit for himself. Huang Feng, who was standing on the sidelines, could not cry, but still did not die and went up to take the clothes and break them to Sun Yaogua. Factory director, you see clearly this is Li Mingjie stole it. He and the treasurer Lu Er collusion. Truckloads and truckloads of us these clothes out Sun Yaogua sidled up to pat Elder Zhang on the back and heard Huang Feng hang on to the word steal again. He was on fire and slammed the table. Huang Feng, It's been said thousands of times. This isn't clothes, it's trash. Besides, didn't you listen to old Zhang? This is what that turning trash into treasure. Sun Yaoguo glared fiercely at Huang Feng, greeting his entire family in his heart. Still ing mess. Have to make a mess of the old man also pulled out you are happy. Huang Feng was Sun Yaoguo the scolding ferocious face aggrieved. The national face immediately cried into a big long face. Wait! Elder Zhang suddenly waved his hand, stopping Sun Yaoguo. A pair of eyes stared straight at Huang Feng, picked up the whistleblower letter in his hand again, and questioned, the treasurer you just mentioned, Lu Er, is he here now? As soon as Elder Zhang's words fell, Sun Yaoguo's face immediately chilled. Oops, it happened so suddenly that Lu Er definitely didn't know about these improvised things that Li Myungchul had made up. If I call Lu Er over and ask a few questions, I'll reveal myself. Thinking of this, Sun Yaoguo hurriedly opened his mouth to round off the situation. Lu Er he is not a cadre. Today there is a batch of goods out of the warehouse. Also do not know. Lu Er is in the storehouse. I've got people on it. Seeing that Sun Yaoguo was going to help Li Mingjie again, Huang Feng didn't care about offending the factory manager, and directly interrupted Sun Yaoguo's words to give up Lu Er. Hiss! The corners of Sun Yaoguo's mouth twitched as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Taking a look at Sun Yaoguo's stern eyes, Huang Feng winced in his heart. But now, he can no longer care about these. Today in front of so many people, if he cannot bring down Li Mingjie, then the last to fall down is himself. Get me that Lu Er guy. Yes. Huang Feng violently lifted his body and bellowed. A black face poked its head out of the conference room door and stretched out, and Li Myungchul looked back. It was none other than his nemesis, Old Song from the janitor's office. Old Song received Huang Feng's order and immediately nodded. Running towards the outside, Old Song returned to the janitor's office, called for all the men, and rushed toward the storehouse with great haste. Old Song led 7 or 8 people to the forefront, strutting to the door of the storehouse. Without a word of greeting, he raised his leg and kicked it. Dang it! The rusty iron door of the storehouse was kicked by Old Song all of a sudden, and half of the door leaf liquid crystal drooped down. He kicked the door open only to see that Junko from the janitor's office was talking to Old Song with his head together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Song, you're a ing donkey. My door is broken. You fix it for me. Seeing Old Song with a group of people, Shunzi immediately turned pale with fear. In the face of Lu Er's yell, Old Song snorted coldly, loudly scolded. Junko, what the hell are you doing here? Being shouted out loud by the raging Old Song, Shunzi was also a bit balked and stammered. Brother Song, I talked to Lu Er about the old family. Old Song coldly swept a glance at Shunzi and fixed his gaze on Lu Er, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, took one, a leadership style sitting on the chair in the storehouse, and opened his mouth with a great deal of momentum. Lu Er, do you know what you have committed? Rub. Before the words were finished, Lu Er rushed up and yanked the cigarette off Old Song's mouth in one fell swoop. What are you doing? Trying to make a move? Old Song, with only a pipe in his mouth and eyes as wide as cow's eggs, jumped up and down. No fireworks are allowed in the main part of the storehouse. Lu Er pointed to the slogan on the wall. Lao Song glanced at it, suppressed the anger in his heart, and spoke ferociously. Lu Er, don't you fool around. The factory director has already found out about your collusion with Li Mingjie. Now you come with me. Collusion? Surname Song, you are less likely to hold on my head. Lu Er was not the least bit afraid and argued with Old Song with red eyes. Ha! Save those words for the factory manager. Go! Old Song sneered and stepped forward to grab Lu Er's arm. Get up and go. I'll walk myself. Lu Er pushed hard and staggered Old Song. Then you follow, and if you try to run away halfway, I'll send you to the police station. Old Song slammed the table, Aang said striding out. Watching Old Song walk out, Lu Er was about to get up. Shunzi hurriedly followed, tugged on Lu Er's sleeve, and uneasily whispered, Brother Lu Er, just now. Brother Li explained the words. Have you memorized them yet? Lu Er impatiently peeled off Shunzi's hand. Just don't worry. Think of me, Lu Er, as a little cutie. Up? What are you two talking about in secret there? You want me to go over there and grab you, don't you? Old Song looked back and yelled again. Old Song, don't scare people. I'm telling you, when you come back later you'll have to fix the door for me. The two of them walked one after the other. Old Song with his hands behind his back full of disdain. Come back? And you want to come back? This time, even you counting Li Myungchul, neither of you two will be able to work in the factory anymore. 10 minutes later, the door to the conference room was pushed open again. Report! Storekeeper Lu Er is here. Old Song entered the door with one big stride, saluted, and shouted. The entire room looked over in unison, only to see 2 security guards following Lu Er step by step forward. Is this Li Myungchul's accomplice? I'll go. Old Yellow was ruthless enough this time. Lu Er was pushed and shoved onto the stage, glaring coldly at Huang Feng. Sun Yaoguo looked at Lu Er, who was brought over and squeezed a cold sweat in his hand. Before Zhang Lao could open his mouth, Huang Feng snapped and asked aggressively, Lu Er, you say, where did you and Li Mingjie sell our factory's clothes? What clothes? Isn't that garbage? Lu Er was not the least bit afraid. His voice was even louder than Huang Feng's, and spittle splattered on Huang Feng's face. We're not selling it, we're turning it into treasure. As soon as the words fell, Huang Feng's arrogant face immediately froze, the corners of his mouth twitching violently, and after a pause, Sun Yaoguo finally reacted with joy and looked at Lu Er and Li Mingjie in surprise. Chapter 46, Saving the Day. Huang Feng stared incredulously, his face muscles quickly twisting up as he pointed at Lu Er and reprimanded. Lu Er, don't play any tricks, tell me the truth. What exactly did you and Li Mingjie do with the clothes dumped out of our storehouse? Lu Er did not show any weakness, his short stature popped up high, slapped Huang Feng's finger off, and angrily scolded. Surname Huang, you less hold on my head. If you talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll whip you. With that, Lu Er went forward and grabbed Huang Feng's collar, gritting his teeth and raising his hand to smack him in the mouth. Lu Er is not a cadre, do not care about the image, since listening to Shunzi to report, learned that Huang Feng, in order to fix Li Mingjie, actually pulled him down. He did not give Huang Feng the benefits of this kid on weekdays. I did not expect the key moment actually behind the back to play dirty tricks. Thinking of this, the ball of anger in Lu Er's heart grew bigger and bigger, and it took several people a lot of effort to pull Lu Er off Huang Feng's body. The crowd of cadres below the stage watched the fight on the stage and stretched their necks. Nonsense! What's it like? Stop it! Zhang Lao slammed the table and scolded in a stern voice. Frightened by Zhang Lao's mid-air angry shout, Lu Er then came down honestly and stood to the side. But his face was still unconvinced as he glared angrily at Huang Feng. You're Lu Er. Zhang Lao raised his head and glanced at the dry and thin man in front of him. That's right, leader, I'm Lu Er. Tell us about your waste-to-energy thing. Zhang Lao slowly sat down, his eyes staring straight at Lu Er. Sun Yaoguo's heart once again lifted up, but seeing Li Mingjie's calm and confident look with a smile on his face, his heart then slightly relaxed a few points, and he thought that Lu Er must also have been prepared. As expected, Lu Er glanced at Li Mingjie, cleared his throat, line clouds and flow of the idea of turning waste into treasure and the practice of the method of a brain poured out, said the sky, and Li Mingjie just said word for word, that's it. I and section chiefly first got a batch of clothes. I didn't expect that. Before we started to feel it, we were stirred up by Huang Feng. This. Saying that, Lu Er glared at Huang Feng, said grimly, factory director, if you ask me, our factory has not been developed, is because the powers that be are Huang Feng. This kind of villain can't see the people with real talent to get ahead. All day long don't think about how to do a good job. Know that the collusion, pulling gangs together, asterisk. Lu Er, don't spit blood. Huang Feng did not expect that Lu Er, this shrew, is even more vicious than Li Mingjie, word for word, killing and killing. I'm bloodthirsty? I'm asking you where that flowery cloth in the factory came from? Is it related to your relatives? Don't deny it. Why don't I call old Song over to confront you? Lu Er was aggressive, spittle flying. Li Mingjie on the sidelines secretly marveled at Lu Er, this old oilman's tactics. This kind of time, throw out the matter of the flower cloth, a move against the host, completely make Huang Feng cannot come down. Huang Feng heard Lu Er shaking out the flower cloth. Under the weakness of the heart, his face waxed yellow, panicked and ran to the factory director. Hastily defended, factory director, you do not believe Lu Er's. That batch of flower cloth has nothing to do with me at all. The factory manager coldly glared at the anxious Huang Feng, a cold snort escaping from the corner of his mouth. The sky is as black as a crow. And you, Huang Feng, are not a clean one, but Zhang Lao is here. Sun Yaoguo can only put this matter down first. Otherwise, a main section chief, a deputy section chief cannot be cleaned. He is the face of the factory director, has no place to put. Stand aside for a moment and we'll talk about this later. Sun Yaoguo waved his hand, impatiently supporting Huang Feng. Elder Zhang, what do you think about this? Sun Yaoguo put his head over and carefully asked Elder Zhang. Zhang Lao frowned tightly, picking up the whistleblower letter and reading it over and over a few times, and then flipping back and forth those plans written by Li Mingjie. After carefully verifying every detail, he rubbed his swollen temples and finally spoke. Factory director Sun, this is your factory's business. You decide. Sun Yaoguo looked stunned, and then immediately reacted, and that heart that was hanging in the air finally let go. One pulled the microphone and flipped the switch back on. All quiet. Just now things have been clarified. Li Mingjie didn't upsell the factory's clothes. It was a complete misunderstanding. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 cadres in the arena immediately cast their eyes on Li Mingjie in unison. With an unbelievable face, Li Mingzhi boldly proposed a grand plan to turn waste into treasure and reuse it. After Elder Zhang's review, this plan is completely feasible. Comrades, now that times have changed, change your mindset, do less fighting and more practical work. Sun Yaogua sang another high note, praising Li Mingzhi while constantly taking credit for turning waste into treasure on himself. Zhang Lao, you don't know, this Lu Er and Li Mingzhi, they collude. Huang Feng cried and mourned, still undeterred, whispering in Zhang Lao's ear, expecting to salvage the situation. Listening to Huang Feng's accusations against Li Mingzhi, Zhang Lao's face grew more and more gloomy. Turning his eyes and glancing at Huang Feng, he coldly opened his mouth. Section Chief Huang, just now, what your factory director said, I hope you can remember it in your heart. What we need to rectify now is this kind of collusion without trying to get ahead of the official mindset. Huang Feng's brain exploded with a buzz, his scalp tingling as he was glared at by Zhang Lao's pair of stern eyes. His legs were weak and he stumbled, only managing to hold onto the table with both hands. After Sun Yaogua finished his speech, he turned off the microphone again, regardless of a group of dumbfounded cadres on those stages. Elder Zhang, can we proceed to the next item of the meeting? Zhang Lao's face was unhappy and frowned. I don't think it's necessary. This kind of fake and empty regular meeting, it's better to open less in the future. It's better to do more practical things. It's time to straighten out the culture in your factory. Sun Yaogua heard the conversation between Huang Feng and Elder Zhang just now. As soon as he heard Elder Zhang speak in this way, he immediately took a stand without hesitation. Yes, it's indeed time to cure this kind of crookedness, or else a talented person like Shaoli, who is devoted to his career, will be chilled to us. Huang Feng heard almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, and then looked at Li Mingzhi. This kid actually put up a modest and prudent posture, and then complimented the factory director. Li Mingzhi glanced at Huang Feng, a wry smile flashed in his eyes. Huang Feng's scalp instantly went numb, his heart foreboding. Factory director. In fact, I also blame me for not saying hello to Section Chief Huang, just really afraid that Section Chief Huang will not agree with me under caution, which has caused such a big misunderstanding. Section Chief Huang is also a good comrade. Year after year, the model worker is on the list. Chapter 47, Opportunity Knocks. Li Mingzhi said in a conspiratorial manner. Zhang Laohart has already Huang Feng into the enterprise mixed seniority to stay alive to pull the mountain of small bureaucrats. The moment he heard this, immediately frowned tightly, noticing Zhang Lao's displeasure. He also recalled that Zhang Lao had just said that he wanted to rectify the official mindset. Sun Yaogua, how shrewd, immediately waved his hand, pointed to Huang Feng. You do not look awe. I tell you, this year's model worker you do not have a place to participate in the election, as well as half a year awards first deducted. You go back to me to properly correct the attitude of the work. Saying that, Sun Yaogua brought up the suggestion with Zhang Lao that all future model workers should be selected from specific production positions until Zhang Lao nodded his head in satisfaction. Then Sun Yaogua was relieved. Huang Feng, who was on the side, almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. His two eyeballs looked like they were about to collapse as he glared viciously at Li Mingzhi. His mouth of steel teeth clenched with a grating sound. I chow. Huang Feng only felt his mind buzzing and a ball of anger pressing down on his chest that he couldn't breathe. I didn't expect that a war of annihilation prepared with great effort would end up with a stolen chicken. Zhang Lao and other high-powered figures, by his high regard, in the future in the factory is upwardly mobile figure in the green clouds, to be branded as a villain by him, not to mention promotion and wealth, or to be able to keep his current position, is to have smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. Furthermore, today, in order to bring down Li Niangchul, in the heat of the moment, he had already offended the factory manager. Thinking about all this, Huang Feng's scalp tingled and he screamed in agony. Section Chief Huang, I'll need more guidance from you in the future. Li Niangchul smiled and extended his hand, and the corners of Huang Feng's mouth twitched violently, his lungs exploding as he looked at Li Niangchul's villainous look. I'll go down first. Huang Feng gasped out thick air, face pale, ignoring Li Mingzhi's provocation, said to the factory director, and ignored the factory director's reply, walked straight down. The blood rushed to his head, his feet fluttered, and as he descended the steps, he stepped on the ground and fell with a thud. The crowd was in disarray, scrambling forward to help Huang Feng up and press him into the seat. What's the matter, Old Yellow? What's the situation? Director Wang couldn't figure out the situation above and asked curiously. Huang Feng had an iron face, shook his head, and muttered breathlessly, damn, being shaded. On the stage, Sun Yaogua was saying something attentively with Zhang Lao as they got their heads together. Looking at the grim gaze that Zhang Lao cast from time to time, Huang Feng's heart shivered and his scalp tingled. Elder Zhang, since this is the case, then this kind of regular meeting our factory will open less in the future. It takes 7 or 8 days of labor before and after a meeting. I've long wanted to cancel this kind of waste of manpower and material resources of vain things. Let's call it a day. The shrewd Sun Yagua followed Zhang Lao's mind, and simply cancelled all the 7 or 8 redundant processes behind the General Assembly. After letting Huang Feng and Li Mingzhi toss in turn, Zhang Lao, who was over 60 years old, was also a bit tired and slowly nodded his head. Sun Yagua immediately took the microphone, shouted at the stage, "Today's General Assembly comes to an end. Go back. I will let Secretary Zhou Li Mingzhi's proposal to turn waste into treasure is organized and sent to you. You cadres to study, learn, let's hold a little bit of formalism of the imaginary head. Do a little bit of real things for the factory director after the development of a good idea to ponder." Dismissed. Sun Yagua gave some lofty instructions and adjourned the meeting. With that, Sun Yagua helped Zhang Lao to get up, but he was gently pushed away. "Brotherly, you sent Shunzi to come really timely. If it was 5 minutes late, today our brother and sister will be Huang Feng the scene here." Seeing Huang Feng's miserable end, Lu Er's heart burst with fear and whispered to Li Mingzhi. In his heart, he was more and more in awe of Li Mingzhi and was completely convinced. "Brother Li, it was so prescient of you to ask me to suspend the delivery. Brother, I'm convinced." Li Mingzhi looked at the factory director, who had not yet walked away, and raised an eyebrow, signaling Lu Er not to speak. In fact, Li Mingzhi, who had been calm and collected, had a cold sweat break out in his heart the moment he saw Lu Er being twisted over. Just then, Zhang Lao, who had walked to the entrance of the side door, suddenly turned around and gestured towards Li Mingzhi. "Young man, you come with me." "Yes." Li Niangchul didn't say much and quickly followed. Factory director Sun watched as Elder Zhang called Li Mingzhi over again, and with doubt in his heart, he hurriedly followed closely over as well. Without a word, Elder Zhang was guided by Sun Yagui to a small conference room. The private room was small, but extremely luxurious for the era. Streamlined European decor with imported carpets and 3 leather sofas. Li Niangchul swept a glance at the luxurious decorations and felt a sigh in his heart. "Sit down." Entering the private room, Zhang Lao's face finally loosened up and greeted Li Mingzhi as he sat down. "Li, at the meeting just now, I'm very interested in that waste-to-energy program you proposed. I'm calling you over here now to have a good discussion with you about how this program is going to be implemented." Sun Yagua looked shocked, knowing that this was a good thing that it found its way to his head, and hurriedly gave Li Mingzhi a wink. Clearing his throat, he spoke suggestively, "Little Li, say what you think. Don't be afraid to say it wrong. There's Zhang Lao to keep an eye on it." Li Mingzhi nodded his head heavily, elaborating on the waste-to-treasure program in detail, and raising a few more points about the dilemmas and difficulties he was currently facing. A dripping, extremely logical business plan. Listening to Zhang Lao nodded repeatedly. "Li, help you do this program, is what you said those friends, a total of but a dozen people. Small fight can be, but want to help the entire huge textile factory to implement this program. I'm afraid that the heart is not enough." Li Mingzhi nodded. This statement is not false, not to mention the number of manpower. Gangzi and others are after all big men, coupled with the lack of rigorous technical training. In the long term, the quality of the clothes processed is also uneven. Zhang Lao paused, then turned his head to look at Sun Yagua and asked seriously, "Plant Director Sun, how much more equipment and manpower does the second plant have free right now?" Sun Yagua carefully calculates some. "Know that this matter Zhang Lao indeed on the heart. Do not dare to be ambiguous." Rigorous answer. The idle machine also have no. As for manpower, now is also in short supply. These years, there are constantly the original backbone of the factory's old staff resigned to go to sea to start their own business. The courage of the lesser is also outside the private textile mills to the high-paying poachers. Only a few hundred left in the general technology of the staff. Employees, they can fulfill the monthly order quantity on schedule. I've already thanked God. In fact, this is a problem that Sun Yu Kwok is also suffering from. In less than 2 years, Textile 2 lost over 70 skilled technicians. Without these old workers to take the lead, there is only a large number of mediocre soldiers left to muddle through, which is why the rate of defective clothes coming off the lathe keeps climbing higher. Chapter 48 Establishment of the Company. Zhang Lao nodded heavily, hearing Sun Yagua's pain. Nowadays, the trend of going to sea to start a business has swept through half of the country. A little bit of ability, where there is still holding on to a dead wage. The problem of corporate brain drain is indeed not only present in Textile Factory 2. Li Mingzhi looked at the 2 worried leaders, made some calculations in his heart, and slowly opened his mouth. I do have a way around the manpower problem. The factory still operates on an 8-hour workday, but the factory manager just said that most of us, the employees, are just mucking around. But then again, if we can pay our employees according to their labor and give them bonuses according to the hours they work, who would still want to muddle through? After all, we all come out to work to eat. Who can't live with money? Zhang Lao listened to the words of Li Mingzhi nodded. Sun Yagua took the opportunity to follow said, Li, this point is very good. I went to the south of the 5 provinces of the textile mills last year to visit the time of study. People over there have begun to engage in this model. Back I have long made up my mind to reform the payroll system, but has been busy with official business. This matter has been delayed. Zhang Lao remained frowning. What Sun Yaogwa said about the situation over in the south? He had long since learned about it from the newspaper. Rumor has it that after the 2 textile factories in Guangdong province introduced piece rate payment, the workers were so hot as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood that they didn't even go home late at night and stayed on the factory floor to step on the sewing machines. Then look at the second factory side. There is still an hour before the end of the day. The workers will shut down the lathe, get together to smoke and bowl ********, stay up to the end of the day. But there is a natural reason for not changing. Not that we don't want to change, but that we can't. Zhang Lao smoked half a cigarette inside. I agree with Xiao Li's words, but right now, in our province, the top has not yet given an accurate statement. This matter, no one dares to do it. Sun Yaogwa also looked grave, said yes again and again, and changed his mind to say that he must abide by the policy above, and will never mess around for the sake of a little bit of petty profit. In the conference room, there was a moment of silence. Seeing that the method of turning waste into treasure was going to be shelved because of manpower problems, Zhang Lao felt a pang of regret in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, Elder Zhang finally made a decision. Li Myung-chul, let me ask you something. If I say, let you take full responsibility for turning Textile Factory 2 into a treasure, do you have any confidence? Have faith. Li Mingjie did not think about it. The opportunity came to be seized. Small fights. This is not his style. Think about it. You're going to eat the responsibility if you mess up. Zhang Lao once again double-checked with Li Mingjie, testing his guts, but Li Myung-chul's response did not disappoint. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to use me, Li Myung-chul, to make a way out for the second factory, and I'm not afraid to break my bones. Li Myung-chul's face was grave and he said loudly and decisively, yes. A few moments of approval flashed in Elder Zhang's eyes as he clapped his large hand, shaking Sun Yaogwa's body. Li Myung-chul, listen, you go to open a clothing company. In the future, the full agency of the second factory lathe eliminated those defective products. Import, processing, sales, of these are all packaged to you. The initial purchase of funds, you can first pay IOUs. Sun Factory Director will give you some policy inclination, but there is you give me to remember. Within 6 months, I want a Textile 2 factory of inferior inventory reduced to 30%. Do you dare eat that much? A statement that is so decisive that it is deafening. Sun Yaogwa froze at once. This, Elder Zhang is so big when he doesn't make a splash? Now the second factory 6 warehouses. The backlog of substandard products? At least tens of thousands of pieces. 70% is 7 or 8,000 pieces. Li Mingjie and no money. 2 no 1. 3 no machine. Just with a mouth. How do not dare to eat so many goods? After all, an IOU that is typed has to be repaid eventually. Li Myung-chul's brain worked quickly, scrutinizing the cost of importing goods and the processing cycle as well as the throughput capacity of several large markets in the vicinity. Hesitating, he clenched his steel teeth. Taking a deep breath, he spoke quietly, I'll do it. What? Sun Yaogwa was so shocked that the cigarette handle in his mouth fell off. However, I have 2 suggestions for the 2 leaders to hear. You say, the conference room, as it were, had become the home ground for the rivalry between Elder Zhang and Li Mingjie. 1. I'd like to ask Plant Director Sun to allow me to recruit twice in the factory. What? A second job offer? Sun Yaogwa was confused and couldn't figure out what Li Myung-chul was thinking. However, Li Mingjie nodded slightly and calmly explained, that's right, although the factory workers are muddling along, but the craftsmanship under them is at least qualified. These are ready-made qualified workers. I opened my own company, to engage in piecework pay, on time to give awards of the new payroll model. This is not considered a violation of the policy above, right? The workers in the factory are on 3 shifts, most of them are day shifts. I recruited workers in the factory to do their jobs in the factory during the day, and then go to my place at night to work for a few hours after work. Nice. Before Li Mingjie could finish, Zhang Lao immediately understood and excitedly interrupted Li Mingjie's those clothes are remnants, and they're kind of semi-finished, and the workers go to you and just process them for a couple hours, and that's perfectly adequate. Go on. Minch, a second opinion. Zhang Lao had already been thoroughly impressed with Li Mingjie, and was only waiting for this strange-thinking young man to come up with any new tricks. And then there's the fact that to start a company nowadays you also have to actually pay the registered capital and put it on the company's books. As I recall, it was around $300,000, a sum so large that I certainly couldn't get my hands on it personally. Are you trying to borrow money? Sun Yaogwa looked at Li Myung-chul suspiciously, a little uneasy. It's not a loan, it's a share for money, an angel investment. What angel? Li Myung-chul, I'm telling you, We're not into that Western God angel thing. Sun Yaoguo frowned tightly. This Li Mingzhi netted some words he couldn't understand. Plant manager, don't misunderstand. Li Mingzhi smiled sarcastically and opened his mouth. This 300,000. I asked the factory to inject into my company. Can replace 30% of the shares. The second factory is considered a shareholder of my company. I also have a great power of checks and balances. After all, on these big events, in the end, we still have to ask the factory director. Saying that, Li Mingzhi gave Sun Yaoguo a wink, and Sun Yaoguo immediately looked shocked. Furthermore, the factory has my shares, then I will buy goods from the factory again, and I don't need to play the white note. After the sale, after deducting the cost, the dividends will be distributed to the factory according to the proportion of shares is. Elder Zhang and Sun Yaoguo looked at each other with surprise written all over their faces. Admittedly, a 30% dividend is indeed a significant entry. Chapter 49, Exchange of Benefits. Zhang Lao quietly did some calculations in his mind, knowing full well that this was indeed a surefire deal. Plant Director Sun, what do you think of this proposal from Little Li? Zhang Lao kicked the ball to Sun Yaoguo, and the factory director, how shrewd, has long seen Zhang Lao's support for this matter. It's just that $300,000 is not a small amount of money for a textile factory too. In case Li Mingzhi ends up screwing up, he'll have to get dragged along with him. Even if Li Mingzhi's company opens a red hot, that 30% profit sharing, but also with their own half a penny relationship does not. It was for the factory, and he, Sun Yaoguo, would have to go through a lot of trouble if he wanted to move the money. Looking at the brow wrinkled into a ball, hesitant factory, Li Mingzhi speculated a few times, a moment to understand over Sun Yaoguo heart of the small plan. We're all out there, and no one is going to throw $300,000 at you on the strength of your word without favors. Thinking of this, Li Mingzhi cleared his throat and opened his mouth again. Factory, there is something else I would like to ask for your support. What is it? Sun Yaoguo looked at Li Mingzhi suspiciously. First to ask for people, and then to ask for money. This time it is not again want to be an official, right? I'd like to borrow someone from you. A loaner? Sun Yaoguo looked stunned, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what Li Mingzhi was playing at. Li Mingzhi nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right, the one I want to borrow is our factory secretary Zhou. My group of friends are all rough men, they can't do the work of lifting a pen to write. I want to borrow secretary Zhou over part-time to keep the books for me. After all, if our factory is in the stock, then the second factory is the shareholder of my company, and the financial status is also necessary to be disclosed to the major shareholders. I'm sure Secretary Zhou will be able to do the job after studying beside the factory manager for so many years. Li Mingzhi said. A pair of eyes quietly gave a hint, deliberately mentioning more about Secretary Zhou. Sun Yaoguo reacted in an instant, a smile of joy creeping into the corners of his mouth as his eyes narrowed. Secretary Zhou is the factory director's heart for many years. Li Mingzhi took the initiative to let Secretary Zhou to do the accounts, which is clearly to give him Sun Yaoguo send benefits. Li Mingzhi has made no small concessions. This deal, really not a loss. No problem. On Secretary Zhou's side, I'll go do some ideological work with him. Finally, Sun Yaoguo no longer hesitated and agreed with a slap of his thigh. Zhang Lao was delighted in his heart and looked at Sun Yaoguo with a smile on his face. Plant manager, what about the registered capital? I'll authorize a note for you, and you go to the treasury and get your money. Sun Yaoguo took a sip of tea, waved his hand, and directly promised. Also, if the company has just opened, there must be a lack of machines. Can you lend me the old machines that have been eliminated from our factory? There are 8 of them, so get yourself a car and pull them. Taking advantage of Zhang Lao's presence, Sun Yaoguo also went up to the head. Li Mingzhi hurriedly ran through it from beginning to end. Originally said that the 2 conditions, the results of the last big and small, and asked Sun Yaoguo to give a solution to 7 or 8 pieces. The factory director has put his heart and soul into the case of turning waste into treasure and has given me so much support. If it weren't for the factory director, this thing really wouldn't have come to fruition. Li Mingzhi smooth in front of Zhang Lao deliberately put all the credit to Sun Yaoguo. In the Zhang Lao look at his own approving eyes, Sun Yaoguo heart warmed up. Look at Li Mingzhi's eyes added a few points of cordiality. Floatingly said, this is not true. Can let the second factory out of a new way, improve the living standards of employees. This is my biggest wish. Little Li, don't have pressure. Don't worry and do it boldly. There is me to give you the gatekeeper. The program of turning waste into treasure was finally finalized, and Zhang Lao was in a good mood. Straight to the second factory trip did not come in vain. Quite seriously let their own secretary. The program to turn waste into treasure sorted out. Intends to report to the above. The textile factory as a pilot of innovative reform. You guys do a good job, and if you really get it done, I'll bring you guys over to the second half of the work conference to spread this waste to wealth program throughout the city. Elder Sang's words of encouragement heard Sun Yaogua's body shake, and his mouth was already laughing so hard that he couldn't close it. Seems to have seen himself with a big red flower on his chest. In the thousands of people in the city work conference pie in the face of the report scene, the three of them negotiated and checked some more details, and the matter of turning waste into treasure was documented. Zhang old time in a hurry. Stay in the second factory. Has more than half of the original schedule. In the secretaries in again and again under the urging, only to get up to go to the next factory. Before leaving, he also remembered to urge the two Sun Yaogua and Li Mingjie a few more times. After leaving the conference room, Li Niangchul glanced at the time, only to realize that it was almost the end of the workday. Only, the conference room door, still gathered a lot of unwilling to return to their posts, but here smoking bragging to pass the time of the cadres, 3 by 3 to talk to each other. As soon as they saw Li Mingjie arrive, the crowd stopped their mouths from talking and looked at Li Mingjie in unison. Section Chief Li, congratulations. Director Wang appeared out of nowhere, piled up a smile on his face, clasped his hands, and warmly greeted Li Mingjie as he exited the conference room. Director Wang is not saying anything. What can I be happy about? Li Mingjie roundly put on a warm smiling face and snorted with Director Wang. Old Li, the factory director and old Zhang praised you by name at the general meeting, and the factory director praised you for 10 minutes alone. That's not even a happy event. There was a lot of laughter in the crowd as I don't know who joked about it, and the crowd chimed in right afterward. An hour ago was a strange face. At this moment all piled up a warm smile, familiar with Li Mingjie hooked shoulders and played haha, a mouthful old Li, as if it is many years of old friends in general. Li Niangchul, I say, you can do it you. Zhou Guoquan walked over with his purse on his shoulder, swinging his neck. Zhou Guoquan put one hand on Li Mingjie's shoulder and yanked him to the side, asking with a curious expression, brother, tell me, how did you get that Huang Feng kid into this? Li Mingjie smiled without saying anything, only saying that it was a misunderstanding, but the more mysterious he looked, the more Zhou Guoquan's heart itched. After being ostracized from the defense section by Huang Feng in the first place, it had been 2 years since someone had finally given himself this bite of bad luck. Zhou Guoquan was in a good mood, looking at a smiling face, some fluttering, opened his mouth to taunt up the yellow section chief. Huang Feng, this goods really is not a thing. Actually in the cadres conference to set up Li Mingjie, however, this time this kid is to run into a nail. Just now when I came out, look at that guy, that face is as black as a donkey's egg hahaha. The crowd looked at each other and just snickered along, no one answering. Li Mingjie head of black line, this Zhou Guoquan is worthy of doing sales, lips as slippery as oil, Huang Feng will be worthless. Chapter 50, Spring Breeze. Li Mingjie's eyes stared, quietly made a round, tugged Zhou Guoquan's arm hard, and said in a deep voice, Minister Zhou, let's not joke around. It's almost time to get off work. I have to rush back to pick up my daughter from school. Zhou Guoquan frowned, instantly hearing Li Mingjie's hints to obstruct his continued sarcasm against Huang Feng, and was somewhat displeased in his heart. I say, why are you such a wimp? He, Huang Feng, is riding on your head and ting all over you, almost didn't screw you over today, and you don't even dare to say anything back? Zhou Guoquan's loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Li Mingjie quietly glanced back at the heads that stretched their necks, pulled Zhou Guoquan a few steps forward, and reminded in a deep voice, Old Zhou, there are a lot of people here, so be careful of the walls that have ears. However, Lao Zhou snorted coldly and violently broke away from Li Mingjie's pulling, his face unhappy. Watch out for what? I was afraid he wouldn't hear me. Just like that, he had already regarded Li Mingjie as a cowardly rat who didn't dare to confront Huang Feng. In the factory, Huang Feng is his Zhou Guoquan's nemesis. Zhou Guoquan dreamed of bringing down Huang Feng. Today saw Li Mingjie some tawdry operation while Huang Feng ruthlessly ruled a meal. Thought to find an excellent ally. Did not think this guy really like his name? Only no Mingjie to protect themselves. Okay, count me wrong about you kid. After saying that, Zhou Guoquan clutched his purse and stubbornly walked away. Li Niangchul looked at the exasperated back and shook his head repeatedly with a bitter smile. At that moment, a shiny Mediterranean brain came up behind him. Director Wang rushed Zhou Guoquan's back a nuzzle. Old Li, you don't care about him. This guy and Huang Feng itself has a fault. The two of them a master to bring out. Only, and then do not know what happened to fall out. Zhou Guoquan was kicked out of the defense section. TSK. Director Wang smiled sarcastically and waved his head. But this guy really has two brushes. In the past half a year, relying on that big mouth that can talk the sky down, he has hardened himself to sit at the head of the sales department. Li Mingjie raised an eyebrow as he listened to Director Wang talk about the old stories of Huang Feng and Zhou Guoquan. It's getting late. Director Wang, let's talk some other time. I'll get off work first. Li Mingjie enthusiastically and unobtrusively said goodbye to Director Wang, and on his way out, he politely shook hands with old Wang. looking at his departing back. Old Wang stiffened his hand that was hanging in midair and shook his head, sighing, "Hey, this kid is not simple." Lee Myung-chul walked quickly down the road, and along the way, people constantly greeted him. They were all unrecognizable faces, but Lee Myung-chul responded enthusiastically one by one. Looking at these people in their suits, there was no need to guess that they were the people from the cadre conference just now. A cadres conference opened down. Lee Mingjur did not recognize a few serious cadres, but he was large and small cadres are remembered. He has become a rising star in the factory. Even less than 2 hours after the end of the cadres meeting, all kinds of news flew all over the place, and some people made up rumors that Lee Mingjur and the factory director were sworn brothers, such as the rumor of catching the wind. Lee Mingjur turned a corner, intends to first go to inform Luer, the company preparation, less this human essence to him into the goods. Just after turning the corner to the storage room, Lee Myung-chul was almost amused by the scene in front of him. Old Song was bare-chested, holding 2 wrenches, gritting his teeth and fixing the big, broken iron door for Luer. "You don't have a brain. The screws are turned backwards." Luer crossed his arms and stood leisurely on the sidelines, occasionally cursing at the sweating Old Song. Old Song screwed over the distorted big black face and scolded fiercely. "Scratch that. What are you bullish about? Scold me again and I won't fix it. Don't you dare." Luer reached out and knocked the big iron door to the ground, breaking into an important part of the treasury, disrupting official business, and kicking in the door. "Do you know what kind of offense this is?" When Old Song heard this, he instantly shriveled up again, strongly suppressing the anger in his heart. He tightened his iron lips and gritted his teeth as he continued to busy himself. "Agu, Deputy Chief Lee." After Luer finished cleaning up Old Song, he finally spotted Lee Mingjur not far away, changed to a smiling face, and enthusiastically pulled Lee Mingjur toward the storehouse to sit down. Old Song's ears stubbed out when he heard Luer call for Lee Mingjur, but now he was caught by Luer to do hard labor. All messy like, really cannot pull this face. He had to pretend to fix the door and didn't hear anything, and he didn't turn his head back or look at Lee Myung-chul, but I did not expect. Smiling Lee Mingjur took the initiative to greet him. "Agu, this is not the Old Song it? When did you learn this skill?" Saying that, Lee Mingjur handed over a cigarette towards Old Song. Old Song looked coldly at the cigarette with an iron face, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said without a trace of humor, "No, I don't smoke now. Just, no smoking on the job." Luer stepped forward and flirted, but lit a cigarette himself. Old Song glared fiercely at the villainous Luer, mounted a body, turned his back on the duo, and continued to twist the wrench. "Deputy Chief Lee, speak up. What do you want with me? What else could I be looking for you about?" "Clothes, of course." The two did not show the slightest cover-up, and talked about the matter of goods in the open. Lao Song all of a sudden proned up 2 ears. The hands of the work stopped, holding his breath to listen to the discussion of the two. "Old Song, you do your job. The factory manager has already nodded his head on this matter. In the future, Luer and I will come to get the clothes, so we won't need you to accompany us," Lee Mingjur said with a cold smile, and in his line of sight, Old Song's fat-filled arched back jerked for a moment. Turning around with an unbelievable face, he looked at Lee Myung-chul, who was full of joy. "It's a joyous event, too, and I'm telling you about it so you can be happy, too." Lee Mingjur also lit a cigarette, looked at the Old Song stunned big black face. Will Zhang Lao and the factory director invested in him to open the company. In front of the Old Song face with Luer told out, "I chow, brother Lee, oh no, I'll have to call you Boss Lee from now on, then I'll still follow you to buy goods from now on?" Luer is slippery to the extreme. Some congratulatory ass kissing. Not waiting for Lee Mingjur to arrange, he first found himself a position in Lee Mingjur's company. Lee Myung-chul smiled gently and nodded. Luer heart rejoiced. Another burst of horse's ass, but also deliberately in the face of the Old Song. Sour planning up the development of the company. What inventory in the factory? I Luer professional clear. Are in the head. Open I first give our company to supply 500 pieces of labor insurance clothing. Not a problem. Old Song's eyes fell out as he listened to the huge profits the two men were dishing out. Lee Mingjur looked at the Old Song's red-eyed and jealous look, snorted coldly, raised an eyebrow toward him, and said with a bad smile on his face, "In fact, this matter is thanks to the Old Song and section chief Huang Feng. Otherwise I really don't know how to open up with the factory director." I'm yet, squatting on the ground Lao Song, angry and anxious, high blood pressure and committed up, all of a sudden planted down. The big head when the sound of the big iron door just corrected and knocked down. Asterisk 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 Old Song is dead? Dead in my coffers? Too bad luck. Chapter 51, Women Secretaries. Luer calls Shun Zi, who is on patrol, and supports him to carry Lao Song to the infirmary. "I don't have to be scared anymore. I'll pick the time when Old Song is on duty tomorrow to transport the goods." Luer looked at Shun Zi swaying back with old song on his back and clapped his hands, gloating. It's better to keep a low profile and be boring. Li Mingzhi patted Luer's shoulder and admonished with a straight face. Previously, if the brothers hadn't been too high profile after earning money, this would have attracted Huang Feng's attention. However, when Huang Feng will say that those evidences came from Sanlitun, Li Mingzhi remembered the scene of the birthday banquet for his old husband in Sanlitun. The sinister look of Fu Jun's face turning blue at the end was still fresh in his mind. Saying goodbye to Luer, Li Mingzhi copied his hands and walked quickly towards the gate. Li Myungchul, a crisp young girl's voice suddenly sounded behind her, and without looking, she knew that it was that girl Shun Meng. How many times have I told you to call Rico? Humph. Shun Meng had a double ponytail today. One hand was hooking the tasseled pigtails that hung down to her chest, wrapping circles around her fingers, her cute little face raised high, still with that condescending look. This is when you know to act big with me, not when you're begging me to bring you an army coat. Shen Meng took 2 steps forward and walked over to Li Myungchul, tilting her chin up and poking her finger hard at Li Myungchul's chest. You don't need to take it from now on. The factory manager is, today. Yes. Li Mingzhi wanted to tell Shen Meng the happy news that the factory director supported his own company and dealt with those defective products in a fair and open manner, but it did not occur to him that just after the words were said, Shen Meng glared at once with rounded eyes, and a layer of frost was hung on her small face. The fingers poking at Li Myungchul's chest poked harder. Goodness gracious, now that you've got the factory manager's back, you're throwing me aside. Shen Meng, you've misunderstood. Just hear me out, okay? Li Myungchul was helpless for a while and looked at Shen Meng bitterly. Say, let's see what kind of lies you've got to say, you heartless one. But the little girl's anger didn't abate in the slightest, and she gritted her teeth and twirled her fingers as if she wanted to drill through Li Myungchul's chest. Li Mingzhi pulled down his face, glanced blankly at Shen Meng, and reached out to grab that restless little paw. Stop drilling. It's not a power drill. After the cadre meeting today, the plant manager asked me to stay. Li Mingzhi will factory director and Zhang Lao support him to open the clothing processing company. Briefly told Shen Meng, naturally omitted the Huang Feng difficult and his own and the factory director hooked up with the details of the negotiations between you and me. Wow, really? Shen Meng's pair of beautiful eyes were wide open with an unbelievable expression. Okay, Li Myungchul, you're going to be the boss now. You're doing well. After Shen Meng figured out the reason why Li Mingzhi said he didn't need her to bring the clothes, the lump of anger that was pent up in her heart instantly dissipated and she playfully flirted with Li Mingzhi. Don't drill. You have long nails and it hurts. Li Mingzhi grasped her disobedient little hand, and the warm force from her hand came. Shen Meng's heart trembled, and a complex taste surged up. Quietly glancing at the small white hand that was clutched in his palm, Shen Meng subconsciously wanted to pull it out, but it was as if that hand was not listening to the call, forcefully rejecting the command sent by the brain while softly allowing Li Myungchul to grab it. You. Shen Meng ultimately didn't pull that hand out, raising his head and guffawing, with a pair of big watery eyes, penetrating a few points of cunning. He asked Li Mingzhi with a cheeky smile, Big Boss Li, what position are you planning to arrange for me? Don't forget, you can have half of my credit for being able to have today. You're not bad at it. Become a shop worker, and brother will manage an extra dinner for you every day. Go away. I don't want to be a workshop worker. I want to be an officer. The two of them, Shen Meng and Li Mingzhi, teased and half-truthfully talked about the conditions. Li Myungchul let out a bitter laugh as he had a black line on his head. Being an official, I'm still a bare-bones boss. If you take me in, you'll have someone down there. Li Myungchul froze at the words, and his heart thumped. This niece, how can she speak in such a way that makes people's hearts jump? Shen Meng tilted her head and saw the unspoken look on Li Myungchul's face, and instantly reacted to the fact that she had said the wrong thing. A flush welled up on her face and she hastily corrected herself. Take me in and won't you have work under your hands? Are you sure you came over to work? Well, part-time. Who knows how many days your purse company closes down. The iron rice bowl in the factory, I will not lose it. Shen Meng still didn't forget to dig at Li Myungchul, but Li Myungchul was deep in thought. The main backbone of the company. He'd already dished out a couple of plans along the way. It was just that he had missed the girl Shen Meng. Furthermore, he did not expect the always arrogant Shen Meng to take the initiative to ask to go and work for him. Li Myungchul pondered somberly, and the force of his grip on the small, slippery hand could not help but gradually slacken. Shenmu poked harder when she felt it. Li Myungchul then tacitly and subconsciously grabbed that soft and boneless little paw again. Haven't thought about it yet? With her big black jewel-like eyes slightly dripping, Shen Meng half-truthfully, half-falsely, smilingly tried to say, why don't I go and work for you as a secretary? Secretary? Li Myungchul stared at Shen Meng with wide eyes all of a sudden, incredulously. Look at your shocked jaw. Have not seen the world. Now those big bosses, are not all recruiting female secretaries? Li Myungchul furrowed his brow as a tingle ran through his heart. If Shen Meng, such a stunning beauty on earth, stayed by her side as a secretary, I'm afraid that no boss would refuse. Half a minute later, finished thinking, Li Mingzhi smiled slightly, shrugged his shoulders, and answered in the tone of Shen Meng's untruthfulness. I just have this heart, but I don't have the guts. If I recruit a female secretary, my wife won't cut me up alive? As soon as the words fell, the color in Shen Meng's eyes darkened a few points. The corners of his mouth tightened in a nonchalant "Oh, forget it then. I don't care to go to your Thai company." Just kidding, Shen Meng said, and in the next second, she forcefully drew back the small hand that had been grasped. Is there nothing else? I'm off. Shen Meng's uncertain nature really made it difficult for Li Niangchul. How could he not understand Shen Meng's hints? It's just that the hurdle in the heart can never be stepped over. Having lived 2 lives, now he, although not older than Shen Meng by a few years, but in his heart, looking at this 18-year-old little girl, he was more than likely to be somewhat taking her as an unintelligent little child. Alas, Li Niangchul so relieved himself, but the slippery cool touch on his hand still made him vaguely reluctant to give up. Chapter 52 Chicken Feathers. Li Niangchul looked at the thin white figure that was gradually fading away and suddenly frowned. Shen Meng actually turned back, puffy face, like a small puffer fish, forked his waist and pointed at Li Mingzhi, gambling and threatening. I don't care, you get me an official, or not. Shen Meng's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and she coldly threatened, or else, I'll go to your wife and say that you took advantage of me. Saying that, Shen Meng shook her small hand that had just been grasped by Li Niangchul. Li Mingzhi suddenly had a bucket as big as a cow and screamed in agony. This ninny, she's even tougher than Huang Feng. After threatening Li Niangchul, Shen Meng was contentedly shaking her twin ponytails and left in triumph. Out of the factory door, greeted with Shunzi, gave him 2 packs of red double happiness. Got a good cigarette Shunzi, eyebrows open smile, immediately beautiful smoke up. Brotherly, thanks haha. Shunzi than when he first came, has been a lot more resourceful. The body of the rustic atmosphere of the thick simple temperament, but also gradually shed. No need to thank you. On Luer's side today, thanks to you, it's nothing, brother. If you have a chance in the future, just bring me along. Li Niangchul pondered slightly, looked at Junko, and asked meaningfully, Junko, do you want to get money? Brother, look at you. Who doesn't want money? Junko showed a mouthful of large white teeth and hemmed and hawed twice. Li Mingzhi smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and then asked, then if I say that I'll let you give up your factory job and follow my brother to do business, do you dare? Shunzi's mouth shivered a little. These days Li Mingzhi's sensational deeds in the factory has long been spread, with Luer report, but also accidentally learned of Luer and Li Mingzhi actually back to engage in such a big plate. Cannot wait to be able to follow Li Mingzhi mixed it. Furthermore, Shunzi himself is a temporary worker, not even a contract worker, may be laid off by the factory one day. What's not to give up? Shunzi hard smoke a mouthful of cigarettes, patted his chest, and immediately expressed his determination. Brother, follow you what do not dare. I'll take off this skin and go with you to earn big money. Saying that, Shunzi really want to take off that security uniform. Li Mingzhi waved his hand repeatedly. No, 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 don't be in a hurry. I'll call you when the time comes. Okay. Junko knows he can finally join the gang and sends Li Niangchul away with joy. Looking at Li Mingzhi's leisurely back as he copied his pockets, he didn't forget to wave his hand and shout after him a few times. Brother, don't forget, I'm waiting for your letter. Junko sent Li Niangchul away and just turned around, then ran into a wall of people. Taking a few steps backward and fixing his eyes, he was instantly shocked. Chief, Huang Feng glared at Shunzi with a gloomy face, his red eyes full of resentment. What are you kids discussing with Li Niangchul? Nope, just saying hi. Ha, Huang Feng sneered, and the look on his face was as black and smelly as the bottom of a burning pot. I say, you little brats, do you only know how to flatter Li Mingzhi, and you don't even have me in your eyes as the head of the main section? Shunzi immediately scared all over the body, piled up a smile, bitterly explaining up. Section chief, you this is where the words you and section chiefly, are leaders, control us, which are not we can afford to offend it's deputy chief Li. Huang Feng corrected grimly, and Shunzi hastily changed his tone. Listening to Shunzi's extremely humble words, the resentment in Huang Feng's heart was only slightly eased by a few points. A cadres conference, the heart is exhausted, ate such a big loss. Huang Feng held a stomach of grievances, just happened to run into the smoothie who flattered Li Mingzhi. The trend will be all the anger are vented to these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It's okay, get lost. Junko froze, the corner of his mouth twitching, and returned to the janitor's office in silence. Huang Feng walked out of the factory gate with a stiff body, listening to the music playing on the factory radio, with a burst of fear and sour bitterness in his heart. Dry cadres conference, disgraced and offended the factory manager. In the end, it only ended up with a chicken dish, but in turn, it was cheap for that bastard Li Mingzhi. In front of the factory director and Zhang Lao, out of the limelight, the more Huang Feng thought about it, the more angry he became, and the muscles on his face twisted up viciously. Old Yellow, turning the corner, he suddenly heard someone behind him calling out to him. Huang Feng frowned and turned his face over. At a cold glance, it was no one else but the boy Fu Jun. Old Huang, what's the situation? Fu Jun touched his big flat head and came up with a grin. Upon seeing Fu Jun, Huang Feng's face became even more horribly gloomy. If it were not for the pile of ragged clothes sent by this kid, he would not have been encouraged by him to expose Li Mingzhi in the cadre meeting. But Fu Jun just did not notice Huang Feng's difference. The heart has been determined. Ironclad evidence. Li Mingzhi certainly collapsed, just waiting to get Section Chief Huang to honor the favors he promised to give himself. Old Huang, Li Mingzhi is quite miserable, isn't he? So what? Before we agreed Li Mingzhi that stall business, let me take over. Huang Feng coldly glared at Fu Jun and let out a heavy cold snort. The ball of anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed and spewed out. Roll. It's all your fault. Get the hell out of here. Fu Jun came up and was scolded by Huang Feng, and was immediately confused. Coming to his senses, he thought it was Wasp who was backtracking and not willing to let Li Mingzhi take over the business of selling clothes upside down. He immediately tensed up and blocked Huang Feng's way. Huang Feng, we've been buddies for so many years. You can't shag me. You can't keep it all to yourself when you agreed to let me in on it as well. Hearing Fu Jun mention Li Mingzhi resale clothes business, Huang Feng immediately fired. Not long ago, in the cadres conference and the disgraceful scene and resurfaced. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** His heart was anxious. Old Huang. In the end, what happened? You speak is it that Li Mingzhi didn't fall down? Nope, I damn near fell over. With that, Old Huang scolded Fu Jun while angrily telling the story of Li Mingzhi's shameless operation at the meeting. I believe you. You kid is using me as a gun. Li Niangchul had already prepared for this. Why didn't you tell me? Fu Jun was shocked to hear this and shook his head. How is this possible? Ironclad evidence. Huang Feng angrily pushed Fu Jun away, turned his head, and coldly scolded him. You brat, come to the factory less often to find me in the future. Besides, Li Mingzhi is your brother-in-law. You even pitted your brother-in-law. How can you not pit me? Fu Jun called out to Old Huang a few times, but Huang Feng walked angrily without looking back. It's so damn evil. Li Niangchul. Fu Jun heavily kicked a road pier on the road and fiercely cursed. Chapter 53, Female Secretaries. Back at home, Fu Yao had already prepared a meal. Niangchul, are you so tired from the meeting? Li Niangchul took off his shirt as soon as he entered and leaned against the sofa. His eyes closed. Today, he fought with Huang Feng for more than an hour under the elder's watchful eyes, and finally wore out his teeth bargaining with the factory manager. Li Niangchul was really tired, physically and mentally. Work should also be combined with labor. Take care of your health. Fu Yao painfully walked to Li Mingzhi's side. Her soft little hands climbed onto his strong shoulders, kneading them with just the right amount of force. Better? Li Mingzhi shook his head, rolled over his hand and grabbed Fu Yao's small hand that was selling the massage, and spoke in a deep voice. Let me tell you something. What is it? Making it so mysterious? Fu Yao teased with her mouth, but when she saw Li Mingzhi with a serious look on his face, she knew that something big must have happened. 10 minutes later, Fu Yao's angry shout came from inside the room. What? How could Xiao Jun do this? Shoo, that's just a guess on my part. Yellow Wind said those clothes were reported by someone from Sanlitun, but Fu Yao and Li Mingzhi both knew in their hearts that throughout Sanlitun, the only person who could talk to Huang Feng and go to such great lengths to count on Li Mingzhi was Fu Jun, who had been bitterly feuding with him. Fu Yao's beautiful little face instantly hung a layer of frost, her teeth biting her lips tightly, her voice already with a sobbing tone. I'm his own sister. How can he victimize you like this? This is to push our family into the fire pit. Being put on the spot by her own brother, Fu Yao's heart ached, and the immense anger and sadness was like a big stone, weighing her down. No, I have to call my mother's family about this. I'll ask the old man if he still cares about this son. Fu Yao's eyes reddened with anger as she got up and was about to walk outside the door. However, he was grabbed by Li Mingzhi. Fu Yao's figure gave a lurch and took advantage of the situation to jump into his arms. 2 lines of aggrieved tears flowed down abruptly. My Yangchul, I'm sorry. Fu Yao tightly wrapped her arms around Li Mingzhi, and on her small face, she was filled with a guilty look. Li Niangchul let out a long breath and persuaded the little woman in his arms with a calm tone. Forget it, we'll grow a little more careful on our own in the future. Yes. After coaxing for a while, Fu Yao finally settled down, only that a ball of anger was still pent up in her heart. Before, Li Niangchul was not doing his job. His mother's family, up and down. none of them took the three of them as human beings. Now that Li Mingjie has been promoted and made a fortune, his mother's family is beginning to be jealous, trying to harm Li Mingjie, fearing that Li Mingjie will be compared to them. Mingjie, I still can't swallow this. Xiao Jun is really too much. I'm his own sister. Li Niangchul nodded and tenderly rubbed Fu Yao's head. Being betrayed and framed by his own brother, not to mention Fu Yao a woman, is that he Li Mingjie? Back in the day, encountered this kind of loved ones behind the back of the knife thing, is also heartbreaking. Rico, brotherly. Just as Li Mingjie was coaxing Fu Yao, several high-pitched shouts suddenly rang out from outside the door. The small courtyard was instantly noisy. Fu Yao broke free from Li Mingjie's arms and stretched her head to look out the window. A group of silhouettes flashed by. It seems to be Gunnar and the others. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Gangzi's loud voice rang out in the deanery, and Luer came in with a hefty grin. Li Mingjie immediately heart. 80% as Luer cannot hold back. The matter of opening a company with Gangzi them. As expected, Gangzi rubbed his hands together and tentatively asked, Brother Li, I heard Brother Luer say that you're lucky again today. Is there any work that you can let the brothers do? From Luer, he learned that Li Mingjie had taken the factory's capital and equipment and was going to start a company in earnest. Gangzi knows that his group of brothers are some of the rough people who do not see the stage 2 months ago or the streets and alleys of the punks. With Li Mingjie, which has a serious job, with a stable source of income, who is still willing to go through the life of the fight and kill? Li Mingjie scanned a circle of a dozen people in the room. Know that the worry in the heart of the Gangzi, one by one sent cigarettes, a serious face to open. Brothers do not have to worry about. Li Mingjie can have today, but also rely on everyone's help. After opening the company, everyone should do what they do or do what they do. When he finished, Gonzo and the Cape smiled at each other with a look of joy. Shang, brother, with your words, we'll do a good job, the beetle hurriedly stated. After the company opens, we won't have to sneak around and set up stalls. We'll hang the company's signboard directly, right in the open. The group was jubilant and excited as they envisioned a bright life ahead. These dozen people, although tainted by some bad habits from their previous lives, were not bad by nature. Furthermore, during this period of time, Gangzi did put in a lot of effort by leading them. Although there is little culture, but is in the community for many years in the old man, there have been a number of people can be like the Beatles, take out to be able to stand alone. Real mature salesman. Li Mingjie also exhorted a few words. In the future, work in the company, take a serious path, inside and outside to comply with the law. Remember not to play Jianghu style. Right. Everything has to be done according to the rules of the company and obey the management. Luer followed Li Mingjie's words and pretended to account for Gangzi. Said Gangzi nodded repeatedly, and when he was leaving, Gangzi held Li Mingjie's hand again for a long time and refused to let go. Brother Li, now that this group of brothers have a proper place to eat, I finally gave my brothers an explanation too, Gundam said, and his eyes couldn't help but redden a few times. Gangzi, we share the same blessings and difficulties. Don't take it for granted. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., accompany me to the Commerce and Industry Bureau to study the matter of registering a company. No problem. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when he sent off Gangzi and the others. Only then did Li Mingjie take a bite of hot rice. Fu Yao thoughtfully pinched his food and watched his own man wolf down his food with a pang of heartache. Mingjie, of course it's good to have a big business, but you have to take care of your health too. Money will never be finished. Just enough for our family to eat and live. If you get exhausted, I'd rather live in poverty. Listening to Fu Yao's considerate words, his heart could not help but think of those petty women in later times who forced their men to work hard to earn money while they themselves lived an exquisite life. Looking at Fu Yao, who was all over his man, Li Mingjie's heart immediately surged with a stream of warmth. Yo, there's something I need to tell you. Li Niangchul put down his chopsticks and opened his mouth in a serious manner. You say? Looking at Fu Yao's meek smiling face, Li Niangchul frowned and hesitated before finally speaking. After the company opens, a female secretary might be coming. Chapter 54 In-Person Interviews. As soon as the words fell, the gentle smile on Fu Yao's face gradually solidified. The gentle little face was instantly filled with frost. Li Niangchul, what do you want? Li Mingjie had never seen Fu Yao look like this before, living as if she wanted to eat him. The knot in his throat shrugged a bit, and Li Niangchul rubbed his swollen temples and explained stiffly, it's not what you think. How do you know what I think is like? Li Niangchul, now that you're rich, you're starting to move on this? You don't fool me. The boss recruited a female secretary that's for the job. What do you men have in mind? Fu Yao was like a machine gun, with full output, scolding Li Mingjie to death. Alright, hear me out. Li Mingjie grabbed Fu Yao's small hand and pressed the agitated little woman into the chair. This girl helped me get clothes from the factory in the beginning. Now that we've gotten better, we can't forget people. Her request is very simple answer. That is, some one position in the new company. But Gangzi, this group of coarse old men you have seen, How can serve a little girl's discipline? After listening to Lee Myung-chul's explanation and carefully staring at the look on his face for a while, his excitement gradually settled down. But still, he didn't have the good sense to pluck away Lee Myung-chul's hand and coldly questioned, "Then who dares to guarantee that nothing will go wrong in the future? Even if you don't have the heart, I'm still uneasy about that little goblin. What woman wouldn't stick her body to a rich man?" Fu Yao beamed up her little mouth and sulked. The previous Lee Myung-chul is to sneak into the girls' dormitory. She is not the slightest bit worried about it, as he is the appearance of a wimp, which women are willing to look at him. But nowadays, unlike in the past, Fu Yao felt a great threat and uneasiness deeply for the first time. "Yao Yao, listen to me. Even if the new company opens, I'll be a hands-off, spending a lot of time in the factory, and she, the female secretary, is a virtual void," Lee Mingzhi bitterly explained. In all fairness, his life is the most disgusting workplace subterfuge. The previous life, the company's crop of freshly graduated female college students. I do not know how many times he hinted at it, but then how beautiful as a flower girl. Once this seedling, Lee Mingzhi will be dull, even if it is a bit of a good feeling, but also because of this hint, White provoked his heart of the burst of unhappiness. Women, exchanging their bodies for favors, is shameful. Men, who take advantage to coax a woman's body, are even more hateful. Listening to his own man's painstaking explanation, Fu Yao gradually calmed down. Carefully recall some of this time Lee Mingzhi's behavior, really did not let her pick out what is wrong, runs home after work, never leaves the house after nightfall. Thinking of this, Fu Yao finally loosened her mouth and reluctantly said, "This matter, you look after it. I can warn you, don't move any flowery thoughts." Saying that, Fu Yao fiercely gouged him out, but before Lee Mingzhi could breathe a sigh of relief, Fu Yao suddenly remembered something else and grabbed Lee Mingzhi's arm. "No, I want to meet this little goblin. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How do you see?" Lee Mingzhi's tiger eyes glared, but Fu Yao guffawed and slowly said, "Interview. If you're hiring an employee, don't you have to interview her? I, the boss's wife, personally interviewed her." Lee Mingzhi had a black line on his head, but Fu Yao had already made up her mind that she wouldn't stop until she saw Shen Meng. There was no way around it, so Lee Myung-chul had to agree and finished all the remaining rice in the bowl and went into the bedroom. Grabbing Kiki's workbook and ballpoint pen, he fell into a deep thought. After half a moment of meditation, he lifted his pen and stroked it. Time passed by. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning late at night, and Lee Myung-chul was still tirelessly lying down on the writing table. Fu Yao, who had woken up from a nap, rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly got up. "What's the writing?" Fu Yao's gentle voice gently circled from behind his ears, and a pair of cool, soft arms quietly climbed onto Lee Mingzhi's shoulders. "Articles of incorporation and a running plan for the first quarter. That's something that needs to be prepared early," Lee Myung-chul said, paused, and gently patted the small, soft, boneless hand on his shoulder. "You go to sleep first. I'll be busy for a while." Myung-chul. Fu Yao was slow to leave, and instead, her entire body was stuck up, and the woman's voice was extraordinarily soft in the dead of night. Feeling a hot piece of heat coming from behind him, Lee Myung-chul stiffened and asked rhetorically with a playful smile, "If you keep this up, you won't be able to sleep tonight." Fu Yao's cheeks reddened. Her cherry lips spoke softly in Lee Mingzhi's ear. "If I don't let you use up all your strength here, do I let you save it for that little goblin?" After saying that, Fu Yao immediately dropped her head, her face hot to the touch. These bold words were rehearsed in her heart for I don't know how many dozens of times before she dared to say them. Hiss! Lee Mingzhi threw down the pen and paper in his hand and rolled over to pounce. The night was silent, and the next morning, Lee Myung-chul, who had been working overtime until midnight, finally woke up to a clamor. "Rico, brotherly!" Lee Myung-chul yawned, put on his clothes, and went to open the door for Gonzo. As soon as he entered the door, Gangzi complained, "Brother, didn't you make an appointment to go to the Commerce and Industry Bureau today? Why are you still staying in bed?" My voice is almost hoarse. Once inside, Lee Myung-chul changed his clothes and walked out with Gangzi. Just walked to the main road. Gangzi stopped a cab. "Brother, in the future to be the boss, which can still walk to do things, go out and have to take a car." With that, Gonzo gleefully slapped a $50 bill into the driver's lap. "Brother, where to?" The driver took the money and smiled with his eyebrows. "Bick." Along the way, Gangzi reported to Lee Myung-chul on the various current situations. After Lee Myung-chul arranged it last night, Gangzi worked until midnight, taking stock of each of the 17 brothers under his hand. Mao, Tiger, Wang Biao, these people eyes live. Mouth is also clever, usually out of the stall to sell the most goods. They should be able to go out to run the business alone. These few, brains stupid a little. Handicraft work is also rough, but the good thing is willing to suffer and willing to put in the effort. In the future can be arranged toward the goods and delivery above. Lee Mingzhi took the list written by Gangzi, read it carefully a few times, and made minor adjustments to a few people, which was considered to be an approval of Gangzi's arrangement. Looking at the list of 17 people's various performance and the evaluation given by Gangzi, Lee Mingzhi was taken aback, not realizing that, during this period of time, this group of people under his own hands actually grew so fast. A team of dragon and tiger entrepreneurs was pulled together. Big brother, the Commerce and Industry Bureau is here. When Gonzo got out of the car, he threw a packet of red double happiness toward the car. Take it. With that, Gangzi followed behind Lee Mingzhi with a hefty grin. For good luck. Chapter 55, Finding the Factory. Lee Myung-chul smiled helplessly, but didn't say anything. The building of the Commerce and Industry Bureau was newly built in recent years, and it is very grand inside and out. After the liberalization of the policy, see the first batch of people to eat crabs seized the first bucket of gold. More and more people go to sea to start their own business. The Commerce and Industry Bureau of the people who come and go to do business. Gradually more and more people. Bro, want an invoice? Lee Mingzhi and Gangzi had just walked to the door when a few people squatting on the side of the road leaned up. Boss, the surrogate company address? You need to call this number. Boss, fine clearance understand. In a short while, Lee Mingzhi's hand was stuffed with 7 or 8 business cards, and after a glance, they were all some proxy companies and scalpers. Gangzi had never seen this kind of operation before, and sighed repeatedly. There are so many ways to earn money these days. Squeezed into the lobby of the Trade and Industry Bureau. Several processing windows. There has been a long line. The people who come here to do business are both bosses in suits with big back hair, as well as simply dressed, miserly young people who seem to have just resigned from their jobs and gone to sea. Lee Myung-chul went to the service desk to get the list, and then studied it with Gangzi. These days the registration of the company is really a difficult thing. Not to say that those intricate and dense qualification requirements. First of all, the first $300,000 of paid-up amount will be the majority of entrepreneurs blocked out the door. Gundam's brow knit into a frown as he looked at the stringent requirements. Do a whole company with the household registration like? So many requirements. And this office address, which so many requirements. As long as it is not on the street is not finished. Gundam slapped the sheet in his hand and grumbled in annoyance. Lee Mingzhi repeatedly read the above requirements. Also frowned, in accordance with the requirements of the Trade and Industry Bureau, because the company to be opened belongs to the processing industry. They not only need to provide a registered address, but also after the inspection of the field plant before opening for business. Thinking of the plant, Lee Mingzhi made it difficult. Now the so-called plant, only his family's old vacant house transformed into a small workshop, but 20 square meters, has been full of deng-deng stuffed with 8 sewing machines. This small scale take not on the stage of the workshop, certainly cannot be inspected through the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Brother, why don't we go back first and think about it? Lee Mingzhi nodded. Anyway, the factory 300,000 investment money has not arrived. Today also cannot do down the company, for today's solution, but also have to go back to the factory first, and then find the factory director to help. Just already asked Sun Yaogua for 300,000, and asked for workers and old lathes, and then asked him to help grant land to build a factory. It is really a little difficult. Even if Sun Yaogua can agree, he himself will have to be scraped off a layer of skin, and the factory director is also a shrewd person who is not interested in profit. What? I have to pay to cancel the company? The old paper has already lost all his pants. How can I still have money to hand over to you? Lee Myung-chul was just about to get up when a roar suddenly came from the small window behind him. What are you yelling about? Your company still owes over $20,000 in taxes on its books. You can't write it off until the taxes are paid. The female clerk in the window was not ambiguous, putting down the information in her hand, standing up and arguing. The crowd of onlookers grew, and Lee Myung-chul and Gangzi also curiously turned to look over. The man standing in front of Clerk 3's window, in a wrinkled suit with disheveled hair, slapped the glass angrily and argued with the clerk. Dare to make trouble here? Are there any rules in your eyes? 2 uniformed security guards, who had arrived at the sound of the news, rushed up and twisted the tall, thin man in the suit without saying a word. Get out! There was a push and shove, and the man in the suit was staggered and whisked out of the lobby of the business office, heavily throwing the briefcase in his hand to the ground. He stood in the yard and broke into a fit of rage. I shucks! What kind of attitude is that you guys have? When did I owe so much in taxes? And confiscating my company's property? Who are you scaring? The factory even had its machinery pulled away by its creditors, leaving it an empty shell. So if you can, take that land. Listening to the man in the suit's agitated roar, mentioning the words empty shell, Lee Myung-chul suddenly felt a chill in his heart and immediately turned around and squeezed out of the crowd of people watching. This big brother, please stay. Lee Myung-chul took a few quick steps and whisked up the man in the suit who had picked up his briefcase and was about to leave angrily. What? I owe you money too. The man in the suit had a belly full of fire and shook off Lee Myung-chul's hand. which he had extended out of politeness. In annoyance. Asterisk 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 who are you cross with? Gangzi protected Lee Myung-chul and pushed the man in the suit twice as hard as he could with his tiger face. Gonzo, don't be ridiculous. Lee Myung-chul drank back Gonzo and, with a smile on his face, walked over to shake the man in the suit who had a timid and fearful look on his face. Big brother, sorry, there's something I wanted to ask you. The man in the suit looked warily at the smiling stranger in front of him, and after looking him up and down, spoke cautiously. What is it you ask me? Let's talk somewhere else. Let's go to dinner first. Lee Myung-chul looked around at the people coming and going, and hooked the shoulders of the man in the suit to go out. No, if there's anything, just say it here. Look at you scared. Let's go you. Gonzo stepped forward, racked the man in the suit and walked out. Walking out the door, along the way, Lee Mingjur briefly introduced himself, indicating that he was a cadre of the second textile factory, and also took out his work permit, determining that Lee Mingjur was not a debtor. The man in the suit breathed a little sigh of relief, broke away from Gangzi, and followed Lee Mingjur to a large hotel. Get a private room and start with a few dishes. Gangzi, looking at this situation, immediately knew that Lee Mingjur had hit on the man in the suit, and tacitly ran forward and back. Say, Mr. Lee, what is it you want to ask me? Eat first, eat first. The table was filled with chicken, duck, and fish, and the waiter served 2 more beers. Lee Myung-chul didn't directly answer the suit man's words and warmly greeted him with dinner and drinks. The man in the suit looked at the table full of good wine and food and gulped. It's been 2 months since I've seen meat since the factory went bankrupt. Hesitating again and again, the man in the suit did not care about what exactly Lee Myung-chul had in mind. Copied the chopsticks and wolfed down his food. 2 beers down, the man in the suit was already slightly tipsy. Gradually, he dropped his guard and made a brief introduction of himself. Lee Mingjur watched the fire arrive before he put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and slowly spoke. Brother Lu, I'd like to ask you, what does that factory of yours do? Lu Bagua and poured down half a bottle of beer. Hiccups, frowned, alas. Which pot is not open? Mention which pot. My factory, originally a ceramic factory. The business is doing well, but it is provoked on the peers of the cynicism of the several factories to join forces to bring me down. Saying that, Lu Bagua's eyes flashed with a trace of indignation as he swallowed the bitter beer in a big gulp. Chapter 56, Acquisition of the Factory. As a result, 2 months down, the business is also yellow. The workers' wages cannot be paid. Those ceramics were also coaxed to take them against the wages, to the end of the still owes a butt of debt. A few days ago, I sold all the machines in the factory to pay off some of the debt, Lu Bagua said. The look in his eyes became more and more painful, and his eyes had begun to redden. Poured down a bottle of beer. Lu Bagua's psyche has nearly collapsed. 2 months of successive blows, can no longer endure. Lying on the table bawling. A big man's heartbreaking cries made Gundam's scalp tingle with a pang as he heard them. Bro, calm down. There's no hurdle you can't get through. Just start over again. Gangzi patted Lu Bagua's shoulder and didn't know how to comfort the Hanyu. Start over? Oh, the old paper no longer participate in these broken things, such as pay off the debt. I will go back to my hometown. The city people are too bad. Lu Bagua lamented powerlessly, and for a while, Gangzi didn't know what to say. Lu Bagua's mood, Lee Mingjur can completely understand. The first few times in the previous life of entrepreneurship, almost all of the Lu Bagua this tragic end. But it's good that I gritted my teeth and stuck it out. Gangzi and Lee Mingjur exchanged a glance. The latter nodded slightly. The time was ripe, so he slowly spoke. Brother Lu, since this is the case, I'll also make things clear to you. Brother, I'm registering my company now and I need a piece of ready-made factory. If you have the heart, I can pay for it and dish out the empty factory you have now. As soon as the words fell, Lu Bagua's sprawled body immediately trembled and looked at Lee Mingjur with an unbelievable face. Mr. Lee, you're not kidding me, right? My factory is now only left with a piece of land, 2 sheds. Inside face screws have been removed by others. Lu Bagua's heart all of a sudden and alert. 2 months to taste the world's cold hearts. No longer believe that there will be what will be kind to help him a hand. Lee Mingjur looked at his cautious face and immediately understood what he was thinking. Gently smiled and handed over a cigarette. Brother Lu, I'm not helping you for nothing. The size and scale of your factory. Today I also understand in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Let's get right to the point. I'll make a bid. $20,000. How do you think? Hearing Lee Mingjur frankly throw out the price, Lu Bagua's mouth twitched violently. 20,000. My factory has 2 workshops on the land alone, and a set of 3-story office buildings, so it's worth 100,000. Anyhow, Lu Bagua frowned and wailed for a while. That is their entire heart and soul. $20,000 is no longer a cheap sale, it is simply a free gift. Lee Mingjur smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, said lightly, Brother Lu, not that I took advantage of the fire. 20,000 is already my limit. Besides, 20,000 is also enough for you to clear those taxes owed, not to be arrested and go to jail. Lee Mingju will be in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to hear Lu Bagua owed taxes point out, and sure enough, Lu Bagua looked violently shocked. The amount of over $10,000 in unpaid taxes is nothing short of astronomical for him right now. The factory can sell all the things have been sold. Relatives and friends of the money have also borrowed a circle, and then no way to get a penny. If he can't pay his tax arrears within 2 weeks, all that awaits him is a barred window. Lu Bagua's right hand, which was holding the beer bottle, trembled, and his face turned blue and tangled up in pain. Gangzi looked at him like this and softened a bit, trying to cast a look at Lee Myung-chul, but he was scared back by the glare in Lee Myung-chul's eyes. Lee Myung-chul is not trying to take advantage of the fire to knock the bones, but in the business world, there is never the word kindness. This is a lesson in blood and tears accumulated by Lee Myung-chul in his previous life. Furthermore, $20,000 is also already the limit of what he can take at present. The factory's $300,000 cash, even if allocated, but also to take to pay the real capital, not a penny less. Lu Bagua tangled for a long time. His lips trembled, slowly opened his mouth. Boss Lee, can you give 20,000 more? No, 10,000 is always fine. Lu Bagua's voice had taken on a few hints of pleading. Lee Myung-chul went silent, and the look in his eyes gradually became complicated. Sorry. Lee Mingju paused and shook his head to reject Lu Bagua's plea. Mr. Lu, if it's not suitable, then let's consider it as us making friends, and if there's anything you need me for in the future, come to Textile Factory 2 and look for me. Gonzo, go check out. Saying that, Lee Myung-chul's face was cold as he picked up his clothes and was about to leave. Gangzi hesitated for a moment, and followed Lee Myung-chul out of the box. As he closed the door, Gangzi reluctantly glanced at Lu Bagua, turned to follow Lee Mingju, and anxiously urged, Brother Lee, how about 30,000? If you really can't come up with this money, the brothers will put together 10,000 for you. Lee Mingju frowned and glanced at Gangzi. Don't worry, this won't run away. As soon as the words fell, Lu Bagua violently pushed open the door and ran over quickly. Mr. Lee, let's talk about this matter again. Gangzi was delighted in his heart and grinned as he looked at Lee Mingju, but after seeing the unmoving indifference on his big brother's face, he then immediately put away his smug smile. Mr. Lee, can you give me the $20,000 today and we'll sign the contract now? I can't. Take me to your factory tomorrow for a site visit before I sign a contract with you. Lu Bagua froze, sighed helplessly, and only agreed with Lee Myung-chul about the time to see the factory, and bargained a bit, and finally had to follow Lee Myung-chul's arrangements. The matter agreed. Mr. Lee, tomorrow you must go. The factory is no problem, let's sign the contract on the spot. You give me the money. I really need money urgently. When they parted, Lu Bagua held Lee Mingju's hand and urged again and again, fearing that Lee Mingju would back out. After receiving Lee Mingju's solemn promise, Lu Bagua was then willing to leave. Looking at Lu Bagua selling the factory one before and one after the diametrically opposed attitudes, Gangzi scratched the back of his head, momentarily unable to feel the game between the two. Lee Mingju glanced at him and let out a light laugh. You think he's really that miserable? People who do business, words can only be trusted 3 times. Gundam nodded in confusion, but it was good to know that the factory had finally been found, and there was finally a doorway to registering the company. Lu Bagua walked across 2 roads and turned into a supply house, pulling out a coin. Boss, call. Face shoulder clamped to the phone. Lu Bagua flipped open the address book, small book. Call over a phone. Hello? Who's there? Mr. Zhang, it's me. Lu Bagua. Lu Bagua had greeted, then opened the door. Mr. Zhang, previously said that the matter of using my factory to offset the debt, or forget it. In the next 2 days I will give you to raise the past cash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why don't you people talk? A displeased voice rang out on the other end of the phone, but Lu Bagua played a few moves of Taijiquan to muddle through and hung up the phone in a hurry. He had intended to make a price of $10,000 to offset Mr. Zhang's debt, but now that there was a buyer for $20,000, it was natural for him to back out. Thinking about it, Lu Bagua's size, 100,000 price was seen through by him at a glance. Surnamed Lee is really not as simple. Chapter 57, The Director's Plans. In the afternoon, Lee Myung-chul then returned to the factory. I had just entered the security section, and before I even opened the door, I heard the office bustling with noise. Squeaky. Lee Myung-chul pushed open the door of the office, and the few people inside who had been clamoring immediately quieted down. Lee Myung-chul frowned, looked at them for a few moments, and calmly asked, what kind of conference is it if you don't go to work properly? Xiao Lu came forward and hemmed and hawed. Section Chief, we're talking about you. Says me? Li Mingjie was taken aback and suspiciously followed Xiao Lu's line of sight, only to see two identical yellow craft paper file folders on his and Huang Feng's table. That's it? Li Niangchul walked over to his desk, slowly sat down, and went to unpack the dossier. The red steel seal of the factory director was what caught his eye, and the thick document, with a line written in large, eye-catching letters on the title page. Decision on studying the innovative program of turning waste into treasure proposed by Comrade Li Niangchul at the cadre meeting. More than 30 pages of documents. Will be Li Mingjie before the night rush to produce the plan touches transcribed up. Praised. Finally, the factory will contribute 300,000 investment in Li Mingjie to start the clothing processing company. Plans also made a description. Section Chief, now you're on fire. A big hit in the factory. Yes, the factory has already distributed this red-headed document to all cadres above section level, calling on the whole factory to learn from you. The two section members came over to their heads and gleefully complimented Li Niangchul. Hearing the flattery, Li Niangchul breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Sun Yaogua has already written the investment in shares into the red-head document. The registered capital of the matter will also be settled. Thinking of this, Li Mingjie put away the documents, intending to strike while the iron is hot to go to the factory director's office as soon as possible to approve the registered capital. You guys do a summary of the first 2 days. I'm going out. Come back and give it to me. Yes. After Li Niangchul finished his explanation, he turned around and left, but just as he pulled the door open, he nearly ran into a wall of flesh in front of him. Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be the kid Huang Feng. As soon as he saw Li Mingjie, Huang Feng's national face instantly became gloomy. Yo, good afternoon, Section Chief Huang. Li Mingjie greeted Huang Feng as if he were nothing. With a smile on his face, Huang Feng couldn't wait to go up and bite him. Spent the morning in the plant manager's office and got yelled at as well. Cadre assembly in spite of the face of the factory director. Backwater reporting Li Mingjie thing, and was pulled out by the factory director. Split face a scolding. Not only that, all the bonuses in this quarter were deducted. Humph. Huang Feng heaved a cold snort, twisted his face to the side, ignored Li Mingjie, and walked in angrily. Lu, what's on the table? Huang Feng put down his briefcase, and just as he sat down, he saw the thick file bag on his desk. Xiao Lu glanced at the doorway. Li Mingjie's figure had disappeared, and only then replied in a low voice, "It is Li Ku, Li Deputy Chief's material. The labor union has just sent down." Oh, Huang Feng was shocked in his heart, and panicked as he tore open the dossier bag and looked at it carefully. Read 2 or 3 pages. Huang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled into a pimple. See the last factory to invest in Li Mingjie to open a company. Can no longer hold back. Smashed a fist of the table. Indignation. Lycanthropy. I never thought that I had caused a lot of trouble, but in the end, it was Li Niangchul, the boy who was cheap. In the factory director's office, 3 or 5 cadre-like people are nodding and haggling to report to Sun Yaogua. Knock knock. Come in. Li Niangchul pushed the door open and stomped in. Oh, Chief Li, what's up? Sun Yaogua immediately smiled with his eyebrows when he saw the visitor. His own money tree had come. Factory director. I went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau this morning and brought back the materials. The 2 trickiest things at present. One is the factory site, but the registered capital. I've already found the factory. Now it's just a matter of registering the capital. And when the investment money arrives, we can start it right away. Li Mingjie opened the door, directly with the factory director to open the mouth to urge the matter of investment money. After all, this matter Sun Yaogua also has benefits to take. He also has to contribute. Sun Yaogua lit a cigarette, smilingly pointed to the several cadres around him. You're here just in time. I was just talking about this with Director Zhang and Accountant Wang of the Finance Department. Li Mingjie nodded and warmly greeted the 2 cadres from the Finance Department. Things have been explained clearly. Now Wang Accountant is doing the accounts to check the money. Director Zhang will just approve and pass at that time. Saying that, Sun Yaogua waved his hand, and Director Zhang, with his eyes alive, immediately found an excuse and took Accountant Wang to leave. With no one else around, Sun Yaogua warmed up. Mingjie, come sit here. Li Mingjie sat on the sofa opposite Sun Yaogua and took the cigarette from the factory director. Mingjie, finding the factory so quickly, you're so efficient. Sun Yaogua gave a thumbs up. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Li Mingjie smiled slightly, clear about the small calculations in the factory director's heart. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he spoke slowly. Plant manager, I've already finished the matter, and these 30 shares in the plant can be redeemed again. Sun Yaogua's eyes immediately lit up, straightening up and asking, Mingjie, slow down. How do I redeem myself? Li Mingjie glanced at the factory director's hungry eyes, sank a smile to explain, according to my calculations, the new company opened 3 months later. It will be almost digested the current warehouse inventory. When the incoming channel shrinks, the profit must be greatly discounted. If the factory wants to stop losses in time, resell shares to pull out. Li Mingjie also have no problem. Just poor profitability of the enterprise. That 30 shares cannot be sold at a good price. At that time you need to help the factory director to find someone to come over to relief. Sun Yagua frowned and his brain spared a few turns before he woke up to Li Mingjie's words, but then asked seriously, could the stock be finished in 3 months? Are you sure? Li Niangchul nodded slightly and almost didn't laugh out loud at the factory manager's impatient look. My judgment will not be wrong. When the time to do to the factory's performance sheet on a look will know. Just this fill in the form to do the work of the document to be entrusted to Secretary Zhou. Li Mingjie hinted again, and Sun Yagua completely put down his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly into slits, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Li Mingjie paved the way for him. Whether or not it's true that the profit is not good, but Secretary Zhou made the performance list there. Who can still go to the new company pickpocket not? It's simply natural to resell shares in order to stop losses. When the time comes, arrange for one of your own to take back the 30 shares at a low price. The whole session is organized in such a way that no one will ever be able to pick anything out. Sun Yagui was repeatedly surprised by Li Mingjie's meticulous mind, and only felt that this young man he had promoted, the more he looked at him, the better he looked at him. I'll have them expedite the allocation of the registration funds, and you can pick them up from the finance office this afternoon. Chapter 58, All Things Considered. Early the next morning, Li Mingjie brought Gangzi to the place where he had an appointment with Lu Baogui to look at the factory. Brother, this factory is too shabby. It's like a garbage dump. The corners of Gundam's mouth twitched as he looked at the ragged two large factory sheds. Li Mingjie strolled around the factory shed. The broken porcelain tiles under his feet were stepped on and clacked, carefully measuring the dilapidated factory. The too large blue factory shed is the machine shop. The wall is only half painted with white ash, exposed more than 10 meters of red brick wall, the top of which is only used to asbestos tiles to seal the roof. The broken iron door has been painted with the words "Pay back the money," and the doorway is piled up with a mess. Li Niangchul frowned and carefully calculated in his mind. The factory building is indeed dilapidated. The asbestos tiles on the roof have also been smashed out of the large and small dozen holes. Their acceptance over is certainly to all change the new roof, plus the brick wall of the whitewash. Reinforcement. Inside and out at least $6,000, not counting the replacement of the door to repair the windows of the miscellaneous odds and ends of the project. However, the good thing is that these two rooms are big enough, almost half the size of the production hall of the second factory, enough to put a dozen lathes. The small three-story office building at the back of the plant was also still intact and hadn't suffered much damage. Mr. Li, sorry I'm late, just calculating. Behind them suddenly sounded a burst of fast-running footsteps. Lu Baogui is still wearing that wrinkled suit, carrying a black briefcase in his hand. Mr. Lu, open the door and let us in. After greeting, Li Mingjie urged Lu Baogui to open the door. After all, the conditions in the plant are the top priority. Lu Baogui froze slightly, scratched the back of his head, and opened the door stiffly. Rumble. As soon as the door opened, a stream of broken china plates and bowls piled up inside tilted out, nearly drowning Gonzo. I go. Lu Baogui, are you a workshop or a dump? Gundam yelled grumpily, and Li Niangchul probed and frowned. The machines in the workshop have all been moved out, and the empty workshop is stacked with pairs and piles of garbage and raw materials that have not yet been used. Mr. Lu, you didn't tell me about these things yesterday. Li Mingjie gave Lu Baogui a sullen look, and there were already a few points of displeasure on his face. Although he knew in his heart that this kind of bankrupt old factory building would not sell well, he was buying it to put lathes to recruit workers, not to collect rags. Ahem, Mr. Li, I drank too much yesterday and forgot, but it's nothing. You guys clean up all this garbage, and then simply decorate and furnish the plant. It's a new factory again. Upon hearing this, Gangzi rounded his eyes and yelled intently, we're packing? With so many things, how long do we have to pack? Gangzi and Lu Baogui broke up the fight and had to force Boss Lu to clean up the garbage before he could deliver. But Lu Baogui has been a poor man, but also owed a debt. How can there be money to hire people to clean up the warehouse again? Li Mingjie ignored the quarrel between Gangzi and Lu, lifted up his pants leg and walked into the factory building with difficulty around the mountainous pile of rags at the entrance. After walking into the plant, Li Niangchul's face looked slightly better. The plant was indeed large enough, with ventilation equipment and fire hydrants intact, and, excluding the sulking junk, barely passable. The two plants were connected through a small door in the center, and Li Niangchul pushed the door open and walked into the other plant. The air was suddenly filled with the pungent smell of chemicals, all raw materials and semi-finished products waiting to be processed. When Lu Baogui saw Li Mingjie walk into the second factory room, his expression lurched and he stopped arguing with Gangzi, turned around and quickly chased after him. Mr. Li, Mr. Li. Li Mingjie turned his head and looked at Lu Baogui, who had caught up with him, and asked, what are these again? Lu Baoguo hurriedly stepped forward and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Li, these are some raw materials. I'm selling the factory. These raw materials can't be given to you. I still have to pull out and dispose of them to pay back the money. Good surname Lu. You don't care about those garbage. You don't want to pull away these raw materials. Otherwise, we won't buy this factory. Gonzo angrily threatens. Is their new company going to open in this dump? Hearing Gangzi's threat, Lu Baoguo instantly twitched the corners of his mouth and looked nervous, raising his head to fawn towards Li Mingzhi about to open his mouth. Okay. Li Niangchul waved his hand. There was no use for him to keep those raw materials, no better than his military coats to find sales. Old Lu, sign the contract quickly. We have the money with us. Hey, okay. Lu Baoguo had thought that Li Mingzhi would back off when he saw this dilapidated appearance of his factory. It didn't occur to me that this boss Li was actually still so forthcoming. His heart burst into ecstasy, and he scrambled to take out a bunch of prepared documents and papers from his bag, and handed them all over to Li Niangchul. After checking carefully to make sure there was nothing wrong, Li Mingzhi neatly yards the papers and documents on a crippled table and gives Gangzi a wink. We brought the contract. Look at it. Gonzo pulled a printed contract out of his bag and slapped it on the table. Lu Baoguo hurriedly took over the contract, word by word, and read it over and over several times, and after half an hour, he finally slapped his thighs and nodded his head with a wide-eyed smile. Hey, Mr. Li, where's the money? How come I don't see it? Lu Baoguo took out a fountain pen from his pocket that had already lost its paint, and was just about to put down his signature when he suddenly stopped cautiously. Li Niangchul laughed softly and spoke teasingly. You've been pitted out of the shadows. Can't help it. Be considerate. I'm counting on the $20,000 right now. Li Mingzhi didn't dig at him much, took the black leather bag from Gangzi and took out 2 piles of bundled bills. You order first. Lu Baoguo stared unblinkingly at the thick $100 bills in Li Mingzhi's hand and hurriedly took them, counting them 3 or 4 times. Just stop laughing. What's the point of being happy? Sign it. Gangzi looked at Lu Baoguo's money-minded appearance and urged without any good reason. 2 large names signed and red hand-stamped. The dust settles, the factory finally arrives, and Gonzo is ecstatic. Brother, we'll have a factory from now on. It's like a dream. Gangzi couldn't hold back the joy in his heart, not caring in the slightest that Lu Baoguo was still there, muttering excitedly to himself. Gangzi, don't be too busy being happy. Bring the brothers over this afternoon and clean up all this trash, and those walls need to be repainted. Yes. Li Mingzhi unhurriedly led Gangzi back and forth in the workshop, picking faults, pointing and arranging tasks for Gangzi. Chapter 59, Recruitment. Returning home with Gangzi, Li Mingzhi asked Fu Yao to fry 2 good dishes for him, leaving Gangzi to eat at home. Back after the Gangzi, the mood is still not calm for a long time, and rushed to Fu Yao gleefully talk about how Li Mingzhi with Lu Baoguo that goods fight bravely and wisely, will be the great achievements of the factory disc down. Sister-in-law, you didn't see that my brother ate that Lu guy to death. I knew it. Following brotherly is definitely not a bad idea. From now on, I, Gangzi, will also be an official factory worker receiving a salary. Glorious working class. Listening to Gangzi's gushing explanation of Li Mingzhi's deeds, Fu Yao's heart was so happy that she frequently looked up to Li Mingzhi, the joy in her brows and eyes. Self-evident. Come on Gangzi, don't be happy for a while. The long march has only taken its first step. Hearing Li Mingzhi nudging himself, Gangzi heatedly smiled and forced down the joy in his heart. Not long after, Fu Yao brought 2 plates of hot dishes to the table. I don't know if it was because she heard Gangzi praising his man. Her heart blossomed. Fu Yao mixed another cold pig's ear for Gangzi. Thank you, sister-in-law. Come on, brother, drink. Gangzi took the white wine handed up by Fu Yao and took the cup and was about to fill it up for Li Mingzhi. Gonzo, I'm not drinking today. Li Mingzhi reached out and snatched the cup, waving his hand. I'm going to work at the factory this afternoon, so I'll take down the registration capital on the way. Oh, then I won't drink either. I'll take my brothers to clean the garbage in our factory this afternoon. The duo winded up looting the table of hot and cold food. After listening to a few words of advice from Li Mingzhi, Gangzi walked out with a toothpick in his mouth, overjoyed. Can't wait to gather his brothers and get ready to go at it. My uncle, why didn't you tell me when you did such a big thing? Fu Yao diligently cleaned up the dishes on the table and grumbled angrily at Li Mingzhi. Li Mingzhi was holding a broom to help her sweep the floor when he heard Fu Yao's words and froze slightly. Slowly got up. Yao. This time the matter is urgent. I didn't have time to discuss with you this $20,000. Before Li Mingzhi could finish, Fu Yao giggled. Winks glared at him. Che, look at you. What do you think I am? You're my man. The man is in charge. I don't care about the money in the house. Li Mingzhi looked at Fu Yao's well-behaved and understanding appearance, and a complex ripple gradually spread in his heart. But before Li Mingzhi could speak, Fu Yao looked like she remembered something. Suddenly her face turned cold. and she opened her mouth to say, "There's just one thing. If your company recruits any female secretaries or assistants, they must go through me. If you dare to arrange any female secretaries around yourself without consulting me, beware of me going to the company and scratching your face. Let's see how you bosses can still stand in front of people." Fu Yao's small face bulging, wide-eyed, serious with Li Mingjie forced the rules. The corner of Li Niangchul's mouth twitched and he nodded helplessly. "Well, that's more like it. So what? That female secretary you're looking for, Shen Meng, right? When is she coming for an interview?" As soon as the female secretary was mentioned, Fu Yao remembered Shen Meng, that little goblin, and her gaze swiveled back to stare at Li Mingjie. Li Niangchul, who had been stared at by her hostile gaze, frowned and asked lightly, "What's the interview for when the company hasn't even opened up yet? Hasn't the factory already been bought? It's not too late to hurry. You'll bring her here when you get off work this afternoon." "What?" Li Mingjie's tiger's body shook, not knowing what Fu Yao had in mind again. The brain is running at a fast speed. Just let Li Mingjie cross them all, eat through the government and business, but put in front of the bottom of the sea in front of the deep heart of the woman. The brain power is still defeated. It was only a sullen agreement. "Okay, whatever you say. I'll bring her here this afternoon. Simply rest for a while." Li Mingjie hoofed it to the textile factory again. "Rico, brotherly." Just as he entered the front door, Junko from the janitor's office stuck his neck out and called out to Li Niangchul. Li Niangchul stopped his pace and turned around to ask, "What is it?" Shunzi looked around, ran out, next to Li Mingjie, whispered, "Open, this morning." Huang's section chief called the old song to the security section, came back to the old song, also did not enter the guard room, directly called the small Lu and Zhang out of the factory. In a hurry, listening to Junko's report, Li Niangchul frowned tightly, a big cloud of question marks rising in his heart. Shunzi wasn't a liar, and this behavior of old song and Huang Feng was really suspicious. Nowadays, the person Huang Feng and Lao Song hate the most, the whole factory, is he Li Mingjie alone. But Li Mingjie detailed calculation, since the cadres conference, this period of time, they have been registered companies, buy land to buy factory things, did not do anything to play the rubbing things. "Brother?" Junko couldn't help but ask out loud as she looked at Li Niangchul in deep thought. "Brother, one more thing." "Hey." Junko rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. "That job thing we talked about last time." "Brother, what are you going to arrange for me to do?" Li Niangchul glanced at Junko and smiled slightly, patting him on the shoulder. "Well, by the time you're in the new factory, you'll be in charge of attendance." "Really?" Attendance is a notoriously fat job, not only managing to clock in and out of work, and even sometimes involved in the quality of work acceptance audit. It's the tight job that everyone's afraid of and everyone's flattered by. Li Niangchul naturally has his own considerations for this arrangement. Nowadays, the people available on their own hands, other than Gangzi's dozen or so brothers who were transformed from punks, were Shunzi and Shun Meng. Attendance this job. Li Mingjie thought about it, taking into account the future for a long time. Most of the workers of the new factory are dug from the textile factory, just the group of people really cannot get. For one thing, Gangzi and the others are also from the jungle, short-tempered, and it is difficult to blend in with such self-esteemed formal workers in the factory. Furthermore, although Shunzi is a temporary worker, but at least it is also the state-run second factory mixed, the factory experience is still more familiar than Gangzi them. Junko's heart burst with ecstasy, revealing a row of large white teeth and smiling nervously. "Brother, take care," Li Niangchul explained to Junko and headed towards the office building. He went up to the second floor, and instead of returning to his office, he climbed straight up to the fourth floor. Knock, 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 come in. Just as he opened the door, Li Niangchul saw Secretary Zhou lying on the table, holding a fountain pen and writing a document with his pen. "Chief Li, what can I do for you?" The best thing to do as a secretary is to observe the words, and Li Mingjie is now a big red man in front of the factory director. Secretary Zhou changed his usual high-strung attitude and got up to shake hands with Li Niangchul. "Section Chief Li, the new company side, you recommended me to be an accountant, but really lift me up. How do I know the accounts? Chapter 60, Interview for Secretary. Thinking about what Shunzi had mentioned to him, Li Mingjie smiled faintly. "Secretary Zhou, letting you manage the accounts, that is definitely not pulling your punches. When the factory director mentioned this to me, he also praised you. But don't worry, I have already applied to transfer an accountant in the factory specifically to give you a hand. You only need to perform supervisory duties." Secretary Zhou has been in the second factory for more than 10 years, and has long been accustomed to the unchanging work. In other words, he is more after a comfortable and familiar environment. Now let him be an accountant. His heart naturally does not want to. Secretary Zhou's complexion changed slightly, and he looked deeply at Li Mingjie. The fact that he was going to be an accountant over at the new company was already a done deal. but Lee Myung-chul's doing so undoubtedly made him quite happy. Section chiefly, please have a seat. The smile on Secretary Zhou's face carried a few moments of truth. Lee Myung-chul swept the clock on the wall and sat down to talk to Secretary Zhou for a while. When he left, Secretary Zhou sent Lee Myung-chul out the door with a satisfied smile already on his face. I heard that you made a temp from the defense section and attendance clerk? Having just returned to the office on the second floor, Shen Meng was already waiting in good humor. It seemed to be a long wait, and several pots of tea had been brewed. Lee Myung-chul nodded. Shun Zi is a can't hide things, especially this kind of promotion and salary increase big event. He naturally want to make a mess of everyone, but it's not a big deal. What about me? Didn't you still say you'd let me be a secretary? Shen Meng's mouth flattened as she said with slight dissatisfaction. Junko's got this establishment set up. Why hasn't she heard anything from her side? Lee Myung-chul slapped his head and remembered this one too. It's just as well that you asked. I told my wife a little bit about it, and she meant to have her personally go through it and interview her. Shen Meng's eyebrows wrinkled and she stomped her foot. Isn't this about the new company? What does it have to do with your wife? Lee Myung-chul laughed. It's mainly because the position of the female secretary is too awkward. What? Are you still a wifey? You need your wife's approval to find a secretary? Shen Meng clasped her hands on her chest and grunted twice. Who else could swallow this? It was already a nail in the coffin, but now another Fu Yao has jumped out. It's not a question of being a wifey. It's really quite a sensitive matter and I want to respect my wife's wishes. Shen Meng slightly bit her lip and raised her eyes to look at Li Mingjie with a few tangled points on her face. And what do you mean? Do you want me to be your secretary or not? Shen Meng averted her face and averted her gaze, looking like a little girl in a tantrum, matched with her radiant face that exuded youthfulness all over. Lee Myung-chul froze. He did hesitate a bit when he heard this question. Shen Meng's identity was a bit special to him, but it was also true that Shen Meng could help in the matter of the new company. This little nymph's connections are unlimited. Sun Yaogua's relationship is one of them. Without her pulling the strings and taking the lead, it's impossible for him to get on the line with Lu Er so quickly. What are you thinking about? Shen Meng saw that he didn't answer and gently pushed his shoulder. Looking at Shen Meng's puffy cheeks, Li Myung-chul couldn't help but poke them. What are you doing? Shen Mu glared. I selfishly wanted you to come over and help. Shen Meng heard his answer and a big stone in her heart suddenly dropped. When is your wife interviewing me? She raised her chin. A proud little look like Lee Myung-chul was begging her to go to the interview. Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but laugh, and he only put away his smile after seeing Shen Meng's warning look. Afternoon. This afternoon? Shen Meng's embroidered eyebrows wrinkled lightly. It was too much of a rush, and she didn't have time to do anything to prepare. Lee Myung-chul nodded. That is fine then. After hesitating for a while, Shen Meng gritted her teeth and agreed. It's just an interview. Is she still afraid? After work in the afternoon, Shen Meng waited for Li Mingjie at the door. Seeing Lee Myung-chul come out, Shen Meng hurriedly went forward and hugged his arm. What took you so long? She rubbed his arm affectionately, pouting. When the surrounding male comrades who passed by saw the scene, they all looked at Lee Myung-chul with envy and jealousy. If they could be treated like Lee Myung-chul, they would be willing to be poor for the rest of their lives. With a beautiful woman in their arms and such a small intention to please, what could they not be satisfied with? I just talked to Secretary Zhou, Lee Myung-chul said. Secretary Zhou's thoughts were still conservative now, and since Lee Myung-chul had pulled him on, he must have thought about which position to put him in. Despite the fact that he was the person beside Sun factory manager, no one had stipulated that he would die to Sun Yaogui in his life. It is an inevitable law that people go higher and water flows lower. As soon as Shen Meng heard it, she knew it was boring business and didn't pursue it further. Hurry up and go to your house. After preparing all afternoon, she was a little impatient now. Looking at Shen Meng in such a monkey's way, Lee Myung-chul was a bit surprised. Wasn't this niece still looking reluctant in the morning, even to the point of theorizing with him? How come she was like a different person in the blink of an eye? Without waiting for Li Mingjie to say anything, Shen Meng pulled him towards the factory entrance. As she passed the fruit stand, Shen Meng stopped in her tracks. Boss, 1 pound of apples and 1 pound of sorbets. Although Shen Meng is a factory employee, with an iron rice bowl, but the income is really not high, and now these fruits are in short supply. She has been a little broke. What's the point of buying these? Lee Myung-chul frowned. Are you still in charge of my money? Shen Mu picked her chin. Lee Myung-chul smiled helplessly and shook his head. It was only a few steps before the two returned to Lee Myung-chul's house. Really brought someone? Fu Yao heard the commotion and stepped out to look, seeing a bright-eyed big beauty standing in the living room, frozen in place with a spatula. Shen Meng was just about to ask where Fu Yao was. When she turned her head, she saw Fu Yao's gentle and skillful appearance, and her gaze held a few moments of amazement. She was used to people calling her factory flower, but she didn't expect to see her today. But it turned out that Li Mingjie's wife also looks like a shy flower. Although the two were different beauties, after seeing them today, Shen Meng was still surprised by Fu Yao's beauty. Don't you have an interview? Li Niangchul asked. Fu Yao slightly opened her mouth, reacted and then quickly nodded her head. Yes. You let Xiaoshan sit first, pour her a glass of water. I'm here. Fu Yao looked back at the kitchen with some embarrassment. The dishes were getting mushy. It's fine, sister-in-law. You cook first. Shen Meng narrowed her eyes and smiled. After Fu Yao glanced at Li Mingzhi, she dug into the kitchen again. Li Mingzhi, are you hiding a golden house? After seeing Fu Yao go in, Shen Meng looked at Li Mingzhi with some hidden fireworks in her tone. Chapter 61, Private Actions. What golden house? This is my wife. Li Niangchul brushed aside Shen Meng's hand poking at his waist. Coincidentally, Fu Yao came out of the kitchen and happened to miss this scene. Shen, you're here for the interview, right? Come as you are. Why are you still buying fruits? Fu Yao looked at the fruits on the table and said with a smile. There was no aggressiveness that Shen Meng expected. Fu Yao looked like she was getting along well. It's never good to come empty-handed. Shen Meng smiled. Quickly greet Xiaoshan. I still have 2/4 of an hour before these dishes are ready, so Xiaoshan will stay for a meal later. Li Niangchul had doubts in his mind. Didn't Fu Yao act like she was full of hostility towards Shen Meng before this? How is it that in the blink of an eye, this person is different? Li Mingzhi and Shen Meng looked at each other, and the latter's gaze clearly carried a few moments of doubt as well. I wouldn't be able to stay for dinner, would I? Shen Meng said with embarrassment. Why is it bad? Listen to sister. Fu Yao waved the spatula and ran into the kitchen again. Just before Fu Yao finished cooking, Shun Zi came to the door. Brother, it's not good. It's not good. Shun Zi panted and ran over, rushing at Li Mingqiu before he could stand still. What? Li Niangchul frowned. Junko was usually so stoned, but something was clearly different about this one. Could it be that something really happened? Old Song has brought your friend back to the factory, locked in his room not knowing what to do. Who, tall, skinny, went to see you at the factory? When Li Niangchul thought about it, it should be Gonzo. What's Old Song doing bringing Kongzi back to the factory for no reason? He doesn't have that kind of power either. I'll go check it out, Li Niangchul said. I'll go too. Shin dreamed for a moment and stood up. No, you have a meal here first. Li Niangchul turned his head to the kitchen. Fu Yao also walked out when she heard the noise. Shunzi is here too. Ha, wife, take care of Shen Meng and let her stay for dinner. I'm going to take care of something. Fu Yao nodded uncertainly. If Li Niangchul had already said so, Shen Meng could only stay for now. Fu Yao still had a worried look on her face. She didn't know what Li Mingzhi was busy with outside every day. What kind of thing was this that she had to do at night? Little Shun, stay here for a while, the food will be ready soon. Fu Yao turned her head to Shun Meng and said. Li Niangchul and Junko arrived at the factory in a hurry, and the door to the defense section office was still open. I don't know if it was on purpose to wait for Li Niangchul or if he felt that there was no need to lock this door after people had gotten off work. What are you guys talking about? I really don't know. Gonzo's voice came from inside. Humph, it's useless even if you keep your mouth shut. We already have some evidence. Do you really think you don't have to be responsible for dumping the factory stuff? Even if you have Li Mingzhi covering you now, it's useless. Old Song shouted in a rough voice. Who dumped the factory? Li Mingzhi walked in and looked down at Old Song. Also in the house was Yellow Wind. Huang Feng was sitting behind the desk, looking like a cozy look. It was hard to catch Li Mingzhi's pain. He definitely had to put on a good show on this one now. Oh, it's Vice Section Chief Li who's here. Huang Feng stood up after seeing Li Mingzhi. It was obvious that he seemed a little unimpressed with Li Niangchul. Now that he's got Li Niangchul, will he be afraid of him? Who did you say dumped the factory? Li Niangchul asked again. Huang Feng hummed and grunted. I felt that your kid had bad intentions before, and even though the factory manager helped you, I still had people check it out, and only then did I realize that you guys had already started dumping the factory stuff a long time ago. What proof do you have? Li Niangchul narrowed his eyes at him. This brat is the proof. I've just cross-examined him. What did he say? Apparently, Li Niangchul wasn't in a hurry at all, instead pulling a stool to sit down himself. I didn't say anything, Gundam said in a rush. Old Song hastily slapped him on the back of the head. What the hell are you talking about? Now is your chance to take credit for your crimes. Old Song, I'm afraid it's not too good for you to do that, right? Li Mingzhi frowned, looking rather displeased. Junko stepped forward as well, slapping Old Song's hand away. We're not in the old world anymore. Do you think we're still practicing this? If you do it again, I'll send you to the police station. Old Song immediately turned his head to look at Huang Feng, and his heart was also a little unsure. It was him who did the wrong thing in the first place. Now what's wrong with us beating up the thief? Huang Feng shouted. Junko, go see if the factory manager is there. Li Niangchul said to Junko. Old Song was going to stop it, but Junko ran out the door in a puff of smoke. He was also a little unsure in his heart. and now that this matter hadn't been investigated, he wasn't sure what to do next. Gongzi, come here, Li Mingzhi said. Old Song couldn't stop this or that right now. He could only watch as Gangzi headed towards Li Mingzhi's side. It's okay, just let them call the plant manager over and see how they can still argue in front of all this evidence. Huang Feng was angry in his heart. Factory, this allocation is 300,000, and so after the process is completed, Li Mingzhi can actually get 300,000, but also a factory director. His heart which can swallow this breath. Li Mingzhi, even how powerful, that is just a deputy section chief, and he is the main section chief. How now mixed better than him? Now you guys tell me, what kind of evidence is there? Li Niangchul wasn't restrained and poured himself a cup of tea, just about crossing his legs. Looking at Li Mingzhi so relaxed and at ease, Huang Feng had a fire in his heart. Since the factory manager is coming over, I definitely can't tell you in advance now. It's hard to make you prepare in advance? Huang Feng also sat down on his butt. Ha, let's wait here then. Sun Yaohua has been busy lately, and should not be home at this time now, and it should not be a problem for Shunzi to go to him. Gundam kept his head down, a bit different from his usual boldness. Today he looked a bit uneasy. Gongzi, what has just happened? You'll have a good talk with our factory director later, and if they make a move, you'll also tell them truthfully. Don't encourage their arrogance. Gonzo nodded repeatedly. When Li Mingzhi said this, it was Old Song who was a little apprehensive instead. Just now they did make a move. Originally thought that this guy did not come so quickly. Did not think that this turn of the eye, the person has already arrived in the office of the defense section. Chapter 62, Wagering. What is it again? Sun Yaohua was busy with the things that Elder Zhang had arranged for him to do, and when he heard that something had happened over here, he rushed over. There was no reason for him not to come over. Once he heard that it was related to Li Mingzhi and Huang Feng, how could he delay? Of course, he immediately put down his work and rushed over. Factory director, after careful investigation by Old Song and I, we have finally found evidence of Li Mingzhi dumping the factory's products. Huang Feng immediately said in an impassioned voice after seeing Sun Yaohua come in. Sun Yaohua looked at Li Niangchul. Hasn't this matter been settled? How come the evidence was dug up again? Whether this was evidence or not, Sun Yaohua didn't want these two jerk-offs to continue to get involved in these things. Rolling and rolling, haven't you guys gotten enough of a lecture? Sun Yaohua said impatiently before he could ask Old Song and the others to continue. Huang Feng and Old Song looked at each other. They cannot feel the meaning of Sun Yaohua, but now it seems that Sun Yaohua does not seem to want to care about this matter. Their next evidence still have to be taken out. This is their hard to search up. Factory director, you have to take care of this matter. Now that Elder Zhang isn't here, let's settle this matter openly and honestly. It will also be of great benefit to our second factory. Sun Yaohua waved his hand impatiently. Don't you guys talk to me about this? If you guys were as capable as the other Li Niangchul, you'd talk about this in front of me again. Joke. Now that Li Niangchul can give him such a big favor and get him that 30% after it's over, can these two guys? But, Huang Feng's heart thumped, looking at Sun Yaohua's furious appearance. He felt that it was better not to talk about these things right now. Just the fire in his heart still could not come down. There's no buts. Haven't you guys gotten me into enough trouble the last time? Old Song lowered his head. Last time it was he who was too reckless. Only now they did have conclusive evidence, and could definitely make the surname Li eat his words. Plant manager, since they have nothing to say, there is one thing I must do to get justice for my brother. Sun Yaohua pinched his brow. Say it, all at once. The two of them even made a move on my brother just now. What do you think about this? Li Mingzhi was now emboldened. So even though he knew that Huang Feng and Old Song might have gotten hold of some kind of evidence, he remained unconcerned. Now that Sun Yaohua is also counting on the new factory to make money, how could he pull him down? What's more, this was approved by Elder Zhang, so it can't be that these two people are still here to stir up trouble now, right? Then what do you say? Sun Yaohua was already impatient to continue listening. Seeing Huang Feng and Old Song annoyed him. He hadn't properly taught them a lesson from the last time. Let's put it this way. Let's not report it to the public security. Let's settle this matter privately now. Did they make a move just now? Li Mingzhi was asking Gangzi with that last sentence. Yes. Gonzo's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't too faint either. You're bloodthirsty. Old Song instantly cursed in a fiery manner. Hold your horses for a moment and let Gonzo have a good talk first. I don't see the need to deal with this matter first right now. Factory director, I have something I want to report to you about. Huang Feng's eyes gurgled as he hurriedly stepped forward. Sun Yaohua had a splitting headache after hearing Huang Feng's words. Can't these bastards save him the trouble? Factory director, do you know what Li Mingzhi is going to do with that $300,000? Without waiting for Sun Yaohua to say anything, Huang Feng hurriedly said. He was worried that Sun Yaohua wouldn't give him a chance to speak. Now Sun Yaohua is clearly lying to help Li Mingzhi. Now if he doesn't hurry, I'm afraid that he won't even have a chance to open his mouth later. To do what? In terms of money, Sun Yaoguo was still quite concerned, so he said that he knew that Lee Myung-chul was now going to run a new factory, but $300,000 was not a small amount of money. He took that money to buy an abandoned factory, which is full of garbage. There's literally no place to put his feet up, and with this kind of broken factory, he even had to pay an outrageous price to buy it. As Huang Feng spoke, a chilling look also appeared on his face, vocally showing how dilapidated and dirty that factory was. What's going on? Sun Yaoguo froze. He thought that Li Mingzhi should have done this properly, but hearing Huang Feng say that, it seemed that something had gone wrong. Who did you hear that from? Li Myung-chul cried a little. He thought that Huang Feng and Old Song were secretive and should have known something unimaginable, but it turned out to be this crap. The boss of that factory said it himself. Huang Feng had a righteous look on his face, looking like he was fighting for Sun Yaoguo. In fact, we all know exactly what is going on in his mind, so let's get the owner of that factory out here and have a little chat. Huang Feng thought for a moment and nodded without hesitation. Anyway, that boss said that with conviction, so could it be false? It could be that Li Myung-chul had come to this in order to embolden himself. Sun Yaoguo frowned and thought about it. He originally didn't want to make so much of a mess, but now that the words had been said to this point, and it involved $300,000, he could only nod his head and agree. Hurry up! Wait, since Section Chief Huang and Old Song both feel the same way, how about we make a bet? Li Mingzhi said with a smile. To the others, he certainly seemed to have a lot of guts. Huang Feng and Lao Song are now biting Li Mingzhi to swallow this sum of money, and it seems to have been proven. Li Mingzhi now continue to argue here, is undoubtedly a negative resistance. What kind of bet? Huang Feng grunted, seemingly a little unimpressed by Li Mingzhi's approach like this. Now let alone making one bet, he would be willing to make 10. Of course it is a bet that this factory is not as expensive as you say. Since you dare to throw dirty water on me, you are bound to pay the price. On this bet, do you dare to come? What wouldn't I dare? Huang Feng was now plainly trying to clean up Li Mingzhi, at least as far as he was concerned. It was clearly a done deal, and Li Myung-chul was happy to see it now that he had sent it to him like this. What about the bet? Old Song asked in a small voice. He certainly wanted to be a part of it. Originally, this mattered today. It is because of the investigation of the evidence that Li Mingzhi previously shipped out the factory's military coats for sale, so it brought Gangzi here. Who would have thought that the factory director would still favor Li Myung-chul even at this point? In that case, they would have to make their own killer moves. Chapter 63, Working for Free. Tell you what, if you lose the bet, you'll work for me in the new factory for the next 2 months, and your wages will be 1/3 of what they are now, and apologize to Gangzi. Hearing Li Mingzhi's words, Huang Feng glared. Who would be happy to do it with only 1/3 of the salary? And what if you lose? Old Song asked. If I lose, I'll give you guys whatever I paid for the factory. Huang Feng let out a cut. Li Mingzhi just raised up the deputy section chief. Can have a few money is not the same as the former poor people almost? Don't you brag here? Can you give up so much money? Who are you looking down on? Gangzi stepped forward and stood in front of Li Mingzhi. Okay, the factory manager is here anyway. Let the factory manager testify for us. Sun Yaoguo also wanted to see what Li Mingzhi was capable of boasting about, so he nodded his head in agreement. Lu Bagui is now an unemployed person. Is it not easy to find him? He doesn't have much to do anyway, and after realizing that someone is looking for him, and it's not a debtor, he thinks that it should be some kind of business opportunity. It is presumed to be his batch of chemical materials to find a way to sell the door, and did not ask what exactly is the matter for, and then hoofed it over. This, Mr. Li, why are you here too? Lu Baogui instantly froze after seeing Li Mingzhi. He wondered if there was something wrong with the factory. The contract had just been signed, so there couldn't be any loose ends. Could there? It's not me looking for you, it's him. Li Mingzhi raised his chin towards Huang Feng's side. Mr. Lu, how much did you say that factory was sold for earlier? When it comes to this one thing, Lu Baogui is a bit stumped. Now that the parties involved were here, it was naturally impossible for him to lie, but if he really said this price out, he wouldn't be able to keep it on his face. Let me do the talking. I have the contract on me anyway. As soon as he pulled out the contract, Li Mingzhi placed it on the table. $20,000. Not a penny more. Huang Feng stared straight into his eyes. At such a low price, even if it's just a rundown second-hand factory, it's more than that, right? Boss Lu, do you think it's the right price? Li Mingzhi asked. Lu Baogui raised his head and carefully glanced at Huang Feng before nodding. In fact, he did not intend to cheat people. Just that those debtors pressed too urgently. One of them is a friend of Huang Feng. Huang Feng a little inquiry. Know about this matter, so they rushed over to ask him. He thought that Huang Feng was trying to call in his debt, and he had long been afraid of being chased by those debtors, so he lied. He just pushed that some of this money was paid back to other people, and in the meantime, he did something else, and that he could continue to pay the rest of the money back later, after he sold those chemical products. But who would have thought that Huang Feng would be able to contact Li Mingzhi? He looked at Huang Feng and then at Li Mingzhi, and in his heart, he was also a little uncertain as to what Huang Feng was actually going to do. Section Chief Huang, how was it? Li Mingzhi asked with a smile. Huang Feng hadn't reacted from the blow he had just received. The price was a bit too low. When he reacted, he thought about the bet he had just made with Li Myungchul. He hastily picked up the contract and read it carefully. It's still really $20,000. Not a penny more, not a penny less. You. Huang Feng extended his index finger to point at Lu Baoguo. This dog really screwed him over. This is great. Both of them have to work for Li Myungchul for nothing. There's still a third of the paycheck, but that's a far cry from before. If it wasn't for Lu Baoguo lying to him, he wouldn't have had to have this unwarranted disaster. Mr. Huang, at that time, you guys chased too quickly. I had to tell you this. Lu Baoguo whispered. Sun Yaguo watched this farce and gave Huang Feng a blank look without a good reason. Huang Feng had been trying to make things happen. Now he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot, right? Old Song gulped. He was still a bit confused as to what was going on, but looking at Huang Feng's reaction, it seemed like they had lost the bet. Take care of this matter yourselves. Sun Yaguo waved his hand and walked straight out of the office. Seeing this, Lu Baoguo also grayed out. He had to find a way to hide. He didn't have enough money on hand right now, and those debtors weren't to be messed with. So he'd wait until he'd sold all those products and then take a good look at exactly who he had to pay back first. Huang Feng looked at Li Myungchul apprehensively. This guy wouldn't really let him work for nothing, right? Li Mingzhi looked at Huang Feng with a playful expression. Alright, the factory manager has just witnessed the process. You can't possibly be willing to gamble, can you? Gangzi and Shunzi also straightened their backs. What did they have to be afraid of when they were around Li Myungchul? And didn't Li Myungchul eat these two to death now? You're deliberately digging a hole for me to jump into. Huang Feng huffed. Li Myungchul is clearly trying to screw him over. He couldn't swallow this breath in his heart, but now that this bet had been made, and the factory manager had just witnessed this scene, it wouldn't be so easy for him to escape now. Old Song also patted himself on the head. How did he not realize this just now? He thought that Li Myungchul was just a dead duck trying to speculate. He has a large family to support. How can he survive with only 1/3 of his salary? Although he was living on that grease on weekdays, he could think about it and realize where there would be any grease after he went to the new factory. What did Section Chief Huang say? It was you guys who wanted to make the bet, and I didn't force you. Li Mingzhi spread his hands. Hurry up and apologize. To work in the new factory thing is not in a hurry. Now these things have been done down, but the follow-up things always have to spend a little time, and so on. Everything is ready. Huang Feng and Old Song's bitter days will come. Huang Feng and Old Song looked at each other. Old Song, apologize to this kid. Huang Feng couldn't pull this face, so he rushed at Old Song. Old Song froze. How does this have to be him? Just now it was clearly Huang Feng who told him to do it. Old Song hadn't made any moves, but turning his head to look at Huang Feng as threatening eyes, he could only shrug his head and say in a jar, I'm sorry for it. Gonzo instantly leapt up. Old Song is a contract worker in the factory. In the community is also a row of characters, can be said to be holding an iron rice bowl, and now apologize to him. His heart is happy so it was a bit of an aggravation just now, but he was supposed to be begging for a living with a knife and a stick, and had long since gotten used to it. Chapter 64, A Clear-Cut Pit. Alright, I'm not going to bother with you guys that much. Once everything is ready in the new factory, you two will officially start working, Li Mingzhi said with a smile. Huang Feng couldn't wait to tear the smiling face of Li Mingzhi apart. This was clearly digging a hole for them to jump into, and Li Myungchul's arrogant face also made him feel bad in his heart. How come he didn't react to the fact that this was a hole dug for them by Li Myungchul just now? By the way, I'll be the one in charge of attendance at the new factory from now on, Junko said with a grin. Huang Feng clenched his fists. I thought he was ahead of the security section, but he didn't expect to be controlled by Shunzi in terms of attendance. Shunzi is still just a temporary worker, now can bully to his head. Don't be so arrogant. You guys, Huang Feng said viciously. Li Myungchul nodded. Don't worry, if people respect me, I respect them. But on the contrary, if Huang Feng's ugly people were more than enough, then it would be no wonder that he had to make a move. Huang Feng heard Li Mingzhi's strings, and in his heart, he couldn't help but worry about his 2 months of hard times. This one is 2 months old. How is he going to get through it? After Li Mingzhi and the remaining two left, Old Song looked at Huang Feng with a worried expression. Are we really going to be played by them like this? Old Song's brows were locked, wrinkles on his forehead following one another. Huang Feng was also annoyed right now. This Li is clearly punking us. Huang Feng pounded the table fiercely. As long as he didn't accept that bet just now, it's a good thing. Face is gone. and so are the good times. Compared to Huang Feng and Old Song's wailing, Li Ningzhi's side was much more relaxed. Brother, do you think these two will really work at the new factory? Junko asked. They have to go even if they don't. Li Mingzhi hooked his lips. Since the person in question, Sun Yaogua, was also present, could they still deny it? Not to mention he does have legitimate jobs for them. These two people cannot plan, out of all the bad ideas, but there is a good force, otherwise the work in the security section will not be carried out steadily. Who see them not nodded and bowed? Didn't Lu Bagua still leave quite a mess inside that old factory? It's the right time to let them do this. When Junko and Gangzi heard Li Niangchul's words, they also smiled he. They were all a little impatient to watch Huang Feng and Old Song suffer in the new factory now. Come on, let's go to my house for a meal, Li Niangchul said. How can this be a good thing? Sister-in-law shouldn't have prepared our meals either. Shun Zi waved her hand in a hurry. Yeah, I'll just make up a meal with him inside a nearby restaurant. Gundam raised his chin toward Junko, signaling him to follow him. Actually, having the two of them come home for dinner was just a matter of adding 2 more pairs of chopsticks, but thinking about what might be happening at home, Li Niangchul could only nod. Alright then, you guys take this money, go have a good meal, and next time I'll invite you guys over for dinner. As soon as Li Mingzhi made his move, it was a large $50 bill. Junko and Gonzo looked at it with straight eyes. Sure enough, following Li Niangchul must have a good life. It seems to be comparable to a quarter of their monthly income. What kind of meal is so expensive? Junko is again pushing this money towards Li Niangchul. No, we'll just settle for a meal. How can we let brother treat us? Li Niangchul didn't say anything and directly stuffed the previous in their hands before greeting them and turning to leave. He always had an uneasy feeling in the back of his mind that he'd better hurry home and see what was going on now. When I got home, Kiki was already back. Daddy, look! Seeing Li Mingzhi come home, Chi-Chi bounced over and waved the toy in her hand in front of Li Mingzhi's face. Who bought this little windmill for you? Li Niangchul looked at the delicate little windmill in her hand. It's Auntie Shin. She's picking me up today. Kiki smiled cheekily. Li Mingzhi stood up, only to see both Shen Meng and Fu Yao standing at the kitchen door. The two of them were nibbling on their ears and had no idea what they were talking about. It was obvious that they seemed to be on good terms, or at least not as sky-high as he thought they would be. However, Fu Yao's nature itself was relatively soft and sticky, and she rarely got into any arguments with people, and Shin Meng was also a relatively quiet woman, and although she was sometimes rather bratty and overbearing, it didn't hurt either. The two of them shouldn't fight if there's nothing going on. Li Niangchul is more than sure about that. But today, Fu Yao had to call Shin Meng over, which gave him a few moments of concern. What's going on? Is there something to take care of? Fu Yao hurried over. Shen Meng followed right behind and didn't grab this opportunity with Fu Yao. It's fine, just a little thing. It's been resolved. Li Mingzhi smiled. He thought that Huang Feng and Old Song were in possession of some important evidence, but he didn't realize that it was just a false alarm and that they had suffered a loss. Now Huang Feng and Lao Song could be said to have lost their fortune. That's fine. I thought it was something urgent. Fu Yao patted her chest. Lately she was really frightened by these series of things. Now but whenever there was something, she was worried. It's Section Chief Huang again, isn't it? Shun Meng asked. Li Niangchul turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she knew quite a bit about these things. Yeah, they're just bored and looking for a fight. Alright, since it's settled, don't bother about these things anymore. I just made 2 more dishes with Xiaoshun. Fu Yao greeted Li Mingzhi and walked inside. Li Niangchul was a bit surprised. The two of them even cooked together. I didn't think they could harmonize. What's the matter? Is it hard to believe that you thought we'd argue? Shin Meng narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. Little Shin and I are just too compatible. Fu Yao also hurriedly said. This little girl is not only good looking, her temperament is also very much to my liking. While Fu Yao was talking, she also pulled Shin Meng's arm, looking quite intimate. How can I be as good looking as Sister Yao? Sister Yao is a good cook and has a good temper. There's a lot for me to learn. Watching them commercially blow each other here, Li Niangchul's head was covered with a question mark. Could these two people have changed their nature? Earlier, seeing them in a tense stance, he thought that once he walked away, the two of them would definitely have to fight. I didn't realize that this turn of the head, they were as affectionate as sisters, and those who didn't know thought they were biological sisters. Watching them get along like this, Li Niangchul also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was nothing going on with the two of them, he would save himself the trouble of having to mediate between the two of them to ease their relationship. Chapter 65, The Joy of Being Together. How did the interview go? During the meeting, Li Niangchul asked, Can this still not work? I'm quite satisfied with Little Shen then, and with her beside you to assist you. I definitely won't refuse. Fu Yao laughed. I could tell she wasn't lying about it. She actually thought so. I haven't come into contact with this kind of clerical work before either. but I will definitely learn more in the future, Shin Meng said while turning her head to give Lee Myung-chul a color. Well, there's not really a lot to do, just assist me in maintaining external relations in general. The two women chatted as they ate, and the table was all a happy scene. I could tell this wasn't a stunt, but they were really having a good conversation. This made Li Mingjie somewhat puzzled. How on earth did Shin Meng manage to fix Fu Yao? Fu Yao had previously acted as if she would never accept a female secretary, but as soon as she turned her head, this attitude had even undergone a 180-degree transformation. Lee Myung-chul sighed. It seemed like he still couldn't understand these two women. The business license has already changed the address, and I'm thinking of having someone empty the inside of the old factory in the next 2 days, so I can officially vacate the original stuff in. Li Mingjie put down his chopsticks and said slowly, "You can't let Xiao Shen do this. Let those big men do it," Fu Yao said without thinking. Li Mingjie cried and laughed a little. Now Fu Yao was sincerely thinking of Shin Meng. He had just opened his mouth and Fu Yao had already thought of this, but it was true that he couldn't possibly let Shin Meng do these menial tasks, not to mention anything about whether she could do it or not. This really let Shin Meng to do these things. He was also embarrassed. She was at least a delicate girl, and he had a guilty conscience when he asked her to do these things. Don't worry, I've already found good people to do the job, and I definitely won't labor lesbians, Lee Myung-chul said. Isn't it easy to find someone to do this? First of all, Huang Feng and Old Son are the two candidates. Since they lost the bet and are willing to lose, they definitely have to do the dirty work. 2 months wasn't too short or too long. Enough time for them to do some odd jobs after cleaning up the clutter of the factory. That's more like it. Fu Yao and Shen Meng smiled at each other. Lee Myung-chul was really a bit puzzled at this moment. What was going on with these two people? Seeing their relationship seems to be really good. Little Shun, are you free tomorrow afternoon after work? Fu Yao asked. Of course I'm free. Shin dreamed of responding without wanting to. That's fine. Why don't you accompany me tomorrow to pick out some cloths? It's time to change this tablecloth in my house. After the two women discussed the matter, they immediately clapped their hands and decided to go shopping together again tomorrow. And of course, this would be paid for in full by Lee Myung-chul. Lee Myung-chul really couldn't understand the friendship between these two women more and more, but they're getting along now, which is much better than if they'd met with swords drawn. After dinner, Shin Meng stayed to chat for a while, but didn't stay that long and left after biting Fu Yao's ear for a while. How did you guys get so close? Li Mingjie asked as he saw Shin Meng leave and walked over to Fu Yao's side. Not to mention, if Shin Meng hadn't left, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to squeeze by Fu Yao's side. You won't understand even if you say it, Fu Yao Jiao said with a smile. Li Myung-chul also shook his head. He really didn't understand much. Then you're really agreeing to let Shin Meng be my female secretary at the new factory? Li Mingjie confirmed this matter with Fu Yao once again. Fu Yao nodded rightfully. That's for sure. Can this be fake? I really like this girl. Since this matter was finalized, there was nothing for Li Myung-chul to wonder about. He just reached out and asked Sun Yaoguo for someone, and for the sake of the new factory, he definitely wouldn't refuse. You're transferring Shin Meng? Sun Yaoguo was quite shocked after knowing this news. Shin Meng doesn't look like she has any other skills. She is an ordinary female worker inside the factory. At most she is more handsome than other female workers. Yes, Li Myung-chul nodded. What are you doing transferring her to the new factory? Sun Yaoguo frowned, seemingly not too keen on agreeing to this matter. He was now the one who had done the wrong thing, and before he had a chance to enjoy the taste, he was swindled by Shin Meng. He definitely wanted Shin Meng to stay now. It's just that it's not like he had any position, and if Li Myung-chul really did have any valid reasons, she was bound to not be able to refuse. Now that the woman at his home is clamoring to break the matter with him, he does not dare to reveal anything. Xiaoshin has a wide range of contacts. I think we can use that to care for the factory to build momentum, Li Mingjie said. Sun Yaoguo murmured. Li Mingjie, this is right. Although Shin Meng is just a female worker, but know a lot of people, maybe can help a little help. There are things he cannot personally appear. Let Shin Meng to do is also good. It's possible, but this girl is rather stubborn. You shouldn't force her to do things she doesn't like. Sun Yaoguo looked at Li Mingjie with a pair of deep eyes, as if in warning. Li Mingjie couldn't help but laugh in the bottom of his heart. Sun Yaoguo probably didn't know that he had been swindled and thought that he had already gotten his hands on him. In reality, Shin Meng was just playing with him. However, since he had promised to help Shin Meng with this matter, it was naturally impossible for him to let her wear out her welcome at this time. Don't worry, plant director Sun. I've placed Shin Meng in the position of secretary, and I'll cover her if anything happens. Sun Yaoguo was a bit hesitant, but still nodded. It's good to send Shin Meng out now, so that it can also divert attention, and the tigress at home doesn't have to keep staking out the factory. Then you can just discuss it with her. Sun Yaoguo waved his hand, as if he didn't want to continue chatting on this matter. To think that the great beauty he had managed to get his hands on was now about to be deployed, and she was carrying his cub in her belly. Li Mingjie nodded, and did not say that he had already discussed this matter with Shin Meng long ago, otherwise Sun Yaogua's personality might feel that the two of them were plotting something. After he greeted Sun Yaogua, he went to find Huang Feng and Old Song. The two are nipping at each other's ears in the office, looking weird and sinister. Li Niangchul walked in after gently snapping the door. The two of them were concentrating on something, and they didn't hear the knock on the door. When they realized that Li Niangchul had come in, the latter was already standing in front of them, looking at them in a good way. The two men were instantly frightened and turned pale. "Why don't you people enter without knocking? So rude," Old Song said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 66, Advancing to the Ends of the Earth. Li Niangchul laughed. "What are you guys talking about again? Who's chatting about unseemly things? Don't talk nonsense." Huang Feng immediately denied it. He was indeed just discussing with Lao Song how to deal with Li Mingjie, but of course it is impossible to say these things to Li Mingjie. Now they are the second factory is known to everyone's nemesis. Who does not know that the two of them do not deal with it? Whether I'm bull ***** ting or not, you guys know it yourselves. Put your little minds still away and start working at the new factory tomorrow. Huang Feng and Old Song both stared straight ahead. Tomorrow? That wasn't good for them. They thought they could put it off for a while longer. Isn't the new factory ready to be perfected? Li Niangchul nodded and looked at them somewhat playfully. Yeah, so it's going to take you two to help out. Looking at Li Mingjie's teasing demeanor, Huang Feng knew that he was definitely unsettled. Surname Li, don't get ahead of yourself. We already apologized to that kid yesterday, and this is over. Could it be that you guys want to deny it? Li Niangchul frowned. It seems like I'll just have to get the factory manager to testify for me. Or would you guys prefer to just give a sum of money and get it over with? Huang Feng's eyes turned bone deep, and he also felt that this proposal from Li Mingjie was still good. How much to pay? Seeing as it's Section Chief Huang, $10,000 isn't too much, is it? At least Section Chief Huang is an elite cadre of the second factory. Of course this salary is given differently. Huang Feng copied the cup on the side and was so angry that he almost didn't drop it directly. $10,000. This is killing him? ***** off. You're a lion. Huang Feng huffed. Li Niangchul was clearly not giving him a chance to get rid of it, otherwise he wouldn't have offered such a high price. If Section Chief Huang can't afford to pay such a price, then we'll work hard tomorrow. Looking at Li Mingjie's back as he left straight away, Huang Feng repented in his heart. If he had known that he wouldn't have messed with this fateful god in the first place, now he had gotten himself into trouble and couldn't get rid of it. Section Chief Huang, do we really have to go work for him tomorrow? Old Song hesitated for a long time before asking. What else can you do? Huang Feng said without a trace of anger. If he could take $10,000 out of his hand, he would have wanted to just fling it in Li Niangchul's face. But $10,000 is not a small amount of money, and it's not easy to really get it out. Why don't we call in a few of our brothers from the defense section to help out, and we'll all share the load? Huang Feng narrowed his eyes. This was a good idea. Maybe Li Mingjie was going to make them do manual labor this time. If there were more people, then things would be much easier and he wouldn't have to suffer so much. That's fine. You go contact a few brothers we know well. If he had enough manpower, would he still have to worry about Li Niangchul giving him a hard time? Maybe then they'll turn the tables and directly pin Li Niangchul down, and then we'll see who's more pleased. Huang Feng thought he was skillful, but he didn't expect to be stopped the next day when he just led those brothers of his to the entrance of the new factory. No one is allowed in without an establishment, Junko said forcefully. Shunzi rarely have a tough attitude. Now that Li Mingjie let him manage this item, he naturally have some momentum. Otherwise how to manage these people? Huang Feng was furious when he saw even a temporary worker yelling at him like that. Don't you take the chicken feather for an arrow? The new factory has always been attached to the second factory. At the end of the day it still has to come under our control. Who said that the new factory is attached to the second factory? Li Mingjie walked out from inside with his hands behind his back, a few smiles on his face, from which Huang Feng clearly saw the mockery. This was stamped by Elder Zhang himself. It's hard to believe that you can say that this factory wasn't built to dispose of the residual materials left behind by the second factory? Huang Feng straightened his back. Li Mingjie knew that Huang Feng was unconvinced. You can personally ask Elder Zhang to see what he actually intends to do. Li Mingjie looked at his evasive eyes and continued. If you don't dare, then obediently go in and work. Yellow Wind cringed. In his opinion, this new factory is a concentration camp in general, and going in means the beginning of hard times. Humph, I want to go in too. You open door dog just won't let me in. Huang Feng barely straightened his back and glanced at Shunzi. You, who are you calling a watchdog? I'm in charge of attendance, Junko said defiantly. Li Niangchul stood between the two and stopped their argument. Section Chief Huang, you can go in, but there's no need for these followers behind you, and the next time you're found bringing someone from the outside into the factory, $50 will be deducted. $50? After hearing this punishment, Huang Fang's eyes went round. His salary at the second factory was very high, but a fine of $50, how could he stand it? Not to mention that in the 2 months since he'd been in the new factory, he hadn't even been paid as much as he had been before. You too. Li Mingzhi swept a glance at Old Song. Old Song's eyes were watching and he didn't dare to speak. Huang Feng cannot afford to suffer the punishment of $50. He is even more afraid to knowingly violate the law. The people following behind Huang Feng looked at each other in disbelief, none of them knowing whether they were going to stay or go. Huang Feng clenched his back teeth and looked at Li Mingzhi with a resentful gaze. This guy was obviously giving him a hard time in front of so many. At least he was his superior. If not for the elders giving him such a right, where would he have this ability to open a factory? Now that he's gained power, he's showing off in front of him. Li Mingzhi, don't be too complacent. One day I will pull you down, Huang Feng said through gritted teeth. Li Mingzhi narrowed his eyes and smiled. Okay, I'll wait for that day, but you better get to work. He lifted his hand to look at his wristwatch. Half a minute till we're late. Huang Feng gritted his teeth and turned his head to Shun Zi. Mark me a card. The ones he brought over naturally couldn't follow him in, and after they watched Huang Feng go in, they muttered and discussed a bit before scattering in all directions. How is this? This so dirty. Old Song couldn't help but shout just as he entered. The two had only taken a few steps when a cloud of dust was stirred up. You guys take all the trash out of here first. Sort it properly, put the useful ones aside for now. Ask Junko if you don't understand. If you sort it wrong, it's $50 straight up as usual. Li Niangchul's words rang out from behind them. They really wanted to tear Li Mingzhi apart right now. In such a harsh environment, how could they let them? The top management of the second factory work here? Moreover, Li Mingzhi opened and closed his mouth with $50, which was holding their lifeblood. Chapter 67, Destroying Products. $50 was quite a lot for them, not to mention the fact that now that their wages had been drastically reduced, they could only succumb to Li Mingzhi's majesty. Let's just endure it for now. I don't believe he can stay so arrogant, Huang Feng said viciously. For now he would just be able to hold back for a while. There's a couple more temps coming in later, so Junko remembered to sign them in. Li Niangchul left after saying that, so it seemed that he wasn't worried at all that Huang Feng and Old Song would slip away. If they slipped up, it would be a matter of $50, enough for him to hire a couple more temps. Huang Feng and Old Song slowly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Li Mingzhi's words. It seemed that there were still other helpers. It was such a big plant. If they were to let the two of them clean the place thoroughly, they couldn't do it. But they didn't expect the imaginary savior to arrive anytime soon. Not until they were about to get off work at high noon. Li Niangchul didn't stay to supervise the work. He had to contact the purchaser as soon as possible. There is definitely a lot of salvage stock in the factory right now, and all that's missing is a large volume buyer. The location was about in a small tea house. Li Niangchul arrived as promised, but caught a glimpse of a familiar figure coming out from inside the small room. Zhou Guoquan? Li Niangchul chewed his words in his mouth. Isn't it work time? Why is Zhou Guoquan here? But the management of the factory has slackened off again lately, so I don't think it's going to be a hassle to get out. Li Niangchul hadn't taken this matter to heart, but in a flash, another person also came out from inside the small room. Li Niangchul fixed his eyes on this. This seemed to be the same purchaser he had contacted a few days ago. He purchases in very large quantities, but has been getting hints that if he gets a kickback, so that he can take some advantage, he purchases his products. Now Sun Yaogua stared tightly. Of course, Li Mingzhi did not agree to this one thing, otherwise it may be covered by others with a cap of lax style. The two men left back and forth, both with smug looks on their faces. Li Mingzhi thought of Zhou Guoquan's limp and powerless appearance the last time Zhang Lao talked about the issue of people in the sales department taking the opportunity to enrich themselves through their work. Before he did not think deeply about it. This is why now that he thought about it, he guessed that he had done something wrong, and the person that Zhang Lao said that he had enriched himself should be him. Li Niangchul rubbed his chin. Now that all his materials were shipped from inside the second factory, it would indeed be difficult for him to find a suitable purchaser if there was such a person in the middle. However, he did not have any deep hatred with Zhou Guoquan. There was no need to drive people to extinction. A few private hints would be the end of the matter. Mr. Li, Minister Liang came out of the small room and saw Li Niangchul as soon as he raised his eyes. Boss Liang, what a coincidence, Li Mingzhi said with a smile. Yes, I love to make an appointment here to talk about business. By the way, there is one thing I have to tell you. Minister Liang murmured, brewing for a while before saying, last time we talked about cooperation. I think we should stop there. I've found a suitable supplier on my side as well. Thinking of Zhou Guoquan who had just come out of the small room, Li Mingzhi's heart was clear, but he also nodded. Good. Then I wish Minister Liang prosperous business and happy cooperation with his new supplier. Minister Liang also laughed out loud, seemingly satisfied with what Li Mingzhi said. He wants but two things, either a rebate or a straight-up low price that he can profit from. Lee Myung-chul couldn't give either, so he could only make a choice. But this one clothing supplier he found now was good. The price was low, and the only drawback might be that the supply was not large enough to give him products only intermittently. The two exchanged pleasantries before saying goodbye to each other. After walking a few steps, Lee Mingjur looked back at this Minister Liang. It seems that this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. The last time Huang Feng interrupted, Zhang Lao did not end up talking about the sales department. Zhou Guoquan estimated that he felt that he took a big step forward, and there was nothing at all. At the time, he did draw a lot of fire with all the attention on him, so no one paid any more attention to what was going on in the sales department. Now the new factory, everything to be ready. Of course, everyone also gathered their eyes here. Zhou Guoquan, this is not how you want to come? Mr. Lee, a tall middle-aged man waved his hand towards Lee Myung-chul. Boss Song. Lee Myung-chul walked over and nodded his head towards him in greeting. This is the person who Lee Myung-chul wants to appoint. Both of them had already talked about things almost, but still hold different opinions on the issue of this price. The two men sat down and talked, and Boss Song was hesitant. Your goods are not of particularly good quality. I see that recently there is a supplier whose quality is quite a bit better than yours, and this price is not too high. Why don't you continue to drop a little bit in terms of this price, and I'll talk about this cooperation on your face. I can see that Boss Song is not a pretext. Mr. Song, even if the quality is good, it's still not as good as the products produced by our second factory, right? Although this batch of products is slightly flawed, after the subsequent repair, the quality is no different from that of the regular production line. It's not possible that Mr. Song got the products from the second factory too, right? Lee Myung-chul still had a smile on his face when he said this, but his gaze was fixed on Boss Song, not sparing a single detail of his face. Boss Song frowned, and his 5 fingers kept tapping on the table as well. Boss Song didn't have to say anything. Lee Myung-chul already had an answer in his mind. Boss Song can reconsider. It's not easy for us to do this business. What we take is hard money. This price is already the most favorable price I can offer. Boss Song nodded. Understandable. Understandable. Then I'd better think about it again. If Mr. Lee has the intention of lowering the price, he can contact me in time. This all said and done, the price still has to come down. Now that the price is no longer high, of course Lee Myung-chul won't smash his own rice bowl. Doesn't he still have to pay for the wages of those car mechanics and porters? What he is doing now is not a small business price. He can't be as casual as before, or else disturb this price market. How can he earn money in the future? Boss Song's attitude was still somewhat hesitant, and Lee Myung-chul could think of why. The number of clothes dumped from the second factory was small, and there were not many that could be offered to these purchasers. And now there were too many monks and not enough gruel. So Boss Song was not necessarily able to snatch this opportunity. So now he had to prepare a way back for himself, and Lee Myung-chul was now going to cut off that path for them. Chapter 68, The Dismissal. Lee Mingjur is now impossible to lower the price again. This is not a costless business. He again how to give Sun Yaogua an explanation. After sending off Boss Song, Lee Myung-chul looked at the only 2 teacups left on the tea table and tapped his knuckles on the tabletop. Zhou Guoquan's guts were even bigger than his. Wasn't he afraid of being caught by his nemesis? As we all know, Zhou Guoquan has always been very bad with Huang Feng. Huang Feng's best is to sneak behind the back. Meet this kind of thing. How can he let Zhou Guoquan have any good fruit to eat? Zhou Guoquan dared to do this kind of thing in the factory. I think he was prepared. Li Mingjur didn't have any intention of making an enemy of Zhou Guoquan right now, so he was only thinking of warning him privately for a moment or two. Now this can only be a person to do this kind of business. If Zhou Guoquan secretly dumped the factory, Li Mingjur's interests are bound to be greatly damaged. Brother, today, Huang Feng and Old Song both dutifully got the job done and cleared out a small area. After getting off work, Shunzi said to Li Mingjur with a smile. Today he had actually managed Huang Feng into submission, which could be considered a great achievement for him. Usually Huang Feng flaunted his power in front of them, but now it was rare for him to listen to him and do whatever he said. Well, continue tomorrow, Li Myung-chul said. Since they lost the bet, they are willing to lose and have to work in the new factory for 2 months. Now it's just a matter of getting them to do some hard work, and the next job may not be so easy. But I think I heard them today say they were going to get the factory manager to snitch on you. Junko cocked his head in thought. He couldn't hear clearly from inside the corner today, and since these 2 people had been hiding, it was indeed a bit difficult to hear what they were saying. Snitching? Li Myung-chul smiled and chewed on the words. They'd like to snitch on him, but the plant manager wouldn't take their word for it so easily now. Looks like they haven't learned their lesson yet, but they'll give up on that once they have a deeper understanding of their relationship with the factory manager. And now let's see how long they can keep bouncing around. Yeah, but they're all exhausted by the time they get off work, so I don't know if they still have the energy. Junko said while covering her mouth and snickering. He'd given these two guys a lot of work today. Could they both not be exhausted? Just do it. Lee Myung-chul was satisfied with the result. But today they said to my face that they're going to grab you by the pigtails. And when they get back to normal work they're going to grab you by the bad side. Junko huffed at that. Let them try. Lee Myung-chul said somewhat indifferently. If he really cared about these things, he wouldn't have given them the chance to fight back with the Jedi. Brother, are you really not afraid? Lee Myung-chul shook his head. This is nothing to be afraid of. Now his only worry is the problem of this buyer. Cannot find a suitable buyer? Even if he can get the second factory inventory is not helpful. Do you know Minister Zhou well? Lee Myung-chul asked. Shunzi scratched the back of his head. He as a temporary worker can be familiar with Hua, only those people in the security section with him a little relationship. But to be honest it's probably only Lee Myung-chul who looks at him. Most of the others don't see him as a temp. There is a formal establishment. In the factory can be said to be superior. At least in front of them these temporary workers can raise eyebrows. How could those regular workers look at him as a temp? I'm not familiar. I just heard that Minister Zhou from the sales department is very capable. The only thing Junko knows is this news. Li Mingjie nodded. Zhou Guoquan was indeed very capable. Otherwise it would not have been possible for him to start from scratch immediately after leaving the defense section again and become the head of the sales department. I have to say the man has a few abilities, but he's using this ability in the wrong place, and he has the audacity to hit on the regular products of the second field. Elder Zhang hadn't gotten to the bottom of this matter thoroughly last time, but that didn't mean Zhou Guoquan could get away with it. Maybe Huang Feng had already been eyeing this matter for a long time. It was only because Huang Feng resented him even more that he used the opportunity last time and didn't denounce Zhou Guoquan to the elders. Now that Huang Feng had no chance against him, he might tell old Zhang about the matter regarding Zhou Guoquan. The sales department all gets off pretty late, right? Li Myung-chul asked. Junko thought for a moment, then nodded. I saw the lights on in their place when I came back just now. The sales department naturally doesn't have a heavy workload, but they are busy with things, so they usually leave work quite late. You go home first. Lee Myung-chul said and packed up his things and headed outside. Junko didn't say anything. He even came over after work just to clear up today's matter with Lee Myung-chul. Now that he had reported the situation clearly, there was naturally no need for him to stay. Lee Myung-chul didn't leave the second factory directly after packing his things, but went to the fourth floor. The sales department has a pivotal position in the second factory, so the office location is also arranged on the fourth floor. Lee Myung-chul hadn't even walked into the office yet and really saw that their lights were still on. According to Zhou Guoquan's style of behavior, the people under his hand have not yet gotten off the job. He will never take the first step to leave the second factory. Lee Myung-chul knocked on the door. Several people in the office swished their heads up and looked at him in unison. What kind of wind is this that blew our great plant directly over here? Zhou Guoquan stood up and looked at Li Mingjie with a leathery smile. He did have a somewhat fake smile. Ever since the last routine meeting, his attitude towards Lee Myung-chul has been one of nonchalance. Apparently, he took Lee Myung-chul as a coward who didn't dare to fight against the evil forces. Or perhaps he didn't achieve his goal, so he also had quite a lot to say about Lee Myung-chul. It's just that whichever reason it was for, it didn't affect Lee Myung-chul's purpose of coming to him this time. I don't dare. Can I borrow a step to talk? Li Mingjie said towards Zhou Guoquan. Zhou Guoquan glanced at the people around him before redirecting his gaze to Li Mingjie. Of course, the remaining people looked at each other in dismay. They all somewhat did not understand what kind of medicine these two people were selling in their gourds, and this behavior of Li Mingjie did make them somewhat puzzled. They had also only heard earlier that their minister was also on good terms with Lee Myung-chul. At least that was indeed the scene that was shown at the regular assembly. But just now it was clear that their pattern of getting along was very awkward. However, the two had already walked out, and even if they wanted to inquire, they just didn't have that chance. Chapter 69, Hints, straight to the point. What is it that you're looking for me for? Zhou Guoquan swept a glance at Li Mingjie, took out a pack of cigarettes from inside his pocket, and stuffed one into his mouth self-consciously. He lit his cigarettes up and didn't say anything about giving one to Lee Myung-chul. He did treat Lee Myung-chul very poorly right now, so he didn't have a good attitude. I've heard that Minister Zhou's relationship with Huang Feng isn't going well, right? Although this was a question, Li Mingjie's tone carried a bit of certainty. He had already heard about this matter last time, but had never put it on his mind. But now it seemed that this matter was quite important. Nonsense! Who up and down the second factory doesn't know about this? Zhou Guoquan said without a trace of anger. In his opinion, Lee Myung-chul was asking this question knowingly. As long as one knew him and Huang Feng, who could not know that the two of them were already on bad terms to a certain extent? Oh, Lee Myung-chul gave him a meaningful look. What are you doing? Originally, Zhou Guoquan was still not too concerned about these things, but on second thought, Li Mingjie would not ask this question for no reason. Is it possible that this is what he wants to do? I'm just a little curious as to why Minister Joe was transferred out of the defense section at that time. If Minister Joe hadn't been transferred in platoon to the sales department at that time, maybe we could be working together even now. Hearing Lee Mingzhi's words, Zhou Guochuan's face instantly sank. What does this have to do with you? You wouldn't be in a nest of snakes and rats with Huang Feng and come up with some bad idea to set me up, right? Zhou Guoquan instantly looked at Lee Mingzhi warily. There was no doubt that Li Miangchul was a great threat to him now. I don't have to do this, but isn't Minister Zhou afraid of being discovered by Huang Feng now that he's back to his old job? Zhou Guochuan's heart thumped. Others might not be able to understand what Li Miangchul was saying, but he, as the person in question, knew very well what Li Miangchul's passage meant. What do you mean by this? Zhou Guoquan looked at Li Mingzhi with a hesitant gaze. He was aware of what he had done, and was even more aware of how vain he was when Li Miangchul said those words. What I mean, Minister Zhou knows best. Why don't we sit down and talk about this matter? Li Mingzhi looked at Zhou Guoquan with a pair of eyes fixedly. Zhou Guoquan hesitated again and again, but still nodded his head, and in his heart, if there was really something wrong, he scattered his legs and ran, looking at Zhou Guochuan's appearance as if he was on the verge of an attack. Li Mingzhi smiled. Minister Zhou doesn't have to worry so much. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Zhou Guoquan glared at him. He knew that Li Miangchul wouldn't eat him, but the current situation was even more frightening to think about. Before leaving, Zhou Guoquan also greeted the people under his hand. Originally, he was going to stay and work hard today, but Li Miangchul's attitude forced him to be cautious about this one. After sitting down at the small tea stall outside, Li Mingzhi just sipped teacup after cup and didn't say anything, but Zhou Guoquan was anxious. What exactly do you mean? Zhou Guoquan knew that Li Mingzhi must have found out some information, or else there wouldn't be such a scene today. When the last routine general meeting was held, I think Minister Zhou had already heard how Zhang Lao said, I was searching for this matter to have nothing to do with you, but when I went to talk about business yesterday, I found that these purchasers and Minister Zhou should be quite familiar with each other. In his next words, Li Miangchul did not continue and only raised his eyes to look at Zhou Guoquan. Zhou Guochuan's heart jumped. He knew what Li Mingzhi meant by this. He has recently been traveling between those buyers, and they must be quite familiar with them, but he couldn't figure out what exactly Li Miangchul wanted to do. If he just wanted to pull him down, then if he now directly told the factory manager about this matter, or told Elder Zhang, either one of them would be enough to make him lose his position as the head of the sales department. But instead of doing that, he asked him out. What exactly do you want to do? Zhou Guoquan frowned. Previously, he had thought of using Li Mingzhi to deal with Huang Feng so that he could remove a boulder from his heart, but he didn't expect it to backfire on him now. Could it be that Li Mingzhi was still on Huang Feng's side? Just looking at the way they got along at that time, it wasn't quite like they were getting along. Zhou Guochuan's heart turned 100 times, and finally decided to first see what kind of attitude Li Mingzhi had. I'm recently discussing the sale of a batch of salvaged goods with a neighboring purchaser, with the intention of repairing them and selling them again. You've heard about this, haven't you? Zhou Guoquan nodded. If there's anything you want, just hurry up and say it. It was a little too much for him, and he wanted to know right away what the hell was going on. Since you're in such a hurry, let me get this straight. You've been dumping the factory's finished clothes, and at such a low price. It's definitely going to have a big impact on the new factory's sales. Hearing Li Mingzhi's words, Zhou Guochuan's expression jolted. He didn't expect Li Miangchul to know clearly, even if he knew those purchasers he had contacted. It didn't make sense that he would know so clearly, right? How did you know? Zhou Guoquan looked shocked. Li Miangchul laughed. It really blindsided him, but it was the obvious thing to do. Wasn't Zhou Guochuan's earlier encouragement to continue working with Huang Feng a diversion? If he really succeeded in bringing Huang Feng down, it would definitely be the most beneficial for him. Even if he didn't manage to bring Huang Feng down, but at least he made Huang Feng divert his hatred and made Zhou Guochuan's life a little better. You don't have to worry about that. How about it? Can you come up with a solution to what I just said? Zhou Guoquan lowered his head. What program could he come up with? As Li Mingzhi said, if he had to continue to transfer money from these gray areas, it would inevitably harm Li Mingzhi's interests. He can't be allowed to throw away that income, can he? His family is counting on him to make ends meet, and it's definitely not enough for him to have just one job, to eat and drink what he wants. Then he has to make some extra money. Now that a Chang Baichin suddenly jumped out and said this to him, he couldn't make a decision in his heart. It seems that Minister Zhou is still a bit hesitant. Li Mingzhi took a sip of tea and shook his head with a smile. Big deal. I'll sell those finished clothes a little farther. Zhou Guoquan said sullenly. As long as she sells those clothes farther away, it shouldn't conflict with Li Miangchul's market, right? It's just that it might increase her workload. Originally this period of time the work of the second factory is already busy. Plus these bad things, only that he will have to be too busy to stop. But he had to put up with it so he could make money. Chapter 70, Negotiating Terms. Lee Mingzhi shook his head. Minister Zhou is still thinking too shallowly. Since my factory is going to be stronger and bigger, it will definitely be exported to faraway places. The implication is that this method of Zhou Guoquan will not work. Zhou Guoquan gritted his teeth. It seemed that Lee Mingzhi was still quite worried. He wanted to monopolize the market. So what should he do? Is it hard to believe that he's really just going to let this business go? Everything has to score a first come first served. He has long been in the pouring factory of these products clothes, but also in the local have not small market. Now that Lee Mingzhi said he had to get out of his way if he wanted to do this business, how could he swallow this? Not to mention that now he is willing to give way. Is that he is now a pressure of the price is already very low? Even if he withdraws from this market, those buyers should not be able to accept Lee Mingzhi's high price. I can't let you eat your fill and I'll starve to death, right? Zhou Guoquan said these words with quite a bit of gnashing of teeth. If you want to do that, I won't say no. Zhou Guoquan huffed and puffed, looking at Lee Mingzhi. The latter's smile on his face made his heart even more angry. It's hard to think that he thought that with the backing of the factory director, he could run roughshod over this business? How about this? Minister Zhou, I'll give you a suggestion. Lee Mingzhi suddenly put away his smile and looked seriously at Zhou Guoquan. Zhou Guoquan frowned at Lee Mingzhi. Listening to Zhou Guoquan's tone, it was obvious that he could hear that he was indeed very unhappy right now. But Lee Mingzhi would not take his mood into consideration. If we're all in this business, why don't we work together? Work with you? Zhou Guoquan let out a cut. In his opinion, cooperating with Lee Mingzhi is completely without any benefits, because Lee Mingzhi sells those defective products, while he sells the finished clothes that are dumped from inside the second factory, which is not comparable at all. He can still lower the price now. Can Lee Mingzhi? In order to be able to make Sun Yabhua satisfied, this price certainly cannot be lowered, and his product clothes are different. Not only the quality is good, but also this price is low. It seems that Minister Zhou isn't too satisfied with this proposal of mine. Since that's the case, then I don't have to force myself right now. Lee Mingzhi smiled. Originally, Zhou Guoquan was still a bit unimpressed with the suggestion made by Lee Mingzhi, but looking at Lee Mingzhi's somewhat creepy smile, his heart thumped. Just now it was he who was confused and didn't think clearly about the implications of this. If he didn't accept Lee Mingzhi's suggestion now, then there would be only one downfall, and that would be for Lee Mingzhi to tell Sun Yabhua about this one thing. Not only did he fail to earn this money, but he would also be dismissed from his post which he had managed to obtain with great difficulty because of this incident. Wait! Zhou Guoquan suddenly stretched out his hand to block Lee Mingzhi's way. Lee Mingzhi also stopped. He knew that Zhou Guoquan would ultimately choose to cooperate with him after deep thought. This was also a desperate thing for him, because he was next in the same boat as Zhou Guoquan. He was bound to help Zhou Guoquan keep the secret, and he also had to guard against Huang Feng. But I have to say, Zhou Guoquan chose this position quite well. He is now doing a no-brainer. As long as he remains in his position as head of sales, then his profits will roll in, but only if what he'd done hadn't been discovered. How do you want to cooperate? Zhou Guoquan held back this sentence after a long time. I'm not going to lie. Even if I get my hands on some defective pieces now, there's no shortage of skilled mechanics at the new factory, and there's quite a few lathes, so I'll be able to repair them as good as passable clothes. It's unlikely that you'll make much money out of it now. Zhou Guoquan lowered his head as he admitted that what Lee Mingzhi said was indeed right. Right now it's hard for him to make much money because he's not able to offer much, and the owners who buy in bulk don't think much of his batch, but he was at least able to earn a lot of money through this doorway. If Lee Mingzhi now publicizes this matter, then he won't be able to earn a penny, and he will also face the situation of unemployment. Then you still need to cooperate with me? Zhou Guoquan looked at Lee Mingzhi with a skeptical gaze. I just don't want to push you to the brink of extinction, old brother, and at the same time to give the new factory a way out. Lee Mingzhi patted Zhou Guoquan's shoulder. Zhou Guoquan furrowed his brows, obviously somewhat dissatisfied with Lee Mingzhi's touch. What do you want me to do? After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Guoquan asked. You can hire yourself out as a part-time salesperson for the new plant. Zhou Guoquan always felt that the smile on Lee Mingzhi's face was thievish. He's already too busy with what he's got on his hands right now, and he's got to moonlight as a salesman for the new factory. So isn't that to the death? Then what does this have to do with our cooperation? Zhou Guoquan asked suspiciously. Isn't this just cooperation? Since you're moonlighting as a salesman for the new factory, I'm sure I won't let you lose out. I can let you have the commission. Commission? Zhou Guoquan, who originally had gloomy eyes, suddenly brightened up. Although he was also concerned about performance in the second factory, this performance did not have much relevance to his salary, and at best it was just a test. If it wasn't for the fact that how much or how little he sold had little to do with his paycheck, he wouldn't have done anything to steal food behind his back. If he could be paid on a commission basis like those shop workers, his income would certainly be very substantial. With his 3-inch tongue, it couldn't be easier to negotiate a deal, and therein lies his talent. If it wasn't for his ability, he wouldn't have been able to become the head of the sales department in such a short period of time. Yes, we can talk slowly about how much the commission is, but right now the most important thing for you is to solve your own problems, right? Lee Myung-chul looked at him with a smirk. Indeed, now that he was facing the situation of being exposed by Lee Myung-chul, he had to think of a way to solve this problem, and there was no doubt that cooperating with Lee Myung-chul was his best option. Huang Feng doesn't know about this, right? After a long hesitation, Zhou Guoquan asked. I'm not sure, but I didn't tell him about it. Zhou Guoquan clenched his fists, also thinking about the feasibility of this suggestion that Li Mingzhi said. If I do work with you, can I still continue to do the same deal I did before? Li Myung-chul couldn't help but lose his smile. I told you that you would affect the new factory's business if you continued like this, and you still had to continue? Li Mingzhi's words had a strong warning in them, and Zhou Guoquan knew that if he continued to do this, Li Mingzhi would absolutely expose all of this. Chapter 71, The Lapdogs. There's no doubt that now Li Myung-chul won't allow him to look at the previous hookups again. Zhou Guoquan gritted his teeth. Now he had no choice but to agree to Li Mingzhi's suggestion. Okay, but you have to make sure that Yellow Wind won't know what happened before. Li Myung-chul shook his head. That's out of my hands. All I can do is to make sure that I won't tell him about this matter. As for how to conceal this matter, it's up to you to do so. Zhou Guoquan was slightly dissatisfied with Li Myung-chul's statement, but now this matter is indeed not Li Mingzhi can help him. If people are not willing to help, he forced no use, not to mention that he has a handle in the hands of Li Mingzhi. If Li Myung-chul really wanted to put him to death, he could definitely use this one thing to make a statement. Okay, I promise you just that, Zhou Guoquan said. Li Mingzhi nodded. In fact, he was still carrying a little bit of distrust towards Zhou Guoquan right now, because he had once also stolen the factory's product clothes to sell. It was hard to guarantee that he would not have the same tactics in the new factory. However, he just had to pay more attention to Zhou Guoquan's behavior is all. If he really dared to do such things, then don't blame him for turning the other cheek. Not only was he distrustful of Zhou Guoquan likewise did not trust him. But so what? Now only need Zhou Guoquan do his best to help him sell the product is. Now the new factory is about the commission system. As long as he sells more products, can earn more money naturally. Not to mention the fact that this job was much better than the previous hookups he'd been stealing from chickens. As long as Zhou Guoquan cherished it, he would definitely give him this one chance. Then go back and get busy. I heard that you have to work overtime tonight. Li Myung-chul got up and paid, turning his head to Zhou Guoquan. When will the new plant begin normal operations? In a few days, I'll let you know. In fact, there is nothing to discuss this matter. Zhou Guoquan has been used by Li Mingzhi to live in the soft underbelly. There is no room for rejection. He did not even discuss with Li Mingzhi's qualifications. Faced with Li Myung-chul's demands, he could only compromise. Brother-in-law, look, Old Song suddenly called out in a low voice. Huang Feng looked in the direction of Old Song's finger and saw the scene where Li Mingzhi whispered a few words to Zhou Guoquan before leaving. How did the two of them get mixed up? Huang Feng was a bit skeptical in his mind, though he had heard before that these two did have a good relationship, talking about him in front of so many people. But now that I've seen them mixed up with my own eyes, that's a different story. It can't really be like what the others said, that these two are planning to work together to deal with us, right? Old Song was inexplicably a bit scared. They had long since torn their faces with Zhou Guoquan, and could now be said to be in a state of incompatibility. If Li Mingzhi really planned to cooperate with Zhou Guoquan, then they wouldn't have a good time. Yes, and no surprise. After Huang Feng finished speaking, he pursed his lips. This is a very grim matter indeed, and for them it is simply bad news. Then should we do something to prepare? Old Song's heart jumped violently, and he looked at Li Mingzhi's departing back with palpitations. If they didn't do something to prepare now, it would be too late to make preparations when these two bullied them. Come on, let's go over and meet this guy for a while. Hearing Huang Feng's words, Old Song licked the corners of his lips, still looking a bit hesitant, but seeing that Huang Feng had already begun to move forward, he could only harden his heart. Speaking of which, he is only a small cadre. Indeed, he is not qualified to sit on an equal footing with these leaders, and now in front of Zhou Guoquan he simply does not have any right to speak. At best, he was just a renegade behind Huang Feng. Zhou Guoquan had planned to leave, but when he saw the figure walking briskly in the distance, he was startled. What are these two doing here? What happened just now was bad enough for him, and now these two were coming back. Wouldn't that add fuel to the fire? Zhou Guoquan was so annoyed in his heart, but since he had already met, it was naturally impossible for him to turn his head and leave. What a coincidence! Minister Zhou. Huang Feng walked over with a smile. Old Song also barely allowed his expression to show a bit of relaxation and smiled at Zhou Guoquan. Good evening, Minister Zhou. When I went back to the factory just now, I heard that your sales department had to work overtime again tonight to finish the job, so how come you're so free to come over here for tea? Huang Feng didn't care that much, pouring himself a cup of tea. The one Zhou Guoquan disliked the most was Huang Feng, and he didn't care that the person was right there. He directly rolled his eyes. Not as free as you. Zhou Guoquan grunted. Who didn't know that Huang Feng and Old Song were busy with their feet right now? Huang Feng blushed, knowing that Zhou Guoquan was making fun of him. He and Old Song are really busy today, and isn't it still the fault of goddamn Li Miangchul? If it wasn't for Li Miangchul assigning them so many tasks, how could they have been so busy until now? Don't be cocky, you brat. I'll come back for you after I've cleaned up Li Miangchul. Hearing Huang Feng's words, Zhou Guoquan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're going to clean up Deputy Chief Li? Oh no. It should be Plant Director Li. Zhou Guoquan's voice was laced with sarcasm. Obviously he didn't believe Huang Feng had such an ability. He doesn't know what Huang Feng is capable of. Just a few tricks. Want to go against Li Mingzhi? He is still tender. Now he already has a handle on Li Mingzhi's hands. Not to mention Huang Feng. Who knew why Huang Feng had obediently gone to work at the new factory this time? Maybe it's because he was caught by Li Miangchul. Now he wants to deal with Li Mingzhi. It is simply a mirage. People have the factory director as a backer. Zhang Lao is also a big help behind him. Just by his still want to deal with Li Mingzhi. Do not look at Li Mingzhi is now in what position. Li Miangchul is now the director of the new factory, so he may have a better creation than them in the future. If he hadn't considered this, he wouldn't have agreed to Li Miangchul's conditions today without saying a few words. I'm just going to clean him up. Anyone who dares to go against me doesn't have any good fruit to eat. Huang Feng said viciously. Then let's wait and see. Zhou Guoquan said with a smile. Originally, after talking to Li Mingzhi, his mood was indeed quite bad, but after hearing Huang Feng's uninformed remarks, he suddenly felt a lot brighter. Now he watched Li Mingzhi and Huang Feng fight each other. Snipe and clam. This is the end. You'd better not be Li Mingzhi's lapdog, or else you just won't be able to keep all those secrets of yours. Huang Feng threatened. Chapter 72, Testing. Zhou Guoquan looked aghast. Without a doubt, Huang Feng's words gave him a great threat. If Huang Feng really found out his secret, even if he worked with Li Mingzhi now, it wouldn't help. Watching Zhou Guoquan's expression suddenly sink, Huang Feng was very pleased in his heart. Although he didn't have conclusive evidence right now, Zhou Guoquan's look already proved everything. As long as he held Zhou Guoquan's soft underbelly now, he might be able to get this guy to work with him against Li Miangchul. Minister Zhou, you'd better take what you can get. Don't think you can get ahead by following surname Li. Old Song laughed. He could see that Zhou Guoquan was indeed scared right now, so he also foxed and started to pretend. I want you guys to mind your own business. Zhou Guoquan grunted. After Zhou Guoquan left, unlike Old Song's relaxed and at ease, Huang Feng was in a state of unease. Brother-in-law, what are you so worried about now? Look, we can hold this person now, Old Song said with a smile. Huang Feng shook his head worriedly. Didn't you see that when they said that to him just now? He pressed to deny that he had joined forces with Li Miangchul. Old Song frowned as he thought back, and it seemed like that was true. He was startled in his heart. What can we do then? If we really let them join together, won't we be in a dilemma? So that the sales department and the defense section of the two do not relate to, but Zhou Guoquan is a kid thief very much. Weekdays, if they do not have anything has been a well water offenses river water. Afraid of this kid in front of the growth of the Senate them a book. Zhou Guoquan's mouth can turn dead into alive. If he talks some nonsense in front of the factory manager, what's the point? It's fine. Huang Feng reluctantly calmed himself down. Let's work on the new factory now and see if there are any opportunities. Li Miangchul doesn't know that he's better off, and he's never going to let Li Miangchul have an easy time the rest of the day. Zhou Guoquan walked out a few steps, thinking about it or feeling that something was wrong, so he hurriedly rushed in the direction that Li Mingzhi left. Li Miangchul's speed wasn't too fast, and it didn't take more than a few steps for him to really catch up. Wait! Zhou Guoquan shouted. Li Miangchul turned back. Ha! Li Miangchul frowned at him. It looked as if Zhou Guoquan had something important to do. Huang Feng saw us meeting just now. Li Miangchul was a bit surprised that there was such a coincidence. He thought that Huang Feng should have been paralyzed with exhaustion after his downtime. So where would he find the time to wander around? I didn't think he'd actually have the time to bother with all this, so it seems his workload is still too low. And then, Li Miangchul's expression didn't change much, as if he didn't care much about this one thing. They told me to stay out of these things and not to hang out with you, or else they would tell the truth about me. Zhou Guoquan's eyes gurgled as he added to the words Huang Feng had said. He only had two choices now, either to let Li Miangchul help him get rid of these things, or to ask Li Miangchul for some favors. Either one of them would be able to cut his losses a little bit temporarily, or else if it went on like this, the ending would definitely be unfavorable to him. Li Mingzhi glanced at Zhou Guoquan and saw that his gaze was a bit evasive. Zhou Guoquan, this person is just a mouth powerful point. Usually can talk. The key time will also pull a lie or two. So can put the sales department minister this position to sit firmly. But just because he fooled the others didn't mean he could fool him. He had long known what kind of person Zhou Guoquan was. So at the beginning when Zhou Guoquan approached him, he didn't say anything, and didn't feel elated at all because of Zhou Guoquan's deliberate proximity. Zhou Guoquan is a person who is accustomed to seeing people talking about people and seeing ghosts talking about ghosts, so his words cannot be believed. And what do you think? Li Niangchul asked with a smile. Zhou Guoquan didn't expect Li Mingzhi to ask him back like this, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. What else could he think now? Wasn't he just thinking that Li Niangchul could give him that little favor or help him get this one thing out of the way? Either way, it's a good thing for him. Compared to working in tandem with those people, I am certainly willing to cooperate with you. Zhou Guoquan smiled. Looking at his smile, it's hard to imagine him facing Li Niangchul just a few minutes ago when he still looked sulky. Doesn't he have to keep his head down now for his own good? There is no excuse for this, but Li Niangchul didn't have to do his best to help him get these things in order. This was originally a mistake he had made himself, not to mention that he had to rely on this to hold Zhou Guoquan so that he could pull more business for the new factory. If Zhou used to think about making more money by relying on his previous hookups, then he couldn't help him. Just now, he had all made it clear to Zhou Guoquan that if he wanted to join, then he would have to give up his previous hookups. If they had proof they'd still be here whining to you? Such a sentence from Li Mingzhi instantly made Zhou Guoquan open his eyes. Yes, if Huang Feng really had proof that he had dumped the factory's finished clothes, what was the point of threatening him here? I'm afraid that he would have already gone up the line and stabbed the matter to the factory manager. Anyway, the next he has no intention to continue to do this job. Huang Feng is not likely to find any more evidence. He cleaned up the end of the hand. Huang Feng cannot take him. With this thought, a small smile appeared on Zhou Guoquan's face. There was definitely nothing Huang Feng could do with him now. Just look at the way he was jumping around in a hurry just now. It was indeed that he was in too much of a hurry just now, so he didn't take this into consideration. And now that he had thought about it, he was naturally less flustered in his heart. Anyway, now that she has cooperated with Li Niangchul, I think that if anything happens next, Li Niangchul will also cover for him. Even if it is not to help him solve this one thing tenfold, it should also cover for him a little. Thanks to your words. Zhou Guoquan happily patted Li Mingzhi's shoulder. Since he was now on the same boat as Li Niangchul, he didn't hide it anymore. But honestly, if we do the job back to the one I did before, we can definitely earn more. Haven't you ever considered that? Zhou Guoquan said while gauging Li Mingzhi's expression. Flies do not bite seamless eggs. He always felt that the last time Huang Feng brought up that one thing is not empty. Maybe Li Mingzhi is really like him in the dumping of the factory's products. Just Huang Feng did not have more evidence. Chapter 73, Invitation to an Appointment. Li Mingzhi raised his eyes and glanced at Zhou Guoquan, and when he saw his skeptical eyes, he knew what was going on in his mind. Do you still want to be held by someone else? Li Mingzhi, these words let Zhou Guoquan look stagnant. Yes, if he now do not want to be held by the handle, must be careful to act. Like the last time, that kind of thing is absolutely cannot happen again. He's just testing Li Niangchul right now, and by the way, he's taking another look to see if it's possible to make more money. And if he can make more money, who would mind? There was no doubt that if they really followed his previous law, then they would definitely be able to make more money. But it also depended on what exactly Li Niangchul was planning to do. If he pressed on with no intention of continuing the business the way he did before, is he just betting by saying it's all a gamble now? After today, Huang Feng will definitely have someone look into this matter, so you might as well give up on this. Li Mingzhi was not at all interested in the method Zhou Guoquan described, and had never even inquired about how it actually worked, because once this one thing is revealed, it will surely be doomed for him. So why put himself in an irreparable predicament just for the sake of a small profit? Zhou Guoquan's method can certainly make a lot of money, but there will also be a great risk. Once the factory director knows these things, that will not be so easy to solve. Last time he could say it was recycling garbage, but this time, dumping factory stuff, that was the nail in the coffin. Sun Yaogui is not that easy to deal with, as long as we're careful. Seeing that he was still persistent, Li Niangchul frowned unhappily. If you want to go and do it yourself, don't blame me for not having warned you when the time comes. Zhou Guoquan skimmed his mouth, and while he was slandering his heart, he also had a few moments of vigilance in his heart. Obviously, if something happens, Li Mingzhi will not help him. Now he is better not to spend effort on this matter for the time being, otherwise really let Li Mingzhi write. Huang Feng is also investigating this matter, then he will be hard to escape. Alright, I know, Zhou Guoquan said in a muffled voice. Li Niangchul knew that he was still a bit unconvinced right now, but he had no sense in solving his problems for him. Now that what should be said he has said, what to do next is Zhou Guoquan's own business. Watching Li Mingzhi leave Zhou Guoquan, both hands inserted into his pants pockets. His heart was reminiscing about what had just happened. I can see that Lee Mingjie still does not quite believe him. Even if he went to the new factory to cooperate with Lee Mingjie, he may not be able to have a place. He had to find a way back for himself to do. How could Lee Mingjie not know what Zhou Guoquan was thinking? He was prepared for defense. Otherwise he would not have rashly pulled Zhou Guoquan into the gang. If Zhou Guoquan was really planning to tamper with this one thing now, there would be a series of troubles waiting for him. Why did you come back so late tonight? Fu Yao heard the sound of the door opening and hurriedly walked out. A little late with some things going on at the plant, Fu Yao helped Lee Mingjie take off his jacket and hang it up, standing behind him with a somewhat hesitant expression. What's wrong? Noticing her abnormality, Li Niangchul took the initiative to ask. Today, Xiao Jun came. Fu Yao sighed and said, she also didn't want to add so much trouble to Li Mingjie, but today Fu Jun came over and said quite a few things. Oh, what's he coming over for? Li Niangchul was a bit surprised. At this hour, does Fu Jun still have the face to come here? He thought that after this one thing was revealed, Fu Jun should not have this face anymore. After all, the things done at that time were so obvious, even if he didn't reveal that it was Fu Jun who did it. But these things were already obvious. Isn't Fu Jun the only one in Sanlitun who has such a big grudge against him? Fu Yao glanced at Li Mingjie to make sure he wasn't getting angry right now. So she continued. He said that he's doing his 23rd birthday in a few days, so let's all go over to celebrate. Li Mingjie couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard Fu Yao's words. This guy Fu Jun definitely has a ghost in his heart. Inviting him over to celebrate his birthday for no reason at all? People in the village usually don't make a big deal of their birthdays, and Fu Jun is definitely trying to accomplish something this time. Or else how could he have made such a mess today? Did he say anything else? Li Niangchul asked. Looking at Fu Yao's hesitation, he knew that Fu Jun must have said more than just this one thing when he came over today. He tried to borrow money from me, but I was saying that all the money in the family had been taken out for turnover and there wasn't much left. Fu Yao was also quite helpless. If it was on a normal day, she would definitely be willing to help this brother. But the last time she heard Li Mingjie say that Fu Jun had actually stabbed him in the back, she was not happy in her heart. Why do they have to smile and help him when Fu Jun is using tricks behind his back? Even though Fu Jun was her brother, she couldn't swallow this in her heart. Li Mingjie laughed, not expecting Fu Yao to learn to use these words to stall people now. But that's fine. That's the way it should be when facing a villain like the army. Otherwise he thought the family was at his mercy, that he could deal with them as he wished and take money as he wished. And what do you mean? Li Niangchul asked. Xiao Jun also said when he came over that mom and dad miss us quite a bit, so he also wants us to take this opportunity to go back and sit down together as a family for a meal. God knows, when Fu Jun said these words, Fu Yao really wanted to say that one thing from last time straight out. How could Fu Jun still have the face to let them go to dinner when he had already done such a thing? Moreover, at that time, Fu Jun pretended to be fine, which really made her hate him in her heart. If he really let him count on Li Mingjie at that time, what should their family do? The more she thought about it in her heart, the more angry she became. But at least she managed to hold back this surge of anger. She didn't say whether she was going or not, but just said she would ask Li Niangchul. Fu Jun had wanted to lick his face and stay to rub a meal together, saying that he smelled the aroma of the dishes and just happened to be hungry. But Fu Yao directly said that Li Mingjie wouldn't be back until 9 o'clock in the evening. At that time, her mood was indeed not quite right, and Fu Jun couldn't force her to stay, so she could only leave in disgrace. Luckily, Li Mingjie did come back quite late, or else Fu Jun might really have to be brazen enough to stay and have a meal with them. Then go back and take a look, Li Niangchul said with a smile, and let's see what kind of drugs the Fu Jun is selling. Fu Yao was a little surprised that Li Mingjie agreed so quickly. Could it be that he didn't mind what happened before at all? Chapter 74, Climbing. Why are you so surprised? Li Mingjie smiled and rubbed Fu Yao's hair. He's from your mother's family, so at least give him face. Fu Yao's heart warmed, not expecting Li Mingjie to answer in this way. In fact, she felt that now there is no need to pay the army what face. She does not put this matter to stab out have been good. If this matter to stab out, pay the army in the townships between the villagers are not mixed. But that being said, this is at least her brother. She can't really do things so absolutely. Li Mingjie has already decided so. Next they will see if Fu Jun has any repentance or not. When's his birthday? Li Niangchul asked. It's no wonder that he didn't know about some of these things. The original owner himself was indifferent to these things. His eyes were only on gambling, and this matter fell on his head. He was naturally not clear about it. The day after tomorrow. Li Niangchul nodded. Just in time for him to finish working on the new factory and then take a half-day's vacation back to Sanlitun. Sanlitun was not close to here, so it was rare for Fu Jun to make a special trip for these things. However, Fu Jun definitely didn't come over today just to feast on them. If it was just something like that, he could have said it over the phone. And the reason why he made a special trip over today was probably to find out what they were up to. Okay, then look at preparing some gifts. He's your brother at least. It's never good to be too cold and miserable about these things. Fu Yao seemed a bit hesitant. She selfishly didn't want to prepare anything too good for Fu Jun. If it was in the past, she would definitely prepare properly for this. After all, her mother's family had helped them a lot, and now she had to prepare properly for a trip back, so she couldn't be too shabby. But ever since Fu Jun had done such a thing, her heart was chilled to the bone. There was nothing she could say now that would make her want to spend more money on Fu Jun. Once upon a time, she always read Fu Jun is the only son in the family. To him that is cared for. Usually Fu Jun opened to the mouth. She is generally not refused. But now that Li Myung-chul had said so, she still had some hesitation in her heart. Li Myung-chul gently patted her shoulder. There's no need to have so many worries. He's at least your brother. Looking at Li Mingzhi being so open-minded, Fu Yao smiled somewhat helplessly. She really didn't know whether to be happy or sad now. Li Mingzhi in this matter does give her face, and also did not continue to pursue the responsibility of the Fu Jun. Otherwise, if this matter spread to the military's reputation, will certainly have a great impact. Their family will also have a pretty bad reputation. But is that really all there is to this? Paying no mind at all to the fact that they were relatives, Fu Jun stabbed Li Mingzhi in the back as soon as he turned his head. If it wasn't for Li Myung-chul's skill, I think it would have been hard to escape this time. But thinking of Li Mingzhi's attitude, Fu Yao sighed quietly that's fine. This time, she personally prepared to go home to stock up on things. This one thing Li Myung-chul does not get involved in the good. To save him angry, and he shot that thing is certainly not cheap. This is this month's household. Li Mingzhi placed $1,000 in Fu Yao's hands. Fu Yao stared straight. So much? That's enough to cover the expenses of an average family for half a year, right? So it was a frugal expense. But compared to their previous spending of $50 a month, this $1,000 was the difference between heaven and hell. The family doesn't need to spend so much money. If you have extra money, keep it for yourself. A man can't be outside without $1 in his pocket. Fu Yao drew out $200 and shoved the rest back into Li Mingzhi's hand. It's okay, I've got it myself. The new factory had just been set up, so there must have been quite a bit of spending money. But because of the $300,000 that had been spent on the second factory, he was now quite a bit more generous with his hands. He'll be the director of a factory from now on, and the money will certainly not be small. He gave Fu Yao this money today. On the other hand, he also wanted her to buy a slightly more decent gift. When we go back to Sanlitun, don't we still have to buy something for mom and dad? There's a lot of money to be spent then, so there's always no surprises if you give enough money now. Fu Yao's eyes reddened. Once upon a time she always felt that her days were hard, but now she was living a honeyed life, gradually forgetting what kind of days she used to live. If this was a dream, she hoped it would never wake up. Alright, Chi-Chi is waiting for dinner. Let's hurry up and get on the table. Fu Yao scrunched her nose and gave Li Mingzhi an angry look. Well, I'll probably be home later for a while to come, so if you guys are okay, you can eat first, and you don't have to wait for me. Busy? Fu Yao frowned and looked at Li Mingzhi with some worry. Yes, there are still quite a few things to do in the new factory. It should take a bit of time. This was more than normal. If it wasn't for the many things on hand, he wouldn't have allowed Zhou Guoquan to join in as well. But Zhou Guoquan is indeed a capable one. Or else he could not have been promoted from a small salesman to a sales minister in such a short period of time. With Zhou Guoquan on board, the next thing should be a bit easier. But he still had a few guards in his heart. As the saying goes, rivers and mountains are easy to change, but the nature cannot be changed. Zhou Guoquan, since the previous has been selling things inside the factory, the next even to the new factory, may not be able to change this habit. So it's always good to guard against him a little bit, at least to be able to reduce some losses. Otherwise at that time he will also be very difficult to deal with Sun Yabua. Then you have to pay attention to rest when you have time. Fu Yao looked at Li Mingzhi with some heartache, and in her hands, she also clutched those money that Li Mingzhi gave her. The money was not easy to come by, and if it wasn't for Li Myung-chul working his ass off to make money outside, they wouldn't be living so comfortably. The fact that she doesn't have to fight with others outside for a few buckets of rice and a few pancakes now is entirely the result of Li Myung-chul's efforts. Don't worry, it won't be much of a strain. Just running around might be a bit hectic. Even though Li Mingzhi said these words easily, Fu Yao could already imagine Li Mingzhi's exhausted appearance. Daddy, hug. Kiki hurriedly ran over after seeing Li Myung-chul and jumped into Li Myung-chul's arms. Li Myung-chul picked Kiki up and held her in his arms and kissed her cheek. Dad, today the teacher asked us to introduce our parents, and they didn't believe me when I said that my dad is an officer in a big factory. Chi-Chi pouted, somewhat indignantly. Looking at this distressed look on Kiki's face, Li Myung-chul cried and laughed a little. If they don't believe it, don't worry about them. Li Myung-chul scratched her nose. Chapter 75, Getting Involved. Kiki shook her head very stubbornly. No, my dad is an official inside a big factory. Their kindergartens are all the children of workers inside the factory, and the teachers often encourage them to climb up the ladder. So it's normal to have such a situation. Fu Yao said. Teachers encourage them to climb too? Li Myungchul frowned. That's not a good thing. Shouldn't teachers be telling them to climb less? Fu Yao shrugged. I'll send Kiki to kindergarten tomorrow. Li Mingzhi said. No, you're already so busy. Why don't you just let me go? If you don't think this is a good situation, I'll mention it to the teacher tomorrow. Don't worry, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to check it out. Li Mingzhi had often picked up his daughter from school before, but he had never encountered such a situation, and it was only when he heard Fu Yao say so today that he realized there was such a thing. Fu Yao couldn't argue with Li Mingzhi and could only nod. Just this once. If you're tired, I'll still take Kiki to kindergarten in the morning. Kiki's big eyes gurgled. She was still too young to hear what exactly Li Mingzhi and Fu Yao meant, but she knows that tomorrow her dad is dropping her off at kindergarten. Yeah, I'll let them all meet my dad tomorrow. Fortunately, the next day Li Myungchul didn't have a lot to do, and now that he had started working on the new factory, Junko was in charge of attendance, so naturally he couldn't care less about him as the factory manager. Now his time is very free. By the time he arrived at the kindergarten with Kiki, it was not too early or too late. Are you Kiki's father? The teacher standing at the door to greet the child froze after seeing Li Myungchul. No wonder she couldn't recognize Li Myungchul right now. Compared to before, Li Myungchul had indeed undergone a drastic change. If it wasn't someone who had spent a lot of time with Li Myungchul, it would only be hard to recognize him. Aha! Li Myungchul nodded and turned his head to look at his surroundings. It's almost time for school, so a number of parents have already dropped their kids off, some still watching from the door. Oh, the teacher froze, unable to look away from Li Myungchul's gaze for a long time. Kiki, is this your father who is a big official? A little fat man came over and looked at Kiki with a smile. Xiao Hao, come back. Little fatty had only just walked over. The woman behind him hurriedly followed, pulling him behind her. His mom is indiscreet. This kid definitely isn't any better. Don't get too close to her. Who are you calling indiscreet? Li Myungchul furrowed his brows, his beady eyes staring at this one woman. The middle-aged woman was startled by this look from Li Myungchul, and she felt chills running down her spine the moment she was stared at by Li Myungchul. Is your daughter-in-law? You have a daughter of your own, and you're still winking at my husband all day long, or else I wouldn't have to personally send Xiaohao to kindergarten. Kiki was still young and couldn't quite understand what this middle-aged woman was saying, but she knew that she must be saying something to discredit Fu Yao. You're nuts. It's Xiaohao's dad who keeps pestering mom. Last time he tried to follow us back home, Kiki said loudly. The middle-aged woman instantly turned red. You dead girl. What are you babbling about? It's obviously your mother's own misbehavior. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If she doesn't scratch her head all day long, can a man look at her? Seeing that Li Mingzhi didn't say anything, she continued with her waist crossed and said, her own husband is a loser. Seeing that my husband is a la long, she must be rushing to fall back on her. She really thinks she's some kind of fresh carrot skin. My husband doesn't see her. Your husband is Song Xiaotian? Li Mingzhi swept a glance at the little fatty and asked towards the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman smiled smugly. What? You know who my husband is too? She thought it was because Song Xiaotian was famous inside the factory, so she was naturally very pleased in her heart. Although the children in the kindergarten were all children of workers, not many of their parents had an official position, so she was naturally very popular among these parents. Since you also know who my husband is, keep your wife in check and don't think that any goods can come to our family. We're a family of cadres, not like you lot. Li Myungchul sneered. A small pole chief is also considered a cadre? Looks like I'm going to have a talk with your husband. Whoa! Kiki suddenly cried out loudly, and the chubby little man was grinning right in front of her, looking very pleased with himself. Daddy, he pulled my braid again, Kiki said, pointing at the little fat man. Without saying a word, Li Mingzhi directly grabbed the little fatty's ear and slapped it with an ear slap. You! The middle-aged woman hadn't even reacted yet when she saw an additional slap mark on her son's face. Is there any king's law here? The middle-aged woman shouted. The one who ruffles first is cheap. It was your son who committed the offense first. What did my son commit? It was just pulling her braid. Is your daughter's braid that fine? After the middle-aged woman argued a bit, she rushed to Kiki's face and raised her hand. Before her hand could fall, Li Myungchul kicked her in the calf. Ow! The woman fell to the ground in response, one hand covering her calf, tears bursting from her eyes. Just wait. I know your defense section very well. Let's see how you can talk your way out of this one, the woman said hatefully. Defense section? Li Myungchul hooked his lips and smiled. He would see what this woman could really be capable of. He had also heard of Song Xiaohao's reputation, although he was only a small puller, but he bullied the good and feared the bad, and usually offended more people. so people naturally looked at him very unfavorably. What kind of waves can this guy make? Oh yeah, he's still cousins with Old Song. Could it be that this woman wanted Old Song to step in and solve this one thing? Then he would wait and see. Kiki parent, how can you just make a move? The teacher, after waiting for both of them to stop making a move, stood out and looked at Lee Myung-chul with an accusatory face. It was his son who made the first move, and according to this situation, he usually didn't bully my daughter inside the kindergarten. Is this how you teachers take care of the children? Lee Mingjur glared angrily at the teacher. The teacher was a bit vain. Usually it did happen, but since Song Xiaohao's father was considered a small cadre, they didn't bother with these things, turning a blind eye and pretending that it hadn't happened. If they would look at the plate, so she would definitely have to help the woman at this time, and it wouldn't be too hard to deal with this one when the time came. Other than that, Song Zihao's family has connections. Does Kiki Lee? Chapter 76, Beatings, weighing the two. The teacher must have chosen to defend Song Zihao. Who let Song Zihao have connections with the factory cadres? In fact, Song Zihao's family can solve this one thing. If the teacher intervenes, I'm afraid that they will also cause a lot of trouble. So now they were definitely on Song Zihao's side. Looking at the teacher's sudden silence, Lee Myung-chul smiled, yet the smile was very untrue. Old gulped. She was still a bit unable to look at Lee Myung-chul at the first sight of him. Compared to that middle-aged woman, Lee Myung-chul's clothes were too plain, and the jacket on his body had been worn for I don't know how many years, and the color was already a bit old. If the teacher knew how to be fashionable, he should have known that Lee Myung-chul had picked this old color specially, but she has a preconceived notion that Lee Myung-chul is still the same doorman from before, so naturally she can't look at him. So what if my son bullies your daughter? It's just a girl, a money loser. Liang Xiaohua spat a mouthful of spit on the ground, which happened to be right next to Chi-Chi's feet. Liang Xiaohua is from the countryside. Patriarchal thinking is very serious. Of course, thinkly Chi-Chi is a money-losing goods. The girl as well, always be married off later, where there are boys to be valuable. Lee Myung-chul was just about to make another move when the teacher had already stepped in front of him. Kiki's parents, what are you doing? MS. Liang is a family member of a cadre. If you make another move now, Kiki won't have to continue attending kindergarten. Now that it's so hard to get a chance to perform, it's only natural that the teacher would leave no stone unturned to catch up. She's your homeroom teacher? Lee Myung-chul asked as he swept her away and squatted down towards Kiki. Kiki collected her tears and nodded. She's Mrs. Bear. For some reason, Mr. Xiong always had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart after hearing Kiki give out her last name. However, she thought that Lee Myung-chul was only a small janitor, and usually there was still not much opportunity to make a name for himself, so she thought that he should only be able to do so in the future, and that he could not possibly have any achievements, since it was just a little janitor. What did she have to be afraid of? Mr. Bear, right? Good for you. Lee Mingjur sneered. Mr. Xiong's neck went cold and he dodged a bit when he met Lee Myung-chul's gaze. Kiki, let's go home first today. Lee Mingjur walked back as he held Kiki. Liang Xiaohua also thought that he had set this matter straight. His heart was even more self-satisfied, and he had long forgotten the pain of the injury just now. You loser, go back and talk to your wife. Don't always think that your man is incapable of hooking up with someone else's man. If I run into you next time, I'll see if I don't tear that face off. Lee Mingjur had already walked away, and Liang Xiaohua was still chattering. You don't want to have a good time either. You're waiting to lose your rice bowl. Liang Xiaohua was like a shrew cursing the street, and the other parents shook their heads as they watched. However, they knew the relationship between Liang Xiaohua's family and had no intention to stand up for Lee Mingjur. It would be better to leave this matter alone now, or else they would be in trouble when the time came, and it would be a call to arms. Lee Mingjur didn't say anything after bringing Kiki home and went straight back to the factory. The people at the second factory thought that Lee Myung-chul seemed a bit strange today. Upon his return he hurried to the production floor, looking winded and with a few angry looks on his face. Where's Song Xiaotian? Lee Mingjur directly knocked on the door of the workshop. It had only just started, and the group hadn't gotten into the swing of things yet, so when they heard Lee Myung-chul's words, they all turned their heads. Many people know that Lee Mingjur is now honored to be promoted to deputy section chief, and will soon be in charge of a factory. Subconsciously have to go forward to compliment. Lee Myung-chul flicked the person in front of him out of the way. There were a few smart ones who immediately knew to go and find Song Xiaotian out. Captain Song is here. Captain Song is here. This place was originally Song Xiaotian's territory, and his entire person naturally walked with an air of dignity, and knowing that Lee Mingjur was looking for him, he flung his pace over unhurriedly. Yo, if it isn't Vice Section Chief Lee, you're not in the defense section at this moment. What are you doing here with me? Song Xiaotian specially emphasized the word vice. It could be heard that Song Xiaotian indeed did not have much respect for Lee Mingjur, who had always relied on the fact that he was a relative of the old Song in the defense section. and had always looked superior in front of people. Come out. Lee Myung-chul's voice was chilling. Song Xiaotian's legs and stomach almost didn't go soft, but considering that he was in front of so many people, he hurriedly straightened his back. I have to come out if you tell me to? Song Xiaotian snorted coldly. This is our second workshop, not your defense section. Li Mingjie grabbed Song Xiaotian out without saying a word. Now, Song Xiaotian had to go out even if he didn't want to. The rest of the group stretched their necks to see what was going on. Song Xiaotian even dared to go against Li Mingjie, which is the newly appointed deputy chief of the defense section. The courage is really big, but it was already on the job, so of course they couldn't have the audacity to look outside. When Song Xiaotian came back, it was a bruised and swollen face, walking with a limp. It seems to have been taught a lesson by Li Mingjie. He was cursing under his breath, and if someone got close enough, they could hear what he was saying. Son of a Li Myung-chul, don't let me catch you in the act, or else I'll hiss you to death. Ouch, that hurts. The people who heard what he was saying covered their mouths and snickered. Usually Song Xiaotian was the one who reigned supreme in the workshop. Of course there were quite a few people who were not used to his behavior. Now that they saw him suffer, their hearts naturally had a good time. This matter in the second workshop is quite a big mess, but Song Xiaotian only dare to show off in the mouth, but in reality still dare not find Li Mingjie to settle the score. He usually relies on his relationship with Lao Song to be able to eat well in the factory, and now that Lao Song is in the new factory, even if he wants to take revenge, he has to wait until Lao Song returns. Who let Li Mingjie is the deputy chief of the security department, even if this matter to the factory director? The factory director will only turn a blind eye to this matter. After giving Song Xiaotian a warning, Li Myung-chul turned his head and headed back to the new factory. The starting time of the new factory was the same as the second factory, and by this time Huang Feng and Lao Song should be working in the factory. Old Song encouraged Song Xiaotian to harass Fu Yao, something that Li Mingjie would definitely want to settle accounts with him. Did he really think he had done it without God realizing it? He had merely threatened to buck off Song Xiaotian's teeth, and Song Xiaotian had already told him what had happened before. Knowing what the old Song was playing, Li Mingjie was naturally furious, and it was too late to bring Song Xiaotian any lessons, so he went directly to the new factory. It was fortunate that Song Xiaotian didn't get his hands on him in the end, or else Li Mingjie would have done more than just beat him up by now. Chapter 77, The Wimp. Old Song had wanted to be lazy for a while, but I didn't expect that this was just on the job, and Li Mingjie even came to inspect it. He hastily stabbed Huang Feng in the waist. Li Mingjie is here. Huang Feng was still dozing off, but when he heard Old Song's words he was immediately energized. What time is it? So early to come and check? Huang Feng cursed a few times under his breath, but still managed to fight his way to the pile of trash next to him. Surname Song, come here, Li Mingjie shouted. Old Song, the sleepyhead, was driven away. He's calling me? Old Song pointed a finger at himself. Huang Feng nodded. It's you. Go see what kind of that turtle has to say again. Huang Feng had thought that it was just a small matter, but he didn't expect Old Song to be punched to the ground by Li Mingjie just as he walked over. With a shock in his heart, he rushed over. Surname Li, what are you doing? Huang Feng didn't help Old Song up after he went over. He just screamed from the side. If it was in the past, he would definitely want to find Li Mingjie's bad luck, but now he still had to work under Li Mingjie's hand, and he didn't know what was going on yet, so of course he had to be careful. Li Mingjie also ignored Huang Feng on the side and slapped him again. Old Song usually pampered, even in the Department of Insurance and Surgery, do not see to do what tired work hard work, where compared to the grassroots level from the beginning of the work of Li Myung-chul, he hadn't even stood still yet, and Li Myung-chul came over with another punch, directly calling him a nosebleed. You, he mumbled, opening his mouth, his eyes already teardrops of pain. He hadn't even realized what was going on yet, and he had already let Li Myung-chul give him a hard beating. Li Myung-chul got tired of fighting and that's when he stopped. You're the one who told Song Xiaotian to wait for my wife in front of the kindergarten, right? Li Myung-chul asked. Old Song was shocked in his heart. How did Li Mingjie know? He had long ago already instructed Song Xiaotian not to tell this one thing even if the sky fell, and at that time Song Xiaotian had indeed promised well, so how could he turn his head and deny it? Looking at Old Song's surprised look, Li Myung-chul knew that he wasn't innocent in all of this. I just thought that you just got promoted to deputy section chief. Let him give you a pat on the back, so that our days will be better in the future. And I heard that you love your wife very much. Before Old Song could finish his words, Li Mingjie grabbed his clothes and lifted him up. Next to him, Huang Feng opened his mouth slightly, looking a bit surprised. Old Song, this body weight at least have to be 180 pounds. Li Mingjie said to lift up on the lift up. Looking at the muscles in Li Mingjie's hands, Huang Feng unconsciously took 2 steps back. Not honest, is it? Li Mingjie narrowed his eyes at Old Song. Old Song only felt a chill down his spine. Never one that made him feel that Li Mingjie was so scary. I was wrong. Knowing that Li Mingjie was still going to make a move, Old Song hastily admitted his mistake. I was thinking out of the box, and I was so stifled in my heart that I thought of asking my cousin to help me take revenge on you. Huang Feng was beside him was dumbfounded. How come he didn't know about this matter? After hearing this, Li Mingjie slammed Old Song to the ground. Old Song pain is again now screaming, but fortunately he has a lot of meat on his body. It is not so much to break the bones. I know I am wrong. Chiefly spare me this time. I will give you compensation. Compensation. For apologizing is not it? Looking at Old Song's boneless wimpy look, Huang Feng rolled his eyes. He really is a soft bone. But now, even if he was faced with such a situation, he would only have to concede. Li Niangchul's muscular body is not to be messed with at a glance. What made it strange was that Li Mingjie didn't do anything to Old Song after he beat him up, and directly left. Old Song was finally relieved. However, he was on tenterhooks for the rest of the day, and more importantly their workload went straight up several times over. Those temporary workers are nothing. Their workload remains the same, but Huang Feng will have to follow the Old Song suffered. Huang Feng was cursing Old Song as he did so. Old Song could only bury his head in his work and didn't dare to say anything, but there was definitely resentment in his heart. It's not just about blaming Li Mingjie, it's also about blaming Huang Feng. Tell me what you're doing that's not good. Doing these things? Aren't you afraid of having a son without an ass? Do you know what shame means? You let Song Xiaotian do this kind of thing, and if people find out about it, they're going to poke you in the spine and curse you. Now even I suffer. Are you happy? Old Song hated to plug up his ears, but he still had to finish this job with Huang Feng next. What's more, Huang Feng is the chief of the defense section. His position as a squad leader is still relying on Huang Feng to bring up, otherwise he is now an ordinary door. In the face of Huang Feng's scolding, he can only left ear into the right ear out, or fail to a few sentences to cope with it. After half a day's work, Junko walked in. Old Song thought he was here to supervise the work, and he quickly buried his head in his hands and worked a few minutes faster. Old Song, Junko called out. Old Song frowned. Shunzi, this guy is now more and more, do not put him in the eyes. Old Song is also what he called? But now Old Song also knew that people were under the roof and had to bow their heads, so he could only sulk and swallow this breath. There was a call for you earlier. I listened for you. What is it? It says that your position as junior captain of the defense section has been put down, and that if you have any grievances you can go straight to the plant manager and argue about them. Old Song was shocked. How did he get taken down? Huang Feng Heart likewise do not understand this point. He is the chief of the defense section. The personnel changes in the defense section, he should know it. How he cannot hear the wind at all. Thinking of Li Mingjie this morning, gas suddenly came to beat up the Old Song. Huang Feng thought carefully, but also back to the taste. This is certainly Li Mingjie did. I don't believe it. You're definitely talking nonsense. Old Song jumped up and exclaimed. Why doesn't he believe it? Because his thoughts are the same as Huang Feng. Huang Feng is the head of the defense section. Now that he, the squad leader, has been put down, can Huang Feng not know? These things must first go through him. Old Song had wanted to argue with Shunzi, but just a few steps out he was pulled back by Huang Feng. Forget it. How can we forget it? Brother-in-law, this is a position we've managed to take with great difficulty. It was simple to stuff someone inside the second factory. There was still a shortage of workers inside the workshop. As long as someone recommended it, it usually worked out. But it wasn't easy to push him to become a squad leader. He was complacent because he was able to sit in this position, and he had face among his relatives and neighbors. And now this position is taken away just like that? His heart should be 1,000 disobedience. Chapter 78, The East Window. Hearing Old Song's disgruntled words, Huang Feng felt a pang of annoyance in his heart. He also knows that it's a position they took with great difficulty, but who can he turn to now? This was obviously Li Niangchul's doing. Now planted in the hands of Li Niangchul, they can only admit it. It is difficult that they cannot go to Li Niangchul to get this position back. With his understanding of Sun Yaogua, maybe Li Mingjie said something in front of him, making him annoyed in his heart, so that he put down this position. Alright, keep working, Huang Feng said without a trace of anger. Old Song froze. He didn't expect Huang Feng to have such an attitude, but he really couldn't swallow it, and it was a matter of his job. Brother-in-law, think of a way to get this position back. My family is counting on this salary. You are not unaware of the situation of my family. Your sister does not go out to work. Just rely on me this salary. I know, but who made you do this kind of thing with your own brain? Huang Feng waved his hand. Old Song has a bitter heart. He is now aware of the wrong. Also know that at that time should not support Song Xiaotian to make that kind of thing. But now there is no regret medicine. Seeing that Huang Feng did not seem to want to care about this matter of his, the Old Song gritted his teeth, and in a fit of anger, he directly left. Anyway, it's just a day's salary. What's he afraid of? Now his salary is only 1/3 of the usual, and this matter is related to his future income. It's still worthwhile to give up such a little bit of money. Hey, where are you going? Huang Feng asked as he saw Old Song leave and hurriedly stood up. Old Song didn't answer either and limped away. Since Huang Feng couldn't manage this, he went to the one who could. Li Mingzhi was still discussing things with Sun Yaoguo when Lao Song directly pushed the door in. Don't you know to knock? Sun Yaoguo said unhappily. It's you. You're snitching on me behind my back, aren't you? As soon as Old Song entered the door, he saw Li Mingzhi sitting in front of Sun Yaoguo, so he excitedly walked up to him and pointed his finger at him. Li Niangchul's expression was cold. Factory director, I have something to say. Old Song said. Do you want to talk about that position of yours? Sun Yaoguo asked impatiently, hitting on the fact that he had guessed what Old Song was going to say as soon as he came in. The Old Song quickly nodded. I sung in the second factory not to say what great achievements, but that is also conscientious. No credit also have hard work. Why now say put my position on the put? What have you done that affects the style and the reputation of the factory that you don't know? Sun Yaoguo asked rhetorically. Old Song instantly speechless. What he did is indeed affecting the atmosphere, but there is no need to directly put down his position, right? But didn't that thing not work out? Old Song looked at Sun Yaoguo with a puff of air. Sun Yaoguo slammed the table. What do you mean by that? You think it's okay as long as this thing isn't done? Li Mingzhi had been silent on the sidelines, looking at Old Song like a clown. I don't mean that I did do wrong, but there is no need to punish so heavily, right? Old Song hailed and said carefully. What else do you want? I apologize. Old Song was busy saying, Section Chiefly has already beaten me up. Factory director, look at me. I'm all bruised and swollen, and everyone on the road laughed at me when they saw me. Old Song looked so aggrieved that those who didn't know thought that Li Mingzhi was the one who started the trouble. An apology is definitely needed. But there's another matter now. Sun Yaoguo suddenly slapped several pieces of paper on the table. Old Song didn't know what was going on and bravely probed. What's this? He asked. Sun Yaoguo was also impatient to tell him this and raised his chin, signaling for Li Mingzhi to speak. Old Song, you've been at the second factory for almost 7 or 8 years. How many people have you stuffed into the defense section and the second workshop during this time? Old Song scratched his head and after thinking about it, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. There are quite a few of them, but that's me adding new blood to the factory. That's all talent. Oomph, you still have the nerve to say that. Sun Yaoguo immediately looked at him with annoyance. Old Song was taken aback. Although we need to inject new blood into the factory, there's no need to add some people on empty paychecks, right? Li Mingzhi said leisurely. Old Song's heart jumped. Where did Li Mingzhi know about this matter? Never in his wildest dreams did he think that this matter would be known to others. Originally this was a secret between him and Huang Feng. If not with these crooked ways, where could they get so much money? However, now that the secret could not be hidden, he was shocked and frightened. Chiefly, what are you talking about? I can't understand. Huang Feng wasn't here, and Old Song could only deny it. He couldn't come up with any ideas on his own, so what could he do but refuse? There's no need to act crazy here. Do you really think everyone is kept in the dark? Li Mingzhi hooked his lips and smiled, looking at the bruises on Old Song's face. He only felt that the current Old Song was funny and ridiculous, since Old Song had that evil idea from the start. Don't blame him for being ruthless. Fortunately, he had been on guard against Huang Feng and Old Song from the start, so he was now able to gather timely information about them. Alright, you don't need to argue here. This matter will be handed over to Secretary Zhou. Let him dig out all those people in detail. I would like to see how much money you have enriched yourself by this one means. Sun Yaoguo's voice took on a rare majesty. Old Song was about to faint. How did this come to this? He did think that he had hidden it so tightly that no one should know about these things, because even the financial side had already been connected by them, and there were their own people everywhere. So how could this matter not be concealed? But this thing did get pulled out. Old Song was now too late to even ventilate with Huang Feng, and he was directly brought to the defense section. Now this matter has not been investigated clearly. Of course he cannot leave. He did not expect that he just wanted to come to seek justice, but met this matter. Before he left, he also looked at Li Niangchul with a resentful gaze, and those eyes looked like they wanted to eat Li Niangchul alive. My Youngchul, you really deserve credit for being able to uncover this black sheep. Li Mingzhi smiled. It's nothing. The factory manager should also know that I'm just going to take a personal revenge. In the face of Li Mingzhi's frankness, Sun Yaoguo did have some surprises, but in his heart, he also trusted Li Mingzhi even more. Chapter 79, Bad. Old Song was racked by a few people to go. The matter of the defense section went viral. Everyone spread the word, but a moment's effort. Many people know about this matter. Old Song, usually in the second factory, that is a remarkable figure. Now even out of this wrong, is indeed led a lot of people are a little surprised. Although Lao Song is only a small team leader, but because there is an official brother-in-law, so in the factory is also very popular. Who would have thought to stumble upon such a thing now? What's even more tragic is that Huang Feng is still not in the factory, and no one can protect him. So then, everyone felt that Li Mingjie was taking advantage of Huang Feng's absence from the second factory to specifically pick on Old Song. But I did not expect the night Huang Feng knew the news. Just silent, did not say anything, quiet as a quail. He is now afraid to have any action. He found that this person Li Mingjie is really evil. Regardless of what channel Li Niangchul had learned of some of this news, it was a great blow to him. Fortunately, it's only Old Song who's been outed now, and as long as Old Song doesn't confess him, it shouldn't matter. In fact, not only Old Song, even he was involved in this matter, but I don't know why Li Mingjie didn't give him up. Maybe Li Niangchul is just trying to teach Old Song a lesson. Huang Feng was secretly surprised in his heart, and also made up his mind that if he had any actions in the future he must be careful and never expose himself. Old Song, this is a lesson from the past. Brother-in-law, you have to help me. Old Song was kicked out of the second factory, and also had to pay out a lot of money. Those money has long been spent. Under the desperate, he can only find Huang Feng. This was something he had originally done with Huang Feng, and since something had happened now, it was definitely the two of them who would take the blame together. Huang Feng plucked away Old Song's hand without a trace, a very heavy look on his face. Brother-in-law, it's not that I won't help you. No one can help you with this now. Huang Feng spread his hands and looked at Old Song with a leathery smile. Old Song really do not believe Huang Feng these words. His size is also a security section chief, can still be difficult by this matter? Bringing him back to the second factory wasn't that difficult. The only explanation was that Huang Feng didn't want to help him at all, or he didn't want to get himself into any trouble because of this. After hearing Huang Feng's passage, Old Song sank his face. Brother-in-law, you're involved in this matter, so I can't take the blame alone, can I? Huang Feng heart thumped. Old Song, this is to break the pot, pull him down? Thinking about it, his look was always a little more genuine. This is indeed a difficult matter for you to deal with. How about this? I'll go and see if there's anything else I can do, and you'll just be patient at home for a while and wait for my news. Old Song looked at Huang Feng suspiciously. Thinking of his current situation, he could only nod helplessly. Huang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy was still quite talkative. Li Mingjie, this time to lift the explosion out of the matter cannot be said to be not big. This check out a lot of eating empty pay. So many years down the road. More than these wages is not a small amount. Sun Yao was shocked. Will be related to the people or checked out. Huang Feng was worried for some time. Sun Yaohua hadn't found out about him yet, but he didn't know if he would be found out if the trend continued. All he could do now was pray to God that those people would never give him up, but now it's just at the preliminary inspection stage, and even if those people are pulled out, none of them are being punished except Old Song. There was a lot of chatter in the factory, wondering what the hell was going on. Those who know the inside story will say outright that Old Song has offended the wrong person, or else he would not have allowed Sun Yaohui to make an example of him. In the evening, Li Mingjie returned home and saw Song Xiaotian and two people staying in front of his house from a distance. Section chiefly. Song Xiaotian's eyes had been gurgling, always keeping an eye on the surroundings, and as soon as he saw Li Mingjie, he hurriedly walked over. He was followed by a woman, who was holding a small child in her hand, and upon closer inspection, wasn't that Liang Xiaohua and Song Zihao? Liang Xiaohua's expression seemed to be very reluctant, and she followed behind Song Xiaotian with a look of lost energy. Song Xiaotian still had a bruised and swollen face right now. How long had it been since he was beaten? The bruises on his face still hadn't dissipated. It looked comical and ridiculous. Looking for me? Right. Song Xiaotian hurriedly nodded his head and turned his head again to signal Liang Xiaohua to stuff the fruit basket to Li Mingjie. No need. Li Niangchul pushed it right back. Song Xiaotian looked at Li Mingjie's indifferent expression, an unsmiling look, and couldn't stop his heart from jutting out. This is a token of my appreciation. I'm really sorry for what happened last time. Forgive me for not recognizing my eyes and offending my sister-in-law. I've come here today to make amends and apologize. While Song Xiaotian spoke carefully on his side, his son kept glaring at Li Mingjie with a hateful gaze. With such vicious eyes at a young age, Li Niangchul couldn't help but look at him more. Song Xiaotian hurriedly hid behind Liang Xiaohua. What are you doing? You're going to bully my son? You're an adult. You have no shame. Liang Xiaohua immediately spoke nervously. Song Xiaotian backhanded Liang Xiaohua's face. Is there anything you want? Liang Xiaohua was suddenly in tears, but she didn't dare to say anything in the face of Song Xiaotian's angry face. Li Niangchul looked at their convincing looks and sneered, crossing straight over to them. Hey. Song Xiaotian hurriedly followed. Section chiefly, why don't you respond to me and give me a chance? If you're here for the matter that the factory is investigating recently, then you don't need to come to me. It's not under my control. Li Mingjie's voice came from the front. Alright, don't chase after him. He doesn't care about us anyway. I'll go back and ask my cousin uncle to help, Liang Xiaohua said in a muffled voice as she pulled Song Xiaotian back. Although Song Xiaotian had just dumped her in front of Li Mingzhi, they were at least husband and wife, and now that Song Xiaotian was in trouble, she had to help. What can your cousin uncle care? Song Xiaotian glared at her. Han Yuejin is also a cadre in the factory, but never loved to take care of their family. Every time I see him is also a dead face. If he could really ask for his help, he would have already been there. Why would he need to talk to Li Nianchul here in a low voice? Whether it works or not, won't I just go and find out? It's not like you need to go anyway. Liang Xiaohua was still angry in her heart, and now that Li Mingzhi wasn't there, she didn't have to give Song Xiaotian any face. Chapter 80, The Olive Branch. Back home Fu Yao had already made dinner and Gangzi had just entered. Brother is back. Li Nianchul nodded and smoothly picked up Kiki and pinched her little cheeks. Thinking of Ms. Xiang's behavior in kindergarten this morning, Li Mingzhi couldn't help but worry that she wasn't defending her daughter. Chi-Chi, did anything happen in kindergarten today? Kiki twinkled her big eyes and shook her head. Mr. Bear brought us back to class after you left. Oh, did that little fat kid bully you? Kiki suddenly lowered her eyes and pouted, quickly smiling again. No. Seeing this expression on his daughter's face, Li Mingzhi's heart was already clear. Just now on the road ran into Song Xiaotian couple. Their son Song Zihao also did not give him a good look. That look of hostility. It is known that today's kindergarten is also not quiet. Children are ultimately simple and will only be influenced by adults, without the ability to think for themselves, and it's better to just eradicate this. Gangzi, you have good contacts. Help me inquire about the best kindergarten in our area. I'm talking about the best. Fu Yao didn't wait for Gangzi to answer and opened her mouth first. Kindergarten? Are you changing kindergartens for Chi-Chi? Li Mingzhi nodded and told Fu Yao about today's events. Too much. Fu Yao immediately stood up angrily, the dishes in her hand almost falling to the ground. It's obvious that they're the ones bullying people. Mingzhi, we can't just let this go. Fu Yao knows that her daughter is a sensible girl who never lets her worry, but when she hears about the bullying and discrimination that her daughter suffers at school, Fu Yao's heart pins and needles. Yao, don't worry. I know this matter in my heart. In these 2 days we'll transfer Yao to kindergarten. I'll leave this matter to you. Gangzi touched Chi-Chi's little head, full of doting eyes, waved his hand and said, don't worry brother, this matter is on me. There are brothers in IC who dares to bully sister-in-law and our daughter. Turning to Gangzi, he grimaced, then Song Xiaotian sighed. Li Mingzhi smiled, knowing that Gangzi was trying to find Song Xiaotian's trouble to avenge Fu Yao. Li Mingzhi had already taught Song Xiaotian a hard lesson today, and even old Song had been cleaned up together, but this was not enough. Don't worry, soon their family will personally kneel in front of Yao. There's no need for us to do anything. Speaking of this, Li Mingzhi painfully took Fu Yao's hand. Wife, you've suffered, being harassed for so long, but also suffered so much aggression. Fu Yao has never opened his mouth to Li Mingzhi say a word. Thinking about the aftermath of Li Mingzhi really feel indebted to Fu Yao too much. Li Mingzhi knew that Fu Yao didn't want to cause trouble for Li Mingzhi and make him worry in vain. This kind of small matter could be solved by avoiding it by himself, but the simple Fu Yao how to know the purpose behind the other side. Think about it is also afraid. But with this sentence from her own man, Fu Yao's tranquilizer was considered to be eaten. Early in the morning Huang Feng came to the factory early to clean up, so that Shunzi were unconsciously wide-eyed. So positive. Not normal. Li Mingzhi's front foot hadn't even stepped through the door when Shunzi stopped him. Brother Li, Section Chief Huang came early this morning and just bore down on his work, like he'd changed into a different person. Li Mingzhi sneered. The more this time, the more Huang Feng had to keep a low profile to protect himself. Old song that stall thing, do not have to think that is behind the Huang Feng backing planning. He is at the tip of the storm, but also intends to set off what the storm? Yo, Section Chief Huang came early enough today? Li Mingzhi smiled and joked. Huang Feng only glanced at him and continued the work in his hands. I come at this time every day. Yo, you've softened your tone of voice a lot, so it looks like you're really scared. Li Nianchul nodded in satisfaction and wandered around the factory. Plant Director Li? Zhou Guochuan's voice came from the doorway. He looked around. The situation in the factory was even more vicious than he had imagined. But when he saw Huang Feng, who was cleaning, he couldn't help but feel that it should be even more vicious to be enough. But he didn't come today simply to see Huang Feng. Factory Director Li, I'm going out to run orders today. I have to meet a few channelers, so I'll come over here first. Zhou Guoquan intentionally raised the tone. In the 3 words of Li Factory Director to aggravate the word, almost pull a long tone. Huang Feng in the corner gave him a blank look. If not for the sudden accident of Lao Song, he would be subjected to this kind of nonsense? Li Mingzhi cannot help but secretly laugh. This man, regardless of what grade, sometimes really exactly the same as a child. Look at Li Mingzhi, a burst of laughter. Minister Zhou came. Let's say over there. Li Mingzhi Zhouguoquan pulled to the factory outside. Huang Feng immediately from the corner to go out to hear it too, but met standing in the doorway supervisor Gang Shunzi, Huang section chief. Or honestly work it should not be inquiring about things don't blindly inquiring about. You if you leave this attendance is to be scratched on the counting of your absenteeism fine of 50. Huang Feng froze, just wanted to open his mouth to scold but closed his mouth. He now heard 50 want to cut people. This Shunzi fox fake tiger. Huang Feng even Li Mingzhi are not afraid. Will be afraid of him a small minion? Asterisk. Off. Did I say I was going out? Don't you kids take the chicken feathers here. Shunzi fearless, only raised the corner of his mouth. These days with Huang Feng and Old Feng night and day, he knows that the two people are sometimes the mouth to show off. The real thing is also the life of the lack of strings. And Li Mingzhi can be far from it. Shunzi directly pushed his hand and pushed Huang Feng back to the position he was in just now. I listened to you in Factory 6, but here you have to listen to me. Go back to work. Section Chief Huang. Huang Feng froze, seeing the distance from Li Mingzhi two people and far away. Shunzi and very much in the way, and he argued with him is meaningless. It can only be honest work, but today less old song. He is inevitably empty inside some. Good. Then we said earlier, the commission. Zhouguoquan reason why he agreed to cooperate with Li Mingzhi. One is the previous hook can no longer do. Now the old song accident Zhouguoquan cannot see that it is Li Mingzhi's tactics. Secondly, it is also want to earn the commission that Li Mingzhi said, can openly and honestly have an extra income? Why not? So much so, it's also an opportunity to wipe your ass in this slot. Li Mingzhi Zhouguoquan's mind to see through, but he is also clear that Zhouguoquan's ambition and appetite is more than that. If the benefit given is not enough to his previous income of foreign income, I am afraid that Zhouguoquan will do something small in private. Don't worry Minister Zhou, as long as you follow me honestly, the commission will naturally not be lost on you. Zhouguoquan can only trust Li Mingzhi at the moment. I heard that there was a big inspection in the factory recently. Did something happen? He naturally wanted to inquire about the old song will not let the inspection team to investigate his head. Zhang Boss said at the meeting to investigate the sales department this absolutely will not be left unsettled. And so the leaders turn to the force. Naturally, will also be investigated, which check to go. Zhouguoquan is still difficult to protect themselves. He knows that Li Mingzhi will not help him, but at least he is close to the center. The gossip is still traceable. Li Mingzhi laughed. Will be in the hands of the smoke into the last mouthful said, there are traces in order to check, but no trace may not be unable to check. Zhou Minister is a smart person. Still use me to say? A sentence pointing through the heart of Zhouguoquan, which is to let Zhouguoquan seize the time to convert all the resources in his hands to the new company, to solve the problem of channels at the same time. Zhouguoquan's matter can also be resolved. Okay, I'll grab it then. Chapter 81, Greater Good over Family. After separating from Zhouguoquan, Li Mingzhi went back to Factory 6. When Zhouguoquan's line is fully developed, he can take over a batch of orders first to warm up the new company. The first critical phase of the project has now been completely resolved and is just waiting for the plant to be cleaned up and homed. In addition to Zhouguoquan's channel business, Gangzi they have not been idle. Large and small market stalls in just a few days has been negotiated almost. Li Mingzhi intends to use the stalls for diversion. Will be the 6 factories to hoard clothes first through the family's small factories to modify the sale. It is inevitable to start with the common people to build momentum in the early stages. Just entered the factory door. Han Yuejin's figure appeared in front of the eyes. He seems to have just come out of the workshop. Dusty face is very ugly. Song Xiaotian, who was followed closely behind him, had a flattering face, and Han Yuejin was indifferent. About Song Xiaotian and Han Yuejin's family relations, Li Mingzhi knows that this time Han Yuejin surely impossible to help the old Song. Its behavior style is decent but met some uncompetitive relatives. At the moment the most embarrassing is his Han Yuejin. The only way to bring him back in is to be righteous. Without Huang Feng's defense section is calm. Everyone is a lot more comfortable, hoping that Huang Feng will never come back. Li Mingzhi sat on the table to read the documents. Wang Feng who was organizing the materials next door threw a strange look at him. Brother Li, now that you're the factory director, you still don't let your sister-in-law prepare a decent outfit for you. Why are you still wearing old clothes? Li Miangchul paused for a moment and looked over at the voice. Clothes? It's just a cover for shame. Wear whatever you have. Wang Feng smiled. After all, it is to do great things. People rely on clothes, or decent point. People also look spiritual point. Is not sister-in-law did not prepare ha ha. The people in the section snickered, and Li Miangchul only smiled helplessly and continued to look through the documents in his hands. Cousin uncle, you have to help us. If we don't have this job, we're screwed. In Han Yuejin's office, Song Xiaotian cries and pleads with him while torturing Han Yuejin. I have said, this matter is above the management. Not I say a word can be. Who let you do such an unseemly thing? He is also a person with a wife and children. Do not weigh things. Song Xiaotian was full of grievances and remorse. It's all because old Song told me to do it. And you don't care about us on weekdays. So what can I do if I don't listen to him? Han Yuejin slammed the table. You still have the face to say, people let you do what you do. Told you to steal to rob you or not also do it. Their own style out of the problem, do not blame as others. Get out. Song Xiaotian still unforgiving. Uncle, you really have to help me this time. Now old Song are opened. The next surely my turn. I really cannot do without this rice bowl. A family are waiting for me to feed it. Han Yuejin sighed deeply. The factory is currently strict investigation of those who eat empty pay and the old Song residual minions. But the Sun factory director has not moved to say how these people to deal with. I do not know whether to borrow this matter to Han Yuejin a warning. Thinking of this, at this time he was even more unable to step in to solve any personnel problems, and could only wait for the above to give notice before making a decision. I have to say, Li Mingzhi play this hand is really smart. A series of suppression of multiple forces. If it is not out of the matter of Song Xiaotian, provoked Li Mingzhi, he hid the evidence. Still do not know when the outbreak, which Han Yuejin really admire. Looking at Song Xiaotian who stood in front of him with a handful of snot and tears, Han Yuejin glared with his sharp eyes and spoke impatiently. Hurry up and get out of here. I'm sick of seeing you. Seeing Han Yuejin's anger, Song Xiaotian could only leave the office gray first. In the afternoon, while Li Mingzhi went to the kindergarten to pick up Chi-Chi's spare time, Song Xiaotian brought small and large gifts. Chan took Liang Xiaohua to find Fu Yao to apologize. What are you doing? Why don't you just come? Why did you have to bring me here? Liang Xiaohua was dragged and pulled by Song Xiaotian from her house to the vicinity of Fu Yao's house, saying that she refused to go in and apologize. I thought that through the kinship relationship, Han Yuejin how to help, but did not think Song Xiaotian touched a nose, only got 3 or 2 lessons, so that Liang Xiaohua heart is not happy, scolded Song Xiaotian wimp. Auntie yo, if it wasn't for you saying those words to Li Mingzhi in front of the kindergarten, do we need to be like this? Even if we kneel down today, we still want Li Mingzhi to raise his hand. Liang Xiaohua shook off Song Xiaotian's hand with force, aggrieved and wanting to shed tears. It's not all because of you, always following that woman, and you didn't tell me that it's cousin who told you to do that, so why do you want me to apologize now? Never mind that on weekdays Liang Xiaohua to Song Xiaotian more brutal and unreasonable, but see their own wife aggrieved tears, heart or heartache, hurriedly pulled up her hand to coax. Well, I know that you are aggrieved, this is my fault, but now my husband is in critical condition, this is no way out of the strategy. If I do not have the job we have, this family can be ruined. Liang Xiaohua sobbed twice, rubbed the eyes that want to shed tears, no matter what, or to be family-oriented. Song Xiaotian when really lost this job, that is a disaster. Dang it, is ready to cook. Fu Yao heard knocking on the door and quickly stopped the work in hand, thinking that is just a check to the kindergarten news to find them to report. Gleefully ran to open the door, just to return. Things asked. As soon as he opened the door and saw Song Xiaotian and his wife, Fu Yao immediately backhanded and prepared to close the door. Song Xiaotian hurriedly stretched out his hand to jam the doorway. Sister-in-law, it's me. The door was pushed open with force. Fu Yao subconsciously backed up behind the dining table. What are you guys doing here? Seeing the embarrassment, Song Xiaotian hurriedly pulled Liang Xiaohua in front of him. Sister-in-law, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. No, I brought my daughter-in-law here to apologize. Xiaohua, Liang Xiaohua forced a smile. Yes, sister-in-law, it was all a misunderstanding before. Xiaotian was also under his cousin's compulsion. I didn't know about it. Sister-in-law, you're generous. Forgive us. I'm sorry. Song Xiaotian hurriedly placed the bought gifts on the table. Yes, sister-in-law. In fact, I didn't dare to move anything, just to scare you. You're an adult, not a small person. Fu Yao let out a deep breath, unable to suppress the anger inside. Now you know to apologize. Li Mingzhi's voice came from the doorway, and when Kiki saw Liang Xiaohua was there, she rushed to her mother and hugged her tightly. My uncle, brother Li, we came to apologize. Sincerely. Song Xiaotian snatched Fu Yao's words and nodded his head at Li Mingzhi, almost bowing 90 degrees. Liang Xiaohua also looked attentive. Yes, brother Li, I was wrong. It was my cheap mouth that offended sister-in-law. Look, I purposely went to the department store today to pick up a new silk scarf, which I didn't even bother to buy myself, and gave it to sister-in-law. Fu Yao scoffed at what they brought, even though the yellow silk scarf was something she had always wanted. Li Mingzhi walked around the two men to Fu Yao's side and made Fu Yao sit on a chair on one side. Chapter 82, It's all for the children. At least, you're a puller. You can't apologize even if you've really done something wrong. Li Niangchul had a sneer on his face. Song Xiaotian's face smiled even sweeter. Brother Li, don't be sarcastic. How can I compare to you? It's because I have eyes that don't recognize the true God. I'm just a small ant in front of you. Thinking back to when he went to the workshop to find Song Xiaotian, he was furious. but now his wretched appearance made Li Mingzhi wonder if he was a person. See, Li Mingzhi husband and wife do not speak. Song Xiaotian really no way. Suddenly flopped down on his knees. Brother Li, I really know wrong. Never dare to provoke sister-in-law again. You say how can I do to forgive me, as long as I do not let me lose this job. Liang Xiaohua is still the first time to see her husband so humble. She knows that Song Xiaotian is really out of options, but Li Mingzhi couple do not even look. She cannot help but cry. Stride over to kneel at Fu Yao's feet. Sister-in-law, you and I are both women. Both are when the mother of the people. Xiaobao he is a. Do this kind of thing? You do not forgive him, it's okay. Do not forgive me, it's also okay. But Zi Hao is innocent. You just think of it as helping Zi Hao. When these words came out, Fu Yao's heart instantly softened, remembering that 2 days ago Liang Xiaohua had cursed and trapped herself in the middle of the crowd. But now she was pathetically kneeling in front of her, so she couldn't help but wet her eyes. And no one understood the feeling of a collapsed beam in the house better than she did. It's true that women still know best. You two couples should stop acting here. Without mentioning that little fat man Li Mingzhi hadn't been that angry and wondered how he bullied Kiki in private. Fu Yao suddenly held Li Mingzhi's hand. Mingzhi, otherwise let's forget about it. In the past, Zihao and Chi-Chi still played quite well. Li Mingzhi frowned, but still loosened up. For the sake of my wife's kind heart, I'll let you couple off the hook for what you did before, but I can't do anything about the job. When Song Xiaotian heard this, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Brother Li, you have a good relationship with the factory director. You must be able to say something. Please help me. I will definitely repay you. Get. At the door I heard you howling here. If you don't get lost I'll kill you. Gangzi led the cape to break into the house. The cape was ready to report to Li Mingzhi the work of the past few days. Just walked to the door when he heard the movement in the house. Immediately looking for Gangzi. Gangzi had explained to his brothers as early as yesterday and saw Song Xiaotian tell him. Seeing Gangzi's aggressiveness, Song Xiaobao dared not speak even more. And Liang Xiaohua also hid behind Gangzi. Your Song Xiaotian, how many days have I been looking for you? Send yourself to the door. Even dare to hit sister-in-law's idea. Give me to break his third leg. Said the beetle suddenly flew up and kicked Song Xiaotian straight in the lifeblood, but fortunately it was blocked by Song Xiaotian. Hiss! This scene really startled both Liang Xiaohua and Fu Yao. Li Mingzhi hurriedly covered Kiki's eyes. Gangzi! Only then did the beetle withdraw his foot that was ready to kick up again. Although the kick didn't hit the exact spot, Song Xiaotian was also solidly hit and fell to the ground on the spot. Alright, I don't care about work, so hurry up and get lost. Li Mingzhi spoke impatiently. Gangzi and the cape pulled Song Xiaotian and Liang Xiaohua with one hand, and with the things they had put on the table in the other hand, they directly flung them out, closing the door with a bang. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'll have my brothers guard the house for the next few days. I'll see if they still dare to come and harass you. Gangzi patted his chest, making Fu Yao laugh out loud. Now even if he let Song Xiaotian come he wouldn't dare to come. By the way, Brother Li, the kindergarten I asked, just behind our street, Zhenghong Kindergarten, is the best in our area, but also close to home. The main thing is that the teachers inside are all young and beautiful, all from the big city. Gonzo emphasized the words young and beautiful. Li Mingzhi nodded and looked at Kiki. Let's change kindergartens, shall we? Kiki was surprisingly happy. I know, Mr. Xiong's daughter is in that kindergarten. It has a slide and it's huge. But Brother Li, Gangzi looked gloomy to pull Li Mingzhi once again. That kindergarten although in the area, but not to the factory, to the city. I'm afraid it's not very good to enter. Li Mingzhi hesitated. In this day and age, public kindergartens aren't something you can get into if you want to exhaust them. But it's hard to beat Li Mingzhi. Gangzi, gather your brothers and help me with something. Gonzo stuck his ear out. Okay, I got it. Although Gundam didn't know the significance of Li Mingzhi's doing this, as long as Li Mingzhi ordered him to do it, he left Li Mingzhi's house by pulling the cape with him. After tossing and turning for half a day and not bothering to make dinner, Fu Yao stood up and walked into the kitchen. Li Mingzhi paused. The atmosphere didn't seem right, and hurriedly chased after him. Yao, don't cook. Let's go out to eat? Fu Yao shook her head and spoke softly. It's not easy for you to earn money. I've bought all the food, so I'll save when I can. Li Mingzhi was unsure. With their family's current income, going out for a big meal once in a while wasn't a big deal. Suddenly Fu Yao cried. Li Mingzhi suddenly panicked and hurriedly hugged Fu Yao from behind. Yao, what's wrong with you? Are you scared? Could it be that the beetle's kick just now scared Fu Yao? Not so much. Kiki is fine. No, Fu Yao slowed down her breath. I just remembered some things from the past, and seeing the couple was a bit emotional. You don't have to care about me. Li Mingzhi hugged Fu Yao even tighter, the tip of his nose rubbing against her slender, soft and smooth neck, trying to bring back memories of the dry fire from the other day. Yao, I'll give the best to you and Chi-Chi. making you the happiest woman in the world. Believe me. Fu Yao smiled, raised her hand to pass away the tears hanging on her cheeks, her face full of happy petulance. Of course I believe you. You're my man, but I'm also worried about you. I'm afraid that you'll get tired. I don't want to be the happiest woman in the world. I just want to be your woman. This woman is getting better and better at tugging at Li Mingchul's heart, always tickling him. Said Li Mingzhi was not honest. He spat out his breath in Fu Yao's ear and lowered his voice to speak. Wife, is it first to eat, or? Fu Yao hurriedly struggled, her smiling face reddening. Oops, Chi-Chi is still outside. Weekdays are waiting for Chi-Chi sleep. Fu Yao only let loose initiative to provoke Li Mingzhi, but today I did not expect Li Mingzhi so bold. In turn, she did not dare. What are you afraid of? She doesn't know what we're doing? Li Mingzhi's movements became bolder and bolder. His restless hand reached into Fu Yao's apron, feeling the hot body temperature. Li Mingzhi's heart hadn't felt so strongly for a long time. He had always thought his heart was dead, but he met Fu Yao. This woman had smoothed out all the wounds all over his body, allowing him to gain a true rebirth. He let go of the obsession and sorrow that he had been unable to let go of, and completely and utterly handed himself over to Fu Yao, willing to be her lifelong guardian. Chapter 83 Seafood. Mommy, I want to eat meatloaf. Kiki suddenly lifted the kitchen curtain and barged in, and Li Mingzhi subconsciously left Fu Yao and turned to block the embarrassment. Fu Yao didn't react either, still maintaining the posture she had just held. Well, Meat Bun's mom didn't buy today. Can I buy them for you tomorrow? Kiki twinkled her two big eyes and cocked her head from side to side. What are you doing? When he said this, he was about to walk over here, and Li Mingchul hurriedly spoke. That Kiki, let's go out to eat tonight. Dad will take you and Mom out to eat seafood, okay? Oh, seafood? Kiki stopped in her tracks. In her perception, seafood was the little red shrimp at the food market. Li Mingchul let out a slow breath. Well, you go and clean up first. We'll go out later. Go now. Kiki nodded and left the kitchen with a puzzled look on her face. What the hell were Mom and Dad up to? Ha ha. Fu Yao couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time she had seen Li Mingzhi like this, so it turned out that he also had something to be afraid of. Li Mingzhi hurriedly adjusted himself and spoke in a volume that could only be heard by two people. You still dare to laugh at me? Fu Yao cooperated and covered her mouth. I don't dare. Then I will go to change some clothes first. Master you, take your time. Saying that, he also deliberately twisted his waist and shook his hips in front of Li Mingchul's eyes, dropping Li Mingchul's appetite to the fullest. Never expecting his daughter to really barge in, Li Mingchul could only suppress his excitement and wait until he came back at night to clean up this little goblin. Li Mingzhi brought Fu Yao and Chi-Chi directly to good again. Fu Yao wanted to pull Chi-Chi away on the spot. Mingzhi, it's too expensive here. Let's just eat whatever we want. Li Mingzhi hurriedly pulled back and directly picked up Chi-Chi. It's just a good meal. After saying that, he walked straight in. Yo, brother Li is here. This is the sister-in-law and the daughter-in-law. Look at the beauty of the sister-in-law. You can't even tell she's the mother of the child. The boss immediately greeted Li Mingzhi when he saw him coming. Now who doesn't know the great name of factory director Li? Even Li Mingchul didn't recognize the man as the boss, but he was recognized first. Well, find a private room. The boss hurriedly called the waiter to take Li Mingzhi to the private room inside. Fu Yao just entered the lobby was that all kinds of delicacies and ingredients shook to the eyes. A lot of awe. Looking at Fu Yao's expression of a greedy cat but trying his best to hold it back, Li Mingzhi couldn't help but laugh. If you want to stand here and watch for a while, I can accompany you. Go! Fu Yao's face turned red, and she shyly leaned towards Li Mingzhi's side. Sister-in-law can be really beautiful either said like section chiefly who do great things. You have to sister-in-law such a beautiful person can be surrendered. We hear running water seat. Have not seen which gentleman like section chiefly. Bring his wife to dinner. Section chiefly to sister-in-law can be really good Sister-in-law today want to eat something. The waitress walked in enthusiastically with a springy smile on her face. The biggest feature of this store is that the waiter only choose those who are young. Speak lingering little girl. One by one water spirit in the words. 3 or 2 words custodian called you floating. Eat what is delicious on earth. Fu Yao was embarrassed and only looked at Li Mingzhi with a delicate smile. He loves me. Seeing Fu Yao cannot hide the smile, Li Mingzhi's mood also followed the pleasure up. My own daughter-in-law. Must hurt. Today we eat seafood. Pick up fresh and delicious on. Then I'll help section chiefly to order food directly from my side. Absolutely fresh and delicious. I'll make sure that my sister-in-law can eat comfortably. And then I'll give Chi and Jean a water-smooth egg. Soft and tender. After saying his words, the waiter directly exited the private room without waiting for Li Mingchul to react. Just at the moment the waitress closed the door, Shen Meng's head squeezed in along the doorway. Sister-in-law, I heard the sound of you. It's Shen. You're here for dinner too. What a coincidence. Shen Meng looked back, before squeezing into the door of the private room. and closed the door with her backhand. I'm having dinner here with my friends. I heard you guys talking, so I came over to say hello. It didn't bother you guys, did it? Fu Yao hurriedly shook her head and pulled Shin Meng to sit beside her. Li Niangchul raised his eyebrows. Having dinner with his friends was a lie. Coming here to hide was real. Shin Meng immediately dodged away from Li Mingzhi's eyes and looked at Fu Yao again. Sister-in-law, how did you guys want to come up here for dinner? Fu Yao helplessly pointed at Li Mingzhi. It's not all because of him. He had to come out to eat. Come to such an expensive place. My heart hurts. Shin Meng laughed. Sister-in-law, that's not right. You've worked hard too. You should have a good meal. Let him pay for it. The two women directly left Li Niangchul behind and had a great conversation. Even Kiki joined in, and Li Niangchul only felt his ears buzzing and excused himself to have a cigarette and ducked out. Section Chief Huang. Don't worry. This time I will definitely not let that Li Mingzhi go. You screwed up the last one. Familiar voices came out from the next room. Li Mingzhi froze. Fu Jun and Huang Feng? Let me tell you, Fu Jun, if it wasn't for your face, could that Li Mingzhi have gotten into Factory 6? Your brother-in-law is good. Huang Feng has now been hollowed out, and the only one left in front of him that he can take offense at is Fu Jun. Fu Jun smiled guiltily and took out a watch. Brother Huang, this is for you to make amends. Huang Feng would like to make trouble. Saw this Rolex watch, also endured. Although it is the old model but less to say 2,000 apiece. This kid under so much blood, is out of the question? You don't have to do this either. I've seen a lot of good things, not so bad as this piece of yours. First tell me how you want to do it. Fu Jun hurriedly poured a glass of wine for Huang Feng. Brother Huang, that Shin Meng in your factory has always had an abnormal relationship with my brother-in-law, and I've been able to find out something in the past few days. Huang Feng froze, and at the mention of Shin Meng, Huang Feng more or less came to his senses. Shin Mengjin is having an affair with my brother-in-law and is pregnant. Almost 2 months. What? Huang Feng heard this news almost did not jump out of the table. This news can be too explosive. Li Mingzhi, while because he was harassed to fight and open the old song, while even engaged in extramarital affairs and factory flowers beads tie or not. But Huang Feng's heart still hates his teeth when he hears this news. It is really cheap for Li Mingzhi. The smile on Fu Jun's face suddenly became brilliant. My sister is still in the dark. If she knows that the designated divorce with Li Mingzhi, his marital cheating style has problems. Your factory certainly opened him. Huang Feng raised the most corner. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Chen Chong, who had been sitting on the side without saying anything. How did you get this news? Chen Chong hesitantly opened his mouth. I followed Li Mingzhi and heard him talking to Shin Meng. Brother Huang, you mustn't say that I'm the one who said this, or else I'll really die a horrible death. Li Mingzhi and Shin Meng is not clear. This is known to all the world. But now even have an illegitimate child can be said to be human evidence, and material evidence is conclusive. As long as the capture of Shin Meng to bring her to the hospital for examination, no matter whose child, this can be deducted on the head of Li Mingzhi. He just didn't believe that if this went out, Zhang Lao would still let him be in charge of the new factory project. But he can't act rashly, in case the Fu Jun news is wrong. The last to suffer is still him. This thing you go to do, expose his scandal. I'll go to the leaders before him to participate in a book. Fu Jun nodded his head vigorously and drank the wine in front of him. You'll see, Brother Huang. Chapter 84, The Upper House. Li Niangchul, who was standing in the doorway, gritted his teeth darkly. There were 3 people in the room. One loved one was a family member, and the other didn't count as a person. It was unthinkable that yellow hair was one of Huang Feng's people, which made Li Mingzhi a bit surprised. Considering that Chen Chong was Gangxi's man and Fu Jun was Fu Yao's younger brother, Li Mingzhi didn't immediately rush in and beat them up. But this matter now involved Shin Meng. If Shin Meng's fake pregnancy was known by factory director Sun, it would be troublesome, and this was already a matter that wasn't easy to talk about. If Fu Yao knew about it, I don't know what would happen. Thinking of this, Li Mingzhi pinched out the cigarette in his hand. His eyes narrowed up to transmit a coldness. He would not let anyone hurt Fu Yao. This was his bottom line. When they returned to the private room, the food had already been served, but all 3 women had to wait for Li Niangchul to come back before they started. What have you been doing for so long? Fu Yao asked softly, clearly feeling that Li Mingzhi was a bit different before and after. Li Niangchul revealed a smile and shook his head. It's okay, eat, Kiki, eat more today. Oh. Shen Meng looked at the change in Li Mingzhi's expression and knew that he had discovered that Huang Feng was also here. 3 hours ago, a man in his 20s found Huang Feng, and brought a man with dyed yellow hair with him. Shen Meng had some impression of this person, remembering that it was Li Mingzhi's man. Worried that the 3 of them were plotting something else in private, Shen Meng followed directly. On the way, she heard the 3 people talking about Li Niangchul's affair with Shen Meng, which made her fearful. Li Mingzhi didn't look at Shen Meng, which in turn made Shen Meng even more scared. At the end of the meal, she only had 2 mouthfuls of soup. Yao Yao, you take Chi Chi home first, I'll go to the new factory with Xiao Shen. If you see Gangzi and the others when you get home, let them find me at the new factory. Li Mingzhi stopped a car and sent Fu Yao and Chi Chi to the car. Fu Yao was a little confused, still thinking about the scene in the kitchen just now, but seeing Li Mingzhi's gloomy expression he didn't dare to open his mouth to ask more questions. Then you guys pay attention to safety. It's too late to send Xiao Shen back first, and you come back earlier. Don't worry, I have to go to your brother's birthday tomorrow. Fu Yao pursed her lips and nodded, because her own brother almost caused Li Mingzhi to be expelled from the factory. Li Mingzhi could forgive him and still be willing to go to his birthday. It's already not bad. She only hoped that Fu Jun could return to his rightful place and get along with this brother-in-law. Then she thanked God. Watching the car go away, Li Niangchul lit a cigarette and stood in place while Shen Meng stood behind his side, not saying a word. She was waiting because she didn't know how serious the matter was. She seemed surprisingly well behaved at this moment. Li Mingzhi brought Shen Meng back to the new factory, and Gangzi hadn't arrived yet. You followed Huang Feng over there, right? Li Mingzhi was silent the whole way and finally spoke. Shen Meng nodded, one hand unconsciously touching her ponytail. I'm just curious, thinking that Huang Feng is up to something again. She tried. Li Niangchul inhaled a sharp drag of his cigarette. I heard them talking at the restaurant just now. He knew about your pregnancy and thought the baby was mine. Shen Meng flickered her upper and lower lashes. You don't want to admit it? Li Mingzhi helplessly laughed out loud. This girl is also really calm. It is obvious to wait for Li Mingzhi to find a way to solve the problem. Come on. Then there is no point in talking about it. Shen dreamed of something. Is that yellow hair your brother? Li Niangchul nodded his head. Yes, he is my brother's brother and my brother. I can see him sneaking around with Huang Feng Laosong more than once. Maybe the first time something happened in the first place. It was this person who betrayed you guys. What are you going to do? Li Niangchul lowered his eyes and was silent. What did you say? Gangzi and the others suddenly barged in, hearing Yellow Hair's name immediately furious, grabbing Shen Meng's clothes and scooping her up. Seeing Shen Meng's Gangzi froze for a moment, overwhelmed by her closed moon and shy flower appearance. He hurriedly let go of his hand and took a step back. Brother Li, this is? Li Mingzhi pulled Shen Meng to the side and told her to find a place to sit down. She's the previous owner of the military coats. The earliest batch of military coats were all provided by her. Called Shen Meng, she's our factory flower. Li Mingzhi purposely raised the pitch of the words factory flower, wanting to brag about it. Shen Meng immediately responded with a blank stare, disgusted with the colorful Gangzi in front of her. Yo, so it's our own family. My brother was rude just now. Quickly call Sister Shen good. Gangzi hurriedly greeted the brothers on the side to greet Shen Meng. They were also very cooperative, respectfully bowed 90 degrees and called out, Sister Shen is good. Li Niangchul only wanted to laugh when he saw this series of actions. Alright, don't come with me on this. Shen Meng's white eyes rolled even wider. If it wasn't for Li Mingzhi's face, she wouldn't give these people a good face. Gangzi came back to his senses and suddenly remembered something. Brotherly, what did you guys just say about yellow hair? That asshole kid really betrayed you. You have to give me a word. Li Mingzhi handed a cigarette to Gangzi and his brothers and told them all about what had just happened. This guy forgot who gave him a bite of food when his old man kicked him out. It was the old man. Although Gangzi was angry, his eyes were filled with sadness. Beetle also followed Gangzi to grieve together. How could I not expect this kid to betray us? Don't be too hard on yourself, gang. Liang stood up fiercely, unable to hide his anger like it was about to break out of his body. Brother gang, let's go clean up the door. That son of a asshole. I have to break his legs. How dare he do such a thing? Yes, brother gang. We also worshipped together in the beginning. This kid is eating out of the palm of his hand. We must follow the rules. Yes, it's cheap to break a leg of someone who eats from two families. Gang, give us a word on what to do with the brothers. Gundam waved his hand and the brothers quieted down. His eyebrows furrowed into a chuan. Li Mingzhi understands Gangzi's righteousness. In order for this group of brothers to be on the right track, he called Li Mingzhi at that time that big brother. Contains how much affection and expectation for the brothers. Li brother, not to hide you. Yellow hair this kid home poor. Their own and no ability to shout and kill do something to steal chickens and dogs. Belonging to the grandfather does not love the kind of father does not love. I met him when he wore a lab coat in winter in the garbage cans looking for food. Is that I gave him a mouthful of rice to eat? Speaking of this Gangzi choked. Li Mingzhi hurriedly patted his shoulder and handed him a cigarette, really worried that he would cry out in the next second. Li Mingzhi does not want to see Hanzi shed tears. Gangzi slowed down for a moment and looked at Li Mingzhi with a slap of his thigh. Brotherly, you tell me what to do about this. I'll listen to you. Li Mingzhi raised his eyebrows. He really didn't want to deal with this kind of thing. In a later life this is commercial espionage, but this kind of person is not completely unbuyable. He can betray Li Mingzhi. He can also betray Huang Feng. Gangzi, I really have something. Need you to help me to do it. Tomorrow before dawn must be done. As for the yellow hair thing, if you want to believe me there is no hurry first. Gundam nodded. Okay, I trust you, if there's something you just order. Chapter 85 Birthday Banquet. After Gongzi left, Li Mingzhi sent Shen Meng home. Shen Meng looked at Li Mingzhi did not realize that he looked dumbfounded. He has indeed changed a lot, compared to the time when he stole the military coat before. But also, she couldn't say, in love with me? Li Mingzhi suddenly opened his mouth. Shen Meng hurriedly retracted her gaze, full of shyness but stubbornly refused to bow her head. Nonsense. Think beautifully. In fact, Li Niangchul just wanted to tease her. Shen Meng's mind this period of time together. He more or less saw a little bit. She is not the same as those little girls in the latter part of the world. Not the same. When do I get a letter from the welfare office? Li Mingzhi suddenly changed the topic, and Shen Meng froze for a moment. Sun Yagwa said that he would come out by the end of next month, and take a place for me at that time. Li Niangchul pondered that if it was around the end of the next month, he, the backstabber, would need to pretend for another month, and if Sun Yagwa knew at this time that Shen Meng was faking her pregnancy, then this girl would have to suffer completely. With his understanding of men, if Sun Yagwa knew that he had been shagged by Shen Meng, he would never let Shen Meng go, and at that time, he was afraid that the scene would be very ugly. Shen Meng knew that Li Mingzhi was not the same as before. He didn't need her help anymore, so he was eager to get rid of her. He was not convinced. Do you want to get rid of me? Don't forget, without me you wouldn't have today. The second half of the sentence she said in a low voice. It wasn't an excuse she wanted to use to threaten Li Niangchul, because even without her, Li Niangchul wouldn't be worse off than he is now. Li Niangchul laughed and brushed the top of her head with one hand. Silly girl, you're my secretary now. What's in it for me to clear the air with you? I'm now thinking about what we should do to maximize our benefits. Shen Meng heard this, the heart more or less comfortable than just now. Che, you really think you can do everything? Okay, send it here. The front will be here. Saying that, he ran all the way and disappeared into the darkness. Li Niangchul sighed out tiredly. This woman has a big heart. Pity him for having to risk his reputation. Hopefully the scene tomorrow won't be too intense. Early in the morning, Li Mingzhi took Fu Yao and Chi-Chi back to his hometown. This time is different from the last time. Just get off the car. Fu Jun has been waiting for a long time. Brother-in-law is here. Quickly get on the car. Shueman made delicious food at home. Chi-Chi, let's go home. He was overly enthusiastic today. Fu Yao thought that her brother had changed his nature, and happily kept overflowing with a sweet smile, tightly pulling Li Mingzhi's hand, which in turn made Li Mingzhi feel guilty for being confused inside. Back home, friends and family filled. This situation than before the father-in-law's birthday to get even more grand. Seeing Li Mingzhi come, Fu old man hurriedly took the big brother out of the house. Mingzhi came. Last time to bring the wine is not finished. Drink more today. Dad, brother-in-law just arrived and let people drink more. Don't scare them. Brother-in-law quickly sit. Fu Jun attentively pulled over Li Mingzhi to let him do the table first for fear that he would pull his legs out and run away. The old man sat directly beside Mingzhi, handed over a cigarette, but also put the big brother on their hands. Not to mention how rare, Mingzhi, recently busy, not busy, after the idle long come back to see. Thanks Dad, I'll bring Yo-Yo back more often in the future. Are you and Mom in good health? Fu Laohan patted his chest. Good, your mom and I are fine. Li Niangchul nodded and stopped talking. Fu Yao walked out of the house with tea in hand. Dad, Mingzhi is doing a big business now. It's doing very well. I'll take you guys up to our place to have some fun. Fu Laohan's eyes were all mesmerized into a slit as he smiled, not mentioning how happy he was in his heart. You guys should be enjoying yourselves. Your son-in-law is so accomplished, and your brother-in-law brought back so many things for his birthday. They're all quite expensive, right? Yes, look how blessed your daughter is. What worries she will have in the future. Yard out of all the pursuit of Li Mingzhi, Fu Jun stood in the doorway smoking, cannot help but spit a mouthful of phlegm, cursing, bah, cannot get on the table dog thing? A moment there you laugh. This time I see that you still do not die. Dinner's ready. Junior. Zhang Shueman's voice came out from the courtyard. Fu Jun got a little anxious and kept looking at the location of the village entrance. Why hasn't it come yet? It's almost time. Eyes on a figure appearing in the afterglow. Fu Jun smiled. Goo. Just now I went to the station and didn't receive anyone, so I went ahead and picked up my brother-in-law. Sister Wang, you're here. Sister Wang took a handkerchief and kept wiping the sweat from her forehead. Aya, Xiaojun, are your parents all right? I rushed here in a hurry and didn't even take the equipment. Fu Jun hurriedly shook his head, a face of embarrassment, and said, I'm really sorry Sister Wang, my parents are fine. Today I have a birthday. Thinking that you always take care of my sister Fu Chun in the hospital, I thought of inviting you to come to liven up. For fear that you're not willing to come to me before I lied that my parents are not feeling well. You must not be angry with me. Sister Wang froze and was a bit pained. You child, just tell me the truth. It's not honest. I'm sorry, I'll make up for today's paycheck. Don't worry. When Sister Wang heard this, she was able to smooth out her breath. Just entering the courtyard door, Sister Wang and Li Mingzhi locked eyes. Li Mingzhi instantly recognized that this was the same doctor who gave Shen Meng a physical examination. This Fu Jun really has a doorway to call her. Sister Wan was also embarrassed to see Li Mingzhi, and finally realized that she was caught in someone else's way. While the crowd was eating, Fu Jun suddenly stood on a high chair with an angry look on his face. Everyone, today is my birthday. It should have been a happy day, but now I am very angry. Why? What's wrong with you? Zhang Xueman stood beside him and agreed. My sister, the one I've loved the most since I was a child, is married to. I'm angry for my sister. The moment these words came out, the people present were confused. Fu Yao hurriedly got up. Xiao Jun, what are you babbling about? Hurry down. Zhang Xueman pulled Fu Yao, who had stepped forward, and once again chimed in. Why? You make it clear to everyone. Fu Jun pretended to be pained. My brother-in-law, Li Mingzhi, is a broken woman outside, and has a sinful child with a cheap woman outside. What? How can that be? How could it be this kind of person? Can't see it at all. Fu Yao is really blind. Fu Yao completely froze, simply did not understand what Fu Jun was talking about. In a mess. Xiao Jun, you're crazy. How can you just falsely accuse your brother-in-law? Fu Jun's tears almost fell. Sister, I'm not worth it for you. This man is not a good person at all. He's screwing a woman behind your back. This woman you also know. It's Shen Meng. Shen Meng's name one place. Fu Yao froze and turned to look at Li Mingzhi. On the contrary, Li Niangchul calmly held his teacup and drank it one sip at a time. Old man Fu frowned, looking at the immobile Li Mingzhi beside him, wanting to get angry but suppressing it. Fu's mother hurriedly went forward and pulled Xiao Jun, stop it, come down. Fu Jun saw this and became even more reckless. Mom, I have evidence. This is Sister Wang from the hospital, Xiao Chun's supervisor. He's the one who did the checkup for this pair of dogs. She knows everything. Sister Wang, tell me, did my brother-in-law take Shen Meng to the hospital for an obstetrics checkup? And he admitted the baby is his. Chapter 86, Insurance. Sister Wang, at the moment the truth to find a seam to drill into. Hate to pay the army to be alive flayed. Fu's mother was anxious and shed tears. Dr. Wan, you quickly say what's going on here? That goes without saying. People have brought witnesses. Xiao Jun is definitely right. I thought it was the return of the prodigal son, but it turned out to be an act, and there's even an illegitimate child outside. Fu Yao, you too. Don't look after your man. Give him another kid to pass on the family name. All shut up. Fu Laohan suddenly let out a roar and slapped his palm on the table so hard that the big brother bounced on the tabletop like a leather ball. The people shut their mouths when they saw old man Fu get angry. Fu Laohan looked to Sister Wang, who was hiding at the side and didn't dare to say anything. Dr. Wang, is what my son Xiao Jun said the truth? What he said is the truth. Without waiting for Sister Wang to open her mouth, Li Niangchul opened his mouth first. He slowly and leisurely put down his teacup and spat out the tea leaves in his mouth. But not the whole truth. Fu Yao's eyes were filled with tears. She only believed his man. No matter what his man said, she believed it. I was taking Shen Meng has been to the hospital, but not to do a maternity test, but an ordinary body check. I just set up a new company, ready to give employees a free body check. Shen Meng has a wide range of contacts. That day is to accompany me to the hospital to talk about business. You can really make it up. Bull ******* body checkups. Body checkups to the gynecology department. Fu Jun looked high and mighty, waiting to poke through Li Mingzhi's lies. Li Mingzhi was calm and self-contained, and asked Fu Jun rhetorically, have you ever been to an obstetrics and gynecology department? And how do you know that you can't give a woman a physical examination in an obstetrics and gynecology department? Fu Jun's speech block. He and Zhang Xueman married a few years, but Zhang Xueman's stomach is not competitive. Until now there is no child. He naturally has not been to the obstetrics and gynecology department. On the inside of the things do not know anything at all. You, don't confuse me. Surely all women go to the OB/GYN to check for pregnancies. Don't try to change the subject. Feeling that Fu Jun was a little short of words, Li Mingzhi pursued the attack by taking advantage of the victory. It seems that you have not been in the obstetrics and gynecology department. About the issue of maternity protection and welfare reimbursement for female employees, also belongs to the content of the physical examination. Is it true that a woman does not need to be examined for physical examination when she is pregnant, and our treatment of female workers must be preferential? In fact, this is also the inspiration that Yo-Yo has given to me. Fu Yao froze, not sure why. Li Mingzhi held Fu Yao's hand, eyes full of affection. When Yao pregnant, I almost did not accompany her to do a maternity check, and then her postpartum hemorrhage. I am still confused and only no fooling around. I was thinking, if there were benefits at that time, you can be regular free checkups. The doctor will give her the best conditioning program. Do not have to worry about money. That would be, how good. Now many female workers are also because of the fear of pregnancy affects the work. Maternity checkups cost a lot of money and fear. Yeah, I think my uncle has a point. That's right. A woman giving birth is like going through a ghost gate. If you don't do a proper checkup when you're pregnant, your life is really on the line when you give birth. Do I really get a free physical? Lee Mingjer hurriedly nodded his head. Of course, want to realize free birth or even have a child to earn money is not a problem. The next few minutes. Lee Mingjer's social insurance and will appear in the next few years in the 5 insurance and 1 gold and the maternity insurance premium complete and add oil and vinegar recounted out. Said the people in the courtyard dumbfounded. Simply cannot believe that there is such a good thing. Fu Jun was a little confused. What insurance is not insurance he did not understand at all. I did not expect Lee Mingjer 3 words. The relatives bluffed round and round. Simply forget the problem itself. Wake up. Now it's Lee Mingjer engaged in shoe-breaking. He's confusing and pulling away from the topic. Fu Yao was a bit angry and angrily rebuked Fu Jun. Xiao Jun, if you still consider me as your sister, hurry down and let's spend this birthday properly, or else don't ever recognize me as your sister. Fu Jun immediately felt ridiculous. Sister, you are sick. Are you being subdued by this man? He is screwing women outside behind your back. Ah, you don't figure out what's going on and you want to blame me? Good. I'm just running for my sister to never recognize me again in the future today. I'm still going to tear this bastard man's face apart. Sister Wang, tell me, what the hell did he and that woman do at the hospital? Sister Wang looked at the crowd. Left and right difficult. Shen Meng fake pregnancy she knows, but she promised Shen Meng must not tell the truth. But if not tell the truth, then Lee Mingjer will not retaliate against himself. She's messed up. Actually, don't believe his bull asterisk. Fu Chun barged all the way through the door. Panting heavily, she was carrying a bag in her left hand and a document in her right hand. She quickly walked over to Fu Yao. Sis, you must look at this thing carefully. The truth is all inside. Fu Yao held the document, looking at Fu Chun and then at Lee Mingjer, wanting to turn it over but not daring to. I trust my husband. No need to look. We'll look if you don't. Zhang Shueman yanked over the document in Fu Yao's hand, and when she opened it she froze. It was a test report with Shan Meng Virgin written on it. This, how is this possible? Fu Jun was also a little confused. Sherman, what's wrong? Zhang Shueman looked at Fu Jun and froze as she spoke. Is that woman called Shen Meng? Or is she a girl? What? Fu Jun directly tumbled down from the chair, hurriedly snatched the document to carefully check. This is impossible. I inquired at the hospital. You obviously accompanied this little to do the maternity check. How can this still be a chick? Fu Chun took away the documents in the hands of the Fu Jun put into the bag loaded, full of disappointment and anger. Brother, you are too much. She is our own sister. Not to mention that our brother-in-law and the girl is innocent. Even if there is something you should be the first to our sister. Our parents say, but you're so good. Cannot wait for the whole world to know. And also said that our parents are sick of people Wang's sister tricked to come here to give you to do perjury. This can't be. You guys must have teamed up to deceive us. This can't be. Fu Jun stood in the courtyard screaming like crazy, and had to make Lee Mingjer come up with more evidence or else he wouldn't give up. Brother Lee, we're here. Gangzi, a group of brothers walked in from the door. No one is pawed with large and small gifts door to door. Sipe the old man smiled a springtime smile on his face. This makes us good to look for. Heard that sister-in-law back to her mother's home, we rushed to come over to say hello. This is the pay the old man it. Pay the old man by the crowd in front of them to get a little confused. But they look well dressed, all with a big gold watch, but also smeared with head oil. Does not look like a bad guy, but like a big boss. Hello guys, sit down, sit down. Gangzi smiled, put the gift on the table. The old man, we do not sit down. Weekdays sister-in-law is good to us. Just think of the door to pay a visit. By the way, Brother Lee, you said last time that the employee physical examination benefits. I talked to the hospital. By the time our side of the newcomers to the entrance, the full-time female workers are given on the benefits. The company reimbursement, just like you said. The insurance. Donzo took the documents out of a black leather briefcase and personally handed them over to Li Myungchul, who deliberately looked over the details. Chapter 87, Designation. Looks like it's true. My uncle is such a good guy. It's true. Women work is supposed to be at a disadvantage nowadays, and with this benefit, it's a great security. My uncle is really good, getting better and better. Fuyao is right to follow you. Fuyao can't doubt people. Fuyao excitedly held Li Mingjer's hand, her eyes full of teardrops. Mingjer, I believe you, and I also believe that Meizishin is not this kind of person. Yo, it's you kid. Gangzi caught a glimpse of Fu Jun standing at the side with a pale face, and the cape pulled him from behind the people to in front of them like he was lifting a kitten. What are you doing? I don't know you guys. Fu Jun struggled. He had seen Gangzi and the others and knew that this group of people were not to be messed with. Gangzi sneered, the hand of the cigarette, dusted the ash. Brotherly, it is this kid. When our clothes to get Sanlatan to do market research, it is he to Huang Feng tipped off that you steal the factory's clothes out of the sale, almost led to the dismissal. That's right, it's him. I recognized him. He wrapped all the clothes on the stall at that time, and on the following day these clothes were taken to your factory as evidence. Brotherly, we can't let him go. Fu Jun was recognized on the spot, embarrassed to the extreme. His white face only kept hooking to his chin. It's not me. It's not me. I didn't do it. Fu Yao let go of Li Mingzhi's hand. Walked to Fu Jun is a hard slap. Directly Fu Jun hit stupid. In his memory, this big sister of his never moved a finger. Sis, don't you call me sister. Fu Yao hated the iron. Tears rolled down like soybeans, staining this new dress specially bought because of her brother's birthday. Fu Jun, I know you've always looked down on me and your brother-in-law, thinking that you're not convinced that we eat from home and take what we get from home. But you shouldn't have gone to the trouble of harming your brother-in-law no matter how unkind you are with your mouth. Aren't you harming this family of ours by harming your brother-in-law? Fu Yao twisted her face to look at Fu Laohan. Dad, you don't know. He's joining with others to harm Mingzhi, writing anonymous report letters, trying to get Mingzhi expelled. We know all of this, but Mingzhi won't talk about it. He's also aggrieved, Fu Yao said with tears in her voice, fighting for her husband. This brother is really too uncontested. Fu Old Man immediately picked up the broom on the ground and swung it fiercely at Fu Xiaojun. You bastard. How could I have given birth to a son like you? Disgraced our old Fu family. It's just that you're idle all day long. And now you even harmed your sister. Are you still not a human being? Do you still have a little bit of a conscience? I'll beat you to death. Although Fu Old Man is old, but the hands of the strength is also very sufficient. This stick a stick in the back of the Fu Jun. Hit the Fu Jun wailing straight, screaming all over the yard, rolling. Dad, you prefer to believe in outsiders, do not believe in their own son. Ah, it hurts. I didn't do it, I don't admit it. Obviously he was the one who screwed the woman. Why did you hit me? You still say that. See if I don't beat you to death. Zhang Shueman was also anxious and in tears at the side. Dad, don't fight. You'll kill him. Fu Old Man tired to come up for air. I just want to beat him to death. I don't have a son like him. Even his own family members are harmed. Their own lack of success. But behind the back of the tactics to harm people, I surnamed Pei the Bright and open-minded all his life. But the son is a rat. I want to beat him to death. None of you don't stop. Run away Xiaojun. Dad will really kill you. Zhang Shueman shouted out a sentence. Fu Jun grabbed her. Two people fled. Before leaving, even shamelessly snatched the table placed on the big brother call. Gang Z see the situation directly with people chased out. Li Mingzhi's inner mixed feelings. Originally he did not want to make a mess to this point. Saw his father-in-law trembling with anger. Fu Yao gasping for air. He heart more or less some uncomfortable. But Fu Jun today called Sister Wang. On the pressure did not intend to give Li Mingzhi to leave any retreat. The only thing he had to protect himself first. Fu Yao and Fu Chun helped Fu Laohan back into the house with Fu's mother. This farce ended completely after Fu Jun's departure, and Li Mingzhi invited his relatives to leave as they were, each bringing a packed dish and a box of cigarettes. Sister Wang finally stayed and looked at Li Mingzhi guiltily. I'm sorry, I'm also. Sister Wang, you don't need to say anything. Li Mingzhi stopped Sister Wang. According to what Fu Jun said earlier, Li Mingzhi made up this day's salary to Sister Wang. Never mind how. The Fu family's gift can't be lost. Shen Meng's side still need to please you. Today this matter you just pretend that it didn't happen. I'll think of a way to solve the clean. Sister Wang understood. Did not intend to accept the money, but Li Mingzhi hard stuffed himself. Sister Wang had to accept it. After everyone had left, Li Niangchul dropped the lock and smoked a cigarette in the yard. Looking at the mess all over the yard, and the brooms that had fallen to the ground, he fell into deep thought. Maybe he is too sharp edges, only to provoke Fu Jun and other small people's jealousy. So staring at their own not let go, waiting for their own downfall. If he had previously against the military mellowsome, give him some face, perhaps the scene is not as embarrassing as today? Human jealousy is terrible. It can turn relatives against each other, and it can disregard moral ethics. He suddenly remembered that in his later life, he stood on top of a high platform and looked down on the whole world, and at that time he told himself that if there was an afterlife, he would never live for money again. Suddenly, his heart cleared, as if he understood something. My uncle? Fu Yao's voice sounded behind her. She squatted down and leaned against the back of Li Niangchul's shoulder. Those two soft masses made him forget to flick his cigarette ash and almost burned his hand. Hurrying to throw the cigarette away, he digressed. Where's Kiki? Kiki's inside with Mom and Dad. They're happier with Kiki. Li Niangchul exhaled. How's Dad doing? Fu Yao shook her head. Keep scolding that brat. This time Xiao Jun is really angry with Dad. Li Mingzhi sighed deeply. The good thing is that the old man's body is healthy. slow down a couple of days to rest over the strength. Will also understand. Fu Yao moved a small bench, sat on the side of Li Mingzhi, took his arm, put his head on his arm, a pair of big eyes soft like water. Only looking at Li Mingzhi did not want to move his eyes. My young chul, I have a favor to ask you? Li Mingzhi froze and looked at Fu Yao. Beg? Fu Yao wrapped Li Mingzhi's arm into her arms again, that softness pinning her own arm in between. This was simply playing with fire. Fu Yao blinked her eyes with an expression of embarrassment and having to say something, hesitantly refusing to open her mouth. Where did Li Mingzhi have the heart to care what she was going to say next now? I'd like to take Kiki here for a couple days, okay? Ha? Li Mingzhi's mouth opened wide. Isn't this killing him, meaning Fu Yao won't go home with him tonight? Fu Yao thought that Li Mingzhi was angry, and hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck and pampered herself. I know that a married daughter shouldn't be in charge of her mother's family's business, but I'm worried about mom and dad. And isn't Chi-Chi planning to change kindergartens, so it's okay to take a few days off, right? Li Mingzhi snapped out of it and gulped. Suddenly he remembered about the welfare housing. How about we apply for welfare housing as well, and bring mom and dad over to live with us? Chapter 88, I love you. Really? Fu Yao's eyes widened instantly, full of joy, and it was as if Li Mingzhi could see the large question mark hanging above her head. But this matter still needs a bit of preliminary preparation. Welfare housing wasn't that easy to apply for, and with Li Mingzhi's current status, it didn't have much to do with the three words welfare housing at all. No, I mean you're willing to let mom and dad live with us? Fu Yao's eyes widened. Li Mingzhi only found it funny. What's wrong with that? Don't you want to give your mom and dad old age? Mingzhi, I love you. Fu Yao was so excited that she directly nibbled on Li Mingzhi's face, holding his head tightly, sort of not letting go, and Li Mingzhi was so backed up that he almost forgot to breathe. In the latter part of his life, he was on the move and hardly cared about his parents in his hometown, and then his father fell seriously ill and died, and Li Mingzhi was buried when he received the news and rushed back. His mother yelled at him at his father's grave for being an ungrateful son and gave him a hard slap on the face. I wanted to take my mother away, but my mother said nothing, willing to leave his father. Li Mingzhi, because of business, cannot stay in the hometown for a long time, but in a few years his mother also went with his father, and he was early in the life of an orphan. Not being able to fulfill his filial piety before his parents' death is the biggest regret in his life. Fu Yao happily pulled Li Mingzhi to his father's bed in the house. Dad, Mingzhi said that he's going to take you guys over to our side. Fu Laohan came into the spirit upon hearing this, but quickly sank again, waving his hand at Mingzhi. Mingzhi, Dad knows you're filial. This time the matter has caused you to be aggrieved. It's our old Fu family that did the wrong thing. Dad apologizes to you on behalf of Xiaojun. Dad, aren't you obviously not treating me as a family when you say that? Let's not talk about two families. I will try to find a way to give Xiaojun a hand in this matter. When Fu old man heard this, he excitedly held Li Mingzhi's hand. Mingzhi, with your words, is now let me go. I am willing to Xiaojun, this child's nature is not bad. Dad beg you to save this child. As a matter of fact, the son is still more important than the daughter. His daughter has suffered so much. The old man's first thought is still the son. In fact, come to think of it, at that time Li Mingzhi's father is not also the same to him. Fu Yao poured a cup of tea for old man Fu, trying to make him smooth his air. Dad, I told Mingzhi to stay home for a few days, so that Chi-Chi can also accompany you too. Xiao Chun is busy at work, so there can't be no one at home. Fu mother's tears unconsciously stayed, holding her daughter's hand tightly. Daughter, aggrieved you, to see you married to such a good person as Mingzhi. Mom has no regrets. You must be good. Fu Yao nodded. Right now is to give her 10,000 taels of gold. She is not likely to leave her husband, and will have to rely on him for the rest of her life. Rely on him. Pay the old man to see the scene in front of him, but also a long breath of relief. Suddenly he remembered something. Sat up violently. Oops, my big brother. Let that brat take away. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and Fu's mother joked. It's this time of the year, and you're still thinking about that big brother of yours. Pei, the old man, is full of melancholy and anger. One hand forcefully pounded his own pain in the heart. That is, Mingzhi gave me to 10,000 yuan so much. Let that brat took away, and how good. Fu Chun did not have a good mood to open. You don't want to think about your big brother. Surely you have nothing to always take it out to show off, so that he is a mixed kid with the eye. I do not know how long to think about it all. Maybe this will be people to run to the market. To go to the market has long been sold for money. What do you know, you stinking girl? My son-in-law gave it to me. Why don't I show it off? I'd like you to give me one too. You do. Fu Chun pouted and turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to old man Fu. Li Mingzhi smiled and patted the old man's shoulder. Dad, don't worry. Within 2 days, I'll make sure that your big brother will obediently come back to you. Li Mingzhi was not worried that Fu Jun would just turn around and sell the big brother. With the current economic situation, no one could afford to buy it yet. If Fu Jun wanted to sell it cheaply, with his ambition and arrogant temperament, the price could not be less than 95% of the total price. Big Brother at this time belongs to the typical good-looking bad use of the product. Are businessmen or tycoons to show off the jewelry only? Ordinary people don't spend so much money on it. Alas, Mingzhi you must save your brother said Fu old man and tilted his head to drift off to sleep. Saying goodbye to Fu's mother, Li Mingzhi left Fu's house, where Gangzi had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Brother Li, how's the old man doing? Li Myungchul sighed helplessly. Just pissed off. Where's that kid? I let Liang. They quietly followed. This guy left this first time, certainly go to find Huang Feng. We now go back, can catch a present. Li Mingzhi nodded his head. If Fu Jun didn't cut ties with Huang Feng, this kid was really hard to lead. Only by poking and prodding and giving Huang Feng a small lesson to his face would Fu Jun be truly afraid. Huang Feng felt that Fu Jun even tired himself. Certainly will not come back to provoke Fu Jun. His task is also even completed. As for the discipline, Li Mingzhi does not intend to care. This is his old man's business. Brother, this what insurance you had me do overnight? Do we really need to buy some kind of maternity insurance premium for our employees? That's a lot of money to spend. Gangzi did not understand Li Mingzhi's behavior. Li Mingzhi smiled and did not answer. Early to buy, late to buy. The current insurance industry in the township development is not yet, but the future of the main market will definitely be in the countryside. In advance to give them brainwashing, when the future really have the opportunity to do the insurance industry to play the capital. It is also good. Okay, this plan I know brothers no can. We are now a formal company. All kinds of not only for the protection of employees, but also for our own protection. And so on a few years, this plan will have a policy down. We go with the policy. Policy. Gangzi couldn't help but widen his eyes, thinking that Li Myungchul was too powerful, and that what he wrote would even be supported by the state. Brother Huang, cleaning Huang Feng day after day buried in work, suddenly heard someone call him, could not help but startled, turned his face to see his Fu Jun, which is a sigh of relief. These days the old song has been looking for him, day by day. The old songs work but not an accurate letter. Not Huang Feng do not want to help, but now really do not know how to get this thing. In order to avoid the old song, he lived directly in the factory yesterday, taking advantage of Shun Zi going to the restroom. Huang Feng pulled Fu Jun aside. How was it? Did it work? If Li Myungchul were to fall at this time, perhaps he would still have the power to save the day. Fu Jun directly cried out, Brother Huang, we've all been tricked by that Chen Chong kid. Huang Feng froze. What the hell? What are you kid crying? Open your mouth and talk. Fu Jun sobbing. A snot and a tear. That Shen Meng and my brother-in-law is simply fine. They go to the hospital is not to do a maternity test, is to do what? Called what maternity insurance? What I do not understand. In short, this thing is false. That lied to us. Look at me, this body are beaten by my father. The Fu Jun twisted around, and his neck was speckled with red marks all over his waist. Hiss. The old man also hit hard enough. 2. Chapter 89, Assault. Huang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he had kept a mindful eye at that time. He knew that these two goods could not do the job, and almost took himself in again. This Li Mingzhi is really powerful, and Shen Meng that knee stirred up so unclear can retreat. Is it possible to have the help of the gods? Suddenly Huang Feng a little spine-chilling. Okay, don't cry. Crying old me upset. Hurry up and get out. Fu Jun hurriedly pulled Huang Feng, who was about to leave. Brother Huang, where are you going? Where else would I go? I'd go to ing work. Fu Jun hurriedly wiped away snot and tears. Brother Huang, I am now being kicked out by my father, my daughter-in-law, and I do not dare to go home for fear of retaliation by Li Mingzhi. Do you think it is possible to give the brother some money? The two of us to go out of town to hide? Huang Feng directly slapped on the back of Fu Jun's head. You still have the nerve to ask me for money? I'm your old man. Still have to spend money to support you. Hurry up and get out. Fu Jun grabbed Huang Feng's hand, somewhat unconvinced. Brother Huang, words cannot be said. I did it all for you. Now the east window. You cannot care about the brother. You have to give me today to get out of $2,000. Huang Feng only felt ridiculous. Where did he get the courage to call himself a brother with Huang Feng? If you hadn't asked me to arrange for Li Mingzhi to come in, what would I need to be so despondent today? It's not bad that I didn't settle the score with you, but you still dare to ask me for money. See Huang Feng's attitude of evil. Fu Jun these days inside the backlog of displeasure are vented. Huang Feng, you are a small section chief only. Even people Li Mingzhi's little thumb are not enough. In the past, I spent money on you to eat and drink. I received so many gifts and now turn the other cheek. You are a loser. Today you have to give this money. Do not give, also have to give. I damn not give. Can not what? Thing. Even his own sister sold out. You this kind of person deserved it. As far away as possible to roll as far away. These words completely enraged Fu Jun. he drew out his big brother directly from his waist behind him, and smashed hard against the back of Huang Feng's head. Ouch! How dare you commit murder! Huang Feng fell to his knees in pain, blood staining his hands red. Fu Jun, heart of the gas is considered out, can be in front of the blood shocked, although he is not a decent person, but in the end is not experienced. See, Huang Feng fainted on the ground without movement. Fu Jun dropped the big brother, turned around and ran without a trace. Chief Huang? Shun Zi after receiving the hand back. The factory but no Huang Feng's figure. A stunned, people ran away? Not so much. It's been so many days of work. Isn't it sick to run it this time? Shun Zi's left eyelid suddenly jumped up and he hurriedly covered it. My chow. Is this something that can't be? Section Chief Wang? Section Chief Huang? Shun Zi remembered that just now when he was having a big relief in the forest, he seemed to have heard a quarrel over here. He was now a little worried about Huang Feng instead. Turning a corner, not far away under a tree, Huang Feng was lying on the ground with his head covered in blood, which startled Shun Zi. Aya, Section Chief Huang, what happened to you? Huang Feng has no reaction at this moment. Shun Zi even do not care about locking the door. Directly carry Huang Feng and went to the hospital. When Li Mingzhi arrived at the hospital, Sun Yaogui and Secretary Zhou had been waiting for some time. What's going on? Shun Zi on the side. Some fear, I do not know. I just went to the toilet, came back to see him fall on the ground full of blood, and then the scene left a big brother. Li Mingzhi saw the big brother in the hands of Shun Zi. Suddenly, feelings are Fu Jun and Huang Feng do not know what to talk about, did not talk about. The two people turned against each other. How is the person now? Sun Yaogui sighed lightly. The person is fine. A few stitches. Section Chiefly, the person had an accident in your factory. You're responsible for it, but I won't ignore it either. Yes. Li Mingzhi knows Sun Yaogui too well. This is an obvious attempt to take off the responsibility. These days, it's not important to spend some money. What matters is who will take this responsibility. Don't worry, Plant Director Sun. I'll take good care of Section Chief Huang. After all, he's also my supervisor. Sun Yaogui was satisfied. I'm relieved when you say so. By the way, how's the new factory coming along? Rest assured that everything is in order. Before the end of the month can enter mass production. I arranged a few people and a few bazaar points made a good stall. The first will be on hand to sell a batch of spot, allowing villagers to small agents into the goods, regardless of the size of the single in the early stages. The early concessions, the first to the scope of the new company's operations and products to hit the road. The more people familiar with it, the more the orders will also grow. Hearing the words of Li Mingzhi, Sun Yaogui is very satisfied. In the township downtown to open a small stall diversion of this idea is he could not think of. According to this situation watch, 300,000 should soon earn back. I still have something to rush back to the factory. Medical expenses and whatnot, take the bill to find the financial reimbursement at that time. Good. Secretary Zhou nodded at Li Mingzhi, and Li Mingzhi then understood that this was just going through the motions, and that for Huang Feng, it was simply not the scope of Sun Yaogui's concern. Brother Li, do you think Section Chief Huang could have been robbed? Shun Zi looked at Huang Feng, who was lying in the hospital room, with some concern. Li Mingzhi smiled. Why are you concerned about him? Junko sighed softly. Ugh, after being under one roof for so long, I don't want him to die, even though I was bullied by him in the past and resentful of him. Li Niangchul patted Junko's shoulder. Don't worry, it's fine. How's the factory cleaning going? Junko snapped to a reprieve. Almost there. I've been free lately and Gangzi and the others will be coming over to help. There's strength in numbers. It's half as fast as expected. So we'll be able to redecorate a bit next week. Next week. It's still a bit slow for Li Mingzhi. Shunzi, help me notify Gangzi to recruit a batch of young and strong short-term workers, with meals and meat at all times, and clean up the factory for me in 3 days. 3 days. Although the factory was pretty much cleaned up by now, it was still a bit of an exaggeration to try to finish cleaning it in 3 days. That's right, 3 days, and for the opening ceremony next week, I'm going big. Shunzi was shocked. Opening next week? Brother Li, that's too soon, isn't it? Li Niangchul smiled. Do as I say. Shunzi, helpless, nodded his head to agree, although he felt that it could not be done. But since Li Mingzhi sent words, cannot be done, but also to find ways to do, who do not want to earn money a day earlier. Li Mingzhi took out $50 and gave it to Shunzi. Today you take care of him here. When he wakes up, what do you want to eat and buy some? I'll take this, big brother. Tomorrow I'll come over again. Junko nodded and took the money. Just turned around. The old song head-on collision. See, Li Mingzhi did not have the good taste to open. Cat crying, rats fake mercy. What to pretend? Li Mingzhi sneered. Can. Still horizontal. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and see how my brother is doing. A long-haired woman bypassed the two and rushed straight into the hospital room. She was Old Song's daughter-in-law Huang Lijun. Seeing Huang Feng lying on the bed crying her nose off, Chapter 90, Like the Wind. Lee Mingjur wanted to leave. The old song grabbed him. You cannot go. This person was injured in your place. This thing you are responsible for. First take 2,000 yuan. Do not take cannot go. Shun Zi was a bit upset. This is extortion. Just now Sun factory director can come. Said that can be reimbursed. You do not want to blackmail money. Old song sneer. Sun factory director how? My brother-in-law in the work of the incident. The factory should be responsible for. He now needs to rest. But also more nutrition. Do not give money how to do. Lee Mingjur. This responsibility you do not want to rely on. Lee Mingjur finally understood what exactly the responsibility mentioned in Sun Yagwa's mouth meant. But unfortunately, it was he, Lee Mingjur, who encountered it. Chen Chong you're familiar with, right? Old Song's face went violently white, and his grip on Lee Mingjur's hand suddenly loosened. What kind of person? I don't recognize. Lee Nyung-chul laughed. Oh, don't recognize? That's best. Old Song's eyes began to dodge up, but his mouth still refused to relax. You don't give me to pull away from the topic. Now we are talking about my brother-in-law's injury. You don't say that there is nothing. Lee Mingjur grimaced. Regarding Section Chief Huang's medical and related expenses, I won't give a single penny for what I should give. And you won't take a single penny for what you shouldn't give. After saying this, he left a sinister look and pulled Shunzi out of the hospital. Old Song suddenly got dizzy and hurriedly held onto the wall so he didn't fall down. Brother Lee, then this money? Since he didn't need Shunzi to keep watch at the hospital, he couldn't keep this $50 given by Lee Ming-chiol privately. Lee Mingjur waved his hand. You take it, wait a little later. You buy some fruits and so on, send it over, and then don't bother. I'll give you to say that the recruiting thing on the heart. Hurry up to do it, but also to find a chef who cooks well. I have something to do now. This side is over to you. Junko nodded and watched Lee Myung-chul come and go like the wind. Lee Mingjur, who left the hospital, went to the passenger terminal and turned around, and did not see the figure of Fu Jun. This kid may have already left here. It's good to go. The factory to really pursue him to eat and go. Yo, isn't this section chiefly? I've heard a lot about you. Oncoming middle-aged men in suits, looking very greasy. He's Zhang Guojun, from the housing management section of Factory 6. Lee Myung-chul smiled inwardly. This is a fast fat meat, even flew to his mouth by himself. Then how could he let him go? Yo, it's Section Chief Zhang. Zhang Guojun smiled in embarrassment. Where? It's just a deputy section level. Lee Mingjur enthusiastically pulled Zhang Guojun's hand. Up and down shake. Hey, I'm not also a deputy. Go find the ground I invite you to dinner. Good to come again how? Seeing Lee Mingjur so elevated himself, Zhang Guojun even more embarrassed up. Don't. Should I please? Fortunate to see Lee section chief here is also fate. The two of them, under the mutual boasting, took a taxi to the good again. Zhang Guoju poured wine for Lee Mingjur. He heard Lee Mingjur's deeds before. He admired him. The same deputy section level. People are much more dignified than him. Lee Mingjur knows that Zhang Guojun is a good old man. Smooth things. No one wants to offend. Up to the factory director. Down to the workers. He is equal. But such a person in the end is also for self-protection. Because no one knows if a worker is not tomorrow can become the factory director. But generally such people rarely can survive in the enterprise. The position is not firm not to mention left and right, but also cannot create favorable value for the company. It is impossible to enter the management. But by capturing his mind on this point of left and right, he was able to do a lot for Lee Myung-chul. Chief Lee is very capable. From a small security to deputy chief, and now the director of the new plant. Capable. I'm also a titular management. Maybe one day the factory will kick me out when they say so. It's still good for Section Chief Zhang to be in charge of the welfare house. There must be a lot of oil and water, right? Lee Mingjur remembers. 9 years of welfare housing. The factory is based on the length of service. Departments and positions to be allocated to the 97 years of the policy. Late marriage and childbearing and the length of service to reach the time. Can also have a quota allocation. But the quota is limited after all. And there is a great deal to learn about who is ranked first and who is ranked second. Zhang Guojun heard Lee Mingjur's meaning and hurriedly waved his hand with a panicked face. No, I've never taken a penny of money that doesn't belong to me. Section Chief Lee would never dare to say that. Lee Mingjur laughed, just from his cuffs through the table, said he did not take a penny. Ghosts believe, Zhang Section Chief do not be nervous. I am just joking. By the way, you just went to the station for what? Zhang Guojun slowed down a breath, which revealed a smile. I have a friend is doing business. Come to me want me to invest. Today just sent him away. I did not think so coincidentally at the station ran into Lee Section Chief. Lee Section Chief in that what? There is also money to invest in business. It seems that this guy is greedy quite a lot. Oh, I send channelers. Recently the new factory you also know. Business is busy. Zhang Guojun nodded. I know. This is spread all over the factory. Section chiefly is powerful. In just 2 hours, Li Mingjie touched Zhang Guojun clearly. Zhang Guojun's current situation is similar to that of Li Mingjie, above the pressure of a full section level. Although the work is done by themselves, but there is a full section pressure. The deputy section is an assistant. However, one should not underestimate the vice section. If the main section falls one day, the vice section will directly top it up. As a matter of course, Zhang Guojun is such a person. He is left and right, is waiting for Zhenka step down or transfer. He can smoothly take over. And with his good old nature, by then the supporters are not a few. This kind of person in turn is good to utilize. Li Mingjie will welfare housing related information is also almost clear. According to the distribution of this batch of welfare housing, there is no Shin Meng's name. Sun Yagua probably want to wait until the official distribution of welfare housing to do a little bit of handholding. The list of people brushed off a replacement for Shin Meng. Anyway, the list in the public before the public will let Sun Yagua first over the eyes. Then Li Myungchul can use the same means for a welfare house. In fact, the welfare room he itself is not rare. He really value is a few years after the real estate. But get a set to leave the two old people in old age is just a handful of things. All in all, it was not a bad meal. At night when I returned home, the small factory was already in operation. Liang was staring at the work in the room, and saw Li Mingjie come back and hurriedly greeted him. Brother Li is back. Sister-in-law didn't follow? Li Mingjie took the cigarettes in Liang's hand and lit them. No, I'm staying at my mother's house for 2 days. How is it over here? Liang looked at the room as busy brothers. These are our own brothers. Willing to follow us, a piece of dry gang brother called. Thinking of the money to brothers to share some of the Li, rest assured that their hands and feet are clean. I will always be here to watch, and will never make a mistake. Li Mingjie smiled. With the long contact time with Liang, understand that he is also a real person. Just occasionally impulsive personality, but the work is still solid. Strong execution, I do not mean. Willing to follow the earning of my Li Mingjie hands welcome. Doubtful people do not use. Chapter 91, Mr. Bear, Liang embarrassed scratching his head. Since the incident of Chun Chong, they are a few people all day is also worried. Afraid of offending Li Mingjie is one, and the second is also worried about the emergence of a second Chun Chong, blocking the brothers on the road to the right path. Brotherly, rest assured that the market in the past few days are playing a good. The stalls are also supported. According to what you said, we went to do the banners, specifically labeled the second factory manufacturing, receiving small orders. We have already received a few orders to take advantage of today's strong rush to catch up with the schedule, and we are also very excited about this. But I think it's a good idea. Receive small orders. We have taken a few orders. Take advantage of today's brother's vigor to catch up with the work schedule. Everything is always as expected. Under the banner of the factory, Li Mingjie pre-focused on the development of the township market, such as the township market after the formation of large orders for the province, and then later turned to trade, which is the initial to the new company to do the strategic layout. According to his anticipation, in 3 months or so, the factory's large backlog of goods would be swept away, and the stabilization of the township market would give the new company a sturdy foundation. Liang, you guys do a good job. I won't treat you poorly in the future. Liang nodded his head vigorously, just waiting for Li Mingjie to say this promise. Since the beginning of his career change to business, Liang only saw new hope. He began to envision his future life. He can also become a person who sits in a high-class hotel with a big brother to talk about business. Don't worry, brother Li, Liang, will follow you down to earth. Liang remembered something and ran back into the house to take out a piece of paper. By the way, brother, that kindergarten teacher's information you asked to check last time is all here. Zhenghong Kindergarten does have a spot, but it's already taken. The child person hasn't arrived yet. Li Myungchul took the paper and looked at it carefully. Liang added, the story goes that the girl hasn't come from her hometown yet, and there seems to be a problem with her account, so she hasn't been enrolled in school. Li Mingjie revealed a cold smile. Okay, Liang, you find a few brothers tomorrow morning when the market. In front of the Zhenghong Kindergarten, their teacher accept gifts, private arrangement of the quota of things to the grandparents to listen to. Remember, only to find the grandparents. This is a beautiful thing to do for me. Whether or not Chichi can get into Zhenghong Kindergarten all depends on you. Liang scratched his head in uncertainty. This time to tell the teacher accepting gifts, that Zhenghong Kindergarten still dare to accept gifts again to let Kiki enroll in the school. Li brother in the end what is thinking? Or is he planning to send Kiki to positive red kindergarten without paying for it? Patting Liang's shoulder, Li Myungchul tiredly went back to his room, but tossed and turned because he missed Fu Yao. This woman went back to her mother's house to live at this time. Really want to kill him. Liang's efficiency is very high. This morning when Li Mingjie went out, Zhenghong Kindergarten has been spread all over the streets. Although the receipt of gifts, this kind of thing is not uncommon, but really get on the stage to say, it is always not good. Okay, leave me alone. I'll be right there. Just arrived at the kindergarten office. Mr. Xiong's impatient voice came out from inside. Just 20 minutes ago Jinghong's people gave her the news that his daughter Ying could not be enrolled in school for the time being, and that they would have to make internal adjustments. Mr. Xiong, this will be anxious, has been calling her husband Lu Long. Want to let him go again to the relationship, but her husband simply do not care. Think the daughter let the grandmother to bring quite good. Why do not have to go all the way to go out? The relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is sometimes more or less related to children. Li Myung-chul raised the corners of his mouth when he heard that urgent wall-scratching voice. Mr. Xiong? What for? I've said I'll be there in a while. Teacher Xiong twisted his head to see that it was Li Mingjie, and hurriedly put down the phone in his hand. It's Kiki's father. No. I should call section chiefly. Since Song Xiaotian was fired, this matter spread. Mr. Xiong realized what a big mistake he had made. But who would have thought that a wimpy security guard had turned into a factory manager, and even the old Song was fired. This Li Mingjie is a bit tactful. Li Mingjie smiled and casually found a chair to sit down. I came here today to check out of school for Chi-Chi. We won't be coming here anymore. Teacher Xiong froze. Chiefly, what does this mean? Why doesn't Kiki go to the right school? Teacher Xiong was afraid in his heart, knowing that last time he said something he shouldn't have said. Li Mingjie must be holding a grudge, and if he lets Chi-Chi drop out of school at this time, the pot will have to be taken by Teacher Xiong. Li Mingjie looked at Ms. Xiong and greeted her as she sat down first. It's like this. This morning I inquired about another spot at Zhenghong Kindergarten, and since Chi-Chi's conditions in all aspects just fit, I'm going to enroll Chi-Chi in that kindergarten. When Mr. Xiong heard this, he became anxious. Chiefly, we are a factory kindergarten. The cost is the lowest. You can see the children usually eat the meal. That is good. You cannot look at other people's public kindergartens. You dislike our factory. If Li Mingjie wants to grab this place with Mr. Xiong can't really grab it. In order to get this place, she has already spent $10,000, and owes a lot of favors. She must not just let it go. She must bring her daughter back from her hometown. Section chiefly, I know that last time it was my words that were ill-considered, but Kiki has been here for so long. I've always treated her like my own daughter. I've never uttered a single harsh word, and I'm dedicated to my child. This is said by Ms. Xiong herself. Feel hush, not to mention the side listening to Li Mingjie, not to mention the best efforts. Li Mingjie at best feel that she is hypocritical, and now she is not even a human being, is not worthy of engaging in the noble work of education. A good education industry is a rat like you, ruining the word teacher. You know in your own heart how you treat Kiki. I didn't come here today to talk to you for nothing, just to tell you that Kiki isn't going on. After Li Mingjie finished speaking, he headed for the door, and Mr. Xiong hurriedly went forward to stop him. No, if Chi-Chi doesn't go on, then the extra tuition fees that were paid before won't be refunded. Li Mingjie only thought it was funny. Would he care about the $10 or so in tuition now? Fine, then give it to your daughter as tuition. As soon as those words came out, Mr. Xiong understood it all. Oh, I know, you're the one who made a mess out of it, right? You're purposely taking revenge. Li Myung-chul stood still without speaking. Teacher Xiong looked as if he understood the whole state. Pointing at Li Mingjie's nose, he began to scold. You bully women. Are you still not a man? Do you know how much effort I wasted in order to get into Zhenghong? What right do you have to snatch it from me? That daughter of yours is not at all a material for going to school, and go to Zhenghong is still in this stupid state, being bullied and can't speak up. Snap. Li Mingjie didn't give her the slightest bit of face, and slapped her hard in the face. I'm still telling you today, not only will Chi-Chi be able to go to positive red, in the future I'll send her to study abroad. I'll use everything I have to give my daughter the best. I'll be damned. Just that silly girl. How can she compare to my daughter? Just you wait. I'll make sure your daughter can't go to positive red either. Li Myung-chul was a bit fuming, and the hand that had just fallen was ready to be raised a second time. Teacher Xiong didn't notice Li Mingjie's strong killing intent in the slightest and continued to curse. Big deal. I'm not afraid of you. Chapter 92, The Red Color Confidant. You shut up. The director of the park, Lu Hongli, walked out. As soon as she shielded Teacher Xiong behind her, she looked at Li Mingjie with a smiling face. Chiefly, this is a kindergarten. The children are all here. It's always bad for you to scold the teacher at every turn like this. Even if Teacher Xiong has 1,000 mistakes, she should be managed by me as the leader. But for her rude behavior, I apologize to you on behalf of the park, and we will also return Chi-Chi's school fee refund as much as you want. Please just go to the finance office to complete the relevant procedures. Lu Hongli is about 47 years old, a simple casual white sportswear, permed with a 70s mom's head, slim figure, rosy cheeks, overall looks gentle and generous, not at all like a woman in her 40s. Li Mingjie respected the cultured people. Director Lu, regarding the bullying and coldness that Chi-Chi suffered at the kindergarten. I will not pursue it any further. Please manage your staff well and put more thought into the children instead of thinking about whether or not anyone's children's parents are cadres. These words can only be said to those who really have a heart for the current management model. And this kind of problem has become a common yet helpless phenomenon no matter what industry it is in. And for the next 30 years or so, there are some phenomena that ordinary people do not understand, but their existence must be recognized. Lee Mingjur did not go to the financial procedures. That extra call for more than $10. To him with a few cents no difference. Mr. Xiong's words broke his heart. Want to ensure that Chi-Chi's smooth entry into the kindergarten. His action needs to be accelerated to be able to do so. The matter should not be delayed. And now immediately go to the Zhenghan kindergarten. Going department shopping. Yeah, I had my eye on that silk scarf last time. And I'd say anything to get my hands on it today. Shen Meng and her little sister are walking out from the factory. Want to take advantage of the lunch break. To the department store to shop. Usually no money and dare not go. This time Li Mingjur to go from Lu'er that the goods. 0.5% of the profit mentioned to Shen Meng. Although not much, but also enough to spend a while on Shen Meng big money. Ahem. Beautiful. Just outside the factory entrance, Li Mingjur stood in the doorway and whistled at Shen Meng, pretending to tease. Shen Meng raised her eyebrows and walked to follow her. Why are you free to come to me today? I heard that your new factory is almost done. When will you be working? Now. Li Mingjur grinned with a look of pleasing Shen Meng. Shen Meng looked up and down, feeling that it was no good. Today? Isn't your factory still not cleaned? The factory has not cleaned up well, and when you go to work does not conflict. You go to work a day earlier. I will let Shunzi to give you a day earlier on the attendance. Then you can earn a day earlier. Who has a grudge with the money? Is not it? Shen Meng pouted, always feeling that Li Mingjur didn't have good intentions, like the suspicious state when he was looking for her to steal the military coat. Li Mingjur looked at the little sisters standing behind Shen Meng, and then looked at Shen Meng. I'll treat you to dinner at noon today. How about we go to the Western-style restaurant on the top floor of the department store and have a steak? Upon hearing that she could eat steak, Shen Meng's two eyes twinkled and glowed, but she quickly pretended to look like she didn't care. I've said goodbye to Ali and we're going shopping, so why should I go wherever you tell me to go? Li Myung-chul smiled even wider. I'll give you the silk scarf you just mentioned, how about it? Shen Meng pretended to be hesitant, but the corner of her mouth was a smile that she couldn't hide, being attentive to nothing. Is there something you want? Li Mingjur said in a serious manner. Look at what you said. Nothing. I cannot find you a meal. A shopping street? You're such a snob. It's a waste of time for me to take you as my confidant. Confidant, 4 words, Li Mingjur said without intention. Shen Meng is listening to the intention, red face. Confidant? Shen Meng suddenly looked into the eyes, so that Li Myung-chul froze, looking at the watery eyes, white and rosy cheeks, full of anticipation and surprise. There is something that suddenly at this moment held Li Myung-chul's heart. He nodded dully. Yeah. Shen Meng turned around, pursed her lips, and arrogantly raised her head and crossed her arms. Scoundrel, who is your confidant? Wait. After rejecting his little sister, Li Myung-chul took a taxi and brought Shen Meng to the department store mall, which was cold and quiet on a weekday with not many people here. Compared to the shopping malls of the latter days, this place could only be considered a supermarket. I've been hearing them talk about it. I haven't officially come in and take a look around. It's so big here. Shen Meng was in a good mood, and just after entering the front door, she was like a kitten that had broken free from its bondage and was wandering around, and Li Mingjur couldn't even pull it. She was wearing a white printed saffron dress today with a big bow behind her waist cinching. The slender waist gently swayed from side to side. Very cute. Didn't you say you had your eye on a silk scarf? Shen Meng stopped her steps and turned to look at Li Mingjur, who was following behind her and couldn't wait to spend money. She looked up and down and realized that he was still wearing an old suit. Why are you still wearing rags? At least now you are considered a factory manager. You should get a better line. Go, I'll help you pick. Li Mingjur laughed, then shook his head. No hurry. I'm here with you today. I'll let Yao Yao prepare mine later on. It's just a hassle to pick and choose. Shen Meng glanced down at her mouth. A sentence for Yao Yao to prepare. She snapped back from the joy she was immersed in. Oh, let's go. Let's go eat first. Suddenly that high level of enthusiasm disappeared. Shen Meng turned around and headed upstairs. No matter how gorgeous the clothes next to her were, she didn't want to look at them again. Li Myung-chul is a bit confused. Why is she angry again? In the early days of the China World Trade Center Mall, it was not allowed to open a restaurant, but the owner of this restaurant, Zhao Hui, is also one of the investors in this China World Trade Center, which is very strong. I heard the family is in insurance and finance. Doing finance in this era, you can easily be worth millions. Unfortunately, Li Myung-chul does not have that much money to play with capital at the moment. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. I'll treat you today. Li Mingjur's smile looked a little less than sincere. And Shen Meng had long since seen that Li Mingzhi's invitation to her dinner was definitely not that simple, and he also sent her silk scarves. He didn't know what kind of caution he was playing behind this. Expensive. Shen Meng only gave these two words, and then with a bland smile on her face, she stopped speaking. Well, it looks like there's going to be some blood today, or else it's not going to be easy to continue with the rest of the conversation. A 2-minute steak dinner and an aperitif. Seeing Shen Meng eat almost, Li Mingzhi slowly opened his mouth. Let's get down to business. Something to ask for your help. Shen Meng rolled her eyes and licked the sauce from the corner of her mouth. I knew it. Thanks for pretending for so long. Li Mingzhi originally did not intend to go around the bend with Shen Meng, but the opening of the begging, treat to a meal to send a small gift, this is considered a rule. The rules for to-do face, Red Kindergarten Enrollment Office Director. Lu Wei. You know, right? Shen Meng suddenly realized. Looking at Li Mingzhi about to grin to the ears of the mouth, the heart is even more uncomfortable. You have something directly with me to say on the line. To engage in this set of why? Redundant. Angry again? Chapter 93, The Positive. Li Mingzhi hurriedly brought the croissant to Shen Meng's mouth. I do want to change Chi-Chi to a better kindergarten, but this public kindergarten is not easy to get into, as you know. Li Mingzhi thought that the reason why Shen Meng was angry was because she felt that she always used her, but in fact, Shen Meng hated that Li Mingzhi treated herself like Lu Er and those people in general. But what difference does she want? She doesn't know herself? Ugh. Shen Meng sighed out a deep breath, furious, and finally chose to compromise. Okay, I'm doing this for Chi-Chi. It has nothing to do with you. Okay, whatever you say. It didn't matter to Li Myung-chul as long as Shen Meng was willing to help, for whoever he wanted. Zhenghong Kindergarten is the first public kindergarten here, not to mention the teacher strength. Compared to those private kindergartens run by factories, Zhenghong's management mode in supervision and management of the children are not comparable to them. This is something that Li Myung-chul also values. Li Wei is transferred from the city. His family is Sanlitun, and then went to work in the university. There is an opportunity to mention with the leadership of the callback, and finally return to his hometown to contribute to a force. Got an enrollment classroom teacher of the idle demolition of the difference. 30-something, not married. I heard that is higher vision, but in fact it is the family is poor. People and stupid, not smooth. In the big city cannot grasp the opportunity. No way to transfer back. How do you know I know Li Wei? Shen Meng didn't speak in a good mood. Li Mingzhi smiled badly. Who doesn't know the famous factory flower here, isn't it? In fact, it was Li Mingzhi who inquired that Li Wei had once gone to the factory to find Shen Meng, and thought that the two must have known each other. Shen Meng took a big bite of the croissant handed over by Li Mingzhi, and her cheeks suddenly bulged like a small hamster, and she glared at Li Mingzhi with eyes full of defiance. Again, like a puffer fish that had blown its load. Li Wei is a cousin of my second aunt's family, and I'm not familiar with. When I first came over here, I wanted me to find someone to ask about the account, which is only familiar with this over and over again. But, Shen Meng was about to speak, and Li Myung-chul raised his eyes to look at her. What? She hesitated for a long time before she opened her mouth. He's a person with a bit of an odd temper, and he's not very good at talking, and he doesn't feel good at talking, and he's a bit of an axe, and I've heard that it's because of that the park assigned him to this post in the enrollment office. Li Mingzhi nodded his head and understood Shen Meng's meaning. This kind of person is just a typical low emotional intelligence, does not understand the world, straight temper without euphemisms and smoothness. In severe cases, it can even be a bit prideful. Once in the latter part of the world, the department HRBP to Li Myung-chul detailed program on personnel management and rational deployment. No people to make good use of this convenient. He is quite handy. Thinking of this, he suddenly lowered his eyes, remembered the latter, and had to feel that if he really knew how to read people he wouldn't. What's wrong with you? Thinking about what? Feeling the change in Li Myung-chul's expression, Shen Meng's mouth that was about to bite the bread stopped. She didn't like this expression of Li Myung-chul right now. Was it regret? Li Mingzhi came back to his senses, shook his head, picked up the wine in front of him and drank it all in one go. Don't worry, after dinner later, ask for a leave of absence. Accompany me to the same Zhenghong kindergarten in the afternoon. You only need to help me knock on the door. I'll do the rest myself. Li Mingzhi now attitude, like already have a full grasp, but Shen Meng do not believe. Perhaps the first few times are lucky on the head. May not be Li Mingzhi times can be so lucky. It is time for him to touch the wall. But Shen Meng will still do her best to help him and find a way to get Kiki into Zhenghong kindergarten. Before going to kindergarten, she needs to get ahead of herself. Before she finished eating, Shen Meng let Li Mingzhi settle the bill and took her to the third floor to pick out clothes for women's clothing. Does it look good? How about this one? I think this one is better. Help me with your eyes. Li Mingzhi did not feel a big yawn. Only one side of the concurrence, N. Good. All good looking, like all buy it. Shopping with a woman is a man's nightmare, no matter the age. Yo, if it isn't Plant Director Lee. Han Yuejin saw Li Mingjie and Shen Meng buying clothes intimately all the way across the room. There are wives who still do this. Typical style problem. Han Yuejin saw it and had to manage. Li Mingjie revealed a friendly smile. Section Chief Han. What a coincidence to run into you here. Han Yuejin didn't give Li Mingjie any face. You're a family man. Keep a certain distance from your female comrades to avoid unnecessary trouble. His voice wasn't exactly small, but he spoke forcefully, fitting his status and demeanor. The surrounding salesmen heard the commotion and poked their heads out of their cabinets to watch. Who has a family? Who could look at him if he's like that and still comes out behind his wife's back to get laid? That man looks like he's from a good place to me. You didn't hear the man call him the factory manager. Yeah, don't be nosy, shoo. Li Mingjie lowered his eyes and smiled lightly, knowing that because of Song Xiaotian's matter, it was considered a small offense to Han Yuejin. But now Li Mingjie is no longer the kind of person who can control Han Yuejin, and he is not afraid. Chief Han is right. Especially the kind of person who has a family of his own but goes out and screws other people's wives and ruins their reputation behind their backs when their wives don't want to is no different from. Han Yuejin sneered, knowing that this is to remind himself that there are problems with the family style. Han Yuejin will not be able to eat this kind of dark loss. That's right. Like that kind of mouth to say how much importance to the family. Behind the back but out of the promiscuity is not even worse than the dog. Good you Han Yuejin. This is to go head to head with him Li Mingjie. One is a full grade section chief of the labor union supervision section, and the other is a deputy grade section chief and titular new factory director of the tiny defense section. Han Yuejin is not afraid of Li Mingjie in the slightest. Factory director Li? Shen Meng heard the commotion and came out of the fitting room, and Li Mingjie and Han Yuejin looked over and froze at the same time. It was a pale yellow dress with white polka dots on it and a poofy skirt tail. On her feet was a pair of white high-heeled leather shoes. On her head was a bow that Li Myung-chul had given her last time, and in her neck was a silk scarf that she had just bought today. She looked like a modern girl out of a pictorial, and her yellow dress made her skin look like a peel egg, smooth and delicate, with no blemishes in sight. Lifting a hand to brush the ponytail that rested on her shoulder, she walked towards the duo. A slight smile made Li Myung-chul almost not go weak in the knees. Even Han Yuejin froze in place, unable to take his eyes off Shen Meng's body, lamenting it's good to be young. Section Chief Han coincidentally can also meet here? Really idle. Shen Meng opened her mouth smilingly, but it was full of honeyed words. Han Yuejin hurriedly returned to his senses and looked away. It's almost time to go to work. Why don't you go back to the workshop? Don't wander around outside and hang out with immodest people. It'll affect your reputation. Shen Meng is still smiling. Han Section Chief, this is not right. I am now Li Factory Director's secretary. This Sun Factory Director also agreed. He is very supportive of the factory's female workers to the new company to learn, which will soon start work. I let the Li Factory Director to help me to pick the overalls. There is also a problem? But I heard the meaning of Section Chief Han's dish just now, as if he has some misunderstanding about Factory Director Li, right? Saying this, he also intimately took on Li Myung-chul's arm, not avoiding it in the slightest, and glaring at Han Yuejin with a "You're idle, aren't you?" look on his face. Chapter 94, The Red Kindergarten. Han Yuejin didn't argue meaninglessly with Shen Meng. He finally looked at Li Mingjie. You take care of yourself, I'm done talking. After saying that, he turned around and left them all. Shen Meng spat her tongue out at him desperately. Nosy, your own relatives have problems and still have the nerve to come and teach others with a straight face. Humph, okay, he is at least the union. But, Li Mingjie looked up and down Shen Meng, found that her collar is slightly lower. To Li Mingjie's height, as long as slightly lower eyes, is a piece of welfare. This is not for nothing to give people advantage. Shen Meng stroked her hair and pretended to be deep, as if she was plotting something big. You don't have to care about that. Let's go. Zhenghong Kindergarten. Shen Meng is a few years younger than Fu Yao, not as gentle and generous as Fu Yao, but more than Fu Yao lively and lovely. The two a character introverted, a character flamboyant. Li Mingjie sometimes think about the fate is also wonderful, but it is the two women to their own side. I just do not know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Positively red kindergarten with a red painted sign painted on the front door. Just as he reached the door, the security guard lazily lifted his face from the security room, looking like he hadn't woken up. What's the matter? You're not allowed to pick up the kids at noon. Li Mingjie approached the window and handed over a red double happiness. I'm not here to pick up the child. I want to see the director of your enrollment office, Zhang Wei. When the security guard saw the red double happiness, he got a little bit of spirit. At this time can smoke the red double happiness is not any ordinary people. At least then he is a security guard senior. But he's been a kindergarten janitor for so long. He's seen a lot of people who are rich and famous. Sizing up Li Mingjie, all ragged and tattered, clothes washed white, do not know to rebuy a piece, but smoke such a good cigarette? It couldn't have been picked up on the side of the road. Thinking so, The security guard pinned his cigarette behind his ear. Do you have an appointment? Call Director Lee's office and ask him to come out and pick you up. This security guard is also counted as one of the most polite of the snobs, not directly as a psychopath Lee Mingjer threw away. Think also afraid of Lee Mingjer behind the really powerful, offended, but also a disaster. Lee Neung-chul paused. Calling? Do you have the phone number for Levi's office? Shen Meng stood under the big sun, constantly fanning herself, and when she heard Lee Mingjer's words, she shook her head wearily. Where did I get that? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come to him at all, and we haven't seen each other for a long time. Lee Mingjer looked at the security guard again. Just say that a girl named Shen Meng is looking for him. The security guard froze, his head stretched outward, and the moment he saw Shen Meng almost drooled. Oh, you're the one who's looking for Li Wei. What's your relationship? Shen Meng glared at him. What do you care? You do what you're told to do. What's the point of asking so many questions? The security guard smiled attentively. Don't I need to register here? Tell me, what's your relationship with Li Wei? I'll let you in if you tell me. Snap! Lee Neung-chul slammed the table, startling the security guard, right into Lee Neung-chul's impatient eyes. Hurry up and call. The security guard was stunned and hurriedly dialed the office. He had stumbled upon a master who was not to be messed with. After hanging up the phone, the security guard immediately put on a smiling face. That, Director Lee said he'll be right out. Why don't you guys come and sit in the security room first? There is an electric fan. The security guard pulled open the gate of the main door and invited the two of them, Lee Neung-chul and Shen Meng. Inside, Shen Meng looked at Lee Mingjer, her face full of reluctance. I'm going to drink a soda later. Okay, popsicles and sodas. Okay, my aunt. Only then did Shen Meng reveal a smile, saying, that's more like it. Little dream. Why did you come all of a sudden and didn't tell me in advance? Li Wei hadn't even gotten to the door of the security room before he hurriedly called out Shen Meng's name. Sounding out of breath, he should have run over. Looking at his state, Lee Neung-chul knew that he had bet right this time. Brother Li Wei, I didn't meet something before I came to find you. Let me introduce you. This is my leader, Lee Mingjer, Lee factory manager. Li Wei glanced at Lee Mingjer and nodded slightly. Then he pulled Shen Meng up and headed for the office building. Let's not talk about it yet. Hurry up and go sit in my office. I'll get you a soda to drink. Lee Mingjer froze in place. Do not feel angry and ridiculous. This goods a few lifetimes have not seen a woman. Saw Lee Mingjer did not even greet. Pulling Shen Meng, licking the dog. The security guard behind him couldn't help but laugh. And Lee Neung-chul immediately glared at him. Laugh my ass off. What's the matter with you? The security guard still couldn't help but scoff. Brother, don't take it out on me. This Director Lee is notorious for not doing any favors. Don't you see he didn't even bother with me? You're nothing. Surprisingly being mocked by a security guard. Lee Mingjer was furious. Do you believe it or not? I'll let him come out in a while and send me out personally with a nod and a bow, and call me a brother on the way out. The security guard only thinks that Lee Mingjer's face can hang on, and then say angry words only, line. You are the big brother line. Hurry up to go in. I have to continue to duty it. After saying that, he directly went into the house, and with a bang the door of the security room directly closed, and Lee Neung-chul clearly heard the dark curses from inside saying psycho. Good, very good. As soon as he entered the office, Li Wei was busy fanning Shen Meng. Xiao Meng, you just said that there is something for me to do. The last account thanks to you to find someone. I still think about when to treat you to a skewer to thank you. Ha! Hearing about eating skewers, Lee Mingjer couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Wei turned to look at Lee Mingjer, only to realize that he also followed along and came in. Not feeling puzzled, your little dream's leader, right? Feel free to sit down. Since becoming the director of this enrollment class, what kind of people he has not seen? That is, Sun Yaogua personally, he will not change his attitude. Seeing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Shen Meng hurriedly spoke up. Brother Li Wei, is there still a place in our kindergarten? Li Wei froze, unconsciously pulled away from Shen Meng, re-sitting within the desk. There is a quota. Xiao Mengyu. Shen Meng hurriedly put down the soda in her hand. Yeah, that's the spot I want. Li Wei thought about it, unconsciously touching the fountain pen on the table. Is it your relative's child? Or, he does not want to be Shen Meng's own child. What a joke. Shen Meng hurriedly shook her head. It's plant director Lee's daughter, who was in the kindergarten of the plant before, and now she wants to be transferred over here. And when she heard that we still have a spot, we came. Oh, so Li Wei, this person is not smart, but also not stupid. Shen Meng suddenly visited him to feel that it is what is asked for. As soon as the mention of the kindergarten quota of the matter, he hesitated. If it is to Shen Meng relatives to do, he can also be in Shen Meng's mind to win a good impression. But this 8-pole cannot hit the bull ***** leadership, but also dared to use Shen Meng to come to him to get a quota. A joke. Xiao Meng not I do not help you. Recently out of the matter you may not know. Our teacher accept gifts to sell places in the matter of the recent investigation is very strict. The city's leadership attaches great importance to this matter. I have no way to casually arrange. You do not make it difficult for me but brotherly way. You haven't even seen that little girl. She matches our criteria in every aspect, and is perfectly capable of attending our kindergarten. Chapter 95, Faith and Ideals. Li Wei smiled helplessly, posing as the director. I really don't have this right here. Why don't you guys try to find the director of the garden? I can tell you where the director's office is. I can only help you up to this point. Shen Meng froze. In fact, she had known that it was such a result. This person is simply oil and salt. But unfortunately, Li Mingzhi did not listen, which does not immediately touch the nail. Li Mingzhi had the general situation mapped out. He gave Shen Meng a look. Shen Meng immediately understood and stood up to sit on a chair to the side. Li Mingzhi obediently sat opposite Li Wei. Did not wait for Li Mingzhi to open his mouth. Li Wei opened his mouth first. Li Factory Director. Right. I really cannot help this favor. You directly go to the director of the garden to go through the normal procedures on the line. Li Mingzhi smiled, handed a cigarette. Li Wei pushed his hand to indicate that he did not smoke. Li Mingzhi then put the cigarette box in his hand. Director Li. Our kindergarten. You are the master of the admissions office. In the enrollment of this matter, it is reasonable to say that you should speak with heavy weight. Is it that the director of the park did not give you a share of power? Li Wei looked at Li Mingzhi without saying anything. Li Mingzhi smiled and continued to speak. Yes, how do you say that you are also a college student, or transferred back from the city, just as a kindergarten's little director? It is indeed a bit of condescension. You don't need to flatter. I've seen many people like you. Li Wei refused to let Li Niangchul continue to put words in his mouth. Li Mingzhi laughed again. I flattered you? Then you may have misunderstood. I'm reminding you Director Li. Li Wei frowned. Suddenly at this moment he was somewhat unable to understand Li Mingzhi in front of him. In fact, he had heard a lot about Li Mingzhi's name in recent days. From a small security guard, he had transformed into the director of the new factory. Originally today at first sight still feel ordinary. Perhaps just got lucky, or maybe it is slipped to the factory manager. In any case, a person for more than 20 years have no talent. It is not possible to suddenly have such a change. This is not logical. Li Mingzhi raised back and leaned on the back of the chair. The condescension that I am talking about is your high education, not you personally, holding such a high education for nothing. Indeed no use. Saying that it is the director but not even a little bit of real power. And also, it is true that it is not rare to see someone so down to earth and without ambition like you. At least it will make the kindergarten a lot more decent. Li Wei's eyebrows unconsciously raised high. He heard the logic in Li Mingzhi's words, but it was just a stolen concept. In fact, the essence is still flattery, but it must be said that Li Mingzhi did say his pain, so that he was not too comfortable in his heart. I am very opposed to stuffing red envelopes to arrange this kind of thing. Also think that as a public kindergarten, on behalf of the country's image, up to the director of the garden, down to the security staff should set an example. Do not think about their own interests, for the motherland to concentrate on cultivating flowers. This is the real education. You director, do you think? Li Mingzhi, this is indeed said to the heart of Li Wei's mind. Before the teacher receives money to arrange for people into the kindergarten thing, he did not know. If he knew, certainly up to report. Seeing that Li Wei is thinking, Li Mingzhi multiplied. In fact, we use favorable means to protect the interests of the country and the children. The best way to change the status quo is to be open and fair and equitable, so that the children who really comply with the regulations have a chance. In fact, I'm not here today to make arrangements for my daughter, but rather come to the kindergarten to give advice. Director Li, I believe that once I see you today, you will be the only person to change this bad trend. I hope you show the vigor to resist. Help the children for a truly fair and just opportunity to speak out for the children. Li Mingzhi's words simply put Li Wei on the position of a national leader, making Li Wei's heart instantly boiled with blood, feeling that as a member of our party he should pay something for the country. At this time, Li Mingzhi once again handed Li Wei a cigarette. In fact, we are all small people. I'm the same as you, but I dared to fight against fate, and I'm not willing to be satisfied with the status quo, so I've succeeded. And I know that by always just resting on my laurels as a security guard, I'll never be able to reflect my own value, and I'll never be able to do something for my motherland. Don't you think so, Director Li? Li Wei froze at Li Mingzhi's words and ghostly took the cigarette. Plant Director Li, are you really just a security guard? Li Mingzhi smiled without saying anything and gave Li Wei a look that could only be understood. In the latter days, Li Niangchul liked to talk to college students about their ideals the most. They are always full of ambition, because they are not appreciated and gradually sink. Want to make them work with impulse? The best way is to bring up their ambition again. Firm up their beliefs, and then they will be like robots, fighting for their future, and it is important to be able to bring more practical benefits for the enterprise. And Li Mingzhi suddenly changed his tone, lowered his voice close to Li Wei, awkwardly opened his mouth. What kind of person asks a girl to eat skewers? The person dresses up so beautifully and wears clean shoes. Do you want her to go with you to eat skewers at a night market stall? Surrounded by scoundrels who are bare-chested and drinking beer and blowing cowhide. Who would go with you? Li Wei took a deep breath. Or Li Mingzhi's words into the heart. According to Li Mingzhi's words, with a beautiful Shen Meng at least to go to a high-class restaurant to set off. Eating string is indeed a little. He also didn't want Shen Meng to leave in the dust the first time he approached him for an errand. Li Mingzhi continued. You are now just a director. May not be a high salary, but this does not mean that you are a director for life. The future of the country, if the establishment of the Ministry of Education or something, you and the return to the city to serve is not impossible. After all, you are a college student, but the early stage of you have to take a little attitude out of the country in order to think that you are a talented person, unless you are now doing a director on the willingness to do. If it is so, then today is considered a brother. I talk too much, said Li Mingzhi directly, stood up with a disappointed face and opened his mouth. Xiao Shun, let's go. Director Li may not be the one we seek help from. Shen Meng was stunned and didn't know what Li Niangchul meant, so she could only obediently follow and stand up. Just 2 steps away, Li Wei finally opened his mouth. Factory Director Li, you forgot your cigarettes. He walked up quickly and handed the cigarette back to Li Niangchul. Li Mingzhi pretended to come to a sudden realization and slapped his head. Look at me. I was busy with my daughter. My memory is plummeting. I can't help it. I also want my daughter to be able to go to a better kindergarten and be a character in the future. Okay, let's go then. Ignoring Li Wei, who didn't catch up, Li Mingzhi just walked forward. Shen Meng glared at Li Mingzhi without any good reason. Just walk away. I feel like he's going to say yes. How can you walk away? Li Niangchul smiled. This was basically a done deal. All he had to do now was wait for Li Wei to catch up. Yo! Factory Director Li came out. The security guard at the door saw Li Mingzhi and Shen Meng come out alone. Couldn't help but taunt. It's okay. Our director has this temper. How many come to look for him to do things or touching the nose? Get used to it. After all, you're not God, is not it? Ha ha. Shen Meng fiercely glared at the security guard. Where did the kitten and puppy come from? Also dare to fart here. Really want a big ear scraping to whip him twice. Chapter 96. A friend is hard to find. Factory Director Li. Wait for me. Just as he walked to the security room, Levi chased him out. He jogged all the way to Li Mingzhi's front and held his hand tightly. A word wakes up the dreamer. Factory Director Li. It's hard to find a soulmate. About the program you said, I'll look for the director of the garden to talk about it right now. You prepare your daughter's information and just take the time to hand it in tomorrow. Li Mingzhi pretended to be surprised and pleasantly surprised, and backhanded Li Wei. Director Li, I don't mean this. I definitely didn't say these words for the sake of my daughter. I'm sincere. Li Wei waved his hand and bowed deeply to Li Mingzhi. Factory Director Li, if you think so, you've misunderstood me. From today onwards we don't talk about two families as brothers. This is just a small favor. Li Mingzhi nodded his head, so excited that he almost didn't tune out his tears. Then I'll thank my brother for your sister-in-law, and come up to the house for dinner when you have time. Li Wei hurriedly nodded his head. Definitely pay a visit. Brother Li, you guys take care on the road. Older brother, don't give me a ride. Hurry back, the sun is shining. It's okay, brother. I'm giving you a couple steps. How are you guys going to get back? Let me get you a cab. No. How can I let my oldest brother pay for this? Don't worry about us. Turn around and big brother will treat you to dinner. Okay, then you guys slow down. Okay, back to. Just like that, the two people took 3 steps and turned back twice, thanking each other while separating, like acting out a bitter drama, making the security guards at the door stare in disbelief. He's been here since the opening of the park, and he's never seen Director Li treat someone like this. Director Li, what is this plant? Director Li? Director Li fiercely glared at him. Don't pry into things you shouldn't. Don't pry into things you shouldn't pry into. And tomorrow when Li comes to hand in his information, contact me first thing, and tell him to come directly to the office. Got it? The guard hurriedly nodded. Yes, I know. It wasn't until Director Li disappeared into the stairway of the office building that the security guard looked up and spat. Bah! What the hell? This Li Wei, the transformation before and after is too big. What method did you actually use? Shen Meng opened her mouth curiously. Although she had been listening to the two people talking from the side, she simply didn't know what the two people were saying again, and couldn't figure out the reason for Li Wei's change in temperament. Li Mingzhi just opened the soda in his hand and handed it to Shen Meng. He is the kind of person who feels that he is not talented. There is no timing and there is no precipitating event. I helped him to find the faith, confirmed the goal, firm ideals, the rest is to prove and practice. I intentionally mentioned Shichi, suggesting that this is the precipitating event. Of course, he will be in order to his ideals and fully to help me to facilitate the matter. Shen Meng cocked her head and shook it. Still don't get it. Li Mingjie was speechless. And then think about it. Shen Meng is also just a very ordinary female workers. The future marriage and children to live an ordinary life. The pattern is so normal. Do you want to go into business for yourself and be the boss? Shen Meng froze and looked at Li Mingjie. I'll be the boss? Li Niangchul nodded his head. Do you want to be an ordinary female laborer for the rest of your life? Or just a female secretary for the rest of your life? And never thought about owning a company and doing some business of your own? Shen Meng paused for a moment, and then shook her head. How do I have that mind? Just honestly on my shift on the line. Doing business is your men's business. I'm happy to relax and get away with it. How nice. What's wrong with that? Times are different now. Men and women are the same. What a man can do a woman can do. Who says a woman has to stay home and raise her children? Shen Meng was attracted by Li Niangchul's words, but hesitantly smiled. But, it's better to forget about it. Li Niangchul didn't really know much about Shen Meng, but from the time he knew her, she was well behaved. And now this expression was something he hadn't seen before. It was full of resignation. Through hidden loss. As if there was 1,000 pounds behind her, preventing her from being a new age woman. Li Niangchul couldn't help but let out a sigh. This era did give women too much pressure and too many restrictions. This problem wasn't satisfactorily solved even in later generations. Right. Shen Meng suddenly changed her words and jumped in front of Li Mingjie, looking up at her. No matter what, I'm the one who brought you to meet this person Li Wei, so you should be thanking me. Li Niangchul froze. This girl is trying to use the opportunity to blackmail or not? How much more can I thank you for the dress, the shoes, the headdress, the silk scarf, all of which I bought? Shen Meng pouted and wasn't happy about it. She spun around and thought. Suddenly she thought of something popped up in front of Li Niangchul's eyes once again. Accompany me to a midnight show? What? Another midnight show? Li Niangchul remembered the scene when the two of them went to the movies for the first time and suddenly became unconsciously embarrassed. Shen Meng's face was less than 2 centimeters away. She tilted her face up. Her cheeks were white and red because of the heat, and clear beads of sweat slowly flowed down her forehead, sliding across her cheeks, neck, and then falling so deep that it made Li Niangchul gulp down a mouthful of spit. Better not look. What do you want to eat tonight? Well, come again. Shen Meng expressed her refusal and was about to watch the movie. She smiled and took a step closer to Li Niangchul. You're scared? That faint shampoo smell entangled Li Niangchul in a sense of confusion and some dizziness. What am I afraid of? Shen Meng laughed loudly, still saying you're not afraid. What are you stuttering about? Well, tonight, pick me up under the dormitory building. I won't see you there. After saying that, he turned around and left, not forgetting to wave his hand in midair to say goodbye to Li Niangchul. He let out a breath and took a step back, sitting in his chair. Seeing this, the owner of the kiosk couldn't help but flirt. Dude, hang in there, tonight's the big night. Li Mingjie glanced at him and spoke coldly. What do you know? Do your business. The boss glanced down his mouth. Now the young people, or implicit, this is where to are scared of weak legs. The real gun when the time may also happen. What embarrassing things. Really funny. Going around to the various market points in the afternoon, Gangzi and the others had completely staked out their stalls, and the front of the stalls were filled to the brim. And in addition to the locals, Li Niangchul noticed that there were starting to be people from out of town in the crowd, and there were even a couple of briefcases clipped on. Brotherly? When Gangzi saw Li Mingjie, he hurriedly ran up to him and handed over a bottle of ice-cold cola first. Why are you here? Have a cold drink first. Li Niangchul nodded. How's business these days? Gangzi that with flowers like a smile is enough to prove everything. Great. Tiger before to help us find the market are also good. 2 days ago to give him $2,000 introduction fee. Now our small factory goods, almost all empty. There is a 25 pieces of the order deposit is also collected. By the way, brother, there is a big thing. Li Mingjie froze and turned to Gangzi. Gangzi mysteriously spoke in a low voice. 2 days ago, there was a boss Lu in a suit, looking for us to order 30,000 pieces of goods. The deposit was given $10,000. $30,000? Li Niangchul frowned. Didn't I say that small stalls aren't allowed to take more than 30? Chapter 97 Boss Zhao. Gangzi froze. Thought to say that Li Mingjie will be happy for this big order jumped up. But Li Mingjie's reaction led him some surprise. But to the mouth of the duck cannot be let fly. 30,000 brother. This change of hands is 3 or 4 times the profit. Do you tell people that we are salvaged goods to change to new? Li Mingjie rhetorical question Gangzi. But Gangzi does not understand. If set out itself is defective, then people certainly will not give a high price. The original did not say so. Now also certainly cannot say so. Li Niangchul took a deep pedal breath. Did you sign an agreement or something after the deposit was collected? Gangzi nodded. Signed what's called a contract. But what people say means that this contract is only useful if it's not handed over for shipment, and it's useless if it's handed over. saying that it's a safeguard for the interests of both parties. Lee Mingjer has a bad feeling, may be the connoisseur to the whole. Do not allow Gangzi them to take large orders, for most of the reasons are also because of this. Bump into a professional liar set. These people are not a rival. Just take the so-called contract to Lee Mingjer see. In the payout clause clearly states that if the due date of non-delivery of compensation for the total amount of goods 5 times, and the delivery date in his preparation for the opening of the day, 30,000 pieces of goods say not much. Say not much. In order to the current inventory of the factory want to think of that out of the 30,000 is not difficult. But I don't know why, but Lee Myung-chul just felt a sense of worry in his heart. It's not so simple. Gangzi saw that Lee Mingjer's reaction was not right. His heart could not help but be a little scared. Is there something wrong with this? Brother Lee, is there something wrong? Lee Mingjer looked to Gangzi. I'll take this contract first. The financial side of the temporary not to report the accounts. $10,000 you first put away, so that the brothers will be on hand to save up the goods are also not open in these days. In addition, you immediately go to find Lu Air, to see if you cannot transfer 30,000 pieces of good quality goods. I'm going to go to find the Sun factory director to pull the machine back first. We rushed to work, day and night tonight. The troops were divided into 2. Part of the people to go to the factory to look for me, and one part of the people at home in the small factory to catch up with the work. Gangzi nodded. In fact, according to the speed of the current shipment, 30,000 pieces is absolutely able to catch up. He did not know why Lee Mingjer is so nervous. Is it now the power is big, the guts also become smaller? On the way, Lee Myung-chul carefully studied the contract, which was an old-fashioned contract, and on the face of it, there really wasn't any problem. But there was a problem with this matter. Who would order such a large amount of goods with a small stall without having met the person in charge yet, and also directly take out a deposit of $10,000? If the latter days there is still a possibility, but in this era, it is not yet possible to have people who are so avant-garde in their thinking. The only thing that was currently in question was that he hadn't seen anything else to do with the contract other than the delivery date and the number of deliveries. He rushed to Sun Yaogua's office without stopping, but was stopped at the door by Secretary Zhou because there were other people in the office. Chiefly, is there something wrong with looking for the plant manager in such a hurry? Lee Myung-chul slowed down a bit. It's not a big deal. Didn't we talk about the old machine before? I want to use it now. Secretary Zhou froze. Isn't it still some time away from the official opening? Why are you suddenly in such a hurry? Lee Myung-chul didn't want to spread this out just yet. Oh, because the business locations down there are carrying on as normal, and the shipments are relatively large these days. Secretary Zhou nodded. He hesitated something and casually pushed the gold glasses that hung on his face. If it's very urgent on Section Chief Lee's side, I can issue you a procedure first. Lee Mingjer froze. Looking at Secretary Zhou's eyes almost didn't let out light. Of course it's very urgent. Just look at me running wildly all the way here. Secretary Zhou smiled. Directly to Lee Mingjer completed the formalities, which immediately go to work under Lee Mingjer. He still wants to do some favors more or less first, and this batch of machines Sun Yaogua has long wanted to quickly deal with. Cannot wait for Lee Mingjer's new factory to immediately open for business. He will be able to return to the capital tomorrow. Lee Mingjer took the documents and directly found someone to pull the 8 machines back to the new factory. Although it is not completely cleaned, but at present there is no problem to put down the 8 machines. Just arrived at the gate. Gangzi was waiting at the gate with people for a long time. Brother Lee, the brothers are all here. Hurry up and unload the machine. All hands and feet are nimble. In 3 clicks, 8 machines entered the production line, and Lee Myung-chul found a corner to sit down, lit a cigarette, and looked at the large new factory. His eyebrows wrinkled like a twist. Factory Director Lee? Zhou Guochuan's voice came from the doorway, and Lee Mingjer hurriedly got up and walked out. How's the investigation going? Zhou Guochuan shook his head. I asked a friend to inquire. There is indeed a boss surnamed Zhao recently in our place, but they do children's food, but also with the contract marked on the company does not match. I have a classmate in the industrial and commercial office of the logistics. I let him find a way to find out the nature of this company. In 2 days give me a call back. It dawned on Lee Myung-chul that things were just as he expected. Someone had set a trap for Kong Zi. Since we know that this is a setup, we just need to find this person and find a way to cancel the contract. What are you worrying about? Zhou Guoquan didn't understand how Lee Mingjer could be so anxious about this kind of thing. It's not the past anymore. There are still many loopholes to drill in the contract. Of course he does not know what Lee Mingjer is worried about. Lee Mingjer is worried about the person behind the manipulation. In accordance with common sense, the Zhao boss must be nowhere to be found at this moment. If they are delivered as scheduled, I am afraid that because they did not say in advance as a defective product to change the new refused to take delivery of the goods, and at that time, this 5 times the money will have to be compensated for the company to come out and the company will also be a loss of reputation, and may even be involved in the second plant. Seeing Li Mingjie only bowed his head and did not say anything. Zhou Guoquan sighed softly. Still young, did not experience a big storm? This thing is afraid, but also so. Handing him a cigarette, Zhou Guoquan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll do this for you. After saying that, Zhou Guoquan left the new factory. Ai chow! Li Niangchul suddenly remembered something and slapped his head vigorously, and asked Shen Meng out. It was too late to greet Li Niangchul. Li Niangchul ran all the way. This girl is only afraid of being mad. I do not know how to prepare to punish Li Niangchul. When Li Niangchul arrived, Shen Meng was sitting in front of the kiosk in front of the entrance leisurely drinking a soda. You're too slow, Li Niangchul gasped. Sorry, there was a temporary delay. Shen Meng drank the last sip of soda and exhaled. Forget it, let's go. The movie has started. Tonight she was still wearing the new dress she'd bought at lunchtime, only removing the yellow ribbon and the bow on her head. Her half-length hair was draped lazily over her shoulders, as if she just washed it, and some of the strands still felt damp. By the light of the moon, Shen Meng was really beautiful tonight, beautiful like an elf among flowers. Li Mingjie, I went back and considered what you said today, and I think you're right. I'm going to go into business myself. Li Niangchul froze. So fast can be figured out? Chapter 98 Businesswoman. Shenmu looked at him sideways. But you must help me until I achieve true success as a businesswoman. Li Mingjie helpless smile. This Shen Meng is determined to be bound together with him. This is a small matter. Money, a piece of money. Shen Meng nodded. Her trust in Li Niangchul was more than Li Niangchul could ever imagine. In less than a month's time the welfare house would be down. As long as the key was in her hands, the fake pregnancy would not have to continue. Shen Meng had to think of a new excuse so that Li Niangchul could not leave her. Ouch, you're annoying. People are scared in the dark. Hey, it's okay, brother is here. Sister is not afraid. Shoo, don't talk when someone comes in. As with the previous visit, the midnight show is always a date mecca for young couples. It doesn't matter what the movie is, it's the atmosphere that counts. Li Mingjie remembered the video store in the early 90s. CDROMS came out. Those who could see the business opportunity opened a video store. A film won $5 to $3. A few people can be in a closed environment to watch a film in peace and quiet. Although the video store survived for a relatively short period of time, it did help a lot of people earn their first bucket of gold at that time. It was not until MP4 was introduced and computers were popularized that the video store really disappeared. And the profits in this range, while not much, are quite substantial. Suddenly a slippery touch drilled into the palm of his hand. Li Mingjie's body as if electrocuted, unconsciously shivered, until a soft contact with his arm. Shen Meng that hair fragrance wafted in front of the nose. Li Mingjie more or less regained some consciousness. Li Mingjie, how did you and Fu Yao meet? Shen Meng spoke softly. Li Niangchul froze and replied, why are we asking this all of a sudden? Shen Meng pouted. Nothing, just curious, tell me about it. Li Mingjie recalled that the acquaintance between them is very bloody. Fu Yao was molested by hooligans on the street. Li Mingjie saw the righteousness. After the acquaintance, Fu Yao invited Li Mingjie to eat popsicles, and one after another, they fell in love with each other. In those days, love was very subtle, and ice cream can take away the heart of the little sister, not to mention the hero to save the beauty of the righteous. Fu Yao has a heroic vision of Li Mingjie, naturally, cannot lower Li Mingjie's passionate pursuit. Shen Meng nodded. Quite good, then don't let down your sister-in-law's heart for you. She waited for you for so long and stayed up for so long. She deserves to be happy. Li Mingjie listened to this somewhat sour feeling, knowing that Shen Meng said this perhaps not so pure in heart. But what can this be? He already has Fu Yao. It is destined not to have a second woman. Then what will you do if she's happy? Li Mingjie deliberately teased. Shen Meng didn't have the good sense to twist on his arm. You less put gold on your own face. Auntie, is not your turn to be in charge. You remember, you have to help me get the welfare house. You have to help me succeed in doing business on the line. As you wish. In the darkness, Li Niangchul's eyes suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure that flashed past, and Li Niangchul suddenly realized that all of this was something he had caused. Suddenly there was a response in his mind. After watching this movie, without waiting for the dessert moment, Li Niangchul left the theater with Shen Meng. Finding a night market stall, the two of them sat down for some cold beer. Li Mingjie took the bottle of beer and waved it in front of Shen Meng. This bottle of wine is only sold for a few cents now, and when another few years pass, it will be sold for $8 or even $12, but the cost is actually just a few cents. Shen Meng froze, a little surprised. Isn't this a lie? Li Mingjie laughed. Not also, this is called rising prices. The level of consumption is also increasing, regardless of any business, as long as it can be compressed to control costs, can make money. 10 Business 9 Cheating. You have to understand this reasoning is the first step in doing business. Shen Meng somewhat did not understand the meaning of what Li Niangchul said, but it sounded as if it was quite deep. and he seemed to be in a pleasant mood, as if he was in a better mood than when he came here just now. You're opening up on your end in the next couple days, right? Lee Myung-chul nodded. Next Monday, officially open. You can go to work, so what do I have to do? Lee Mingjer's eyes turned around. Your main responsibility is to help me keep an eye on the books. Don't have to care about bookkeeping but must check the books every day. Every bill has to pass through your eyes. Every contract has to pass through your eyes before handing it over to me, as well as the personnel attendants. All of these need to be stared at by you, and have to help me to keep a close eye on it. Shen Meng nodded, not realizing that a secretary had to do quite a lot of things, but she didn't understand any of these things. But what if I can't read it? Lee Myung-chul laughed and brushed his head over the top of her head, patting her as if she were a kitten. I'm here. Of course I'm the one who will teach you. Within a month, I'm going to train you to become an even more professional secretary than Secretary Zhou, and then take her place. Shen Meng froze. Replace her? You're taking Secretary Zhou? Lee Myung-chul hurriedly put his index finger in front of his mouth. Shoo! Shen Meng frowned and hurriedly covered her mouth. The first thing I want to teach you is to be careful of ears on the walls. Not to mention that Secretary Zhou is Sun Yaogua's man. His character is not suitable to be the secretary of a startup company, and the more he knows, the more unfavorable it will be for our development instead. So sooner or later, you're going to have to replace him. Shen Meng seemed to understand, and suddenly felt very excited, arousing her curiosity and desire. This month, you are responsible for docking with Secretary Zhou. Make sure that he can only know some of the accounts on the surface. Enter the company and start to secretly do the accounts. The financial a book, you this a book. Never feel that you do more. The more you do, the more I have the opportunity to kick him out of the game. Understand? Shen Meng nodded. If she did all the work of Secretary Zhou, then Secretary Zhou cannot wait to take 2 salaries to fall free. But this will also be Secretary Zhou the entire hollow, empty a position. All the rights will fall in the hands of Lee Mingjer. Then it is not Sun Yao will want to do what you can do. Suddenly, Shen Meng felt that Lee Mingjer some unfathomable. Perhaps these things, as early as the establishment of the company at the moment he has planned completely. He did almost no drop, everywhere considering the full. Even the near future can be expected and timely prevention. Today, Shen Meng did have a whole new understanding of Lee Myung-chul. You shouldn't be from this era. Shen Meng suddenly opened his mouth. Lee Myung-chul's hand that was lifting the wine glass froze in midair and looked at Shen Meng in dismay. Could she see through that he was someone from the future? This is impossible. Shen Meng sighed softly and lamented. You should have been in better times. You had many ideas, but this place is too confined. Lee Mingjer instantly breathed a sigh of relief, drinking the wine in his cup in one go, and laughed out loud. Silly girl, I've come to the right era. Now is the best era. Believe me, the 3 words Lee Mingjer, in the future, will appear in the river of history, and will become a faded red trace. Shen Meng laughed. At this moment, Lee Myung-chul's cheeks were flushed with 7 points of drunkenness, and he began to talk nonsense, but Shen Meng thought that he was very cute, like a child. Chapter 99 New Orders. But then suddenly he felt sorry for him, silently taking on so much, carrying so much, not really getting away with it at all. He's probably tired. Shen Meng raised her hand and touched his face for the first time, her eyes full of heartache. You're actually very tired, aren't you? Lee Mingjer froze. The Shen Meng in front of him made his heart messy again. She also has tender moments. It is just that she is accustomed to using the flare as a veneer to cover her vulnerability, and reinforcing her shell with toughness. Suddenly, Lee Mingjer held her hand. Shen Meng was shocked in her heart and wanted to draw back, but she was clutched by Lee Mingjer. Lee Mingjer, because of the drunkenness on the head, eyes through the exhaustion, almost narrowed into a slit, but he saw clearly. The person in front of him is Shen Meng, not Fu Yao. Shen Meng, I will definitely help you get the welfare house. As long as there is a place where I, Lee Mingjer, am present, there will definitely be you. Shen Meng, I will make you a representative of the new era of women. I will make you the toughest woman in the workplace. Believe me. Shen Meng looked at Lee Mingjer, knowing that what he said was nothing more than drunkenness, and that firm look in his eyes may have represented desire, but she still believed in Lee Mingjer, believed in every word he said, and was willing to pay the price for those few words. Without control for a moment, Shen Meng hugged Lee Myung-chul's face and gave a small peck. Her cheeks instantly reddened like an apple, and she unconsciously gasped for air. Hiccup, 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 hiccup. Lee Myung-chul was stunned and suddenly kept hiccuping and couldn't stop and then just threw up. It was the first time he just drank a few beers and then threw himself up because of the hiccups. The lad can't. It's shyness. It's too wimpy. Go on. Brothers cannot but also let a person initiative. The people eating skewers together on the side of the road began to whistle at the duo, and Shen Meng blushed in shame and hurriedly covered her face with her hands, stepping her head deeper into her arms. Lee Myung-chul, on the other hand, continues to burp while doing so, while continuing to vomit. Factory directorly. Factory directorly. Open the door. Early in the morning, Lee Myung-chul woke up from his sleep and hurriedly took a look to see his side, which was empty and relieved. When he thought about it, it seemed like Shen Meng sent him back yesterday, so Shen Meng sent him back and went back on her own? Thinking of that kiss, he rubbed his face vigorously, suddenly realizing that something big was wrong. Lee Myung-chul, are you dead? If you don't open the door, I'll kick it in. A sudden roar startled Lee Mingzhi and he hurriedly got out of bed to open the door. Who knew that it was Zhou Guoquan standing outside the door? Minister Zhou? Why are you here? How did Zhou Guoquan know where his family lived? Zhou Guoquan glared at Lee Mingzhi, rolled his eyes greatly, pushed him aside and walked generously to the house to sit down, and also drank a cup of water that Shen Meng had poured for Lee Mingzhi last night. It's 3 rods in the sun. You're really free. There's something big. Lee Myung-chul rubbed his eyes. Not yet in the state. You'd better say it. Just say there's something. And don't say what it is. Zhou Guoquan took out a document from his black briefcase and slammed it down on the table. See for yourself. Plant directorly. Lee Myung-chul froze. Could it be that something happened on the side of the boss surnamed Zhou? As soon as he turned over the document, Lee Mingzhi's eyes were unnaturally wide, and only then did Zhou Guoquan reveal a smile. The order of $100,000. It's a done deal. Yes. Lee Mingzhi cannot help but shout out loud. He knows Zhou Guoquan's side of the channel business are not simple. Just did not expect to come up as such a big gift. Directly under the order of 100,000. Which 100,000 orders enough to empty the inventory in the stock of 1/4 of the inventory. And the other party also indicates that will open the channel of the provinces. There is such a gold master father. Still worry about this factory cannot live. Okay, you don't need to drag that foreign language. What choking? I'm busy from yesterday to now, even a mouthful of rice did not care to eat. You can be good at home to sleep. Zhou Guoquan saw Lee Mingzhi's disheveled clothes, sleepy eyes from, hair messy like a grass nest. The heart is angry. Lee Mingzhi paused for a moment and poured Zhou Guoquan a cup of water. I am doing the strategic layout. You are responsible for fighting the war. We have a different division of labor. My hair is also falling out in a big way in the past few days. Just that you don't see it. Zhou Guoquan glared at him, didn't think what he said was true at all. Suddenly he remembered what happened yesterday. Right, that thing yesterday. My classmate replied to me this morning. The company on the contract exists, but there are business anomalies, and I asked people in the market to help me inquire about this boss Zhao, and he's disappeared. I think your worry is right. They may be wanting to use this $10,000 to drill the leaky copper of the contract and blackmail us for a sum. Lee Mingzhi sneered. This problem he had already figured out last night, and also know who the manipulator behind the scenes is in the end. He wants to use this, counterattack the other side, so that the other side will lose a woman and lose a soldier. A look at Lee Mingzhi this expression. Zhou Guoquan know that this person did not move with good intentions. This time this matter is really not a good solution. After all, cannot find each other people cannot be privately mediated to terminate the contract. Once the contract expires, the other side to take the contract to ask for money. Lee Mingzhi is not still able to do not give? Anyway, no matter what you intend to do, don't let you affect this order of mine. And when are you going to count the commission you agreed to before? Lee Mingzhi pulled over a stool and sat down. For this order, I'll give you 10% of the net profit. Zhou Guoquan froze. 10%? Are you sure? 100,000 after subtracting the cost of goods, subtracting the cost of labor, plus other non-resistant factors of consumption, the net profit can reach at least 70,000. 70,000, 10%. Zhou Guoquan simply cannot believe that Lee Mingzhi can give him such a high commission. Sun Yaoguai can agree to it? Lee Mingzhi smiled. That's right. 100,000 payment for goods. Net profit after subtracting all the expenses. You can go directly to the finance section to receive your commission. 10% for 100,000, 15% for 300,000, and for every increase of 200,000, the commission increments by 5%, all of which is pure profit. But if the total amount of goods is less than 100,000, no matter how much it is, it's 3% commission. How's that? Good. Zhou Guoquan did not bother to think about it, directly patted the table and settled down. To give such a high commission, as long as Zhou Guoquan's list is getting bigger and bigger, he can earn more and more. Then the general small list he will slowly look down on. Lee Mingzhi is to give Zhou Guoquan to develop a temperament. Either not out. A shot is a big single. Money earned in the hand. He would not dare to give Lee Mingzhi to move a crooked mind. After all, such a good treatment. Only he Lee Mingzhi to give up. The 21st century physical industry gives about 5 points at best, but Lee needed the new factory to grow quickly and then return the money. and had to ask Zhou Guoquan to come up with the best resources he had on hand in order to do so. And with a $100,000 order, this could be just a trial run for Zhou Guoquan. After asking Zhou Guoquan to have a simple lunch at noon, Li Mingzhi rushed directly to the new factory and bumped into Shunzi, who had just returned from the hospital. At the entrance, Junko, how's Yellow Wind? Shunzi sighed out a breath, biting his back teeth. I'm so angry, but there's nothing wrong with Chief Wang, but that old song and his daughter-in-law, they talk so bad. I really want to smack them. Chapter 100, Full Support. Li Mingzhi smiled and stuffed 2 packs of red double happiness into Shunzi's pocket. Okay, we have done our best to be benevolent. The rest of the factory reimbursement will be able to find 2 brothers who work the first back office for me to clean up a bit. I'm now going to go to visit the director of the Sun Factory. A moment to come back. Okay, I'm on it. Rico. Before he could take 2 steps, Gangzi suddenly rushed out. Brother, don't go yet. Li Niangchul froze for a moment. Why? Something's wrong? Gangzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked anxious. That boss Zhao is missing. I went to look for him according to the address he gave me, but there's no one there at all? Li Mingzhi took a slow breath, then smiled. It's fine, right? Can we still see Chen Chong recently? Gonzo paused for a moment. A few days ago before the accident he said that he went back home. His father had a disease, because at that time you said that you did not care about it first. I did not organize it, and I have not seen anyone in this period of time. Li Mingzhi nodded. It is estimated that Chen Chong will be back in the next 2 days. If he comes back, don't make it difficult for anyone. First let him go to the office to find me. Gangzi nodded. Did not understand what medicine Li Mingzhi gourd sold, but for Chen Chong, Gangzi has been completely disappointed. Once disloyal 100 times not to use the reasoning he understands. Leave the new factory. Li Mingzhi went to Sun Yaogua, brought the good news to Sun Yaogua. Sun Yaogua look at the contract smile. Recently went out. He always heard the second factory clothing what? Li Mingzhi said to him that this is the brand effect, although do not understand, but the reputation has been spread out. Those originally backlogged goods, is a little bit to go out. The financial side of the account he also stared very tight. In the eyes of Sun Yaogua see are money scattered all over the sky picture. Not bad. Little Li did a really good job with this. I'll report the situation to Elder Zhang later. He'll be very happy. Li Mingzhi modestly smiled. This is all due to the good leadership of the Sun Factory director. In addition, there is something I would like to mention. Sun Yaogua was so happy that he agreed in one breath before Li Mingzhi could say anything. Yes, no problem. Li Mingzhi continued. I want half of that batch of flowery cloth from the factory before. Sun Yaogua's smile immediately froze at the corners of his mouth, and replaced it with a difficult expression. That batch of flowery cloth? What do you want to do? That's new cloth. If you're going to sell it at that price, we'll lose a lot of money. Li Niangchul shook his head. I'm planning to use it for pop-ups and limited editions. Plus I want 10 female workers with good looks and body to be my part-time models. Sun Yaogua didn't understand a single word that Li Mingzhi said, but he was too embarrassed to ask and looked like he had no standards. That is, when the order quantity reaches a certain level, you can get the hot other products at a low price. In fact, the cost can be earned back in the original goods, such as raising the price of the goods, raising the number of purchases, and controlling the number of new products. Sun Yaogua pretended to be indistinct. Oh, I understand. Anyway, it is not to lose money on it, but the female model. Early heard that Li Mingzhi style is not rigorous. The whole day in Shenmeng mixed together. I heard that the two also went to see the midnight show. Sun Yaogua really suspect that Li Mingzhi in Shenmeng is a fake show. Then he is not a cuckold? Li Mingzhi continued to explain, is to let the appearance of pretty women, wearing our factory clothes, while out of the clothes look good, so as to get the attention of the market. I intend to get a runway show, to create a topic and exposure, make a kind of allusion to the channel business and the surrounding vendors. The latter can also create a franchise and agent, to improve the effectiveness of the factory, otherwise 98 crisis. Li Mingzhi suddenly realized that he said the wrong words, hurriedly closed his mouth. Sun Yaogua heard the point. What crisis? Li Mingzhi's brain whirled rapidly. I mean, or wait until 98. There may be a crisis, maybe. Our factory, since we want to reform, or to change a little more thorough better. Do you think? Sun Yaogua dawned, then smiled too. Oh, so since Mingzhi you have a good idea, that the factory will certainly do whatever it takes to help you. I see this job will be given to Shun Meng. Let her take a few female workers over there. That batch of flower cloth has not yet been used up, and then because of the price did not talk about. The other party has made up a batch of goods. You can take it to the emergency first. And now Shen Meng is not your secretary. Is Shen Meng not your secretary now? If there's anything you want to do, you can directly let Shen Meng dock with Secretary Zhou. I'll give my full support. Sun Yaogua specifically mentioned Shen Meng. Li Mingzhi understood that Sun Yaogua was watching out for himself to remind not to fake it. That, Your lover's side doesn't have any problem with Shin Meng being a secretary, right? Sun Yaoguo was still reluctant and reminded Li Mingjie once again. Li Myung-chul smiled. She and Shin Meng have already met and don't have any idea about the secretary thing. Li Mingjie deliberately said this is also want to dispel Sun Yaoguo's vigilance. Since his wife knows that Li Mingjie also dare not do anything out of the ordinary, so Sun Yaoguo will be more assured of Li Mingjie. He can do something good after the matter. Successfully get the right to use the flower cloth. Li Mingjie went directly to the warehouse to meet with Lu Er. In order to channel the additional after that, the necessary momentum in the early stage is also in order to increase the mutual adhesion. Yo, factory director Li, I've sent all the goods you asked for 2 days ago. Seeing Li Myung-chul walking over from afar, Lu Er first walked over to greet him, deliberately flattering. During this period of time with Li Mingjie, Lu Er didn't know how much money he had made for nothing. Although the profit of the new factory had nothing to do with him now, Lu Er was sure that as long as Li Mingjie didn't fall, he still had a big chance to make money. Handed a cigarette, Li Myung-chul looked at the warehouse goods. These goods in his eyes are now a dozen bills. Make good use of the profit is quite considerable. Come on, let's not get into this nonsense. Do we have any of the undershirts left over from before? Of course there is. That time when the accident happened I purposely secretly stored a batch of goods. At least there are still a few hundred pieces. If you want more I can provide even more. Lu Er gave Li Mingjie a hint. Lu Er is still reliable, and his brain is still flexible. But the enterprise will not favor this kind of people more. Too much small-mindedness, it is likely to become a muff. Since it's now going to be done in a formal way, Li Mingjie can't be left to Lu Er's nature. Okay, I'll take all of it, but this batch needs to be reported to Secretary Zhou, so make a data report and I'll settle the money for you. Okay, brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Regardless, it's a critical time up front and it's time to sweeten the pot. Lu Er remembered something and looked at Li Mingjie. Have you seen Old Song recently? He's quite miserable now. Li Mingjie paused and looked at Lu Er. 2 days ago Huang Feng was beaten up. I saw him and his daughter-in-law in the hospital. Lu Er sneered. A look of watching the mind. Lao Song came to the factory to find Sun Yaoguo to what unemployment loss compensation. I guess someone behind the move. Sun Yaoguo to the defense section gave orders. Lao Song cannot enter the factory in the future. Chapter 101, Extra Money. Unemployment compensation? This person is also stupid. A glance let people see through the mind. They do not know how much money on the embezzlement. The factory for the image has not been combating. He is good to come first to ask for money. This is not forcing Sun Yaoguo public affairs? Li Myung-chul was suddenly able to understand the true meaning of a dog jumping over the wall. Sun Yaoguo is not that good talker. Old Song messed with the wrong person. By the way, Lu Er, I would like to temporarily store the newly rushed out goods in you in. I'll pay you the venue fee out of my own pocket. Lu Er laughed. I said I'm my own brother. I'll make a place for you in a while. Feel free to use it. No need to mention money. Li Mingjie, no matter what Lu Er said, or from the pocket took out $50. Recently busy. Also have no time to eat a meal. This money as a brother's treat you to a meal. The goods must give me a good look. In addition to my own. Who want to be not given? Looking at Li Mingjie's serious expression, Lu Er's heart flooded with mutterings. Not waiting for Lu Er to react, Li Mingjie directly stuffed the money into Lu Er's pocket. Lu Er also resolved to make sure to do this well. When Li Mingjie returned to the factory, the office had already been cleaned out. Shunzi took a rag and wiped on the desk until Li Mingqiu appeared and then stopped. As if he had accomplished a great thing. Brother, it's all cleaned up. How do you feel? Li Mingjie nodded. This office is not too small. A person with a person is considered to be very full of pie. But he cannot be used alone, in this position at the door. And then give me to set up a small table. And so Secretary Shen came to sit here. Shunzi immediately laughed badly. It's not enough to be mushy on weekdays, but also to come to the office to be mushy. Li Mingjie's guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Brother, it's better to keep a low profile, or else sister-in-law knows about it. It's not a good idea. Li Myung-chul raised an eyebrow. Where did you kid think you were going? Our normal business exchanges. Clean out the next office as well. The very people from the finance department are coming to work tomorrow. Got it. Get on it right away. After saying that, Junko showed an I-get-it expression and didn't forget to stick his head back to flirt with Li Myung-chul again as he walked away, causing Li Myung-chul to cry and laugh. Shunzi, this person is good at everything, but also heartfelt, but the education is too low. Sometimes still think too little. Do a security department manager or more than enough? But personnel management must be done by people like Shin Meng to do it. Today Li Myung-chul didn't go anywhere. Stayed in the office and almost didn't come out. Finalized the whole set of plans for the opening ceremony, as well as the board style of displaying the clothes and the relevant introductions. And he drew out the production process of the golden egg and the mold style. Gonzo, come in. He happens to see Kong Zi passing by the door with a table, and Li Myung-chul rushes to call out to him. Get some of your tight-lipped buddies to work an extra shift tonight. Study this chart and make 10 of them. Gangzi took the drawings and froze at a glance. Brother Lee, what is this? Golden egg. Lee Mingzhi spat out the last mouthful of smoke and extinguished it. I'm going to use it as a raffle when I open the business. In addition to building a stage in front of the factory, the design is here. There are also leaflets. You find a place to do it, and you can go to a few villages nearby to distribute them this Sunday. Brush. Several drawings fell in the hands of Gangzi. Gangzi are a little confused about the situation, but the mood is unusually excited. Brother, you are ready to engage in such a big battle. This is more than the opening of the cotton mill at that time can be much more lively. As far as not to Lee Mingzhi, even the head cannot care about the stage. Continue to draw. The hand did not finish the drawing. This is marketing. Good preparatory work in the early stages. The later transformation will not appear abrupt. To give customers to create a kind of we are a family of ideas and prospects and diversified company. Not simply just a factory to do clothes only. The later benefit enhancement. Or you can do private customized services. But these are afterthoughts. Gangzi couldn't understand the meaning of Lee Mingzhi's words, but only felt that it was very powerful. This kind of idea was not something that someone like him could imagine. Just seeing these diagrams made him look forward to it very much. I don't know what the scene will be like when he arrives. Just thinking about it makes him excited. Lee Mingzhi remembered something else and looked up at Gangzi. Gangzi, do you know anyone in the wholesale food market? I'll give you a chance to earn extra money. Just ready to leave. The Gangzi heard the word extra money, eyes are glowing, and hurriedly walked back. Recognize. I have a brother called Wang Biao, you remember. His father in the wholesale food market moving goods. Often take free sodas to us. The old man is righteous. Lee Mingzhi's eyes turned around. Opening day, you pull a car at the door to sell soda popsicles. How to earn this money? Who to earn? You arrange it. The new factory up these days, the brothers did not get any oil and water, but also to give a mouth to let them pour their own things to do. In case one day they do not follow Lee Mingzhi also want to put the brothers after the road to the arrangement of a little. Great brother. Gangzi slapped his thighs hard. How did he not think of it? By the time the weather is hot, the opening ceremony is still done outside the factory. The soda popsicles that will definitely sell like hot cakes. I'll go to Wang Biao after I'm busy. His dad must be happy. Watching Gangzi fly out and open up his brothers to hurry up and finish the work, and to have a meeting afterward. Lee Mingzhi smiled, but couldn't help but sigh. This just son of brothers but no words. A little money-making doorway are not thinking of their own first takedown, but also thinking of people's father. Lee Mingzhi only hoped that this kind of people can end up with a good end. Otherwise it can be really saddened people. Isn't he himself a prime example? Has been busy until 10 p.m. Lee Mingzhi just finished the last picture. Greatly stretched out. Tired to do not want to open their eyes. But the heart is very satisfied. When just starting a business are not as tired as now. But thought it was better times and more opportunities. Brother Lee, what do you think of this? Gangzi ran in with gusto, holding up a large plaster egg in his hand. Excited like a child. Lee Myung-chul showed a tired smile, but still gave Junko a big appreciative look. Yes, very good. That's the way it is. Tomorrow find some gold paint. No yellow will do. Gundam nodded his head and raised his hand to wipe the white dust from his cheeks. His smile disappeared for a moment as he noticed the desk full of papers. Brother, you've been drawing all day today. Lee Mingzhi nodded. Put the hands of the things sorted out. I put our next 3 years of development plans are made out, but also made the initial budget and revenue situation. We are going to the formal, monthly, weekly, quarterly and yearly need to meet. We are going to be bigger and stronger. No longer before the small fight. Gangzi had a trace of heartache for Lee Mingzhi, but more gratitude in his heart. He even felt that it was very lucky to know Lee Mingzhi in his life. Don't worry, brother Lee, I'll definitely bring my brothers to do a good job with you, and never fall off the chain. Chapter 102, The God of Fortune. Lee Myung-chul laughed softly and nodded. There was actually nothing rippling inside of him in response to this kind of talk. He had heard too much of this kind of talk in his later life, but there were almost no people who could be consistent. The road of entrepreneurship is both hard and difficult. The idea to follow the current situation constantly changing. You become slow to keep up with the times. You become fast to bring the brother. This is a personal war. There are only interests. Brother 2 words out is just a joke. But if one of them goes with him to the end, maybe he won't have a chance to come here and start over. But in the days since he's been here, Lee has reflected on himself, in various ways, from his wife, his children, his leaders, his partners, his brothers, and his enemies. At a certain point in the latter part of his life, it is true that he also did not do the right thing, but the business world is supposed to be like this. The soft-hearted and merciful and righteous people cannot earn money at all. He has no choice. When you're killing for profit, all you see is money and anything else becomes a blur and disappears. Kong, The cape stood in the doorway and called out in a low voice, disturbing the two men's conversation. The cape looked at Gangzi and then at Lee Mingzhi. Yellow hair is back. His old man is gone. The air in the room suddenly became thin, and the three men looked at me and me at you. No one speaking. Chen Chong walked into the office. Almost a week did not show up. He opened his mouth. The first sentence is to borrow $1,000 to the old man to do the aftermath. Brother Gang, I really had no choice but to come back to borrow money. Don't worry, I'll pay it back. Having known Yellow Hair for so long, I hadn't seen him emotionally down because of anything, but he was in tears and snot at the moment, and he was by no means faking it. Gangzi frowned, but his eyes were surprisingly cold. He didn't even look at Chen Chong. He just stood sideways, holding that egg tightly in his hand. Li Mingzhi was really worried that he would crush the egg when he exerted his strength. After all, it wasn't sturdy. Li Mingzhi watched as the atmosphere quieted down and did not intend to open his mouth. This was between their brothers and Li Mingzhi did not want to get involved. But Chen Chang's stay or departure was very crucial to Li Mingzhi right now. See, three people do not speak. Chen Chong some panic up. Two hands tightly stake their own library seam, constantly buckled that is about to break the thread. Li Mingzhi up to now can sit here peacefully and laugh with Gangzi. Chen Chong knows that Fu Jun did not do that thing, and I heard that Fu Jun to find Huang Feng attempted to ask for money, but also the Yellow Wind into the hospital. This situation he went to find the Yellow Wind is certainly also a waste of time to look for. If it is not the old man suddenly passed away, he may not dare to come back to this, but now he only has a fight. Win and all is well. If he loses, there is no way back for him. After a long time, Li Mingzhi slowly opened his mouth. Did Fu Jun contact you? With these words, Chen Chong knew that the east window had been broken. He thumped his knees and knocked heavily on the ground. Brother Gang, Brother Li, I'm wrong, I've been retributed. My father felt that I'm no good and disgraced him till his death, and he wouldn't let me into the house. I beg you to give me another chance. That kind of talk at this point in time serves no purpose other than to make people laugh. But Li Myung-chul smiled. Give the credit where it's due. When these words came out, the eyes of the three men looked at Li Myung-chul. Li Mingzhi picks the corner of his mouth diagonally, but his eyes are filled with a coldness. This $1,000 is just the amount of money that flows out of the cracks of my hand. But we are in trouble now. If you are willing to help us, the past will not be blamed for the past. Chen Chong was puzzled. Help you? How can I help? He could not imagine what they had that he could help with, nor could he see through what Li Mingzhi was thinking. Li Mingzhi lit a cigarette, slowly spit out. This world people are divided into two kinds. One is needed. One is not needed. The people who are needed to think about why they are needed. What is the ability to be needed? And the people who are not needed to think about why they are not needed. How can they be needed? And you are now a person who is not needed. Li Myung-chul's words said cloudy. The three individuals' eyes have become confused, unconsciously began to read the passage in their hearts and then repeated thinking. What Chen Chong understood was that he was not needed, while Gangzi and the others were needed, and that those who were not needed were no different from trash. Was Li Mingzhi calling himself a trash in disguise? The quiet atmosphere once again sank for a few seconds of time. Li Mingzhi slowly stood up and pulled out $1,000 from his pocket, handing it over to Chen Chang's hand. Value is money. What is your value? Chen Chong looked at the money in his hand and then looked at Li Mingzhi. Only a few days have not seen. He suddenly felt that Li Mingzhi has changed. His heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea. Not at all Huang Feng. This kind of role can be compared. Huang Feng is still able to sit in the position of section chief, not because he is smart, but Li Mingzhi is not ruthless enough. Just looked at Chen Chong, eyes of confusion and doubt. Li Mingzhi smiled, patted Chen Chang's shoulder. Brother, running around half a lifetime is just for the word money. What do not understand what non with money against the money. People with money is equipped with the right to choose. No money people can only eat 2 meals. But you have to understand that people who eat chaff will not eat chaff for the rest of their lives. And people who eat bao ginseng, shark's fin and maw will not eat bao ginseng, shark's fin and maw for the rest of their lives. Don't be used as a gun. Pick the right god of wealth to have a lifetime of eating abalone ginseng, shark's fin and maw. Chen Chong understood Li Mingzhi's meaning. He is the money. He is the real god of wealth of Chen Chong. Only follow Li Mingzhi, he can eat abalone ginseng, shark's fin and belly. Come to think of it, he had done so much for Huang Feng and Lao Song, and in the end, he hadn't landed anything, while Gangzi was different. He had protected himself from the moment he met him, and this was something the others couldn't compare to. Feeling that Chen Chong has understood his own meaning, Li Mingzhi slowed down a breath. Well, first go back to the old man's affairs dealt with. This $1,000, when Li sent the white bag, also counted this period of time you did not follow your brother Li Mix. Think understand the opening ceremony on Monday, Li waiting for you here. Think do not understand this $1,000 as a buy-off of our brotherhood, and then the bridge to the bridge, road back to road, mutual irrelevant. Chen Chong took the money and had no idea how he left the office. Not a single person came out to see him off as he left, but he knew that everyone was staring at him. Either that, or that's the end of it from now on. Either that, or do something to show the old man in the sky. He had heard the word value for the first time, and today he had a whole new appreciation for it. Lee, you're confused. Why did you give him money? Should have given him 2 kicks. Gangzi was a bit angry. He wanted to directly expose that grandson's fake mask, but didn't dare to forget Lee Mingzhi's explanation to not let it be difficult. The Beatles also don't understand what Lee Myung-chul is doing. This money must have gone down the drain. $1,000 for his life isn't bad. It's cheap. They all felt that Lee Myung-chul was too kind and good, and even thought he was a bit stupid. Chapter 103, Enlightened. But Lee Myung-chul did not think, as the saying goes, killing people to kill them, and kicking them out with a painful beating. That's something that only primitive societies do, and now if you want to clean up someone, you don't even need to do it yourself, and he himself will collapse first. This is not the end of the matter. Believe me, he will come back. Gangzi and the Cape have sighed out a sigh of relief. Both feel that people like Chun Chong must have taken the money and ran straight away. It would be strange to be able to come back. This time Lee Mingzhi is considered to be betting on the wrong one. After Chun Chong left, the work should continue to do. Lee Mingzhi cannot stay up. Directly back home, leaving Gangzi and a group of brothers to stay in the factory to continue to do the golden eggs. Gang, do you think Lee is stupid to give someone $1,000 for nothing? Yeah, who would use someone like this who even dares to betray his big brother? I really don't know what Brother Lee thinks. It feels as if Brother Lee has become less bold lately, not at all as bold as before. What the hell does he want Chun Chong to come back for? If he really dares to come back, watch me cripple him. If I were, I wouldn't have come back. The brothers can't stop talking about it. These words into the ears of Gangzi, like a sword in the stabbing his heart. For Lee Mingzhi he never doubted, but today this mattered Gangzi some doubts. Anyway, these days, Lee Mingzhi is strange. I do not know whether it is the last time in Fu Yao's house in the stimulation. Let him a little abnormal? Okay, big brother is also you can discuss in private? Don't forget that you are now eating and drinking or who brought you. Do people have to speak the word of morality and justice? Lee brother do things naturally have his reasoning. He said to let do what do. Don't nonsense. Gundam eventually stops his brothers from talking. Despite his disapproval of what Lee Myung-chul is doing, he defends Lee Myung-chul and sees what happens. On the one hand and plastered Shunzi, 2 eyes dripping around, had to feel that this group of social people is still really bad to manage. Only Lee Mingzhi can suppress them. In fact, like Junko so more or less a little work experience. In the big factory has worked in the temporary workers are a lot. That do the work is not the slightest bit ambiguous. But Lee Mingzhi why must pull together a group of social people to call brothers and brothers? One body with gangster not to say, but also drag like 2,580,000 like. In fact, the bottom is just a small punk. This gang of people, Shunzi can see I only Gangzi, think he is a righteous person. People hard words not much. The doorway is also wide, but unfortunately by so a bunch of brothers to bring the bias. If the factory to work, it is estimated that you can also mix a deputy section level dry. Thinking about this, Junko couldn't help but feel sorry for Gonzo. Early in the morning, the new factory began to busy. 10 golden eggs just made a night, and so on the afternoon once the die, even if the completion. A batch of female workers transferred from the factory in advance also went to work on time this morning, and began to busy themselves with the big list negotiated by Gangzi. And Ho-won, the little girl transferred from the finance department, also went to work at the same time, and everything was in order. After the morning busy, Gangzi took Wang Biao in the afternoon and went to the wholesale market to find Master Wang to talk about business. He can finally also dress like a salesman, sitting there in a serious manner to talk to people about business. It is a sense of satisfaction, but also with a small sense of achievement. The Beatles took the other brothers to work on the construction of the catwalk. Lee Mingzhi repeatedly explained that the information should be kept confidential. The material should be safe and sturdy. The cost should be strictly controlled. In order to minimize the cost, the Beatles looked for a few people who have done carpentry, bought a batch of raw materials, surprisingly, to make a decent catwalk on their own. In order to achieve the expected lively effect on the opening day, he also ran to the fireworks market. The people hoarded goods at the lowest price to buy. Flower baskets also ordered nearly 20, which is considered satisfactory. Lee Mingzhi woke up early and went to Zhenghong kindergarten with the materials, hurrying up to finish Chi-Chi's business, so that when Fu Yao came back, he could let Chi-Chi go straight to Zhenghong to go to school. This was one of the biggest things in his heart. Factory director Lee is here. Unlike last time, the security guards in the security room were eager to fly out to greet Lee Myung-chul when they saw him from a distance. After Lee Mingzhi left last time, Li Wei only used half a day to make arrangements for Lee Mingzhi's daughter's affairs, and also very harshly criticized the director's irresponsible behavior. as well as made serious criticisms and corrective comments on the current kindergarten's management when he opened the general meeting. Now he, the director of the admissions office, is simply more powerful than the director of the garden, because he raised the issue of exactly to the point. The director is also trained in the city's excellent teachers. Someone is willing to do a part of the kindergarten. She is happy to take it easy. Lee Mingjer nodded. Well, I'm here to see Director Lee. The security guard couldn't wait to assist Lee Mingjer into the gate. His face was full of pleasing. Yes, the director explained. He said that you should go directly to the office to find him on the line. Lee Myung-chul didn't have time to deal with him with pleasantries and directly walked into the building quickly. The security guard stood awkwardly, skimming his lips, changing his attentive face from earlier. Who do you think you are? Shay, just came to the office. Li Wei just hung up the phone. Full of spring wind, Lee brother came. Sit down. Lee Mingjer was puzzled. Director Lee has a good thing going here? Li Wei in turn was a bit shy. It's kind of a good thing, but now I have to keep it a secret. I'll tell you later. I may leave here in a few days. I have to go to the city to take an exam. But don't worry, I've already dealt with your daughter's problem. She can be admitted to the park at any time. Once said the two words of the examination, Lee Mingjer suddenly, 93 years since the civil service officially opened the examination. Feelings of this college students are enlightened. In this area of the small garden cannot be satisfied. This is intended to be political. Really, it's good to go to the city. There are more opportunities for development than here. But don't blame old brother for talking too much. You still need to change this temper. Li Wei sighed out a breath, not resisting any of the opinions put forward by Lee Mingjer. He felt that Lee Mingjer was a person who understood his mind. Yes, you're right. This time I'll go to the city again. I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity. But don't worry, I'm going to end up back here. In the future, my children will go to school, and greet them if something happens. Come on, it's not even a test yet, and you've already made sure you're going to win. However, this era is a policy to support them, but where a bit of academic ideas, the country will not choose to bury. This trip to ensure that there is no problem. In the midst of his excitement, Lee Myung-chul suddenly sighed out in an inopportune manner. Ugh, Levi froze. What's going on here? Lee Mingjer hurriedly shook his head, and replaced with a smile. It's okay, it's the factory recently, by people under the trap, worrying me. Once I heard that the old brother you have such a good development, brother me but, alas, not right. I'm still happy for you. Li Wei caught the point of the words and couldn't help but frown and worry. Laying a trap? What's going on here? Chapter 104, too excited. Lee Mingjer did not avoid it, and pretending to be embarrassed, he told Li Wei the whole thing. Yo, that's really not a good thing for you to do. There are a lot of crooks in this day and age, and it's a real pain in the ass to get caught up in it. Lee Mingjer hesitant. Yes, now that Zhao boss cannot be found, then certainly find a variety of reasons to refuse, knowing that it is a scam, but I cannot do anything about it. Who led our Trade and Industry Bureau does not know people. The small people busy with their business will not be concerned about really worried. Li Wei smiled. Hey, this is a good thing to do. My classmates is the Trade and Industry Bureau. I greeted on the line. I will give him a phone call. You go over with the contract in the afternoon. As long as the surname Zhao's present, we directly catch him in the present, but also counted as a help to the Trade and Industry Bureau to do business is not. Really? Will this be too much trouble for you? Lee Mingjer was surprised one moment and worried the next. His little expression was on full display, coaxing Li Wei to just keep laughing. Don't worry, I'll call now, said Li Wei directly picked up the phone in hand and dialed out. Hey, Xiao Ma brother, I Li Wei. Well, long time no see. I have a thing on this side would like to ask you to do a favor. Well, I have a brother. The company has something, maybe fraudulent. Want to let the Trade and Industry Bureau to check. Cannot be alarmed. Well, boss surname Zhao. Right. Is that company? Good. Then I let him bring materials to you in the afternoon to give people ideas. After all, it is a new company. Police intervention in this matter is a bit complicated. You understand what I mean? Good. Invite you to dinner. Good. Bye. Hang up the phone. Li Wei's smile will not be able to hide. Well, you directly with the material to go in the afternoon. You do business things I do not understand. The specific is the police or let the Commerce and Industry Bureau to solve the problem. We in accordance with the formal channels to do. Lee Mingjer was so excited that he couldn't speak. I really don't know what to say. You see, it's always troublesome for you. It's still you who is capable of greatness. Otherwise I really don't know what to do with this small businessman. Li Wei was held by Lee Mingjer almost heart-blossomed. Nothing. Say this why. But it is a matter of making a phone call. Go. I'll treat you to dinner. Lee Mingjer pulled Li Wei's hand and was about to head for the door. Li Wei laughed. I'm not off work yet. Lee Mingjer slapped his head, embarrassed to speak. Look at me. Too excited. then I'll come to pick you up at night. Let's have dinner together. I must thank you for it. Li Wei waved his hand. It's fine. Mainly I also have an appointment tonight, with a few classmates gathering. Some other day. I know where your house is. I'm sure to find you for a drink before I leave. Li Mingzhi slapped the table and said boldly. It's settled. Then you're busy. I won't bother you with your work. It's not good for you to stay here for a long time. Okay, I'll give you a ride then. No. Must send. You slow down on the road. Take a cab in front. Okay, don't worry. Don't send it. It's weirdly hot. Just send it here. Slow down. Okay, bye. Another difficult scene. The security guard's eyes wanted to fall out from watching, but he was not surprised. Li Wei watched Li Mingzhi walk away before he turned to the security guard. The security guard immediately changed into a warm smile. Director Li, something happy. Li Wei squinted at him. Don't ask blindly what you shouldn't care about. Stand your post properly and do your job well. After saying this, he directly turned around and left. The security guard spat again. Say you're fat and you're really wheezing. What the hell? Commissary door. Li Mingzhi gasping, painfully drinking ice-cold soda, had thought to test. He did not know Li Wei in the end. Do not know the people of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. Did not think that this rod directly hit the back of the hand. Save him a lot of things. This time, he wanted to eradicate the remnants of the Yellow Wind Party together, to put an end to his thoughts, or else this group of people had been making waves, and he would not be able to live in peace. Didn't bring a pretty girl out this time. The new flavor of popsicles just arrived. I'll give you one to try. The owner of the kiosk flirted with Li Mingzhi, and at a glance, he knew that he had come from the front Zhenghong kindergarten, but the man's face was raw, so he shouldn't be a kindergarten employee, and it was probably some kind of parent. These days, those who can send their children to public kindergartens are not ordinary people, and despite the fact that he is still dressed like an ordinary worker, the boss still thinks highly of him. Li Mingzhi took the popsicle in a natural way, but it is a few cents cost of the thing, for the boss of 9 cents, but people are doing business after all. Li Mingzhi is not willing to take advantage of others. You this new popsicle for me to 20. Find a big ice cube to put in the bag. I take away. The boss froze. This just pay a return. This person is either rich or stupid. Well, immediately give you loaded. Different flavors I give you mixed. Send you 2 more. Are delicious. Relief. These days, we'll do business with the boss of the big catch, but will do people is not much. Li Mingzhi cannot help but to this boss is also high on 3 points. Low. Thank you. Time to come back to patronize. Okay, slow down. Just about to leave. Li Mingzhi saw a familiar face. Is the housing management section of the main director of Hong Jiangwen? He scowled. Look evasive with a wonderful girl one after the other into the car. Sped away. When the boss saw Li Mingzhi stop just 2 steps away, he also curiously followed his gaze and then laughed. That man is the head of the housing management section of the 6th factory. People can be happy. With a girl in her early 20s, a lot of good fortune. Li Mingzhi know that woman is considered to have had a one-sided relationship, and Shen Meng is a workshop. 80% is also for the welfare room in the matter of making small moves. Is that his daughter? The boss laughed. How can that look give birth to such a beautiful daughter? It's a mistress. Seen it not once or twice. Everyone on this street knows it. It dawned on Li Mingzhi that since it was something that everyone knew about, it was good. Alright, let's go. Slow down. Li Mingzhi with popsicles directly back to the new factory. The popsicles distributed to the workers busy under the scorching sun. Let them rest for a while. The workers are very appreciated by Li Mingzhi's love. Eat popsicles to grasp the time to put into the first line. No delay at all to work. Brother Li, the things you asked to be done are almost done today. Beetle and Li Mingzhi squatted under the tree in front of the factory while eating popsicles and smoking. Li Mingzhi was careless. This would be full of Hong Jiangwen's figure just now. Well, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. The caped crusader smiled, licked a popsicle, took a drag on his cigarette, and noticed that Li Mingzhi was a little distracted. Is something wrong, Brother Li? Li Mingzhi shook his head. There is a good thing, but it's not a big thing, but for others it's a heavenly good thing. But for me it's just that. But it's just that I know and others don't know yet. I want others to know, but I make others think that I don't know. But then I find out that I turned out to know. Alas, big head. The beetle couldn't help but scratch his head. What do you know that I don't know? You know that I don't know? Recently, it is really more and more difficult to understand what Li Mingzhi is saying. It feels as if it is very simple, yet it feels very profound. In short, it is awesome. Chapter 105, Brother Pony. By the way, brother, do you want to go and see the finished golden eggs? I thought the dye would arrive in the afternoon, but I didn't expect it to arrive at noon. Taking advantage of the lunch break, the brothers made them. Li Mingzhi laughed. This group of people work is also spelled. So real people in this everywhere. Why to the latter part of the world these people disappeared? Strange. It's okay. said, "You do my assured. This has you staring, there will be no problem. Yesterday overtime brothers, each go to the finance department to receive $20 overtime, $10 overtime hours, $10 meals subsidies. You count how much money, make a list to report on the line." The Beatles froze. $20. Now the most you can give $3 for an extra shift. Lee Mingjer even waved his hand, is $20 per person, which is nearly more than half a month's salary. Brother Lee, this is not a little more. Brother is not that all rushed to the money. Give a $10 is also good, although $20 is very tempting, but after all, the factory is still in the development stage, with the money are in the back. Give a $10 is already considered the price of heaven. Lee Mingjer helpless. There are people too much money, brothers, we go out to do business. In line with the spirit is to make money for all of us to go. Sentiment is sentiment. Wages are wages. Work to pay, this is natural. As long as I can get out of the absolute will not be treated poorly by the brothers. And really in the future to the time of a momentary constraints. Please brothers understand me. These words made the Beatles excited and forgot to lick the popsicle. Brotherly, just for these words, the brothers are dead set on following you. No more words, even if it says that in the future you have no money, so that the brothers will support you. That will never be excused. Lee Myung-chul smiled and hoped that when it really came to that day, they would be able to do what they said they would do. But he still preferred to be clear with his words and reasoning first, because no one knew which would come first, tomorrow or the accident. In the afternoon, while the Commerce and Industry Bureau just went to work, Lee Mingjer organized the information early, waiting in the door of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. "Hello, I'm looking for Pony Boy." At the entrance of the counter of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, there sat a young girl in her early 20s. The young girl raised her head, pushed the large-rimmed black eyes on her face, had a moment of confusion, and then suddenly smiled. "Xiao Ma? Are you looking for Director Ma?" Lee Mingjer froze, not quite understanding the little girl's smile. Director Ma? Li Wei also did not tell him that this classmate is actually a director level. To be able to achieve the position of director in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, this person mixed can be too much stronger than Li Wei. Is it only one with the surname Ma? Avoiding making a scene, Lee Myung-chul confirmed again and again. The little girl's smile became even brighter. It was a very strange smile, not a happy smile, not a mocking smile, but a little strange. In short, Lee Myung-chul couldn't describe it. Yes, there's only one with the last name of Ma. Oh, Sensei laughed at nothing. He wasn't here to make fun of the little girl. There was no point in caring what she thought. "I'll find him then. Already contacted ahead of time." The little girl froze and laughed again. "You didn't make the connection yourself, did you? Ha? Did she see right away that she was looking for an acquaintance to come over? And that was a bit too clever? A friend helped me get in touch, and Director Ma said I should just come straight over." The little girl looked Lee Mingjer up and down and found the file bag he was holding. "Okay, you go in from here. Find the people in the back of the security section to help you contact them. And remember to say that you are looking for Director Ma, but don't say Brother Xiao Ma." Lee Myung-chul looked in the direction of the little girl's finger, and it was a red wooden door that opened at the corner of the wall. Lee Myung-chul nodded and followed that door into the courtyard behind. The girl, however, kept giggling behind her back and laughing, making Lee Myung-chul feel a little creeped out. There is a parking lot on the left side of the courtyard, and next to the parking lot is the security section. "Hello, I'm looking for Director Ma, contacted in advance." The security guard glanced at Lee Myung-chul, his gaze finally landing on the dossier bag in his hand, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing an inconspicuous scoff. "Well, hold on." The security guard goes into the back office to make a phone call and tells Lee Myung-chul to wait at the door. Looking at the security guard's eyes, Lee Myung-chul smiled on his face and couldn't help but curse in his heart. He just came over to do his job through the back door. What's wrong with him? Half an hour's time passed quickly. Lee Mingjer sat on the steps of the entrance to the security section and kept fanning the file bag in his hand, but the fan came out without feeling the slightest bit of coolness. It's a cold wind in this defense section office, but the door is closed, and the cold air conditioning inside doesn't flow out at all, so it's really stingy. Waiting for another half an hour. Still do not see people. Lee Myung-chul is a little less than happy. This little horse brother, in the end, what is the meaning of this? Is to give him a downward spiral? Or is he intentionally reminding himself to remember to serve the food later? Lee Mingjer's hand into the pocket, touching the inside, just bought 2 boxes of china and half a caddy of tea, as well as a not too small red envelope. His intention is not to spend a penny to do this thing, but I do not know what the person called Brother Xiaoma's temper. If you can simply talk about the ideals and beliefs of that line, if you want a money is not impossible, but in case they have a big appetite, how to give money, this is also a door art. Lee Mingjer will not be satisfied with the status quo to stop moving forward, and the yamen to greet is a necessary process, and there is Li Wei this line. the other side will always give some face. So Li Mingjie this time to prepare the gift. Not heavy, but this turned an hour. The person has not yet appeared. Li Niangchul could not help but mutter in his heart. Would like to go to the defense section again to urge. But Li Niangchul held back. This time to fight is the war of patience. If you want to occupy the upper position, this time to see who is more patient. Li Niangchul interpreted this as a test. Of course, it was possible that people were really busy and forgot about him, but he was such a big living person standing in the yard. No one could pretend not to see him, and it was not good to be impatient at this time. Exhaling a breath, Li Niangchul walked back and forth in the courtyard, pretending to be anxious and worried while doing so, but as soon as someone passed by, he immediately stood his position and acted like he was waiting patiently. For one thing, it was a way of telling the man who had tried him that he was very disciplined. Secondly, it was also a way to tell the person who was testing him that he was in a real hurry. Sure enough, after another 20 minutes or so, a man in uniform approached him. Hello, is this Li Niangchul? Li Niangchul nodded without haste. Yes, I am. The man nodded and held out his hand. Hello, Director Ma sent me. My name is Rin Junwei. He is busy. You can go back by giving me the information directly. Li Niangchul froze. Not showing up? I wanted to refuse. I must see Director Ma himself. But Li Mingjie didn't open his mouth. He revealed a kind smile and handed the information to Rin Junwei. Good, since Director Ma is busy, I'm not in a position to disturb. I've written all the relevant details as a paperwork in the file bag. Director Ma will be able to understand it at a glance. I'm sorry to trouble you. After the file bag was handed over to Rin Junwei's hand, Li Mingjie turned around and left the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, leaving Rin Junwei out to dry. Chapter 106, Trust. Ren Junwei looked at Li Mingjie's back as he left, not seeing the slightest hesitation, and had to smile bitterly. Before he came out, he also thought that if Li Mingjie had to see Director Ma or else he wouldn't leave, then how should he reply? Thinking of 3 or 4 reasons to reject the other party, but it turned out that none of them worked. This made him feel ridiculous for his small mind just now. At this moment, he began to wonder what was in this file bag. Was he so confident that Director Ma would do him this favor if he saw what was inside? Xiao Wei, what's this person's relationship with Director Ma? The security guard walked out and spoke curiously. He also thought that Li Mingjie would be unforgiving. After all, he had already waited for so long. Was it just to submit the information up? Unless this dossier is, well, stuffed with money. Think of this security guard gloating, almost did not laugh out loud. If the bag is really full of money, then Li Mingjie is considered to hit the muzzle of the gun. The director of the horse is not a general clean. Simply not rub sand in the eyes of the seriousness of the possibility of letting Li Mingjie. Even the company cannot be opened. Ren Junwei helplessly shook his head, touching the file bag. Although thick, but cannot conclude that there is money inside. I do not know. Director Ma did not explain, only said to let the information to stay. The person left. It looks as if it is an acquaintance of the TO. Does not seem to know. Yeah, the security guard had a look of having seen through it all long ago. For him to know Director Ma like that, I'll chop off his head. And I'm sure there's a red packet in the bag, so there's a good show to watch. Ren Junwei skimmed his mouth, a little disgusted with the security guard's words. Let's not worry about this matter. It's best not to discuss it in private either. I'll go back first. The security guard, on the other hand, had a look at the mindset of watching, and was going to follow Ren Junwei to see how much money the man had stuffed, but the phone in the office suddenly rang, and he could only stop and turn around and go into the office. Of course Li Niangchul wouldn't be so stupid as to stuff money in a file bag. In the absence of seeing myself, cannot be sure that this document really can be handed over to my hands before? Li Niangchul will not do anything. Bribery, this kind of thing. He also have to look at the person. This is the art. It was 6 or 7 o'clock when we got back to the new factory. The people are busy with themselves. The doorway of the catwalk has been decent. I can't imagine that this gang of brothers who break into the world can also have this craft, although compared with the 21st century design is far. But in this has been enough to provoke a crowd of eyeballs. Li Mingjie sitting alone in the house to smoke and read the information. He is confident that as long as the director of the horse has seen the document, cannot sit back and watch. At present, everything is ready. All we need is a burst of wind. Li, you're back. Gangzi pushed the door in violently, startling the contemplative Li Niangchul. Knock first. Scare me. Gundam scratched his head in embarrassment. Get used to it. Sorry. Okay, something's up. Gangzi suddenly remembered to say, oh, that batch of goods rushed almost. The delivery date can be shipped smoothly. There is also Minister Zhou that order. Now also started to carry out. Before we ordered the machine is also done. I let Ermao they find a car to pull the machine. The opening day can be delivered. Li Mingjie nodded and pulled out a cigarette and threw it to Gangzi. Alright, tomorrow Sunday is our last day of preparation. Tomorrow night all of us will have a general meeting. Gundam froze. A convention? He knew the meaning of the opening of the General Assembly, but never thought he could also open the General Assembly. But now, after all, not a lot of people, not counting the temporary workers, only a dozen of them at present, but also shelved the opening of the General Assembly. It is not what you want to say. Push the door out to stand in the corridor on the second floor and shout a voice. Everyone will know? Lee Myung-chul flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Have a general meeting. It was time to present these people with relevant regulations, set up relevant rules, and develop according to a proper corporate model. Wait, Gangzi was about to walk out when Lee Mingzhi called out to him. I've greeted Lu Er. This batch of goods will be temporarily stored at his place, and when Boss Xiao comes to the door to pick up the goods we'll find someone to pull them from his place. Gangzi froze, puzzled by Lee Mingzhi's approach. Why we are not without a place. Why put him there? In case the kid plays tricks how to do. Lee Myung-chul raised one eye. Recently the weather has been dry and hot. It's a high incidence of fires. The measures over there are better. After all, this batch of goods is very important to us. We can't afford to take the slightest risk. Gangzi's eyes dimmed. He knew that this was Lee Mingzhi did not trust him. Did not trust his own brother? What the high fire period but are all excuses. In comparison, Lee Mingzhi more trust Lu Er. Brother Lee, I negotiated this order right? Lee Mingzhi nodded. Yes, once the payment for the goods arrives, you can go to the finance department to collect the commission, which I promised in advance. That's not what I meant. Gangzi is a little angry. He is not for this commission, although he also want to get this commission, and it is also he and his brother busy for a few days to earn. Rightfully so, but Lee Mingzhi suddenly bring this matter to the surface. Gangzi heart more or less feel that Lee Mingzhi did not treat him as his own brother. Lee Mingzhi froze for a moment, putting down the work in his hand and looking up at Gangzi, waiting for him to continue. Gangzi sighed, his face full of grievances. Brother Lee, I know we can make money thanks to Lu Er's goods, but the goods are still made by the brothers. We can't take all the credit for everything. Lee Myung-chul felt a bit ridiculous, but he held his tongue. I didn't say he got credit for it. Gangzi sighed out again. Now that our business is independent, we are fully capable of running it on our own. Why do we need to store this batch of goods at Lu Er's? I just can't figure it out. It's my goods. I should be the one to watch over them. Why should I let him meddle with them? Lee Mingzhi understood the meaning of Gangzi. In the heart of Gangzi, this order means a lot to him. Naturally, he cannot understand the meaning of Lee Mingzhi to do so, but Lee Mingzhi now told Gangzi that this is a conspiracy. Gangzi certainly do not believe it, and it will only make the contradiction bigger and bigger. I said, just because the protection measures of the warehouse over there are more perfect than ours, so it is temporarily stored for a while, and when the warehouse behind us is built, it can be. You just don't trust the brothers. Gangzi directly blurted out this sentence, but he regretted saying it a little, and he was not willing to say it in his heart. Lee Myung-chul narrowed his eyes. Gangzi continued to speak. You're afraid that the brothers' hands are not clean, right? You were not satisfied with this order before. You think only Zhouguoquan kind of people can talk about big orders. We kind of people talk about a big order as a problem? Brother Lee, I can't understand you. I know you don't look at us through colored glasses, but I can't understand what you're doing. He really cannot understand. Zhouguoquan talk about a 100,000 single. Lee Mingzhi happy to go to the factory to do the report, but also booked a new machine to catch up with the work. But just they talk about this single less than 50,000 or so. Lee Mingzhi do not say happy, even mention did not mention, and even do not let do the report. It's a clear distinction. He's not convinced. Chapter 107, joking. Lee Mingzhi sighed lightly. Lit a cigarette. Gangzi, you say I do not trust you. This is too chilling for me. So big factory pre-strategic layout and marketing strategy, as well as the opening ceremony, I have handed over to the brothers to do. Ask no questions. You say I am afraid of the brothers' unclean hands and feet. Do not I am afraid of someone in the material to me to report false accounts to enrich their own pockets? But I think with you guys around, it's just not going to happen. Now just because of this list I doubt. You have negated my trust in you all. I am now sad all want to cry out. Lee Myung-chul's tone was very flat, not impatient or sad, but it made people feel very aggrieved. Gangzi looked at Lee Mingzhi. There is a kind of indescribable bitterness in his heart, but the brothers in the end what is the material he is clear in his heart. Lee Mingzhi this period of time how much pressure and trouble he is also clear, but he is now just cannot walk out. With a final sigh, the two parted on bad terms. Work continues. No one knows what Gangzi said to Lee Mingzhi in his office, but everyone can see that Gangzi's whole mood is different after coming out of Lee Mingzhi's office. But with the $20 of overtime paid only by Lee Mingzhi, everyone cannot say anything, cannot mention anything, but the heart is exactly the same as Gangzi. Close the door. Lee Mingzhi long sighed. Personnel relations has always been an enterprise's top priority. The beginning of an enterprise gradually downhill. From the beginning of the personnel relations become complicated. Gangzi was born in the jungle. The righteousness of the body is heavy. All things like to lean on this, tangled up in this, cannot think is a common problem. But Jogwakwan is not this kind of person. As long as the concessions, he will be able to saddle you with the key to drive the economic development of the enterprise in the early stage. He naturally want to treat differently. Jogwajia understood what Lee Mingjur did, but Gangzi couldn't understand it at all, making this originally simple matter very complicated. It seems that Lee Mingjur has to find a way to collect Gangzi's heart before he can do so. The pamphlets were all printed out this evening. Not many, 200 copies, and the Beatles gave some to each of the brothers below them to distribute in the neighboring villages and fairs on Sunday. Lee Mingjur took a batch of low-quality undershirts from Luer, ready to take it out on the day to do a rush activity. The popularity of the first to do up. The channel businessman will be confused by the illusion. Then the later goods editions is just a matter of Jogwakwan moving his lips. Everything he does now is to pave the way for the big single behind Jogwakwan. The mouth of the people is the lowest price publicity advertisement. One passes the word to another, when nothing needs to be done. Naturally, there will be acquaintances to introduce acquaintances to. Once the complete chain of goods export is formed, the value of Jogwakwan will completely disappear when the chain is formed. Before leaving work for the evening, Lee Myung-chul called Junko to his office. Rico, what's wrong? Lee Mingjur let Shunzi close the door. You take a day off tomorrow. Catch up on sleep at home. Quietly go to the factory tomorrow night to keep watch. Don't care what you see or hear. Just remember everything. Understand? Junko scratched his head. Brother Lee, is there something wrong? Lee Mingjur exhaled. Anyway, just don't let anyone find out that you're on duty in the factory. Just in case. In addition, before tomorrow night, let Luer pull away all the inventory in the factory, even the raw materials. Junko nodded. I know, don't worry Lee. Lee Mingjur took some of the flyers on his way out and took a bus back to Sanlitun in the night. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Lee Mingjur got out of the car and did a three-wheeled, which arrived at the door of Fu Yao's house. Yo, it's Daddy. It's Daddy. Daddy's here. As soon as she heard the commotion at the door, Kiki's little ears perked up and she jumped right up off the bench and sprinted for the door. Chi-Chi, you slow down. You heard it wrong. Why didn't I hear it? Fu Yao hurriedly pulled Chi-Chi. It was so late. How could Lee Mingjur come back? It must be that Chi-Chi missed her dad. So when she heard the commotion she thought it was her dad coming back. Really mommy? I heard Daddy call Yo-Yo. Kiki twinkled her big eyes and kept looking out into the yard, itching to go right over the wall to the front door. Speaking in a serious manner, Fu Yao hesitated and couldn't help but feel excited inside. Could it really be that Lee Myung-chul had returned? Jogged all the way over to the door, but it was empty and nothing was there? Fu Yao was a little upset and looked at Kiki. Kiki, how can you lie? Where is Daddy? Chi-Chi looked around and pulled Fu Yao around as she ran around. Really? I really heard Dad's voice. I'm not lying. Okay. Fu Yao picked up Chi-Chi with a hug. If you miss Daddy, we'll go back in a couple days. Okay. Kiki still looked at the door in disbelief. I really heard Daddy's voice. I really did. Watching the door slowly close and drop the lock, Lee Myung-chul walked out from the dark corner and couldn't help but smile. It was still his daughter's ears. He just gently called out and she heard it. Seeing Fu Yao running out with eyes full of excitement and going back with eyes full of disappointment, Lee Mingjur's heart is as sweet as honey. The original being held by someone is such a happy thing. For this matter Lee Mingjur feels that the hard work of these days are worth it. Yo, Lee Myung-chul gave another little yelp and ducked back into the corner again. Not more than a minute later, Fu Yao rushed out from the house again, but there was still nothing outside in the dark. Chi-Chi pulled Fu Yao's hand, still looking from side to side, itching to fly her eyes out. Mom, it's Dad's voice. Right, you heard it too, right? Fu Yao looked at the darkness, but it was full of loss. She did hear someone call her name, but the voice was too small she couldn't be sure whether it was Lee Mingjur or not. Suddenly she thought of something and couldn't hold back the anger in her heart. Don't joke around outside in front of my house. Just go. My man is on his way home soon. When he comes back, you won't be able to get away. After saying that she pulled Chi-Chi to hurry to the house. The last few days outside is not peaceful. I heard that yesterday the village also caught a wall climbing burglary. But the good thing is that Pei the old man is not that good to bully people. His family has been very peaceful. The suspense of this matter coming out today made Fu Yao feel a little scared in her heart. Your man is back. Lee Mingjur suddenly popped out from the corner and hugged Fu Yao tightly directly from behind her. Then spun around restoratively, startling Kiki. You let go of me. Let go of me. Fu Yao did not see clearly to come. Thought it was a hooligan. To Lee Mingjur is hit and kick, but her strength is too small. The other party never let go. Fu Yao in a hurry and Lee Mingjur arm hard bite. Ouch. It hurts. Ouch. Lee Mingjur ate pain. Let go of Fu Yao. Fu Yao do not care to see clearly the appearance of the person. Pick up Chi-Chi to run to the house. backhand as a thunk sound heavily closed the door. Li Mingjur in hot pursuit of directly hit the big iron door. Suddenly the sky turned. Almost did not fall to the ground. Chapter 108, Joking. Fu Yao was in a state of shock, standing in the yard with Chi-Chi in her arms, panting heavily, catching the attention of Fu mother in the house. What's wrong? What happened? Is Mingjur back? I think I heard his voice. Fu Yao gasped and shook her head. No, I don't know where they came from. Quickly let Dad out. Paymaster froze and turned back to the house again. Mommy, it seemed like it was really Daddy. I saw it. Kiki spoke in a small voice, also taken aback by the scene just now, but it seemed like she actually saw the man's face as her dad. Fu Yao froze. If she saw the face, then Kiki specified that she couldn't lie. Could it really be Li Niangchul? Fu Yao walked up and lay down in front of the door and spoke in a whisper. Who are you? Li Mingjur was covering his head when he heard Fu Yao's voice and hurriedly answered. It's me, Li Mingjur. It's really me. Fu Yao instantly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly opened the door. Seeing Li Mingjur's wretched appearance, he was laughing and angry, walked up and pounded him vigorously. Good eye you. Make this kind of joke. Is this a casual joke? Scared me to death. Li Mingjur pouted and hurriedly pulled Fu Yao's hand. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's not retribution. Saying that, while rubbing his head, he pointed again at the teeth marks left by Fu Yao just now. Fu Yao couldn't help but laugh. No seriousness. When Chi-Chi finally saw Li Mingjur's face, she forgot about the shock she had just experienced and jumped directly into Li Mingjur's arms. Daddy is bad. I miss Daddy. Li Mingjur kissed Kiki hard on her forehead and picked her up. It's all Daddy's fault. Daddy will never make this kind of joke again. Okay. Kiki rose her mouth. Daddy's still bad. Humph. Gotta. That's offending your own little princess. Who dares to spread wildness in front of my house? Let's see if I don't beat this brat to death. The old man Fu suddenly rushed out of the house with a shovel in his hand. Li Mingjur hurriedly stepped back. If he was smashed, then he wouldn't be able to start his career. Dad, it's me, Mingjur. Pay the old man to see clearly the appearance of the visitor. A sigh of relief. Did not have the good taste to speak, such an old man. Open this kind of joke. Go back to their own homes squarely knocking on the door is not on the line. Thought it was a love affair shouting secret signals it. Fu Yao's face brushed red. Dad, what are you talking about? Who falls in love and shouts code words? When was that? What are you doing mentioning him? Li Mingjur embarrassed smile up. When chasing Fu Yao, Pei the old man dead disagreed. Just do not let Li Mingjur into the house. But the longing is hard to endure. Li Mingjur to the knight in the wall gently shouted Fu Yao's name. Fu Yao will come out of the house and Li Mingjur to go to the nearby field to enjoy the moon and eat popsicles. As it is now, it's a good story to talk about what happened back then. At that time, Li Mingjur was devoted to Fu Yao and had vowed to give Fu Yao the best life. Okay, don't make a scene at the door. Hurry up and go inside. You're back so late. You haven't eaten yet. Right, Mom will get you something to eat. Hurry up and go inside. Mother Fu let Fu Yao pull Li Mingjur into the house, and she herself turned into the kitchen to put down a bowl of noodles for Li Mingjur. Why are you back so late? Fu Yao painfully looked at the spiritless Li Mingjur. These days she was not by Li Mingjur's side. I don't know if Li Mingjur ate well. Look at this tired look. Should be very busy with the new factory. Li Mingjur holding Chi-Chi in his arms, holding Fu Yao's hand in his hand, his head bulging a big red bag, but his face is a happy smile. A few days of fatigue swept away. It's okay. Chi-Chi to Zhenghan kindergarten thing I'm done. And so go back to the kindergarten. You can go directly to the kindergarten. And on Monday our new factory opened. Is also considered to be on the right track. Fu Yao was pleasantly surprised. So fast. I heard that Zhenghan kindergarten is very difficult to get into. How did you manage? Li Mingjur pointed to his own mouth, all because of a 3-inch tongue. Of course, there cannot be separated from you and Chi-Chi's attachment to you. This free time I rushed back. Want me? Fu Yao shyly nuzzled her mouth and glared at Li Mingjur in a bad mood. Who misses you? Stinky. Li Mingjur did not think, that just did not know who. A run out of that surprise eyes, designated as wanting me cannot line up. I just stink. I'm happy. You still say, just you are bad, and hide in the corner. Look at the bag on your head. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It won't hurt if you blow me. Go. Ahem. Elder Fu, who was sitting by the side and listening for half a day, couldn't help but make a sound. And Li Mingjur and Fu Yao's faces reddened at the same time, but the clenched hands never let go. Pei the old man smiled. He is also from the young over. These little heart he still cannot understand? The two are still young. Despite the proximity of the two are separated from each other is really difficult for them. Alright, you guys can go back tomorrow. You don't have to stay here all the time, and Kiki has to hurry to school. Fu Yao didn't look much happier when she heard this, although it was hard for her to be separated from Li Mingjur. But now that Fu Jun hadn't been coming back, she didn't feel comfortable leaving. But if she stays in her mother's house, there will naturally be more people gossiping after a long time. Seeing that Li Mingjie is now under so much pressure, Fu Yao is not good enough to mention the house again. Maybe that is Li Mingjie said on the spur of the moment. She can't really take it seriously. After all, there is a son who still lives with his daughter? Li Mingjie saw Fu Yao's mind, patted her hand and looked at Grandpa Fu. Dad, it's like this. I'm very busy in the factory these days and I don't have time to take care of Yao Yao. I still hope that you two old people can help me take care of Yao Yao and Chi Chi for a few more days. And wait for a few more days and I'll pick them up and bring them back. And when the welfare housing comes down, you two old people will live with us. Otherwise Chi Chi will definitely miss Grandma and Grandpa. Li Mingjie said this pertinent and good. Fu Yao is full of excitement. His own little heart is Li Mingjie see through. He can always know their own difficulties and ideas. Do not wait for their own propose to help her deal with properly. But Master Fu was full of heartbreak. Mingjie, I know you are filial. These years I as a father did not give you a good face. You do not blame me for blocking you and Yao Yao together in the beginning. Dad remembered in his heart. But he has a son. How can he still rely on his daughter and son-in-law to support him? This sentence Fu old man choked in the heart did not say out. The son is so bad. That day after leaving and never came back. His eyes really is not this family. This is the Fu family's scandal. If he followed Fu Yao to live at this time, wouldn't he be poked in the back? Li Mingjie sighed out a breath. Dad, a son-in-law half a son. I am also your son. Is not when the son can still be angry with the old man hate it? In those years, I was too young to understand. I don't understand. I know you hate me, but now I've figured it out. Don't you want to give me a chance to change my ways, and let me make up for the filial piety that I owe, or how else can I be a human being? Unless you still don't recognize me from the bottom of your heart. Chapter 109, Thinking of You. Fu mother who had been in the kitchen secretly sobbed. Her son-in-law could say this kind of words is what she did not expect. In the countryside, some words and some things are just scenes, but she knew in her heart that Li Mingjie had really changed. And the words were true. Elder Fu's eyes also moistened, being guilt-ridden inside by Li Mingjie's words. Recognized. Yao Yao following you, your mom and I are relieved. You don't need to care about us. Fu Yao wanted to open her mouth to persuade, but she was stopped by Li Mingjie. At this time, it is meaningless to say more. Will only make the old man embarrassed. This thing needs to be slow. Want to speed is not enough. If Grandpa lives with us, will Grandpa be able to pick me up from school later? Chi Chi suddenly opened her mouth, causing Elder Fu to laugh. Ha ha, Chi Chi is not tired of staying with Grandpa yet. Kiki loves Grandpa and likes to hear Grandpa tell stories about the past. Yesterday it was said that the weasel got into Grandpa Lu's yard and then took the chickens from Grandpa Lu's house. Kiki began to blah the story that Master Fu had told her, causing Mother Fu in the kitchen to break into laughter, thinking that this girl was really spiritual and cute, and that her ancestors were blessed. Well, eat something. Fu's mother brought the hot noodles to the table, and Kiki didn't forget to bring him a bottle of cold soda. Mingjie, tomorrow at home for dinner. I go out in the morning to buy some good food. Fu mother softly opened her mouth to ask. Look at Li Mingjie with the appearance of wolfing down the food. People do not heartache, do not know how many times hungry. Li Mingjie waved his hand. Mom, you don't have to care. Come back tomorrow at noon and I'll bring the food. I'll go out in the morning. Fu Yao froze. All leaving early in the morning? Li Mingjie violently swallowed a large mouthful of noodles. Tomorrow morning I want to go around the village and just bring back the vegetables on the way. Then Yo-Yo and I will accompany you. Li Mingjie waved his hand again. You guys rest at home. I'll just go by myself. I have to run to several places in the morning. And you guys are tired even if you follow. That's fine. Fu Yao rose his mouth. Can only give up? Li Mingjie is now going to do great things. Dragging the family is naturally inconvenient. Business matters Fu Yao does not understand. In addition to follow the blind errands cannot do anything. Might as well be at home waiting for Li Mingjie to come back. When dinner was over and the lights were out, Mom and Dad went to bed and Chi Chi drifted off to sleep in Grandma's arms. Fu Yao was busy in the kitchen, trying to prepare tomorrow morning's breakfast ahead of time so that Li Mingjie could eat his fill before leaving the house. Li Mingjie sneaked out of bed and felt his way into the kitchen. Goo! Fu Yao was startled by the hand that suddenly hugged her, and Li Mingjie hurriedly covered her mouth. Shoo! Mom and Dad are asleep. Fu Yao slowed down her breath, smiled helplessly, and continued to work on the work in her hands. Not going out early in the morning, not going to bed early? Li Mingjie leaned his head on Fu Yao's thin shoulder and spoke in a low voice. I can't sleep when I see you. I miss you. Fu Yao smiled gently. I missed you too. What did you eat these days when I wasn't here? Li Mingjie shook his head and couldn't help but pout. I can't eat or sleep well without you. I just miss you. Today's Li Mingjie. A little bit not quite the same, like a child asking for care and warmth on Fu Yao, constantly telling Fu Yao about his needs and wants for Fu Yao. Said Li Mingjie's hand began to be dishonest. Fu Yao was stunned, hurried to avoid. Stop it. Mom and Dad are there. Will come over when they hear the commotion. Li Mingqiu pouted as he turned Fu Yao around to face himself. 4 eyes, one deep, one nervous, not at all like a couple that has been married for 4 or 5 years. Li Mingzhi's eyes were scorching hot, looking at Fu Yao like a kitten scratching inside. She wanted to immediately pounce over and hold him tightly in her arms, but she held back. More than her rushing over, she was inwardly looking forward to Li Mingzhi pouncing on her and claiming it from herself. The next second Li Mingzhi covered those lips. Li Mingzhi tightly hugged Fu Yao's waist, wanting to rub her into his body. His madness was the release of the stress of the past few days, and also the thought of Fu Yao deep inside. Ahem, ahem. The sound of Master Fu coughing suddenly came. Li Mingzhi hurriedly let go of Fu Yao, but Fu Yao was not yet finished, her eyes still staring at Li Mingzhi with fire. Look outside the yard. Li Niangchul paused for a moment. It turned out that the old man did not come out. Couldn't help but laugh at his own timidity. Scared me. Thought Dad came out. If Dad saw us in the kitchen. In the next second, Fu Yao suddenly pounced on her. She sucked her lips tightly and whispered in Li Niangchul's ear. Niangchul, I miss you. I miss you. Yo, I miss you too. Li Mingzhi backhanded the kitchen door shut. A turn to carry Fu Yao on the stove. Early in the morning Li Mingzhi left his house with the flyers. He first went to the west entrance of the village, found a few children, and with a packet of sugar he bribed the children to help him hand out the flyers. He went from the west entrance to the north entrance, and then went directly to the south. A moment's effort to stroll around the village's most lively several areas. He sat in front of a kiosk, observing the flow of people and the level of per capita consumption, and found that the level of consumption in the village is still quite high. In the early years of the opening of the kiosk almost all made a lot of money, but on the contrary, opened in the urban area of the kiosk is not as high as the village's earnings. If it isn't my uncle, when did you come back? Aunt Air bought salt from the kiosk and walked out to see Li Niangchul sitting on the side, licking a popsicle while drinking a soda for good measure. Li Mingzhi froze. Second aunt? What a coincidence. I just came back last night. Second auntie sized up Li Mingzhi. What are you doing here? Shopping? Li Niangchul shook his head. It's fine. I just came out to take a look around. Second aunt smiled. Always feel that this Li Mingzhi secretive. Never simply turn around just. It is possible that there is what big business in the wait and see. Said just also sat down. Mingzhi, today at noon to go to the second aunt's home for dinner. Let your aunt's husband to give you stewed pork ribs, and then fried 2 dishes. Li Mingzhi could still not see what his second aunt had in mind. He pulled out the publicity page from his pocket and handed it to his second aunt. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of our new company. Second aunt can come and take a look when she is free. Second aunt took the leaflet. Look at the eyes straight froze. This flowery green writing what shocking price of 3 yuan. What buy one get one free. The following also painted an undershirt. Yo, this undershirt outside a piece of 2 yuan. You buy one get one free only 3 yuan ah. Li Niangchul smiled. Yeah, remember to come early tomorrow. This is a limited edition. Not many. A person can only buy it once. Can only buy once ah. Mingzhi really have the ability. This new formula said open can be opened up. Then tomorrow the second aunt to go to support the scene. You can give the second aunt more than one quota ah. This price is too good value. Chapter 110, The General Assembly. Li Mingzhi smiled. Neither agreed to the second aunt's request, nor refused. Everything will have to wait until tomorrow to the scene to say. Li Mingzhi expects at least 300 people tomorrow, and these 300 people only 50 people can get the special offer. The other must be in accordance with the way to buy color scrolls to scratch the prize or take more than 30 pieces of goods in order to be able to get the special offer. And of course, also to leave a part of it to the customers to smash the golden egg with. Mingzhi is really capable now. He must have earned a lot of money, right? Second aunt continued to lure Li Mingzhi with her words. Li Mingzhi nodded. Eating popsicles mouth was not idle. This time opened a packet of fructan skin. It's not bad. Can make do. This is not a patchwork can pass ah. Mingzhi modest. Not yet tell the truth to the second aunt. Ha ha. Li Mingzhi laughed. I also got this in partnership with a friend. Who knows how long it can last ah. Not likely to fail in 2 months. Second aunt smiled. People who do great things are different. Turn around, I'll go with your aunt and husband to find you. This Jian will be back for summer vacation soon. When the time comes let Jian also go to you. Let the child learn from you to learn the real skills. Li Niangchul nodded his head. Distracted. Fine. Just have him come directly to me when the time comes. Arrange a job or something. It is not impossible. Now need to do odd jobs or a lot of work. Whether or not the ability to earn money. Li Mingzhi said cannot count. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Li Niangchul said goodbye to his second aunt and bought the groceries and went back home. After accompanying Kiki to play in the yard for a while in the afternoon, he rushed back to the new factory by car to meet up with Gangzi and the others. Gang, why isn't Li back yet? Irmo looked toward the doorway. Guzi didn't answer. His eyes kept staring at Shin Meng sitting on the edge, just about drooling. On the open space, Gangzi's group of brothers, Secretary Zhou, Financial Ho Wan, Treasurer Lu Er, Secretary Shun Meng, Business Zhou Guoquan, Security Shunzi are all sitting neatly, each with their own thoughts, all looking at each other, patiently waiting for Li Mingzhi to arrive. In just a moment's time, they split into factions, with no one wanting to talk to anyone, keeping everyone waiting. Li Niangchul finally showed up, and the first thing he did when he entered the factory was to close the gate in a hurry, and then sat down in the middle of the only empty seat left in the crowd. It's getting late. Let's cut the crap. Beetle, you'll start with a report on the last few days. The cape froze. Where had he ever done a work report? He didn't know what to say at all. I'm just in charge of making golden eggs these days, handing out flyers, and then setting up the stage, as well as talking to Gang and his brothers to get a few fixed stall spots for the bazaar. That's all. Li Mingzhi nodded and looked at Finance Ho Wan. Ho Wan hurriedly picked up the hands of the notebook to open. I put 300,000 from the beginning of the account to date the outgoing and incoming accounts to do detailed statistics. Outgoing and incoming also did an inventory and detailed accounting, in addition to the purchase of new machines, but also to do other needs of the goods. These 2 days will be delivered one after the other. Before the workers' wages are also clear. The statement has been done. And on the part-time workers' wages there is a preliminary template for the calculations, so we can submit it to Secretary Zhou for reporting after factory director Li signs it. If it is not this side of the wage to give higher, Ho Wan is not likely to come to work here. A person almost do the whole financial cashier department. She even think that give this salary is not enough, but Sun Yaogui named her to come. She cannot refuse. After Ho Wan finished speaking, Secretary Zhou naturally took over. I've given Ho Wan all the relevant information and systems, and I'll make a statement once a week, so that the director of the factory will sign it and hand it over to me, and all the information will be in duplicate, with one copy to be kept in the archives of the new factory, and one copy I'll bring back to the factory to give to the director of the Sun factory to facilitate the overhauling of the old man Zhang at any time. And I've made a working report and arrangements for part-time workers to arrive at the site after the opening ceremony. Work report and arrangements. After the opening ceremony, part-time workers will arrive one after another to work. Each shift personnel no less than 30 people, divided into 3 shifts in the morning, noon and night, to ensure that the factory and the company can run open. In addition to the manpower market will also be re-recruitment, talent reserves and related technical guidance. In case of emergencies, Shen Meng followed up on Secretary Zhou's words and opened her mouth. I've already chosen the models I mentioned before. There are 7 of them. They'll come over early tomorrow morning. And the styles of the clothes you sent before, they're all done, so they can be sent over on time tomorrow. Waiting for Shen Meng to finish, Lu Er hurriedly spoke excitedly. The goods I've inventoried with Xiao Ho. You can take the goods at any time. In the end, only Shun Zi and Zhou Guoquan were left to do the work report. Shun Zi looked at Zhou Guoquan. Minister Zhou, why don't you go first? Zhou Guoquan did not have too much nonsense. My side contacted 7 channel merchants to participate in the opening ceremony. I hope not to screw up. Zhou Guoquan did not say this sentence out. He is now worried about the backstroke of that Zhao boss, and he felt that there is no need to engage in opening the opening ceremony of this formalistic thing. But after all, he is only part-time, and not a partner. So far he can only listen to Li Mingzhi. Shunzi waited for Zhou Guoquan to finish before speaking slowly. I've already reported to Ho Wan about personnel attendance. This round of conversation down, each of them is probably what the mind. Li Niangchul has seen 7 points clear. How many people are sincere to work for him? How many people are not sincere? Cannot hide from his eyes. Well, I take over the next only say 2 things. The first thing, since the company to go to the formal, all the call us in accordance with the formal too. I now do a personnel arrangements. Secretary Zhou, Ho Wan is responsible for the financial cashier, account management and statistics, as well as the purchase of goods and out of the warehouse statistics. Lu Tu is responsible for the warehouse management. Weekly inventory I want to see clear data. All the out of the warehouse and the inventory I want to see clear data in the weekly inventory. And all outgoing and incoming goods must be confirmed to the first responsible person, mainly by signature. Shen Meng is my secretary and assistant, and is also responsible for day-to-day personnel management, attendance statistics, business tracking and departmental coordination. All of you must first talk to her, and then by her to me. Each document and documents I need to see her signature before I will sign to confirm. Cross-level reporting I hear are not accepted. Zhou Guoquan for the cross-provincial business department in charge of the staffing piece can be docked with the Shen Meng, and finally by me to confirm. Gangzi for the township market department in charge of the market is responsible for taking the neighboring townships, and I'll be a little bit later I'll put the strategic direction to the U. The Cape is the head of the logistics department, to support the marketing department to do a good job of logistical support. The relevant work insiders will be later by Shen Meng to dock with you. In an hour's time, Lee Mingjie has arranged all the current personnel and the content of the duties of the post. Naturally, some people are satisfied. Some people are not satisfied. The people in this, Secretary Zhou is the most professional. But Lee Mingjie cannot directly interface with Secretary Zhou. The middle must be conveyed through Shin Meng. On the one hand, I want to let Shin Meng learn well, and on the other hand, it is also possible to avoid some loopholes in the problem. The more Sun Yaogui can't see through Lee Myung-chul, the better chance Lee Myung-chul will get to develop. Chapter 111, Two Black Shadows. Factory Director Lee. After the meeting was adjourned, Secretary Zhou found Lee Mingjie. Tomorrow, Factory Director Sun will also come to the opening ceremony. He asked me to instruct you to make sure you do it properly, and feel free to do it boldly. Lee Mingjie nodded his head, his face full of confidence. Let Factory Director Sun rest assured that he will not be disappointed. Secretary Zhou smiled with satisfaction and bid farewell to Lee Mingjie. For Lee Mingjie's work arrangement for him, Secretary Zhou was still very satisfied. Below there was Ho Wan who did all the chores for him, and above there was Shin Meng who helped her with the re-inspection, and he just happened to be stuck in the middle, and he just needed to hand over the good work to Sun Yaogui, and then he could easily get 2 cents of his salary, which was very good, but he couldn't see that behind Lee Mingjie's smile, he was planning to hollow out his entire finance department and then kick Sun Yaogui's people out afterward. Zhou Guoquan on Lee Mingjie's arrangement is not much doubt. He previously agreed to come to work here, and Lee Mingjie's purpose is to want to put the money bright and big. He is only for the commission. As long as the money is given on time, Zhou Guoquan is also indifferent. Factory Director Lee, how are you arranging things for Boss Xiao? Thinking of what happened earlier, Zhou Guoquan couldn't help but remind. Lee Mingjie smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Zhou Guoquan nodded, but still a little uneasy. But Lee Mingjie does not tell the truth. He asked again. There is no point. If the middle of the discovery of the problem, he will not bill, so that will not offend the customer. Standing on the side of the Gangzi never came up, looking at Lee Mingjie and Zhou Guoquan laughing and talking. Gangzi heart is angry. He does not think Zhou Guoquan how powerful, but people just have the ability to go to talk about millions of single, and Gangzi can only guard the stall with the Moncler outlet store. He is not convinced. Has that Boss Xiao been found? Gangzi spoke in a low voice to the brother beside him, but the brother shook his head helplessly. No, he's been asking around. Kong Zi frowned. 30,000 pieces of goods have been prepared, but it just so happens that tomorrow is the delivery date. This is too much of a coincidence, but it was good. When Boss Xiao came to pick up the goods, Gangzi could show Lee Mingjie that the order was no problem at all. Thinking of this, Gangzi directly left the factory without saying hello to Lee Myung-chul. And it was only when everyone was gone that Lee Myung-chul gave a color to Junko, who pretended to leave and then turned back and entered the factory. Are you giving me too much work? Shin Meng couldn't help but complain. It felt like everyone's work was quite small. To her it was this and that. Did Lee Myung-chul forget that Shin Meng was also working here part-time? Lee Myung-chul looked at her. I said that I want you to be an icon of the new era of women. In this company, you are my eyes. You are responsible for seeing things that I can't see. Tedious work is sometimes the key to growth. You need to grow up fast. She's his eyes. Shin Meng's mind was left with only these words, causing her to unconsciously lower her head to reveal a touch of petulance, making it seem like I'm important. Of course you're important. Lee Mingjie sighed deeply. You first financial that set of things to learn, and then the treasurers out of the warehouse into the warehouse should also be straightened out. Keep an eye on the 2 major branches of the Ministry of Operations. Do a good job of personnel mediation. Do not let the Gangzi and Zhou Guoquan make trouble. There are personnel recruitment, training, job allocation and assessment of promotion, performance accounting. These are the things you want to focus on learning in the later stage. After a while I send you to learn computer. Copywriting. This piece you also need to learn to do. Shin Meng began to somewhat fail to understand Lee Myung-chul's words again, but she knew that all these things Lee Myung-chul said were things that Shin Meng needed to learn. What about you? What are you doing when you're letting me do everything? Of course I'm launching a new business. Lee Myung-chul already had a better project in mind. Cut. Shin Meng was a bit disdainful. In the end, it's not that he wants to rest, and then let others do everything for him. What kind of prudishness is he pretending? In the end, it's still not that you want me to be your eyes and ears to keep an eye on their work, but if you don't trust them, why don't you just change a group of people? Lee Mingjie suddenly exhaled a long breath, raised his head and shook it left and right. Comrade Shin Meng, this is not so simple as you say. Instead of using the sheep general novice, rather than using the wolf general skilled, they are the key to drive the development of the enterprise in the early stage. These things you will slowly understand later. But how do I have time to study and work at the same time? And after work I have to come to you to work overtime and do so much work. Lee Mingjie laughed. In the beginning, but you chose the secretary of this post. You think Secretary Zhou is relying on leisure to sit steadily in a high position. His profession, if you can learn half, it is enough for you to stand alone. even if you leave me in the future, you will also become the meat and potatoes. Believe me, Li Mingzhi words said lightly, but Shen Meng pouted. She put a good female workers do not. Non-following Li Mingzhi to do business management, this is to find their own sins, but also what can become the meat and potatoes? Moreover, she didn't think of leaving Li Niangchul in the future. At midnight, Junko's eyes were as wide as brass bells as he found a spot in the far corner and hit the ground running. Suddenly there was a fat crash and the glass of the plant was smashed, and Junko, startled, rushed to cover his mouth and hide himself under the covers. This Li Niangchul is also too god. Tonight there is really something. Fortunately, Junko prepared a wrench in advance. As long as the other party did not find him, he has been hiding. In the darkness two black shadowed figures tumbled in through the window, scowling and milling about the plant. Seeing no one else around, they grew bolder and bolder. Brother, isn't this too bad? Loss? He, Li Niangchul, has caused me to lose everything. I want him to lose everything too. Let's burn this place down today. I'll see what he can deliver tomorrow. What? Setting a fire? Are you crazy? What are you afraid of? Look for the cloth where it is and get the lighter out. Shunzi surprised to cover his mouth. I cannot imagine that these two people actually want to set fire to the field. This is too desperate. This if they really set fire, then Shunzi will not also be burned alive here? No brother, there's no cloth here? Ha, what does that mean? Look for yourself if you don't believe me. There are machines everywhere. There's no cloth at all. Ha, great. So he didn't kick the goods out at all. What a godsend. What are we going to do? Is the fire still going? No more. As long as he can't deliver the goods, we'll be able to screw him out of a huge sum of money. Let's go. Let's go back. Yes. Watching the two people smoothly roll out of the window, Junko breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up, making sure that the two were far away before he put his heart down. Just a moment ago, by the light of the moonlight he got a good look at the visitor. So this is all his doing. Why won't this man die? He was glad that Li Mingzhi had found out what was going on and let Shunzi move the goods away. Or else this fire would have been set, and Shunzi might have been reduced to ashes along with the factory. Looks like it's going to be a tough battle tomorrow at the opening ceremony. Chapter 112 Opening. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet and the entrance to the factory was surrounded. In order to save costs, Gangzi greeted his brothers by blowing gongs and drums to create a bit of a commotion, and first brought out the lively atmosphere. Fatty, vegetable bully Fatty Big far from the crowd squeezed in. Gangzi hurriedly went forward to greet. They and the fat man is not a fight. Really know each other. The fat man almost out of all the resources to help just account for an excellent stall. There is long this line, the whole of Huaibei as long as it can be mentioned in the name of the lively bazaar. There are two factories clothing stalls, turnover upward. Brother gang, this whole thing is really lively. Fatty was stunned by the scene in front of him, not realizing that there were 300 people at the scene, surrounding the entire gate. The main door in the center of the location made a T-shaped stage, covered with red cloth. Behind the banner, writing the words of the opening ceremony. This scene in this area is the first time to meet. Gangzi let the Kate give cigarettes to Fatty's brothers. Wang Biao saw this and hurriedly moved a box of soda to Gangzi to fill the scene. Fat brother, this is their own sale of soda. Please brothers drink. Master Wang in the back of the woods location, built a temporary shed, began to move the soda piece by piece. Sweating, but full of joy, cannot stop the smile on his face. The fat man was very polite, raised the soda also did not forget to thank the old man, turned around and said to the brothers, just this box, drink it all have to spend money to buy their own, cannot affect the old man's business, hear me, don't worry, Fatty, we know the rules, this hot day, come on a bottle of ice-cold soda, but it is cool to a few points, suddenly burning feeling all away. The fat man cannot help but praise Wang Biao family will do business. I guess who did not expect to come here today to buy a soda? So many people. The business of all to their old Wang family. Wang Biao scratched his head and giggled. It's all because of the opportunity given by Brother Gang. But my dad said that Brother Gang has a share of the money earned today. Gangzi waved his hand. His own brother can earn money to live in peace on the line. This money he does not care, okay? Hurry up to help the old man to greet the business. What money is not money? The fat man nodded. To Gangzi revealed a look of approval. Do Big Brother do into Gangzi like this? Is also considered good. This thing if replaced by the fat man. Estimated that this business will never be divided to the following brothers, but he earned money more or less will give the brothers to share a little. The big head is still their own fall. By the way, it was a deal today, so save me some of that whatever special. This is the main purpose of Fatty's visit today. Now that the second factory is doing so well, he also wants to get a piece of the pie. Gangzi quietly took the goods at a low price to Fatty, so that he could also have a little extra money, or else how could the market point in Huibei be occupied by them so quickly? Of course this matter was tacitly approved by Li Mingzhi. since he decided to be a brother with Lee Mingjur, Gangzi couldn't play with his heart. Don't worry, fat brother, long ago for you to leave a good, and so on the end of the meeting, my brothers to give you loaded, directly take away on the line, but we can say goodbye, this matter should be kept secret. Fatty immediately understood and nodded. Don't worry, this bit of rule brother understands. Fu Yao's second aunt pushed her way through the crowd with a flyer. Give way, I'm the factory manager's second aunt, I'm looking for him, I'm still the factory manager's mom. How do you cut in line, auntie? All properly lined up. That's right, you've been squeezing since just now. We're all relatives of the factory manager here. The second aunt froze. I'm really the factory director's second aunt. From Sanlitun. The factory director's name is Lee Mingjur. You guys let me through. Ha ha, just you are still the factory manager's second aunt. Why don't you see the factory manager personally come out to greet you? That's right, just buy something. What kind of relatives are you recognizing indiscriminately? Stand back. Auntie, can you stop squeezing? Don't you mind the heat? Second aunt was directly pushed out of the circle. If not the second aunt's husband in the back to support, she is guaranteed to do a butt squat. I just squeeze to the front. This Mingjur is also yes. Also do not say let go where to look for him. So many people we do not know if we can get it. Alright, just stand here. Take it if you can grab it. If you can't grab it, just take it as a hobby. Don't fall again in a while. Second aunt's husband opened his mouth without a good mood. The second aunt froze. To the back of his head is a hard slap. You know what the hell? This thing is how good to sell you do not know. We and Mingja this relationship. He will certainly want to give us some more. Then we will make money. Now do not go forward to squeeze. Then a moment will be really no chance. Said the second aunt pushed aside the second aunt husband and squeezed in again. The second aunt husband helplessly sighed. Can only follow her slowly squeeze forward. Lee Mingjur sat in his office and patiently waited for Zhou Guochuan's arrival. And despite how hot the people outside called, Lee Mingjur was completely unconcerned. You are still sitting here. The people who came outside are almost 300. How come so many people? Shen Meng panting, raised her hand to wipe the beads of sweat on her cheeks. She thought that this kind of scene to come to a 50 or 60 people is almost, did not expect to come to so many people, but the preparation of goods simply did not prepare so much. But Lee Mingjur this will still have the leisure to drink tea and smoke in the office, when it is not at all anxious. You sit here for a while. You are not the field control. This is not under your control. Have time to think about the air conditioning installed in which position is better. This house is really too hot. Hurry up to remove the electric fan for me, blowing all the hot air. The hotter it got, the more Lee Myung-chul didn't want to move, and he sat lazily in his chair, listening to the chattering and yelling outside, and getting a little distracted. Shen Meng pouted, also wanted to sit on the chair and do nothing, but no, soon Sun Yaoguo will come. I heard that his wife will also accompany together. Shen Meng also want to avoid the two of them. Today, you don't have to do anything, just dress up and stand beside me to support me. It's fine, it's just an opening ceremony. See how nervous you are. Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but spit it out. Shen Meng countered him with a blank stare. A few days ago, he kept saying that the opening ceremony was crucial. How come you're the only one who isn't nervous today? Go outside and take a look. Everyone's busy as hell. Lee Mingjur sneered. What's there to be busy about? Busy can't get to the point. Busy is also blind busy. Gangzi's hand knocking on the door stopped in mid-air. He heard Lee Mingjur's conversation in the room and couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. What was the meaning of the phrase too busy to get to the point? Too busy to be blind? After hesitating for a moment, Gangzi still knocked on the door and entered. Brother Lee, Zhou Guoquan is here. Good. Lee Mingjur instantly came to the spirit, directly stood up from the seat. Today's he changed into the suit that Fu Yao had prepared for him earlier. The whole dress was clean and sharp, a successful man's temperament from the inside out. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lee Myung-chul's previous concerns and worries were gone. He was Lee Myung-chul. Lee Myung-chul was him. Go, receive the god of fortune. Zhou Guoquan led Boss Liang around the crowd and directly entered the factory, and Lee Mingjur slowly walked down from the second floor, posing with a pie in the air. Chapter 113, the scene is hot. Just a few months to see. Today's Lee Mingjur looking before the tea house that looked like two people. This is not a successful person. Boss Liang, long time no see. Lee Mingjur took the initiative to greet him. Boss Liang smiled. Since he decided to come, he didn't think about embarrassment or not. Not to mention that it was Lee Mingjur who was now begging him, whether he wanted to sell Lee Mingjur's face or not. At least he hadn't made up his mind yet. Boss Lee is doing really well with this new company. It's not easy to remember little people like me when you're so busy. Boss Song, who was standing on the side, also threw a kind smile at Lee Myung-chul. Lee Mingjur pretended that he had just seen Boss Song, and only then slowly greeted him and shook his hand. Boss Song, I didn't see you just now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Boss Song appeared to be a lot more embarrassed than Liang Boss. Hurriedly responded to the smile. he would not have been willing to come, but Zhou Guoquan even said him to move the heart. Think about faces worth a few bucks. Or earn money is important. No obstacle, no obstacle. Li factory director of the nobleman is busy. Do not have to greet. Boss Zhou also appeared in the field of view a few seconds later, and when Li Mingzhi saw it, he hurriedly greeted him. Boss Zhou, just waiting for you. He is the purchaser. Zhou Guoquan just signed the order, and the price is slightly higher than the previous to Liang. Boss Zhou. Boss are raised a little bit. It's Boss Li, isn't it? Old Zhou said it's opening today. How can I not come to attend? Li Mingzhi smiled. Yes, no one is missing but you. You are the first customer to support us, and the list is not small. Walk, let's go to the front. After saying this, he directly pulled Boss Zhou and left the factory, and Boss Liang, Boss Song and Zhou Guoquan behind him were dumbfounded. Zhou Guoquan felt bad. This Li Mingzhi, what do you mean? 1,000 account must be about them over. Said it is very important, but the people came, but simply ignore people. He gourd sold what medicine? Let's go over there too. Zhou Guoquan spoke awkwardly. Boss Liang mesmerized his eyes, to the point where he was a little curious about this young man. The opening ceremony officially opened with a salute, and Li Mingzhi pulled Boss Zhou to stand in the seat position, giving him face and holding him in high esteem. Boss Liang, however, felt that Li Mingzhi was a bit petty, but it was just a few tens of thousands of dollars of orders. He was so hugging the thigh, and felt that it was not a person who did great things. Zhou Guoquan on the side looking at the face of Liang Boss and Song Boss. A moment of black, a moment of white, a moment of green. Simply scared, really afraid that these two will be a hand directly away. Then his future wealth is not also cut off clean. Li Mingzhi on this matter simply do not care. Holding a microphone standing on the stage is to say the speech. Shen Meng is in accordance with Li Mingzhi said the whole follow him around. Ali a total shouting. This is her task today. Today's opening. In order to thank the support of the folks, we two factory clothing specially come up with a number of benefits to do activities, which is really unprecedented offers. The first time in history, and will not be there again. Get today's people to cover their mouths to laugh. Did not get can only be regretted to go home. The real lowest price. The market price of 2 yuan an undershirt t-shirt. Today's activities are unified $3. Buy one get one free. You did not hear right. $3 to buy. I'll also send you an identical. So you cannot buy a loss. Cannot buy fooled. There are only affordable and cheap. What? Secretary Shun. What did you say? Li Niangchul suddenly made a pictorial turn and sidled his head closer to Shen Meng, just blocking her face. Shen Meng was instantly dumbfounded and had no idea what Li Niangchul was doing. She didn't say anything. Gosh, really Secretary Shen. Li Mingzhi instantly became excited and turned his head to face the townspeople without waiting for Shen Meng to make any reaction. Just now, Secretary Shen told me that due to the fact that the number of people who came to our site was just too many, the originally limited number of specials for the townspeople has been added to a batch of goods, but with a limited supply for a limited period of time. I wonder who will be the luckiest wave today. Well, folks, raise the flyer in your hand. That's your ticket to participate in today's event. The limited time sale of t-shirts and shirts is about to begin. Are you ready? Ah, yes, ready. Suddenly thunderous applause and shouts came to mind from the stage. Li Mingzhi shouted and almost lost his voice. This TV shopping is really not a good job. It is that Shen Meng reacted slowly, almost wearing a gang. The shouts lasted for a full 2 minutes. Everyone was waving the leaflets in their hands, and there were people shouting, what if I didn't get a leaflet? What is the meaning of the time limit? Ah, is there a time limit? Ah, I came early in the morning, but cannot snatch it. Ah, this is too cost effective. Li Niangchul can only be very regretful to tell them that those who did not get the leaflet cannot participate in this activity. When the time arrived, the event stopped and all the products returned to their original price. Many people let out a voice of regret, but the crowd did not disperse because of this, because they were all fascinated by the 10 golden eggs behind Li Niangchul and wanted to know what the heck they were and what they were going to be used for in which part of the process. See the scene of strong feedback. Liang Boss and Song Boss are looking dumbfounded, did not expect the crowd enthusiasm is so high. What limited supply of limited time to kill. They simply cannot see through the Li Mingzhi play. What set of tricks? Just $3 to buy one get one free. Even the cost is not enough. Li Mingzhi, if this is a loss of death not? Zhou Guoquan cannot understand what Li Mingzhi this in the end. But he saw Li Mingzhi standing on the stage, the fearless look, know that this cannot be lost. In the afterglow, the look on the faces of Boss Liang and Boss Song, as well as other channelers, Li Niangchul was satisfied to the extreme, and wanted this effect. Factory director Sun is here. Shen Meng spoke softly, pointing to the distance. Li Mingzhi saw Sun Yaogui immediately picked up the microphone again. Now we have invited Sun Factory Director and Zhou Boss to open the spike activities together. Everyone listen up. Sun Factory Director and Zhou Boss shouted. You have to quickly go to the side of the staff registration and then pay 50 cents deposit to participate in the activities. Early tomorrow morning you can take the receipt issued by the staff here to pay the final payment to receive the goods. Do you understand? Yes. It will have to wait until tomorrow. What if you don't recognize it tomorrow? Hearing the shouts from the stage, Lee Mingzhi laughed loudly. With factory director Sun and boss Zhou, how dare I lie to the townspeople? Our activities will begin soon. Where are the shouts? Yes. Another wave surged back and forth through the crowd, and the TOs that Lee Myung-chul had found ahead of time all sold out to act in the crowd, rushing to the staff early, ready to register their information and start a new round of the acting competition. Oops, hurry over there, you won't be able to grab it later. Second aunt squeezed hard in the crowd, letting second aunt's husband rush over there with the leaflet, saying whatever he could to grab the special offer. The second aunt's husband is very helpless. Do not know why the second aunt's interest is so high. A few dollars an undershirt is not they cannot afford to buy. Why have to squeeze to scramble? Can not understand. Chapter 114, Landscape. It can be Mingzhi. This scene is too lively. Sun Yaogwa stood under the scorching sun. Looking at this crowded scene was also shocked. He began to calculate in his heart. How many old goods could be sold at once today? Those people were like money that was running wildly into his pockets. Mingzhi, you are too capable. Sun Yaogwa's daughter-in-law, Ma Lu, also couldn't help but cast an admiring gaze at Lee Mingzhi, following Sun Yaogwa for so long. Except for the year when she just took office as the factory director, she accompanied Sun Yaogwa for a time of splendor, but with today's scene can't be compared at all. Shen Meng saw Maru, unconsciously backward. Who knows Lee Mingzhi has been pulling her forward to stand, is bumping into the eyes of the Maru. Shen Meng pretends to be calm. If it is not for her welfare room, she to this. The sight of the boss Zhou despite a word did not say today can be considered out of the limelight. Do not mention how dignified. Lee Mingzhi held up boss Zhou in his words and kept shouting boss Zhou's name, making it seem that his status was extraordinarily honorable and that this person was very important. With his vanity satisfied, boss Zhou was even more full of smiles. On the contrary, boss Liang and boss Song, who were standing on the side, didn't look so good. This week's boss has raised his eyebrows for once. Lu Er did not know when to touch the crowd to follow the coaxing. These people are crazy like trying to go to grab the special offer. Lu Er is a smart person, hurried to abet them to seize the time. They also desperately squeeze forward. Fatty and others stood under the shade of the tree. The hand of the popsicle melted did not care to lick, staring at the round eyes. Simply incredible. If not just get the goods ahead of time, they may not be able to snatch this group of villagers. He sucked in a deep breath of cold air at the thought. This was far more tragic than the land grab they had done back then. At this moment, Sun Yaogwa and boss Zhou stood on the stage at the same time and shouted, "Begin!" The staff standing around were busy. Some even directly stuffed money to the staff to get a spot. But they got in Sun Yaogwa's way and stiffly returned the money, gritting their teeth as they pushed. I don't know who came up with this crap activity. At this time all eyes were attracted to one area. Lee Mingzhi took the opportunity to take a breather, turned around and walked to Zhou Guochuan's side. Boss Liang Boss Song is really sorry. Today is too lively. Not well taken care of. Gongzi, get the soda to relieve the heat for all bosses. Count on my account. Okay. Gangzi hurriedly greeted the people to carry 2 boxes of sodas for Irmo and the others to distribute. Boss Liang revealed a fake smile. Factory Director Lee is really great. Today a battle became famous. In the future this new company, the name can be regarded as a hit. Lee Mingzhi laughed, revealing a sweaty expression. The end of the road. As the saying goes, what is taken from the people is used by the people. The owner's family name is the real invisible consumer crowd. I did not expect it to be so lively. Boss Song also couldn't help but chime in together. Factory Director Lee is being modest. It's really lucky to be able to work with Factory Director Lee. Boss Song's words more or less with a bit of sour taste. He somewhat regretted that at that time when Lee Mingzhi came to find himself, rejected him, or else today out of the limelight where there is still that boss Zhou's business. However, it was good that the relationship didn't get too stiff at that time, and seeing that Lee Mingzhi was so powerful, Boss Song still wanted to find a chance to reconcile. Lee Mingzhi laughed out loud. Boss Song has lifted me up. If we can cooperate of course it's the best. There's money to be earned. Liang Boss at the moment face some cannot hang. Had known that Lee Mingzhi has this kind of means. Pulling together this talent is also good. Now if he is like the boss of the song directly bowed down, that is not to lose face. The other channelers standing behind him all pressed on, casting friendly glances at Lee Myung-chul, expecting Lee Myung-chul to walk up to them and give a step down. But Lee Myung-chul wasn't much interested in the bosses behind him who were too small in strength, and just handed out sodas, nodded his head with a friendly smile and went straight back to the stage. Seeing that it was almost time, Lee Myung-chul passed a glance to Sun Yaogwa and Boss Zhou, and both of them shouted again at the same time. I just got in line, count me in. This is too fast. We haven't even gotten to the roots yet. Boss Lee, add a few more pieces. We haven't even grabbed them yet. Gee, it's too bad. It would have been nice to run faster just now, and now it's gone. Lee Mingzhi rushed at the folks who didn't grab the special offer and showed a regretful expression. It's okay, we still have the golden egg smashing session later. There might be an unexpected surprise. Upon hearing that there might be seconds in a while, the crowd once again boiled up and surrounded towards the catwalk. Wang Biao and Wang Old Man in the back to receive money received hands are soft. Just the small amount of effort earned a few $100s. The two happy almost hugged together, jumping and shouting, "Son, you will leave 2 boxes of soft drinks and popsicles for your boss to send over. This business is given by others. We can't be ungrateful." Elder Wang counted the money while explaining to Wang Biao. Wang Biao wiped the sweat, full of smiles. "Good Lu Dad. You can rest assured. Born this 20 years, he always in front of his father, cannot raise his head. His father also never think that Wang Biao is a good person. Every time he scolded him is also never heartache, only show a hateful expression. But today to see his father so happy, Wang Biao know that he followed Lee Mingzhi with the right." At this time, the sound of music rang around, and Li Niangchul spoke again. "Today, to celebrate the opening of the new company, we are preparing another small entertainment program, so everyone rest for a few moments, and the event will begin later." Li Mingzhi's words just fell. Behind, a few female workers wearing floral dresses walked up to the front of the stage. They follow the rhythm of the music, generously walking toward the front. Every 3 steps a turn, another 3 steps to stay for 10 seconds, and then another 3 steps will turn around and walk back. A frantic response immediately rang out from the stage, with whistling sounding frequently. All the males present stared in awe, and the females were mesmerized by the beautiful clothes on the female workers. "My Youngchul, is this the modeling you were talking about? A runway show?" Sun Yaoguo restrained his wandering eyes. Li Mingzhi smiled. "That's right, they are wearing clothes from our factory. People only know that we are a military line, but we don't know that we also have good-looking clothing production. Since we want to open a clothing company, that a variety of styles should be there. Can't be set in stone. We need to give the group more choices and understanding of the various aspects. Some of the remnants of the product, even if the modifications are no longer have a saleable value. But we can achieve waste to treasure by remaking the board style, although it takes longer, but the price can be doubled. This is the real waste to treasure program. Value. But we can achieve waste to treasure by remaking the board style, although it takes longer, but the price can be doubled. This is the real waste to treasure program." It dawned on Sun Yaoguo that it was still Li Mingzhi's brain that turned fast. Chapter 115, Troublemaking. Turn the music off. Suddenly someone shouted angrily from the stage. A man with a briefcase clutched in a flowery t-shirt stood in the crowd and shouted, and standing beside that man was no one else, the officially dismissed Lao Song. "Li Mingzhi is a liar. There are no goods in the factory at all, so don't be fooled by him. What he buys are defective products. They're not worth the price at all." The raucous noise was instantly silenced by a single word. Gangzi saw this and rushed over. "Boss Zhao? You're here. Less nonsense, you bunch of liars." Boss Zhao didn't sell Gangzi's face at all. Directly speaking, he aimed his gun at Li Mingzhi. Old Song also cursed and opened his mouth. Don't let them fool you. This is Boss Zhao, their customer. Listen to what he said." Boss Zhou couldn't help but frown. What's going on with Boss Li? Li Niangchul didn't open his mouth to speak, but was waiting for Boss Zhao to speak first. "Look everyone, this is the contract we signed." Boss Zhao took out the contract from his bag, his face full of anger. "They said they would deliver the goods today, but they don't have any goods in their factory at all, and they're not liars, so they'll lose money. What's going on here? I don't know. Where did this guy get out? No goods? Then what did we just spike? Don't be in a hurry to see what's going on. Maybe it's a troublemaker." 2 voices began to appear in the crowd, one still trusting Li Niangchul, which was undoubtedly ATO, and the other being skeptical. Li Mingzhi smiled and went up and walked directly to the stage. "Boss Zhao, from the time you signed the contract, you people disappeared and didn't show up until today. How can you say that we are liars?" Boss Zhao sneered. "You were afraid that I would expose you, so you had people pour out to find me. So of course I didn't dare to show up." "Oh, then why did you show up again today? Not afraid of me hurting you?" Boss Zhao was disdainful. "So many people. What can you do with me? Anyway, if you can't deliver the goods today, according to the contract, you'll have to compensate me $100,000. Li Niangchul exhaled. "Who told you we don't have any goods?" Old Song let out a snort. "Everyone who doesn't believe can go to the warehouse to take a look. There's nothing but machines inside. There's no goods at all." Boss Zhao also chimed in together. "Those of you who have paid money should also be careful. This 50 cents will definitely not be refunded. Maybe come back tomorrow when this company closes down. Let him refund the money." That's right, or else you take out the goods and ask us to take a look." Boss Li, "Yes, and it's good for everyone to rest assured that the 50 cents is 2 days worth of groceries. Seeing that Li Mingzhi just stood on the stage and did not say anything, Boss Zhao screamed even more, "Look, he has nothing to say. I now suspect you of illegal fundraising. So many people today. One person 50 cents. There are hundreds of dollars. It can't really be out of stock. What about our money? That won't do. I don't want the clothes. Refund." Once there's one person on this stage who yells for a refund, there's a second, a third, and then it's one piece at a time. And eventually everyone follows along and yells for a refund. Li Niangchul took a breath and raised his hand to signal for silence. Immediately someone in the crowd shouted, "Boss Li has something to say. Let's hear it." The voices quieted down and the crowd looked at Li Niangchul. "Everyone listen to me? The goods are definitely there. Today I openly make activities here. If there is a deceptive nature, you take the publicity page and receipts at any time. You can go to the Trade and Industry Bureau to report me. You hold the evidence in your hands. What else to worry about?" Whispers came to mind in the crowd once again as the drag hired by Li Niangchul began to get in the way. "That's right, with such a big factory here, can people still run away? If he dares to cheat us, we'll go to the Trade and Industry Bureau and sue him. It's being investigated closely now. But what if we really can't get the goods tomorrow? I'm not going to return it anyway. It's so cheap I could make a couple bucks just selling it back." When Boss Zhao and Old Song saw that the voices of the crowd were once again favoring Li Mingzhi, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Boss Zhao shouted again, "Then you take out my goods first today, and if you can't, compensate me according to the contract." "Yeah, if he can't even get the goods from his customers, you guys don't have to trust him." Old Song concurred. Li Niangchul stood on the stage but didn't move at all. At this moment, everyone was anxious except for Li Niangchul, but when he turned his face to look at Li Niangchul, he was relaxed and didn't put these two people in his eyes at all. Sun Yaogui was even more nervous and his palms were seeping with sweat, but he couldn't rush. "Boss Li, what's going on? Why is there no goods in the factory now?" Joe Boss at the moment a little impatient. He is the first to give the money, and then the day is the pickup period. His channels are well done. If this time cannot get the goods, he will match a large amount. This is not to put him in a bad situation. Li Mingzhi pacified Boss Joe. "Boss Joe, you are a man of understanding. Can't you see that these two people are deliberately looking for trouble? Li Mingzhi, if I can't even do this thing well, then this company also don't open. Don't worry." See Li Mingzhi so say. Although the Boss Joe heart have doubts, but after all, under the public, he is not good at saying anything to make Li Mingzhi look bad. He and wait to see say. On the side of the Liang boss is in a very good mood at the moment. A look at the mindset of watching. Said, "Let you fool, not really a purse company. That would be good to see." Zhou Guoquan, on the other hand, looks calm, but his forehead has long been sweating. This Li Mingzhi in the end what to do? Boss Song had long ago lost control of his panic, and had been wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, thankful that he hadn't signed the contract yet while thinking about how he would refuse to work with Li Niangchul in a while. When Lao Song saw that Li Mingzhi didn't say anything, he knew that the victory was assured and hurriedly pushed Boss Zhao to let him write out the victory. "Boss Li, where are my goods? If you can't get the goods, then hurry to compensate. You also hurry to get the money back just now. Tomorrow you will definitely not get the goods and the money won't come back by then." What about this? "Boss Li, why don't you say something?" "Well, then, I'll return the goods. You guys give me my money back, and I don't want the clothes." "Yeah, well then we don't want any of it that way either. Give it back to us." The sound of returning goods was once again shouted in the crowd, but Li Niangchul was calm and composed. He waited for people to shout almost mute before he spoke slowly. "Then if I take out the goods now, can you settle the rest of the final payment?" Boss Zhao sneered. "You wouldn't have been able to get it out. You don't even have the goods in your warehouse." "Ha ha, that's really funny. This is my company. I say there are goods, but you say there are definitely no goods. Do you know my company better than I do?" "Yeah, how do you know they're out of stock?" "That's right, I think this one is the liar." Chapter 116, Inspection. Boss Zhao paused for a moment as the people around him began to point their guns at him. I just know that there's nothing but machines in your factory." "Joke, what if I'm overstocked in this factory?" "No way." "Good." Li Mingzhi then called out to the young man on the stage. "Secretary Shun, take this gentleman in to see if there are any goods in the factory or not." Shen Meng is a little confused. This factory really does not have goods. The goods are not all in Luer's warehouse. This call to go in and look at it will not be wearing out. What is Li Mingzhi thinking? Hurry up, take the gentleman to have a look. Li Mingzhi scowled towards Shen Meng. Shen Meng had no choice but to take the gentleman dressed as a farmer in front of her into the factory. Ouch! Just entered the factory. The person suddenly screamed. Did not wait for Shen Meng to pull the person. The person directly rushed out of the factory. Scared, Shen Meng hurriedly chased out. She knew it would be this kind of result. See what Li Mingzhi do. Gosh, it's full of undershirts and flowery dresses and lots of military coats. Who says they're out of stock? When the man spoke, he caused quite a commotion in the crowd. Isn't this in stock? These two are liars, aren't they? That's right, nothing to do, this is not idle. Hurry up and get lost. Don't delay us from continuing to participate in the event. There might be seconds later. Shen Meng, who chased out, froze in place and suddenly realized what was going on, instantly letting out a sigh of relief and looking at Li Niangchul with dissatisfaction. Old Song and Boss Zhao immediately turned white. This is impossible. Last night when they came over, obviously nothing in the factory. How can it be possible that today out of thin air appeared so many goods? I ask you, you really see the goods? Old Song, a pull on the gentleman just now. The gentleman impatiently shrugged off the Old Song's hand. Nonsense. It's full of clothes. People, such a big factory here. It's impossible to cheat. To the two of you have ulterior motives. What do you do? It's you guys, what intentions? What the hell do you want? Li Mingzhi secretly laughed. This crowd actor to find are really good. One by one acting are quite hard. Without Li Mingzhi open mouth, they dislike the Old Song and Zhao Boss have no words to say out. How about it, Boss Zhao? I'll have someone code the goods now. So just cough up the final payment and take the goods away anytime. Li Mingzhi shouted. Boss Zhao looked at Lao Song, only to see Lao Song nodded. Boss Zhao eased out a breath and spoke again. Your batch of goods are inferior. All of them were changed with the defective goods from the second factory. They are not new goods at all. I now suspect that you are fraudulent. I demand to enforce the contract and double the compensation. Second best? What do you mean? Is he saying that what's being sold to us is all the substandard products that come off people's production lines? That's not worth $3. We're losing money. Seeing the sound of the crowd once again approaching towards Old Song and Boss Zhao, the two of them had their bottom line back up. Li Mingzhi smiled and casually pulled a female model around him. Everyone look at the clothes this comrade is wearing. Whether it's the cut or the style, can you say that this is an old product? We can let Mrs. Sun factory director to personally verify. Everyone should believe in the words of the factory director's wife. Maru froze, hurriedly organized his hair. Can finally have a chance to show his face? She was extraordinarily nervous, but inwardly still cannot stop the excitement. Mrs. Sun, please double check the clothes our female workers are wearing, whether this is defective or not. Maru nodded, carefully inspecting the clothes, acting as if she was quite a professional herself, turning around and around the female model, looking at all the details, before facing the crowd for a long time. I've already checked. This is a newly made dress. The size and dimension, the color and locking edges, all of them are in line with the regulations, and are not part of the defective products. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Factory Manager. You can go down and rest now. Maru was not finished and reluctantly got off the stage. The offstage Zhao Boss and Old Song incredibly looked. Suddenly they figured out. This is simply the previous batch of new cloth in the factory. Of course it is new goods. Damn. Fooled. No. I want to inspect the goods. Boss Zhao was furious. I want to inspect the goods on the spot. Li Mingzhi, take out all the goods. Let's inspect them openly and honestly. Yes, don't be fooled by them. I am also a former employee of the second factory. They took out the old clothes and casually altered them to sell them as new clothes. I found out about this but they dismissed me. Don't be fooled by them. Old Song, what are you babbling about? Sun Yagwa suddenly let out a cry of rage, feeling that he was just too merciful to have never dealt with this Old Song, only to let him come out and make trouble today on this good day. The money you embezzled from the factory all these years has already constituted a crime, and we've decided to formally charge you, so don't get out yet. Old Song was shocked. In that case, what else was he afraid of? Don't believe them, everyone. It's all because they set me up. They're just afraid that I'm going to tell them what happened today. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Whether it's true or false, to take out the light naturally clear. Boss Zhao stood among the masses with a human touch, and was bound to ask Li Mingzhi to take the goods out and verify them on the spot. The goods are here. Shunzi suddenly rushed back from outside on a tricycle filled with pure white undershirts. Mr. Li, the additional batch of goods is ready. Ready to start a new round of activities. It's an undershirt. It's one of these. It's exactly like the ones they sell out there. This is all new. Where is the defective? Yes. It seems that people did not lie. This is not the goods. A moment really have activities. We have to grab some more. Old Song and Boss Zhao fell down on the spot. What a situation. When Shunzi saw the two of them, he jumped out of the car directly. His eyes were eager to spit out fire. It's you two. Ladies and gentlemen. You don't know. I was on duty at the factory last night and saw with my own eyes that these two men were going to set fire to our factory, trying to make today's event impossible. And they said that if they couldn't get the goods themselves, no one else would ever be able to get them either. What? This guy is too bad. It's about also setting fire to people's factories. Shunzi colorfully recounted the thrill of last night. If I hadn't whisked the two of them away, so many of our goods would have burned to ashes. You fart. There is no goods in your factory. We saw it with our own eyes. This is all your pretense. Old Song subconsciously covered his mouth, and only then realized that he was completely trapped into. Ah, they admitted it, they just wanted to burn down someone's factory. That's it. What a guy. So bad. Get out of here. Don't delay us from grabbing something. The corner of Lee Myung-chul's mouth lifted as a group of uniformed men not far away were slowly walking this way. Boss Zhao, I heard that your company is operating abnormally, often fraudulent under the guise of ordering, and finally refusing to take delivery of goods and demanding compensation from people. Some people don't want to get into trouble for the sake of the company, but I, Lee Myung-chul, am not one to be messed with. You guys messed with the wrong person this time. Chapter 117, Suspicion. Boss Zhao's face immediately blackened. Unexpectedly, Lee Mingjur secretly has already investigated him clearly. Today deliberately set up a set for him to drill himself. This Old Song, but he has put himself in a bad situation. Boss Zhao, we are from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. We received a report that you are suspected of commercial fraud. Now the company you are running has been stopped from all commercial activities and transactions. Go back with us to be investigated. Seeing the Commerce and Industry Bureau, Zhao Boss was so scared that he almost didn't kneel down. No, I have no fraud. I'm all in accordance with the contract. They should compensate me. I have no fraud. Your contract does not comply with state regulations and now has no legal effect. This is impossible. This is impossible. Boss Zhao was about to be taken away. He suddenly backhanded Lao Song and grabbed him. Lao Song, you saved me. He told me to do all this. He gave me the contract. He's the one who committed the fraud, not me. I didn't do it. I'm wrongly accused. Old Song was shocked and hurriedly kicked him. What does the company being yours have to do with me? The contract says it's your company. Don't bite. Zhao Bossa look at the Old Song this way. Immediately nothing can care. Is he planned all this? He defied Lee Mingjur, let him lose his job. Want to harm Lee Mingjur blood money? Let me pretend to be a buyer. In the stalls to cheat a little boss who do not know anything. Last night he took me to Lee Mingjur's factory, want to burn his goods. So that Lee Mingjur hand over the shipments. Cheating Lee Mingjur's compensation. All of this was designed by him. It really has nothing to do with me. I don't even know Lee Mingjur. I don't know anything. You less ing nonsense. Comrade, you guys quickly take him away. Old Song knows that this is obviously caught in the way of Lee Mingjur. Everything that happened today, Lee Mingjur has long been calculated. As long as the Old Song shows up, it is a battle that is bound to be lost. He did not expect that Boss Zhao would be so afraid of the people from the Trade and Industry Bureau, and he was directly bitten on the spot. It does not matter. As long as he does not admit it, no one can do anything to him. With a howl of ghostly roads and wolves, Boss Zhao was taken away from the crowd and buckled into the car of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers. Hello, Lee Myung-chul? A woman in her 20s, wearing a uniform, walked into the middle of the crowd. Lee Myung-chul froze. Recognize me? He hurriedly stepped down from the runway. Hello, I am. The woman wore a high ponytail. Her back was straight. Her hips were slightly curved and elastic. The proportion of her thighs and calves was almost perfect, especially the waist that was not too small. It was almost more like a model than the female models on the stage. She was very different from the general female workers. I don't know if it was related to this uniform, making her exude a sense of Englishness. The woman stretched out her hand in a gesture of friendship. I'm Momming Lee from the Commerce and Industry Bureau. The documents you sent are very timely. About Boss Zhao, we're also tracking him down. A lot of bosses have been cheated by him. They're in the way for fear of getting into trouble, which is why they let this kind of tumor get away with it for such a long time. Lee Myung-chul held her hand and drifted off. You're the pony? Put. Ren Junwei, who was standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but laugh out loud, and was bumping into Director Ma's cold eyes, so he hurriedly closed his mouth. Momming Lee looked at Lee Mingjur and once again revealed a smiling face. This Lee Wei, he loves to joke about me, but the two of us are on buddies. He's been calling me that since he was a kid. Lee Mingjur exhaled a breath. How did not expect this little horse actually will be a woman, but it is also strange to say. Obviously there is such a positive confidant around. Why did he still go to Shen Meng to touch the dust? It is really in the blessing, do not know the blessing. Ah, pity. Hearing that Lee Mingjur even with the Commerce and Industry Bureau of the people know, the Old Song immediately feel that the big thing is not good. Would like to take the opportunity to escape, but the Gangzi early on stood behind him, waiting for him to turn around. One of Gonzo's eyes was fixed on him, making him shiver violently in the middle of a 3-volt day. Old Song, where to? Lee Mingjur couldn't help but snicker, and he said that there was more to it than that. Old Song turned to look at Lee Mingjur, revealing a heartfelt smile. Mr. Lee, don't believe that Boss Zhao. I don't know him at all. I just came over to make a scene. Li Mingzhi sneered, disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Today's old song's face let Li Mingzhi completely feel that this kind of people living in the world is really a waste of food. This can still be everything did not happen to talk and laugh with Li Mingzhi. How did he do it? The desire to smack him was hardened and suppressed. Getting your hands dirty was not the thing to do in a civilized society. You're so kind, old Song. We've known each other for more than a day or two. Don't come with me on this. Lao Song, on the other hand, put on an appearance of having nothing to do with him. What is Mr. Li talking about? This really has nothing to do with me. Brothers do not nonsense. Give me arrested. Old me I have to unload a leg. Gangzi did not wait for Li Mingzhi to open his mouth first. Mao instantly rushed up to the old Song pressed to the ground. The cape directly raised his foot right on his calf as ready to fall hard. Gangzi! Li Mingzhi stopped this violence. At this time to do it again. Have reason instead of reason. Li Mingzhi said. Hands are no longer the only way to be able to solve this matter. Beating him is too cheap. Handing Gundam a look. Gundam could only give in. He gritted his teeth and lit his cigarette. Looking unusually patient at the moment. Old Song, you've seen the situation today. It's not that simple to leave here smoothly. And how many pairs of eyes are staring at you for destroying our opening ceremony? Old Song looked around. His heart was weak, but Li Mingzhi was right. He stayed here instead of being safer. Once he left this encirclement, Gangzi's gang of Jianghu mixers might not know what to do to him. Thinking about it, Old Song laughed. Ha ha, I'm not planning to leave. I'm still waiting for the event. How could there be such a person? So shameless. Just now you said that people are selling defective products. I think he just sensed that the seed was wrong and went soft. Shame on him. Old Song glared at the gossiping women around him, and the crowd immediately spread out to the perimeter, not wanting to be around him. Sun Yaogua, on the other hand, stood still and did not say anything. I wanted to assist Li Mingzhi as soon as possible to drive away the old Song. Do not affect the normal conduct of the activities, but I did not expect Li Mingzhi words to want to let the old Song to stay. He in the end what he wants to do it? A group of channel businessmen are also very curious about the scene in front of them. This new company is really a lot of things. If they work together in the future, I do not know whether this kind of thing will have any impact on the cooperation between the two parties. Thinking of this channeler on the cooperation of the heart again muttered. Zhou Guoquan stood there is sweating. Soda do not know to drink a few bottles. The old yellow old Song these two plague God. How to still live. This Li Mingzhi in the end is a small courage, or a soft heart. This is still not out. The yellow flowers really want to get cold. Li Niangchul didn't care about the crisis in front of him. He looked at the shameless old Song in front of him and took a step towards him. Chapter 118 Surrender. Li Mingzhi laughed. You dare to be so arrogant. Is it because Sun Yaogua doesn't have any substantial evidence of your embezzlement in his hands? Do you think he's just making empty promises and can't sue you at all? Lao Song gritted up his teeth, and then raised the corner of his mouth. Li Mingzhi is right. That matter has been investigated for so long. The evidence and other things have been collected almost. Could it be that Sun Yaogui is really because of the factory's face? Did not pursue the responsibility of Lao Song? Mr. Li, I can't understand what you're saying. Li Mingzhi let out a sneer. It's fine. You'll know in a moment. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The public security officer from the police station suddenly broke through the crowd and barged in. Who is Old Song? Old Song froze, looking at the public security dumbfounded. I am. Several people directly handcuffed him. A person called Chen Chong to the Public Security Bureau surrendered. Confessed that you threatened and intimidated to bribe him to kill. About your private embezzlement case, Chen Chong has been and the other officers involved in the case to explain clearly and provide the appropriate evidence. Now the evidence is conclusive. You are formally arrested. What? What murder? I do not know. Old Song's stupid eyes. How did not expect to disappear for a long time. Chen Chong will run to the Public Security Bureau to turn himself in. He is sick. This is not to put themselves in it. Suddenly Old Song understood something and turned to look at Li Mingzhi. It's you. You planned this long ago. Li Mingzhi, you've harmed me. You've harmed me. I won't let you go. Such people should be arrested by public security. That's right. So he's the bad guy. Abetting murder. Yes, this person is a liar. Intentionally trying to come and ruin someone's grand opening ceremony. So bad. Those TOs started to sell out the crowd again, driving the emotions of the surrounding masses, while Li Myungchul stood in the middle of the crowd pretending to be aggrieved, dressing himself up like a victim. Hello Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Chun from the police station, in charge of this case. I hope you'll come to the police station later to cooperate with the investigation. Okay, I will definitely cooperate with the investigation so that all these bad guys will be punished. Li Mingzhi excitedly held Xiao Chen's hand, as if the other party had done him a great favor. Xiao Ma also walked up. Xiao Chen, I'll have Xiaoren send the required information over to you guys later, and help me say hello to Director Zhang. Xiao Chen immediately nodded his head. Okay Director Ma, Then I'll go back to the office first. Director Zhang is still waiting for me to resume my orders. Go on. Li Mingzhi exhaled a breath, revealing a tired smile. This time, thanks to Xiao Ma. No, it's Director Ma. If it wasn't for you guys proving it for me, this company wouldn't be able to open today. Ma Mingli smiled, patted Li Mingzhi's shoulder. Don't worry, the law will not spare a bad guy. For this tumor, we must be treated strictly. Later I will go to the Public Security Bureau to personally stare at this matter. This belongs to the joint case. The higher-ups attach great importance. Then it's hard on Director Ma. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Call Li Wei. Ha ha, good. Just listen to him and I read about you. Today I see. Mr. Li really is not a pool. Wait for him to leave before. Must have a meal together. Then I'll go back first. Before leaving, Director Ma even patted Li Mingzhi's shoulder to show him as a sign of friendship. I can't imagine that Mingzhi knows people from the Public Security Bureau and the Commerce and Industry Bureau. It's too powerful. The second aunt in the crowd spoke in a low voice. Her admiration for Li Mingzhi reached an unbelievable level. Is this still the same kid who only drank and bragged back in the day? And can even hook up with the government in such a turn of events? Second aunt's husband thoughtfully nodded his head. It may be that the time has come, just like the next village's heir Lai, not also transformed into even a small sports car are driving, but also know what doctor and so on. I heard that now also become the boss. Second aunt disdained. How can that brat be compared to our Mingzhi? He's just a medicine peddler, and your family treasures him like a baby. The second aunt's husband rolled his eyes. I know, your family is strong. Alright, this Li Mingzhi is just a son-in-law, an outsider, and you're the only one who treats him like a baby. Come on, I don't want to talk to you. Shut up you don't understand anything. Second aunt waved her hand violently and pushed second auntie's husband aside. Second auntie's husband was furious but held his breath and rejoined second auntie's side. Manly men don't bother with women. After seeing off Director Ma, things got back on track. The buzz continued to build and the crowd was back at its peak once again. At this time, several channel business even with the boss of the week are no longer any words to say. Li Mingzhi even the Commerce and Industry Bureau and the Public Security Bureau can get the relationship, which cannot be compared to ordinary businessmen. Every one of his lines and plans worked together seamlessly, guessing and coming up with excellent responses to almost every possible mishap present today. For the old song in Zhao boss of the farce, for him, he simply did not put in mind. The purpose behind him is to use this matter to let everyone see his Li Mingzhi's strength. Not only marketing, even the hearts and minds of the people have been played by him in the palm of his hand. The district Sun Yaogua, Liang boss, which is simply not his opponent. Next, in order to push the enthusiasm of the scene in a climax to cover the unpleasantness just now, Li Mingzhi opened the lottery. He marked the number mark on each leaflet, took out a few ping pong balls, randomly write some numbers on the box. Let Sun Yaogua and Zhou bosses each draw 20 ping pong ball numbers and the number of numbers marked on the leaflet. You can be $3 to buy 2 undershirts or 1 t-shirt. Another new wave came in, and the crowd below was turned over at will in Li Mingzhi's hands, all following his guidance with regularity. All of this looked at the Liang boss breathtaking. So far he had not seen anyone who could control the changes and accidents so skillfully. But he, Li Mingzhi, responded to all the changes, were calm, and handled them properly. And every detail made the Liang boss could not help but marvel. Well, next up is the main event of the day, the golden egg smashing session. Oh, finally, what the hell is in that thing? Is that really golden egg? How did you make it? It's amazing. Is it going to be smashed open? It's not going to be an egg yolk inside when it's smashed open, is it? Ha ha ha. The gazes of the crowd were thoroughly attracted, and Li Mingzhi deliberately sold out. This place is loaded with goodies. There are new clothes, the lowest discounted orders, and cash vouchers ranging from $1 to $100. If you draw a voucher, you can use it directly as cash. Wow, and you can draw cash. The boss is crazy, giving away cash directly. The side of the channel businessman came to the interest. Liang boss's first reaction is this world where there is such a cheap thing, but he is also very curious. Lao Zhou, what is this credit coupon? Zhou Guoquan froze. The content of today's activities Li Mingzhi did not give Zhou Guoquan revealed the slightest, just said that he would do some small activities to send some gifts, but he did not think that it was actually this delivery method. He could only shake his head awkwardly. I'm not really sure. Chapter 119 ends well. Liang boss froze, turned to look at him. Some surprises, but also understand. Long time in the shopping mall. He is also considered to be a white hand. Li Mingzhi's this point of mind Zhou Guoquan cannot see through. Liang boss or more or less see some. He finally understood the meaning of Li Mingzhi's invitation for them to come to the opening ceremony today. This man was ruthless enough. However, today this golden egg is not everyone can smash. Orders more than 30,000. You can come up to smash the golden egg to grab the benefits, which if you draw a cash credit coupon then, Lee Myung-chul gave a bad smile, tantalizing the curiosity of the crowd on stage. Ah, it's going to be so much money, then we can't afford it. It's too expensive. Can it be less? $1,000 please. Ha ha, people are doing big business. Our fly legs where people can see you this 1 or 2,000 don't take out a disgrace. Boss Lee, I don't think you can give away this golden egg today. Why don't you just leave it all to us? Ha ha, Lee Myung-chul's smile widened. I'll do it. Boss Joe suddenly opened his mouth first as he quickly walked to Lee Mingjer's side and directly shouted, I'll add the order. Good. Boss Joe was awarded the right to smash a golden egg. Everyone interested in grabbing time to find the finance to sign the contract. The number of golden eggs is limited. Big gifts waiting for you to take home. Lee Myung-chul handed the mallet in his hand to Boss Joe and told him to aim it at the top of the golden egg and gently smash it. Boss Joe received the gavel's hand unexpectedly some shaking. He's suddenly nervous. In fact, there is no cash coupon inside. He does not care. He cares about long-term cooperation with Lee Mingjer. To establish a friendly relationship, he came out to hold a hand at the moment. After that, there will certainly be other channel businessmen to follow the trend. But Lee Mingjer will only remember him as the one who fired the first shot, which is considered to be holding on to the thigh of the god of fortune's grandpa. Joe Boss slammed down the hammer. Suddenly the golden egg shattered inside, floating out colorful pieces of plastic. The wind blew, so Joe Boss all over the body, which reminds him of the wedding salute. Cannot figure out what the meaning of. Oh my god, the golden flowers are splattered. Boss Joe quickly looked for what is buried in these golden flowers. Lee Mingjer commanded Boss Joe to look for something in the colored pieces of the golden egg. He inspects a piece of white paper and hands it to Lee Myung-chul. Lee Mingjer's eyes were glowing at that moment. Gosh Boss Joe, you won the grand prize the moment you came up. A cash credit coupon for 30,000 yuan minus 500 yuan. Gosh, $500 off. That's too much. So lucky that the first draw is a cash voucher. There really are cash vouchers. Can they be directly deducted from the purchase price? It's a great deal. Ordinary people can't see Lee Mingjer's routine, but the businessmen standing on the side can see Lee Mingjer's routine at a glance. This is Lee Mingjer leaving them a mouth. A total of so many quotas. If you can't get it, you won't be able to work together. This is a knockout to work with Lee Mingjer. I'm in. And me. Boss you save one for me. Secretary Joe was busy on the side of the joyful. A moment in the hands of the amount of orders close to $100,000. It is easier than robbing money. In addition to Joe Guaquan about the channel businessmen moved. Standing under the stage was originally to join in the fun of some of the hidden businessmen have also shown their heads. Looking at the stage 10 golden eggs on the two left. Song Boss directly pulling Liang Boss to sign the order. Grab the last two places. In the blink of an eye, the event came to a successful close around mid-3 in the afternoon, and as the crowd gradually dispersed, Lee Myung-chul stood on the stage smoking a cigarette. Wang Biao walked over to Lee Mingjer with a bottle of soda. Brother Lee, drink a bottle of soda. You haven't had much water all day? Shen Meng snatched the soda from Wang Biao's hand and handed the teacup in her own hand to Lee Mingjer's face. Drink some water first. Freshly brewed tea. Saying that, she drank the soda herself. Wang Biao froze. Lee Mingjer smiled and took the teacup. Biaozi, how's business? Wang Biao raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead, not to mention the pain in his heart. Today earned $700 to $800, are sold out. My dad deliberately left 2 pieces of Coke and 2 boxes of popsicles, are put in the back of the refrigerator, said to give to Lee to greet customers with. Lee Mingjer nodded, and Wang Biao left the stage to help the old man close the stall. You're all calculated today, aren't you? Shen Meng spoke softly. After all, having been in contact with Lee Mingjer for such a long time, she could more or less tell what was in his mind. Lee Mingjer disdainful sneer. Remember to see a small movie that time. I saw Lao Zhao and Lao Song in the movie theater in a piece. I did not want to do so desperate. Is he not let me go? Then I have to do as he wishes. So what's the deal with abetting a murder? Shen Meng looked at Lee Myung-chul. Lee Mingjer narrowed his eyes. Just last night, Chen Chong found Lee Mingjer, said that he thought of the way how to turn into a person who was needed. He knew about Old Song joining hands with Boss Zhao to try to cheat the money. And he also knew about Old Song and Huang Feng joining hands to embezzle the money from the factory. As long as he went to Sun Yaogui to report to Sun Yaogui, Old Song and Huang Feng were going to play the egg piece by piece. Lee Mingjer did not think. Only told Chen Chong a sentence: wildfire cannot be eliminated in the spring breeze blows again. Since the solution, we must solve it cleanly. In fact, that night Lao Song originally wanted to find Chen Chong to burn down Lee Mingjer's factory, but Chen Chong deliberately avoided Lao Song, which is why Lao Song was ready to do it himself. Lee Mingjer is using this point, amplifying the problem, so that Chen Chong understand the seriousness and consequences of this matter. Chen Chong, such a person and extremely simple-minded, naturally will be misled, thinking that the Old Song is trying to let Chen Chong burn Lee Mingjer. Lee Mingjer then told Chen Chong, go to report the Old Song. with this as an opportunity, and then other things will be let out. Several crimes and punishments. The Public Security Bureau and the Trade and Industry Bureau will be able to jointly handle the case. Do not need Sun Yaogui to intervene. The old song will be finished. To the old song's character, the critical moment will definitely give up the yellow wind. Not 3 days. The public security organs will look for Sun Yaogui to understand the situation. That is the yellow wind downtime. So it is also considered to be the eradication of the yellow wind of all the henchmen. Shen Meng suddenly understood Li Mingzhi's scary place. Perhaps at the moment Lao Song touched his scales, these plans took root in the heart. Just happened to be Lao Song gave him a chance to start the plan. Li Mingzhi smiled. This was not over for him. With Gangxi's character, there was no way that this matter would end there. Even if old Song was now detained, Gangxi still had plenty of ways to screw him over. From start to finish, he did nothing but handled everything cleanly. Right at the moment the ceremony ended, Gangxi left with the cape and the fat man. Li Mingzhi didn't ask and didn't care. The Jianghu people are sometimes 100 times more scary than him. A businessman, when they are serious about what they are doing, it's possible. Mr. Li, this activity is done beautifully today. Zhou Guoquan sent the channeler away and rushed to find Li Mingzhi. Li Mingzhi still smiled. Today's list. As long as you bring people commission I will give you by 3%. And so on the payment of goods to clear a one-time to go to the Ministry of Finance to collect commission. Chapter 120, Early Disposal. Got it. Thank you Mr. Li. Zhou Guoquan today is considered to see the real strength of Li Mingzhi, so that he never thought that the role of a few golden eggs would be so great. And Li Mingzhi is also enough absolute. Any order outside the golden egg, he did not take today. Said that he wants to rush this goods out before taking other orders. Zhou Guoquan only think that his heart is really big. Wait for a period of time to have a better upper family people still may take care of him? But no matter what, these days with a smile is not in vain. This batch of customers cannot run. Zhou Guoquan will squeeze them all clean, will maximize the benefits, or according to Li Mingzhi so engaged in, who knows the day the factory went bankrupt, not while the red won the hard to get a hand. When that time came, what was he afraid of? Even Sun Yaogui was nothing in his eyes. After getting an accurate answer, Zhou Guoquan left the company. He also had a dinner appointment with Boss Liang in the evening and needed to go ahead and select a better place. Dinner tonight? You're not going with him? Shen Meng was puzzled to open her mouth. This is the time when he should personally receive customers. How come he didn't go again instead? Li Niangchul laughed and continued to leisurely sip his tea. Today I made all the fuss that I should have. I need to leave them time to discuss in private. Now my curiosity is not something they can match. Don't worry, someone will take the initiative to find me. Shen Meng pouted, not knowing where he got such confidence from, but it seemed like he had always been so confident. Today Shen Meng met a different Li Mingzhi. He is open, witty, and those little bit of humor, for the control of the entire venue, as well as the ability to manipulate the ability to cope with it. It was as if it wasn't the folks standing on the stage, but his employees. It's as if it wasn't a marketing campaign just now, but business training. Li Mingzhi looked at Shen Meng. I can't be on for any more events like this in the future. You'll be on next time. Ah, Shen Meng almost didn't jump up. This Li Niangchul isn't harming people. She doesn't want to stand on the stage like a clown and yell and scream. I can't come to that set of yours. I can't come to that set of yours. Shouting my voice is smoking, isn't it? Li Niangchul sighed out. You don't understand. This kind of thing is done by beautiful women like you. The effect of you doing it and me doing it are totally different. And it's so easy and addictive. I guarantee you'll still want to do it after you've done it once. Shen Meng rolled her eyes once again. I don't want it. If it doesn't work, just hire someone and count the commission. Li Mingzhi froze and couldn't help but laugh. When you're lazy your brain turns thieves fast. But this is fine. If you don't want to do it yourself, let someone else do it. But the prerequisite is that you yourself have to be a connoisseur, or you'll be easily cheated. Well, isn't it fine that you're a connoisseur? If there's anything I can do I'll just look for you. Shen Meng laughed, causing Li Niangchul to also laugh helplessly, waiting for the day when Li Niangchul really decentralized his power. Hopefully Shen Meng would still be able to say this kind of words, but Li Niangchul guessed that by that time, Shen Meng must not even be able to find out where others were. Sun Yaogui, who left the company, let the driver send Ma Lu home first. He got off the car in the factory. He quickly walked through the factory to return to his office. Then he sucked in a big mouthful of cold air. Seeing this, Secretary Zhou hurriedly poured Sun Yaogui a cup of tea. Plant Director Sun, are you alright? Sun Yaogui shook his head and took a big gulp of tea. Today Li Mingzhi dealt with the old songs means really made him tremble with fear. Li Mingzhi did enough to be prepared to directly let the old song go to jail, which also directly reminded Sun Yaogui that some things are better to deal with as early as possible. Go, get me Han Yuejin. Okay, I'll call it down. 20 minutes later Han Yuejin rushed into the office in a dusty manner, and Sun Yaogui waved at him. Little Han, sit down. Plant manager, you're looking for me for something? Han Yuejin's heart was in turmoil from the moment he received the notice. That said, didn't Sun Yaogwa go to the opening ceremony of his new company in the morning? How come the first thing he did when he came back was to ask him to come over? Sun Yaogwa drank another large mouthful of tea, took a breath, and looked at Han Yuejin seriously. How's the matter of the last labor union investigation going? Have those few people been dismissed? Han Yuejin froze. Really is for this matter, N. has mastered part of the personnel list? The relevant personnel are also dismissed. I am still sending people unannounced visits to investigate to see if there is still no residual, but the specific losses are still being verified. Can only be counted according to the old song entry into the time to the most recent batch of employees to enter the time because of the time is too long. Personnel involved in the larger. Some people have long been dismissed, though there is simply no trace to trace. Sun Yaogwa sighed lightly. In addition to Lao Song, are there any other regular section level involved? Han Yuejin paused for a moment, knowing that Sun Yaogwa asked about Huang Feng. At present, these things are all buttressed by Lao Song. About Huang Feng he has not yet found out, but all the signs indicate that the real manipulation behind this matter is Huang Feng. How should he answer? And Huang Feng, he and Lao Song are relatives. The two are together all day long. This batch of questionable staffing is from Huang Feng's hands through before arranging into the various factories. Sun Yaogwa nodded, in response to Huang Feng and Lao Song. I decided to formally dismiss the two. The specific amount of money you and Secretary Zhou as soon as possible to verify. After verifying the information submitted to the police station, the current Bureau of Industry and Commerce is investigating this matter. Han Yuejin's heart cannot help but be shocked. This is so involved in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce? This is an internal matter of their factory. Even if the amount is too large beyond the standard, it should be a matter for the Public Security Bureau, right? Plant manager, is something wrong? Sun Yaogwa helplessly sighed out a sigh of relief. A fist smashed on the desk. Will be today's incident recounted? Said the heart is still very angry. Really regret that did not give the old song ruthless punishment. Almost let him destroy the new company. Han Yuejin heard is full of unbelievable. Although the old song this person usually character is not good, but how is not so shameful? It's a good thing that Song Xiaotian's matter didn't involve Han Yuejin. Otherwise now maybe Sun Yaogwa wouldn't be sitting here discussing this matter with Han Yuejin. Don't worry, Factory Director. I'll make the best of it. Factory Director. Section Chief Huang is here. Secretary Zhou spoke softly at the door. Sun Yaogwa Han Yuejin exchanged glances and nodded, greeting Huang Feng as he came in. Since the last time he was injured, Huang Feng has kept a much lower profile, recently caring about his subordinates, serious about his work, and doing everything himself, almost impossible to pick fault. The gauze on his head had not yet been removed, and his entire appearance looked both wretched and tired, which in turn made Sun Yaogwa somewhat intolerant. Seeing this, Han Yuejin opened his mouth first. Huang Feng, you are in league with Old Song. You have coveted so much money from the factory. Old Song has already been detained by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce this morning. What else do you have to say? What? Huang Feng rounded his eyes. This Old Song. He must have explained not to get into trouble lately, not to get into trouble. How this guy turned his face to be held by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Chapter 121, Fear. I don't know. What with the lycanthropy and the money grubbing? None of that has anything to do with me. Bang! Han Yuejin slammed the table. Anger from the heart, but also sophistry. People are your security section arranged to come in. Without your yellow section chief clap, who dares to arrange? The old song has gone in. It's not your turn to admit it or not. From today onwards you're dismissed. Huang Feng was non-committal, just waving his hand to signal his innocence. Plant director's son. I've been in the plant for quite a few years. If I'm really what section chief Han says I am, how could the plant let me stay for so long? Huang Feng is gambling on the fact that Sun Yaogwa and the others have not found substantial evidence so far. Well, just in case before, Huang Feng hadn't even stepped in to solve anything, and it had always been the old Song who had handled it personally. If it really is as Han Yuejin said, Lao Song has been arrested, then it won't take long for Lao Song to bite Huang Feng out, and then it can be. Plant director's son. I have some words about this matter that I would like to speak to you alone. Sun Yaogwa froze. Do not feel funny. This family goods, what can be said? No need. Section Chief Han is not an outsider. You directly. It's about Shen Meng. I'm at the hospital. Ahem. Section Chief Han, you go out first. It's not good to have so many people present regarding the privacy of female employees. With Sun Yaogwa's sudden transformation, Han Yuejin was uncertain and could only leave the office first. Only after making sure the office door was closed did Sun Yaogwa look at Huang Feng. What do you want to say? Huang Feng fixed his mind. The child that Shen Meng is carrying isn't Li Mingzhi's. It's factory director's son's, right? Sun Yaogwa's cold sweat came straight down a drop, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, staring dead at Huang Feng. Hospitalized in these 2 days. Huang Feng accidentally ran into the maternity check Shin Meng and Dr. Wang. He quietly followed and heard the conversation between the two, which realized that Shin Meng threatened Sun Yaoguo with this child, and Li Mingjie is just a backstabber. No wonder Li Mingjie didn't even fall down when Fu Jun brought this out at the time, so the child wasn't even his, so of course he wasn't afraid. Sun Yaoguo's face at the moment can be said to be quite ugly. Know this thing more and more people. He is now in a critical period. Cannot be at this juncture of the accident. If Shin Meng's matter was found by Ma Lu, to Ma Lu's temperament will absolutely be a mess. At that time, Zhang Lao knows, then this factory director does not have to do. It was just that he didn't understand how Huang Feng knew about it. Huang Feng exhaled again. Factory director, I also have a family. I don't wanna what's going on. It's just for the sake of my job. If you don't help me, I'll tell the truth about this. I can't guarantee what will happen then. You, Sun Yaoguo laughed. Did not expect to be held by Huang Feng. This kid, this Li Mingjie do things can be really careless. Should be early to solve this. Huang Feng is right. The old song counts as a fart. Huang Feng, you dare to threaten me? Huang Feng seems fearless at the moment. The big deal is that I just do not do this. Section chief back home to farm. You're not the same. The factory director does not do it. What can you do? Ha ha. Sun Yaoguo tried to cover his embarrassment and anger with laughter, but at this moment, he hated to skin Huang Feng. Huang Feng, who had the ace in the hole, was winning, and Sun Yaoguo could only stop there and let Huang Feng off the hook. After Huang Feng left, Sun Yaoguo called Han Yuejin in again, showing a bright smile. Han section chief, just now Huang explained to me, this matter is a misunderstanding, has nothing to do with him. The old song related information can be handed over. Han Yuejin narrowed his eyes, and a clear-eyed person could tell that just now in the house it should have been Huang Feng who threatened Han Yuejin, and only then did Han Yuejin give up pursuing the matter. Although he felt that Huang Feng this tumor is the most should be eradicated, but Sun Yaoguo's mind has been set. Han Yuejin, and because of Song Xiaotian's relationship with the weak heart, they do not open the mouth to say any suggestions. What Sun Yaoguo tells you to do, you do it yourself. After Han Yuejin left the office, Sun Yaoguo put away his smiling face in the next second and violently smashed the cup in his hand on the floor. Huang Feng, this old man, even Lao Zi dared to threaten. Really think he is a character? Don't be anxious, let's wait and see. Secretary Zhou was too scared at the door to enter the room. He had followed Sun Yaoguo for so long. It was the first time he had seen him lose his temper so much in the factory. I really don't know what Huang Feng had just talked to Sun Yaoguo in the office. It could have made Sun Yaoguo drop his cup. In the afternoon before work, Han Yuejin personally ran a trip to the police station to ask about the situation, which is only the things that happened in the morning to understand thoroughly. I can't imagine that the middle is also involved in the middle of this, an inexplicable Zhao boss, and he never thought that Lao Song would dare to buy a murderer, which is criminally punishable. Han Yuejin submitted the information up, which is enough for the old Song to drink a pot in it, in addition to facing administrative penalties, but also face a high amount of compensation, as well as embezzlement of money should be spit out as much as possible, or else Sun Yaoguo is going to make the old Song squat in jail. Who let Huang Feng dare to threaten him? Then he couldn't catch Huang Feng, so he could only clean up old Song. At night, Li Mingjie appeared at the police station and bailed Chen Chong out, which he promised Chen Chong that as long as Chen Chong was willing to turn himself in and denounce old Song, Li Mingjie would personally bail him out, so that Chen Chong wouldn't have to take any responsibility. Chen Chong doesn't know the law, so naturally what Li Mingjie says is what he says. Just left the police station, just bumped into the submitted information out of the Han Yuejin. Han Yuejin see Chen Chong, then guessed the truth of the matter. A bunch of scum. Han Yuejin couldn't help but open his mouth and curse in a low, angry voice. Without naming him, without saying his name, he just stood beside Li Mingjie and cursed viciously. Li Mingjie smiled and lit a cigarette for himself. Section Chief Han is so angry. Is he holding a grudge for old Song? Or Song Xiaotian? Han Yuejin frowned. This recent period of time Song Xiaotian 3 words are extremely sensitive to him, because Song Xiaotian was dismissed. He has become the topic of discussion in the factory after tea. Let him suffocate it hard. Foxes don't laugh at cats. As usual, good riddance. Han Yuejin thinks he is all righteous. Naturally do not care with Li Mingjie this kind of trick people for the company, but he also began to be a little afraid of Li Mingjie today. Do not know why. He felt that Li Mingjie around the aura has changed. It is this changed aura, so that Han Yuejin in the walk past him when he felt a burst of coldness. Li Mingjie sneered, didn't take Han Yuejin's words, and directly led Chen Chong out of the police station. Li Mingjie brought Chen Chong back to his home. The small factory next door has stopped working today. Li Mingjie asked them to move all the machines to the new company tomorrow. The family will not be in production in the future. Brother Li, I did everything you said. Chen Chong stood in front of Li Mingjie and spoke in a low voice. Li Mingjie tilted the end of his eyes and looked at Chen Chong. You did a good job. With your testimony, Old Song won't be able to get out of the police station. Thank you. Lee Mingzhi took out $1,000 from his pocket and placed it on the table. Chapter 122, Returning from the Dark Side. Chen Chong frowned. Brother, I don't want money. I didn't come back for this amount of money. Lee Mingzhi smiled. I'll give you this money, and we'll be even between us. But you know Gangzi's temperament. Can I make Gangzi forgive you? I can't be the master of this. Chen Chong froze. This seems to be different from what was said before. Lee Mingzhi clearly promised him that he could return to the new company after this matter was completed. Why is Lee Mingzhi saying this kind of thing now? Brother Lee, I don't understand your words. Lee Mingzhi lit a cigarette, slowly inhaled a mouthful, a pair of eyes deep so that Chen Chong feel terrible. You are a brother of the Gangzi. Ultimately, or to go through his own paths. Gangzi, this person is righteousness. Soft heart, if you are a bramble, he also has to move a heart of compassion. Chen Chong furrowed his brows, not quite understanding the meaning of Lee Mingzhi's words. Neglecting the brambles? Was he asking him to beg Gangzi himself? Thinking of this he was a bit scared, afraid that Gangzi would beat him to death once they met. But can Kong forgive me? Lee Mingzhi smiled but did not say anything. Today denounced the old song. Chen Chong is the first credit, is also considered to be a lost cause, abandoned evil and good, and ultimately chose the brotherhood. To Lee Mingzhi's understanding of Gangzi, he certainly will not be difficult for Chen Chong. Go, he is estimated to be waiting for you. Chen Chong exhaled a breath and turned around to leave Lee Mingzhi's home, but he did not take the $1,000 given by Lee Mingzhi. He did not come back for the sake of this area of $1,000. Lee Mingzhi exhaled the last mouthful of smoke and extinguished the butt. Looking at Chen Chang's back, he frowned. There was only so much value left in a person like Chen Chong. It was impossible to get him to take Chen Chong privately, and he would never use this kind of person again. As for whether Gangzi's side still wanted him or not, that had nothing to do with him. Li Niangchul. From the beginning, Lee Mingzhi had no intention of letting Chen Chong come back at all. Gangzi and his brothers have been waiting for Chen Chong at home for many hours. Lee Mingzhi had someone inform Gangzi in advance that he would pick up Chen Chong tonight and have Chen Chong come back to apologize. But whether Gangzi decides to forgive or not, Lee Mingzhi doesn't care. A small, cramped room was inhabited by 7 or 8 burly men, bare-chested, smoking cigarettes and drinking cold beer, all quiet and silent. Gangzi sat at the center table, a whole box of newly purchased cigarettes in his hand. Now only 4 left. Smoking made his mouth dry and his head ache, but he couldn't stop. Brother Gang, that kid is back. The caped crusader spoke softly. Seeing that Chen Chong had come in from the courtyard and was heading towards this house of theirs, Gangzi slowly smoking a cigarette, expressionless, behind Ermo has already hidden the steel pipe into the cuffs, just waiting for Gangzi's order. He wants that kid half alive. Brother, I'm back. Pushing open the door, Gangzi was appearing in front of him. Chen Chong was coy and cautious as he arrived in front of Gangzi. Without waiting for Gangzi to exhale that smoke, Chen Chong directly knelt at his feet. Brother Gang, I was wrong. I was tricked by Old Song's grandson. Give your brother another chance. Just this one chance. Gangzi narrowed his eyes. Chen Chong is considered to be the one he watched grow up. From the little brother to the deputy, he also spent a lot of effort. Even the clothes he is wearing now are all bought by Gangzi back then. I really don't know if this kid is not intentional. Brother Gang, I'm really wrong. Please give me another chance. For the sake of me being lost, for the sake of me turning myself in, you give me another chance, said Chen Chang's tears fell. He cried with tears in his voice, but didn't provoke any sympathy from Gangzi at all. Seeing this kind of Chen Chong, Gangzi heart but more angry. If Chen Chong directly and generously admitted, is blinded by the monetary benefits, or feel that the old song this big brother is better than the Gangzi, perhaps Gangzi can still feel comfortable point. But Chen Chong in front of me, is the first ruthless bite Gangzi, and in turn bit the old song a bite, no matter how to say also followed the old song for a period of time. He did not hesitate to turn himself in to send the old song into the prison. Gundam didn't know whether to be happy or saddened by his lost cause at the moment. If it had been anyone else, Gundam might have clapped his hands over this, but now that it was happening to him, he couldn't stop laughing. You really want me to forgive you? Gangzi finally opened his mouth, and Chen Chang's eyes twinkled. Yes, as long as you can forgive me, brother, let me do anything. Gonzo looked to the cape, who spoke slowly. Where is Old Song locked up? Do you know? Chen Chong froze, not feeling confused. No, okay, I want half of Old Song's life. Find a way to get it to me and I'll forgive you. This is the last sentence that Gangzi said to Chen Chong. After saying this sentence, he turned around and left the house. The cape directly turned off the lights. Suddenly a person tightly embraced Chen Chong. It was a hot body, slippery to make Chen Chong confused and mesmerized. But no sooner had his hand been placed on the visitor's waist than the other man cried out in alarm. Ah, help, help, you kid dares to bully my sister. The evidence is complete. Follow me to the police station. In this way, Chen Chong was inexplicably pressed by his brothers to the police station. Early in the morning, someone with a message to Li Mingzhi. The old song last night at the police station was beaten half dead. I heard that it is not a person to do. Now do not say for their own defense. Even words cannot speak. People directly pulled to the hospital. His daughter-in-law knelt in front of the hospital early in the morning, begging people to let her see the old song. But even the door of the hospital did not get in. As for the Zhao boss, there is no good end. A leg was broken, not to mention. Hard to hold back until the morning to dare to open his mouth to cry out in pain. I heard that it is very serious, need to amputate. In short, quite miserable. Li Niangchul sat leisurely in his office and sipped his tea, listening to these things as stories and not taking them to heart at all. But he received a notice in the morning from the Gangxi people, asking Li Niangchul to come to his place in the evening, saying that it was a casual dinner. Li Niangchul agreed readily. Li Mingzhi handed over to Shunzi and Financial Hoan to keep an eye on the factory. The current assembly line has been operating normally. As long as the machine does not have problems, there will not be any accidents on the work schedule. And so on the afternoon, Shen Meng off work will bring part-time workers directly over. With her keeping an eye on it, there was even less need for Li Niangchul to care about anything. Brother Li, I don't think Gangxi and his gang are right, or else I'll accompany you at night. When Shunzi knew that Gangxi's gang didn't show up for work today and sent such an invitation to Li Mingzhi, he couldn't help but worry. After all, that group of people are jugglers. What can't they do? Li Niangchul smiled. Even if they fought, Gangxi's gang might not be able to move Li Niangchul in the slightest. If he really took Shunzi with him, it would instead give the other side an excuse to start a war. Don't worry, it's fine. Tonight he's not bringing anyone but 2 beers, 2 pounds of peanuts and rice, and 3 pounds of pork. In the afternoon, he wanted to go home to catch up on his sleep, but Secretary Zhou informed Li Mingzhi that Sun Yaoguo wanted to see him. Chapter 123, Thanks for the promotion. Secretary Zhou quietly told him that it was because of Huang Feng that Sun Yaoguo was very angry. Li Mingzhi does not feel ridiculous, so big a factory director. What to fire a person directly under the notice can be? Why must make so much trouble? Before going to Sun Yaoguo's office, Li Mingzhi first went back to the defense section. Since it was related to Huang Feng, he went to meet Huang Feng first. Section Chief Li. The people in the office warmly stood up to greet Li Mingzhi when they saw him return. It should be called Mr. Li now. The opening ceremony was so lively. Isn't that right? My aunt went there too and said there were crowds of people everywhere. Congratulations to Section Chief Li. It should be congratulations to Mr. Li. The people in the office only focused on congratulating Li Niangchul, while what Li Niangchul noticed in his eyes at the moment was Huang Feng, who was sitting in front of his desk reading a newspaper without the slightest reaction. Has this asshole changed his mind? Wouldn't it be logical to immediately stand up and tell everyone to disperse? Would you let Li Niangchul make a scene here? Section Chief Wang? Li Niangchul purposely called out Yellow Wind. Huang Feng heard the voice before he raised his head and revealed a generous smile. Vice Section Chief Li is back. With that one sentence, Huang Feng once again turned his gaze to the newspaper. Li Mingzhi frowned. Huang Feng, this look is absolutely not normal. The old song, out of such a big event he can still calm. Is there any backstroke? But no matter what kind of backstabbing Huang Feng has, Li Mingzhi will have to tell him to get lost. This kind of person must not be retained any longer. After a few simple pleasantries, Li Mingzhi quickly went to Sun Yaoguo's office. Sun Yaoguo told Li Mingzhi what had happened in the past 2 days. Li Mingzhi dawned, and then he realized the truth that Huang Feng was calm. This Shen Meng, obviously false pregnancy but want to go to the physical examination on schedule. This time, it is good. By Huang Feng, right, Mingzhi. Huang Feng's matter should be resolved as soon as possible. He can blackmail me not to hold him accountable today, and the day after tomorrow he can directly ask me for money. This delay will eventually become a big problem. Sun Yaoguo frowned and said this matter to Li Mingzhi very seriously. How could Li Mingzhi not understand Sun Yaoguo's meaning? He was not wanting to get his hands dirty himself and wanted Li Mingzhi to quietly get rid of Huang Feng. But Sun Yaoguo has a point. This matter is held in the hands of Huang Feng. He cannot use this matter to do something? Just to keep his job. This trump card seems to be a big deal. Maybe this is something Huang Feng can use to pin down Sun Yaoguo for half his life. But factory director, although I'm the titular boss of the new company, after all, I'm only a small deputy section chief of the factory. So if I want to deal with Huang Feng, I still need you to do it yourself. Seeing that Li Mingzhi kicked the ball back again, Sun Yaoguo raised his eyebrows in displeasure. What do you mean? Li Mingzhi laughed. What I mean is, I'm a small person. Huang Feng may not be afraid of me. He now feels that he has a handle on his hand, so he dares to be so rampant. But what if this handle is gone? Sun Yaoguo simply do not understand the meaning of Li Mingzhi. This handle, how can there be no? Is it possible to let Shen Meng abortion? That niece will definitely not agree. Suddenly something occurred to him. Did you make me? Li Mingzhi smiled again. This matter boils down to Shin Meng. As long as Shin Meng keeps her mouth shut, no one will believe Huang Feng when he says it. But if you want Shin Meng to shut up, this matter is simple to say, but also simple to say that it is troublesome to say that it is troublesome to say that it is troublesome to say that it is simple to say that it is troublesome to say that it is troublesome to say that it is troublesome. Sun Yagwa dawned, nodded. Shin Meng, this niece is actually good to get rid of. Using this matter to threaten Sun Yaogwei is nothing more than wanting some benefits. Sun Yaogwei is indifferent. As long as Shin Meng does not come out to make trouble, he is willing to support Shin Meng for life. After all, she carries her own seed in her stomach. There is nothing to be said about this. But Sun Yaogwei was still uneasy. Then Huang Feng's side? Li Mingzhi raised an eyebrow. As long as there's no problem on Shin Meng's side, there's naturally nothing wrong with Huang Feng. Sun Yaogwei thought carefully, is this reason? Even if the secret is revealed, as long as Shin Meng does not bite himself out, then Huang Feng can do? Now Li Mingzhi, the identity and status of the backstabber is not the same as before. If Ma Lu really want to make trouble, also have to weigh. Then so, Huang Feng still counts as a fart? Ha ha, it's still Mingzhi who's smart. Why didn't I think of that? Li Mingzhi exhaled a breath, picked up the teacup on the table, sip a mouthful of tea. The factory director is just a momentary emergency. Quiet down to think about it, we'll be able to figure it out. There is no need for me to bull asterisk here. Sun Yaogwei nodded his head with satisfaction. This Li Mingzhi really is on the road. This Huang Feng, occupying a position of the main section for nothing. Do not do practical things. On the contrary, it is you who is the deputy section level. Do better than the main section. I see that this main section on you to do it is appropriate. This is also regarded as a hint from Sun Yaogwei to Li Mingzhi. As long as Huang Feng left, the defense section is Li Mingzhi's world. But a small defense section, Li Mingzhi simply do not see eye. Instead of fudging with these people here, he wanted to go do something more meaningful. But at this moment, he must respond to Sun Yaogwei's olive branch. Thank you, factory director, for the promotion. Mingzhi won't forget it. Ha ha, good point. Solved Sun Yaogwei's concerns. Li Mingzhi directly left the factory. I believe that Shin Meng's welfare housing is no longer any problem. Sun Yaogwei, in order to get rid of the threat of Huang Feng, will certainly put this matter on the agenda. Perhaps this will be the housing management section chief. Hong Jiangwen has been on the way to Sun Yaogwei's office. When Sun Yaogwei finishes these things, the first one to clean up is probably Huang Feng. Then he wouldn't worry about it. Li Mingzhi went to the food market to buy good wine and good food. 2 pieces of beer he really cannot hold. Simply took 2 bottles of daku, and bought 2 more cold dishes. I guess I hadn't eaten properly in the past few days, so I thought I'd take advantage of tonight to relax. Just entering Gangzi's yard, Li Mingzhi saw Shunzi standing furtively in a dark corner. Shunzi rushed up when he saw Li Mingzhi. Brother Li, you can come. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Li Niangchul froze. Why are you here? Weren't you not allowed to come? Shunzi looked at Li Mingzhi worriedly. I wasn't afraid that you would suffer. Luckily I came. Now there are at least a dozen people in the house. Gangzi is asking you to have no return. Li Niangchul paused for a moment, looked up at the lighted room. Is that there are a lot of silhouettes around the room? Li Niangchul wrinkled his eyebrows and looked to Junko. A dozen people then? That I do not buy enough things. You go to buy 2 more bottles of wine. Buy 3 dishes. To meat and vegetables. Hurry up and come back to me for you to reimbursement. After saying that without waiting for Junko to stop, Li Niangchul went straight up the stairs. Junko was worried and stomped her feet in place. This Li Niangchul is not stupid. Once inside the house, the atmosphere was decidedly slightly heavy. Wang Biao stood up first and hurriedly took what Li Mingzhi was holding. Brother Li, you're here. Li Mingzhi nodded at Wang Biao and looked at Gangzi, who was sitting on the other side of the table without speaking. The cigarette case on the table was empty and the ashtray next to the case was too full to be filled. But the smell of smoke in the house was not strong. It should be that the windows were opened and ventilated before Li Niangchul came. The room was full of standing, at least 13 people, some of whom Li Niangchul had seen, some of whom Li Niangchul did not recognize, and they were all staring straight at Li Niangchul. Chapter 124, The Hongmen Banquet. Seeing this stance, Li Niangchul sneered. You're setting up a Hongmen banquet with me? Gonzo furrowed his brow and didn't say anything. Li Mingzhi pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the people in the room, not afraid or worried. Instead, his face was full of smiles. Then don't talk nonsense. How do you want to do it? I, Li Mingzhi, will accompany you to the end. After saying that, he threw the cigarettes in his pocket onto the table, lit one, and waited patiently. The Beatles and the others stood in the corner, not daring to say anything and not intending to go forward. But instead, those who didn't recognize Li Niangchul surrounded him into the circle. Brother Li, did you already know that this was all a plot by Old Song? Gonzo opened his mouth slowly. Li Mingzhi didn't intend to hide anything. That's right. From the time you signed this list, I knew there was something wrong with it, and then I followed the trail to find out about old song. Then why didn't you tell me? Gangzi was harboring a fire in his heart, not because of this single, but more because he realized that Lee My-uncle didn't trust him at all, making him look like a little cutie. He still thought he had negotiated a big list and was showing it off everywhere. Lee Mingjer sneered, you have the nerve to say? Last time in the office almost with me face. What I say you believe. Since today words to this, then I simply say the words open. Do not want to follow me Lee Mingjer's give me to get out of the way. Lousy do not want to serve. Lee My-uncle suddenly lost his temper and slapped the table so hard that he startled the people around him. Gangzi, you don't think I Lee Mingjer can't leave you? Without you my company is still open. The big deal is that I just don't have a few brothers only. Didn't take me as a brother. I don't care. Anyway, originally I don't have a brother. It's a soul seedling. Do you really think that I'm rare? Lee My-uncle said and turned his back directly. The brothers standing behind them were dumbfounded by the sudden scene before them. They could imagine that Lee My-uncle might explain to them in a serious manner or persuade them to believe him in a bitter way. But they didn't expect Lee My-uncle to preempt them, which in turn left them at a loss for words. Gangzi's frowning brow never relaxed. Brother Lee, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Lee Mingjer was both angry and aggrieved, but never looked at Gangzi with a straight face. Gangzi, you feel your own conscience. Brother Lee doesn't trust you guys? I thought with all my heart that I would just take care of things straight away. What do you mean by this? What are you doing by bringing the brothers? Are you going to deal with me together? I didn't. As soon as Gundam heard the clean explanation, he made the people surrounding Lee My-uncle step aside. I didn't mean that. Lee Mingjer slowed down a breath, waved his hand. Well, I'm still stupid to take the wine. Take the dishes waiting to eat with the brothers to celebrate the feast. You guys are planning to eat me I would have known that I might as well go to the hotel with Jogwakwan to eat. Want to do it in a hurry. After the dry fight our brotherhood to this end, who also do not owe anyone. Saying that, Lee Mingjer directly tiptoed up an empty beer bottle on the ground, which was going to be smashed over to Gangzi's head. Gangzi saw this and hurriedly dodged away. Luckily Wang Biao was standing not far from Lee Mingjer, rushing up with big steps to grab Lee Mingjer's hand tightly. Brother Lee, you've got it wrong. Brother Gang doesn't mean this. Calm down. You let go of me. How can I calm down? These days I run before and after. In the Bureau of Industry and Commerce with a grandson like begging people to do things, is to want to solve the old Zhao's matter. To know that this is this kind of result, I should let you guys buy the old Zhao lie to clean, lose a few $100,000. All is a white-eyed wolf. Spread me. Lee Mingjer screamed on his mouth, but the movement in his hand stopped. Wang Biao easily and smoothly snatched the bottle of wine in Lee Mingjer's hand, and pacified Lee Mingjer to sit down and talk. Gangzi stood on the side of half a day did not react. The brain originally wanted to question the words of Lee Mingjer. This will be forgotten is clean. Cannot think of anything? To see Lee Mingjer hair so big fire, he suddenly felt a little sorry for him, even suspected that he did not trust himself and brothers. Brother Lee, that's not what I meant. Can you hear me out? Lee Mingjer was exasperated and panting heavily. Seeing Gangzi open his mouth directly, don't turn his face away. You say, I'll see you can say a flower. Gangzi sighed and hurriedly handed Lee Mingjer a cigarette. Brother Lee, I just can't help but be angry. What can't our brothers say openly? I'm stubborn, but I'm not someone who won't listen to persuasion. But you know it, but you don't tell me. Lee Mingjer smiled bitterly, didn't look at Gangzi, and didn't take the cigarette in his hand. Tell you? What's the use of telling you? You will only shout and kill. If something happens to you, how can I get it? Gangzi pursed up his lips. Want to say the words hard to swallow back. Lee Mingjer said in the right. According to the situation, Lee Mingjer, if the truth is to say that the Gangzi simply do not believe that, if the Gangzi believe that the world to find the Zhao boss non-death him not, like Lee Nyung-chul, who could do things beautifully and leave people speechless, he really couldn't do it, and he did have to learn from Lee Nyung-chul on this point. But brother Lee, we are brothers. Heavenly matters, you should be your own brothers to say, you so single-handedly to do things. If you have something happen to us, how to do? Lee Nyung-chul paused for a moment, before turning to Gangzi. So, I was wrong? He loosened up and gave Gunnar a leg up. No, Rico, you're right, it's my fault, my heart is too small. Lee Mingjer sighed out helplessly and took the cigarette in Gangzi's hand. Yes, they are all brothers in their own families. What can't they say? Then what do you mean by setting up this Hongmen banquet today? Gundam froze. No, what Hongmen banquet? Lee Nyung-chul was unconvinced and pointed at the group of people around him that he didn't recognize. Gangzi immediately laughed. Brother, you misunderstand me. This is a few brothers from abroad, come to join me. I thought to bring them to meet you today, to see if they can give a camp in the future. They are all good brothers. There is absolutely no problem with their character. Don't call Rico yet, the cape shouted hurriedly. The crowd bowed 90 degrees at Lee Mingjer. Hello brother Lee. Lee Nyung-chul took a breath and pretended to be dazed. Oh, So I misunderstood? Gangzi hurriedly opened his mouth. Of course you misunderstood. Give me 100 guts. I wouldn't dare to give you any hongmen banquet I'm just angry. But not angry now. Lee Myung-chul nodded in satisfaction and inwardly exhaled a long, deep breath. He hurriedly greeted Wang Biao and hurriedly set up all the dishes and wine on the table just now. Listening to the sound of laughter coming from the house, Junko, who was standing downstairs, rounded his eyes. What does that mean? After 3 rounds of wine, the brothers standing in the room drank down a piece. Even Gangzi at the moment are dizzy pulling Lee Mingzhi's hand dead, just do not let go. Chapter 125, Brothers. Brother Lee, I, Gangzi, am truly fortunate to know you. Gangzi held Lee Mingzhi's hand tightly, tears and snot. There was no way to describe his gratitude to Lee Mingzhi in words. Lee Myung-chul just watched quietly without saying anything. Brother Lee, I grew up as father does not hurt, grandfather does not love. Compared to that Chen Shong did not better to wear. But I and that bastard boy is not the same. I just son of this life, the word of righteousness at the head, and will never do betrayal of the brother thing. But brotherly, if one day you do not trust the brother, with the brother explicitly say okay, do not call the brother to guess. Gangzi was crying very hard. His whole face was like a monkey's, but his eyes were red from drinking, and both of his eyeballs were covered with red blood. Gangzi held Lee Mingzhi's hand and put his hand on the position of his heart to show the importance of Lee Mingzhi in his heart. Said is touching, but Lee Myung-chul did not have waves in his heart. He remembered that there was that one person, who had been in the same scene, holding his hand tightly and saying these heartfelt words to him, and they held each other's hands tightly and swore to be brothers for life, to share the same blessings and the same difficulties. Indeed, they had also passed through a period of living and dying together, and that period of time occupied all of Lee Myung-chul's memories, and in his opinion, that was the so-called brotherhood. Brotherly, Gangzi snapped his head up, startling Lee Mingzhi. You're kind-hearted. You don't understand. That kid Chen Shong doesn't deserve forgiveness. I sent him back to the institution again. Don't worry. I handled it very cleanly. Very cleanly. With that, Gundam's head lolled and he collapsed onto the table. Huffing and puffing, Lee Mingzhi end of the wineglass hand slowly put down. These years running business down, he has a set of their own way to avoid alcohol. And tried and true, with a hazy drunkenness, Lee Myung-chul left Gonzo's house alone. Shunzi had been waiting for him downstairs, and when he saw him walking down trembling, he hurriedly went forward to help him. Brother Lee, are you alright? Why did you drink so much? Lee Myung-chul let out a breath and turned to look upstairs. He thought of something and looked at Junko. Junko, if one day I do something you don't understand and it affects your interests, will you turn against me? Junko froze and laughed helplessly. I kinda don't understand what you're doing right now, but just because I don't understand it doesn't mean you're not right. I'll send you home to rest first. Lee Myung-chul laughed. He didn't understand Lee Myung-chul's words, pushing Junko away. No, I want to walk alone. Don't follow me. Without waiting for Junko's reply, Lee Myung-chul steps out of the gate alone. Junko tries to follow but is pushed far away by Lee Myung-chul, and finally he loses Lee Myung-chul at a corner and can only stop and go back to the house by himself. Lee Myung-chul didn't know how long he had been walking or where he had gone. Finding a random place, he sat on the ground and rested, lighting a cigarette, looking at the street's sporadic pedestrians. Suddenly a blinding light spread, and then wait for him to open his eyes, before the scene has changed. Wide streets, neon everywhere, ears ringing with Hua Chinyu's new song, huge advertisements for Creation 101 placed on the skyscrapers, the owner of the kiosk behind him, who was watching Laogua's comedy on his cell phone, and the phrase daydreaming of braided brother made Lee Myung-chul burst out laughing. Is he back? At this time, in the midst of the lights, there stood a young girl with a delicate figure. She had long hair draped over her shoulders, her body was graceful, and a pair of small white high heels on her feet were clacking towards him, and the smell of Dior Classic came to his nose, and he didn't know how many bottles of this perfume he had purchased, because it was her favorite flavor. It's her, the woman who never brought any flutter to Lee Myung-chul, the woman who was hellbent on just getting Lee Myung-chul's property. Hanyu? Hanyu is standing in front of Lee Mingzhi at the moment, just like the first time she appeared in front of Lee Mingzhi's eyes in general. That face looks obedient, those lips were once also passionate as fire. That body is how many men dream of, but belongs to Lee Mingzhi exclusively. Lee Mingzhi can do anything, that's what he always thought. Suddenly he cried, tears fell down his cheeks. He was back in the 21st century. Had he come back? But he didn't want to come back at all. He even feared to come back. In front of his eyes, Hanyu was dressed in red, pulling him like a devil, trying to catch him into hell again. Yo-yo, yo-yo, save me, save me. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Lee Mingzhi cried out in terror and tore up with Hanyu. He used all his strength to push Hanyu to the ground. He took the opportunity to escape. At that moment he didn't even have the courage to look back to see if Hanyu had caught up with him. Yo-yo, Shun Meng, where are you guys? Come save me. Someone's trying to get me. He was like a helpless child kept running aimlessly, running and shouting at the same time, until he jumped into a warm embrace. He got a moment of peace of mind. He greedily absorbed the soft gentleness. Borrowing this moment of peace of mind, he actually slept. When Lee Myung-chul woke up, it was already early in the morning. The sun poked in along the cracks of the window and shot on Lee Myung-chul's thighs. Lee Myung-chul squinted his eyes and looked around. It was still the same hot as it once was. He let out a long breath. So everything that happened last night was a dream. And how did one get home? He remembered something and rushed to the living room, where Kiki rushed into his arms the next second. Daddy, Daddy Stinky. While Shan Meng and Fu Yao were sitting in the living room, the two of them looked at each other in dismay before they hurriedly stood up when they saw Li Mingzhi come out. Fu Yao spoke softly, "Wake up, I'll go heat up breakfast." With that, he went straight into the kitchen. Shen Meng glanced down at her mouth and hurriedly pulled Lee Myung-chul from the house to the outside. She puffed out her breath, her face as red as a cherry, but her eyes carried anger. "What's wrong with you? Why did you drink so much?" Lee Myung-chul scratched his head and rubbed his face. "I didn't drink much. What happened last night?" Shen Meng froze and grabbed him by the ear. "You forgot. Ouch ouch." Li Mingzhi was a bit upset and knocked off Shen Meng's hand. "What are you doing pulling my ear? There's something to talk about." Shen Meng pouted. The fist that she wanted to punch up stopped in midair and was retracted back and collected into her chest. "Who is Han Yu?" Li Mingzhi froze and looked at Shen Meng. "What month?" Shen Meng also followed a rash. "This guy still want to not admit, you last night?" Shouting the name, a sound is a woman's name, but also said what don't come over. What Yao Yao to save me and so on. Say it, you are not encountered fairy jump? With an expression of seriousness, Shen Meng angrily rebuked Li Myung-chul. Li Myung-chul couldn't help but suck in a breath of air, feeling that last night's events were more than just a dream. "Ah, what fairy jump? Nonsense, am I that kind of person?" Li Myung-chul continued to scratch his head and didn't know what to explain. Chapter 126, Not Simple. Shen Meng sighed deeply and looked at Fu Yao who was still cooking in the house. You ran to my downstairs last night and shouted, but then you ran again when you saw me. And then you collapsed in your wife's arms before you could sleep through it. And it took a lot of effort for us to get you home. And Fu Yao didn't sleep a wink all night long in order to take care of you because you kept shouting, Yao Yao, save me. It was too scary. Li Mingzhi covered his face. This is too shameful. He remembered that when he left Gangzi's house last night he was still very sober. And up to now he remembers the words that Gangzi said. But how come he doesn't remember any of this thing that Shen Meng said? Is this a one-day occurrence? Seeing that Li Mingzhi wanted to evade the question, Shen Meng once again pulled him over. I'm telling you, if there's anything you'd better explain it quickly. Who the hell is that Han Yu? Okay auntie. Li Mingzhi was pursued by Shen Meng with some impatience. Han Yu is a female ghost. Okay, I've been reading horror novels lately. Han Yu is a person in a novel. Don't mess around with it. It's as simple as that. Shen Meng looked skeptical, obviously not believing Li Mingzhi's words. I don't believe it. Take out the novel for me to take a look. This woman. I forgot the book at Gangzi's place. I'll bring it to you when I have time. Forget it if you don't believe me. Li Mingzhi didn't intend to entangle with him and directly shook her off and went into the house. Shen Meng was left standing in place like a blowfish. Angry, Fu Yao brought the meal to the table and revealed a tired smile. Drink some hot soup. Next time don't drink so much. Li Mingzhi nodded and rubbed his foggy head. Yesterday, I celebrated with Gangzi and the others. I drank a little too much. I didn't expect to be so much hard on you. Wife, take care of me all night. Fu Yao shook her head and wrung a hand towel for Li Mingzhi to wipe his face. Xiaoshen is also working quite hard. Yesterday you suddenly went crazy and ran on the street. Xiaoshen's shoes were all broken and his feet bled. You have to compensate a pair of shoes to the other person before you can do that. Li Mingzhi was startled, and only then did he see that Shen Meng was wearing Fu Yao's shoes on her feet, and behind the door was placed a pair of white high heels, the heels of which had been disconnected, and there were specks of blood at the brim position. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where did it hurt? Shen Meng glared at him without any good reason. It's fine. Just a little skin rubbing. I'm a new high-heeled shoe. Spent half a month's salary on it. Don't worry. I'll pay you back. Only then did Shen Meng and Fu Yao both reveal their smiling faces. Shen Meng also believed for the time being that the person called Han Yu was a fictional character. As for Fu Yao, she didn't open her mouth to ask, because Li Mingzhi called out Yao Yao save me at the critical moment. She just needed to make sure that this man was still her man. Then the rest didn't matter. But last night Fu Yao also suddenly saw one thing. Shen Meng, to Li Mingzhi's heart, is not pure. Fu Yao has always remembered. Last night at the end of the street encountered two people. Shen Meng barefoot in the back of Li Mingzhi desperately chasing, has been shouting Li Mingzhi, you be careful and then almost by the tricycle hanging down. Shen Meng's first reaction is still to reach out and pull the chaotic Li Mingzhi. Do not care about their own injuries. Mingzhi, you go see off Xiao Shun and come back later and we'll take Chi-Chi to kindergarten. After the meal, Fu Yao cleaned up the table, greeted Li Mingzhi to send Shin Meng away. Before leaving, Fu Yao also did not forget to instruct, must send Shin Meng to the home only. Let Shin Meng have time to come home to eat. Face to face with Yao's gentle silence, Li Mingzhi's heart has guessed 7 or 8. Compared to Shin Meng, Fu Yao is the one who was really smart, but also the woman who is destined to accompany Li Mingzhi for a lifetime. The morning air carried a slight coolness. Li Niangchul breathed in the fresh air with a big mouthful. Everything here was precious today, making Li Niangchul become greedy. Shin Meng looked at Li Mingzhi sideways for a long time before revealing a smiling face, and then she was worried. She had never seen Li Mingzhi as crazy as he was last night. What the hell happened last night? Li Niangchul paused for a moment, shook his head, and sighed out. It's nothing, I probably thought of something unhappy, but it's fine now. Shin Meng pouted, thinking that Li Mingzhi was remembering his previous wimpy self. People can't always stay in the past, they still need to look forward. After all, you're not the Li Mingzhi of the past now, so it's okay to not want to think about the past. Li Mingzhi smiled, but instantly lowered his eyes again, and then in the next second he revealed a smile again and patted Shin Meng's head. I still need you to preach, Shin Meng. Thank you. Shin Meng froze and looked away. What's the point of thanking me? I didn't do anything either. Li Niangchul was helpless. This girl is really tough. Until now have not complained because Li Niangchul was injured. If it is replaced by those girls in later life, I'm afraid that Li Niangchul is already nagged annoying. There is even the possibility of using this to ruthlessly slaughter Li Niangchul a meal. Now, the weather is hot. The workshop and sweltering cannot. Just in case, Li Mingzhi still takes Shin Meng to the hospital to run a trip. Simple disinfection and bandage, and opened a little anti-tetanus medicine, which is assured that Shin Meng back to the dormitory, and asked her to leave. The wound must not get wet in the near future. Looking at the back of Li Mingzhi left, Shin Meng sweetly smiled, but the next moment she was full of doubts, wondering why Li Mingzhi would run to her downstairs last night. Is not in his heart there is a little place for her? Wanted to ask, but dare not. This scene was watched by Huang Feng, who had gone to the hospital to change his medication, and from the hospital he followed the two all the way to the dormitory, until the two were separated, and the corners of his mouth lifted up into an evil smile, as if he had seen through something, planned something, and it sent shivers down one's spine. When Li Mingzhi returned home, Fu Yao was sitting in front of the table in a daze, and saw Li Mingzhi come back before she slowed down. You're back, let's go? Oh, off to the new kindergarten. Chi-Chi jumped into Li Mingzhi's arms, a small head arching over and over in his arms. Li Mingzhi picked up Chi-Chi and revealed a satisfied smile. So happy? Are you happier than seeing Daddy? Kiki pouted. Grandpa's story isn't finished yet, and Mommy had to come back because she's the one who's happier to see Daddy. Oh, Li Mingzhi's eyes glanced at Fu Yao, who immediately turned red. You stinky girl, now you dare to make fun of Mom, don't you? Chi-Chi spat her tongue at Fu Yao and wrapped her hand tightly around Li Mingzhi's neck. That's it. Fu Yao was angry and shy and agitated by Chi-Chi, reaching out to pinch Chi-Chi's little face. Let you talk nonsense. Li Mingzhi grabbed Fu Yao's hand, although these hands were translucent and white, but because of the years of housework, the palms were a little rough to the touch, and on the slender index and ring fingers, there was a line of tiny scars. Li Mingzhi put Fu Yao's hand in front of his mouth and kissed it lightly. Yao Yao, I'm happiest to see you too. We have to be together like this all the time, okay? Fu Yao paused for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile, brushing her fingers over Li Mingzhi's dry and peeling lips, leaving a fragrant kiss there. Chapter 127, Catching Up with the Old Ones. Mommy shy. Kiki hurriedly buried her little head into Li Niangchul's neck, saying that she didn't want to raise her head. Li Mingzhi laughed helplessly, as he shouldered Chi-Chi and stood up. Okay, we should go to kindergarten. After school tonight, Dad will take you to eat lobster. Okay, lobster. Fu Yao couldn't help but nag. You, don't spoil her. I'll see what to do when she's a picky eater. Li Mingzhi laughed. That's nothing. People live in the world in order to be happy. If even what to eat can't be decided by oneself, that's how meaningless, isn't it, daughter? Daddy's right about the lobster, and I want a soda. Yeah, Dad will buy you anything you want to eat. Just went out the door, and bumped into Huang Feng, who walked into the yard. Huang Feng immediately greeted the situation. Deputy Section Chiefly, this is the younger sibling. Right, the daughter is really cute. Fu Yao looked at the Huang Feng in front of her unknown. This Huang Feng she is considered to have seen twice from afar. Weekdays also heard from Li Mingzhi's mouth he, clearly is not against the two people. Today how to suddenly carry a gift on the home to come? Li Niangchul raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Knowing that he didn't have good intentions, Li Niangchul didn't have to be respectful. Huang Feng smiled, shaking the gift hefted in his hand. This is for my younger siblings and children. A little gift is no honor. Are you guys going out? Thanks. Fu Yao smiled politely at Huang Feng, without Li Mingzhi's nod. She didn't want to take what Huang Feng was holding at all. Li Mingzhi sized up Huang Feng, not intending to stop and listen to his nonsense. I'm busy right now as I have to send my daughter to kindergarten. Huang Feng immediately understood and pretended to understand. Oh, it's not the right time for me to come, then I'll go to the company and wait for you. I'll put this here first. After saying that without waiting for Li Mingzhi to open his mouth, he directly placed the things on the ground and turned around to leave without the slightest hesitation. This Huang Feng, but has learned to make up that set of mystery. However, this also aroused Li Niangchul's curiosity. What was this Huang Feng trying to do? He's dying? Then he's looking for the wrong person. After sending Kiki to the kindergarten Li Wei's hands, arranging for the class teacher, and greeting the dean, Li Mingzhi went back to the company. Just into the door, Shunzi has been waiting for a long time, and so far as Li Mingzhi appeared to hurry to pull him to one side. Brotherly, that Huang Feng came, in your office. He came to do what? Is not to ask for wages to come? Li Niangchul couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Junko's brain circuits were also strange, but Huang Feng was quite self-conscious and went straight into the office. It's fine, I'll go meet him. Looking at Li Niangchul who went upstairs to meet Huang Feng, Junko squinted her eyes worriedly, as if she was afraid that Li Niangchul would suffer. Vice Section Chief Li is back. Huang Feng saw Li Mingzhi enter the office as full of smiles, hurried to open the mouth, but the buttocks have not lifted up from the chair. This mouth Ali Vice Section Chief, call that vice word extraordinarily clear. Remind Li Mingzhi put on the dragon robe is not a prince. Li Mingzhi laughed and sat in the desk opposite Huang Feng. Section Chief Huang doesn't have to work here anymore. Is this coming back to reminisce about the past? The corner of Huang Feng's eyebrow visibly twitched for a moment, and quickly revealed a smile again. It's not that I missed Vice Section Chief Li, so I purposely looked for you to catch up on old times. Catch up on old times? Li Mingzhi almost did not laugh out loud. The two of them, what good to catch up on old times? Settling scores is more or less. I do not know what Section Chief Huang would like to catch up on old times with me. Huang Feng's body raised back and leaned on the back of the chair. Vice Section Chief Li is now famous and rich, living a good life. His sister-in-law is also beautiful and virtuous. I just don't know if his sister-in-law has a good temper or not, and if her health is good or not. Li Mingzhi raised an eyebrow and looked at Huang Feng, which also depends on what was met. Huang Feng pursed down the most, revealing an expression of intent. What else can make a woman angry besides that bit of? Li Niangchul paused. Is this a showdown for favors? Oh, could it be that Section Chief Huang still wants to use the matter of my cheating to make an article? Li Mingzhi simply put the words to the point, and we don't hide them. Huang Feng laughed, at this time took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smoked one and handed it to Li Mingzhi. Fu Jun didn't even stink you up. I don't have that ability. I am trying to talk to you about the matter between Shen Meng and Sun Yaogua. Li Mingzhi's eyes turned around and took the cigarette handed over by Huang Feng. At the moment he didn't know exactly how much truth Huang Feng knew. Pressing on was the best way to see how much he could say. Section Chief Huang might as well make it clearer is better. Huang Feng pulled out another cigarette in his mouth, slowly lit. Li Mingzhi also waited patiently, posing so big. It seems that Huang Feng is a full grasp of Li Mingzhi can bow to him. Chief Li, don't play dumb with me. You know more about this than I do, don't you? Scapegoat? Li Niangchul still pretended to be confused. I still don't understand. Huang Feng laughed again. This Sun Factory director and the factory flower Shen Meng that point of. Even dragged Li Vice Section Chief as a scapegoat. I really for you is not worth it. Li Niangchul didn't answer, still smiling in confusion. Huang Feng measured every expression of Li Mingzhi, continued to speak. Why don't we join forces? Tell this to Ma Lu. When the Sun Factory director stepped down, I'll be the factory director. You'll be the deputy director of this company is all yours. How? Li Mingzhi laughed at this moment, and Huang Feng followed along and laughed together. This little cutie, still want to be the factory director? Although Li Mingzhi even Sun Yaogua do not see, but this Huang Feng want to be compared with Sun Yaogua, that is also whimsical, too much to think of themselves. In fact, it is not difficult to hear that Huang Feng said this is not at all for the position of factory director, but to test Li Mingzhi. Li Mingzhi couldn't help but sneer. He would make Huang Feng pay a terrible price because of those words. Deputy plant manager? I'm not interested, and do you really know what's going on with this? Huang Feng still smiled. I have been in the hospital to find out. Also got that niece's checklist, but because of the signature you is afraid of this matter out of the more or less a little bit of influence on the deputy director of Li? I'm not here to listen to the deputy director of Li's meaning? Ha ha, what does Section Chief Huang want? Do you still need to report to me? Just go and do it right. Huang Feng saw Li Mingzhi did not take the trick, smiled more evil. I just want to hear. Li Deputy Section Chief is not a fake show. Really and Shen Meng have a leg. If Sun Factory Director knows, this is a big deal whether it is Ma Lu or younger siblings. I'm afraid cannot withstand it. The corner of Li Mingzhi's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and the hand holding the cigarette froze in mid-air, but quickly regained its composure, revealing a fearless smile. Ha ha, Section Chief Huang went to his home early in the morning and waited for me at the company specifically to talk about this matter. Ha, yeah, I'm just here for this matter. Huang Feng deliberately pretended to be difficult and hesitant. I just don't know what to do about this, what to say about this, so I purposely came to ask Vice Section Chief Li for advice. I'm stupid. It's so old and cunning. Chapter 128, Hot Mature Women. Although Li Mingzhi is not afraid of Huang Feng, but this involves Shenmeng is too deep. The current welfare housing has not been officially distributed. Things out of the Shenmeng is bound to be empty, but also fell into a style problem. Li Niangchul was really taken by this. Had to sell Huang Feng a false face. Then let's hear what Section Chief Huang wants to do about it first. I can help discuss it. Seeing that Li Mingzhi had finally taken the bait, Huang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and switched to a more comfortable position, facing Li Mingzhi, and in an instant the situation was turned around. I also did not want a Hao, who still do not have a small secret or something. If all to the people dig out is not good. After all, Vice Section Chief Li now identity is not the same as not before the factory's batch of flower cloth. I still have a little bit in my hand, just do not know if Mr. Li still want it? Li Niangchul bit his back teeth and smiled. Yes, of course, then this price might be a bit higher. After all, such a good material is worth this price, right? Yeah, right on. Huang Feng did not expect Li Mingzhi would be so quick to agree. His face was unable to collect a smile. Good, then I will send the cloth tomorrow. In fact, I also have a source of goods on hand, but before we have a misunderstanding between us, in the future, if you receive goods, Mr. Li, or think of me Li Mingzhi smiled incomparably. That's great. I'm worried that the second factory doesn't give enough goods. How much I want, how much I can digest. Huang Feng nodded with satisfaction. If Mr. Li wants to say so, I'm relieved. I'll arrange for someone to come over and dock with you in the afternoon. Let's sign the contract, pay the money, and the goods will be here right away. Good. Then Section Chief Huang hurry back and make arrangements. Go! Li Mingzhi personally sent Huang Feng to the gate for the first time. Huang Feng can be said to have earned face in front of Shunzi, and when he left, he also deliberately put up the frame of a full-grade section chief, so that Li Mingzhi, while busy working on the business of the new company, should also remember that he is the second in command of the security section, and that Huang Feng cannot be separated from him as a deputy section chief. Make it sound like the two are so close. Brother, are you okay? Watching Huang Feng walk away and disappear around the corner, Shunzi only then filled with resentment and opened his mouth in disbelief. Li Mingzhi rubbed the stiff face. The most taboo sneer. This is called back to the light. Not a few days to jump. This Huang Feng is considered to be completely can offend all the people are offended. Stupid to death. After saying that, Li Niangchul turned around and went back to the factory. Shunzi scratched his head. Simply could not understand what Li Mingzhi meant. But what he saw was that Huang Feng not only bounced around well, but also took hold of Li Mingzhi, and was close to ting on Li Mingzhi's head. But Li Mingzhi bowed his head to him, making him more and more unable to understand, and seriously doubt himself. Back in the office, Li Mingzhi sighed out a deep sigh and sunk himself into the seat. This Huang Feng, knowing that at this time he did not dare to provoke Sun Yaogua again, he wanted to get benefits from Li Mingzhi. He is still considered smart, but he always moves so fast. A little bit of composure, so that Li Niangchul can see through him at once. The good thing is that Huang Feng does not know the whole truth of the matter. Temporarily let him get a little sweet. The next day will be long. Huang Feng this opponent if suddenly gone. Li Mingzhi in turn feel that the world is not interesting. It's a long time coming. Section Chief Wang, let's take our time. Just after 2 o'clock or so, a woman in a bold and hot dress graciously walked through the door of Li Niangchul's company, drawing a crowd of salivating gazes. Her feet on about 8 centimeters high heels, permed with a head of curly hair and the top of the head pulled into a large pill, wearing tight 7-point jeans underneath the small waist, the upper body of the low-chested strapless to show the proud peaks, coupled with a pair of black sunglasses. Do not know that also thought that which star went to the wrong theater. Shunzi look at the eyes straight, have forgotten to stop the person down. The woman has walked into the 2 or 3 meters. Shunzi only reacted, rushed forward to stop the person. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The woman took off her sunglasses, a pair of fox eyes slightly upturned, glancing at Shunzi, revealing an evil smile. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Li. I made an appointment in advance. Junko was stunned. An appointment in advance? But Li Niangchul didn't explain that someone would come to the company in the afternoon. But our Mr. Li isn't here. Are you looking in the wrong place? Shunzi's eyes are really nowhere. In this era, no girl will dress like this to come out to flaunt. This woman is definitely not something good. But the body is really good. The woman smiled. You talk funny. Then I'll go to the office and wait for him. I'm sure he'll be back soon, said the woman. Directly went up to the second floor, seemed familiar with the door, but let Shunzi a little confused about the situation. Lee Nyungchul came back from dinner. Junko said about the hot woman just now. Lee Nyungchul froze for a moment. He didn't ask anyone to come to the company to meet in the afternoon. Who arranged for this person to come? Come to think of it, it was only Yellow Wind. Pushing open the office door, the woman sat with her back turned and didn't turn around. She was holding a cup of tea in her left hand and a cigarette in her right hand, practically treating this as a public place, making Lee Myung-chul less comfortable. Hello, Mr. Lee. It was only once she saw Lee Myung-chul come up to her that the woman removed her sunglasses and snuffed out her cigarette. Seeing each other's appearance clearly, Lee Mingjur had a moment of concentration. This woman was born with a pair of hooked eyes, although beautiful, but with Shen Mang than almost aura. But this 3-point looks rely on this 6-point dress, plus 1 point of the body. But it is so that Lee Mingjur did not feel gagged. Her flavor, unlike Shen Mang and Fu Yao, was different. When the woman saw Lee Myung-chul staring at her, she smiled in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I smoked a cigarette because I saw an ashtray. Mr. Lee won't mind, right? Lee Myung-chul slowed down and shook his head. No, you are? The woman smiled again and sat up straight. She first looked up and down at Lee Mingjur, then revealed a meaningful smile. I'm Huang Fang's cousin. My name is Zhou. You can call me Xiaoing. Lee Mingjur laughed bitterly. It was unexpected that Huang Feng had such a voluptuous cousin. Oh, are you coming? Zhou took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lee Mingjur. Cousin said that you need a batch of fabrics here. Let me take care of the docking. This is the bill of lading. You give me the payment for the goods directly, and you can go to pick up the goods with this bill. There is an address on it. Lee Mingjur took the list, the whole $3,000, but the amount of goods is only worth a few $100s. This is Huang Fang's set? Want to let Lee Mingjur shell out a few times more money to buy raw materials with him, which is indeed more profitable than secretly selling to the second factory. I think Huang may be mistaken. Less than 1,000 volume. Want me to $3,000? This is simply impossible. I'm here in the list or over the hands of the financial, and finally approved by Sun Yaogua. This thing to do to the surface. I'm afraid that Huang can't get down. Zhou was not at all surprised by Lee Mingjur's reaction. Only his eyes turned around, then smiled and said, the rest of the money will be made up by Mr. Lee privately. As for how to do the accounts, the list is here. You look at it. Lee Mingjur laughed coldly, thinking that Huang Feng would make this move. Chapter 129. Room B. Lee Mingjur turned to a deep sigh. Not I do not give face to the yellow section chief. Now I am at most a titular factory director, which uses the factory's money. I simply have no real power in my hands to say that does not count. There is really no way. Zhou stared intently at Lee Mingjur's eyes, and his eyes turned around again. Then what does Mr. Lee want to do? Lee Mingjur laughed. $1,500. I ate this batch of goods. Otherwise I can only report upward according to the open account. As a matter of fact, at that time the financial approval of the money, it can depend on Sun Yaogua willing to sell this face of Huang Feng. Lee Mingjur sidestepped, reminding Zhou, do not do things too aggressively. Just started to make a handful of people want to make a fortune. This is irrational behavior. Obviously lack of thinking. Zhou is a smart person. Listen to understand the meaning of Lee Mingjur, then raise the corners of his mouth. Lee does not have to take the Sun factory director to say things. In the end there is no real power in your hands. I turn around in this market can inquire about a clear. But I see that Lee is a capable person. Today this first sale I will be handing over to Mr. Lee as a friend, according to the 1,000 to calculate. But the next batch of goods, Lee again to this price, then I cannot be accountable. But the next batch of goods, Mr. Lee again give this price, then I cannot be accountable. Lee Myung-chul narrowed his eyes. This woman, a bit interesting. Little Ho. Lee Mingjur called the finance's name. Ho-wan heard it and hurriedly jogged over from the next house. Mr. Lee, calling me? Lee Mingjur handed Zhou Ying's bill of lading to her. Make a bill, settle the payment for the goods, and arrange for Gangzi to pick up the goods. Ho-wan looked at the list and froze. Mr. Lee, this is not the list of the second factory, and we are the goods to pay, which has not seen the goods on the direct settlement. Is not it necessary to talk to Secretary Zhou? Lee Mingjur was satisfied with Ho-wan's approach, but deliberately pretended to look angry. Then you go and inform. Ho-wan was startled by Lee Mingjur's eyes, and only then did she realize that the atmosphere was not right as she hurriedly turned around and left the office. Zhou smiled. It seems that Mr. Lee really isn't the one who holds the big power. The outgoing of more than $1,000 has to be reported to Secretary Zhou. Lee Mingjur slowed down a breath, pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Zhou. I told you just now, what I say here really doesn't count. Don't be anxious. It's just a matter of a phone call, patience and so on. Zhou pushed away Li Mingzhi's hand and didn't take the cigarette he handed over. I'm sorry, I don't smoke cigarettes handed to me by others. Li Niangchul smiled and put the cigarette in his mouth. After waiting for half an hour, Ho-wan walked into Li Mingzhi's office with the payment and documents. Mr. Li, this is the payment and documents. Good. Li Mingzhi did not even look at it, directly handed over the list and money to Zhou. This is the payment for goods. You point, there is no problem in the list signed on the line. There should be a process or to go through. Zhou took the money and just rattled it twice, then put it into the cowhide file bag. I trust Mr. Li's work, but I can't sign this list. I have to wait for Section Chief Huang to come back and sign it. This is what he explained to me. Li Niangchul narrowed his eyes. Huang Feng was trying to empty his gloves and get Li Niangchul to pad out the money? That won't do. Without waiting for Li Mingzhi to open his mouth, Ho-wan opened her mouth first, snatching the file bag in Zhou Ying's hand. If you don't sign it, this money can't be taken away. In case we can't receive the goods, I'll be held responsible. No. Ho-wan's approach to the Zhou are shocked. Dead holding the file bag is not going to give Zhou. Li Mingzhi almost didn't laugh out loud, forcing himself to make a regretful and helpless expression. Our finance was brought up by Secretary Zhou, and we are naturally very strict in our work. Zhou raised her eyebrows in displeasure. She looked at the list, hesitantly picked up the pen, and finally signed it. After signing, she raised a breath in her heart, because Huang Feng only asked her to come and get the money and didn't ask her to sign. She thinks she may have backfired into someone else's trap? Suddenly, she smiled. Mr. Li is right. Those who do finance should naturally be a bit more rigorous. Then I'll sign for Section Chief Huang first. Li Mingzhi froze. Zhou signed the name of Huang Feng, which was a bit interesting. Well, then I'll leave Mr. Li alone. No sending. Zhou took the money and headed out of the office. Just after taking a step, she stopped, twisted her hips and turned back. I wonder if Mr. Li is free for a casual dinner tonight? Li Niangchul paused. Yes. Zhou smiled. 9 o'clock. Inghao Hotel, Private Room B, where I'll wait for you. Li Niangchul nodded his head. Okay, I won't see you there. Watching Zhou leave the office, Ho-wan hurriedly closed the door and worriedly spoke. Mr. Li, don't blame me for talking too much. This woman doesn't look right. Don't you be deceived. Li Mingzhi spat out a mouthful of smoke. Sizing up Ho-wan, on the corner of his mouth was a smile that could not be stopped. You did a very good job today. Collect this slip, file it, and report it to Secretary Zhou in a timely manner. Go to work. Ho-wan froze and pouted, expressing her incomprehension of Li Mingzhi's approach. She picked up the slip and was ready to leave the office, and froze when she looked at the signature, which was the name of Huang, the head of the security section. What did it mean? Li Mingzhi is very interested in this Zhou. Not only her hot body, but also her do not panic in case of trouble. From the time she came to the present she set up a full faction. Not at all like an ordinary female worker. 80% of the supplier behind the yellow wind. If he ate this piece of fat meat, would Huang Feng be so angry that he would go bald overnight? It's funny to think about. At 9 p.m., Li Mingzhi came to the Inghao Hotel in the western suburbs as promised. He deliberately changed into a white striped shirt, a plaid tie, suit pants and leather shoes briefcase. The same. The waiter at the entrance of the hotel saw him and immediately took the initiative to greet him. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? Private room B, MS. Ing Zhou. Yes, come in. The handsome waiter brought Li Niangchul to the B room on the second floor. Here, those who are worth no more than $1 million don't dare to come here to eat. It's not at all comparable to the kind of places like Good Again. Zhou dared to ask him out here? Pushing open the door of the private room, Zhou was standing in front of the table with her back to herself. She was wearing a black wraparound dress, her buttocks leaning against the back of the chair, a thin white cigarette in her hand. Her hair was still permed and curled, only that at the moment it was let down to drape over the back of her shoulders. This back, looking at it, Li Niangchul forgot a bit and unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. Mr. Chow. Li Mingzhi opened his mouth tentatively, and Zhou slightly sidestepped his head and let out a light smile. Mr. Li, please take a seat. Seeing this, the waiter then exited the door of the private room. Li Mingzhi walked to Zhou Ying's side. Zhou Ying then slowly turned around, flaming red lips, looking at Li Mingzhi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. In the daytime did not look carefully. To this time Li Niangchul saw that this Zhou Ying at least 35 years old leaning up. Despite the slight lines at the corners of her eyes, she does not detract from her sophistication and charm. Li Mingzhi really couldn't figure out how this kind of person was in league with Huang Feng. Bad eyes? Or a bad brain? Chapter 130, The Repeated Temptations. Zhou Ying is very satisfied with Li Mingzhi dress up at the moment. See him in the afternoon is also a look of a thug. But to this, Li Mingzhi is like a business elite. Clip the briefcase quite listed boss style. The most important thing is that, Zhou Ying the first time to see him feel that he is different. but in the end where it is different, she cannot say, so she's going to find out. Joe asked me out alone. This is a lonely man and woman, and Joe is dressed so beautifully. Aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly have an animalistic outburst? Lee Mingzhi deliberately joked. Zhou froze. Mr. Joe, Mr. Lee is too polite, isn't he? Lee Myung-chul laughed softly. It is true that, whether in the past or in the future, women like to test men, thus feeling smart and thinking that they play each other in the palm of their hands, but they do not know that everything they do is clearly seen by men. Only men are too lazy to count with women. With an aura like Mr. Zhou's, wouldn't it be a match for Huang Feng? Zhou Ying laughed. Ha ha, how did you see that I'm not Huang Feng's cousin? Lee Mingzhi was helpless. If Huang Feng had a cousin as sexy and beautiful as you, it would really be God's fault. In a few words, Zhou Ying teased his spring. Cannot help but to Lee Mingzhi more than 3 good feelings. Mr. Lee, sit down and talk. Lee Myung-chul was not formal and first helped Zhou Ying pull out the seat. Zhou Ying was stunned by Lee Myung-chul's action and then sat down with a puzzled and surprised smile. Only after Zhou Ying sat down did Lee Myung-chul take a seat to Zhou Ying's left and first help Zhou Ying pour a glass of plain water. Let the waiter do this kind of trivia. I'm not inviting Mr. Lee to serve me. Lee Mingzhi was calm and composed, lightly pursing his lips to reveal a smile. Mr. Zhou is joking. If you think that I came here to serve you, then you also think that I, Lee Mingzhi, am too simple. Zhou Ying froze. Oh, then what are you here for? Lee Mingzhi poured a glass of water for himself as well. Everyone is a businessman, so naturally we are here for business. Zhou Ying suddenly laughed out loud. Then I think Mr. Lee has misunderstood. I'm simply asking you out for a meal, not to talk about any business. Lee Myung-chul's face remained unperturbed. That's why I said, you can be simply asking me out to dinner, but I can't be doing it simply for dinner. We each have something to do. It doesn't matter how it affects each other. Zhou Ying's smile froze, putting away the big laugh she had just had. She looked at Lee Myung-chul's eyes, making her puzzled. I'm Huang Feng's superior. You know that, right? Lee Myung-chul nodded. He wasn't completely sure, but now he was sure. Zhou Ying spoke again. You don't deal with Huang Feng. You won't have forgotten, right? Lee Mingzhi shook his head. Huang Feng forgot that he wouldn't even forget. Zhou Ying's face was full of big question marks at the moment. Then what makes you think that I would bypass Huang Feng to do business with you? I'm afraid you don't know my relationship with Huang Feng, right? Lee Mingzhi laughed again, with 3 points of mockery. Like Huang Feng, the kind of person who can even sell his own brother-in-law. I don't say that General Manager Zhou's heart is as clear as a mirror. As for Mr. Zhou's relationship between you and Huang Feng, I don't care at all. What I care about is what Mr. Zhou has to do with me. Zhou Ying only think this Lee Mingzhi is very interesting, although she also do not like Huang Feng too much. But Huang Feng is, after all, a distant relative of the family. It should not have been her to dock today, but in recent days to hear the 3 words Lee Mingzhi is too frequent. Zhou Ying really cannot help but want to meet this Lee Mingzhi in the end. Who is it? Today a glimpse of the truth is that. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Huang Feng about this? Lee Mingzhi stared at Zhou Ying, and almost saw the woman's mind in 3 parts. If she and Huang Feng were inextricably linked in any way, it would be impossible for her to ask Lee Mingzhi to have dinner alone today, and intentionally asking for a date at the Grand Hotel was nothing more than wanting to give Lee Mingzhi a hint of her own identity. Look at her signing today. Signing is Huang Feng's name, only because this batch of cloth and she should only belong to the indirect relationship, not necessarily have a direct relationship, otherwise she can sign her name. Of course, this also proves that her background, by no means general. In this day and age, it is much easier to achieve success by hugging your thighs than by starting a business from scratch, because the first batch of people who went into the sea to start a business considered themselves to be the smartest as well as the most discerning and courageous, so they would be very willing to have talented and capable people come to take the initiative to hug their own thighs, especially those who have already made a small slice of fame, like Lee Myung-chul. Moreover, the people of this era's control and release of human nature is still not as good as those really tricky businessmen in the latter days, which Lee Myung-chul is still able to hold in place. Tell Huang Feng? If I was afraid of him, I wouldn't have come to the appointment today. Zhou Ying admired Lee Myung-chul's attitude of counting everything in. He was very confident and bold, and didn't even suspect Zhou Ying's purpose of asking him here. He came purely for his own benefit only. But likewise, this kind of person was also a very scary existence. Huang Feng was simply no match for someone like Lee Mingzhi. Thinking about this made Zhou Ying unconsciously cautious. Oh, then if Mr. Lee went to the appointment alone, does his wife at home know about it? Zhou Ying suddenly turned the conversation. Lee Mingzhi picked up a cup of water and took a light sip, then laughed. Knowing or not cannot stop me from coming to the appointment. Both as my wife should understand my style of doing things and the bottom line of being a human being. She naturally does not care and does not ask. Zhou Ying raised his eyelids, pretending to be dazed, but in his heart, he felt a little more favorable towards Li Mingzhi, and at the same time began to be a little curious as to what Li Mingzhi's wife would be like. Salt and pepper? A rambling mom? Or the obedient, submissive nanny? It can't be a strong woman like Zhou, who is always running around in the mall, right? Thinking of this, Zhou didn't hold back her laughter. Li Mingzhi looked at him curiously. What is Mr. Zhou laughing at? Zhou realized his outburst and hurriedly shook his head. Nothing, just thought of something interesting. I don't know what Mr. Li likes to eat, and I didn't order any food. Waiter! The waiter pushed his way in the next second with a menu, as if he had prepared it long ago, and he handed it over to Li Mingzhi, showing only a smile and saying nothing. Li Mingzhi paused to turn over the menu and realized it was all in English. He couldn't help but laugh. This woman was testing him again? He ordered his food calmly and freely, and finally ordered 2 glasses of aperitifs before letting the waiter go. I don't like Western food much, and for the Western positioning, I prefer the Chinese positioning, because it's the taste of home. Zhou narrowed his eyes and had to be impressed with Li Mingzhi. Are you really a security guard? Li Mingzhi looked over to Zhou and helped Zhou pull out a cigarette and pass it in front of her eyes with a bland smile. Zhou looked at him suspiciously, reached out and caught the cigarette and put it into his mouth. Li Mingzhi picked up the lighter and lit it. Zhou also no longer resisted. Her mind at the moment was on Li Mingzhi's hands and feet. Chapter 131, Mutual Endeavors. Although we are all farmers born, it is reasonable to say that Li Mingzhi has not seen any big scenes, but Li Mingzhi's ability to cope with the situation, so that Zhou had to wonder. Li Mingzhi in front of the Huangfeng is not pretending? Then the man's city is a little too deep. Li Mingzhi lit a cigarette for himself as well, twisted his head to look at Zhou, never letting go of the smile at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhou, as the saying goes, hearing is believing and seeing is believing. Do you not believe in Huangfeng? Or do you not believe in yourself? Zhou let out a cold laugh. This Huangfeng, I'm afraid that he doesn't understand Li Mingzhi at all. The Li Mingzhi she saw today, and the one that came out of Huangfeng's mouth, were not the same person at all. See Zhou doubt. Li Mingzhi lightly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Talented people do not lie in what position, only lies in whether he meets the opportunity. Now I met the opportunity, naturally met the water transformed into a dragon, soaring to the sky. Zhou narrowed his eyes, still filled with big question marks. Li Mingzhi saw her thoughts and continued. Isn't it strange now that Mr. Zhou is now wondering why I'm being held by Huangfeng when he's not even a match for me? Zhou smiled, neither nodding nor shaking his head, but just bashfully took a drag on his cigarette before slowly exhaling. Li Mingzhi exhaled a breath and looked away, his head raised at a 45-degree angle. The person Huangfeng offended is not me, but Sun Yaogui. I don't need to do anything for Sun Yaogui to be eager to clean him up. All I need to do is to let Huangfeng go and he'll jump into the fire pit on his own, and that's not much of a loss for me. Zhou rolled her eyes thoughtfully. She probably understood what Li Mingzhi had in mind, and she couldn't help but marvel that this person was indeed very dark-hearted. To preempt its demise, he must first inflate it, and he got that just right. Huangfeng was indeed looking like he was winning now, but he didn't realize that he had fallen into someone else's trap. While Li Mingzhi could get rid of Huangfeng effortlessly, but what is Li Mingzhi's purpose in setting up such a big game? I heard that you're a deputy section chief now. Right, if Huangfeng is gone, then wouldn't you be a full section chief? Ha ha, Li Mingzhi laughed. A positive section chief of the defense section. If Mr. Zhou wants to be interested, I'll let you have it all. Zhou dawned. To Li Mingzhi's intellect, district defense section, not in the eyes of the normal, on that a little bit of oil and water, not enough to pay for today's meal, but also on the Huangfeng scarce day's chat to this. Zhou also counted on Li Mingzhi has a clear perception. Words can be returned to the main topic, your waste into treasure plan I have heard, but I'm very curious. To the second factory's current order quantity and inventory, should not be enough to support your marketing plan, right? Li Mingzhi looked at Zhou and smiled again. Was this the time to talk to him about something serious? To be honest, we don't do garment production, but reselling. The second factory, as a state-run enterprise, even if it reforms, it can't stand on its own. The scraps have no value to them, but I can convert these scraps as a worker of the second factory. This is not something that only I can do. Any one of them can do it. There's nothing to it. Zhou laughed bitterly. Li Mingzhi, this is considered modest. Listening to her a little sour. Want to clear out the inventory is a very fast thing, but the inventory is cleared. Your company and how to carry out new business to continue to operate. As far as I know, that batch of products are already below the market price in the sale. If you raise the price, the buyers will not put you in the eyes of this new company. So what if my acquisition side is more than just plan 2? This said Zhou said stunned. This Li Mingzhi is intended to change the old to the new to the extreme. If you want a large-scale acquisition of the factory defective products, once the channel problems, that is to light the death of the loss of money. Lee Mingjer, this blocked a little big. This is not counting the cost of processing, the cost of personnel, as well as the ability of the channel sellers, and the subsequent increase in the number of channels. Today's apparel market has been biased in favor of import and export. Foreign brands began to slowly move in, compared to the domestic, in terms of style and innovation have made bold attempts, while the country is still set in stone only conservative. In the view of Zhou Ying, today's clothing market simply does not have the value of doing big, even do raw materials, are trying to hurry in the hands of the inventory set out, and then switch to do import and export, get finished products back to sell. Lee Mingjer first sold a secret. He only told Zhou Ying, since he dared to do the acquisition, it must be a guaranteed channel, not only the channel, the personnel, the investment, he has been arranged. Zhou Ying frowned and made a bold guess. You're not trying to make a brand, are you, with these defective products? Lee Nyung-chul shook his head. There's no point in branding clothing. Eventually everyone will use the generic version unless they keep a dozen or so senior designers. But what really makes clothing sales increase is by marketing techniques, not style design. But if you don't make a brand and still want to ensure sales, who would buy some old goods in large quantities? After all, the channel will be narrower and narrower this way. And I don't think that the current channel players have this distribution ability. That's the problem with my program. Lee Nyung-chul to this and sold out. He still cannot understand Zhou Ying is in the condescension? If Zhou Ying was allowed to figure out the inner logic at this moment, how could he lasso Zhou Ying afterwards? Zhou Ying instantly skimmed his mouth, then laughed helplessly. Mr. Lee, I'm kind of convinced. Lee Nyung-chul laughed, expressing his helplessness. He picked up the aperitif on the table. Mr. Zhou, here's to you. If it wasn't for you I wouldn't have had the chance to come and dine in such a high-class place. Zhou Ying hurriedly picked up the cup and recoiled with some embarrassment. Mr. Lee is polite. With Mr. Lee's strength, I believe that in the future, there will be people lining up to invite you to dinner, a meal to eat down. Zhou Ying has Lee Mingjer understand thoroughly, but Lee Mingjer did not ask any questions about the background of Zhou Ying. He now only knows that Zhou Ying is Huang Feng's superiors. As for what is the superiors, what is the relationship between the two? Zhou Ying is not the oldest. Behind what projects? Lee Mingjer did not know at all. Zhou Ying also felt that Lee Mingjer some real, although there are hidden in the middle. But compared to Zhou Ying, Lee Mingjer is still a real person. What words almost all said with Zhou Ying. In the premise of not figure out the relationship between Zhou Ying and Huang Feng. On the premise of Zhou Ying said that their own methods to deal with Huang Feng. Lee Mingjer is really not to take Zhou Ying as an outsider. Sending Lee Mingjer away. Zhou Ying was in deep thought. If she could cooperate with Lee Mingjer, then her factory might have a ray of hope. She thought that Lee Mingjer would logically ask about herself, but she didn't expect that Lee Mingjer didn't open his mouth to ask at all, which in turn made Zhou Ying didn't know how to open her mouth. But that's okay, they'll get to see each other soon enough. Leaving the hotel, Lee Nyung-chul didn't take a taxi but pressed on the road. He pulled off his tie, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and violently output a large breath. Walk to a kiosk on the side of the road and drink a bottle of cold soda, which is much better than red wine. Painfully. Chapter 132 can be difficult. Young man, can I give you a bread to eat? The owner of the kiosk was an older woman in her 50s, and when she saw Lee Nyung-chul squatting in front of the store and drinking a soda, she remembered her son who was running around outside. Young people have a hard time working, drink with clients morning and night, and end up drinking their bodies away without the money to see a doctor. Looking at Lee Nyung-chul's appearance, I guess he didn't even eat his meal before he drank his fill, causing the older woman to feel a pang of heartache. Lee Nyung-chul froze for a moment and took the bread from the older woman's hand. I'm not hungry. The older woman smiled. I know, take it and eat it. No money. Lee Mingjer helplessly laughed. The feelings of this aunt thought she was a salesman. If she knew that Lee Mingjer pocketed $1,000 at the moment, it is estimated that this bread will have to take back. Young man, it's hard to work nowadays, isn't it? The older woman spoke curiously. Lee Nyung-chul took a bite of bread and nodded. It's hard. It can be hard. Auntie looked at Lee Mingjer with heartache. If you can't do it, go back to farming. It's better than looking at people's faces outside. Lee Nyung-chul almost choked on the bread. Only heard of persuading people not to farm, or the first time to hear if you can't, go back to farming. So comforting people can be too much of a blow to self-esteem. How can I just go back? No matter how bitter or tired I have to insist on it. After all, to this point, Lee Nyung-chul purposely sighed, trying to match the older woman's emotions. The big mom shook her head helplessly. It's too hard to go home so late. Hurry home, boy. Lee Nyung-chul bit the last bite of bread and took a breather. Yeah, I should go home too. Thanks for the bread. Saying this, Lee Nyung-chul threw $5 onto the table before turning to leave. Auntie looked at the $5 and began to sigh again. This kid, what's the point of giving so much money? Alas, it's not easy. Back home, Fu Yao was still waiting for Li Mingzhi. Seeing Li Mingzhi's cheeks reddened, Fu Yao painfully helped him into the house. Drinking again? Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't drink in the future? What's wrong with these days? Li Mingzhi purposely hung his entire body on Fu Yao and acted like he was drunk. Isn't this accompanying a client? It's so hard to drink for me. Fu Yao dragged him to the bed, tired and panting heavily, hurriedly wrung a towel to wipe his face. Which is hard. Do you want to eat something? Li Mingzhi wrapped his arms around her waist and rubbed desperately on her stomach. Don't. It's just hard. It's hard here. It's hard there. You rub me quickly. Fu Yao's heart was in pain. She didn't know where Li Mingzhi was pointing. She heard him keep shouting that it was hard to bear. Li Mingzhi then grabbed Fu Yao's hand. One moment pressed his chest. One moment pressed his stomach. One moment pressed his head, causing Fu Yao to laugh for a while. She could see that this was Li Mingzhi's drunken madness. Daughter-in-law, I'm having a hard time. Quickly rub it for me. Seeing that Fu Yao didn't take the initiative either, Li Mingzhi suddenly pampered himself. Fu Yao smiled and put her hands on his head to help him gently press it. This is okay, right? Not bad. Fu Yao was helpless. It's hard, then don't drink in the future. Next time it's hard, I don't care about you. That won't do. Who cares if you don't care about me? And here's a rub too. Li Mingzhi encircled Fu Yao's waist, hugging her only to feel very relieved. By the way, why did you and Chi-Chi come back? Fu Yao sighed softly. You probably don't know yet. Xiao Jun is missing. What? Li Mingzhi suddenly came to life and snapped his eyes open. Fu Yao frowned, worried. This child, after leaving that day, he didn't come back. Xiao Chun went to their house to look for them only to find out that they hadn't gone back at all. I went to the police station the day before yesterday to report the case, thinking that there was no possibility that Xiao Jun could have come to find you, so I came back to ask first. Li Mingzhi wrinkled his eyebrows. This Fu Jun would not think that Huang Feng out of the matter, so he ran away. But that day at the station Li Mingzhi did not see Fu Jun. It is not so that the two rode a motorcycle to the end of the world? So what did the police station say? Fu Yao sighed lightly. It's only just been reported for a day, so we can't find out anything. Let's wait for news. Li Mingzhi nodded his head. If the two of them were on a bus, then there is still a possibility to find out. If they really rode a motorcycle, then there is no need to find out. The nooks and crannies of the sky. Where can this be found? Don't worry too much. He's an adult after all. Greet mom and dad first. Tomorrow I'll ask Gangzi to ask someone to help me inquire. There might be news. Fu Yao nodded. After all, just this one brother. Say not anxious is false. Although Fu Laozi on the surface of this matter does not care, but Fu Yao know that his heart may be worried about how much Fu Jun, which wished Fu Yao hurry back to find Li Mingzhi think of a way. This indisputable brother is a real pain in the ass. Li Mingzhi looked up at Fu Yao and raised his hand to touch her cheek. Fu Yao thought Li Mingzhi was comforting her, so she smiled and signaled that she was fine. Suddenly he burst into a bad laugh, wrapped his arms around Fu Yao's neck and flipped her onto the bed with a flip. You! Li Mingzhi blocked Fu Yao's mouth and raised his hand to brush over her eyebrows. Daughter-in-law, I miss you. The special kind. Fu Yao froze, forgetting to breathe for a moment. Tonight's Li Mingzhi was not as crazy as in the past. He was very gentle. Every movement was slower. Every warmth was longer. He cared more about Fu Yao's feelings and desperately wanted to get Fu Yao's warm response. He wants Fu Yao to be all in. Wants Fu Yao to love him more. Wants Fu Yao to be inseparable from him as well. My uncle, I feel like you're a little different tonight. Where it's different, I can't say. Did something happen to you? Li Mingzhi rushed to laugh at Fu Yao's acumen. What was going on in his daughter-in-law's head? So, do you love me as I was before? Or as I am tonight? Fu Yao's face instantly reddened and she couldn't stop whispering. I love you more tonight. At that moment, Li Mingzhi could no longer suppress the warmth in his heart, and he finally realized what was the true meaning of dying under the peony flower, and being a ghost is also a flirtation. The hibiscus tent is warm for the spring night, and from now on, the king does not have an early morning court. That's probably the idea. Dang it, Rico, are you home? Early in the morning before she woke up, she was disturbed by voices. Fu Yao's head burrowed out of Li Mingzhi's arm. Mingzhi, is someone calling you? Li Mingzhi stopped Fu Yao's head with one hand and pressed her back again. Who is it early in the morning? Come back at the party. Don't be ridiculous. Fu Yao hurriedly pushed Li Mingzhi away, her face filled with a delicate blush. This Li Mingzhi is really getting bolder and bolder. In case it's a work matter, there's no delay, go and see. Don't let anyone wait in front of the door for a long time. Li Mingzhi impatiently climbed up from the bed. Looking at Fu Yao, who hadn't had time to put on her clothes yet, he turned around and wanted to lie down again, but he was kicked out of the bedroom by Fu Yao, and Li Mingzhi could only reluctantly go to open the door. Chapter 133. Elder brother Li Wei? Li Wei, who was standing at the doorway, smiled helplessly. Brother Li, it's 3 rods past sunrise, and you haven't gotten up yet? Li Mingzhi scratched his head in embarrassment. I drank too much last night. Fast forward. Fast forward. At this time Fu Yao also got dressed and walked to the living room. Hello? Li Wei looked at Fu Yao up and down. Although it just got up and did not have time to wash his face, but Fu Yao fair skin, features, and red lips and white teeth, a small family appearance instantly hooked away from Li Wei's soul, so that Li Wei looked dumbfounded. Li Mingzhi hurriedly pushed Fu Yao into the restroom to wash up. Quickly go and wash your face. Li Wei old brother quickly sit down. Quickly sit down. Realizing that he was rude, Li Wei looked a little embarrassed and hurriedly put the prepared gift on the table. My car in the evening. Thinking to come and say hello before I leave. Just now I went to the factory and they said that you didn't go to work, so I came directly to the house. Didn't bother you, right? Which words? Li Mingzhi nodded his head and poured a glass of water for Li Wei. Are you leaving tonight? I still think about when Xiaoma brother we three a piece of dinner. Last time the company thanks to her help, have not properly thanked her? But then again, how you did not tell me Xiaoma brother is a woman ah? Li Wei froze, then laughed. Haha, I have been taking him as a brother to come. Did not give you to understand? She is a female soldier, retired from the army to come back to the relations assigned to this. That is not a general woman ah, long time you will know. Li Myungchul smiled wickedly. A childhood friend? Li Wei hurriedly shook his head. No, at most a hair small, but she is good, but also righteous. When I was a child we lived next door, often together to and from school as she protect me, and then graduated from high school to be considered to go their separate ways. Yo, or bodyguard ah, this friendship is not ordinary. Li Mingzhi deliberately flirting. Li Wei but just smiled, without waves. In contrast, Li Wei still like Shen Meng this kind of character cheerful, quirky little girl. Mommingly pressure is not his dish. Brother Li, don't joke with me, it's you. I didn't expect your sister-in-law to be so beautiful. You're blessed. Li Wei flirted with Li Mingzhi in turn. Li Mingzhi scratched his head and giggled. Not bad, not bad. What's the matter? You're still not satisfied. Fu Yao laughed and walked out of the restroom, glaring at Li Mingzhi without any good reason. Li Myungchul hurriedly waved his hand with an innocent face. Satisfied? Who said it wasn't? Li Wei chimed in. If this is not satisfactory, then there is no satisfaction. Fu Yao laughed helplessly. Since Li Mingzhi started business, the family is almost not broken people. These months she heard too many such flattering words, but every time I heard the heart more or less gorgeous. At least no matter how good Li Mingzhi became, Fu Yao is also still worthy of Li Mingzhi. Your brother Li Wei, right? I've heard Mingzhi mention it, and I'm so sorry to trouble you about Chi-Chi's kindergarten. Li Wei hurriedly shook his head. I didn't do anything, but it's the words that brother Li said to me, such as enlightenment, helped me really a lot. Otherwise this time I can't make up my mind to go to the exam. Li Myungchul smiled. It's best if you can think outside the box. Are all the arrangements made over there? How long will you be gone? Li Wei sighed lightly, although full of worry, but also can't hide the joy. My teacher is over there. Everything has been arranged for me. If I can pass the exam smoothly, I will stay over there for the time being. It is estimated that it will take a period of 3 to 5 years, or it may be longer. Li Mingzhi really did not expect Li Wei to go for so long, but also, if you get into the civil service, there must be more opportunities for development over there than over here. With Li Wei's ambition, Li Mingzhi is still very optimistic. Okay, when the future brother has the conditions, we'll go over there to see you. Don't become a big official at that time. Don't recognize me as a big brother ah, I will be angry. Li Wei slanted his eyes and glanced at Li Mingzhi, pretending to be offended, saying this doesn't look down on me. That can't be forgotten. When I'm free over there, I'll write you a letter. You have time to take your sister-in-law and daughter-in-law to find me to play. At noon Fu Yao simply fried 2 dishes. Li Mingzhi and Li Wei had a small drink. The two talked about the sky, from poetry and songs to life philosophy, almost kneeling on the spot to worship. A look of regret that they hate each other. If it is not because Li Wei is a college student, Fu Yao really do not know that the original Li Mingzhi knows so many things that she has not even heard of. From the universe to the universe, from ancient times to modern times to modern times, talking about the future, talking about 30 years from now, talking about Mon, talking about the business school, listening to Fu Yao in the clouds. Li Mingzhi has never said to her about these words. Suddenly, the smile on Fu Yao's face disappeared. Was this still the same Li Mingzhi she knew? It seems the same and it seems different. Weizi, on Xiaoma's side, have you gone to say goodbye yet? Li Mingzhi suddenly remembered that Ma Mingli had once also said she wanted to come to his house to pay her respects, but she never had the time to come. Li Wei paused for a moment, then shook his head. They have been busy lately because of that case. I heard that it involves a lot of things. Someone seems to have died in the office. Things are quite big. Last night about her dinner she did not come. Li Myungchul narrowed his eyes. Dead? No, who died? Li Wei thought back. I don't know who it is. Xiaoma didn't give me details, but I'm not sure This person is dying even if he's not dead. Do you recognize him? Lee Mingjie sighed lightly. He was a little worried that the person who died would not be Chun Chong. With Gangzi's temper, it's not enough to take Chin Chang's life, but the brothers under Gangzi, all of them are also tough characters. Will they do something behind Gangzi's back? It's hard to say. Lee Myung-chul vaguely remembers. Wasn't the culture of kooks quite hot at this time? I have to go to the business bureau again before I leave at night. How to go? But also have to see a side. If you want to inquire about things, you can go with me together. I let her to ask you to see, but when it comes to this kind of thing, not necessarily really can inquire about the specifics of the situation. Lee Myung-chul nodded. Then I'll come with you. Okay. Lee Myung-chul still wasn't quite sure and hoped that his suspicions were wrong. After sending Li Wei away, Lee Mingjie hurriedly went to the company, not wanting to delay his appointment with Li Wei in the evening. The Gonzo crowd took 2 days off and didn't officially go to work until today. A go to work is full of Yuan Chi. Brotherly, this is what time you come. You signed yesterday's goods. I let someone pull back and put in the back warehouse. Lee Mingjie nodded and sized up Gangzi, who seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood today. With a flushed face, not to mention head oil, he looked the prototype of a spirited young man. Gangzi, you, guys, Lee Mingjie wanted to say, this matter is still better not to talk through it for the time being. If something really happened to Chun Chong, then he would just pretend not to know. Instead, it is a bit not so good to question Gangzi again at this time. Chapter 134, Old Song's daughter-in-law. You guys go and run the market that Fatty arranged before today. Before the end of the month, all the stalls should reach profitability, and shipments should be double what they are now. Just get it according to the program I told you before, and communicate with me anytime you have problems. Gangzi nodded his head. Don't worry, brotherly. Early in the morning, De Mao Mao has already taken the brothers. Later on, Biaozi and they are going to go to Dongko to meet with Brother Panther's people. There are a few more stalls negotiated over there. Tomorrow I'll be going to Linxian. There's a brother over there who introduced me to the landlord, to see if I can have any chances. Lee Mingjie nodded, suddenly remembered the matter of Fu Jun. Right, if you go to Linxian County, help me inquire about the news of my brother-in-law, Fu Jun. I haven't been home for a few days. I'm afraid that something will happen. Gangzi paused for a moment, then spat. That kind of, better die outside. Live really add trouble. Lee Mingjie knows that just a moment of anger, but it is still not very good to hear. Cannot say so. He is after all my wife's own brother, my father-in-law's only son, and then the asshole does not have the turn to curse us behind the scenes. We do business in the future to speak and do things or pay attention to point. Gangzi scratched his head, embarrassed and smiled. Yes, brother. I know. I will change. We are not running the jungle now. We are businessmen, to learn people to pay attention to quality. Lee Myung-chul nodded. Gangzi was a little puzzled. Spoke in a low voice. Brotherly, I still don't quite understand. Why do we need to find so many stalls now? It would be better to get a few more big channelizers. That a batch of goods out of how fast? Lee Mingjie smiled. This is called a marketing strategy. The second factory clothing needs to quickly occupy a place in the market. Make a brand effect, so as to attract large orders. Understand? Gangzi scratched his head. Obviously do not understand what this belongs to the strategy. But there is nothing wrong with setting up a stall. The legs of flies are thin is also meat. Although the price is now much lower than before. But a stall a day at least 200 or so into the account. After all, is open in the bazaar, so that the cost of a stall is just a few dollars, plus protection fee of more than a dozen. A day down the net profit is also more than 100 fast. The detailed calculation is also an immeasurable number. Looked at just confused eyes gradually firm. Lee Mingjie helplessly smiled. Well, these later I will teach you. Go busy. I turn around and have to go back to the second factory. Okay, then we go, brother. Shunzi was accompanying the finance inventory at the warehouse. When he saw Lee Mingjie come, he hurriedly showed him the slips. Brother Lee, this is the order for that batch of floral fabrics, and the previous inventory sent over by Lu Air. The ones over there are the old clothes, and the ones on this side are the new ones. I'm all yards away. Lee Mingjie took the slip and nodded. Well done. When Shen Meng comes in the evening, you give it to Shen Meng and let her check it out. In the future, you don't need to talk to me about these things. Just directly look for Secretary Shin to butt in. I've arranged it all. Shunzi nodded his head and remembered something. Brother Lee, the quantity of this batch of flower cloth doesn't seem to be quite right. Just now when Xiaoho took stock of the goods, he said it didn't match with the payment and suspected that we've been cheated. Lee Mingjie narrowed his eyes. It seems that Zhou went back to do some tricks. It does not matter. This point of interest Lee Mingjie let. Then he will let the yellow winds or as a number of spit out. Where is Lee Myung-chul? I want to see Lee Myung-chul. A woman's howl suddenly came from the doorway. Lee Myung-chul froze and looked over. Who is ready to go over? Shunzi hurriedly pulled him. Brother Lee, is the old Song's daughter-in-law Huang Li? This morning has come to make trouble once. Was just they scared away. Is probably to see just they left. This is back again. You cannot go out. This woman is not good to mess with it. Too much splash. You see my neck. Junko pulled back the collar of his shirt, revealing 3 bloody marks on his neck. Lee Myung-chul was all stunned. What's going on here? Shun-zi sighed deeply. This is all Huang Li's scratch. I said you are not and she had to break in. I stopped. She scratched me. I cannot really with the hands. This is not hung up color. Lee Myung-chul sighed heavily and patted Junko's shoulder. Brother will make up for your medical expenses later. You've worked hard. Shun-zi scratched his head and giggled. Hey brother, what are you talking about? Isn't this all my job? But you mustn't go out and hide. Good men don't fight with women. Lee Myung-chul gave a helpless laugh and walked around Junko directly toward the door. It was a woman in her early 40s, with her hair in a bun, wearing a new red print dress, perhaps not recovering too well from childbirth or being obese herself, or maybe she had recently suffered some fire from the family change, making this woman look very bloated and tired. She tilted her lofty head, her eyes glaring like copper bells as she wandered around the factory. Lee Myung-chul, where is Lee Myung-chul? Tell him to come out and meet me. I am. Huang Li's eyes themselves were turned away from Lee Mingzhi's side, and when she heard the voice, she turned back again, recognizing at a glance that this was the person who appeared at the door of the ward when Huang Feng was hospitalized that day. Lee Mingzhi, you finally showed up. Are you deliberately hiding and not daring to see me? When Huang Li saw Lee Mingzhi, she yelled even more recklessly. She crossed her arms and became panting from anger. Something wrong with you? Lee Mingzhi was unwilling to talk too much nonsense with a woman, let alone old Son's daughter-in-law. Huang Li froze. This Lee Mingzhi even dared to pretend to be confused with him. Don't think I don't know. You deliberately designed to frame our old song. Now the old song was beaten and hospitalized. You give me the medical expenses. In compensation for us $10,000. Lee Mingzhi sneered. Big sister, I think you've got it wrong. Lao Song is neither my employee nor injured in my factory. Why should I give you compensation? You should go to the police station to ask for compensation. You. Huang Li saw that Lee Mingzhi did not buy the account. On the spot, he splashed. If it's not that you framed our old song, is he to be like this? It is simply that you framed him. Our old song is wrongly accused. You have to pay me compensation. Otherwise you don't want to leave today. Lee Mingzhi backed up a step and Huang Li pulled away from the distance, took out a cigarette and lit it. Then the trouble is that you go to the door of the police station to shout it. You shout here is useless. No one will pay attention to you. If you go to the door of the police station to shout, maybe the police can still be afraid of you. Huang Li glared at Lee Mingzhi, clenching her back teeth vigorously. Even her biting muscles would stand out this time. Humph. Lee Mingzhi, don't think that no one can clean you up. Come out. Huang Li suddenly shouted. The factory door broke in 7 or 8 strong men, holding 2-finger-thick wooden sticks, eyeing Lee Mingzhi. Lee Myung-chul was really shocked. Where did this person hide just now? Huang Li saw Lee Mingzhi's surprise and raised a smile. You have to take this money today, or not, or I'll let you out of this factory door. Chapter 135, Little Lori. Tell me, sis, do you want a leg or an arm from him? Kid, advise you to be sensible and hurry up to take out the money, or it won't look good when we do it. That's right. Such a big boss can't even take out $10,000. Lee Myung-chul continued to smoke his cigarette and watched them threaten themselves without reacting. Huang Li frowned, somewhat out of patience. Sir Lee, hurry up and get the money. Where's the finance? At this time, the financial Xiaoho has long been hiding in the warehouse, looking for a corner squatting, covering the mouth do not dare to make any noise. She does not want to cause trouble. Of course, cannot take the money out to them, otherwise to enter the hospital is her. Lee Mingzhi exhaled a breath and threw away the cigarette. But, I said, whether to ask for money or shouting for wrongdoing, you have to go to the police station. It's useless for you to shout here. Huang Li completely ran out of patience. She was worried that the reason why Lee Myung-chul was so calm. Was there any backstabbing because Shun-zi who had been following Lee Myung-chul just now was now missing? Things still needed to be resolved as soon as possible, and she gave a wink to the strong man beside her, who immediately leaned towards Lee Myung-chul. Lee Mingzhi smiled. He was worried about not having the opportunity to ask Huang Feng for money, but Huang Li was up to the pole to send him money. This pair of siblings is really not a family but not a door. Interesting. The burly man walked up to Lee Myung-chul and his stick was raised violently. Whoosh! Suddenly a sound. The stick in the strong man's hand fell to the ground before it could reach Lee Mingzhi, and blood immediately blossomed from his wrist, and something was directly inserted into the wooden board behind Lee Mingzhi. The strong man was so scared that he jerked back and covered his wrist. There's a concealed weapon. There's a concealed weapon. There's a concealed weapon on him. At the sight of blood, the others couldn't help but be cautious, and Huang Li hurriedly ducked into the middle of the burly men for protection. They looked over in the direction where the stuff flew from. Standing in the doorway position was a strange girl, around 1 meter 4, with a cropped haircut and a pink butterfly hairpin on top of her head, wearing a white bodyshirt sold by Lee Myung-chul on top, a pair of black leggings underneath, and a pair of flip-flops on her feet. Lee Mingjur looked sideways at the girl, a small round face, big eyes. If you change into a doll dress, but also with the boutique store to buy dolls like the same. Who's this kid running out? Once the visitor was a little girl. Huan Li breathed a sigh of relief, and only then walked out from the crowd. Where did the stinking girl come from? Hurry up and get out of here. Don't delay the adults from doing serious business. A few strong men also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The man who was stabbed was suddenly angry in his heart. He was bullied by a small child. He was so scared that he thought it was Lee Mingjur who had hidden a concealed weapon. It was really humiliating. How could he let this stinking girl go? It is you who stabbed the old man. I will get you killed. The strong man took a big step forward, grabbed the girl's collar and directly pawed her up. Lee Mingjur froze. Immediately feel bad. Pick up the ground dropped wooden stick smashed over. Do not rush children. Have the courage to come to me, coward. The strong man was hit squarely on the top of the head. Intuition of a burst of vertigo, which he was even more angry. What are you still waiting for? All the damn give me on a bunch of fools. The crowd froze and once again aimed the seedling at Lee Mingjur, but Lee Mingjur was only worried about the little girl in the strong man's hand at the moment, saying that he couldn't let that little girl fall into the hands of people like them. You let the kid go and I'll give you $10,000. As soon as Lee Mingjur said this, Huang Li's eyes snapped open. Good, that's what you said. If you take out $10,000 now, I'll release the child. Lee Mingjur sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? Let the child go first. Lords use the child as a bargaining chip. What a coward. Who the are you calling a pussy? I'll call anyone who pinches a child a coward. You. The burly man suddenly screamed miserably, his grip on the child instantly relaxing, and the child landed violently on the ground, taking a few steps backward, and falling into a butt squat. The strong man covered his hand. Blood flowed out along the place he covered, startled the crowd, only to see the strong man pulled something and threw it on the ground, which was sort of dumbfounded Lee Myung-chul. That fell on the ground was actually a dart. That's when he noticed that the same dart that had stabbed the burly man the first time and plunged into the board was also a dart. You're Lee Myung-chul. Grating still cannot line. The little girl stood up, patted the ash on her buttocks, and opened her mouth to speak. A mouthful of northeastern ballast flavor. She kicked away the strong man who was kneeling on the ground due to the pain and picked up the darts on the ground towards Lee Myung-chul. She smoothly walked to Lee Myung-chul's side, and the burly men next to her unexpectedly got out of the way, their faces full of incredulity. You? Who are you? Huang Li was also a little scared, thinking that this little girl was just too ruthless, holding a dart and even dared to directly hurt people. At most they wanted to beat up Lee Mingjur, but just now this little girl's eyes were as if she wanted to kill people, calling out to people to shut her. The little girl didn't even look at Huang Li. You're in charge of me. Take your trash and get the hell out of here. A few people you look at me, I look at you, are in front of this little girl to scare, but do not want to be too wimpy. After all, this girl looks like only 13 or 14 years of age. If today withdrawn, it will not become a joke. How to mix in the Jianghu in the future. What are you afraid of? Just a stinky girl. Give me on. The injured strong man suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Huang Li hurriedly stepped back, feeling that this seems to be a big deal. Don't hurt her. Just as she was about to rush up, the girl unexpectedly pulled out a knife from her pocket. I'll see who dares to come up here. Come. I'll kill him. Lee Mingjur cannot help but suck a mouthful of cold air. It is really young and frivolous. This era of hands and feet have a lot of people, but really move the knife and gun people or 1 in 100 miles. This girl with a knife and toys like playing, really called people shocked. Ridiculous. This gang of strong men did not dare to rush up. The main thing is that this little girl is a little too crazy. Punks, do it. The injured strong man shouted again. The others couldn't care less. At this time, face was more important than life. They didn't believe that a few adults still couldn't do anything to a little girl. Go! 7 strong men instantly surrounded them, and the little girl directly rushed forward with her dagger, slashing at them, laughing while rowing. Ha ha, come on, finished thing, go on, why don't you dare to come up? Ha ha, what's going on? Stop it all. There was a sudden angry shout and everyone stopped moving. The little girl froze, realized what was going on, and hurriedly threw the knife in her hand away and hid directly behind Lee Myung-chul. Without waiting for Lee Myung-chul to figure out the situation, the little girl burrowed into Lee Myung-chul's clothes and tightly blocked her face, pretending to be scared. Chapter 136 Second Uncle. Xiao Chun from the police station walked in with a few police officers. Shunzi hurriedly ran to Lee Mingjur's side. Brother Lee, are you alright? I saw that they came with quite a few people, so I went to call the police. Lee Myung-chul nodded. Luckily Junko had arrived in time or else this place would have been a bloodbath. Officer Chen, good job. Xiao Chen nodded at Li Mingzhi and looked at the few strong men who were leading the disturbance, gathering a crowd to cause trouble and daring to bring murder weapons. Bring them all back to me. No, officer, we're innocent. We didn't take the knife. The woman did. Xiao Chen impatiently glared at the strong man. What woman? I only saw a few of you with wooden sticks in your hands and knives on the ground. All of you will be investigated at the bureau. And you, Huang Li froze, directly cried out, Officer Chen, this has nothing to do with me. I just came to look for Li Mingzhi to ask for compensation. Our old song. Family. What are you bothering to say? Xiao Chen angrily rebuked Huang Li. Don't you know in your heart what your man has committed? People haven't asked him for compensation yet, and you dare to ask the victim for compensation? Simply lawless. This is a society of law. Just because you threaten the victim's life and property, I can arrest you and take you back. No, it really has nothing to do with us. Look at my injuries. I'm the victim here. The strong man hurriedly showed his bleeding arm. Xiao Chen froze at a glance. The injury looked quite serious. He subconsciously looked at Li Mingzhi, which realized that there was a person standing behind Li Mingzhi. As soon as the burly man saw that Officer Chen had discovered the girl, he hurriedly spoke up. It's her. She's the one who caused all my injuries. We're the victims. Huang Li also chimed in. Yeah, we're asking for compensation for medical expenses now, and he has to accompany us with money. That's it. All shut up. Xiao Chen glared at Huang Li and the burly man, very dissatisfied with their cursing behavior. He looked at Li Mingzhi. Boss Li, have someone come out and clear things up. Li Mingzhi was in a difficult situation. This girl, how to say, is to help him out. How can he push the human child out of the way? This matter is all my fault. It is my carelessness. The child does not know how to do things. I will be responsible for it. When Huang Li heard this, she immediately revealed a triumphant smile. I want him to be responsible. Hurry up and pay for the money, or else I'll take the person into the police station. Xiao Chen stood in the middle of a very difficult time. Do not know what to do, or let the child out to make things clear. Believe the police. Li Mingzhi sighed softly. It looked like it was impossible for the person not to show up. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, we'll just say that we stabbed the people ourselves. And the big deal is that we'll pay them some money. The little girl was pulled out from behind Li Mingzhi, but she had a scared look on her face and hugged Li Mingzhi's arm tightly. Is it the police, uncle? At this moment, all those present snapped to attention. Li Mingzhi narrowed his eyes and looked down at the child who was clinging to him out of fear, akin to an angel and a demon from a moment ago. At the moment, half of her body is hiding behind Li Mingzhi. Only half of her cheeks are exposed. Her eyes are filled with tears. Her small hands are trembling slightly as she grabs Li Mingzhi's arm. Her skinny body is almost curled up, and every organ of her body is telling Officer Chen about her fear and helplessness, which causes Officer Chen to feel pain for a while. And he says, how can you bear to hurt such a lovely girl? Xiao Chen looked at the little girl and realized that there was blood on her hands, and even opened his mouth to inquire in a much softer voice, child, tell uncle, where did the blood on your hands come from? The little girl's eyes were full of fear, and with a trembling hand she pointed at the injured strong man. It's that big guy's. He just grabbed me and said he wanted to kill me. I was scared before I stabbed him with a dart. My second uncle can testify to that. After saying that, he directly buried his entire person into Li Mingzhi's backup. Li Mingzhi violently froze. Second uncle? Xiao Chen looked at Li Mingzhi. Did you say he was your second uncle? The little girl nodded her head. I came to see my second uncle, and this group of people blocked here to prevent me from entering. They knew our relationship, and that big guy grabbed me and told my second uncle to take the money. And if he didn't take the money he was going to kill me. It was scary. Your bull ting me. Officer, don't believe her. The burly man was confused by the scene in front of him. What the hell is this girl up to? She's even backpedaling. Wow. The little girl suddenly cried and hurriedly hugged Li Mingzhi. Second uncle, I'm scared. Li Mingzhi sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and although he couldn't figure out what was going on, he could only cooperate and act up at the moment. He heartily patted the little girl's head. Fear not. There's second uncle. It's fine. This immediately poked the softest teenage heart in Xiao Chen's mind. Immediately turned around and angrily rebuked the strong man. I warn you, if you dare to do something that threatens the child again, I'll sue you. You hear me? The strong man instantly rounded his eyes and had a mouthful of words, fiercely holding his breath. He could only stare at the little girl with eyes full of anger and aggression. Xiao Chen turned to the little girl and switched to a gentle tone again. Don't be afraid. There's uncle here. He wouldn't dare to bully you. So tell uncle if the knife on the ground was brought by you? The little girl pointed at the strong man again. He brought it. He tried to stab my second uncle with a knife, so I stabbed him with a dart. Then the knife fell to the ground. If you guys hadn't come, my second uncle would have died. My second uncle is so poor, said the little girl, cried again, once again hugged Li Mingzhi and cried out, as if how worried about Li Mingzhi. Even Lee Myung-chul fought with this girl may really be a family relationship? Xiao Chen sighed deeply in helplessness, stroked the little girl's head to show her appeasement, sank back a breath, turned to the burly man, and immediately changed to a serious demeanor. Take them all away from me. We were wrongly accused. This stinking girl lied. He's acting. We're the victims. Damn girl, you wait for me. I won't let you go. 7 or 8 strong men, together with Huang Li, were directly taken away by the police. Even the dagger and 2 darts with blood on the ground were also taken away together by the police. Seeing that the person was far away, Lee Myung-chul took a breath and spoke softly. The person is gone. The little girl first glanced sideways and saw that the police had left before letting go of Lee Myung-chul. She wiped away the teardrops on her cheeks and spat. Bah! Fight with me, can't get you killed. Lee Myung-chul and Junko caught at the same time. This girl's face became a little too fast. So, Lee, this is your niece? Junko spoke cautiously. Without waiting for Lee Mingjur to shake his head, the girl glared at Shunzi first. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You 2 big men are too wimpy. Just these few people also have the nerve to call the police. Jianghu people should use the rules of the Jianghu to do things. Calling the police is shameless. Know it, gotta. It's back in shape. The girl snorted coldly. It's hot. That little brother. Go get me a bottle of soda and then a popsicle. Buy the expensive one. You hear me? Don't try to cheat me with that watered down one, or I'll kill you. Who are you calling a little brother? Shunzi coldly snorted, eyes full of disdain. He cannot be afraid of this little girl at all. Even angry, a wave of milky air can cross to where? Chapter 137, Too much noise. The little girl froze and crossed her arms, her eyes suddenly showing a ferocious light, very upset with Shunzi's stare. If you stare at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Shunzi unhappy raised eyebrows. Have never seen such a crazy little girl piece. Just now also a pure and harmless tender little sister. This will be a big sister look. If she is really ruthless, don't pretend to be tender in front of the police. Sick. Then come and dig if you can. Good. The little girl suddenly laughed, and directly rushed up. A claw came up to Shunzi's face was a fierce grasp. 5 bloody tracks immediately appeared on the face. Junko sat down on his butt in fear, only to feel a blackness before his eyes. Lee Mingjur couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward to grab her wrist as she prepared to do it again. Alright, go to my office first. Shunzi, go buy a soda. Lee Myung-chul gave Junko a wink, and Junko half-heartedly snapped back to his senses and froze as he stood up and walked out. The little girl sneered and spat. Bah, people like that are just cheap. Lee Mingjur sighed deeply. This little girl is really ruthless enough, not leaving any room for error. If not for his quick reaction, she really dared to gouge out Junko's eyes. It seems that Junko directly call the police is the right choice. The little girl followed Lee Mingjur to the office. As soon as she entered the office, she took off her shoes and jumped into the chair and sat cross-legged, picking up the cigarettes on Lee Mingjur's desk and putting them directly into her mouth. Lee Myung-chul didn't stop her and walked to the side to sit down on a sofa chair, letting her toss and turn as she pleased. You did a good job of acting just now. The little girl froze, twisted her face to look at Lee Myung-chul, and smiled. That cop just now was your friend, right? Lee Myung-chul also took out a cigarette and lit it. You see it? The little girl nodded her head. He's quite polite to you. He must be your friend. That being said, you have a big enough face. The police department has friends. It's worthy of being a big brother. Lee Myung-chul froze, looking up and down at the little girl. If this girl did not speak, Lee Myung-chul really could not tell that she was a social mixer in this appearance. It was a pity. How old are you? The little girl's eyes rolled from side to side and looked at Lee Myung-chul with interest. Guess? Lee Myung-chul laughed helplessly. Really, a little girl temperament? 13? Brace yourself for 15. Ha ha, wrong guess. The little girl laughed her head off. Her big open mouth. Lee Myung-chul was about to see her lunch. The little girl pinched off the cigarette butt in her hand, spat out the last mouthful of smoke, and looked into Lee Myung-chul's eyes. I'm 30. What? Lee Myung-chul almost didn't get up from his seat. She looked like a minor at all. How could she be 30 years old? Lee Myung-chul raised his eyebrows, somewhat less convinced by what she said. Suddenly something occurred to him. Probably a dwarfist? Seeing Lee Myung-chul sizing himself up, the little girl's smile let loose. Although I've always been this big, but the place that should be fully developed is still fully developed. It doesn't affect anything. Saying that, he also raised his eyebrows at Lee Myung-chul, revealing a bad smile on his face, and made a teasing gesture to lift up his clothes. Lee Myung-chul directly hit a cold war, revealing an incomparably cold look. If we do not know her real age, perhaps Lee Myung-chul will still feel that she is naive and cute, but at the moment, there is no interest. When the little girl saw that Lee Myung-chul did not respond, she felt that it was not interesting, so she stopped in boredom. Tell me, who the hell are you? Lee Myung-chul spoke coldly. She paused for a moment, curled up her legs and nestled herself in the seat. Very comfortable. My name is Su Yali, Asia's Asia, strength's force, they all call me Lee, Shiguan-su whose little sister. Gangzi asked me to come and get a batch of goods. Here's the list. After saying that, she took out a folded paper from inside the collar of her dress and left it in front of Lee Myung-chul. Lee Mingjer paused, his body unconsciously raised back. This list he did not want to take at all. Where did this come out of? Su Yali laughed and unfolded the paper. You won't be shy. Have you ever seen a woman? I'm afraid of losing it, but it's not what Gangzi said. If I don't have this paper, I can't take the goods. It's really troublesome. Lee Mingjer glanced at the list and nodded. Xiao Ho. Xiao Ho just walked to the door of the finance office. He happened to hear Lee Mingjer's call, and hurriedly ran to Lee Mingjer's office. Chief Lee, you called me? Lee Myung-chul pointed to the sheet on the table. This is the bill of lading. Take this, lady, and go to the warehouse to pick up the goods and settle the payment. No need. Su Yali again from the collar of the clothes pulled out a dozen banknotes thrown on the table. Goods directly yards put the door. Someone to pick up. This is the payment. Point clear. Ah. Lee Myung-chul's eyes swept. Good guy is all Harry. This will all turn into an airfield. But Lee Mingjer couldn't help but smile in his heart. Now Ho-won would be busy. Ho-won picked up the money and scratched her head. Her face was so depressed that she almost didn't cry. She looked at Lee Mingjer, then looked at the money in her hand, then looked at Lee Mingjer again, and finally sighed helplessly and left the office, causing Lee Mingjer to laugh for a while. Su Yali couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, where did you find that silly girl? Silly and strangely cute. Lee Myung-chul laughed awkwardly twice and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Remembering the picture just now, he didn't feel shocked, but he also really admired the Su Yali in front of him. So spirited and flamboyant, but also a little vicious. This kind of person is better to stay away from. Lee Myung-chul does not want to make too many friendships. Hey, Gangzi always praises you in front of me. I do like you. Married? Tied the knot. The child is in kindergarten. Lee Myung-chul hurriedly opened his mouth to cut off her unfulfilling thoughts before it was too late. Su Yali pouted, revealing a regretful expression. That's too bad. There's a chance to ask my younger sibling to go to a karaoke. I'll ask her to sing and dance. No need. She's more introverted. She can't play with you. This guy still wants to meet Fuyao? Don't scare Fuyao again. Cut. Su Yali coldly grunted. I still don't want to see it. But today, you are good enough. The key moment did not betray me to the police. Sister remembered you. Time to come to Shiguan. Sister properly arrangements for you. Lee Mingjer was embarrassed and laughed again, thinking how this small hoe is still not done. A few $100s of the account is still not counted. But do not hurry to come over to save him. Hey, I don't call feed. Seeing that Lee Mingjer didn't say anything, Su Yali couldn't help but open his mouth again. Mr. Lee, it's okay. In Shiguan, it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you report your name. When are you free? Tonight. Come with me. Bring the goods back. I'll treat you to a beer. Lee Myung-chul was a head full of black lines at the moment, and an awkward smile could no longer satisfy Core. I have something to do tonight. What's the matter? You have to eat even if there's something wrong. No, I'm losing weight. What the hell? Su Yali heard the unbelievable thing, cannot stop laughing, with a pussy like, but also lose weight. Too funny, right you? Seriously, my home downstairs, that old sheep kebabs, thieves, delicious, that neat skewers grilled, are flowing oil. In this way, you are busy at night to find me. Even later can be arranged. Lee Myung-chul let out a big sigh and lowered his head. It's too noisy. This woman is just too noisy. When the hell are you going to get better? Ho! Chapter 138 Uneasy Peace. Lee, Mr. Lee, Shunzi carefully pushed open the door of the office, just probing in and looking around, not even daring to step in with his legs. The goods are all coated. This is the soda and popsicles. I bought the most expensive ones. Junko suddenly stuttered at the moment, looking at Lee Myung-chul, who didn't dare to utter a single breath, and Su Yali looked at him and raised that innocent smile. Give it to me. Junko couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit, and kept casting a look of help towards Lee Myung-chul. The 5 bloody trails on his face were so conspicuous that he looked very pitiful and helpless. Lee Mingjer sighed lightly, stood up and took the things in the hands of Shunzi. Shunzi immediately shrunk his head back, did not wait for Lee Mingjer to say anything. A slip of smoke people disappeared. Ha ha, Su Yali was letting out a loud laugh on the side. A goon, but quite cute. I like it. When you don't want him, give me a word. I'll accept him as a little brother. Lee Mingjer was helpless and put the stuff on the desk in front of Su Yali. Hurry up and eat. Collect the goods after eating. Lee Myung-chul means for her to hurry up and finish her business and leave. But Core clearly doesn't want to leave. I told you, someone's picking up the goods. I'm just here to deliver the money. What's your hurry? Lee Myung-chul spoke without any good humor. I told you, I have things to do. Su Yali pouted. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that Lee Myung-chul was giving an expulsion order. So uninteresting. A moment of effort. She finally sort of stopped noisy, self-concerned in Lee Mingjer's offices eating, drinking and sucking, Lee Mingjer only on the sidelines to watch. Speechless. This guy didn't even think of himself as an outsider. Seeing that Lee Myung-chul didn't say anything again, Cory raised the popsicle in his hand. Are you going to eat it or not? No. Cory glared up, and Lee Myung-chul hurriedly turned his face away, not looking at her at all, causing Cory to be very out of temper. I don't know how long she sat there before she finished both the popsicle and the soda in her hand and slowly and leisurely stood up, ready to go. When he walked to Lee Mingjer, he couldn't help but look at him again. When will you come to Shiguan to look for me, so I can make arrangements in advance? Lee Myung-chul looked at her with a look of helplessness, but felt that her persistent spirit to a few cute, we'll go sometime. So when do you have time? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? I said there's time. Su Yali nodded, knowing that he was not interested, so he reluctantly left Lee Mingjer's office. Seeing her leave without any problems, Lee Myung-chul let out a big breath, finally sending her away. This time delay does not leave any room for error. He was too late to go to the second factory, directly to the Commerce and Industry Bureau to meet with Li Wei. Li Wei sat in the office of the security section and looked like he had been waiting for not a short time. The security guard froze for a moment when he saw Lee Mingjer first, and only after a long time did he speak. It's you again. Look at today's Lee Mingjer's dress is completely different from that day to come. Shirt and pants, shoes and tie as much, like a person with status. That day the security guards also thought that Lee Mingjer is to send red envelopes. I did not expect a few days after the Commerce and Industry Bureau began to busy. The security guards, even more stupid, also know that they are busy with the case of Lee Mingjer. Lee Mingjer nodded at the security guard and pulled the stool next to Li Wei to sit down naturally. Still not out? Li Wei sighed and sipped his hot tea. I've been waiting for half a day. It seems like I'm in a meeting. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it today. The security guard saw that Lee Mingjer and Li Wei knew each other and hurriedly poured another cup of hot tea. Are you both looking for Director Ma? He was a little disbelieving. Li Wei glanced at him. Knowing that he didn't look at Lee Mingjer as much as he did at the time, he was a little less comfortable in his heart. Well, you busy yourself. Don't worry about us. The security guard swallowed back hard what he wanted to say and went back to his office in the inner room alone, leaving Lee Mingjer and Li Wei outside. Brother Lee, how is it over there recently? Li Wei and Lee Mingjer chatting. After the opening ceremony also do not know how the situation of Lee Mingjer's company. Just now sitting here also heard someone chatting that the second factory garment someone disturbed was arrested into the police station. Lee Mingjer should also not be too smooth. Lee Myung-chul laughed bitterly, remembering the scene just now only amused. It's fine. It's normal for a man to be arrested and a woman to come and cause trouble. Lee Dewey sighed. Now this world or not enough peace. Not moving is trouble. Ideological awareness is too low. Lee Myung-chul laughed and did not reply. If he was told that there was still such an industry as medical malpractice in the latter days, and that the tactics of the malpractice had been much more advanced than now, and that even the police couldn't do anything about this group of people, would he be so furious that he jumped right out of his chair? Probably waited for a few hours. The sky gradually darkened. Rin Junwei jogged all the way over. See, Li Wei and Lee Mingjer has not yet gone. A big gasp. Long time waiting. Ma director will come down soon. He let you go across the hotel to find a place to wait for her. Lee Mingjer nodded and left the Commerce and Industry Bureau with Li Wei, and in the hotel did more than half an hour. Ma Mingli only all the way fast walking rushed to the hotel. Into the store the first thing is fierce irrigation of a bottle of ice-cold soda, and then greatly breathed. The evening may also have to work overtime. First come out to meet with you guys. Lee Myung-chul hurriedly handed over the menu. Let's get something to eat first. I'm sure you haven't eaten properly after a busy day. Ma Mingli waved her hand. I only have 20 minutes, and I have a general meeting in a while. Li Wei frowned. What is it? So serious that you still need to hold a general meeting? Ma Mingli sighed out a breath. The police found a group of pyramid scheme dens. Led our Trade and Industry Bureau to cooperate with the investigation. The number of people and companies involved are numerous. Now every department is busy. That Zhao boss is pursued in accordance with the law. The compensation money later should have a police station to dock with you, but it's cheaper for that old song. On medical parole. But the police have decided to formally prosecute. Mingjer, you don't worry about it. Lee Mingjer smiled. It's fine, since there's already a result. It doesn't matter to me. Suddenly, Lee Mingjer looked at Li Wei. Li Wei immediately remembered something and looked at Ma Mingli. I heard earlier that something happened to someone in Brother Lee's case? Mamoru paused for a moment, then sighed softly and frowned. I can't tell you the rules, but what I can tell you is that the man is gone. These words made Lee Mingjer's heart like ice pouring, from the head to the crack of the toes. Ma Mingli's eyes stared at Lee Mingjer. Lee Mingjer saw Ma Mingli's hint that the person she was talking about was Chun Chong. Who did this? Lee Myung-chul held his breath for some more hints from Ma Myungri. Ma Mingli still frowned. lowered his voice. It was a few punks caught in together that night. The duty officer didn't look at it, and beat the person into a serious injury, and then at dawn the person was gone. Because of this the police station were investigated. Momingly can only say up to this point. More detailed things she cannot speak again, but said this Lee Mingjer already know all the information. The other again to know in detail there is no meaning. Just this result is not what Lee Mingjer wants. His understanding of the underworld, or not comprehensive enough. By the way, I heard that there's a Huang Li. Did she go to your company to cause trouble? Ma Mingli changed the topic. Chapter 139, No Restraint. Lee Myung-chul nodded. Well, the police have been called to deal with it. That's good. This kind of person absolutely can't be tolerated. Must be dealt with by the police. Use effective means to protect yourself. The police have already criticized and educated Huang Li. If she dares to go to your place again, next time it won't be so easy to solve. Lee Mingjer nodded his head. No matter what, in front of Li Wei and Ma Mingli, Lee Mingjer must stand on the same side as the national government and answer the call to fight against the evil forces. But Lee Mingjer also realized that Gangzi, this group of people, even if the life pulled into the right track, cannot eliminate their heart is still the triad. What should he do to save this brother a hand, before he fell deeper and deeper? In the middle of the eating gap, Han Jangwon of the housing management section quickly walked past with his young lover in front of him, and Lee Myung-chul raised his eyes and pretended not to see it and continued to eat. The dishes have not been served on the table. Ma Mingli went back to the bureau. Before leaving, Li Wei also did not forget to explain Ma Mingli must take care of Lee Mingjer. Ma Mingli is also very appreciative of Lee Mingjer, naturally a mouthful of promise. But Lee Mingjer also knows that as long as he does not do illegal hooks, do not drill the legal loopholes, to do something out of the ordinary, these two people will be their eternal friends, and can also access to the unlimited resources on them. But if he once touched the bottom line problem, perhaps the first to break up with him is Ma Mingli and Li Wei. Sending off Li Wei in front of the station, Lee Mingjer went straight back home. These days Shen Meng's work study was not bad, and had been able to take over most of the work in Lee Mingjer's hands. She was also very worried. Every time before leaving work, she would put the day's work record on Lee Mingjer's desk, waiting for him to check the next day. There were some missteps at first, but not after that. She's still quite suitable for a management position. Has brother Levi left yet? When he got home, Shichi was already asleep, leaving Fu Yao alone in the house waiting for him to come back. For Fu Yao, a housewife, her daily job was to take care of Kiki and then wait for her husband to come home. And ever since Lee Mingjer went into business, she had gotten used to this lifestyle without a single complaint. Looking at Fu Yao dozing off tiredly but still holding on to wait for Lee Mingjer to enter, Lee Mingjer then looked guilty and put her in his arms. Let's go. Picking up Chi-Chi today. How do you feel about the kindergarten? Fu Yao smiled. Sure enough, a good school is different. Save a lot of worry. I was worried that Chi-Chi would not adapt to the new environment. Every time I went to pick her up in advance, but this girl was having so much fun that she didn't even want to go. Lee Mingjer smiled, glad that he had a sweet and understanding daughter. But once he thought about what Chi-Chi had become so understanding because of, Lee Mingjer's guilt would be unnaturally awakened. And at this moment he hugged Fu Yao a little tighter. Fu Yao's complexion suddenly dimmed. Mingzhe, I've noticed that you've changed. These words made Lee Myung-chul not react, unnaturally letting go of Fu Yao and looking at her with a confused face. Fu Yao looked at Lee Mingjer in front of her, revealing a smile that was hard to describe. Listening to you and brother Li Wei chatting the other day, I realized that I don't understand you at all. Your ambitions, your pursuits, and your future. These are the words you've never said to me. Lee Mingjer narrowed his eyes, unconsciously avoiding Fu Yao's gaze and looking away. What he was thinking at the moment was if Fu Yao knew that the Lee Mingjer in front of him wasn't the previous Lee Mingjer at all, and that the previous Lee Mingjer might have died when he became Lee Mingjer, what would Fu Yao do? Would hate him for cheating? Or just leave him? It wasn't what he wanted. Yao Yao, no matter if I'm the old Lee Mingjer or not, I love you as much as ever. I can't leave you in Kiki. Fu Yao paused for a moment and touched Lee Mingjer's head, revealing a gentle smile. What are you talking about? Chi-Chi and I can't be separated from you either. I just feel like I'm a failure as a wife and don't understand my husband at all. But from today onwards I want to really get to know you, just like you know me. Lee Mingjer's eyes wet, by the words straight to the deepest part of the soul, broke all his defenses. In front of Fu Yao, Lee Mingjer is unbeatable. No matter how good he becomes, he feels that he is far from being worthy of Fu Yao. Compared with Fu Yao himself is small, is weak, and is also pathetic. Yao Yao, I love you. This is the only thing that Lee Mingjer wants to say to Yao Yao at this moment. There is no other language that can express his feelings and dependence on Yao Yao at this moment. Fu Yao nodded her head and kissed Lee Mingjer's lips. Her love gradually became bold and passionate. She couldn't believe that at her age, she would become more and more thirsty for Lee Mingjer's fulfillment. She became greedy and had no restraint, until she boldly unleashed herself, and perhaps by today, This was the real Fu Yao. My uncle, give me more. Okay, good. Another night of spring sleeplessness. Early in the morning Li Mingzhi stared at 2 large black circles under his eyes, yawning into the gate of the second factory, causing a crowd of puzzled stares. He scratched his head, tired but full of a smile he couldn't hide. Li Myungchul. Shen Meng's voice sounded behind her and Li Myungchul turned back while yawning. Call brother Li. Li Mingzhi found that Shen Meng was wearing a newly made floral cloth dress, and she who loved to wear a double ponytail changed to a high ponytail, becoming a very beautiful scenery line in the crowd. And she was, today, wearing light-colored lipstick, and her collagen-filled face was flushed, very cute and playful. You haven't slept in a few days. You've got dark circles under your eyes. Li Mingzhi returned to his senses and let out another big yawn, scratching his head and giggling. It's not all Yao Yao. Shen Meng's mouth pouted, her spring-like smile disappearing just now. Oh, sister-in-law is back? Li Mingzhi nodded his head. Then he remembered that he hadn't seen Shen Meng for a few days. She naturally didn't know that Fu Yao had already come back from her hometown. I just came back 2 days ago. How about you? How do you feel about your work in the past few days? It's not going well. Shen Meng spoke quietly, full of complaints. Li Myungchul froze, feeling that Shen Meng's work record was not bad. It seemed that she should be quite happy. How could she be unhappy? What? Who gave you a hard time? Shen Meng glared at Li Mingzhi and kept pouting her little mouth, itching to eat Li Mingzhi. You. Li Myungchul froze again. What does it have to do with me? Did I mess with you? You're just messing with me, said Shen Meng and gave Li Mingzhi a punch. Now Li Myungchul was even more confused. When did I mess with you? Missy, you can't lose your temper. Be reasonable, okay? Shen Meng rolled up her big white eyes and turned her head to the side. You don't show up all day long. You can't find anyone when you have problems at work. I do all the work and you go and have a good time. This is a great injustice. This time for Li Mingzhi pouted. These days he was busy enough to cope with people everywhere. Not to mention the Huang Feng. This trouble Jing also changed the way to find him to money. Shen Meng, if Li Mingzhi said that the wind is happy, that really is more than sinus-y also injustice. Chapter 140, Wide-ranging. Missy, I also want to have a good time. But I don't have that kind of time. Don't tell me that you don't know anything about what happened in the company these days. I don't believe you. Shen Meng once again pouted, muttered in a low voice, there is no affair, where the black circles under the eyes, but also do not admit that men are nasty, said directly ran away. Li Mingzhi froze, hurriedly dragged her back. Words cannot be said. I with my own wife, that what? What is dirty? Shen Meng froze and glared at Li Mingzhi. You're disgusting. Shameless. Come on. This big lady can't afford to mess with herself, so I won't break up with him. Okay, no more nonsense. I'll tell you the good news. Your welfare housing should be fine now. Really? Shen Meng was a bit unconvinced by Li Mingzhi. His company was already busy enough. How could he still have the time to care about Shen Meng's welfare house? Li Mingzhi raised the corner of his mouth. That's for sure, but let me tell you, Huang Feng knew about you and Sun Yaogua, but didn't know that you faked your pregnancy. He thought that I was faking it with you and threatened Sun Yaogua while threatening me for money. So I just went along with it and asked Sun Yaogua to hurry up to get your house problem solved. Shen Meng was half convinced, but her eyes were merely fixed on Li Mingzhi. Huang Feng thought we were faking it? Li Mingzhi sneered. On his that brain, can only think so? These days you have nothing to do, can go to find Sun Yaogua. Take advantage of the daytime to go to the office to find him. Blowing the wind in the ear. This thing is 8 or 9, not much. Shen Meng was a little disappointed to see that Li Myungchul avoided the question he asked. But if Li Myungchul really faked it with himself, would he be able to say yes? Would Li Myungchul? Okay, I'm going back to the defense section, so I'll talk to you tonight back at the office. Seeing Li Mingzhi far away, Shen Meng exhaled a breath and resisted the urge to ask in her heart. Asked clearly what can be done. Fu Yao so good. She cannot hurt Fu Yao. Not to mention to Shen Meng's conditions, why want a married man with children? She is not a dumpster. But, that person is not garbage. It's Li Myungchul. Just as he entered the defense section, Huang Feng squinted at Li Mingzhi. Ahem, vice section chief Li is late again. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment and looked up at his watch. It's still a minute short. Not considered late. Section chief Huang came early today. Huang Feng sneered. Well, I come this early every day, but I don't get to see vice section chief Li every day. Which is true. I'm not busy with the company. This has just received a batch of flower cloth. I have to sell it in a hurry before I can do so, otherwise won't I lose money, said Li Mingzhi. Also handed a cigarette to Huang Feng, but Huang Feng did not even raise his eyes, only to look at the newspaper. Well, put it there. Li vice section chief can seize the time to earn money before. Earn money so you can continue to be pitched by yellow wind. Li Mingzhi accompanied the smile, and in his heart, he had already cursed Huang Feng, this old bastard, 1,000,000 times. At lunchtime, Huang Feng wanted Li Mingzhi to treat him, but Li Mingjie didn't know what he had in mind. Directly said there is something to find. Sun Yaoguo refused Huang Feng, but Huang Feng unforgiving, eccentric. Li Mingjie directly gave him $50 to let him go out to eat by himself, as if it was to give his son pocket money. These days, $50 would be enough for him to go to the little restaurant out front and order a couple of hardtack and 2 beers. Li Niangchul rolled over to the Union cafeteria and turned around inside, taking his dinner plate, just not multiplying his meal. Han Yuejin just came in and saw Li Mingjie. His heart was upset. Vice Section Chief Li, why did you run to the labor union to eat? Go to the factory's workers' cafeteria. Li Mingjie laughed lightly. What's the matter? The union's meal has gold inside it. I'm not giving the meal ticket. It's not written that the workers can't come here to eat. Hank, are you even in charge of eating now? Ha ha. Yeah, Hank, give it a rest. Staring at this and that all day. Are you tired? Hank, dedication. This monitoring group did not work in vain. We ordinary peoples do not understand the pattern of others. Ha ha. Seeing the crowd flirting, Han Yuejin's eyebrows almost flew out in anger. This Li Mingjie is really getting more and more out of his mind. Too arrogant. If it wasn't for Song Xiaotian, when would Han Yuejin have ever been so angry? It's really bad luck for the family. Seeing Han Yuejin walk out of the cafeteria, Li Mingjie became even more relieved. Zhang Guojun walked over to Li Mingjie's side at this time with a flipper in his hand and spoke in a low voice. Section Chief Li, after all, Section Chief Han is from the labor union, and may have a chance to be promoted to chairman, so don't fight with him, it will cost you more than it's worth. Li Niangchul froze, his heart was happy, was looking for this guy. This guy even ran to the front of the eyes by himself, he always appeared so opportune. Section Chief Chang, you're here for dinner too. What a coincidence. Zhang Guojun laughed. What's the point of coming to the cafeteria and not eating? Section Chief Li really knows how to joke. Li Mingjie especially bought a soda, found a small number of people to pull Zhang Guojun sit down and eat with himself. Zhang Guojun suddenly a little overwhelmed. In the face of Li Mingjie's show of goodwill, he was very happy. Why did Section Chief Li come over here for dinner today? Li Mingjie laughed. Oh, I would have liked to go to the Sun Factory director. He will have something. I temporarily eat a meal here a while, but also to go over. As soon as he heard about the Sun Factory director, Zhang Guojun smiled even more broadly, or Section Chief Li has the ability to have such a good relationship with the Sun Factory director. It seems that it is not far from being promoted. Then you see this relationship. Promotion is not a small thing. I'm really telling you, when Huang Feng goes down, I'll be the main section. Li Mingjie deliberately show off. Zhang Guojun listened with a face of envy and kept praising Li Mingjie. Awesome. Li Mingjie looked at every subtle expression of Zhang Guojun. The heart has taken 3 points. In fact, Zhang Section Chief, you are not bad. Not worse than Hong Section Chief. This if that day Hong Section Chief down, then you are not the main section chief? Zhang Guojun smiled into a flower, hurriedly signaling Li Mingjie to be careful of the walls with ears. And no, Section Chief Hong did a good job too. Not bad? So it's not as good as you? Li Mingjie sneered, and then spoke again. I have to say this Hong Jiangwen is relying on their own qualifications old only. With the Zhang Section Chief then that is still almost, and now a handful of business. Scrupulously, you are the best candidate for the head of the section. Zhang Guojun hurriedly looked around. On his face was a smile that could not be stopped. Section Chief Li, keep your voice down. Don't let the idle chatter be heard. The impact is not good. Li Mingjie hurriedly nodded his head and signaled. Don't worry, they can't hear it. They can't care if we chat. Zhang Guojun smiled, very satisfied with Li Mingjie. Thank you, Section Chief Li, for holding me up so well. But this person sometimes need opportunity. This opportunity did not come to no way. May not have this life, said Zhang Guojun. Suddenly began to sigh, complaining of their own weekdays to Hong Jiangwen as a cow as a horse. How aggrieved in the heart of how indignation. But there is no way. Who let the others is the main section level, the official level of the pressure of death. Li Mingjie narrowed his eyes, and then consoled, this person will not always be lucky. There are always poorly stepped on the wrong time. This way, the evening free I invited Zhang Section Chief to drink beer. We brothers have a good chat. Chapter 141, Purely Soliciting. Zhang Guojun knows that Huang Feng is not a good person, usually must not be less suppression of Li Mingjie. It is estimated that Li Mingjie in his own situation is similar. Two of the same was suppressed by the main section, but also to do the main section of the horse's son of the vice section. It is always easy to think differently, understand each other, and then in some kind of feelings. One shot. This made Zhang Guojun agree to Li Mingjie's invitation in one breath, saying that he would wait for him at his new company in the evening. After lunch, not waiting for Li Mingjie to find Sun Yaoguo, Secretary Zhou is full of factory to find Li Mingjie. Zhang Guojun see the situation is considered to be completely convinced of the strength of Li Mingjie. Dark smile. Back to the housing management section. Section Chief Li, I can find you. Factory director's son is waiting for you. Secretary Zhou ran drenched in sweat, while Li Mingzhi burped and looked at Secretary Zhou in disbelief. What's wrong? What's the big deal? What's the rush? Secretary Zhou smiled. It's better to wait for factory director's son to tell you. I don't know exactly. Li Mingzhi's eyes rolled around and he couldn't help but burp again. Sun Yaoguo was in a hurry to find him at this time, either for Xin Meng or for Huang Feng's batch of flowery cloths, and there couldn't be anything else. Why did Huang Feng's batch of flowery cloth run to you, and at such a high price? As expected, Sun Yaoguo's first sentence was to ask for the offense of Li Mingzhi, which rather appeared that Sun Yaoguo was a bit sullen. Li Mingzhi is naturally calm, then put on a look of innocence. I can't help it. He threatened me with Shen Meng's matter. If I don't give him the money, he's going to make a big fuss, and I'm also concerned about the face of the factory director. That's why I've given him a bill. Sun Yaoguo cursed, violently slammed the list that was about to be crumpled in his hand on the table. The taste of being held is really not good. Then Sun Yaoguo sighed deeply and looked at Li Mingzhi. It's good that the company has gone on an upward trend now, and this bit of fly's leg to him won't affect anything. Li Mingzhi hurriedly concurred. Yes, it's just this strange suffocating panic. Li Mingzhi obviously felt that Sun Yaoguo's blood pressure was soaring in a straight line, and he was really worried that Sun Yaoguo would suddenly burst a blood vessel, and the blood nourished all over his face. In fact, with Huang Feng's current state of view, he more or less did not dare to be too open. The next batch of orders Li Mingzhi will not be so simple to deal with. He wants to completely turn Zhou into his people, and the prerequisite is that Zhou and Huang Feng talk about the collapse. This matter can't be radical. Zhou must be introduced into the bureau before letting Zhou make his own decision. Once Li Mingzhi made this offer first, it would instead give Zhou the upper hand. A whole set of plans have been in the head of the embryonic program. Li Mingzhi is not worried at all. After all, Huang Feng is not yet the one who can sway Li Mingzhi. Affect the big picture. There are less than 10 days to the end of the month. The list of welfare housing, as long as it is determined, whether it is Sun Yaoguo or Huang Feng, will no longer be a stumbling block for Li Mingzhi. Until then, he needs to be patient. Mingzhi Sun Yaoguo once again slowed down his breath and stabilized his furious emotions. Huang Feng, this kind of person can be temporarily ignored, but the new company, you must get it right for me. 10,000 can't cause any trouble. Shen Meng sighed. I've already thought of a good way to seal her mouth. Huang Feng can't become a climate, and offended me. Sun Yaoguo. His death will be sooner or later. This is still the first time Sun Yaoguo showed his ruthlessness in front of Li Mingzhi. People in front of the conflict of interest will not let go of any opponent, but in the confrontation, how to eradicate rivals and let themselves in the interests of the whole body at the same time. This is a study in Li Mingzhi's eyes, compared to those corporate bosses who can really call the shots in later generations. Sun Yaoguo he really does not look at. Like he said himself, it's not going to amount to much. Either that, or you'll end up as a factory manager in this life. Either that or die. Since factory director's son already has a solution, then I'll just concentrate on my business. I'll ignore Huang Feng's side for now. Sun Yaoguo nodded his head, meaningfully and thoughtfully, but he did not know that this was exactly what Li Mingzhi wanted. Leaving Sun Yaoguo's office, Li Mingzhi walked face to face with Hong Jiangwen in the hallway. 40 years old, the body is maintained quite well, without the brain full of fat of a middle-aged man, wearing a uniform that is also clean, and smeared with hair gel. In the latter days, such a man would in turn appeal to most little girls. Hong Jiangwen first paused when he saw Li Mingzhi, then glanced at him with squinted eyes. You're Li Mingzhi? That tone carried a trifle of disdain, a trifle of arrogance, very much in keeping with the temperament of a full-fledged scientist in him. Li Mingzhi nodded with a light smile. It's me, Section Chief Hong, right? Hong Jiangwen sneered, looking Li Mingzhi up and down. Vice Section Chief Li is really in a springtime mood. This formal dress is on, very flashy. He deliberately said the word vice 3 times harder. Li Mingzhi also responded with a sneer. That's, after all, is the company boss? The row should still be there. Hong Section Chief can come to the company for tea when he is free. Hong Jiangwen blankly glanced at Li Mingzhi, and then brushed past him towards the office of factory director's son. For this kind of people who are not considered to be the regular army to the top, Hong Jiangwen, who has been in the factory for more than 10 years before being promoted to the main section, disdain is also normal. As Han Yuejin tired of Li Mingzhi's mentality is the same. If you want to break this kind of thinking, it is not as good as to directly change a batch of fresh blood to the fast. Leaving the office building, Li Mingzhi is ready to leave work early to go to the factory first, but in the middle of the road was Zhou Guoquan stopped the way. Old Liang evening would like to invite you to dinner. You evening to spare time. Li Mingzhi froze. Boss Liang? He invited me for some kind of dinner. After the opening ceremony, the orders are almost finished signing the contract. Even if the Liang boss wants to increase the order, directly find Zhou Guoquan can. There is no need to dock with Li Mingzhi. This time suddenly invited him to dinner. Purely pulled together? Zhou Guoquan looked at Li Mingzhi in a bad mood. The office also does not have a phone. You also do not have a BB machine. People want to contact you cannot contact. Human relations always have to do it. Li Mingzhi suddenly. Zhou Guoquan is right. Now there is no phone is really inconvenient. Li Mingzhi remember a few more years before there is a small smartphone. Forget it, it's better to install a fixed line. Then since the office installs a phone, why don't you just install one for your home as well? So that if there's anything that usually happens, you can directly call Fu Yao to talk about it. And Fu Yao doesn't have to always wait for him on empty. You're right. I'll have to install a phone so I can call Yoyo about it if I don't go back for dinner tonight. You've reminded me, Li Mingzhi said in a serious manner. Zhou Guoquan froze. He said it was for the convenience of business, but it turned out that Li Mingzhi was for the convenience of contacting his wife. This person is sick. I'm not going to bull you. Remember that for dinner tonight. Li Mingzhi froze. I can't tonight. I have something very important. You can't just go to Boss Liang's dinner. He was originally your client. Zhou Guoquan speechless. What is more important than earning money? Lao Liang is a big piece of fat meat. People now want to lie on your tablet to the body of the fee oil for you to cut some, but you tell me you do not have a tablet? What's the mess? Chapter 142, don't want it if you don't want it. Li Mingzhi laughed. Zhou Guoquan, this description is also really humorous. What is the caseboard not caseboard? I really have something at night. Liang boss will be handed over to you. If you can swallow, the commission is the previously agreed upon. Feel free to play. Then what if it's an investment? Zhou Guoquan coldly lowered his face, really not having the patience to banter with Li Mingzhi here. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment and then smiled. Currently, we are not accepting any investment, only taking orders. Zhou Guoquan froze. Don't even want to invest? Hey, I'm talking about an investment. $100,000. Want it? Li Mingzhi shook his head. Don't. Zhou Guoquan coldly smiled. In front of Li Mingzhi heard the investment unexpectedly did not have a little fluctuation. Could it be that Li Mingzhi has already rested on the status quo? Not ready to expand the scale and production? The money that is given for free is not wanted? Seeing Zhou Guoquan freeze, Li Mingzhi sighed lightly. Minister Zhou, you can do sales. I can't. I can do operations. You can't. If you are still satisfied with the money you have earned so far, then listen to me. Zhou Guoquan swallowed a breath. To Li Mingzhi do not know what to say. Sent to the mouth of the money he did not want. What operation does not operate? What is the use? But after all, he worked under the hands of Li Mingzhi, even though the views do not agree, but he still have to listen to Li Mingzhi. After all, he did earn money in the hands of Li Mingzhi, and so on another year, he can almost be independent, and then Li Mingzhi is still counted as a fart. Then what am I going to tell old Liang tonight? Li Mingzhi didn't go to dinner, but Zhou Guoquan still had to go to make it work. Li Mingzhi laughed. Honestly, I have something going on tonight. And what if he says something about investing? And truthfully, no investment is required at this time. Only pre-orders are taken. And the advance payment has to be 70% of the purchase price before the order can be placed and the contract signed. Zhou Guoquan froze again. 70%? You're crazy. The advance deposit is at most 30%. Who will order if you want it that high? Li Mingzhi smiled again and looked at Zhou Guoquan without the slightest hesitation. Fighting the credibility war. Not to mention 70. Even if it's 100, there are still people who give. Credibility war? Bull asterisk. It is still not that Li Mingzhi is muddling the mystery. I do not know what tricks he is going to play this time. Zhou Guoquan sighed out a deep sigh. Cannot understand Li Mingzhi's routine, but he always felt that if it continues like this, Li Mingzhi may drag his clients to death. Before leaving, Li Mingzhi patted Zhou Guoquan's shoulder, signaling him to rest assured to do. According to his words, Liang boss cannot run away. He was dashing off, leaving Zhou Guoquan hesitating in place. Zhou Guoquan suddenly found that things are a little wrong. Is it possible that Li Mingzhi is trying to let Boss Liang bypass himself to directly find Li Mingzhi not? No, he should not do this. Otherwise the promised commission is not cheating him. Then Zhou Guoquan will not let go of Li Mingzhi. But now he is making a false pretense. Obviously the factory has not yet made a profit, but he does not need to invest. This is not a lie. But why did he lie? Why did he let Zhou Guoquan lie to Boss Liang? No. He can't follow what Li Mingzhi taught him to say. In case Boss Liang hears something and thinks it's Zhou Guoquan who's playing him, then wouldn't Zhou Guoquan's back road be all cut off? Thinking of this, Zhou Guoquan wrinkled his eyebrows. Since Li Mingzhi simply do not look at the Liang boss this customer, then he did not bother to pull. Simply do directly to death. But only to do to death between Li Mingzhi and Liang boss cooperation. As for the Zhou Guoquan and Liang boss friendship, or to maintain maintenance to do. Li Mingzhi, it's you who doesn't want this big piece of fat meat. Then you can't blame me. Secretly leaving behind such a sentence, Zhou Guoquan disappeared around the corner. Li Mingzhi left the second factory and went directly back to the new company. Now the part-time workers have not come. There are not many people in the factory. It seems a little cold, but at the current rate of progress, there is no problem in completing all the goods before the delivery date. He returned to the office. A cup of hot tea was surprisingly placed on the table. Next to the teacup was placed Shin Meng's daily work record. Since Li Mingzhi told Shin Meng to write a daily work diary, she has not forgotten, and wants more than once to write in detail. It is easy to see through the records that her workload is slowly increasing and the difficulty of her work is gradually increasing, but at least for the time being it is still very organized and she is conditioning herself to gradually adapt and get used to it. When it's a little while longer, you can give her a little assistant. Li Myung-chul froze as he looked at the cup of hot tea. The tea was still hot. It should have been brewed not long ago. Who made it? It can't be that Ho-won made it for him, can it? Mr. Li, are you back? Ho-won happened to be knocking on the door, and Li Mingzhi opened his mouth to let her in. Ho-won came over with a few days' worth of sheets to reconcile the accounts. Mr. Li, these sheets yesterday. Secretary Shin said for you to go through them again today before signing them to me. Li Myung-chul paused for a moment. Another look? Since Shen Meng had read it, it should have been placed on Li Mingzhi's desk by now, so how could she give it to Ho-won to send it to herself? Okay, put it here. Did you make this tea? Ho-won froze for a moment, looked at the teacup and spoke dully. No. Li Myung-chul was puzzled for a moment and waved his hand for Ho-won to go out while he checked the order. He looked at it in detail and found that a few orders were indeed a little off, but the difference was only a few cents. But if you add all the problem orders together it's an extra $20 or $30 against the account. But $20 or $30 is negligible because it's not good to estimate the exact number, and there's no strict technology available to control this piece. It suddenly dawned on Li Myung-chul. Could this be Shin Meng's way of telling him in disguise that someone was embezzling? That's right, an average increase of 30 cents per order. The higher the number of individual orders, the more money there will be, and over time it creates a big black hole. It's a brilliantly played embezzlement. Is it Ho-won? She's a financier herself, so she's handy with fake accounts? Li Mingzhi thought about it. The number on the sheet to cover the modification. This era of things, after all, is not machine-typed, slightly moving a decimal point. It can be very clever to cover the facts and not be found. I have to say that Shin Meng's heart is still delicate. Such a little bit of money can be found, in exchange for the other person is estimated to ignore. I do not know how long she studied before discovering the truth. After the modification, Li Mingzhi personally to the office to send the list to Ho-won. Ho-won first froze for a moment, but soon took the list, did not even look at it, directly into the file bag, and so on. Secretary Zhou came to pick up before the end of the day. Li Mingzhi quietly moved a little bit to raise the amount on the list from 30 cents to 50 cents. If someone really embezzled, when he received this stolen money, that person should not be able to hold back. Li Mingzhi locked himself in his office to write a marketing strategy until Shen Meng pushed the door in and looked at each other. Shen Meng froze and was a bit surprised. She thought that in the morning Li Myung-chul's words that he would talk again when he returned to the company in the evening were just words, but she didn't expect that he was really waiting for her here. Chapter 143, caught up with a belly full of grievances. Shen Meng walked in and spoke softly. You didn't leave? Li Mingzhi nodded and waved his hand to signal him to close the door and talk. Seeing Shen Meng close the door behind him, Li Mingzhi raised his eyes to look at her. Does this water have anything to do with you? Thinking about it couldn't possibly have anything to do with Shen Meng, but Li Myung-chul just wanted to ask at the moment. Shen Meng looked at the cup of water and shook her head. I left last night. It's impossible to pour you a cup last night and put it on today when you come. Drinking it that way will give you diarrhea, right? Li Myung-chul nodded again and continued writing. Shen Meng walked over to Li Mingzhi and sat down next to him. Did you read the things I put on the table today? Look, I've taken care of it. Just keep on top of this. No action for now. Shen Meng nodded. How are you, today? Brother Li, someone is looking for you. Shun Zi shouted softly at the door. Li Mingzhi greatly stretched out, showing a tired expression. I'm waiting for someone to come. I wrote these things you have to insist on reading. Every word should be memorized in your heart. Remember to lock it into the safe after you read it. By the way, you go out tomorrow at noon and buy me a landline. I'm still inconvenienced by the lack of a landline here, said Li Mingzhi directly stood up and ready to go. Shen Meng froze. He waited for the person. Is not her. By the time Shen Meng reacted, Li Myung-chul had already left the office. Looking at the empty office, Shen Meng sighed deeply, suddenly somewhat unable to understand the significance of her staying here. In the beginning, didn't she think of coming here because of Li Myung-chul? But she can't even see Li Myung-chul right now. So why did she come here? Right. Li Mingzhi suddenly went and returned. He was halfway there before he remembered that there was something he hadn't explained to Shen Meng. Shen Meng was startled and looked at him again. Why are you back again? Li Mingzhi, while organizing his clothes, while recalling what he wanted to say to Shin Meng. Welfare room thing, I help you to get it done. Sun Yaogui in the next 2 days should be looking for you to say this thing. This weekend break, do not arrange things. Accompany me out of the trip. I'm really gone this time. The information you good looking. Good for you. On the road home to pay attention to the safety of the goodbye. Li Mingzhi's voice gradually far away. Shin Meng pouted. Do not know why the heart of the empty nagging, but she just asked her own words, but at the moment forgot all. Zhang Guojun is promised to come to Li Mingzhi's new company, although it is very simple, but the things that should be the same quite a lot. Li Section Chief, your company can be really good. The management of so many people is very tired, right? Li Mingzhi smiled and told the workers to go to the refrigerator and get a bottle of soda for Zhang Guojun. I don't even care much about things now. Everyone should work and do their jobs. There's nothing to care about. Zhang Guojun laughed, chiefly modest. Management of such a large company is certainly not easy. I heard that many female workers in the factory are lined up waiting to come to your side of the part-time job. You are now the eyes of the female workers of the Red Man. Li Mingzhi helpless, when the female workers in the eyes of the Red Man, what good to be when the leader to be in the eyes of the Red Man. Is it a big man can be a lifetime and the women's pile of life is not? Zhang Guojun immediately nodded his head, feeling that Li Mingzhi's awareness was very high. Yes. What Section Chiefly said is good, capable. Looked at Zhang Guojun in the factory turn around that full of envy. Li Mingzhi behind the back of the secret sneer. Let him specifically to this purpose is reached, then let's go to dinner. Say yes, I treat you to a string. Let's drink a couple of cups. Fine. Let's just eat and talk and walk. Watching the two men leave, Shen Meng's eyes closed from the doorway. Thought he had an appointment with someone. Did not think it was the deputy director of the housing management section. Li Mingzhi just did not say that the matter of Shen Meng's house has been completed. Does Li Mingzhi also want welfare housing? Shen Meng exhaled a breath. In fact, the housing management section of Hong Jiangwen has been throwing peach blossom branches to Shen Meng, also once used the welfare housing quota thing to tempt Shen Meng, but Shen Meng simply do not care. If not, Sun Yao will want to harm her. Shen Meng simply do not intend to so rectify Sun Yao. If Li Mingzhi wanted welfare housing, why didn't he talk to Shen Meng? Maybe Shen Meng went to say hello to Hong Jiangwen and stuffed some money to get it done, and now he's contacting at deputy section level. Can he make it happen? Or is it that in Li Mingzhi's heart, Shen Meng can't help herself at all? Thinking of this, Shen Meng was depressed again, bored and flipping through the planner on the table. Suddenly at the bottom of the document a piece of white paper into the eyes. White paper drawn a small piggy face. Next to it is written cheer up and cheer up. Create the future with me. Shen Meng cannot help but smile, and all of a sudden came to the spirit. Li Mingzhi took Zhang Guojun went to a stall, purposely looking for a quiet corner to sit. 2 cups of beer down. Zhang Guojun is completely open the box, and Li Mingzhi a hard pouring bitter water. Section Chief Li I really envy you. You said you don't want to face Section Chief Huang. Just go back to the company. But I have no place to go at all. I still have to stay in that tiny office. The days are going by without a head. Zhang Guojun said while drinking beer. His eyes were red with tears, and he saw that the bean-sized teardrops were about to come out of their sockets. But Zhang Guojun held them back. Li Mingzhi narrowed his eyes. To Zhang Guojun this state of understanding. In the unit, the more you go the good old man persona. Aggression is much greater than the average person. Once the emotions are opened up, will feel that the whole world is bullying their own, but turn around and think about their own interests. They continue to be as normal the next day. Does Section Chief Zhang understand Section Chief Hong? Li Mingzhi quickly changed the topic. Zhang Guojun held up his wine glass with 4 points of drunkenness. Understand? More than understanding. I followed him for 7 years. Even he went to the toilet with which hand to wipe his ass I know exactly, because once he forgot to bring the paper, or I sent him. Ha ha. Li Mingzhi froze. This Zhang Guojun to this turn up the baggage, did not laugh at Li Mingzhi, but his own happy lying on the table laughing non-stop. He did not know what is so funny about going to the toilet to send a hygiene. The housing management section is so fat with oil and water. Section Chief Hong should leave some running water for you. Right. How did you make such a mess? Li Mingzhi once again pulled the topic up. Zhang Guojun cried up his face. A pair of eyes aggrieved staring at Li Mingzhi. Oil and water? Not to mention the oil and water. Slop is not even left for me. His account or I do it. Zhang Guojun suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly closed his mouth. Li Mingzhi deliberately pretended to be distracted and picked up the wine glass in front of him and sipped his wine. What swill are you talking about? Zhang Guojun thought that Li Mingzhi did not hear, which was a sigh of relief, and hurriedly opened his mouth and laughed. Where is the oil and water? People are the main section. I'm the deputy section. Where do I know about him? Li Mingzhi smiled. The heart has known 3 or 4 points. He pretended to be drunk, patting Zhang Guojun's shoulder. Zhang Section Chief, you say your ability is not bad, mixed for so many years. Hong Jiangwen what did not give you? At least there is a company. You have what? Zhang Guojun lowered his eyes and was filled with bitterness. It can't be helped. How can I compare to Section Chief Li? Chapter 144, Crash and Burn. Li Mingzhi on behalf of Zhang Guojun to hold the injustice. I now have no Huang Feng's handle in my hand. If I had Huang Feng's handle, it would still be his turn to flaunt his power? The head of the section would have been me. Really bad luck. There is no opportunity? Zhang Guojun also patted Li Mingzhi's shoulder, feeling that he was the same as him, sympathizing with him greatly. And no one would ever be able to feel Li Mingzhi's current helplessness and defiance again, except for Zhang Guojun. Chief Li, think about it. You're so smart. You're better than me. Zhang Guojun didn't make his words clear, but he also hinted to Li Mingzhi that he would have a chance. After all, Huang Feng's brokenness was much better than Hong Jiangwen's. Li Mingzhi wrinkled his eyebrows in aggravation at this moment, fiercely pouring a glass of beer, and slamming the glass on the desktop. If God can give me a chance, I must firmly grasp it, or else this life will be just like this. Li Mingzhi suddenly hiccuped. Go to the toilet. He hurriedly covered his mouth and ran quickly to the restroom. Zhang Guojun didn't even react. Frozen couldn't help but scoff. It's only a few cups of wine, and you're drinking like this. Section Chief Li can't hold his liquor. Zhang Guojun drank wine and ate the food while patiently waiting for Li Mingzhi to come back. He also specially asked the boss to make a night of hot soup for Li Mingzhi, waiting for Li Mingzhi to come back to drink so as to relieve the alcohol. This Li section chief goes so half a day. This dish is cold. Still not. Raising his eyes, Zhang Guojun froze. Not far from the street, a pair of men and women are walking arm in arm, the woman intimately holding the man. Her face can't wait to stick directly to it. She is full of pleasing smile. The man is also smiling. To the side of the woman is very pampered, and even personally help her carry a small bag. The hand is still holding the woman did not drink the end of the soda. The two people look so not love. Looked at Zhang Guojun face a moment white a moment red. A moment of excitement a moment of fear. If this time there is a cell phone at hand, it is estimated that Zhang Guojun at this moment will not hesitate to take out the cell phone. Will be this wonderful and difficult to capture the picture. Directly recorded. Li Mingzhi hid to the side and quietly watched Zhang Guojun. Not far away from the man and woman standing is exactly Hong Jiangwen and Xiao San. Li Mingzhi calculated the time and place. A few days in a row also put Hong Jiangwen's regular activities route to feel clearly. If Hong Jiangwen look at him, it is possible that Li Mingzhi will spend some information on Hong Jiangwen, but Hong Jiangwen simply did not look at him. Then Li Mingzhi hold Zhang Guojun directly to the housing management section of the department of the main section for their own people is not more convenient for him to do things. At this time, Zhang Guojun, a face of accident and incredible. It seems that he simply did not know about this matter. That is just in Li Mingzhi's intention, and now caught a current. Zhang Guojun, if a smart person will know what to do. But Zhang Guojun's next move made Li Mingzhi freeze. He directly changed his position and turned his back to the two, fearing to be discovered by the two. Did he want to pretend he didn't see it? This guy is too much of a wimp. Li Mingzhi sighed deeply. Finally no, Zhang Guojun was Hong Jiangwen suppressed for so many years, until now is still a deputy section of the reason, is really pinned to death. Wanna let this kind of people come up with some guts and desire, afraid of having to put in some effort. Section Chief Zhang? How did you change your position? Or did I forget? Li Mingzhi pretended to be drunk and shook to find his place. Zhang Guojun smiled awkwardly. No, I just have stiff legs. I changed places to stretch my legs and feet. Let's continue drinking. Ha ha, is Section Chief Zhang drunk? Even his legs are stiff. Come on, go on. That's just where it's at. Li Mingzhi directly raised his wine glass and took another big sip. Suddenly he froze looking at the distance, revealing an incredulous gaze. Isn't that Section Chief Hong? Zhang Guojun pretended to be unaware of the situation, looking left and right. What? Who? Li Mingzhi pointed in Hong Jiangwen's direction. Isn't that Section Chief Hong? Is the person beside him his daughter-in-law? She looks so young. Zhang Guojun glanced at it, pretending that he had just seen it, with a hesitant face. It seems to be really Section Chief Hong, but that's not his wife. His wife I've seen, which is so young and pretty. Then who is this? Hardly? Li Mingzhi feigned surprise. Zhang Guojun hesitated, not knowing whether to take Li Mingzhi's words. Well, who else could it be? Let's just ignore him and drink. Drink, drink. Li Mingzhi unpleasantly raised his eyebrows, saw through the mind of Zhang Guojun. If Zhang Guojun is intent on protecting Hong Jiangwo, then Li Mingzhi will cut off the head as a stool. This old fox. The city is not shallow. Section Chief Zhang, your chance has come. Isn't this a heaven-sent opportunity? Zhang Guojun froze and raised his eyes to look at Li Mingzhi, listening carefully to every word he said. Section Chief Zhang, this Hong Jiangwen has problems with his style, and if there are problems with his business as well, then he will have to step down, and then won't you have a turnaround? Zhang Guojun frowned, secretly thinking about the meaning of Li Mingzhi's words. He was stupid also heard Li Mingzhi is trying to let Zhang Guojun report Hong Jiangwen, and then he can logically on the throne. But is it that easy? Zhang Guojun is not Huang Feng, not so good incitement, but his inner pressure for many years on the hatred of Hong Jiangwen, said he did not want a whole Hong Jiangwen that is false. Now the heavenly gift of opportunity, he either used this to find Hong Jiangwen to point out the benefits, or directly up to report, together with his corruption and bribery of a piece of hair, that Hong Jiangwen stepped down is the nail in the coffin, which is a great thing for him. Li Mingzhi closed his mouth at this time. I can see that Zhang Guojun already has an idea in his heart, and if he says more, he will say more, and it will seem deliberate. Either that, or don't easily squeeze an employee who is only one level below you on weekdays, or when he turns against you. It's basically a sure thing. This meal was very difficult to eat. The second half of the time Zhang Guojun's mind had drifted to nowhere. He stared at Hong Jiangwen not far away and did not let go. At this time, Hong Jiangwen still wrapped his arms around his young lover and kissed me, not knowing that all of his actions were seen clearly and completely by someone with a heart. Have been waiting for Hong Jiangwen to leave. Li Mingzhi and Zhang Guojun left the hotel together. Walked to the intersection. Zhang Guojun hit a car to leave. Li Mingzhi long breath, toward the direction of home. This matter Li Mingzhi does not know if he did the right thing. The secret is revealed. Another bloody storm. Zhang Guojun, a fearful character, may be bad or not, but at the moment, there was nothing more he could do to stop things. When he got home Fu Yao sat in the hall waiting for him to come home as usual. When she saw that he smelled of alcohol, she couldn't help but be angry. Drinking again? I don't care if it's hard again. Li Mingzhi hung himself limply on Fu Yao. Who cares about me if you don't? Fu Yao smiled helplessly and helped him onto the bed, wringing out a hand towel to wipe his face. Compared to the past, Li Mingzhi will find Fu Yao's trouble after drinking. Never gave her a good face once. Now it is really a sea change. Although she is angry in her heart, but the heart of the long-term Li Mingzhi will be in bad health, not because of anything else. Chapter 145, The Gentle Country. Li Mingzhi lay on Fu Yao's stomach. Warm, soft, fragrant and reassuring. Yao Yao, do you think I'm a bad person? Fu Yao was blinded by a question. Fu Yao smiled and spoke. If you are a bad person, there are no good people in this world. Li Niangchul frowned. He was always in the also good and evil constantly wandering. But the good people cannot get rich, and cannot get the benefits. Some people busy half of their lives, but not as much as other people 3 days to earn. How many people in this world go against their conscience to get what they want? So who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? In this life, he never wanted to be a good person again. Mingzhi, you've been too tired lately. Don't you need to take a rest? Fu Yao's gentle words came to mind in his ears, and those soft bun-like hands gently brushed over his forehead and eyebrows, comforting his soul. I can't help but laugh bitterly. Rest? How dare he rest? One thing after another, they all had to go according to plan, and the moment they were delayed, then he no longer held a position of strength and could be replaced at any time. In either life, he lives an exhausted life, which is the norm in life, and the norm for most people, and the only way he can get a moment of peace is to achieve financial freedom as soon as possible. Yao Yao, when I'm busy after this period of time, I'll take you and Chi-Chi out for a trip. Let's go to Beijing, okay? Fu Yao smiled. Good. Wherever you want to go, whenever you want to go, we'll accompany you. Fu Yao remembered something and spoke in a low voice. How is Xiaoshen doing in the company lately? Still adapting, right? Li Niangchul smiled. She's a smart girl and loves to learn. She'll be my best assistant in the future, and one of the key contacts that will help me open up all the markets in the early stages. Fu Yao lowered her eyes. Compared to Shen Meng, Fu Yao could not help Li Mingzhi at all other than giving him help in his life. She seemed to have been able to see her future at a glance. Living under Li Mingzhi's wings, being guarded by him for a lifetime, loved by him for a lifetime but also destined to accept his peach blossom robberies. This was her, the role of a wise wife. Is it because she's pretty and cute and talks? Li Mingzhi froze and looked up at Fu Yao, pausing for a long time before he spoke. Yes, in Li Mingzhi's heart, Shen Meng was more suitable for the workplace than Fu Yao, because Shen Meng was smart and responsive and knew how to protect herself. As long as Li Mingzhi taught her the right way to protect herself, Shen Meng could become Li Mingzhi's help. And Li Mingzhi will give her an unlimited possible future. But Fu Yao was different. It was the deepest trust in his soul. He was very clear about his choice, and even clearer about his needs. He wouldn't hurt Shen Meng, and he must not hurt Fu Yao. This was his basic bottom line as a husband, as a father, as a friend, and even as a man. Fu Yao's heart seems to fall like something, unnaturally revealing a smile. In Fu Yao's opinion Li Mingzhi may only have use for Shen Meng. This is the best account for her. The two people support each other's growth. Can let Li Mingzhi have someone to talk to knowingly when he's tired, and for this she doesn't mind. But what should she do if one day Li Niangchul moves on? Can she still be friendly with Shen Meng, or quit the game and be on her own? Right now, She doesn't know anything, but she's panicked and scared, yet still deeply in love with Lee Myung-chul. Then you must protect her. Shun is a good girl. Lee Mingju lifted his hand and scraped Fu Yao's nose, a little upset. What kind of man lets his own man protect another woman? Are you stupid? Fu Yao laughed helplessly, which I meant. Don't misinterpret me. Lee Mingju puffed up his cheeks and squinted at Fu Yao. I don't believe it, unless you let me kiss you. Saying this, he was about to kiss Fu Yao. Fu Yao hurriedly avoided. Don't mess around. I'm not feeling well these days. Lee Mingju deliberately teased Fu Yao. I'll just kiss. I won't do anything. Go. Fu Yao directly kicked Lee Mingju away and sidled herself to the side pretending to be ready to sleep. Lee Mingju unwillingly hugged Fu Yao from behind again. Then I'll hug. That's always okay. Fu Yao pushed and shoved twice to put on an act. Then she stopped resisting. She liked Lee Mingju holding her. This embrace for her made her extraordinarily cherished and thirsty. Then you can only hold Don't touch me. Lee Mingju was still clinging to Fu Yao. Touch it. It's always okay. I won't do anything. Fu Yao couldn't help but laugh. At this age she was still acting like a child. She really couldn't do anything about him. After a few minutes, Fu Yao couldn't help but turn around and snuggled into Lee Mingju's arms and pouted. Mingju, I really love you. No matter what happens in the future, I will always love you. So don't ever leave me in Chi-Chi, okay? Lee Mingju frowned. Maybe it was because he had been a bit cold to Fu Yao during this period of time, and put her alone in the old home for so long. Fu Yao's heart was a bit unsettled, but it didn't matter. Lee Mingju would let Fu Yao know that he would always have only Fu Yao as his choice. Fool. I'm the one who asked you guys not to leave me. Tender land, hero's grave. Lee Myung-chul involuntarily laughed, and he realized at this moment that this sentence is exactly right. Early in the morning, Lee Mingju went back to the second factory, saw Zhang Guojun from afar, quickly into the factory, a heavy face. Lee Mingju did not greet first return to the defense section. Huang Feng was already sitting at his workstation, again squinting at Lee Mingju as he entered. Vice section chief Lee has been coming hard lately. Lee Mingju smiled. Yes, the defense section is my home. Of course I have to go home on time. Huang Feng snorted coldly, pulled out a box of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket, immediately caused the surrounding eyes of surprise. A small section chief can afford to smoke Chinese cigarettes? Has section chief Huang gotten rich lately? His consumption level has increased dramatically. Yeah, is it some kind of part-time job to earn money? Huang Feng ignored them but didn't open his mouth to be sarcastic either, only sucking on his own. When the crowd saw that it was not interesting, they stopped speaking in agreement and went about their work. Lee Mingju will not be even more in the heart. This is afraid of using his money to buy. Deliberately come to show off with Lee Mingju, and then also want to remind Lee Mingju, their consumption is high. Spend money fast. Soon it should be Lee Mingju pay the bill again. Deputy Chief Lee, it's your turn to arrange for dinner at noon today. The chicken stew at the entrance I ate yesterday was good, so I can go back today. Huang Feng smoked a cigarette while measuring his eyes at Lee Mingju, who looked at the information at hand without even lifting his eyes. Oh, I have something to do at noon. It's very important. Huang Feng glanced at his mouth. What can be so important? There's no rush for a moment. Eat and then go. It's okay if you don't go to the food. Just pay for it. This is what Huang Feng wanted in his heart. And he didn't even want to eat at the same table as Lee Mingju. Lee Mingju laughed lightly, had expected him to have this trick, stood up and took out a meal card from his pocket. Here. Meal card. I bought the meal card of the previously dismissed person. Quite a lot of money in it. The cafeteria ate casually. Section Chief Huang must not be polite with me. Chapter 146, Whistleblowing. The meal card to the table a throw. Lee Mingju excused to go to the toilet to leave the section. This operation caused the crowd to snicker. Had to praise Lee Mingju hard really much. Early held back to give Huang Feng embarrassment. Huang Feng slammed the newspaper still on the table, looking at the meal card raised to throw into the trash can. But thought, do not want for nothing, or into the pocket. The crowd pretended not to see it on the surface, but in their hearts, they all mocked Huang Feng for being such a petty person who loved to take advantage of the situation, and was not a match for Lee Mingju at all. Lee Mingju wandered around the factory, waiting very anxiously inside. Just happened to see Shen Meng from Sun Jiangwo's office building wandering out, then hurriedly went forward to stop her. Well, Shen Meng froze when she saw Lee Mingju. What are you hanging around here for? Not staying in the office properly? Lee Myung-chul didn't have the heart to chat with her, and talked about business first. Let's talk about your business first. How about the house? Shen Meng raised a smile. Into the chant, he said he has arranged Hong Jiangwen to add my name, and will help me make up for the 3 installments of the house. When a hand to me, let me out of anything must not admit that the child is his. I said. Shen Meng sold her words and Lee Myung-chul looked at her with raised eyebrows. What did you say? She wouldn't be so stupid as to make conditions with Hong Jiangwen at this time, right? I said to let him rest assured. No matter what happens, The child in my belly is Lee Myung-chul's. It has nothing to do with him, but the premise is that the keys to the house, at the end of the month to my hands. I also talked to him about child support. This idiot, I have no suspicion at all, but instead, he is still very happy. Lee Mingjur breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Meng was still smart and clever. Knowing that before the house came to hand, she first made the illusion to gain Sun Yaogua's complete trust. You're still quite smart, that's for sure. Shen Meng had a proud face. Originally she was very resistant to talking to Sun Yaogua about the child. After all, it was a fake. It was enough to take it out and force the other party at critical moments. But recently, after following Lee Mingjur and learning a lot of routines, she felt that making an appearance was still necessary to do enough. Gaining the trust of the other party was the key to making things work out well. Right. Shen dreamed of something. When I came out just now, I saw Zhang Guojun hanging around at the door. Do you also want to get the welfare housing thing? But I feel that Zhang Guojun is not reliable. Why don't you just look for Han Jiangwen? I can help. Shen Meng was unwilling to do so, but she still brought it up, and she was more able to help Lee Mingjur than Zhang Guojun. Lee Mingjur, however, shook his head and directly rejected Shen Meng. It's inconvenient for you to step in on this matter. Instead, it's easy to cause trouble. Directly letting them infighting is not coming faster. You have to learn to be alone, okay? Shen Meng nodded her head thoughtfully. Being alone is naturally good, but it also has to be divided into what kind of people it is with, right? If there's a shortcut, why wouldn't Lee Myung-chul want it? Let's eat together. What do you want? Shen Meng was a little surprised, but very happy, and hurriedly took hold of Lee Mingjur's arm. Yes, I know there's a rice noodle shop nearby that's very good. I go there almost every day. Let's go while no one's around. Just rice noodles. Ha! Lee Myung-chul was still thinking of treating Shen Meng to a big meal, but he didn't realize that this girl's desire was so low. Shen Meng smiled. You don't know about this, right? It's really delicious. You try it too. Let's go. Without waiting for Lee Myung-chul to react, Shen Meng dragged Lee Myung-chul towards the front door. The people passing by saw the two close together, have cast envious gazes. Some even whistled. Shen Meng is not shy at all, has been tilted up with a smile. This time the change of Lee Myung-chul is a little embarrassed, but now shake off Shen Meng's hand. Is not too out of character. This Lee Mingjur, openly hooking up with female workers in the factory. What a flirt. Sooner or later it's going to happen. Leave him alone for now. I've got something to tell you. In the corner stood Han Yuejin and Hong Jiangwen, who were smoking. Han Jiangwen see Shen Meng holding Lee Mingjur left is gnashing his teeth. That earliest but his first look at the woman. That period of time and is to send things and is invited to dinner. Shen Meng this niece are not moved. Look at the situation. It is estimated that Lee Mingjur has long been drilling Shen Meng's nest, and did not pay anything. Really luck. What does Shen Meng see in him? That's what most people can't figure out. Han Yuejin has seen this scene is not strange. He also mentioned to Sun Jiangwo two people, but Sun Jiangwo counter-educated Han Yuejin a meal. Said that let him use his mind on business. Do not stare at people's personal affairs all day long. This makes Han Yuejin did not dare to say anything. After all, Lee Mingjur is now Sun Yaogua in front of the red man. With Sun Yaogua as a backing, he acted more than in the past, also flaunted a lot. Have you been screwing around with the little girl in the factory lately? Han Yuejin returned to his words. Hong Jiangwen's furious eyes suddenly froze and turned to Han Yuejin. No. Han Yuejin glared at him and sighed out. What else are you hiding from me? Someone has sued you. What? Hong Jiangwen was shocked, but this rather solidified the fact that he was messing around, and Han Yuejin's glare at him became 3 times more severe. Old Han, don't listen to people's nonsense. That's all because someone wants to harm me. I didn't do anything. Hong Jiangwen vainly defended. Although his relationship with Han Yuejin is not bad, but he also knows Han Yuejin's temperament. If he is engaged in women's affairs known by Han Yuejin will definitely look down on him. Han Yuejin sighed out a breath. For this kind of powerless struggle he has long been accustomed to, but since he decided to give Hong Jiangwen said privately, or to take into account the feelings of the two, you do not need to give me an explanation. I'm temporarily suppressed this matter. You seize the time to deal with it, and the woman to cut off communication. Your wife what temperament you can understand than me. By the time it makes a big deal, you cannot eat and walk. Hong Jiangwen wrinkled his brow. Was relying on his wife's family's relationship. He can successfully become the housing management section of the main section. These years rely on the distribution of welfare housing. He raked in a lot of money, but also fell a few sets of houses. If the tigress knows that he screwed the woman, then he still have a way to live? Han, who ed me? Han Yuejin squinted at him, still a look of not knowing the wrong. Is this the point? The point is that this matter has now become a handle. You hurry to deal with this clean. Not no handle. You are also on your section of the workers to be a little better. Being watched by people do not know. Hong Jangwon narrowed his eyes, knowing that Han Yuejin was reminding himself that the person who reported him came from the housing management section. In the housing management section, Hong Jangwon almost not much management. Something is accounted for Zhang Guojun to do, and others are not guilty of any grudges. Thinking of this, Hong Jangwon sneered. Must be Zhang Guojun, this grandson. Even want to harm him? Can. See, Hong Jangwon did not speak. Han Yuejin once again opened his mouth. You seize the time to deal with this. This time is sued to me. I can help you to stop. The next time if it comes to the Sun Factory director, I cannot say anything. Han Yuejin gave Hong Jangwon a warning in disguise. Hong Jangwon came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded his head, revealing a pandering smile. Old Han, don't worry. I won't ask you to make things difficult for you. This is something I'll deal with when I go back. By the way, last time sister-in-law did not say like pearl necklace. My wife, a friend, is selling this. In a couple of days you bring sister-in-law to the house for dinner. By the way, pick the style. Chapter 147, The Slow Shake. Han Yuejin nodded. Well, wait for the day off. Hong Jangwon took a step closer and lowered his voice. The welfare housing list came down. And there's you. Han Yuejin's smoking hand stopped in mid-air, paused for 3 seconds, and put it back in his mouth. Aha! Shin Meng led Li Mingzhi walked a full 20 minutes away before arriving at the small stall. The stall is a middle-aged couple. People are very real, but also very enthusiastic. The soda is almost given to the price of entry. Less than $1 will be able to eat a comfortable lunch here. Big sister, this is what you said. The neighborhood? Li Mingzhi walked in a sweat. His feet were rubbed raw. I really don't know what Shin Meng relied on to insist on coming here to eat. Is it for the after-dinner diet? Shin Meng smiled and pointed to the next stall again. There's shaved ice there. I'll treat you to some later. Li Nyungchul let out a big sigh. You can't stand it after just a little walk. And you shouldn't be too delicate. Li Nyungchul smiled helplessly. But also such as to go to the China World Trade Center Hotel to sit in an air-conditioned Western-style restaurant to be happy. And take a taxi to the past is also almost 20 minutes. Shin Meng cupped her small face that was reddened by the sun because of the heat. Beads of sweat on her forehead soaked the broken hair in front of her forehead. But her face showed a sweet smile. I want to open a small store like this in the future, which has all kinds of snacks from the south and north of the sky. And when it's not too busy, I'll just sit here and count my money while I'm eating the shaved ice, and I'm going to buy another rocking chair and a big bushel fan and talk to my husband to chat. Li Mingzhi raised his eyes to look at her. Her goal is very disdainful. Look at her body, also does not look like a foodie. How to open a restaurant is interested in, restaurant this business. Do a period of time you don't want to do it. The imagination is always better than the reality. And so on, when you're hot and sweaty, but still have to be in the back of the kitchen busy cooking cannot be done when busy in the middle of the night and close the store, did not sleep for a couple of hours and then have to get up to prepare for the next day. Ingredients. You will know how childish your current thinking is. Shin Meng pouted. Some lost. Thought Li Mingzhi will ask about his husband. The results of his hearing these two words inside but no reaction. Suddenly felt boring. Do what is easy. Are not also over. Can earn money, and happy, not good? Li Mingzhi smiled bitterly. This girl is still involved in the world is not yet deep. Although it makes sense, but she does not know. Earn money and happy belong to the fish and bear the bear's paw. Your goal is to open the company. Even if you do catering, to do a chain of catering to go on the market strategy. If it goes well, you can be 45 years of age before the financial freedom. And then you can do what you have just said. Find a chair to find a tree. And slowly shaking, Li Mingzhi's words, Shin Meng could more or less understand some of them now. But only some of them. What about you? What do you want to do? Li Nyungchul took a deep breath and looked away. I want to be an empire and make a lot of money. Shenmu was thoughtful. So, what happened after that? Li Mingzhi narrowed his eyes for a long time before looking at Shin Meng. After that, just find a chair and a tree and slowly shake it. Nasty. Shin Meng couldn't help but laugh. This person was always so undignified. Li Mingzhi also couldn't help but smile. He also didn't know what he was going to do after earning money. Maybe like Shin Meng said, it wasn't a bad goal. By the way, do you know anyone in other factories? Preferably management? Li Nyungchul thought of something. Shin Meng paused for a moment and sat up straight. Recognize. There is a garment factory in Shiguan. My second cousin is the head of the business department. There is also a food factory. My classmate should have been the team leader of the marketing department by now. I can't remember. Li Mingzhi nodded his head. The resources on Shin Meng can be really quite a lot. Just take out one or two. It's enough to help Li Mingzhi. Didn't I say yesterday that I'll let you go out with me this weekend? Let's go to Shiguan and meet these two friends of yours. Shenmu froze. See them? Li Nyungchul nodded. I have some new business that I want to talk to them about, but I need to go over their mode of operation and the number of orders. These two people you know are in a department that can just help me out. It's just the right time to take you to Shiguan's bazaar for a spin. There's probably some of the things you love to eat over there. And also, last time, I promised to buy you some shoes. so you can go to the department store. How's that sound? Yes, Shen Meng agreed in a single breath. These two friends were not the point. They could go out and have fun. And there was Li Myung-chul, the ATM, accompanying them. Why not? Do you still know someone who does trade? The kind that transfers goods from north to south. The area is not too far away. 3 or 5 cities around will do. Shin dreamed, I have an uncle as a hauler. Bought a big truck to haul goods and deliveries. Know a lot of bosses who do trade in distant areas. A month I heard that I can earn $2,000. A while ago back home also said that if I don't want to do it, I'll go to learn to drive and do it with him. Li Myung-chul rubbed her head and couldn't help but feel ridiculous for her foolishness. Driving a big car like this job is not suitable for you. Just follow me in a practical way. And in the future, you'll get a higher salary than him. And he might even have to work for you. Oh, Shen Meng rounded her eyes. Working for me? What do you mean? Li Mingzhi revealed a mysterious look. First sell a secret, tell you later. Take the time to help me contact this uncle of yours. Just say, earn extra money job. See if he wants to do it. Okay, I'll get in touch tonight when I get back and see if he's back yet. Li Mingzhi took a long breath and stretched his waist. The sun made people tired and want to sleep. And in the time it took to eat a meal, Li Mingzhi already couldn't raise his spirits. But Shen Meng ate leisurely and happily, and ate a bowl of shaved ice more than usual, patting their bulging stomachs. The two men then returned the same way. Another 20 minutes on their feet. Afternoon nothing. Li Myung-chul left early to return to the company. A cup of hot tea into the office, and a cup of hot tea has long been placed on Li Myung-chul's table. He curiously looked at the cup of hot tea. The temperature is moderate. Just the entrance. Taking a sip. It was a fine hairy tip before the rain, which seemed to be the tea that was ready to be given to Momingly at that time but was not given out. Turning to the safe, he took out the papers he hadn't finished writing. These documents were well organized by Shen Meng. She helped Li Myung-chul arrange them in chronological order, with the most recent at the top, so that Li Myung-chul only needed to take out the first one to know where he had written to. Mr. Li, is that you back? Finance Ho-won knocked on the office door. Li Mingzhi took the documents out and relocked the safe. Come in. Ho-won pushed the door in and looked at Li Mingzhi. The person who installed the phone will come over in a while. You're not leaving, are you? Li Myung-chul nodded. Well, I've been here all afternoon. Are Gonzo and the others back yet? Ho-won shook her head. Not yet. Junko is down there keeping an eye on the machine. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment, realizing that recently Ho-won had become active in her work, and that there were some deliberate attempts to communicate more with Li Mingzhi. Okay, I'll call him if there's something wrong. Ho-won nodded and glanced around the office again before retreating. Li Myung-chul looked at the teacup again and suddenly laughed, then shook his head helplessly. The little girl's mind is fickle, but it can't escape Li Myung-chul's eyes. Chapter 148, The Unreadable Game. After installing the phone in the afternoon, Li Myung-chul contacted the workers to install one at home tomorrow as well. Has been busy until Shen Meng off work with female workers over. Li Mingzhi only put away the pen, greatly stretched out. Recently wrote the plan to write his hair are a big drop. Continuous fight for several days. A complete set of plans almost out. The rest is based on the plan to start the plan. Why don't I store some water for you? Having a rare opportunity to be alone with Li Myung-chul, Shen Meng unconsciously wanted to show off a bit. Li Mingzhi nodded. In his heart, he had long taken Shen Meng as his beloved, and had no qualms about calling him up. Another cup of hot tea on hand. Li Mingzhi draws out a cigarette to relax. Not yet put into the mouth. Shen Meng on the upper hand to take away his cigarette. Let's smoke it. You see your face recently oil shiny. Fire must be big. Li Mingzhi helpless, and put away the cigarette. The past 2 days is indeed a bit on fire, but Fu Yaoside does not give up. He can only focus more on the work, but also consume some fire, but did not want to get more and more on fire. The face has a tendency to grow pimples. There's no way. Why don't you help me let off some steam? Li Mingzhi deliberately teased Shen Meng. Shen Meng immediately blushed, grabbed the cigarettes and wine and threw it in Li Mingzhi's face. Asterisk 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 you. Shameless. Li Myung-chul laughed. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. How dare I? Shen Meng rolled up her eyes. There's still something you don't dare to do? Well, of course there is. I'm not a god. Not a decent one. Jo Bokwan suddenly pushed the door in. Between the scene and the room froze for a moment. Subconsciously closed the door again. I'm sorry. Dang it. Knocking on the door again. Li Myung-chul and Shen Meng looked at each other and smiled helplessly. This Jo Bokwan is kinda cute sometimes. Come in. Jo Bokwan pushed the door in once again, holding out the list in his hand. New order. For you two who? Before Li Mingzhi could say anything, Shen Meng naturally walked forward. Give it to me. After receiving the order, Shen Meng carefully examined it, and then walked out of the office. Signed another new order. Is it additional or what? Li Mingzhi opened his mouth and asked, throwing Jo Bokwan a cigarette. New single. Is one of my channel merchants. just came back from the field. Now in the hands of the funds are not enough to want to take the goods of the second factory. I see that the money is not much to lead directly to this. Anyway, it is the same. Lee Myung-chul raised an eyebrow. It seemed like he was deliberately leading people here. After all, Factory 2 wouldn't give him any money outside of his salary. This Jo Guk-won, still not honest. Okay, temporarily stop the large orders for a while. We are about to come out with a new policy. Lee Ming-jer suddenly opened his mouth. Jo Guk-won paused. Stop signing orders at this time is not much good for him. He is naturally a little nervous. What new policy? Lee Ming-jer secretly laughed. Can't say now. When it's ripe, I'll hold a general meeting. You'll contact all the channels and buyers on hand. And when the new policy comes down, we won't take small orders anymore. And the small orders will only be for the temporary stalls in the village. What are you up to again? Jo Guk-won knew that Lee Ming-jer currently did not take him as one of his own people. Otherwise the opening ceremony, Jo Guk-won would not have been asked by the customer embarrassing to the extreme. But he also knew that he was only a part-time job, only responsible for helping Lee Ming-jer pull customers to eat commission. What right to know people's core issues? But he couldn't help it. He didn't want to be made a monkey out of by Lee Myung-chul. In case he screwed up, it would be a direct damage to him. Lee Ming-jer is not distrustful of Jo Guk-won, but he is too dishonest. Lee Ming-jer is not always assured that the power to him. If he can resign directly from the second factory to this to work with a dead heart, perhaps Lee Ming-jer can open a single business department to him as a manager. Overall, it's premature. Don't worry about it. The cooperation between the two of us will be beneficial and harmless to you, and you've made quite a bit of money during this time. How is it compared to your salary at the factory? Jo Guk-won did not speak, but the heart is very stifled. The money is more than before to earn more. Not just him, the customer is also in him to save a lot of costs. According to the current point of view, Jo Guk-won is the profit side, but he just couldn't say that he was holding back inside. It was just weird. However, when Lee Ming-jer uttered a question, Jo Guk-won's heart still thumped. They were only in a cooperative relationship. That's all. Fine. I don't care about you and I don't own the company. Looking at Jo Guk-won full of defiance, Lee Ming-jer laughed, stood up and walked to Jo Guk-won, heavily patted his shoulder. Lao Zhou, the company is not mine either. It is Sun Yagua's, but if we all think of the company as our own, it is possible that it will become our own. This is the most tangible money in their own hands. You do not have to believe in anything, just believe in the hands of the money on the line. Jo Guk-won furrowed his brows, and had to lament Lee Ming-jer's deep city. This sentence of treating the company as his own really gave him enough hints, but with the current situation, it was impossible for him to treat the company as his own, and he knew that it ultimately didn't have half a penny to do with him either. The factory's old goods have been dealt with almost, as long as the orders are closely followed. Soon there will be no stock in the warehouse, but Lee Ming-jer stopped taking orders at this time. What new policies? He does not understand, and cannot see through this bureau. It was just a matter of him not caring. Jo Guk-won inhaled a cigarette, suddenly remembered something, raised his eyes and looked at Lee Ming-jer. The old song's matter has a result. Within a month to pay back all the arrears of the factory, or else go to jail for 3 years. Her daughter-in-law because of this and he divorced, and now the old song is alone in the hospital. Quite miserable. Lee Myung-chul sneered and didn't make a sound. Jo Guk-won's concern is not yet about this matter. How did Huang Feng stay out of it? Can't see Huang Feng fall. Jo Guk-won always have a breath in his heart. Lee Ming-jer looked at Jo Guk-won. He was a bit too much of a rival to Huang Feng. Old song is gone. Huang Feng lost an arm. Whoever makes the first move at this time will lose. Calm down. Looking at Lee Ming-jer's expression with a grim smile, Jo Guk-won deeply frowned. Before he still felt that Lee Ming-jer was afraid of Huang Feng, but seeing the old song's downfall, Jo Guk-won knew that Lee Ming-jer's chain of tricks had only been used for half of it. Think carefully. If not the old song dealt with Yao underhanded, I'm afraid there will not be such a miserable end. Even with Song Xiaotian couple are grey to go home to plant. This point Jo Guk-won served. Lee Myung-chul sneered. I gave him a chance. He didn't want it, and from the moment he tried to sabotage the new company's business chain, his end was doomed. Jo Guk-won laughed out in agreement. I'm only afraid that when old song dealt with your daughter-in-law, his end was already predetermined, right? Lee Ming-jer did not make a sound. In the end when he wanted to put the old song with the dead, he did not say anyone. Even his heart is not a recipe. From beginning to end he did not take the initiative to do anything, but knew the other side to hurt him when he made a self-defense. That's all. It's a pity that old song doesn't realize that Lee Myung-chul is not the same as he used to be, but now he knows. Chapter 149, Confused. Jo Guk-won is good at scheming. He can see the viciousness of Lee Ming-jer, and he can also see the desire for revenge behind Lee Ming-jer's schemes, which is the same as him, but he realized that Lee Myung-chul seemed a little more vindictive. That money, profit, wasn't all he had. That's okay, it's fine. Now that this is resolved the proper way anyway, you still have a positive image. Which is fine. Zhou Guochuan's words let Li Mingzhi smiled. It is true that chatting with people who do market can save a lot of energy. The words do not need to explain. Point 2. Everyone's heart is also clear. Regardless of the purpose, heart, or background of this incident, Li Niangchul won beautifully. There's something you probably don't know. Something happened in the housing management section today. Hong Jiangwen beat up Zhang Guoquan. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment and raised his eyes to Zhou Guoquan. Zhou Guoquan inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, which also heard the workers of the housing management section chatting during the meal to know that this matter has been spread in the factory. But no one knows what the reason is. I saw you having dinner with Zhang Guojun 2 days ago. This has something to do with you, right? Li Niangchul was needless. What can it have to do with me? Zhou Guoquan saw Li Mingzhi and Zhang Guojun talking and laughing together, and knew that Li Mingzhi 80% is for the welfare housing. After all, the two people before but the relationship between the 8 pole. But he did not understand that the deputy section is, to put it badly, just a horse's boy of the main section. And if it is related to welfare housing, then Li Mingzhi's wishful thinking may be wrong this time. After a few moments of small talk, Zhou Guoquan left, and Shin Meng saw him leave before returning to the office. He's gone? Aha! Li Mingzhi knew that Zhou Guoquan was purposely delivering the message to him, but this Zhang Guojun is also enough of a loser. The matter was not done not to mention, but also got beaten up. This is now letting Hong Jiangwen seize the handle, and after that will only be the more oppressive to him. What an idiot! Alright, this is all yours. I'll leave first. Li Niangchul stood up and shook his stiff neck. He immediately felt dizzy and unusually tired. He thought of something. Take you to get a massage on your day off. This neck of mine has been low lately. It's on the verge of having whiplash. Shin Meng froze and hurriedly nodded. Someone paid for a treat. Why not go? Looking at the slow step out of the office, gradually disappeared in the line of sight of Li Mingzhi. There is a sentence. Shen Meng held in the heart did not ask out. The afternoon also thought of the evening to ask a question. But see Li Mingzhi after she did not want to ask at all. Early in the morning, Li Mingzhi just went out. Zhang Guojun stood in the courtyard with an anxious face waiting to see Li Mingzhi appeared to hurry to meet up with him to pull him to one side. Li section chief, you can come out. I do not dawn in this waiting for you. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment. What did section chief Zhan want to see me about? Alas! Zhang Guojun sighed loudly. His right hand clenched his fist and smashed heavily on the palm of his left hand, his face full of hesitation. I reported the matter of Section Chief Hong engaging in a mistress to Section Chief Han. Who would have thought that Section Chief Han didn't even get mad, but also reminded Section Chief Hong in private. And now that Section Chief Hong knows that it's me who reported the matter. He beat me up yesterday afternoon. Said this also rubbed his arms and legs. Li Mingzhi could not help but laugh lightly. This Hong Jiangwen hit people quite artistic. No, not to hit the face. Easy to see that there are injuries. But this Guojun is indeed stupid enough to report to Han Yuejin? They are all at the level of the main section. More or less still have to give some face. Han Yuejin will go to remind Hong Jiangwen is not difficult to understand. But this is enough to show that this Han Yuejin may not be so clean. Chiefly, what should I do now? I don't even dare to go to the factory today. He will definitely give me small shoes. Li Niangchul sighed out. More than wearing shoes. He'll probably beat you up again. Ha! Zhang Guojun covered his injured place in fear and almost didn't cry out in fear. Section Chiefly, you have to save me. What should I do now? Section Chief Chang, you're confused. Li Mingzhi turned the tables, and Zhang Guojun froze for a moment, listening carefully. Hong Jiangwen and Han Yuejin are all the main section level. See our deputy section which have eyes. You find him to report you are not giving him an opportunity to engage in relations with Hong Jiangwen? And this thing you do is not right. You and Han Yuejin reported Hong Jiangwen style problems. Hold up the day, this is also a warning penalty. So that Hong Jiangwen disgrace only. Not to mention that this is a small matter you find people are not right. Zhang Guojun was pondering. He only understood half of Li Mingzhi's words, but felt that he was very right. Then Li Mingzhi put his arm around Zhang Guojun's shoulder and slowly walked towards the front. Zhang section chief is a smart person. It's meaningless to talk through this. As the saying goes, hit the snake to beat the 7 inches. Hong Jiangwen 7 inches. Where is it? You still don't understand? Zhang Guojun suddenly realized. His right hand once again heavily smashed in his left hand. Right. Why am I confused? Or section chiefly is smart enough to remind me. Li Mianchul smiled with satisfaction. And, are you sure Han Yuejin has stated that you are the high secrets? Is there any substantial evidence? Zhang Guojun froze and looked sideways at Li Mingzhi. Li Niangchul spoke again. Everything has to be about evidence. Without evidence, what's the point? Gross? Li Mingzhi helpless. I mean, you just bite the bullet and not recognize. And then to Hong Jiangwen show heartfelt. This thing he did not dare to explicitly pinch you. But the premise is that you cannot first mess up. This Hong Jiangwen in the factory is not a day or two. As the saying goes, The roots are deep and leafy, and want to pull out the roots of his roots, and that has to be the key to find the key from the roots. Zhang Guojun nodded his head vigorously one by one, agreeing with Li Mingzhi's words. Calm down, just bite the bullet and deny it. Do you think he'll still get Han Yuejin to confront you? Isn't that betraying Han Yuejin as well? Hong Jiangwen wouldn't be that stupid, and there's no way Han Yuejin would help him do that. Zhang Guojun nodded his head vigorously. After all, this is not honorable. Han Yuejin is unlikely to Hong Jiangwen to confront himself. As long as he bites the dead, Hong Jiangwen want to rectify him also need to weigh. And as Li Mingzhi said, in fact, Hong Jiangwen just thought that Zhang Guojun snitch yesterday to find the door Zhang Guojun and very weak, which let Hong Jiangwen caught. As long as he has nothing, forced to prove his innocence, Hong Jiangwen heart will also make muttering. Section chiefly, thank you so much this time. If I hadn't heard you say all this, I really wouldn't have dared to go to the factory today. Li Mingzhi once again patted his shoulder. Who let us both are deputy section. This matter you occupy the reason. Do not be afraid of him. Okay, I know what to do. To the factory door, Li Mingzhi and Zhang Guojun entered the factory one after the other. Although Li Mingzhi said the words in place, Zhang Guojun looked like listening to understand the appearance. But Li Mingzhi still feel that Zhang Guojun is not reliable. But this matter is not his turn to take action. Vice section chiefly, you've been coming to the factory pretty hard these past few days. Just entered the security section. Huang Feng and eerie greetings to Li Mingzhi. Li Mingzhi just glanced at him, revealed a fake smile and no longer opened his mouth. Looked at Huang Feng calm and relaxed mood to cope with Li Mingzhi. Know that the old song's matter he is considered to be left alone. Huang Li and the old song should have been divorced. That Huang Feng no matter what is normal. After all, this matter into the final. Huang Feng do not want to get into a mess again. Just suddenly Li Niangchul had some bitterness in his heart and felt pity for old song. Chapter 150, no comparison. Vice section chiefly, I'm out of cigarettes. Go buy me a box of cigarettes. Huang Feng suddenly squinted at Li Mingzhi with a commanding tone. Li Mingzhi snapped back to look at Huang Feng, then pulled out a box of red double happiness from his pocket. A parabola appeared in the air, and the cigarette box landed firmly on Huang Feng's desktop. There is still half a box. Section Chief Huang, don't be polite. No need to pay. You. Huang Feng was furious, but seeing that the people around him were casting despicable gazes, Huang Feng couldn't afford to snap on the spot. Think I'm a barker? I'm talking about going to buy me a box. Li Mingzhi smiled. Open the hand of information. I still have work to do to busy it. Just go to work and go out to call people saw instead of saying that we have no rules in the security section. And to buy cigarettes also have to spend money. I have this cigarette you first smoke, and do not want a money. You do not want to be polite with me Section of the people began to sneer up. The sound of exchanging ears into the ear. Huang Feng hard to hold a breath in the heart. Hate to Li Mingzhi to eat alive. But looking at the table half a box of red double happiness, Huang Feng, although reluctant, but still directly into the pocket. Li Mingzhi sneered. This is all Huang Feng has left. Today at noon Huang Feng did not clamor to let Li Mingzhi treat dinner. Not yet to the restaurant left the section early. Li Mingzhi greatly stretched out, back leaning against the seat, leisurely drinking tea. Chiefly has been enjoying a good time lately, and has earned a lot of money, right? Wang Feng from the next table joked about Li Mingzhi, and Xiaolu followed along, that's for sure. It's all over the factory. The new company must be making a lot of money. Li Mingzhi laughed softly. The money earned does not go into my pants pocket, but not all subsidized to the factory. Wang Feng rested her cheek with one hand and looked at Li Mingzhi with interest. That more or less can still earn a little. I heard that Xin Meng from the workshop gave you a secretary. That girl which will office Li Mingzhi didn't raise his eyes and continued to look at the information. She's doing quite well, mainly because she's smart. Wang Feng skimmed up her mouth. Like me who always do office or not dare to say can be a secretary. She can be a secretary of what? Is not relying on a beautiful face? Li is not fair Should give more opportunities to the capable people Li Mingzhi raised his eyes at this time to look at Wang Feng, 35 years old. The corners of the eyes already have some wrinkles. Often do not do maintenance, does not dress up. She looks with the actual age does not match, but also because of the non-exercise does not control the diet, resulting in the figure of some deformity. Counting to the security section also has 2 years, usually do odd jobs, organizing information, but also is considered to make the offices quite neat and tidy. Calling Li Myungchul brother despite being a bit older than him made him very uncomfortable. What's the matter? Sister Fong wants to get a position in the company? Li Mingzhi intentionally joked, which was exactly what Wang Fong wanted, and immediately came to the spirit. Then if I go there, I will definitely be better than that girl Shen Meng. Li Mingzhi laughed lightly. The company is still short of a lot of female workers. A while ago in order to catch up with the goods, temporarily hired a batch of male workers. Rough hands and feet, really not as careful as Sister Fong. Interested in the evening can go to work, according to the hours of pay. How about it? Wang Feng's smile disappeared and rolled up her eyes. I'm an office worker. What kind of female laborer am I? At least I have to continue to work as an office. Li Niangchul laughed again. The office isn't short of people right now, and Shen Meng is doing a good job, so there's no reason for me to kick someone out, right? Wang Feng was a bit unconvinced. She thought that there was no place worse than Shen Meng. At least we are also a section. We should take care of our own people first. This pretty girl is not an oil lamp. Section chiefly is better to be careful. Even though it's a woman and Li Niangchul can't be bothered to make much of a mockery, she's worthy of comparing herself to Shen Meng? This made Li Niangchul find it funny. I remembered. Thanks for the reminder. A sentence said Wang Feng heart is not painful up. Feel uninterested no longer open to answer. Busy with their own hand. Xiao Lu sitting next to him couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. If he had chosen, of course he would have chosen Shen Meng as well. Smart or not smart not to mention. At least look comfortable. Nothing to chat and talk. If replaced by Wang Feng, I guess there is nothing to say. In the afternoon, Li Mingzhi got off work early and went to pick up Kiki from school. Zhenghong kindergarten door. Parked a few Santana. 2 or 3 men in shirts and pants stood on the side of the car smoking cigarettes, have flaunted their hands holding the big brother. Li Niangchul was sitting in front of the kiosk not far away, drinking a soda and eating a popsicle, which was more painful than them. Really envious. Can drive a car to pick up the child. Our rich people The owner of the kiosk could not help but feel his heart sinking. His own kiosk had been open for almost a lifetime, but he was only concerned about food and drink, but others easily drove a car. People were more angry than people. Li Niangchul looked at the few people standing in the sun in the distance, looked them up and down, and had guessed everything from their dress to their jewelry to their facial expressions. The boss couldn't help but be curious as he looked at Li Ningzhi. Although there aren't many ordinary families that can send their children to the Zhenghong kindergarten, this Li Ningzhi didn't look like someone with status, at least compared to the ones in front of him. He was a bit ordinary. Are you a daughter or a son? The boss made small talk with Li Niangchul. Li Ningzhi answered, daughter. The boss laughed. A daughter is good and sweet, but this will become someone else's family once she marries in the future. Li Niangchul laughed lightly. You can join the family, so what are you afraid of? A member of the family? The boss was shocked in his heart. Could it be that this person was still a super rich man? The man who goes into the family is not capable, and his daughter will suffer with him. Li Mingzhi licked the finished ice cream stick and drank a large mouthful of soda. This selection of men, to be vision and insight, as the saying goes, eaten and seen not to be cheated, so that you can use the right vision to pick men. Li Mingzhi roughly calculated, when Kiki adult to the time to fall in love and get married. This world should also appear a kind of creature called the Sea King. If he early to take Kiki to see the big world, then the Sea King those sets is nothing. After taking the last sip of soda, the dismissal bell rang, the kindergarten doors slowly opened, and parents began to enter the kindergarten in an orderly fashion. Li Niangchul let out a breath, stood up and wiggled his neck as he too walked towards the kindergarten. Seeing Li Niangchul coming, the security guard broke out to warmly greet him. Mr. Li is here. Li Niangchul nodded and went straight around him. The security guard froze for a moment, then glanced at his mouth. What the hell? Yuck, Dad. When Chi-Chi saw Li Mingzhi, she couldn't even care about playing on the slide and hurriedly ran over to pounce into Li Mingzhi's arms. Daddy came to pick me up today. Li Mingzhi directly picked up Chi-Chi and kissed her little face first. Yes, today Daddy is coming to pick you up, and Mommy is stewing pork ribs for dinner at home. Okay, I also want meat buns, which Mom hasn't been buying lately. Li Niangchul froze. Why didn't Mom buy it? Kiki rubbed her little tummy. Because I've gained weight and my doctor's aunt said to eat more greens. Chapter 151, 255. Li Mingzhi helplessly laughed. It is estimated that the nutritional imbalance. This section of the family has money. Meat and vegetables have not been broken. This close look at Chi-Chi's little stomach is really bulging like a small leather ball. The small face is also a lot of round. The body touched are soft. However, Fu Yao and Li Mingzhi were not fat people, and Kiki's future figure could at least be guaranteed. Kiki's dad is here. A short-haired girl walked over quickly and pinched Kiki's little face. Daddy's picking up today, so Kiki's happy. Kiki nodded her head vigorously and introduced the girl in front of Li Mingzhi. This is our homeroom teacher, Ms. Hua, who always gives me cupcakes to eat. Li Mingzhi looked at the girl in front of him with a small checkered face and a pair of round eyes that were very cute. Ms. Hua, thank you for taking care of Chi-Chi. Teacher Gua smiled and kept rubbing Chi-Chi's little hand, loving her to bits. It should be. Parents put their children here. That's a trust in us, and Chi-Chi is very good and obedient. Didn't give the teacher any trouble at all. Oh, didn't Kiki's mom come today? Ms. Gua opened her mouth in casual conversation. Li Mingzhi laughed. Well, I came to pick her up early from work today. and the child's mom is cooking at home. Mr. Guai nodded and suddenly remembered something. It's like this. The park organizes teachers to do home visits to students' homes, and would like to find a few families to be the test points, hoping that parents can give kindergarten suggestions, and also let teachers have a general understanding of the children's home environment, to facilitate future contact and communication. I wonder if it's convenient for Mr. Lee's side? Go to my house. Did not wait for Lee Mingzhi to open his mouth. A middle-aged man jumped ahead of him. He held a fat kid and walked to Lee Mingzhi. First sized up Lee Mingzhi, then smiled at teacher Gua. I can arrange for a driver to drive to pick up the teacher. It is more convenient to go to my house. When the time comes, let the child's mother prepare a few more dishes, and it is not a problem to go to a few more teachers. My house is big. Teacher Guo looked at the middle-aged man, not feeling a little embarrassed. It's Han's father. If it's convenient for you, of course, but we teachers do home visits with the focus on the child, and want to make a true understanding of the home environment. Meals and such are not necessary. Han's father glanced at Lee Mingzhi, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. You don't need to go to a small place. You can't learn anything. There's not even an air conditioner. Lee Nyungchul raised his eyebrows in displeasure. Where did this 250% come from? The little fat boy in his arms has long been asleep, so why don't you hurry up and carry him home and have the time to show off here? Chi-Chi hugged Lee Mingzhi's neck tightly at this time and spoke quietly in his ear. Hanin's family is so rich, often taking snacks from abroad and sharing them with us, but he doesn't give them to me. Got money? Those were the words Lee Nyungchul heard. He then laughed lightly and patted Kiki to reassure her. Han's father right, since we are going to have a home visit, why don't we just go together? I'm also curious about how big your house is. What do you think, Mr. Gua? Mr. Guo was a bit stunned, not feeling embarrassed. This, Han's father gave a blank look instead. Teacher's home visit. What are you following to make a fuss? Lee Mingzhi laughed. Home visit is not to meet the parents. Chatting, talking about the situation. Our two families in a piece of home visits. Mr. Guo does not have to run back and forth. Do not give people trouble. Mr. Gui, you think my suggestion is okay? Teacher Guo smiled awkwardly once again. This, if it's convenient at Han's dad's house. Han's father saw the situation. Can only agree, somehow to entertain strangers, or such a deadbeat strangers. To put it bluntly, is not trying to mix meals to climb the relationship? After Han's father left, Teacher Guo looked at Lee Mingzhi in a difficult situation. Actually, it doesn't have to be like this. It was originally scheduled to go to Chi-Chi's house this time. Lee Mingzhi smiled. He did not want the teacher to go to the home to do home visits. After all, now the family is still a little bit unlike, but also can see that Mr. Hui is not that snobbish person, or else in the beginning the choice should be Han such a family. It's okay, where to go is not to go. The important thing is to help the kindergarten to complete the task, for the national education cause to make a contribution to the that trouble Mr. Hua. We go first. Good. The security guard stood on the side and watched half a day of hilarity, unconsciously laughed, and thought it was some kind of great character, not all to climb the relationship, and that's all. Daddy, why are we going to Hannah's house? I don't want to go. Kiki wrapped her arms around Lee Nyungchul's neck and rose her small mouth. Lee Nyungchul patted her head. Do you want to eat foreign snacks? Kiki froze, hesitated, and finally nodded. Well, how would you like to have an endless supply of foreign snacks in the future? Kiki's eyes snapped up. Think. Lee Mingzhi nodded his head and raised a smile. Then Dad promises that after we go to Han's house this time, from now on, whatever Han has, you have, and whatever Han doesn't have, you have, okay? Really? Kiki perked up, but quickly pulled a face. It's okay if you don't eat it. Mommy's fried steamed bun slices are much better than that snack. Mom's fried slices of steamed bread are naturally delicious, but we should also try things we haven't eaten before so that we can know whether that thing is good or not, and whether it suits our tastes or not, right? Kiki seemed to understand and nodded. Li Mingqiu exhaled and called a car to leave the kindergarten with Kiki. Back home, Fu Yao is holding a rag and wiping the newly installed phone. Her heart is full of joy, just installed also deliberately to pay the old man to the phone, so that the old man in the future have something to call this phone can. No longer need to go out to call. Seeing this, Li Nyungchul was filled with a helpless smile. Don't rub it, it'll get into the water later. Fu Yao was instantly embarrassed and shyly put away the rag. It's just stained with a bit of dust. I'll wipe it off. Quickly wash your hands and eat. Having just brought the food to the table, Kiki plopped down in front of it and sniffed for a while before reluctantly going to wash her hands. Li Mingzhi looked at Fu Yao. Yao. Tomorrow the teacher's home visit. Let's go to Han's house to do a home visit. Fu Yao froze. Han's house? Li Mingzhi nodded his head. Aha. I originally wanted to come to our house, but that 255 insisted on robbing it, so why don't we just go together? Fu Yao worried. Han Han she knows. The first time she met Han Han the kid said Fu Yao was pretty and gave her a piece of candy. Fu Yao knew it wasn't cheap when she looked at all the foreign characters written on it. She gave it back to Han Han. Later, I heard Kiki say that Han Han was generous and often took snacks to distribute to the children, but only never gave them to Kiki. So I knew that Han Han probably looked down on Kiki. It's also Fu Yao's fault for always letting Kiki wear old clothes. So people think Kiki's family is poor and it's normal for them to look down on her. But what are we going to do when the teacher makes a home visit? Li Myung-chul ate a large chunk of ribs and chewed slowly. Go get revenge. Ha! Fu Yao's eyes widened and she became even more worried. Revenge? Revenge for what? Don't mess around. Isn't it just a matter of a little snack? Not so much. Seeing Fu Yao's seriousness, Li Mingjie couldn't help but smile. You misunderstood me. Fu Yao frowned. Chapter 152, Guests. Li Myung-chul swallowed the meat in his mouth and exhaled. Isn't it just a little snack? Doesn't he love to show off? Then I'll make him bring it all out for me, and help the kindergarten with a wave of welfare in the meantime. A win-win situation. Fu Yao couldn't understand what Li Mingjie meant, but literally, it didn't sound like good words. What are you going to do? Li Myung-chul bought a hint first. Anyway, I'm sure I won't steal or rob him, so that he can voluntarily take it out, and do so in a happy manner. Fu Yao pursed up her lips, not quite believing in Li Mingjie's words. Can people be that stupid to take out such expensive snacks and give them away for free? Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't do such a thing. Then you're not allowed to make a scene. You have to deal with it calmly. And if people don't want to, don't force them. We're not that bad at snacking. For foreign snacks, Fu Yao naturally not rare. Their fried steamed buns and shrimp chips are from small snacks to big snacks. For foreign things just because they have not seen so rare and curious. It's a shame it's not for sale here. Condemning your own daughter to watch others eat it and gag on it herself. Li Mingjie nodded his head vigorously and hurriedly gave Fu Yao a piece of ribs. You're still not assured that I'm doing my job. Eat, go to bed early today, and go to Hanin's house as a guest tomorrow. Fu Yao sighed lightly. This Li Mingjie, when did he learn to be so serious? In the morning, Fu Yao stood in front of the mirror and dressed herself, wearing the flowery skirt that she had bought earlier but had never been able to wear. Her upper body was simply paired with a white shirt and her hair was half pulled up on one shoulder. Her hair was half pulled back and rested on one shoulder. She exuded the flavor of a mature wife. The first time she went to Kiki's classmate's house as a guest, although this was not a formal guest, but in front of people, Fu Yao did not want to be rude. Even if it was for the sake of Kiki, she should still do something. After all, this is no longer the era when plain is beautiful. In this regard, she envies Shen Meng the most. Li Mingjie looked Fu Yao up and down. It was the first time he saw her dress herself so formally, even took out her high heels. Fu Yao's body is really no words. Perfect proportion. Legs long and straight, small upper body, narrow shoulders and waist, only because of giving birth to a child. Small belly slightly bulging with inconspicuous flab. Wife, if you don't say it, you really can't tell that you're a mom. Li Mingjie flattered, with a bad smile on his face. He deliberately walked behind Fu Yao and placed his chin on Fu Yao's shoulder. An inconspicuous blush surfaced on Fu Yao's face. Touching her stomach, she sighed lightly. You're the only one who can make me happy. After giving birth to a child, I can't even wear my old clothes anymore. Li Myung-chul looked at his face in the mirror and pouted. Compared to you, I even look like your godfather. Go! Fu Yao glared at him in shame and anger. Li Mingjie hurriedly encircled her waist. Is there anyone prettier than my Yao Yao in this world? Look at this face. Look at this body. Just when you stand on the street, there are people who believe it when you say that you're a star. Gosh, did I save the galaxy in my last life? I can marry you as my wife in this life. Ha ha. Li Mingjie coaxed Fu Yao into giggling all the time. Alright, I myself I don't know you hurry up and go wash your face. I'm going to call Chi-Chi to get up. Li Mingjie couldn't get enough of it and wanted to be in intimacy with Fu Yao, but Fu Yao pushed him into the toilet. Li Mingjie laughed helplessly. Fu Yao specially put on a new flower skirt for Chi-Chi, and also tied a cute pigtail and put on a pink butterfly hairpin. Two people are new clothes and new shoes. Only Li Mingjie is still wearing the shirt that hasn't been washed for 2 days, and only wiped the leather shoes that are stained with dust. The family of 3 went out the door. In order not to avoid rudeness, they went to the National Trade Center to buy some gifts. It is not good to go empty-handed. Arrived at the countryside in the suburbs according to the agreed time, only to find that the village over here is almost all built with 3-story villas, with courtyards that look like small gardens and everything. Fu Yao had never seen such a scene before and was a bit surprised. They built this mansion really well. It looks like they have money. Li Mingjie disdained. At best, they will be in residence for 10 years, and the state does not allow rural residence bases to be built like this. Fu Yao nodded her head seemingly understanding, but looking at the house and yard was still very envious. Kiki. Teacher Guo saw Chi-Chi's family of 3 from afar and hurriedly jogged over. I was worried that you guys would be early. but I didn't think the time was just right. Han Han Dad's car drove till Lee Mingjer stopped in front of him. He opened the door to get off. Looking at Lee Mingjer family of three, some surprise. Did not expect this dress. To not like an ordinary family. Especially Fu Yao, that body of clothes and shoes on the feet. At first glance is the country trade of the new models. The price is not cheap. The point was that it was simply perfect on Fu Yao's body. She looked like a star on that poster. This is Kiki's mom, isn't it? Fu Yao froze, a little embarrassed. She hurriedly took Lee Mingjer's arm and smiled in a friendly manner. Han Han Dad. Hello, said Hanin Dad, about to shake Fu Yao's hand. Lee Mingjer directly pulled him back. Hello Hanin Dad. Thank you for inviting us as your guest. Han Han's father froze, impatiently shook off Lee Myung-chul's hand, and said, I really don't know what kind of luck it is to marry such a beautiful wife. Mr. Guo, please come in, and Kiki's mom too. Only after entering the door did he realize that there was something inside. Even Chi-Chi stared wide-eyed. This house decoration was considered luxurious in their eyes, but in Lee Mingjer's eyes it was just rustic and tasteless. Fu Yao and Teacher Guo couldn't help but look at each other with complex expressions on their faces. Lee Myung-chul, on the other hand, walked right in and strolled around inside like he was going to his own home. Han Han's father looked even more dumbfounded, but turning to see Fu Yao, he hurriedly revealed a smiling face. Teacher Guo, Chi-Chi's mom, feel free to sit down. Han Han the brat hasn't gotten up yet. He'll be right down. Okay, thanks. Lee Myung-chul stood in the house, casually looked. Face placed on the antique vase he only gently lifted to know is a fake. The weight is completely wrong. The screen placed in the hall to the naked eye look at the picture quality like a mosaic. Workmanship is slightly rough. Needless to say it is also a fake. And then raised his head. The chandelier that seems to be like crystal. The color of the color light chromaticity is obviously glass. If this family has the only thing of value, it is probably that on the dining table, that a piece of gray and white marble. This stuff is not good right now. Roughly swept a circle. Lee Mingjer, on the strength of this family, has understood 7 or 8. A room of fake goods still dare to invite the teacher to home visits. Vanity is extremely heavy. Is Han Han's dad in the export trade? Lee Mingjer opened his mouth to inquire. He knew that this person was by no means in the import and export business. With his strength at best, he was opening a food factory and holding up his end. But at the moment, he's going to hold him. When Han Han's father heard this, he immediately raised his condescending head. Pretty much, just a small business. Lee Mingjer laughed and pointed at the screen behind him. Small business? This thing is very expensive now. Right, less tens of thousands of dollars apiece. This 4-panel screen of yours is more than $100,000. When Han Han's dad heard this, he got energized and hurriedly stood up and walked over to the screen. What? Kiki's dad knows about antiques? This is a good one. Chapter 153, a highly qualified person. Lee Mingjer touched his chin. The screen carefully measured, kept nodding his head, slightly understand. This screen colorful, clear carving, with the Burin enamel process carving, can keep the color on the surface of 100 years, does not fade. In the sunlight can also show a slightly transparent. This is the Qing dynasty process. Hannah's dad gave a satisfied smile and nodded his head. I just bought it as a backdrop. Lee Mingjer continued to speak. You are looking at the content of this screen, respectively, is the phoenix, cranes, mandarin ducks and warblers, mountains, rivers and streams. Coherent into a complete picture can be different meanings. The phoenix represents the power. The crane represents the chance. Mandarin ducks on behalf of the family. Warblers on behalf of the offspring of the children. TSK. Han Han dad. Do not see that you still believe in feng shui. Han Han's father was obviously a bit confused by Lee Mingjer's interpretation of the screen, but he could also hear that Lee Mingjer was indeed a connoisseur. Almost exactly the same as the person who had sold him the screen. It's not bad. Lee Mingjer raised the corners of his mouth, suddenly changed the tone of voice. But I know that the Qing dynasty inlaid enamel screen is not much, but there is a rosewood 5-panel screen. The content is similar to this 4-panel screen with you. You do not say. It is really, the more you look at it, the more like it. Lee Mingjer pretended to be pondering. Han Han dad immediately weakens up. Embarrassed smile. Oh, things have the same right. Are a production line out of the things that are not guaranteed to be mass-produced. Chanting. The content of the natural big difference. Ha ha. Lee Mingjer laughed. Han Han dad really know how to joke. Antique this thing where there is mass production, or I'll take a closer look. Don't be fooled, said Lee Mingjer as he prepared to lie down on the screen to look at the details. Han Han's father hurriedly pulled him to one side and spoke awkwardly. There won't be a problem. This is a friend of mine who came back from an overseas auction. Come on, Kiki's father, come and sit over here. Let's have some tea. The finest rainy day fine hair tip. Being torn apart in person is no fun at all. Han Han's father did not expect Lee Mingjer would be a master. But look at his appearance. Where is the person who understands antiques? He knew in his heart that this piece was a fake bought for $300, and at first glance it did look like the real thing, and also bluffed a lot of people with it for a few years, and only Lee Mingjer said in the most detailed way, and of course Han dad couldn't possibly let him look at it again. I can't tell. Kiki's dad knows feng shui and also antiques. Lee Mingjer smiled, picking up the teacup on the table. A little bit of understanding. Speaking of feng shui, I do see the point that this yard is a little out of place. But, Lee Mingjer sold out. Hanin's father froze, and hurriedly pushed the fruits placed in front of him toward Lee Mingjer's hand. But what? Is it not where it is not good? Ah. Lee Mingjer shook his head, then laughed. Nothing. It's all feudal superstition. Nothing to believe in. This time, Hannah's father's appetite was fully caught. Fu Yao and teacher Gua, who were sitting on the side, both cast puzzled looks at Lee Myung-chul, not knowing what he wanted at all. Honey, is the kindergarten teacher here? Without waiting for Han's dad to follow up, Han's mom walked down the stairs holding Han. As soon as Han's mom saw Lee Mingjer's family, she immediately rolled her eyes, and was even more hostile towards Yao, Kiki's mom. Ah, you guys are really here. I thought you wouldn't come. Fu Yao was a bit embarrassed. She had met Han's mom, because Han once hugged Fu Yao and called her pretty auntie. Han's mom was a bit resistant to Fu Yao in her heart, and never looked at Fu Yao squarely. Hannah's mom, excuse me. Han immediately trotted down from upstairs when she saw Fu Yao. It's pretty auntie. Are you coming to my house to play? Little fat boy exposed half belly, mouth snacks eaten on the residue has not had time to wipe clean. Chubby smiling face raised up to look at Fu Yao was full of love. Fu Yao laughed and helped Han pull her clothes down. Who knew that this child was so fat that the clothes couldn't cover it at all? Helpless, yes. Bright, you come back. Can't recognize which one is your mom, right? Han's mom immediately roared out in anger, startling both Han and Chi. The next second he tugged Han's ear and pulled him to the side. I'm your mom. What's the point of going in front of people when you have nothing to do? Brat. Mommy, it hurts. Kiki was scared and hid into Fu Yao's arms. This fierce woman. She didn't like it. Han's father felt a bit humiliated and hurriedly pushed his wife aside to protect his son. What are you doing taking it out on the kid for nothing? Don't even look at what the occasion is. Go and cook. Shame on you. Hannah's mom clenched her back teeth and glared angrily at Hannah's dad. Hannah's dad, on the other hand, glared back so violently that Hannah's mom could only turn around and go into the kitchen. I'll go help too. Fu Yao stood up, felt inappropriate, then wanted to go into the kitchen to help, but was stopped by Han's father. No, let the child's mom get it on the line. You stay here with the child. Chi father, let's go out to smoke a cigarette. Han's dad suddenly invited him, and Lee Ming-chul was unimpressed. Sure. In the yard, Hannah's dad whispered again. What does Kiki's dad do? Lee Myung-chul spoke softly. Me, run a clothing company. Han's father suddenly realized that he was running a company. No wonder he knew so much. Also, those who can send their children to Zhenghong kindergarten have unusual family backgrounds. Earlier, my wife came back and said that Kiki's family was poor, but now I see that they are deep in their pockets. I'm in the food business, have a little processing plant of my own, except for a couple counties around here, and I'm getting ready to go to the city soon. Lee Mingjer nodded. Oh, going to the municipal level for marketing? Lee Mingjer suddenly frowned, revealing an expression of something big and bad. Han's father caught the point and hurriedly spoke. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lee Mingjer sighed deeply. No, it's just a flash of light. I found you this road is very difficult to go. The nobleman has not yet appeared. I'm afraid that you have a lot of difficulties in this trip, and there is a possibility that you will lose all your money. Han dad was shocked in his heart. Press quickly regained his composure, and looked at Lee Mingjer skeptically. Kiki dad is making a fool of himself. I'm all about arranging the line. A steady business. Lee Mingjer sneered. Believe it or not, I'm just saying it. Hanin dad doesn't need to be worried. Look at Lee Mingjer's expression. Han's father originally did not believe, but also think that Lee Mingjer seems to be a bit of real skill, and if not really see something, not so cursed him. Is he trying to cheat money? Not? Don't. What exactly do you mean? Words do not say clearly how anxious. Seeing Lee Mingjer's hesitant face, the cigarette was finished. Han's father hurriedly took that cigarette butt and threw it away, and pulled out a new one to hand it over. Lee Myung-chul sighed again. This matter is good, and it's good for your development, but the timing is still a bit short, causing you to be unable to negotiate this business for a long time. One sentence hit the heart of Han's father. Right, it's obviously a done deal, but the other party doesn't know why they're late in signing the order, so I'm worried. Kiki's dad is really right. Chapter 154, 8 Lifetimes of Bad Luck. Lee Mingjer smiled. That's because the time has not yet come. There is still an opportunity. That is, there is still a nobleman. Once the nobleman returns to the position, This business can naturally be negotiated. Hannah's father was thoughtful. But when will the nobleman arrive? Lee Myung-chul looked at him and then raised the corners of his mouth. Far away, but close at hand. Han Han's father froze. Could it be that Lee Myung-chul was talking about himself? But one is in the food business and the other is in the clothing business. What kind of crossover can there be? Lee Mingjer exhaled a breath and pulled Hanin dad to one side to sit down and chat slowly. The reason why the other party is slow to sign the order. One is because the distance is far away. Cannot guarantee the safety of the goods. And the second is also because the distance is far away. Once there is a problem that cannot be solved in time. After all, do food and do other things are not the same. Han Han's father nodded his head, feeling that what Lee Mingjer said was very reasonable. Lee Mingjer continued to speak. Since it is a long-distance transportation, natural and man-made disasters cannot be avoided. Once the loss to bear all of their own, but also to increase the cost of transportation. The loss is not worth it. It is better to first occupy the surrounding market below the county level. I believe that I am not out of 2 months. The time naturally comes. Han Han's father was half convinced. It had been half a year without solving his predicament. He really didn't believe it could be solved in 2 months. Kiki's father wouldn't be lying to me. Would he? Lee Myung-chul exhaled and sat up straight, calmly smoking a cigarette. Then why don't you give your handler a call right now and ask him when he can sign the contract, and you'll see if he'll tell you that the order can't be signed. Han Han dad squinted at Lee Myung-chul, somewhat not quite believing his words. How could he bite the bullet and say that the other party would cancel the cooperation? Hesitantly Han Han dad went back to the house. Lee Mingjer raised the corners of his mouth. If it was not for the fact that he had investigated the market in advance and knew the current shortfall, Lee Mingjer's set of pretenses was not really good. Kiki dad, you are too accurate. I just called the phone people directly back order. Said not to cooperate with me? This how to do the second half of my life depends on this order now cannot talk about what I do Han Han's father rushed straight out of the house in a hurry, almost kneeling at the feet of Lee Mingjer. Lee Mingjer then sighed loudly. So I said, the time has not yet come. Then what should I do now? Is there any way to break the robbery Spend as much money as you want. Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but laugh. Was this really treating him like a fortune teller? Even the broken robbery knows that this Han Han dad is really anxious at this moment. Seeing that the time has come, Lee Mingjer patted Hanin's father's shoulder. Everyone is doing business, I understand, but business vision should be very good. Selected with what people to cooperate with. In what mode? This is very important. Han Han's father looked at Lee Mingjer and still seemed to understand. Lee Myung-chul exhaled. I'm just a guest today. I didn't expect to say so much to you, so you don't have to take my words to heart. When Han Han's father heard this, he was a bit anxious. How can you not take it to heart Kiki's father, you put the words or make it clear. Otherwise I really don't know what to do here. Lee Mingjer sighed out again. In fact, my approach may not be 100% feasible and effective, but if Hanin dad trusts me, come to my company on Monday for an interview. Here it says that feng shui is not good, easy to leak money. Seeing Lee Mingjer again playing the mystery, Han Han father almost did not cry, but things to this point he did not have any way to solve. But he cannot completely trust Lee Mingjer. This Lee Mingjer in the end, what role? Just need to go to the market to ask around. He will be able to know 1 or 2. There's no rush. Wait until Monday. Returning to the dinner table again. Han Han dad is a big offering, but also cannot help but drink 2 or 2 with Lee Mingjer. Kiki's dad, eat quickly, don't be polite. Kiki's mom also eat. The child's mom, can't you go to the market to buy 2 pork heads again? This dish is not wine Han Han father, drink is not yet finished. The table full of food is still not enough. Han Han mom rolled her eyes and stared at him. No good mouth, this point where I go to buy food. When I walk to the market people are off work. I do not go. You. Han Han's father was also speechless to her. Turned his head to Lee Mingjer and complained. This wife, marrying her I am also in 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Just know how to eat and drink at home, but also raise the child so fat. When it comes to the body checkup the doctors still have to quarrel with me. To have her is not useful at all, just know how to spend money. Han Han mom froze, reached out and grabbed Han Han dad's ear. Married to you I still to 8 lifetimes of bad luck. It money did not earn back a few, but also dare to say that I spend money. You do not want to face you. Han Han's father has long been accustomed to this kind of domestic violence. No resistance at all, you see. I'm unlucky. Right, in front of the guests. You have to point to the face of the like a shrew. You look at the other people, Chi-Chi's mother. In the look at the teacher Gua, which is a woman, you know? At this time, Mr. Gua and Fuya looked at each other again, feeling even more embarrassed, wanting to speak but not wanting to make peace. Lee Mingjer picked up his wine glass and looked at Han Han's father. Han Han's father. This harmonious family relationship is also one of the feng shui. Hannah's dad smiled. Yes, you're right. Come on, drink. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Mingjie got to the point. I heard Chi-Chi say before that Han Han is very generous, and once I saw Han Han's father today, I realized that Han Han is really genetic, and will be able to do business in the future and become a character. Han Han's father laughed happily and put his arm around that little fat head beside him. This child doesn't know anything except that he loves to eat. How can there be a Kiki who is obedient, understanding and smart? Go, take the snacks out of your house and eat them with your sister, and take your sister to play with the toys. Hannah's mom was just about to stop it, but she got a glare back from Hannah's dad, so Hannah could only lead Kiki to the living room and carry the snack box down upstairs herself. Angry Hannah's mom's mouth was crooked. No, if Kiki likes it, I'll just buy it for her. What's the point of eating yours? Li Mingjie pretended to be polite. Han Han's father waved his hand. This stuff is not worth much. I have channels. It's cheap. As long as the girl wants to eat it, I'll send it to you in the future. Don't pay a penny. You're crazy. Han Han mom can no longer hold back. This snackware is very cheap. Simply expensive death. They cannot afford to eat her tight son to eat. This fool even want to give people for nothing, but also long-term supply. Crazy. Han Han's father rolled his eyes again. What do you old know? This is an ordinary person. This is a high-level person who can change our family's destiny. If you don't know, just shut up. And if you ruin my big event, I'll beat you to death. Han Han's mom disdained and mocked. What high person I see is just rubbing the rice to come. Other people fooled 2 sentences. Just you a little cute. Believe. You shut up. Han Han's father was warm with anger, his eyes glaring dead at Han Han's mother, who pursed up her lips and twisted back into the house. At least for the moment the boy's father was genuinely angry. Old ladies don't know any better, so don't you guys mind? Li Mingjie shook his head and didn't feel embarrassed by the situation. Maybe the couple was just acting? It's okay, she's also straight talking. Chapter 155, a little bit of stock. Han Han dad exhaled a breath, once again replaced with a smiling face. At this moment he cannot help but compensate for the smile. Today Achat has felt that Li Mingjie talk is not simple. Before he did not determine the other side in the end what character, the face that should be done or to do enough. Your own wife's, but just buy a lipstick to coax it. But if you offend Li Mingjie, you can't get 100 lipsticks back. In the afternoon, the teacher made inquiries about the situation of the 2 families respectively, which know that the original Li Mingjie family is also a company. But people are more low profile, not like Han Han's family this kind of publicity. But listening to Li's knowledge of the education industry and its future development, those insights and ideas don't seem to belong to his way of thinking. Li Mingjie was more mature and his pattern was more open. But such a person was still superstitious? This made her put a big question mark on Li Mingjie. On the carpet in the living room, 2 children sat facing each other, snacks and toys in the empty space between them. Hannah shoved a marshmallow into Kiki's mouth. Is it good? It's made in a place called America. Kiki licked her lips and kept showing a smile. Yummy, like a sugar packet. Hannah looked at Kiki confused. What's a sugar packet? Kiki laughed. My mom wrapped sugar buns with white sugar inside and an egg-live noodle parcel on the outside. And the bites were just like these. Han Han drooled directly at the sound of it and shoved all the buckets of snacks in her hand to Kiki. I'll give you all of this. Will you give me a sugar packet? Kiki laughed and pushed the snack back to Hannah again. I don't want your snack. I'll bring you one next time mommy packs a candy bag. Then I'll share all my snacks with you from now on. And you'll have to keep bringing me candy bags. Okay. Yeah. Then pull the hook. Hook, line and sinker for 100 years. A deep friendship between 2 children is built over a sugar packet. Li Mingjie couldn't help but feel that if adult friendships were as innocent as children's, the world would probably be a little more peaceful. Mingjie, do you really know feng shui? Fu Yao leaned towards Li Mingjie's side and asked in a low voice. Li Mingjie smiled helplessly. You don't know how much your husband weighs. He just made it up. You. Fu Yao rounded her eyes, full of surprise. Then what if you're found out? Li Mingjie shook his head. Don't worry, it won't be discovered. I said we're still here to take revenge today. Look, didn't he cheerfully bring me all the snacks? Your husband is awesome. Be happy. Fu Yao pouted, still looking at Li Mingjie with a worried expression, wondering what he was up to. What revenge? Mr. was suddenly came close to his ear, startling the 2. Li Mingjie spoke unhappily. Teacher Guo loves to listen to people whispering? Fu Yao hurriedly touched Li Mingjie with her arm and smiled embarrassedly. He didn't mean that. Don't mind it, Mr. Guo. We didn't say revenge. You misheard. Mr. Wei was also a little embarrassed. Embarrassed smile. So but I did not expect Chi-Ji father know so much. The way of doing business, the way of education, the way of feng shui, all know a little. Awesome. I do not know what your education. Li Mingjie knew that she would ask this question, and had a response. As the saying goes, read 10,000 books. These things are of course the books seem to be. Nowadays it is a society where everyone can learn, and who doesn't have 20 or 30 books at home? Oh, Learned from reading books. That's awesome. I wonder what Kiki's dad likes to read at home. Lee Myung-chul squinted at her. Is this woman trying to reveal her shortcomings or is she testing? What's wrong with her? The 100 schools of thought, the 24 histories, the dream of the week, the I Ching, marketing. I'm serious. Mr. Wood did not scratch his head. Did not think that Lee Ming's brain is still a bit of inventory. You said the first few books I know. This marketing. I am serious. What is this book? I'm out of touch. Lee Myung-chul skinned a grin. That is, doing marketing? I'm very serious. A businessman wrote a book. You do not do business, naturally have not read it. Oh, that's so. Then what is it about? Teacher Gua still didn't give up on testing Lee Ming-jer. He always felt that Lee Ming-jer was hiding his ability, but he couldn't tell the reason why he was faking. Lee Ming-jer's eyes rolled around. It's about the story of a businessman who started from nothing. Marketing is about operations and sales. How to go about operations, and how to go about sales, and then how to unite the two to achieve better results. That's probably what it means. MS. Gua drifted off, knowing full well that he was making it up, but she couldn't tell. But the fact that Lee Myung-chul had wrapped himself in such mystery couldn't help but make her curiosity a few more points stronger. It's said that smart women are the hardest to deal with. Unfortunately, when it comes to Lee Myung-chul, this trick doesn't work well. After dinner, they left Han Han's home. Han Han's father deliberately gave Kiki loaded a large pocket of snacks for him to take away. Lee Ming-jer do not want the other side is still non-plugged over. Can only take it helplessly. Mr. Hua, on the other hand, went to the station with Mr. and Mrs. Lee Ming-jer. Han Han's mother sent Han Han back to her room, cleaned up the messy living room. The heart suddenly unconvinced. This Chi-Chi family I heard about. His father is a factory security guard only. Trust relations through the back door to get into the positive red. If it is not before that teacher Sheung accident, can get his daughter's turn? Hannah's dad sat on the couch smoking a cigarette and didn't say anything. A security guard? He's definitely not a security guard. And if he's really a security guard and still has a company, then that's something even more. I'm talking to you. Han Han's mom violently threw the toy in her hand into Han Han's dad's arms. Today Han Han's dad didn't give her any face at all. Now that the guests are all gone, it's her turn to be powerful, right? Han Han's father glared at her impatiently and threw the toy on the floor. What do you know? This Kiki's father saw at a glance that the screen was a fake. He wandered around for half a day over there, and has long since fell through our house. Do you really think I believe he is a feng shui master? Hannah's mom froze and frowned. Then why are you still being so polite to him? Han Han dad smiled. This person is not simple. I will go to see a few old brothers tomorrow to ask around. If not a character that we do not eat what loss, but if it is really a character, may be able to help me solve the current problem. Han Han's mom was disdainful. What kind of character can he be? Even if he is really a character, it's useless to give birth to a money loser, and he'll have to give it to outsiders in the future. Han Han's father glared at her impatiently. Can you stop rambling here? It's bothering me so much I can't keep still. Go back to making your face. Don't get in the way here. You. Hannah's mom was also tired after a long day and was too lazy to continue arguing with him, so she might as well go up and hug her baby boy. Before the station before sending Mr. Hua to the car, Lee Ming-jer some dizziness so he sat on a chair and rested. Fu Yao painfully brushed over his sweating forehead. What's wrong? Suddenly not feeling well. Sweating so much? Lee Myung-chul shook his head and revealed a tired smile. It's fine. It's 80% that I'm drinking fake alcohol. I'll rest for a while and slow down. Chapter 156, The Strange and the Weird. Fu Yao nodded her head and took out an advertisement page to fan Lee Myung-chul, trying to make him more comfortable. Ming-jer, why did you talk so much to Han Han's dad today? It shouldn't be for snacks, right? Lee Myung-chul leaned back. The iron railing behind him was cold, making him instantly sober. Snacks are secondary. The main focus is to make friends. Right, I have a new project, but I need a group of such businessmen as a shield backing up the bottom before carrying it out. Fu Yao drifted off. She didn't understand business matters. So, did you make it? Lee Myung-chul shook his head. Do you think that person is really that stupid to be fooled by my words? Fu Yao froze. What do you mean? Lee Myung-chul narrowed his eyes. I'm just creating an illusion for him that I'm not an ordinary person, luring him to the market to do research. As long as he investigates, it's the same as getting into my game, and he won't be able to run away from the cooperation afterward. Fu Yao did not understand what Lee Ming-jer meant, but looking at Lee Ming-jer's attitude, this matter should be about 8 or 9 times. She only looked at the exhaustion in Lee Myung-chul's brows. Unusually hard. Myung-chul, it hurts my heart to see you so tired. It's almost enough to earn money. Lee Ming-jer looked at Fu Yao and put one arm over her shoulder, letting her lean in his embrace. Yao Yao, don't mind me. I know in my heart, a man does great things. If he doesn't do great things, it's not called a man. And I also have my vanity and goals. It's not just a matter of money. Fu Yao nodded her head. Once the days were so bitter, being looked down upon everywhere, remembering that she was scolded because of 30 cents. That kind of unwillingness and despair. Fu Yao had a hard time. She doesn't want Li Niangchul to be like her in the future. Today Han Han said he wanted to eat the sugar buns that mom made. Could you fry him another shrimp chip? I feel so sorry for Han Han. Kiki suddenly spoke up, pouting and upset. Li Niangchul paused for a moment. Why do you feel sorry for Han Han? Kiki puffed out her cheeks. He doesn't even know what a sugar packet is and he's never had shrimp chips. How sad for him. Li Ningzhi smiled and took Chi-Chi into his arms as well. Give Dad 2 more years. Our family will change drastically. I said. You will have what others have, and you will have what others don't. This is Dad's promise to you. What's the promise? Kiki twinkled her 2 big eyes and looked up at Li Niangchul. Li Niangchul exhaled and looked up at the starry sky. A promise is a promise that you will do what you promised. That's a kind of faith, and it's also my most sincere confession to you and Mom. Kiki only caught the "I'll do what I promised you" line. Nothing after that. Fu Yao cupped her daughter's small face, chocolate stains still remaining on her lips. You're happy today, aren't you? Chi-Chi smiled. The result was that when she opened her mouth, Li Mingzhi and Fu Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turned out that this girl had just stolen a piece of chocolate, and this time her mouth was full of teeth that were stained black, and she herself was completely unaware of it, and she kept on grinning broadly, which made Fu Yao and Li Mingzhi instantly lose their temper. When did Kiki become a little glutton for punishment? The last bus came slowly. Fu Yao helped Li Mingzhi to get on the bus, looking at the dark streets and empty paths on the road. Li Mingzhi held Fu Yao's hand tightly. Kiki in her arms did not know when she had fallen asleep, but still clutching the half-uneaten chocolate in her hand. A family of 3, at this moment should be the happiest. After sending Kiki and Fu Yao home at night, Li Mingzhi went back to the company. Tomorrow he had to go with Shen Meng to meet with 2 other clients. He needed to organize some relevant information. Today through the mouth of Han Han's father, almost a whole set of business chain inquired about, combined with the current industry gap, proved that Li Mingzhi's judgment is correct. As long as the company's funds quickly back, this second project can be opened, but open before he still need to do a lot of preparation in advance. Suddenly, the door to the office in front of me opened. Holding a flashlight, Ho-Wan froze for a moment when she saw Li Mingzhi, and quickly turned off the flashlight in her hand. Mr. Li, why are you here? Li Mingzhi sized up Ho-Wan and pretended to slow down for a moment. Suddenly I remembered that there are some business things that need to be revised. Why are you here? Ho-Wan stammered in embarrassment. I'm staying here for the next few days. Live here? Li Mingzhi froze. Recently did find this Ho-Wan strange. Always wearing the same clothes. The feelings are pressed never changed clothes. Ho-Wan scratched his head and looked embarrassed. I had a conflict with my roommate. I didn't go back to live recently. I see that the company has no one at night. I live in the finance room. Just now I saw that there was a commotion on this side. I thought it was a thief and came over to take a look. Li Niangchul drifted off, then nodded his head. Fine. You can stay if you want to. I'll still have things to do this time. Go on. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Li. Ho-Wan exited the office and Li Niangchul furrowed his brows. Thought there was a thief? As far as he knew, Ho-Wan's guts weren't very big. Single and living here not to mention. Hearing a commotion and coming over to check the situation with a flashlight, this was clearly not in line with common sense. But what is she going to do? Li Niangchul didn't have the extra heart to understand the thoughts of a small finance. He had to rush out 3 cooperation proposals tonight. Unconsciously he fell asleep on the desk, and when he woke up it was already after 10 o'clock the next day. He stretched a big waist and was rubbing his eyes when Shen Meng suddenly sat on the office sofa with an angry face glaring at Li Niangchul. Awake? Li Niangchul snapped and couldn't help but sit up straight. Why are you here? Shen Meng crossed her arms and clasped her back to her chest. Her 2 eyes seemed to spew out fierce flames as she angrily rebuked Li Mingzhi. You wouldn't have forgotten that you've made an appointment for me to go to Shiguan today, would you? Li Niangchul hurriedly shook his head. No, then how could I forget? Why didn't you wake me up when you came? Shen Meng pouted and wanted to lash out, but when she looked at Li Mingzhi's tired face, she couldn't bear it in her heart. It looked like he didn't even go home last night and just plopped down in the office for the night. Look at you sleeping so soundly. Words, why don't you go home and sleep? What's wrong with sleeping here? Li Mingzhi rubbed his eyes, rummaged through the information on the table, took out a folder and organized one by one. This is not busy work. Put these 2 documents into your bag, the rest of the lock safe. I'm going to go wash my face, the gate and so on, said he directly left the office. Shen Meng helplessly sighed out a breath, organizing the things on the table. Found this dense purely handwritten documents cannot help but head big. Also thanks to Li Niangchul has this patience. Finished packing ready to leave the office. Just pushed open the door to see Ho-Wan appeared in the office door. Shen Meng paused for a moment. These days Ho-Wan live in the company, she is clear, but also in the case of her permission, Ho-Wan can only be in the office overnight. just in case Shen Meng also let Shunzi also quietly in the factory to live down. It's not that I'm wary of Ho-won, but I'm afraid that if there's any danger, she won't be able to cope with it as a girl. Chapter 157, The Journey to Saikan. Sister Shun, what are you doing here? You're not taking the weekend off? Ho-won greeted unnaturally. Shen Meng sized up the situation, then nodded. I'm going out with Mr. Lee to meet a few clients. Ho-won laughed. Still meeting clients on weekends? How hard it is. Where are you going? Shen Meng was just about to open her mouth when Li Mingzhi's figure appeared in front of her and with a wave of his hand signaled her to hurry up. Shen Meng sighed lightly and couldn't be bothered to say much to Ho-won. No more. We'll go first. Outside the door the two of them took a cab directly to the West Pass side. Li Mingzhi looked out the window and lit a cigarette. Did you get acquainted with Ho-won? Shen Meng paused for a moment, then nodded. Almost it. Her hand account I basically all sorted through. You are not letting me secretly with her to learn what financial management well. Naturally, to mix familiar with a point in order to do things. This girl is not normal lately. You keep a close eye on it. The safe in my office. Every 3 days we'll change the password. The law of the password will use pi. Every 4 numbers as a group. 7 groups of a cycle. If the change of the law I'll give you another word. Shen Meng narrowed her eyes. Circumference? As for that, I see nothing wrong with Ho-won. Li Myungchul laughed softly. When you see it then something will happen. Do what I say first. Shen Meng felt that Li Mingzhi had been too sensitive and careful lately. Ever since the last time he found out that there might be someone who was embezzling, Li Mingzhi had been suspicious of everyone. But in Shen Meng's opinion, Li Mingzhi should not suspect the most is Ho-won. After all, is the financial? If she moves would mind then it is not too obvious. And Ho-won how to say is Secretary Zhou's people. Secretary Zhou and Sun Yaogua's people. She went to embezzle the dozens of dollars. It is not necessary. But who makes him the boss? He calls the shots. Okay, I will keep an eye on it. Where are we going now? Shen Meng was a little unhappy in her heart. After waiting for Li Mingzhi for so long, Li Mingzhi didn't have a single word to ask her. And up to now she had been talking about work. Li Myungchul looked in the rearview mirror. Shen Meng's face was expressionless, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Didn't we agree to go to the market? Shenmu paused for a moment and pursed her lips. This is more or less the same. At least take into account her mood. If the day is spent working with Li Myungchul, then Shen Meng would rather stay in the dormitory and rest. It's noon. What kind of fare is this? The yellow flowers are cold. Shen Meng gambled, her words implying to Li Mingzhi that she was unhappy at the moment. Li Mingzhi was instead interested. You have not rushed through the noon set. How do you know that there is no set at noon? Shen Meng puffed up her cheeks. I knew it. Li Myungchul was amused for a while in his heart, and was not speaking. At this time to say anything to her is 1 sentence to 10. Too boring. They got off the bus at the mouth of the largest bazaar in Shiguan. Don't look at the head of the big noon, but a sea of people bustling. Shiguan's economy can be driven purely by this street. Walking in from the street, the left side is selling jewelry and clothing, occasionally interspersed with 2 food sellers, and the right side is pots and pans, and occasionally there are 2 cooked food sellers. The aroma wafted throughout the entire street. In the latter days, there are fewer and fewer streets like this, which are called real human beings compared to the big superstores. The sound of hawking is constantly ringing in one's ears, and the aroma of food is like a small hand hooking one's nose. Moncler outlet online haggling at the stalls, gossiping with the owners, and occasionally bumping into a bartering scene. If he had a camera at hand at the moment, Li Myungchul would really want to keep the scene permanently, just less than 6 meters away. The booth of the second factory of garment making appears at the street entrance. Look at the stall of people face raw. Should be Shiguan Tigers people. Do not look at now is 3 days. But the sales of military coats is very good. A coat speculation to $70 a coat? Almost unusual people half a year's living expenses. Li Myungchul, isn't this price too high? Shen Meng spoke in a low voice. Li Myungchul frowned. In order to make money quickly in the early stages, Li Myungchul raised the price of the military coat by several times. I did not expect that the current price was even a few times higher than the original. It's just that the people underneath want to take some sweeteners, but they don't have marketing experience and can't analyze the market and consumer demographics, and the result of asking for exorbitant prices shrinks the sales volume, breaks the rules of the market, and ultimately collapses. Shen Meng seemed to understand. Then what should we do now? Li Mingzhi laughed softly. Whatever. Since I left this matter to Gangzi, it's fine for him to handle it, but at this rate, I guess it's going to get harder and harder to get out of the stalls, right? Li Mingzhi froze for a moment and looked at Shen Meng. It's okay, you know something now? Shen Meng skimmed up her mouth. Nonsense, I'm so smart, can't I learn this stuff? Underestimate me. How dare I underestimate you? But what you see is not all. Small stalls are like a fixed store. Store sales are more than 10 times the purchase price. And for the neighboring markets, in addition to our company they have no place to take goods. We are the upper house to occupy a dominant position, control the entire market. If you are a channel business, see the name of the store's sales price and volume. Will you increase the purchase? Would you think it's very profitable? Shenmu nodded her head. Lee Nyung-chul continued to speak. Then if at this time, I put this stall up for auction, do you think anyone will buy it? Shen Meng froze. Selling a stall? But can this stall be bought and sold? Li Mingzhi smiled. Why can't we buy and sell? We pay a protection fee for the stall here. It's not like buying the stall, but if we want to sell it out, we have to say it differently. That is, we have to buy out the right to use the stall, and later let them come here to sell the clothes on their own, and we'll just be responsible for supplying them, and canceling all the direct sales. Shen Meng suddenly realized, but then confused, but this stall is not ours. Those people can agree to our operation? Li Nyung-chul raised the corner of his mouth. Profit-making good profit-sharing ratio is fine. We are now paying protection fees by the month or quarterly, but this model can be changed to a share or dividend system. Both sides are profiting at the same time. Then what I'm talking about is feasible. Shen Meng nodded, feeling that what Li Nyung-chul said was very reasonable, but he was still worried that those triads were not that negotiable. But people are always greedy, in case they ask for a lot of money, and the people who buy the stalls can't earn any money at that time, then won't we get into trouble? Li Mingzhi shook his head. A hand on Shen Meng's shoulder, close to her ear whispered, first of all, we sell old goods, due is the lowest profit, and channel businessmen into the goods after a change of hands this profit is doubled over. You look at this stall, 10 yuan cost less than the clothes, 70 how much to earn? There is such a large interval of profit, there should be a reasonable profit distribution, it is impossible to let them ask for a sky-high price. These will be written in the contract before the stall auction, with legal effect. Shen Meng remained doubtful. But are you sure that both parties can make money? Li Nyung-chul laughed again. Silly girl, you still don't understand the current market. Who can provide such clothes? Chapter 158, The Busy Street. Shen Meng came to a realization and suddenly remembered the marketing-related information that Li Mingzhi had written to her earlier. What you mean is, at present, the only one who can provide such garments is our company, and the business of the second factory is simply impossible to buttress this kind of small traders, so we become the only supplier, which is also a unique share of the market. Smart. Li Nyung-chul nodded Shen Meng's head. Occupying this advantage will ensure stable and continuous growth in sales, which is the market gap. But, the company that makes this kind of clothing must be more than just us. In case other companies also see the gap and enter this market, then our advantage is not gone? Our advantage is gone. Then the customer's advantage is gone. This stall is not finished? Shen Meng's brain does turn very quickly. Li Mingzhi is very satisfied, then we have to rush before the market opens, to create a different line with the other parties, occupy the first place in the market, once the money back, that the rest of us do not have anything to do with us. There is a sentence you have to remember. We only profit to the highest point, because only the first wave of the money is the best to make the most money and earn the most, and the rest is a number of fractions, can be earned. The rest is just a few bits and pieces that can be earned or not. Shen Meng seems to understand, nodded his head. After Li Mingzhi so said, the brain probably has a synopsis, but in the end, he still does not know what Li Mingzhi in the end, but if you can continue to make a profit, bits and pieces can be accumulated. Right. Li Nyung-chul patted Shen Meng's head. That's not for us to do. We're going to use the first wave of money to develop other projects and start a new round of battles. This made Shen Meng scratch her head, and again, she was a bit confused as to what Li Nyung-chul was saying. Continuing inside, the aroma of fried cakes hit their nostrils, so the two couldn't resist sitting down and ordering a couple of snacks. Worthy of being the largest bazaar in Shiguan, this flow of people has almost reached its peak, changing every minute. A vendor who makes snowflake cheese has already sold at least 30 cups just from what Li Nyung-chul has seen. This thing can really have no cost, and is almost a net profit. Shen Meng bought a bowl to share with Li Mingzhi, who tasted it, and, it's that flavor. This is their own childhood in the grandmother's home in front of the bazaar to eat the taste. Exactly the same. Any latter day how to do it is impossible to make this kind of flavor. They'll just be adding to what's already there. Shen Meng also bought other snacks and sat in a shady corner with Li Nyung-chul while eating them and looking at the crowds walking on the street. Li Mingzhi stared at the crowd looking left and right. Just this half of the street. The second factory clothing stalls open 3. Gangzi's execution is not covered. Do things in style, and the most important thing is that he is obedient. All the business model is in accordance with Li Mingzhi accounted for ahead of time. Almost not the slightest difference. It was that the price was slightly high, and Li Nyung-chul guessed that it should have nothing to do with Gangzi. Shen Meng looked at Li Mingzhi, knowing that his mind was on business, but the interactions that came from time to time made her willing, and she cherished the fact that such opportunities didn't come often. Li Mingzhi, I think you're just here to see the market, and you're not concentrating at all on shopping with me. Shen Meng pretended to be unhappy. Li Mingzhi froze, hurriedly retracted his eyes looking around, looked at Shen Meng. I just look at this quite a lot of people, and you see how good this food business. I'll give you an idea. You also get a stall. Go to buy a 20 to 30 pounds of fruits, cut and boxed with frozen, sold 5 yuan a box. Guaranteed you earn 500 yuan a day. Shen Meng rolled up her eyes. She was simply speechless to him. Did she have any other thoughts in her head besides these? How much fruit will I have to cut for $500? When the hand that holds the knife trembles, I'm afraid I can't help but cut you. Li Mingzhi skimmed his mouth. This woman, give her a money-making job or not doing. It is not more than what she opened a small restaurant to earn money fast. Really a little desire to earn money or not, brother? Suddenly a skinny man walked over to Li Mingzhi and squatted down, letting a loose flower to Li Mingzhi with a pleasing smile on his face. Li Mingzhi froze and didn't take his cigarette. You are? The man smiled. I was just hearing that fruit business you were talking about and was very interested. So, hey, smoke. Li Mingzhi indistinctly, side-eyed Shen Meng, see, let you do you still do not do. More people are interested. No not. Shen Meng rolled her eyes again with a huge glare and glared angrily at Li Mingzhi. Seeing his face back in the game, Li Mingzhi pulled out the red double happiness from his pocket and let him too. The man's eyes immediately glowed. Brother, rich people, it seems to be doing big business. This is a good smoke, said the 2 cigarettes as if they were babies, put into the pocket of his jacket, but still lit the loose flower he took in his hand. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment, and then laughed. What's the matter? What kind of business is the brother doing now? The man was still squatting beside Li Mingzhi, tilting his face up to look at him. Where do I have a business to do? For the boss as a horseman. Collect some protection money or something every month. It's just enough to eat and drink and have a cigarette money. Li Mingzhi narrowed his eyes. Is it Tiger's little brother? No way. You guys are collecting protection money. That's not better than doing business. It doesn't cost anything. The man sighed out. But the big head is all taken by the boss. And we're just dabbling in the market. Who would want to be a triad if we could have a stable livelihood? Li Mingzhi nodded. So, you're in charge of this street? The man straightened his back at this point. I manage the front half of the street. The back is the other brothers. But this lucrative business are in the back half of the street. The front is not much oil at all. And, said man suddenly sighed and Li Mingzhi wondered. What? The man pointed to the front of a few stalls. I am also inch. Favorably fell in the first half of the street. The couple selling baskets. The daughter of 2 years ago cerebral palsy. The old man over there to sell fish. No relatives on a grandson. In the province to attend college. And then forward I will not say. Either dragging the family home as a family with a long-term patient. Bad luck. How can I good to take the people's life-saving money? Li Mingzhi paused for a moment. And suddenly his heart was stabbed by something for some reason. What kind of kindness are you still talking about? It's not like you're doing charity? The man glanced at Li Mingzhi. Little rolled his eyes. This is, after all, to be a human being. To be distinguished from the protection fee should be paid is still to be paid. Just the weekly offerings. I did not take it, but occasionally along a basket, along a fish or something, or can earn a little bit. Ha. Li Mingzhi nodded. The man's heart wasn't too bad. There was some saving, so your boss doesn't care about you. It's not fair that the back street guys are fat and the front street guys have empty pockets, is it? Shen Meng couldn't help but open her mouth, still very curious about the triad's management system, and also had a few moments of curiosity about this man. When the man saw Shen Meng, he smiled and almost didn't drool. Sister, the world is like this, how can it be 100% fair? Today is also me here to guard the first half of the street. If the boss replaced the other person to come, I'm afraid that this group of people have to suffer. Shen Meng and Li Mingzhi couldn't help but look at each other in thought. Chapter 159, The Sacrifice. By the way, brother, you just said that business that earns $500 a day. Is it true or not? This matter is the important purpose for him to come over to say hello, as the person in charge of the front street. Casually getting a stall is a matter of hooking up? Li Mingzhi sucked in a breath and straightened his back. Of course it's true. The man came to the spirit, hurriedly close to Li Mingzhi, fearing that this matter was heard by others. Then brother, you give me a say. I also want to earn more or less money. Li Mingzhi narrowed his eyes scanning the street, while Shen Meng watched quietly, knowing that Li Mingzhi was trying to play a setup again. Did you see that fruit seller over there? Li Mingzhi pointed to a fruit stall not far away next to the second factory garment. The man hurriedly looked over and nodded his head. Li Mingzhi spoke in a low voice. You go to talk to him. Borrow him 2 pounds of apples, a watermelon, 2 pounds of pears, 2 pounds of apricots. Cut these things into small pieces, mixed up with a plastic bag into a pocket. Each pocket cannot be too much or too little to ensure that exactly the same. And then find a foam box. Load half a box of ice, a pocket of fruit cut into pieces on the ice frozen. And then go to the next snack stalls to borrow a box of ice water. These end to the street hawking. Say fresh chilled fruit assortment. $5 a packet can taste 4 kinds of chilled fruit. Buy a packet of fruit to send a packet of chilled ice water. Limited number of first come first served. It can be. The man froze and examined Lee Myung-chul, a little less convinced that it was that simple to earn $500, and also free ice water. This will not lose money? This? Will it work? Lee Myung-chul froze. This guy didn't believe in himself? Anyway, I've given you my word. See for yourself. If you want to earn this money or not, you think for yourself. Don't. The man saw Lee Myung-chul change his face and hurriedly catered and apologized. It's not that I don't believe in your brother. It's just that I think it's too easy. Anyone can do it, so I'm a little. But it's not that I don't believe in you, brother. Lee Mingjur narrowed his eyes and stared at him, impatiently saying, nonsense. If everyone can't do it and it's not a good business, do you think you can do it? A sentence disliked the man embarrassed to the extreme, but also think there are a few points of truth. Really, if not good business, he may not be able to do it himself. On the contrary, this kind of business that everyone can do. The process is simple. He did it first, then he made money first. What's more, the materials are all borrowed. He doesn't even have the cost, so what's he afraid of? It's the reasoning. Good Lu brother. I will try according to what you say. Anyway, I do not spend a penny. Lost also lost. Lee Mingjur satisfied nodded his head. Right, but I'll give you a good first. As the saying goes, there is borrowing and returning. Earn money to owe people back. Small business is not easy. Maybe you can cooperate in the future. That you earn money is not easier? Right. The man nodded his head fiercely. This is the reason. Really, thank you, brother. I dare not say the whole street. This first half of the street if you do business. Look for me. Absolutely the stalls to give you a good look. Who dares to make trouble? I slaughtered him. Lee Myung-chul laughed softly and pointed to the distant factory 2 clothing. This is my booth. Please. Man surprised wide-eyed. This 2 factory clothing stalls, although this street only 3. But in this piece of the mix of who knows who does not know. The company's boss strength is very big, but also with Tiger is a friend. And even just brother are that boss's little brother. It is said that the Trade and Industry Bureau and the Public Security Bureau have relations. Simply black and white 2 ways to eat. Although Lee Mingjur did not show up in Shiguan, but the people who have seen Lee Mingjur come back to tell everyone about Lee Mingjur's appearance and what he did, especially Gangzi, simply hold Lee Mingjur up to the sky, take him as the god of wealth in the world, so narrated. The man sized up the man in front of him, and it was kinda exactly like what Gonzo said in terms of temperament. You're not that big boss named Lee Myung-chul, are you? Lee Myung-chul froze. You know me? Oh my god. The man was so excited that he couldn't speak. He almost didn't kneel down for Lee Mingjur, holding Lee Mingjur's hand tightly. Brother Lee, your great name is loud and clear over here. I'm so lucky to be able to meet you. Then this business of mine can definitely be accomplished. I'm so lucky. Lee Mingjur was startled and couldn't help but look at Shin Meng, who was also confused. Could it be that Lee Myung-chul's great name has spread to Shiguan? This is a bit too fast. Brother Lee, Brother Gang hasn't mentioned you in front of us much. He said you're the grandfather god of wealth. You can turn out money with a single stretch of your hand, and you can even generate money. It's the same as being a god. Put. Shen Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud and hurriedly covered her mouth, her entire face suffocating in red. Lee Mingjur unhappy raised eyebrows. This Gangzi how to start nonsense up outside. He does not look like this kind of person. This cannot be. In case everyone treats him as a god of wealth, then really lose money. That is not 10,000 people step on. That'll do. Bro, you calm down for a second. The man looked at Lee Mingjur still full of excitement, as if holding Lee Mingjur's hand is the same as holding money. Brother, you say. I am very calm. Lee Mingjur sighed out helplessly. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't change money, and I can't generate money. This kind of talk can't be said blindly. If it spreads out, it will turn into feudal superstition. Now the government is cracking down on it. The man froze, understood what Lee Mingjur meant, immediately closed his mouth and spoke with a smile. I understand. Brother Lee is low-key. Don't worry. I will never say anything about you being able to change money. I won't say anything even if I die. What a mess. Lee Myung-chul violently shook off the man's hand, practically speechless to the extreme. When did I say I would change money? The man hurriedly put his index finger in front of his mouth. I know. You don't change money. You just make money. So that's okay. Lee Myung-chul was completely speechless. Although the man was right about this, it always sounded odd. Shin Meng was so happy on the side that she couldn't hold back her laughter all the time. She trembled her shoulders. Her face was suffocating red. Her mind was imagining wildly. She didn't even dare to look at Lee Mingjur's face for fear that she would die of laughter. Okay Lee, I won't give you any more. I'll hurry up and get the business. Great. The god of wealth grandpa is sending me money. The man suddenly yelled and screamed and ran out. The crowd saw this and avoided walking away. thinking that the man was having a nervous breakdown. Lee Myung-chul was in a state of shock. His mouth was open. How could there be such a person? Ha ha ha. Shen Meng finally could not help but laugh. Lee Mingzhi, I tell you, if he really earned money this time, absolutely by a god of wealth home for. But the offering table must write your name. Laugh me to death. Lee Mingzhi was speechless. He has not read a book. You are also stupid, is not it? I would like to be the god of wealth. Zhao Gongming, can he agree? Shen Meng laughed again. I have to say that Gangxi's move is also too perfect. Packaging Lee Mingzhi with the identity of a worldly superior, for the moment has not yet made too much achievement. He said as if he saved the world's economy in general. It is too unreliable. Chapter 160, How Scary. Lee Myung-chul smoked a cigarette and was filled with depression because the street vendors were looking at Lee Myung-chul with strange eyes because he had just talked to the man for a while. Come on, don't eat. Go shopping again. He hurriedly pulled Shen Meng away from the puzzled gaze of the crowd. Shen Meng looked at Lee Mingzhi, endured a mocking smile, and spoke softly. In fact, this is quite good. Everyone treats you as a god. That one call. Isn't it easier to do things in the future? Lee Myung-chul glanced at her. This logic is right, but this moral is not right. First of all, the definition of God is not right, and the consequences are unimaginable once it collapses. Even if you want to set up a persona, you can't use it to position yourself in this, or else you will only be stirring up trouble for yourself. Shen Meng puffed up her cheeks as Lee Mingzhi began to speak words he couldn't understand again. So what should we do now? I guess the whole of Shiguan. It should all be passed around like this, right? Lee Mingzhi sighed lightly. It's terrible to be uneducated, blindly believing in what you want to believe, but not willing to believe in science. This is something that I can't change, but I still need to give Gangxi a reminder. This kind of talk is taken as a joke at best. It can't be taken for real. Shen Meng nodded her head, but she still couldn't help but laugh at the thought of that scene just now. It was the first time she had seen that kind of scene and had to laugh. A familiar face suddenly flashed by in the crowd, and Lee Mingzhi was violently startled. And as soon as he pulled Shen Meng to hide in the aisle next to him, the hot body suddenly pressed against her. Shen Meng froze. At that moment she smelled the sweaty odor of Lee Mingzhi's body, and that sharp gasping sound was right by her ear, so close that Shen Meng didn't even dare to move her head. The noisy street instantly became quiet, and Shen Meng could clearly hear the strong heartbeat in Lee Mingzhi's chest, her heart in turmoil. You, what's wrong? Shen Meng spoke softly. Lee Myung-chul looked outside and frowned. It's okay, I ran into an acquaintance and I don't want to run into him. Shen Meng pursed up her lips and slightly lowered her chin, easily touching Lee Myung-chul's shoulder. She was as good as a kitten, not daring to move a bit, and, seeing that acquaintance strutting past the crowd in front of him, Lee Myung-chul breathed a sigh of relief and almost walked face to face with that core. So close. Lowering his head, he bumped right into Shen Meng's forehead, and his lips gently touched her eyebrows, and Lee Mingzhi froze. Then he smelled the fragrance between Shen Meng's hair, and the two soft masses in front of his body, and unconsciously gulped down a mouthful of spit. He took half a step back and distanced himself from Shen Meng. Are you alright? I just saw an acquaintance. So, I do not know why. Looking at Shen Meng's slightly red cheeks, because of shyness lowered eyes, that do not know what to do to bite the tight lower lip, coupled with her a white dress, at the moment like a white rabbit, so that Lee Myung-chul is a little flustered. Some itch. He unconsciously scratched his scalp and sucked in a breath. Let's keep shopping, shall we? Shen Meng raised her eyes to look at him and quickly lowered them again, then gently nodded her head. This scene looked at Lee Mingzhi almost weak legs, so shy. In Lee Mingzhi's eyes this is in the naked seduction, like a vixen, a look on the hook of the passing scholar's soul, and Lee Mingzhi at the moment will soon be a soul. It's killing me. It took almost 2 hours to stroll from the street to the end of the street, and there were enough of them to see several stalls of the second factory of garment making in succession behind them. The sun is in the middle of the day, sunbathing, people sweating. Lee Myung-chul counted the time. It's time to go to do serious business, but also to take advantage of the closing of the National Trade Center before going to the National Trade Center. This time is not generous at the moment. I blame him for getting up late in the morning. Let's go. It's almost time to turn around. Lee Mingzhi spoke softly. Shen Meng nodded her head. Good. I said hello to all my classmates yesterday, and will go over to meet them today, and originally wanted to ask me to have dinner, but I guessed that you might not want to eat, so I didn't say yes, and said that I would go directly to the company. Lee Mingzhi smiled. This girl is also witty enough. This kind of thing naturally do not need to go to the dinner table to say. Go to the company will be more formal. I don't know if it's too hot or not, but the bustling bazaar that was originally crowded with people is showing signs of receding, so Lee Myung-chul walks slowly, wanting to take one last look before he leaves. If you go by peaks and troughs, this time does reach a point, but it's a weekend. The crowd should have been able to maintain a regular flow of people, not normal. Just walked to the street corner. The man's stall just now had been set up, and according to what Lee Myung-chul said, he found a box of ice, and the fruits were cut and packed directly at the stall and put into the box to chill. Seeing Lee Mingjur, the man hurriedly stood up. Brother Lee, do you see how I got it? Lee Mingjur, satisfied, nodded his head. Good. I'll tell you another trick. Sell enough 20 copies of the price reduction, $3 a bag, then reduce the price of 1 yuan, and finally directly down to 50 cents. Go with the fruit seller to say cooperation. Earn money you 7 his 3 share. Guaranteed you can earn a net profit of $500 today. The man's eyes rolled around and he clapped his hands violently. Okay, let's do as you say. Not bad, old man. A familiar voice rang through the crowd, and Lee Myung-chul immediately closed his eyes, filled with despair. Side-eye look over. Suyali, clapping his hands from behind a few strong man, walked towards himself, with the last time slightly different. She is wearing an undershirt, pants today, feet or the pair of black slippers, standing in a group of strong men, appear particularly small. The only thing that's the same is that pink hairpin on top of her head. The man hurriedly walked over to Suyali's side and presented a small bag of fruits. Brother Lee, am I right? He's Lee Mingjur. I saw it at a glance. Suyali took the fruit, took a piece and licked it into his mouth, smiling with satisfaction. Count on your kid's sharp eyes. This is that Mr. Lee, the ones I've seen. They're all called Brother Lee. Hello, Rico. Lee Myung-chul raised his eyebrows in displeasure and glared at the man in front of the stall. The man didn't read Lee Myung-chul's eyes at all. Instead, he still felt that he had done something exceptionally great. Lee Myung-chul was speechless. Why are you here? Lee Myung-chul opened his mouth to change the subject. Suyali waved his hand and the brothers around him spread out in all directions. This is my territory. I'm here every day. Aren't you here to find me? Lee Mingjur suddenly realized that the big brother that the man said was not Tiger but Suyali, and lost his mind. Something suddenly slammed behind him, and Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but lurch forward, turning his face right into Shin Meng's displeased face. Who is she? Lee Myung-chul froze, only to see Shin Meng slanting her eyes at Suyali with a very unfriendly look. She's sort of a client. Who are you? Suyali put down the fruit in his hand that he was about to stuff into his mouth. Only then did he see the beauty standing behind Lee Myung-chul, and couldn't help but look up and down. Suyali's fists clenched. The same woman. But the Shin Meng in front of me is too beautiful. This white dress is like growing on the general. Big eyes, small mouth. Even the angry look looks very cute. It made her look away. 161st meeting of the eyes. Shin Meng sized up Suyali, eyes full of dislike. This girl looks only 14 or 15 years old. Hands and feet are all some bad style. Feel is never good. Shin Meng especially do not like her look at Lee Mingjur's eyes. The two just stared at each other, looking each other up and down in an unfriendly manner. Lee Mingjur couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat as he introduced himself to Suyali. Her name is Shin Meng. She's my secretary. Hearing that it wasn't Lee Mingjur's wife, Suyali instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed. Oh, so it's a secretary. Usually the ones who can be secretaries look like this. Old brother, you're blessed with good fortune. What did you say? Shin Meng heard the uncomfortable words and immediately pulled Lee Myung-chul aside to stand in front of Suyali. For eyes met, and the height difference became the focus of observation in everyone's eyes. Suyali tilted his face to look at Shin Meng. Shin Meng looked down at Suyali, and both stared angrily at each other. Lee Myung-chul froze. What's going on here? They have a grudge? When did this happen? Suyali shook his stiff neck. His heart was very unhappy. What are you doing? Show your monkey son to move a chair for me. The man from earlier immediately moved his own chair in front of Suyali, who sneered and stepped onto the chair, but it turned out to be just as tall as Shin Meng. Shin Meng sneered coldly, her face full of disdain. Suyali raised his eyebrows in displeasure and turned to look angrily at Monkey Son. You won't move a higher chair? Monkey Son helplessly scratched his head. The whole market is full of these low benches. It is really hard to find a higher chair. It is not difficult for people. Forget it, get lost. Suyali impatiently waved his hand and turned to look at Shin Meng, deliberately picking his chin to look down at her. What's the matter, little secretary? Are you staring at two eyes to eat me? I'm so scared. Shin Meng narrowed her eyes and suddenly thought of a better way. She violently raised the corners of her mouth and took a step backward, taking Lee Myung-chul's small arm with one hand and looking at Suyali with a provocative look. Forget it, you're a customer. I'm not going to bother with you. Suyali froze, couldn't help but snicker, but his heart was very bad. This dead girl, how dare she provoke her? She's Suyali, the murderous Suyali. Seo Arya jumped right out of her chair and walked over to Lee Myung-chul's side to take his other small arm and countered with a provocative smile at Shin Meng as well. The move stunned everyone in the room. Shin Meng stared in surprise and pushed her away. You're sick. Is it your man you move your hands? Shameless. What are you talking about? Dead girl. I'll kill you if you don't stop pushing me. You, shame on you. Let go of him. By what right? You let go first. Lee Myung-chul stood in the center. Cold sweat has long been wet through a back. Two women left and right in his ear screaming. The raucous voice reappeared, tormenting Lee Myung-chul with anxiety. The two men stood here shouting for a good 2 or 3 minutes, shouting and gasping for air, but neither of them would let the other go. Suddenly, Shin Meng forcefully pulled over Lee Mingjer and glared at her with an aggrieved face. Lee Mingjer, are you a dead man? Can't say a word. Saying this, she also pinched Lee Mingjer's arm with force. Lee Myung-chul immediately ate the pain, but he didn't know how to handle the scene. When Su Yali saw Shin Meng's action, he directly pulled Lee Mingjer behind him. I'm warning you, dead girl. Lee Mingjer, I'm covering. If you move your hand on him again without any lightness, I'll get you killed. Shin Meng was not willing to show weakness. Looking at the inaction of Lee Mingjer, who was hiding behind Su Yali, Shin Meng secretly gritted her teeth. Could it be that Lee Mingjer was not having any thoughts about this little girl? Are you an adult? Don't get involved in matters between adults. With that, he intended to push her away with one hand, trying to pull out Lee Myung-chul. Who knows that just as soon as he raised his hand, Su Yali grabbed Shin Meng's hand and shook it hard, and Shin Meng's entire body immediately went limp with pain. Ouch! Lee Mingjer was shocked, hurriedly rushed forward and separated the two women. Shin Meng's wrist was reddened by Su Yali's grip. The whole hand was trembling slightly. It hurt so much that her tears were about to come out. How could she not have imagined that this little girl's strength was so strong and barbaric? Is it okay? Is it broken? Let me see. Lee Mingjer knows that Su Yali's heart is ruthless, and if Shin Meng is really injured today, Lee Mingjer is afraid that he will die of guilt. Lee Myung-chul carefully inspected Shin Meng's wrist, gently shaking it from side to side to make sure it was okay before he let out a sigh of relief. Su Yali cannot speak at the moment, only staring blankly, but the heart is flooded with an inexplicable sourness. It made her so uncomfortable. Shin Meng pinched Lee Mingjer vigorously, both aggrieved and angry. Are you a dead man? Watching her argue with me? I should have known not to come out with you. Nasty. Lee Mingjer also couldn't help but respond in aggravation. Auntie, where can I interject? I'm wrong, okay? It still hurts? Although Shin Meng is not a weak woman, but today ran into Su Yali is completely weak. Her eyes filled with tears, biting her lip, and angry and aggrieved. Let Lee Mingjer hold her small hand rubbed, but also caused Lee Mingjer in her is a burst of guilt. Cannot help but heartache. Su Yali spat coldly. Shay, I didn't even make an effort. Does it hurt that much? What's the point of pretending? You. Shin Meng was about to open her mouth when Lee Mingjer sighed out and turned to Su Yali. She's not like you. Just because you're not in pain doesn't mean she's not in pain. Okay, we have to go beforehand. Saying that, Lee Myung-chul pulled Shin Meng and headed down the street, ready to take a taxi and leave. Su Yali froze, wrinkled his eyebrows. At the moment inwardly was very unconvinced. She obviously did not make efforts. This dead girl must be pretending. How can she eat this loss? Wherever you guys go, I'll go too. Su Yali directly followed. The brothers behind him froze and also hurriedly followed Su Yali's pace. Lee Myung-chul looked at her with a raised eyebrow and couldn't help but freeze. What are you following for? You know what we're going to do and you're following? Su Yali squinted his eyes. I don't care what you guys do. I'm going to follow anyway. I'd like to see how she's different from me. Lee Myung-chul was speechless. How could there be such a deadbeat girl? At least you're 30 years old, with the mind of an 18-year-old, thinking this is a child's quarrel. No, you can't follow when we go to meet a client. Lee Myung-chul ran out of patience and sternly refused. Su Yali froze and clenched up her back teeth. She didn't believe that she couldn't cure Lee Mingjer today. Lee Mingjer, I'm telling you, if you don't let me go, from today onwards, your goods won't be able to enter sheet 1. Su Yali, say so. Shin Meng opened her mouth first. If we don't enter, we don't care to enter. Shut up, you dead girl. This is between me and Lee Myung-chul. You. Shin Meng once again tugged on Lee Myung-chul, looking at him with a face of rejection as she kept giving him hints. Lee Myung-chul is really annoyed, wanna scratch his head. Today is not the water reversal. How will let these two enemies meet headed? Fight to quarrel and turn injured is his Lee Myung-chul. Too unfair. By the way, how did they get to this point? Chapter 162. Two women. Monkey Sun squatted in front of his fruit stall, staring blankly at everything in front of him. He had never seen Su Yali pestering a man like this, and it was even more unlikely that he would argue and gamble with other women on the street openly for the sake of a man. If it is unusual, at this time, Shin Meng should have been beaten up, and it is not possible that the teeth have been knocked out. But now, this is also too unlike Su Yali. Seeing that Lee Myung-chul didn't say anything for half a day, Su Yali was a little weak, suddenly a little worried that Lee Myung-chul just shrugged off and walked away. Then she didn't lose her adult? Lee Myung-chul? Give me a word. This is obviously want to step down, but Lee Myung-chul had to go through the realization, and then with a big sigh, he looked at Su Yali. You can follow, but you have to listen to me. Today these two customers are very important to me. When Su Yali heard this, he immediately revealed a triumphant smile. as long as he was allowed to follow. Anything else would be fine, no problem. Brothers don't follow. I'll just go by myself. Li Mingjie. Shen Meng gritted her teeth and called Li Mingjie's name with hatred. But Li Mingjie could do nothing about it, and could only avoid Shen Meng's eyes that wanted to tear him apart, and spoke softly, customers are important. And the market in Shiguan is also important. I can't afford to lose any of them. Shen Meng was so angry that she directly kicked Li Myungchul in the calf and walked towards the distance. Auntie, wait for me. Li Myungchul rubbed his leg while following closely behind. He kind of couldn't do anything with this auntie. Su Yali carried the uneaten fruit and hurriedly followed. Shen Meng gambled all the way. Su Yali in turn appeared to be heartless, eating fruits by himself, leisurely as if he came out to travel in general. The car stopped at the gate of a garment factory on the outskirts of Shiguan, a factory that was not big, but slightly bigger than Li Mingjie's company and slightly bigger than those small workshops, perfect for his choices. Their main business is textile, making quilts and white cloth. Unfortunately, all textile industries have been affected by the changes in national policies in recent years, especially the state-run enterprises, which are even more difficult to do. The main entrance stood a man wearing a flower shirt and black pants, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, 5 short body but still quite stylish, especially the ring of gold on the ring finger, especially conspicuous. Xiao Meng, yesterday received your phone call. I am happy half a day. So many years have not moved around. You have me this classmate to forget it. The man met up, directly hold Shen Meng's hand. Heart is very excited, the coveted eyes in Shen Meng's body wantonly wandering. See Shen Meng extremely uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Li Myungchul, she wouldn't want to use any of these so-called connections. Zhao Gang, long time no see, this is my boss. Mr. Li, I told you yesterday. Shen Meng hurriedly pushed Li Mingjie out. Li Mingjie went with the flow and took Zhao Gang's hand and shook it tightly. Minister Zhao, right. Nice to meet you. Zhao Gang paused for a moment, looking up and down at Li Mingjie. For the second factory clothing production name, recently heard something. Li Mingjie's name is considered to be in this industry completely hit. But today, at first sight, did not feel that he had much ability, but instead had to rely on women to make connections. Zhao Gang immediately despised Li Mingjie 3 times. Well, good. Suddenly, Zhao Gang caught sight of the petite person standing behind Li Mingjie. His eyes were huge and glowing, his face unbelievable. This could be Brother Li Ah? Zhao Gang directly pushed Li Mingjie away with one hand. Li Mingjie froze, and Shen Meng also squinted her eyes in confusion. Su Yali looked at the man in front of her and did not recognize him. She only felt that it was lewd to the extreme, although she did not like Shen Meng, but when she saw this kind of person who loved to lewdly molest women with his eyes, she was disdainful. But on second thought, this man could be the important client that Li Myungchul was talking about, so maybe it was her turn to show off her skills. Oh, hello, Zhao Gang, right? Su Yali enthusiastically shook Zhao Gang's hand vigorously, showing a false fake smile to greet awkwardly, acting like a close friend who hadn't seen him for many years, and his affection was 3 times deeper than Shen Meng's. Shen Meng secretly gritted her teeth. She must not lose in terms of momentum. She directly walked over in big strides, and dragged Zhao Gang over with a hand and smiled. I heard that you're now a minister. I haven't congratulated you yet. Let's invite you to dinner sometime in the evening. Zhao Gang froze and hurriedly held Shen Meng's small hand. He liked Shen Meng as not a day or two, but Shen Meng always ignored him. It is not easy to come to a phone call. Thought it was old classmates to catch up. I did not think it was also for business matters. Ben said to come directly after the appointment to the hotel, but Shen Meng is not willing. Said directly to the company? Rare now Shen Meng took the initiative to ask to accompany Zhao Gang for dinner. He was happy to face is almost blossoming. Yes, dream. What do you want to eat? Say something. Su Yali, look. I know Shen Meng, this girl is with her on the fight. Then she naturally cannot lose. Good a piece of dinner at night. After all our friends. Shiguan have something to say. Hello, sis, to help you get it done. Zhao Gang's eyes once again shua light. Hurried to hold Su Yali's hand again. Really, Ali brother? I really want to squeeze through the head to make friends with you. Cannot make friends with you. Today I'm really a traitor. Luck Shiguan, things still have to rely on your old man. Thank you, Li brother. Su Yali laughed with a beat of his chest. Not to mention how freely. Well, it's not a matter of words. Li Mingjie quietly watched the war between the two women. Simply cannot intervene. Just did not expect Su Yali and Shiguan influence so big. To this can still be held by someone? Shen Meng rushed at Su Yali and clenched her teeth fiercely, while Su Yali tilted a provocative smile at Shen Meng. The two people were still not letting anyone in. With that tugging and pulling left and right, all three stepped through the door of the garment factory at the same time. Hello, Mr. Li. Seeing this, Vice Minister Guoming broke Li Mingjie's embarrassment and greeted him. Li Mingjie looked at him and nodded. Hello, then, let's go in and talk as well. Guoming nodded and out of politeness invited Li Myungchul into the factory. Don't mind Mr. Lee, our minister isn't usually like this. Lee Myung-chul smiled. It's fine. This feeling of dizziness, Lee Mingjur had already experienced it just now, and could very well understand Zhao Gang, except that Zhao Gang was truly dazed, while Lee Mingjur was dizzy. However, finally getting rid of these two burdens, Lee Myung-chul was happy to be at ease. Is our factory's recent revenue okay? Lee Mingjur chatted with Guoming. Guoming smiled. The textile industry are now gradually going downhill. Mr. Lee knows the market so well. Can you still not be clear? The signboard of the second factory clothing is now on fire. Mr. Lee has become a celebrity. Lee Mingjur modest, pretending to be low-key. Okay, the factory other channels are now open? Guoming froze. Other channels? Currently there is only a single channel. With the second factory is almost the same. But year by year the order quantity decreases. We also learn the second factory to phase out the goods refurbished low-priced secondary sales, but the effect is far less than the second factory. This time Mr. Lee came to hope that you can more point to point. Lee Mingjur fake compensatory smile, but narrowed his eyes. Compared to Zhao Gang, this Guoming is a little bit of the city. The person is smart, not to mention that he can also talk, and probably long ago in the market on Lee Mingjur to do a precise probe. Chapter 163, Can't Get Away. Then what are Minister Guo's views on the current market conditions that can be exchanged? Lee Mingjur intentionally opened the topic to lure Guoming in. Guoming paused for a moment, but the heart is very excited. At present a single sales channel, but the limitations are very large. But the textile industry is different from other industries. With the company is also different. There are many limitations. If you can open the import and export trade, the situation will be a lot better. But the state doesn't allow selfish operations. Lee Myung-chul laughed darkly and said what Guoming hadn't finished. Guoming nodded, sighed softly. We opened the gap of other channel traders. The goods out of the early stage is indeed relatively fast, but the cost is also gradually increasing. The price has not been raised. Toss to toss is just to protect the capital, and cannot reach profitability. And cotton, this kind of thing, there is no way to control the cost, so go is also difficult. So the plant hasn't come up with any other solutions? Guoming again sighed out of breath. The pressure is given to our business department, but the big customers, which is to say that you can find continuous fighting for more than a month, but the profit is only 1 point. Not enough to work. Lee Mingjur nodded his head. Probably has been the situation of the factory to figure out the 3 or 4 points, which just happen to meet the next project Lee Mingjur want to do. As he thought of the general, this gap is currently very large. He made a profit of 1 million is not a problem. Seeing that Lee Mingjur didn't answer, Guoming's eyes rolled around and spoke again. I wonder if Mr. Lee has any good projects in mind this time he's here? Lee Myung-chul smiled. There are indeed good projects, but there has to be someone who can see that it's a good project before combined with the actual situation to make a decision. But I see the attitude of your minister. It seems that my arrival is not very welcome. Guoming knows that Lee Mingjur this is to remind himself. He is only a deputy minister. The real idea or is the main minister of Zhao Gang. But Zhao Gang is not a person who is wise to recognize the English. Then Lee Mingjur is also unable to help. This is giving Guoming a mouthful. If it's really a good project, there are naturally people who know how to propose it. After all, Mr. Lee is not an ordinary person. In Shiguan, that's the name of the god of wealth descending into the world. Guoming held up Lee Mingjur, frantically giving Lee Mingjur hints. When he heard the 3 words of the god of wealth, Lee Myung-chul had another black line, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. This Gongzi, too unreliable. In a matter of 3 or 2 words, they came to the office of the business department, where Zhao Gang, Shen Meng, and Su Yali were talking happily, calculating what to eat in a while and where to go for a round. Lee Myung-chul, on the other hand, sat on the sofa in the back, drinking the tea that Guoming had poured for Lee Myung-chul. From the moment he entered the office, Guoming kept his mouth shut and only stood behind Zhao Gang waiting for his orders. Lee Mingjur narrowed his eyes and sized up the 2, but in his heart, he understood the situation. The topic suddenly went cold. Shen Meng turned to look at Lee Mingjur, who hadn't said anything. Mr. Lee, isn't there something to say? The purpose of her trip was to help Lee Myung-chul negotiate a new order, not to compete with this Su Yali. This point she was very clear. Lee Mingjur paused for a moment, and then put down the teacup to look at Zhao Gang. Not to say I have forgotten, but Lee Mingjur sold his words, deliberately falling into deep thought. Su Yali also closed his mouth when he saw this and watched quietly, slowly eating the fruit in his hand. Zhao Gang slanted his eyes and glanced at Lee Mingjur. He really didn't care about his arrival. What he wanted had already been obtained today. As for why Lee Mingjur invited himself through Shin Meng, he didn't care at all. Mr. Lee, this is a fine Mao Jian. Is it still imported when you drink it? Zhao Gang deliberately joked. With Lee Mingjur's level, it was estimated that he had never seen such a good tea at all. Lee Mingjur laughed, leaned back on the back of the sofa and crossed his legs. It's good. Compared to the tea in the Commerce and Industry Bureau, that's still a little less flavorful. Zhao Gang froze for a moment and turned to Guoming, who pretended to have a puzzled look on his face as he locked eyes with Zhao Gang. Laughing coldly, Zhao Gang deliberately flirted. I heard that Mr. Li is familiar with people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Li Mingzhi laughed. It's okay, but it's a piece of friendship that has had tea and dinner. Zhao Gang cold snort. The opening ceremony of the matter he has heard, but he felt that at best it was a coincidence. He really do not believe that Li Mingzhi and the Trade and Industry Bureau has any remarkable relationship. After all, he also knows someone in the Trade and Industry Bureau. This is nothing. Had tea and dinner? If this is considered to be having connections, then I also have connections in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. My cousin is the deputy of Director Ma of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Ren Junwei. Does Mr. Li know him? Li Mingzhi froze. This world is really a little small. If you say that other people Li Mingzhi really have muttered. But if Ren Junwei, that is too familiar. Not bad. I know Director Ma. Zhao Gang instantly widened his eyes. Director Ma? You know Director Ma? Although his cousin is Ren Junwei, but he did not have the opportunity to make friends with the director of the horse. Even if there is a cousin introduced, Momingly on his appointment with the bureau is also a time did not arrive. The gift, the words, he almost did not drop, but Momingly did not look at him. How capable is this Li Nianchul to make friends with Ma Mianli? But looking at Li Mingzhi's calm and self-assured demeanor at the moment, Zhao Gang's heart muttered. Li Nianchul didn't answer Zhao Gang's words. He just smiled and nodded. That's all. Then, Mr. Li is here this time. Zhao Gang opened his mouth again. It is better to ask the other party's purpose of coming first, before considering how to respond better. Li Mingzhi said lightly. Although I opened a company, but in the end, it is still for the second factory services. Now I have to come out to do it alone. For your factory's business chain can open one more channel. Zhao Gang froze, then laughed. Mr. Li is talking big words. Is this channel open just by saying so? I don't believe it. Li Mingzhi continued to speak. At present, our factory's business chain is relatively single. The demand for orders, although the manpower can be reached, but want to send to a more distant place, that is the bottleneck. I open this channel. You can solve the trouble of exporting out of the province. Only need to do the change of business under the name of the factory company. You can realize the cooperation, to help the factory through the difficult times. To say that the resurrection of the dead, it is not a difficult thing. Zhao just laughed again. Big words. As far as he knows, the current business chain of the second factory is also only a few surrounding cities. Want to carry out business to open up channels outside the province? How easy it is. The light cost is a few months of turnover. And why would a big client outside the province choose a small factory like theirs? It's still corporate in nature, which is hardly a guarantee to speak of. If that's the case, I wonder how the company will change. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment and picked up his teacup. Changing to a subordinate unit of the second factory garment will be fine. Fart. Zhao Gang heard the keywords clearly and slammed the table and stood up, startling Su Yali and Shin Meng. Mr. Li's foxtail is leaking out. This is trying to empty his gloves. Then you've chosen the wrong person. Li Nianchul didn't open his mouth to speak and continued to drink his tea. Su Yali was a bit upset and glared at Zhao Gang. Who's a fox? Can't talk properly or what? You slapped what the hell table? Scared me. Chapter 164, The Desire to Win or Lose. Zhao Gang froze, hurriedly matched with a smile. I am sorry, I am excited. Not Li, you do not understand what is going on here. This Li Mingzhi is trying to rob our company. By the time we earn money but also to share it with him. This is not an empty glove white wolf, this is what is it? Su Yali does not understand these. She is simply upset. Mr. Li can still cheat you a small company, not? That only how much money? Really interesting you. Sit down. Su Yali shouted fiercely. Zhao Gang was so scared that he hurriedly sat back on the bench. Su Yali is a master that he cannot afford to offend. Li Mingzhi laughed lightly. Continue to speak. Although you do not know Director Ma, but Director Ma's temper you should have heard. If I a fraud want to cheat your company for nothing, then Director Ma will not agree. The company changed to a subordinate unit. First of all, you can be exempted from a portion of the tax, added to the cost of the two companies to share warehouses and customers. I only charge the cost of operation. The profit of your goods I don't want a cent. Zhao just listened to some confusion. Goods and customers to share the two sides of this is of course good, but said do not profit. He really do not believe. Business which is so stupid. Like to provide services. Do not service fees? You don't have to give me that. There's no way I'm going to agree to this. It's obvious there's a pitfall. Do you really think I'm stupid? Li Nianchul let out a breath, put down the teacup in his hand, and stood up. Secretary, leave the plan. We can go. Shen Meng was stunned. This is leaving? She took out the plan from her bag and placed it in front of Zhao Gang. Then she followed Li Mingzhi and turned around to leave the office. And when Su Yali saw this, He also followed and left together. Zhao Gang froze. What about the promised dinner together in the evening? It's not a trick. We're just leaving? Shen Meng opened her mouth in disbelief. Su Yali deliberately moved closer to listen to the two whispering. Li Niangchul raised the corners of his mouth. My words are only for those who have a heart, and it's useless for those who don't have a heart to hear them. Shen Meng is confused. What has the heart of the people without the heart of the people? Then we did not come for nothing. Didn't you say this customer is very important? Li Mingzhi shook his head. Don't worry, this customer can't run away. Wait a minute, Mr. Li. Before he could reach the gate, Guo Ming chased after him, and Li Mingzhi hurriedly stopped his pace. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li. Please take this plan back with you. Guo Ming handed the dusty plan back to Li Mingzhi, which had obviously been thrown on the ground by Zhao Jun. Li Mingzhi smiled and pushed it back. Since Minister Zhao doesn't know how to read the goods, then leave it to those who do. Minister Guo, I'll wait for your good news on Monday. After saying that, Li Niangchul turned around and left. Guo Ming looked at the back of Li Mingzhi, and looked at the hand of the plan, could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. This Li Mingzhi today is considered to be an eye-opener. If not done market research in the early stages, just based on the beginning of Guo Ming a few words will be the factory's situation to see so clearly, then this Li Mingzhi can be really the legendary market genius. Zhao Gang, the money spent went up the Minister of the Department of Business. Naturally no Guo Ming more understanding of the market. Li Mingzhi program is simply a pie in the sky. Said so much in the early days are but for this plan to do the padding, which is almost written all the chain and foresee the risk as well as to deal with the risk of an effective solution. Zhao Gang threw it out without even looking at it, which in turn cheapened Guo Ming. Warehouse and customer sharing. This is a bold operation. The risk borne behind it is incalculable, but Li Mingzhi even dared to do so. It can be seen how optimistic he is about his plan, how much he understands the development of this new project. Not bad, it's a talent. Factory door hit the car, then went to the second factory, compared to the first second to be much smoother. The person in charge of the cooperation agreement signed on the spot, waiting for Li Mingzhi to make the new project up. The two very different attitudes before and after, but also see the different situation in each factory. Although they are all small factories, but these are important stepping stones on the road to success for Li Mingzhi. With two more agreements arriving on Monday, he'll have accomplished most of his plan. The next step is the real angel round battle. Tossed into the evening, there is no time to take Shen Meng to go to the China World Trade Center to slip around. Was going to go home. Su Yali, but he was dead set on pulling him not to let go. Had to ask him to eat skewers. Shen Meng naturally also want to follow along. She could not let Li Mingzhi get along with Su Yali alone. This woman she does not like. The trio arrived at the legendary Old Goat Kebab, a private stall near the stinking gutter. Not far away the skin lamb on the counter lay still, surrounded by flies. 7 or 8 messy old tables with old stains embedded deep into the veneer of the wood. The owner, Lao Yang, is a bald man with a big belly and a bowl-sized scar on the top of his head lying like a caterpillar, which is shocking to the eye. Li Niangchul and Shen Meng looked at each other, looking at the evil bad situation around them, the unfriendly crowd, and the ferocious boss. This meal was really not in the mood to continue eating. Spirits and demons is not an exaggeration to describe the current situation. Su Yali is very happy, casually run a small bench, a ringing finger in midair hit, Lao Yang, half a leg of lamb through the skewer, more spicy, and then move 2 cases of ice-cold beer, and then a bottle of soda. To this little secretary, she turned to Li Niangchul, let's have a beer. Li Niangchul hurriedly shook his head and refused. I drink soda too, my wife won't let me drink. Su Yali paused for a moment, then pouted, but quickly revealed a smile. Then I can only drink it myself. This little secretary doesn't look like she's much of a drinker either. Shen Meng immediately rolled her eyes. The soda in her hand directly pushed in front of Li Mingzhi, who says I won't drink. I'll drink with you, said directly picked up the boss in the hands of the starter opened a bottle, just ready to the cup she but saw a small black flying insects, simply directly to the bottle blow. Su Yali was surprised up and looked at Shen Meng with interest. You can a small secretary, cool nature, just do not know how much you can drink? Shen Meng raised her eyebrows and glared at Su Yali, not caring about any image. She directly raised her hand and wiped away the water stains on her face. It's no problem to drink until you cry. Good. Su Yali slammed the table. The 2 directly clink bottles dry drink up. A serving of Maozu peanuts. Directly finished 6 bottles of beer. Li Niangchul looked at his dumbfounded. That said, is Shenmu that good a drinker? Ancestor, take it easy. Li Mingzhi whispered a reminder. Sparring for alcohol Shen Meng were a match for Su Yali. Shen Meng shook off his and angrily rebuked. I'm telling you Li Mingzhi, don't look down on me. You hear me? Li Mingzhi froze. When did I look down on you? You're not drunk, right? Shen Meng still glared at Li Niangchul, pointed her finger at him, signaling him to shut up. and turned to continue drinking with Su Yali, and Lee Myung-chul stared blankly, with such a strong desire to win or lose. What's wrong with Shin Meng? Here comes the lamb kebab. Brother Lee, enjoy your meal. A mountain of plates served on the table. Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but open his mouth wide. There are at least 100 skewers here. What kind of sheep is this? Half a leg, so much meat. Chapter 165, Pink Hair Cards. Su Yali wiped his mouth with his dirty palm, picked up the skewer and ate it left and right. Delicious. Old Yang's skewers are getting better and better. One flavor with Xinjiang's. Looking at her gluttonous appearance, Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but laugh. Have you ever been to Xinjiang? Have you ever eaten Xinjiang's authentic kebabs? Su Yali blinked his eyes, but his mouth didn't stop moving. No, but I think that's the flavor. You think? Fine. Lee Myung-chul laughed helplessly, picking up a bunch and sniffing it, smelling really good. Turning to hand it to Shin Meng. Have some? Shin Meng shook her head and confused her eyes. What? Don't eat. Suddenly her body lurched, and Lee Myung-chul rushed to support her fallen body. Gotta. Still drunk. If you don't let you drink, you have to drink more. Don't listen. Shin Meng frowned and pouted her lips, not forgetting to look angrily at Lee Mingzhi. I'm happy. You don't care. Little girl, let's continue to drink. I haven't drunk too much yet. Su Yali sneered, then shook his head. I'm not going to drink with you. You're not good at all with this amount of alcohol. I still have to save my stomach for skewers. Before the words were finished, Shin Meng directly fell on top of Lee Mingzhi. The strong smell of alcohol came to her nose. Her cheeks flushed slightly, looking at Lee Mingzhi distracted. She's drunk. Then we'll leave. You eat by yourself. Lee Mingzhi picked up Shin Meng and was about to leave. Su Yali froze and hurriedly grabbed him. Your greasy hands. Sister. Su Yali clutched Lee Mingzhi, hurriedly swallowed the mouth, did not finish chewing mutton, opened his mouth. Do not go so much, how can I eat There is a sofa. I let people make room for her to sleep a while, we'll be fine. Lee Mingzhi froze and was speechless. Su Yali had no intention of letting him go. If he didn't finish this meal today, he probably wouldn't want to go back. Lee Mingzhi, don't be a wimp. Drink with her. The dazed Shin Meng hooked one hand around Lee Mingzhi's neck, and with one hand in mid-air, she feebly pointed at Su Yali. Okay, auntie, be quiet. Lee Mingzhi hurriedly put her hands in a mess. According to this situation, Shin Meng cannot go. Sleep a little sober may be better. There was no other way. Lee Mingzhi put Shin Meng on a worn-out sofa behind the stall, letting her take a short nap, and when he finished dealing with Su Yali, he would immediately take Shin Meng back. What a watery day. Hey Lee Myung-chul, what's your relationship with this little secretary? Su Yali suddenly raised a bad smile, testing Lee Myung-chul with interest. Lee Myung-chul took a bite of the skewer, raised his eyes to look at Su Yali, and spoke softly, it does taste good. Su Yali froze, unhappy look at Lee Myung-chul. Even the string in the hand are not fragrant. Say it, you two are not acting in a love movie? Lee Mingzhi still lifted his eyes to look at Su Yali, and could not help but let out a laugh. Does it have anything to do with you? Less gossip. Su Yali skimmed his mouth and continued to eat his meat skewer. This little secretary is really good. If I had such a beautiful secretary, I would be moved too. Lee Myung-chul laughed softly once again and lowered his eyes. The two of us aren't in the kind of relationship you think we are, but it's not an ordinary relationship either. That being said, why are you so curious about me? Lee Mingzhi's words asked stunned Su Yali. She violently round eyes, then laughed out loud. Who is curious about you? Right, I'm just curious. I just want to remind you, you're married. Don't mess around. Be careful of accidents. If you have an accident, along with our business is not an accident as well? Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but smile again and looked at Core, suddenly realizing that she was a person with little heart. A big smile, saying whatever came to her mind and showing both unhappiness and happiness on her face. If she had grown normally, she would have been a very cute and pretty girl with this face enlarged 2 or 3 times. Let me ask you something? Lee Myung-chul suddenly spoke. Su Yali froze, hurriedly stopping his mouth from eating kebabs. You ask, that pink hair card on your head, your first love gave it to you? The main thing was that this hair card was very mismatched with her outfit, but Lee Myung-chul didn't understand why Core kept it on. You mean this? Su Yali touched the hairpin on his head and then laughed. It was a 14th birthday present from my big brother, but I haven't grown since I was 14, and the doctor said I'm sick. Lee Myung-chul nodded his head. Are you Siohu's real sister? Su Yali shook his head. No, I was picked up, but my brother can love me, has been treating me like a real sister. In this Shiguan, let me be the second chair. So she's an orphan? Su Yali suddenly laughed. Actually, it's nothing to tell you. I was picked up by my brother from the garbage heap, and when I grew up, I worked for him as a fighter, accompanying him to break into the Western Pass. Then you're quite righteous, that's for sure. I owe my life to my brother. I have to do whatever he tells me to do. Lee Myung-chul narrowed his eyes. What about yourself? What are your own thoughts? Su Yali paused for a moment, then scratched his head, pondering. Ideas? What ideas? See what ideas my brother has, just follow the work. Which so much? Lee Myung-chul suddenly felt compassion for Su Yali. Perhaps she was not as fierce as she appeared on the surface, and inwardly she was nothing more than a naive and simple child, which could be seen in the monkey son's body. The first half of the street business is not good. Most of the stalls are old, weak, sick and disabled. Monkey son is not a means of brutality. Su Yali let him guard the front street seems to be after some careful consideration. Unfortunately, she didn't meet the right person. If you really thought of her as your own sister, you wouldn't have made her a punching bag. Seeing Lee Myung-chul's complicated expression, Su Yali came to his senses, probed over and spoke softly. Why are you suddenly interested in me? Lee Myung-chul froze and raised his eyes to look at her. Su Yali licked the oily fishy on his mouth, and when he saw that Lee Myung-chul didn't say anything, he brought his head closer again. Do you like me? Lee Myung-chul remained silent. Su Yali immediately laughed badly. Don't look at me like this. I'm a normally developed person, a normal woman. Put. Lee Myung-chul couldn't help but laugh. She looked and felt like she still sounded cute too. Alright, hurry up and eat. Go home and sleep afterward. Sleep at your house or sleep at mine? Go back to your homes and sleep. Su Yali pouted in disinterest, but couldn't help but smile. This Lee Myung-chul really isn't that taking advantage of the situation. Being righteous, smart, wise, and that little bit of handsome. It's the style that Su Yali likes. Unfortunately, he's married. Lee Myung-chul, where are you? Shin Meng suddenly let out a shriek. Lee Mingjur immediately tightened his heart, threw away the string in his hand and immediately leaped out. Su Yali hurriedly raised his hand to wipe his mouth and also followed. The old couch behind the stall, a mess. Shin Meng huddled in disheveled clothes. Next to the couch knelt a dry, thin man shrunken with pain. Lee Mingjur's brain went blank and he walked over to hold Shin Meng. What happened? Shin Meng saw Lee Mingjur's face and directly bawled, pounding him hard with her fists. Where did you die? Why did you leave me here alone? Chapter 166, My People. Lee Myung-chul looked at Shin Meng's torn collar and frowned, taking off his shirt and draping it over her. He turned to the man kneeling on the ground, only to realize the man's pained expression, his hands covering his lower body tightly. Lee Myung-chul was happy. Su Yali was even more angry than Lee Myung-chul, a foot hard into the man's shoulder. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where did you run from? Rico, what's wrong? A group of men heard the commotion, jogged over, looked at the scene wide-eyed. This is what kind of unenlightened bastard even dared to power brother brought people, really don't want to die. Mantis? It's a praying mantis, isn't it? It looks like him. Why is he here? Whispers came to mind in the crowd and Su Yali glared at them. What praying mantis and crickets? One of the men spoke up. It's 2nd Street's little brother nicknamed Mantis, who smokes big cigarettes. Su Yali heard more fire. Look to Shin Meng and Lee Mingjur, little secretary, you eat no loss. This bastard smoking big cigarettes is not likely to have a disease. Lee Myung-chul held Shin Meng tightly in his arms, stroking her head with one hand to calm her nerves, only to see that she was slightly reddened between her neck, with 2 obvious fingerprints. Shin Meng buried her head into Lee Mingjur's chest, trembling as she cried, and her hands still kept hitting and pinching Lee Mingjur's body. But Lee Myung-chul breathed a sigh of relief, seeing as how it shouldn't have been a loss. Brother Lee, I didn't do anything. She was the one who kicked me in the lifeblood. Mantis pointed at Shin Meng, trembling in pain, his face full of aggression, like he was complaining to Su Yali again. Lee Mingjur knows this feeling too well. Shin Meng, this girl's foot is also no lightweight. A kick can be kicked to death before Lee Mingjur. This praying mantis is afraid that there will be half a life left. Su Yali followed by a hard kick, tucked between the legs of the mantis. Feel not too much on him punching and kicking, but still do not feel too much. Have pawed the ground on the wooden stick. Grabbed his wrists on the side of the stone. Rico, don't. I was wrong. I won't dare again. I didn't know this was Rico's guest. Spare me, please. Mantis rolled all over the ground in pain. The slightest trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Half of his face was about to be blown off by Su Yali, but Su Yali looked at him with intent and raised the corner of his mouth. You're just going to forget it by saying that you don't know about this? Brother Lee, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Nasan, I really didn't do anything. Help me, beg for mercy, please. Seeing this, Mantis hurriedly turned his head to beg Shin Meng. Shin Meng, on the other hand, has been buried in the head, still cannot stop the flow of tears. Small hand pinched in Lee Mingjur's shoulder. Is the more pinched more vigor? But Lee Mingjur did not call nor stop. If Shin Meng accident today, he cannot forgive himself in this life. This pain is what he should suffer. How could Lee Myung-chul put Shin Meng in a place he couldn't see when he knew it was a wolf's den? When Su Yali saw that Lee Myung-chul did not say anything, he knew that he was angry. It was not easy for Lee Myung-chul to respond a little to himself, but this kind of thing appeared at this time. Su Yali could not be blamed. She suddenly slammed her stick down. slamming it hard one at a time towards the back of Mantis's hand, and a miserable roar rang out from Mantis in midair. At this moment, a weird smile appeared on Suyali's face. The wooden stick that fell over and over again made her emotions become excited, each time much harder than the last. It was only when Mantis almost fainted that Suyali let go, blood staining her palms red, and someone brought her water to help her wash it off, and she broke into an unimpeded smile, gasping for air and sweating profusely. Shinmeng slightly sidestepped her head and looked at the scene in front of her through the gap, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and even Li Niangchul couldn't help but frown. I really can't see how a little girl with an innocent and cute face can be so violent and cruel inside. Li Niangchul hypothesized that maybe Xiaoari could be carrying a few more lives on his back. 2. Li Niangchul, I want to go home. Shinmeng couldn't look away. She spoke softly in a voice that only two people could hear, and Li Niangchul let out a breath, still not relaxing his hands that were tightly embracing her. Suyali washed his hands and looked at the strong man on the side. Can't control your own dick? That's not much use. Chop it off and feed it to the dogs. Yes. The strong man on one side joined with several dry and thin men and dragged the mantis with him to a small forest not far away. Li Mingjie wanted to open his mouth to say something, but the rules of the road. He is not a person of the road, cannot interfere in the affairs of the road. If today in exchange for Fu Yao suffered a loss, chopped off the head of Mantis's dog, he had to personally do it. Seeing this, Suyali looked at Li Mingjie and smiled. It's good to see that the little secretary didn't suffer any losses. Let's go. Keep eating skewers. Saying this, she was about to get her hands on Shinmeng. Shinmeng hurriedly shrunk herself even tighter, every cell rejecting Suyali. Don't touch me. Suyali froze, pouted, is not just touching too. Can less meet what? People are not looking at you beautiful, this only moved the crooked mind. To blame on your own. Don't be so melodramatic. Go, continue to eat. Haven't finished yet. It won't be good if it gets cold. Said this, Suyali once again dragged up Shinmeng. This time for Li Mingjie was not happy. He grabbed Suyali's wrist, lifted his eyes to look at him, coldly said, I said, she's not the same as you. This is it for today. Let's go. Li Mingjie directly picked up Shinmeng on his back and turned around. Suyali hurriedly stopped him and smiled curtly. Angry? I know that you are heartbroken when the little secretary cries, but I also punished that bastard. What do you have to be angry about? Li Niangchul looked at Suyali, not putting the scene just now in the slightest. Li Niangchul just now thought that she was quite cute with a simple mind, but at the moment, he was only full of resistance and fear towards her. He ignored Suyali's pestering and continued to walk towards the street. Suyali unforgiving, all the way to follow. Why are you angry? Ah, just now was good. Why ah? Li Niangchul ignored it and quickened his pace by 3 points. Li Mingjie, you stop right there. Suyali couldn't catch up with Li Mingjie and almost tripped over a rock, but Li Mingjie didn't even have the intention to stop, which made Suyali very angry. Did I give you face? I've helped you guys take revenge. As far as that goes, later on, I'll let someone slaughter the praying mantis for wine. Okay. Li Niangchul stopped and didn't turn around, and Shinmeng on his shoulder paused and couldn't help but frown. I said, we're not the same kind of people. It's better to make fewer friendships in the future. What you want to do with your people, that's your business, but my people are very uncomfortable right now. I'm going to take her away. Do you want to kill me too? Li Niangchul's words, said without any emotion, but Suyali pouted behind her. From the beginning of the doubt changed to anger, and now became aggrieved. Where did she do wrong? Looked at Li Mingjie and Shinmeng left. Suyali stayed in place for a long time, cannot let go, full of unwillingness to stare at the car's taillights. Unconvinced whispered open, what's your people my people? We are not a partnership. Well, so clear. The small secretary aggrieved, I'm not happy. Ah, I'm so tired of hitting the people you do not know to care about me. No to hold her. The side of the little brother looked at each other left and right, could not help but snicker. The sky is not afraid of Suyali. This time is really met the opponent. This Li Mingjie really have some ability. Chapter 167, Bad Mood. Li Mingjie directly Shinmeng back to their own home. Just entered the door, scared Fu Yao jumped, hurriedly came up to help Shinmeng. How is this? The body to get so dirty. You drink? Shinmeng looked at Fu Yao and couldn't help but shed tears again, but she forced herself to shake her head. It's okay, I fell. Fu Yao sighed deeply and glared at Li Mingjie. You're still bringing her to drink. What if something happens? Shinmeng bowed her head and let Fu Yao stroke her head. For his part, Li Niangchul looked at Shinmeng without saying anything, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Okay, take a bath first. Wash up and say, go. Fu Yao picked up the wine, has not gone down. Shinmeng trembling into the toilet, boiled water to help her wash, but also taken newly bought pajamas for Shinmeng to wear. Tonight let her sleep at home. Li Niangchul turned away from the house and sat on the stairway to smoke. In the past, I watched TV and thought that the triads were just like that. Fighting and killing were very boring. but today I saw that the triads were deep into the lives of the people and jeopardized their health, which was far more horrible than what was broadcasted on TV. Chen Chang's death, Mantis's mutilation, all made Li Mingzhi's heart become complicated. On the one hand, he wanted to cut off this force. On the other hand, he needed this force to help. He was conflicted, but did not know how to change the predicament. Violence is not the only means of solving all problems, but it is the first means that comes to mind when there is a problem. In the business world, but also everywhere filled with the existence of black violence, more than blood and sweat, killing people without blood is the most horrible means of attack. Those who eat people without spitting bones are also commonplace. Want to achieve the true meaning of world peace? Too difficult. Shen Meng relied on Fu Yao's embrace. The fragrant soap smell wrapped around her whole body, giving her anxious heart peace. Fu Yao's body is soft, although thin, but the hands that hold her tightly are strong and powerful. She is like a mother, gently patting her back, singing her a little song that she loved to listen to when she was a child. Except for one question after entering the door, Fu Yao never opened her mouth to ask Shen Meng anything again. She just quietly accompanied Shen Meng, showing a warm smile from time to time. In fact, she was not that scared at all tonight. If that mantis really dared to do anything, Shen Meng would never be polite. But as soon as she saw Li Mingzhi, she couldn't control her aggression. The toughness of that moment instantly collapsed, and in front of Li Mingzhi she was just a weak little girl who needed his protection. To really talk about fear, the moment she opened her eyes and couldn't see Li Mingzhi was the moment Shen Meng was really afraid, because at that moment, she was left behind by Li Mingzhi. Feeling the emotions of the person in her arms slowly calming down, Fu Yao couldn't help but sigh softly. Not knowing what happened tonight, the two people came back feeling all wrong, but she could see that Li Mingzhi was very guilty about what happened to Shen Meng, and that kind of guilty look caused Fu Yao's heart to set off a not-so-small wave, because that look had once been revealed in front of herself as well. But she had no hostility towards Shen Meng. In her opinion, Shen Meng lived a dashing and comfortable life, knew what she needed and worked hard and struggled for her needs, just like she once did. But the day she married Li Mingzhi, she changed. Her heart can no longer tolerate the other things. Suffering for many years she had broken, plus later had Kiki. Her mind from Li Mingzhi on the body to Kiki. That life is just so on a lifetime. Kiki brought up, mother and daughter rely on each other for life. It was Li Mingzhi who changed Fu Yao, making her heart full of love again, and new hopes and visions for marriage and family. But despite this, compared to Shen Meng, Fu Yao is still not lucky enough. Throughout the night, the three of them didn't sleep. Li Niangchul spent the night in the hallway and thought about it. He made a deliberate decision and goal. He wanted to change the triad system and lead them to the right path once and for all. Auntie Shen? The sleepy-eyed Chi-Chi walked to the living room and immediately widened her eyes when she saw Shen Meng, never imagining that Shen Meng would be sitting in her house when she woke up. Shen Meng gave a tired smile. Good morning, Kiki. Chi-Chi hurriedly ran to Shen Meng and gave her a big hug. Hello, Auntie Shen. I'll get you snacks. I've got lots and lots of snacks. After saying that, she directly rushed back into the house and took out a big pocket of snacks. Auntie, you eat this, and this. This is also delicious. Eat them all. Oh. Kiki took out all the snacks from Hannah's house one by one and stuffed them into Shen Meng's arms, skillfully ripped open the bag and took out a chip and stuffed it into Shen Meng's mouth, and in the process stuffed a piece into her own mouth as well. Fu Yao couldn't help but laugh. Gluttony. Are you eating it yourself or letting Auntie eat it? Kiki puffed her cheeks and twinkled her two big eyes. Give it to Auntie. I'll taste if it's broken. Shen Meng smiled helplessly. You eat, Auntie doesn't. Turning to the house, Shen Meng wondered, where's Li? Fu Yao looked outside. There has been no one in the corridor, probably go to work. You want to take a break? We can go to the National Trade Center shopping. Shen Meng froze. Shopping? But I haven't taken a vacation yet? Fu Yao smiled and pointed to the phone on the table. He's definitely back in the defense section early in the morning. Just make a call and let him handle it for you. Shen Meng paused for a moment, then smiled helplessly and nodded. This Li Miangchul should also be her secretary for a while. Li Mingzhi, who had just entered the gate of the security section, was blocked by Huang Feng. One out and one in. Huang Feng raised his chin and looked at Li Mingzhi, who paused for a moment and sluggishly got out of the way. Good morning, Section Chief Huang. Huang Feng blankly glanced at Li Mingzhi, did not respond, and directly turned around and left the defense section. Li Niangchul sneered and entered. Xiaolu watched Li Mingzhi sit steadily in his seat before he spoke in a low voice. Section Chief Li, you're now a red man in the factory, so you don't need to be afraid of Section Chief Huang, do you? Li Mingzhi laughed. It's only a great man who can bend and stretch. After all, it's my top boss. The face that should be given should still be given some. Xiaolu marveled and skimmed his mouth. Agreeing with Li Mingzhi's remarks, Section Chief Li has a big belly and is a person who does great things. Then he sank back into a gossipy face. Section Chief Huang came in a bad mood this morning and scolded us all. Wang Feng sneered. Maybe he is angry somewhere. spreading evil fire at us? Obviously well done materials have to be redone again. I don't know what's the point. Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. That's right, obviously looking for bones and eggs and deliberately finding fault with us. Xiao Chen in the distance also couldn't help but raise his face. You guys still don't know. His sister is messing with him, saying that he doesn't help his brother-in-law. Last night he didn't even go home. He slept in the defense section. When I came in the morning he was still there huffing and puffing. Xiao Lu smiled curiously. If I were him, I cannot help. The old songs matter now. Who dares to step forward? I heard that owes the factory a lot of money. The end of the month to get out will be jailed. Chapter 168, Something's Wrong. Wang Fang let out another sneer. Serves him right. This kind of person, who flaunts his arms on weekdays and doesn't have a good relationship, who can help him when it comes to things? And it's not a matter of $20 or $30. Xiao Lu nodded his head and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Seeing that no one continued to chime in, that was the end of the conversation. Li Mingzhi sat on the workstation, looking at the newspaper, could not help but narrow his eyes. The old song and Huang Li is not divorced. How Huang Li is still because of the old song's business with Huang Feng. If Huang Feng wants to take care of old song, then he has to take money out to help him fill the hole. But where does Huang Feng get the money? Thinking of this, Li Mingzhi raised the corner of his mouth. If Huang Feng had to manage this matter, the money is estimated to be counted on his Li Mingzhi's head. Huang Feng and cannot afford to be calm, and will certainly find Zhouing to take goods to Li Mingzhi this high-priced sale. This time Li Mingzhi will not be as his intention, but also even take down the weak of the British together. The morning was calm and quiet, and Huang Feng did not return to the defense section at all. Li Mingzhi leisurely sipping tea. Something's wrong, just ready to pack up and leave. Xiao Lu suddenly ran back. Entering the door is the first thing to say in a hurry, arousing the curiosity of Li Niangchul. Wang Feng took a sip of tea and hurriedly put down the teapot. What? Xiao Lu, the hand drenching, but the face is a gloating smile. The housing management section of the Hong section chief accident. His wife made a big mess in the housing management section office. A lot of people were onlookers at Hong Jiangwen's wife? Li Niangchul froze. Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded. I heard it was Hong Jiangwen looking for a mistress. 2 days did not go home. His wife brought 7 aunts and 8 aunts to ask questions. Lively not. Go and see. After saying that, Xiao Lu led the office people to the housing management section to go to the hilarious Li Mingzhi pause. Also followed along to see. You this? Without me, you can sit in the position of section chief? Put a good day, but you are looking for a woman outside. Who is that woman? You call her out. At the door of the housing management section, a middle-aged woman was crying and yelling. Her face makeup had turned into a cat's face from crying, and the 2 black lines under her eyes were particularly conspicuous. She is Hong Jiangwen's real wife, Su Lijuan. Hong Jiangwen sat in his office smoking a cigarette, his eyebrows furrowed in a way that could pinch 3 or 5 flies. Don't you ever scream here again. What mistress? I've been away on business for the past few days. Where's the woman? Hong Jiangwen, you still lying to me? There are people who saw you with a 20-something-year-old girl. You don't mind the shame. Call that little goblin out. Nope, call it what it is. Hong Jiangwen sat steadily with a defiant face and no intention of admitting it, but the hand holding the cigarette trembled inconspicuously. Zhang Guojun hid in silence. Well, this time he learned smart. Looking for someone to write an anonymous letter, sent to Hong Jiangwen's home. Hong Jiangwen in 2 days did not come home. His wife immediately could not sit still. Today really made a mess to the office. Good you Hong Jiangwen, you still do not recognize. You bad conscience. Su Lijuan immediately sat on the ground, is bawling, crying outside the corridor surrounded by the water. Li Mingzhi can only stand in the stairway to listen to the movement. Simply cannot see people. What are you fooling around for? You trust others over your own man. I think you've lost your mind. Su Lijuan saw the situation, full of aggrieved glared at Hong Jiangwen. Hong Jiangwen, you also do not think that little goblin can look at you, a handful of years old, is not thinking of your money. I accompany you to suffer. The money are into the pants pockets of the little goblin. If you do not bring her out today, I'm not finished with you. Hong Jiangwen took a deep inverted breath, and the cigarette in his hand almost burned his hand. This is the thing that reported him to his wife, and it is also quite smart to write an anonymous letter to reveal the bottom of the old man. Hong Jiangwen heart cursed, but the scene in front of him simply cannot be cleaned up. This tigress did not first rush up to scratch his face, even if it is to leave a face. He cannot at this time to provoke the other side, or he this housing management section of the regular section chief do not want to do. Seeing that Hong Jiangwen didn't say anything, Su Lijuan fiercely cursed up from the ground, grabbed the documents on the table and threw them at Hong Jiangwen. You're still siding with that little goblin, aren't you? You hand the person over to me. Hong Jiangwen rushed to dodge. Su Lijuan's violent temper was completely enraged up. Directly around the table rushed to Hong Jiangwen is even slap. You still do not admit. Say, who is that goblin? You say don't do it, will you? Look at what you look like. Hong Jangwon dodged from side to side, but Su Lijuan tightly grabbed the collar of his shirt, and each slap hit his face solidly, making half of his face hot and painful. I'm telling you, Hong Jangwon, if you don't hand over the person today, I'll scratch your face. I'll see what you're going to use to hook up with women. You're pissing me off. Hong Jangwon completely lost his patience and pushed Su Lijuan out. You're crazy. This is an office. Su Lijuan's stagger did not stand firm. Directly do a butt squat. This time the scene is completely ugly up. Su Lijuan cried out again. You heartless seduced by that demonic spirit. How dare you hit me? God, how could I marry such a person? Jangwon, how can you hit someone when you speak properly? She's your wife anyways. You're crazy. You screwed a mistress and you're still justified. You've been caught and you're still denying it. You hurry up and hand over the man. Something is going on here to talk away. 7 ants and ants began to count up Hong Jangwon. Everyone pinched waist holding back, overbearing glare. If not in the office, it is estimated that this group of people early to Hong Jangwon a beating. Even the place has to be smashed. Not. You said this Chief Hong is also stupid. How did he let someone find out? I heard that someone wrote a whistleblower letter and sent it to his wife. So did he stay at Junior's for the 2 days he wasn't home? Who knows? Look at his wife like that. I'd have to find a mistress if I wanted to. Surrounding the crowd of people talking, Lee Mingjer has heard the things. Do not feel a sigh of relief. This Zhang Guojun is really stupid enough. The words to that point obviously told him that this method is not right. Simply cannot hit Hong Jangwon 7 inches. He can be good, but instead of escalating this method directly, a whistleblower letter? Is this idea even for the human brain? Obviously before and already caused a fuss. He also wrote a letter of reporting. This is not a clear tell Hong Jangwon. The person who wrote the letter is he Zhang Guojun? Simply speechless. Looked at an hour. The room is still noisy. The crowd gathered is more and more. Lee Mingjer really cannot listen to turn around and leave the housing management section. Just walked to the gate and saw a sneaky and delicate figure. Lee Myung-chul narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Hong Jianwen's little mistress? Really bold. Rushed here to spy on the news? Excuse me, what's going on inside? The woman saw Lee Myung-chul come out from inside and hurriedly stopped the man. She hadn't seen Lee Myung-chul in the workshop. Chapter 169, Dousing the Fire. Lee Mingjer paused for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. Hong section chief looking for a mistress was found by his wife, and is now making a scene. I advise you not to go in. Crowded. The woman frowned and hurriedly waved her hand. I'm not going in. I'd like to ask how it was discovered. What's going on in there now? Lee Myung-chul looked up and down. I'm afraid that this woman has a bubble in her brain. Is she still worried that Hong Jianwen has sold her out? The specific situation I did not see clearly. Anyway, has been noisy. How to find out I really do not know. I guess someone reported it. You also quickly go. Stay here to cause right and wrong. The woman looked at Lee Myung-chul for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Well, thank you. Lee Myung-chul waved his hand and walked outside. The woman was still reluctant, still hiding in the corner and nervously looking in. This kind of hustle and bustle or do not casually look. Look at a long time easy to ask for trouble. Lee Myung-chul at noon casually eat a little meal, then directly back to the company. Just as he entered the front door, a wave of the Gundam crowd gathered around him. Brother Lee, the business in Lin County is done. Gangzi slapped his chest, and although he was sweating profusely, his eyes were glowing with pride. Lee Mingjer patted Gangzi's shoulder and laughed. Very good. Do very good. Go, the office talk to me about the details. Okay brother. Seeing that Gangzi went up to the second floor with Lee Mingjer, a group of brothers revealed a look of joy. This time I do not know how Lee Mingjer will reward Gangzi. Will there be their share? It's about as much money as you can make on a regular basis. But who could ever ask for more? Brother, I tell you, East County's local Snakeyoung is really a practical person. I gave him a talk about our project. He immediately agreed. Overnight stalls on the support up. I started to give them dividends according to what you said. They no longer mention the matter of protection fees. Tiger also introduced me to the side of a few connectors. I let the brothers to docking. In accordance with this speed, this week we'll be able to realize the 100 amount of stalls. Lee Myung-chul looked at Gundam without showing much joy. Finished? Originally exuberant Gangzi, the fire was doused at once. Froze sitting opposite Lee Mingjer. What is it brother? Lee Mingjer let out a big sigh and looked at Gangzi with a serious look. Gangzi, I went to Shiguan yesterday. Gundam froze. Unsure. Go, just go? Lee Mingjer was speechless and looked at Gangzi with displeasure. But I went to Shiguan, and people over there said that I was some kind of god of wealth descended. Is this something you passed on? Gangzi was stunned again and thought for a moment. You lead your brothers to make money. Worshipping you is not better than worshipping the god of wealth. If you ask me, you are our god of wealth. What does Zhao Gongning count as? You shut up. Lee Mingjer slammed the table, startling Gangzi. What the hell brother? Lee Mingjer stared at his eyes. but looking at Gangzi's innocent face, he sighed again. If you talk about the god of fortune like that, your fortune will really be gone. This matter is not allowed to be talked about like that in the future, especially in the marketplace. If you talk about me in such a godly manner, then the government will look for trouble with me and say that I'm a cult. Then it won't be the end of everything. Gangzi suddenly realized, and then laughed out loud. Hey, I thought it was something. It's just this. I'm just kidding. A metaphor. It's called a metaphor. I'll tell the people below me later. Don't spread the word, okay? Lee Myung-chul nodded his head in satisfaction and picked up the teacup on the table and sipped it naturally. He paused for a moment and looked at the teacup. Freshly brewed tea again? He thought of something, put down his teacup, looked at Gangzi and spoke in a low voice. I suspect that someone in the factory is embezzling. Secretary Shin has found a loophole in the accounts, and I'll explain something to you in the next few days. What? Gangzi instantly became furious and slammed the table. Whoever dares to embezzle, I'll unload him. Lee Mingjur was taken aback and looked at Gangzi angrily. Why don't you go out and yell? Gonzo scratched his head and giggled, hurrying to sit down. Brother, you say. Lee Mingjur unhappy opening, you give me this acute change. In the future do not move to slap the table and kick the chair. Things calm. No? Gangzi nodded his head, knowing that it was hard to change the Jianghu flavor in his body, but Lee Mingjur was doing it for his good. For the good of the company, Gangzi could accept it. I'll change it for sure, and I'll be calm in the future. Lee Mingjur nodded with satisfaction and lowered his voice once again. In these few days, you let a few brothers quietly keep watch in the factory. Don't get caught, and keep an eye on me to see what happens at night after the doors are closed. Gundam frowned. So, what do we do if we find something? Lee Mingjur wiggled his right index finger. Do nothing. Grab the next day and tell me. If you find someone walking around the factory, also don't make a sound. See what he's doing. I want to know the details. The details, no? Gangzi nodded his head as if he didn't understand, and couldn't help but wonder. But why do we have to do this? Why don't we just arrest him if we see him? It depends on what he's doing. And if he starts a fire, then we don't care. Lee Myung-chul sighed deeply and pushed the teacup in his hand. Recently, inexplicably, someone has been pouring tea for me. Look, this tea has appeared again. Isn't it scary? Gangzi froze, looked at the cup of tea, and then laughed. What is so scary? It may be who see you hard to give you to the tea chant. You do not want to when I give you to get a soda to go. Said Gangzi was about to walk straight out. Lee Myung-chul froze, hurriedly grabbed him and pressed him back again. Am I talking about tea now? Gundam froze again and scratched his head. So isn't that what you said about the tea and everything else? Lee Mingjur helplessly covered his face, helpless to the extreme. This just son went out and came back, is a little excited. No, I mean, I want to know how this tea came about. What time the people who poured it all came into my office, how long they stayed in my office, and if they can do it without the other guy seeing it, better find out what he did in my office and if he took anything out. Understand? Gangzi suddenly realized. If you want to say so, I soon understand. Okay, I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on the factory 24 hours a day. Lee Mingjur nodded his head. It must be done quietly. It can't be discovered by anyone. This is something that you know and I know and heaven knows and earth knows. You mustn't say anything about it. It's a huge thing. Gangzi nodded his head. See, Lee Mingjur looked like a serious matter. He cannot help but nervous, but in his heart, but do not know Lee Mingjur staged what mystery. This big brother always let himself not see through. In addition, free up 2 sharp-eyed brothers to keep an eye on the inventory. I'm afraid that Shun Zi alone can't keep an eye on it, but do it quietly, don't get caught. Got it? Gundam nodded dully. Lee Myung-chul exhaled and lit a cigarette. Well, how is the profitability of the stalls now? The words turned violently. Gangzi had not reacted. Well, it's not bad, because there's not much cost. It's all pure profit now. But, Gonzo hesitated. Chapter 170, very difficult. Tiger's men are tougher to get hold of, and when they look at the business to make money, they're all movers and shakers, messing around with the prices, and although they do sell, the stalls in Shiguan aren't as profitable as they are in other places. Lee Myung-chul furrowed his brows. A problem he was fully aware of this time down the market. Talk to Tiger's people and see if this problem can be solved. Gangzi shook his head. Now in charge is the second-in-command Suyali, a short woman. Difficult to speak very much. She does not understand this inside the matter. Let the following people mess around. Out of the matter, but said that we did not say clearly in the beginning, so that we go to the coordination. This thing is stuck here for almost a month. I'm still trying to think of a way to see if I can through other people to contact directly to the Tiger brother. Suyali. Once heard Suyali's name, Lee Mingjur is uncomfortable, but the market in the West Pass are held in the hands of Suyali. Cannot handle this snake. Lee Mingjur really cannot eat this piece of fat meat, but this guy is really hard to get a hold of. It is estimated that meeting Tiger is not necessarily a solution. It is better to think of a way from this second in command. If not, then send some gifts or something. Gangzi shook his head again. Brother, you don't understand this girl. Oil and salt, give money don't want. You simply can't guess her mind. Last time I found a brother to send a gift, the result was severely beaten. You say this with who messed with who? Lee Myung-chul froze. Why? Gangzi also looked puzzled. Who knows? Somehow I got beaten. This violent woman. Violent woman. Lee Mingzhi couldn't help but curse in his heart, but on his mouth he sighed repeatedly, and Gangzi also sighed along with Lee Mingzhi. Rico? Shunzi pushed the door in and looked at Gangzi and Lee Mingzhi in the room. There's a man named Guo Ming who came to look for you, saying that he contacted you in advance. Lee Myung-chul paused and raised the corner of his mouth. Quickly let him in. Gonzo saw this and left the office with Junko. Guo Ming knocked on the door and walked into the office with his briefcase clutched. Lee Mingzhi looked up at him and pretended to look at the documents in his hand. Minister Gui is here. Please have a seat. Xiao Ho, pour a cup of tea. Okay. Guo Ming looked at Lee Mingzhi and realized that Lee Mingzhi did not react to his arrival. Is Mr. Lee busy? Lee Myung-chul paused for a moment, put down the documents in his hands, and smiled. There's a bit of stuff that needs to be looked at. It's fine. Let's get down to business first. Here's the deal. Ho-wan pushed the door in at an inopportune moment, placed the teacup in Guo Ming's hand, and retreated again, watching the door close tightly before Lee Mingzhi opened his mouth. Minister Guo continues. Guo Ming nodded his head and put the briefcase on the table. About Mr. Lee's program, I have reported it. The factory is very optimistic. Designated me to dock. First sign a cooperation agreement. But, conditional? Lee Myung-chul laughed. But there's no harm in saying it. The column of default responsibility in the agreement also needs to be specially marked. After all, guaranteeing the safety of goods and customers is also the industry's top priority. And I think Mr. Lee should know it better than I do. Lee Mingzhi smiled and nodded his head. No problem. I can not only change the liability for breach of contract, but also add a supplemental agreement to ensure that after customer sharing, your factory's revenue will be double of what it is now. And we can also talk about the details related to the detailed plan and cooperation program of the Waste to Treasure program. Guo Ming froze, not expecting Lee Mingzhi to be so painstaking. You're willing to take out the plan of turning waste into treasure and cooperate with us? Of course, since it's a partnership, then we'll be friends from now on. Mainly because I'm optimistic about Minister Guo. This project is absolutely fine if you and I team up and work together. Guo Ming immediately grinned, but he couldn't see through Lee Myung-chul's mind. Is Mr. Lee really sharing the plan with us for free? Lee Myung-chul shook his head and raised the corners of his mouth. It's not gratuitous. And it's not you. It's you. Guo Ming froze. Me? Lee Mingzhi nodded his head. I see people is quite accurate. The business department in the end who is in charge. I can see at a glance. Although Zhao Gang suppressed you, but in the event of a problem or rely on you, it is enough to prove that you have a bit of means, not an idle generation. Guo Ming paused for a moment, and then laughed. Minister Zhao suppressed me is right, but the senior level of the deputy level of the same, how do you see that he relies on me? Lee Myung-chul laughed lightly. From your mode of getting along with each other, and some minor details, as well as your knowledge of the market and the actual situation of the company, I'm guessing that you should be Zhao Gang's military advisor, right? Guo Ming raised his eyes, somewhat admiring Lee Mingzhi. Having only met him once, he could tell that this was by no means simple. Zhao Gang simply do not understand the market, this is a fact. Relying on some of the resources of the family, to the factory with a few large single on the leap to the Minister of Business, and he struggled hard for several years, but ended up with a horse. But get along with down to find that Zhao Gang does not have any real skills, but also need to be behind the back of the Guo Ming to mention points. Guo Ming has no choice but to control Zhao Gang from side control. Now the young man's thoughts cannot escape Lee Mingzhi's mind. What he was thinking, what he wanted to do. A few words of a look Lee Mingzhi can get 7 or 8, the remaining 2 or 3 points purely by guessing, but also guessed 8 or 9 not quite 10. And this Guo Ming, from the very beginning of the meeting almost exposed his character, deliberately pretending in the office as if he respected Zhao Gang, but Zhao Gang still subconsciously will look at Guo Ming at critical moments. The actual relationship between the two is clear at a glance. Importantly, Lee Myung-chul didn't like Zhao Gang's attitude, and on that point, he decided to collect Guo Ming as a talent. Still, giving reasonable concessions can achieve the effect of collecting people's hearts. As for how to maintain this people's hearts in the long run, it is necessary to subconsciously influence and brainwash. Guo Ming knew that Lee Mingzhi was giving him the opportunity to show his skills. How could he not accept such an olive branch? Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lee. But, Lee Myung-chul sold out again, and Guo Ming froze. His smile froze at the corners of his mouth. But what? Lee Mingzhi stared closely at Guo Ming, giving him invisible pressure. I want you to be promoted to full minister within half a month before you can execute the plan of turning waste into treasure. That Zhao Gang, I don't trust. Guo Ming frowned. Squeezing out Zhao Gang to become a full minister in half a month? This is an extremely difficult challenge, Mr. Li may not understand the situation in our factory, behind Minister Zhao. Then I don't care. Li Niangchul stopped him from saying what he said next and continued to speak. I'll put it to you this way. Someone with an improper mind gets hold of this plan. Your factory could be hollowed out at any time. Then there's no way to guarantee my interests, and it's a corresponding risk for me to bear. After all, the market is not finalized yet, and it's still full of infinite possibilities. Guo Ming knows what Li Mingzhi means. This is trying to hold Guo Ming to the top, and then let Guo Ming work with Li Mingzhi. The two can operate something in the dark. If it is Zhao Gang, naturally, it is impossible to be one with Li Mingzhi, but instead may bite Li Mingzhi a bite. Chapter 171, Impatience. Li Mingzhi saw Guo Ming made a mistake. Spoke again, to show sincerity. I can give you the plan today. Tomorrow your factory's goods can be sold at the stalls of the second factory's garment making. Minister Guo. Opportunities are not always available. Do not work hard. How do you know whether you are a dragon or a worm? Guo Ming sighed lightly. His eyes became 3 times more composed. I know what to do. But what Mr. Li promised? You must do it. Li Niangchul smiled, and from the safe, took out a new proposal book. I'll give you another big gift. You take this back and study it. Then you can start spreading the market. Guo Ming was puzzled and took the document in Li Mingzhi's hand. Just turned over 2 pages. Guo Ming froze. Member joining? Li Niangchul nodded and put his index finger in front of his mouth. Business secrets. This is something you know and I know. Whether you can get a piece of the pie or not depends on how strong you are. Guo Ming took a long breath and shook his head in utter disbelief. This plan was a business model he had never seen before. It was an eye-opener. As long as he has an abundance of sub-county markets in hand, coupled with the strength of the channel partners stocking, the program could make him worth millions within a year. A real godsend. Mr. Li, I will follow you and do a good job, and I will absolutely be on the same page with you. Guo Ming held the plan and was filled with anticipation and courage for the future. Li Mingzhi smiled, then nodded. Of course he will not be so stupid to let Guo Ming at this time to enter the market to share a share of the spoils. This plan he currently has been implemented almost, and so Guo Ming reacted to enter the market. It can only be done with the subsidiary units of the second factory clothing. That time the biggest win is still Li Mingzhi. However, he is not greedy, or to Guo Ming flow out a lot of fat. As long as he is willing to take the hands of the channelers to share, earn money is only a matter of time. After successfully signing the contract, Guo Ming happily left Li Niangchul's office. Li Mingzhi exhaled a breath. He wanted to pull Guo Ming. A large part of the reason is to check and balance Zhou Guoquan. If Zhou Guoquan dare to give up, then Guo Ming this line is also enough for Li Mingzhi to eat a wave. Come to think of it, Zhou Guoquan behind the resources accumulated almost millions of the market. But unfortunately Zhou Guoquan is not one the boss of the material. Did not find this behind the infinite business opportunities, but Zhou Guoquan does not trust Li Mingzhi, always refused to take the hand of the resources to Li Mingzhi. Then Li Mingzhi can only find another way to go on the rampage to recruit businessmen. In this period, 98% of the customer source in the Chinese market are mastered in the hands of the business minister of each factory. The business minister once give up, that the body is almost at risk of closure, but they do not know how to manage the business department, so that they are loyal to do things for themselves. But Li Niangchul knew the power of this place, and he only needed to hold on to 30% of these resources, which was enough to instantly mold his tall building. Stretching greatly, Ho-Wan poked her head in at the door. Mr. Li, have the clients left? Li Niangchul paused for a moment and nodded his head. Let's go. Put the cup away. Ho-Wan hurriedly stepped in and carried away the teacup on the table. From time to time, her eyes glanced at the cooperation agreement placed on Li Mingzhi's table. Li Niangchul narrowed his eyes and spoke curiously. You dare to be interested in doing business as well? Ho-Wan froze, realized that she was a bit reckless, and hurriedly withdrew her gaze, then laughed. Not interested? I'm a female, just do my finances properly, and it's enough for me to live a worry-free life. Li Mingzhi laughed lightly. Finance is a company's top priority. In many companies the finance department is in charge of their own family members. Xiao Ho, your position is not simple, but I am the most trusted person. Even Gangzi they cannot be compared. Ho-Wan paused for a moment and smiled again. Thank you Mr. Li for trusting me. I'll do a good job then. Li Mingzhi nodded his head as Ho-Wan exited the office. I'm back. Shen Meng pushed the door in immediately afterward, holding a large bag full of clothes from the Guomao boutique. You're emptying them all? Li Niangchul couldn't help but tease. It's not easy to give her a day off, not at home to rest and sober up, run to go shopping and spend money. A woman is a woman. Shen Meng walked to Li Mingzhi's eyes and shook the white small high heels on her feet. Good looking, new model. It costs more than $50. Sister-in-law gave it to me. Li Mingzhi lowered his eyes and glanced at it, then nodded his head. Before he left the door, he specially explained Fu Yao to take Shin Meng to the China World Trade Center to stroll around, and if there are any good things she likes, send some of them. This Fu Yao is also real enough to buy all the latest models. Lift up his eyes. Li Mingzhi see Shin Meng neck on the 2 red finger marks. Do not feel wrinkled eyebrows. Are after a night? This mark did not go down, but the color is deeper. This Shin Meng is skin in white. That Minister Guo really sent the contract? Shin Meng glanced at the cooperation agreement on the table and hurriedly picked it up to look through it, her eyes full of surprise. Li Niangchul snapped back to his senses and averted his eyes from the dazzling red. Just left. Aren't you taking the afternoon off? Shin Meng looked at Li Mingzhi and shook her head. There's nothing to do when you go back. And how boring it is for you to be here by yourself. I can still chat and relieve boredom by accompanying you. How nice. Li Niangchul smiled helplessly and let out a breath. His eyes cannot help but wander in Shin Meng. This stomach will soon be to show the time of pregnancy. But Zhang Guojun is not yet on the throne. This morning's incident should soon be made to Sun Jiangwo's office. Be punished for sure. But to Han Jiangwen's ability to play in conjunction with the Han Yuejin, things should be able to suppress soon. But this is not shaken at all the foundation of the Han Jiangwen. But Li Mingzhi, if he can't catch this wave of welfare housing quota, next time I'm afraid that he will have to wait for another year or two. He doesn't have the patience. Shen Meng realized Li Mingzhi's gaze, did not feel her cheeks flushed up. She was wearing a recent model of dress, beige bottom printed with white flowers. Many stars were the same model, said to be foreign goods. What are you looking at? Shen Meng couldn't help but be shy, but she was very happy in her heart. Li Mingzhi paused for a moment, and his gaze shifted back to his face. Didn't look at anything. The clothes are quite nice. If we're going to enter the international trade market in the future, you'll be a part-time model. Model? Shen Meng's face turned even redder. How can I be a model? People that are stars, they are all beautiful and have good bodies. Li Mingzhi laughed softly. In my opinion, you and those stars are not much different. They are high up on the contrary. Not as good as you, are more close to life. Just our current clothing or some labor clothing, cotton coat or something. When I sign a few more garment factories, with new clothing version, the role of the model will be revealed. Shen Meng rose her small mouth, embarrassed by Li Niangchul's jab. What are you doing? Come on. What time is it? What a Thai place. You can't even drive in. You're tired of walking, and these shoes are uncomfortable to wear. Han's parents were looking around near Li Mingzhi's company, one in front of the other with big bags of gifts in their hands. Chapter 172 The Fierce God. He asked around in the market yesterday, and only then realized that Li Mingzhi really is not a simple character. The second factory clothing all over the place overnight. An opening ceremony is to engage in a colorful. A lot of channel traders are holding back to make friends with Li Mingzhi, but unfortunately no one introduced. Han's father heard the momentum. More cannot help but to visit. But early in the morning Han and eat bad stomach running belly diarrhea delay. It is difficult to send to kindergarten at noon. Han's mother, but because of dress up to spend a lot of time. It is really troublesome. I'll tell you, we're here today for cooperation. You give me a long face. Take everything you bought for Chi-Chi's mom. Don't leave anything behind. Han's father was walking in front of him, sweating profusely under the sun, but he didn't forget to instruct Han's mom. Han mom in the back with the very difficult. This land wearing high heels walking is too torturous. Every 3 steps have to be crooked, so that her shoes accounted for the mud and dust. So much sweat. I guess the face of the makeup is also spent. I really do not know what to come here for. You're a food maker. He's a clothes maker. 8-pole to 8-pole relationship. What's there to work with? Don't you be fooled. You know. Han's father spoke impatiently, only to feel that she moves too slowly. Hurry back to help. The too hard to move forward. Liang boss have said. Mr. Li is not an ordinary person. We two friends for many years. He can still lie to me. There is no relationship with a trip to contact and not know. You will be less talk. On the face of the smile on the line. I heard that Mr. Li on his wife is particularly good. And we are the original couple. Children and the same kindergarten. Surely can win some goodwill. You hurry. Do not let you wear heels you have to wear. Delay time. I have heard that Mr. Li is very nice to his wife. And we are the original couple. And our children are in the same kindergarten. So I am sure we can win some goodwill. So hurry up. Don't let you wear high heels. You have to wear them. And you are delayed. After bouncing all the way around, the two men froze when they finally arrived at the front door of the factory. Kid's dad, are you sure this is the right place? Why is this place so shabby? Could it be the wrong place? Han's father scratched his head and looked around. Also a little puzzled, old Liang said this is the location. Could there be other factories in this neighborhood? Han's mom looked around. The big sun above her head was about to dry her up, and it also made her lose her strength. This is not in front of the village and not behind the store. It must be the wrong place to look for. If it is really as capable as people say, how could the company be so shabby? It's really a delay. Liang boss to give the information naturally cannot be false. Han dad probed to the factory looked, vaguely heard the sound of machine operation, no matter what. To come are here, go in and ask about it. Shun Zi old far looked at the couple probing the head, all the way to go all the way to say, holding a lot of things like a gift, you guys, looking for Hua? Han's father saw Junko and hurriedly greeted him. Is Li Mingjie here? Junko sized up the two, then nodded. It's our boss. Who are you guys? Han's father was instantly relieved, but in his heart, he muttered. You are the company that makes clothes in the second factory, aren't you? How come there is no one in broad daylight? Shunzi's sharp eyes saw the man's wristwatch know that these two may be customers. He hurried to pretend, our side of the shift. 17 hours shift turn. When are so many people? If you are fine, hurry to leave. The company's important place of idlers are exempted from entering. Han's father nodded and continued to probe and look. Now without some strength simply cannot shift. This personnel costs higher than the cost of goods. If the demand for goods does not reach a certain amount, how do you dare to open the shift system? That's right. This is it. I made an appointment with Mr. Li. I came to visit today. Please say something, little brother. Just say Han's father. He'll know. Said also stuffed to Shunzi 2 Chinese cigarettes. Shunzi's eyes instantly put the boss, but he cannot show it. Pretended to calmly squeeze his eyes. Put the cigarette into the pocket. Well, wait a moment. Watching Shunzi go in the gate, Han's father's mood is incomparably excited. It's true that just like what Lao Liang said, this place is not simple everywhere. Han's mom blanched. A security guard. Why are you so polite to him? Han's father glared back. What do you know as an old woman? Sometimes the grassroots positions are the most difficult positions. You buy out the grassroots positions, and then do things conveniently is not us. You look down on the security guards. This Li Mingjie is also a security guard origin. What do you know? Cut. Han's mom was very disdainful, and followed along just to see how much Li Mingjie was posing, and whether he was a liar or not. After a few minutes of time, Junko came out from inside. You go in, turn right in front and go up the escalator to the second floor. The manager's office. Fine. Thanks, little brother. As soon as they stepped through the door, the eyes of Gangzi and the others gathered. They were sitting around in a meeting, and when they saw the people coming, they unconsciously closed their mouths and raised their eyes to look at the two strangers. As soon as Han's mom saw those men were fierce, she couldn't help but shiver and hide behind Han's dad. Kid's dad. What kind of people are these? Are they triads? Gangzi and Cloak glanced at the two with squinted eyes, slowly taking out a cigarette and lighting it. Seeing that Gundam didn't say anything, the other brothers followed suit and kept a close eye on the two. The atmosphere was weird as hell. Han dad exhaled a breath, revealing an embarrassed smile at the crowd of Gangzi, whispered to his wife and opened his mouth. Old Liang said this Mr. Li black and white. It seems to be true. You do not look at them. The triad cannot be with the people in the eyes. It will be mistaken for us to provoke. Do not get into trouble to hurry up to the second floor. Watching the two men walk warily past in front of him, Gundam frowned, not understanding. What are they looking at us for? The beetle also rubbed his chin, probably wondering what a bunch of us are doing sitting around here, right? Ermal put his head over. Brother Gang, who are they? Why do they look sneaky and not like good people? Gangzi glanced at his mouth and nodded his head, very much agreeing with Ermal's statement. Look at the watch that the man is wearing on his hand. It looks like he's rich, and he's holding so many things. A gift, right? The beetles nodded along with them. I guess it's a customer. Gangzi exhaled a breath, looked to the crowd. Okay, with us it does not matter. Continue to meet. Afternoon big hair 2 hair and then go to trip to the north of Huai. Long also docked a few village snakes. Cape at night with people and goods to the east county to the market paved up. Come back in the morning to me with a breakfast. I'm going to go to a trip to Fatty. Talk about the west county. And in addition to each of them to their own turf to give the stalls. On the people to say hello. Tomorrow someone with new goods to go. As if it is a quilt or something. The new plan I have just given you all said. According to the plan to do. Don't let people fool around. Know it. Got it, gang. Good. Adjourn. Hannah's mom and dad went up the escalator to the office door to straighten up their messy appearance. You are? Ho-wan walked out from the finance room, looking at the two of them up and down. Han dad paused for a moment, then smiled. We're looking for General Manager Lee. He's in his office, right? Ho-wan paused for a moment and nodded. Are you guys up to something? Chapter 173, A Family of Thieves. Han's dad shook the gift in his hand. Came to talk to Mr. Lee about cooperation. Come in and talk. Shen Meng heard the commotion outside and hurriedly opened the door. Ho-wan looked a little embarrassed. Sister Shen, they are looking for Mr. Lee. Shen Meng glanced at Ho-wan and also realized that she was a bit unnatural. Inexplicably so active and so worried about asking. It seems that Li Mingjie's suspicions were right. Well, I know. Go about your business. I'll handle this. Watching Ho-won enter the finance room and close the door, Shin Meng invited the two to enter the office, and as soon as he entered, he hurriedly gave a wink to Lee Mingjer, who nodded. It's Han's parents. Welcome, welcome, sit. After a few weeks finally met Lee Mingjer himself, hurried to welcome the first bar gifts placed on the table. Chi-Chi father, can finally see you? Last time Chi-Chi said that this snack is delicious. I yesterday entrust someone to order goods, take back to the child to eat. Lee Mingjer took a look and smiled with satisfaction. This thing is indeed not cheap now, and it's not easy to get it here. Han's dad can get so many goods in one day. It's not simple. You're welcome. Secretary Shin pour the tea. Good. Han's mom was looking up and down at Shin Meng, and saw the signs at a glance, and then smiled and opened her mouth. Kiki's dad, this female secretary is so pretty. What she's wearing is the latest model from Guomao, right? Lee Mingjer laughed. Well, Kiki's mom sent it. The two just went to visit the China World Trade Center in the morning. When Han dad and Han mom heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Han's mom muttered again in her heart. Han's dad didn't care that much. The purpose of his trip wasn't to pry into Lee Mingjer's private life. Kiki's dad, the last time he came to the house, he said something about a nobleman's help. So give me another reckoning today? Lee Mingjer let out a light laugh, leaning back and leaning on the back of the chair. Han dad, I think you've misunderstood. I really don't know how to tell fortunes, and feng shui is just something I know a little bit about. Han's father knew that Lee Mingjer was deliberately testing him. Don't say that. You can say that a few sentences is not a simple matter. My friend is also our second factory partners. In fact, we are a family. Oh, Han's father laughed. The boss Liang, who does trade, is a good buddy of mine. Liang has said that there is now a long queue of people who want to cooperate with Mr. Lee. You must be a man of God. Don't hide your ability with me here. Mr. Liang? I didn't expect this guy to be friends with boss Liang. But this was a heavy blow to the back of Lee Myung-chul's hand. Oh, boss Liang, we do cooperate. Han's father hurriedly greeted the excited smile. Since the move out of the Liang boss, then this is still not 8 or 9. Yes, so I'm this door-to-door visit also want to see if there is no cooperation opportunities. Lee Mingjer stroked his chin, and already had a full set of plans in his heart. Before he was still thinking about how to bypass Zhou Guoquan to introduce boss Liang into the bureau. Now it is really a heavenly opportunity. Han's father saw that Lee Mingjer did not open his mouth, and hurriedly said, in fact, my food factory has not been doing well in the last 6 months, but I don't know how to break through the market. That day when Mr. Lee said that, I immediately reflected on myself, and you're my nobleman. It's all my fault for waking up too late. Han dad for the previous lowly look at Lee Mingjer things show very embarrassed. In the kindergarten also intentionally give Lee Mingjer ugly. In order to make up for this, the couple today as soon as the kindergarten donated a large batch of snacks to the kindergarten to do the activities, but also deliberately greeted with Chi-Chi, the child is simple, and at night go home to Lee Mingjer surely. Through this will be able to eliminate the suspicion between them. Shin Meng sat on the sidelines and did not say anything, listening to the east and the west, but also roughly understood. Lee Mingjer exhaled a breath of air. About Han dad factory problem, he has sent people to inquire about it. Nothing more than the food shelf life of the problem. The goods transported for a long time do not get effective report preservation, resulting in the shipment out of the goods are always damaged part, and this critical order, or long distance delivery. Although the other side is also Han dad's friends, but see this problem worry about the goods over there will be security problems. They have been pressed not to clap. This is also good to solve. But now Lee Mingjer suspects that Hanin's father is 80% cheated. There is a loophole in the food packaging, and someone has been enriched to cut corners and make extra money from it. Such tactics are commonplace in the food industry, but they are not defensible. Han dad said. See Lee Mingjer still no reaction, has been staring at their own. Is it suspected that their sincerity is not enough? This point on the table is not much to say, less to say quite a lot, but also worth a lot of money. The key to these snacks are not available on the market, should be able to play a role. Thinking, Han dad changed the set, suddenly sighed out a deep breath. Lee total, truth be told, in fact, those things at home are fake. I'm all for the sake of charging face to talk about business. At the beginning can also fool people. Let people think I'm very strong, but time is long, there is not much to do. I do not believe in feng shui itself, but I now really think it's feng shui problems. Like you said, life lack of noble support. Alas. Lee Myung-chul raised his eyebrows. This is to belittle himself to elevate the other party. Even the pile of fake goods at home dare to say in the open, is not afraid that Lee Myung-chul think that he has not much strength, and thus give up the relationship between the two sides? Han dad hurriedly touched Han mom with his feet. Han mom immediately understood, took out the new brooch bought by China World Trade Center and put it in front of Lee Mingjer. Yes, business is not good right now. We are all difficult to Don't know what Chi-Chi mom likes. I carefully choose to think that this brooch is very suitable for her. Before the attitude towards Chi-Chi mom, I was not nice to Chi-Chi's mom before. Chi-Chi's dad can help me apologize. Shen Meng's eyes picked up. A glance showed that the brooch was a new model. It cost more than $100. This couple was really down on their money. Thinking of this, Shen Meng could not help but snicker. In fact, Li Mingzhi wanted to cooperate with them, but at the critical moment, he had to pin down the other party for a bit, so that the other party could not feel clear about Li Mingzhi's thoughts, so that when they cooperated later, instead, the other party would be more trusting of Li Mingzhi, and Li Mingzhi would be able to gain the upper hand and suppress the other party. Sure enough, she could still learn something by looking at those marketing programs, and she was gradually able to see Li Niangchul's set of tactics. Li Niangchul glanced at the brooch, and it became clear to the couple's determination to try to ask for cooperation, and since they had already taken the other party in hand, it was time for Li Niangchul's home turf next. Regarding the new project, Li Mingzhi gave Hanin's dad a detailed explanation, solved Hanin's dad's practical problems through the side, and gave him a 3-point explanation about the changes and reforms of China's food market in the next 5 years. Chatting in detail, I found that Hanin's father still holds a wealth of market resources in his hands, from the township to the city, from the city to the interprovincial, from the provincial level to foreign countries. He has contacts and channels. Unfortunately, he paid too much attention to the face project. The funds are spent on unnecessary places, resulting in the hands holding the liquidity of fewer and fewer. The food factory has gradually become an empty shell, but also because there is no good marketing plan. Do not know how to successfully enter the market center, to put it bluntly, or the problem of the home thief is difficult to prevent. Chapter 174, Putting Interests First. Han dad held Li Mingzhi's new project plan. His heart hesitated. It is not that he is not optimistic about this plan, but because it is very optimistic about this plan, which makes it difficult. Mr. Li, truthfully, I now have no money on the account. The funds are all pressed in the cost. You know that the quality of the food products is the key to do. I can't draw out this money. After all, this thing is for the children to eat. My son is also eating what he sells. I can't move this money. Li Mingzhi narrowed his eyes, looking at Han dad, a face of justice. He inwardly felt happy. These words out he certainly does not believe, but this is the future of the food industry development of the top priority. Regardless of whether he did not do speculative things, change is sooner or later. What if I had a program to help you recover 45% of your profits within a month? Hannah's dad's eyes lit up. 45%? That really saved my life. Li Mingzhi took out a cigarette and lit it. Slowly opened. Snacks of the market. Most of them are in the retail. Increase retail to reduce exports is currently the most effective method. Let your business department, with snacks to the townships, to do a free trial. The launch of the buy 2 get 1 free, buy 5 get 2 free activities. You can do coupons to buy 1 get 1 free. Put it into the food package. Increase the revenue of the small store, so that you can increase the volume of business. Can increase the volume of business? Instead of rushing to do large orders, it is better to sit in the pre-retail market. The way the vendors buy goods can also be launched full reduction activities. The volume of goods to reach more than 3,000. Send 50 coupons. The next purchase can be used to increase the diversity of food products. If it is a single product, it is in the packaging and the activities of the mind. What caricature of the villain? The card collection is free to give away. Can be used as a marketing gimmick, thus increasing output. A statement heard Han dad wide-eyed. He carefully every word of Li Mingzhi in his heart. The early stage in order to earn quick money. He only do large wholesale and supply. The following channels are responsible for opening up the market. But as Li Mingzhi said, he himself must also have a certain number of channels to ensure that in the off-season can help him to continue to make a profit. The market coverage does not have to be too large. The surrounding can be so that the salesman does not have to find an order for the looking for orders and worry. Li Mingzhi spat out a mouthful of smoke. Increase the production line. Is the key for you to live a long time? There are also the necessary technical team. Food research and development. Market development. The lowly people should have clean hands and feet, and the benefits that should be given must be given to the wolves. And if you feed the wolves well, the wolves will not counterattack you, and instead, they will protect your safety. Han dad dawned. Seems to understand the key point in the words of Li Mingzhi. He is in disguise to tell himself, someone unclean hands and feet to enrich themselves? He unconsciously looked at Han mom. Most of the important post arrangements in the factory are Han mom's mother's family. Thinking of this, Han dad frowned. Earlier said not to insert their own family members in the factory. It is not to give a job to do things. Worry about this idea of wanting to earn extra money. Think it is their own family business is good to do hands and feet. Do not know that a long time they will be emptied out of the family. Mr. Li, then let's sign the agreement first. The problems you mentioned. I will rectify them after I go back. And I will also do recycling to the surrounding county markets. Tomorrow I will let the salesman go to the village to do activities, and make the reputation first. Han Han's father signed the cooperation agreement for the new project on the spot, and Lee Myung-chul smiled with satisfaction, so that the 3 pre-cooperations had been finalized, and he could start to make a big deal out of it. Han Han's father thought of something and opened his mouth to inquire. Mr. Lee, Boss Liang's side is inviting guests to dinner in the evening. I don't know if you're willing to go with me. Anyway, we all know each other. Lee Myung-chul paused and raised his mouth. Seeing this, Shin Meng hurriedly stood up. Mr. Lee, there's still a client to meet in the evening. I'm afraid I don't have time. Lee Mingjur then sighed out, helplessly looking at Han Han's father. Almost forgot. You also know that the new project is in the pre-development. I still have a lot of preparations to go through. Think of customers like you. I have to see 5 or 6 every day. I really don't have the time to have dinner. Help me say hello to Boss Liang. The dinner party, I won't go. Han Han's father froze for 3 seconds of God, unconsciously nodded his head. This tactic he still cannot see? Lee Mingjur obviously deliberately did not want to go to Boss Liang's meal. But why? Counting the strength and value, Boss Liang should be the one that Lee Myung-chul is chasing after. And it's a bit unusual for him to be so solicitous of himself but cold-shoulder Boss Liang? Right. Lee Mingjur suddenly thought of something, and then frowned. At present, the project is still in its embryonic form, and it cannot be disclosed to the public. Han Dad can keep it a secret. Otherwise I have the right to unilaterally cancel the cooperation. Oh. Han Han's father froze, hurriedly nodded and smiled. That's natural. Mr. Lee, don't worry. I understand the rules of the industry. Since it's a partnership, then we are on the same boat. But no matter what, this single is considered to be signed. And so on. Lee Mingjur project operation began. His problem can be solved directly, and there is Lee Mingjur, this military advisor, as a backing. After the factory has any problem at any time convenient to ask for advice. In order to do this, he must also keep the cooperative relationship with Lee Mingjur. After Han Han's parents left, Lee Mingjur breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took a big gulp of tea. Seeing Lee Mingjur slumped in his seat, Shen Meng couldn't help but laugh. You can play this ruse. Are you planning to retreat to advance and lure Boss Liang into a single line of contact with you? Lee Myung-chul froze and revealed a smile. It's okay, you can see what I'm thinking. There's progress. The information wasn't in vain. Shin Meng glanced at her mouth, disdainful of Lee Mingjur, but worried. But you're planning to bypass Jogwa-kwan and contact Boss Liang directly. Jogwa-kwan will be unhappy if this is revealed, right? Jogwa-kwan? Whether he is happy or not, the benefit has already arrived. He is running the market, knows that money in the hand is the most real. With me unhappy, is not the same as with the money? Then won't Boss Liang suspect that you're hedging your bets? Lee Mingjur sneered. This Liang boss opening ceremony when the stupid, I deliberately not tell Jogwa-kwan planning program, is waiting for Liang boss asked him when. A question 3 do not know, which can know Jogwa-kwan hands no real power. The company's words will always be only one of me. Before he let Jogwa-kwan about the dinner, I refused to Han Dad about me also refused. He should know that I want to do. What is it? Then what if Boss Liang gets annoyed and breaks off the cooperation instead? Lee Mingjur, confident, lifted his index finger and shook it. Businessman, profit is the most important thing. Who will go through with the money? 2 refusals, the 3rd time he knows that he wants to ask me to come and invite him personally. This set he has to drill even if he doesn't drill. At present the wind of the new project has already been disclosed. Boss Liang only needs to go to the market and ask around a little bit and will be able to know a little bit or two. If he gives up making a profit for the sake of saving face, then he is not Boss Liang, who holds important market resources. Shen Meng light laugh. All the everything Lee Mingjur are calculated. Everything is also as he thought of the development. The new project on the current is just an empty shell. There are 3 factories directly signed a cooperation agreement. They are really rushing to the new project to come? Chapter 175, Old Song has gone crazy. In Shen Meng's opinion, Lee Mingjur was merely trying to utilize the new project to make a name for himself, so that the 3 words, Lee Mingjur, would completely set off a storm in the market, and his purpose was far more than just the completion of the new project. As he said at the earliest, his business empire is gradually building. Watchtower as long as the construction is good. The rest is crowded head to be for him brick wall people. Lee Myung-chul, come out here. I'll kill you. Junko was looking at the gate and was dozing off when suddenly a ghostly cry woke him up and Junko jumped straight up. Turning to look, Old Song suddenly appeared at the gate with a flask. Startling Shunzi, Old Song, what are you doing? Put down the bottle in your hand. Old Song limped. His head was still wrapped in bandages. His cheeks were dry as if he hadn't eaten for a few days, and his whole body had lost a fistful of weight. He stared at the heavy very circles under his eyes, his face full of scruff, and staggered to his feet with a desperate face, holding up the gasoline bottle that was burning. Gangzi hurriedly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and slowly stood up. Are you crazy? Planning to burn the factory? Old Song's eyes were dead and lost focus. He shook his head and cried and laughed. Burn the factory? I want to burn Li Mingjie. He caused me to lose my family. I want to die with him. With that, Old Song howled and fell to his knees with a plop. Gangzi immediately gave Shunzi a color. Shunzi twisted his head and left the factory, and the brothers behind Gangzi scattered in all directions, leaving Old Song and Gangzi alone in the large front hall. Old Song, think about it. Once the bottle in your hand hits the ground, there's no turning back. Gangzi circled Old Song. Old Song looked up at Gangzi and couldn't help but laugh. Turn back? Look at me like this, there's still a way back to go. I have nothing left. I'm still in debt. My wife and child are gone. Call Li Mingjie out. Li Niangchul stood in the second-floor corridor. He had left his office to keep watching from the moment he heard the sound, but was unusually calm at the moment. Is Old Song really crazy? Shen Meng frowned and spoke in a low voice. This man is crazy. Don't go down there. Li Mingjie sneered. If he was afraid of this storm, he would not be Li Mingjie. Old Song, long time no see ah. Li Mingjie directly opened his mouth to greet him and walked downstairs. Shen Meng already couldn't stop him at all and wanted to follow him down, but Li Mingjie stopped her on the second floor and didn't allow her to go down to the second floor. When Old Song saw Li Mingjie, he hated him so much that he raised the flask in his hand once again. Li Mingjie, I'm going to die with you. Saying that, he was going to charge towards Li Mingjie. Gangzi hurriedly stood in front of Li Mingjie, and with a wave of his hand, a few brothers surrounded Old Song. Seeing this, Lao Song once again smiled bitterly. Li Mingjie, you have caused my family to be broken. Today I will burn your factory, and also burn you to death. Neither of us will live. Old Song, what are you fooling around with? Huang Feng suddenly trotted in. Seeing Old Song's deranged appearance, he couldn't help but get scared. Have a word, don't be impulsive. Killing is against the law, and is punishable by death. Don't you come over. Old Song saw Huang Feng and shook his head miserably. Brother-in-law, your sister doesn't want me anymore. I have no home. I can't live anymore. You go quickly. I'm going to die with Li Mingjie. Huang Feng was anxious, stomping his feet in place. You stupid you die, what to do with your child? Quickly put the bottle down. What is the matter, to talk properly? Old Song was in agony. You don't know how much money I owe. I have no way to live. I don't want to go to jail. I'd rather die. Huang Feng was also frightened by the scene in front of him. Knowing that he couldn't persuade Old Song, he hurriedly shouted angrily at Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie, you quickly think of a way. Don't let him do something stupid. Li Mingjie looked at the two of them and only felt amused. Enough drama. It's almost time. When the police come later, neither of you will be able to leave. Gangzi beside him narrowed his eyes. How the two are acting. Is not that bottle filled with gasoline? Gangzi boldly walked forward. Li Mingjie hurriedly from behind and did not move to pull him. The Old Song hand held in the end what he is not clear, but this looked to nothing more than blackmail Li Mingjie. But not for the money thing? Li Mingjie knew Gangzi's character well. If he gave Gangzi the wrong hint, in case the bottle really contained gasoline, it would be over. Seeing this, Huang Feng looked at Li Mingjie incredulously. Li Mingjie, do you have any humanity left? Do you think he's cheating you? Old Song sneered and aimed the bottle at Li Mingjie. Then I'll burn you to death. Li Niangchul let out a breath, pushed Gonzo aside, and took 2 steps forward. Shen Meng's heart hangs in the air. What the hell is Li Niangchul doing? Is he crazy? Don't come over. Seeing Li Mingjie suddenly close, the Old Song in turn a little afraid, unconsciously back 2 steps. Just these 2 actions, Li Mingjie concluded that the Old Song hand holding absolutely not gasoline, but the bottle on fire. If there is water inside, the water vapor will put out the fire. Will not get worse. So the bottle is filled with 80% of white wine or industrial alcohol. I'm not going over there. Take it easy. You'll die if you burn me to death. What's the point if we both die? Li Mingjie changed his words, first cooperating to appease Old Song's emotions. Seeing this, Old Song thought that Li Mingjie was afraid of himself, and he was bold. I'll drag you along with me even if I have to die. If you say what you want, maybe I can grant it to you. So neither of us has to die, right? Old Song froze, a little dizzy by Li Mingjie, was about to open his mouth. Huang Feng behind him suddenly snatched a step ahead of him and opened his mouth. It's all like this. Li Mingjie, what do you still want to do? Do you still want to harm him again? Lao Song dawned on him and learned that Li Mingjie was setting himself up, and immediately shook the incendiary bottle and approached Li Mingjie. Gangzi's hands were quick and hurriedly yanked Li Mingjie to the side, and the two of them were almost planted. Li Mingjie furrowed his brows. This Huang Feng deliberately provoked. It wasn't normal. Huang Feng spoke immediately afterward. Old Song, don't get excited. Put the bottle down first. The money matter can be solved. Li Mingjie has money. Finally, the conditions were spelled out, and Li Niangchul instantly understood the duo's intentions. This Huang Feng, Knowing that it is impossible to knock Lee Mingjur a large sum of money by order, he came up with this strategy to make Lee Mingjur a hand to take out the money? It's stupid. Old Song got agitated when he heard Huang Feng's words. Money? He can't possibly give me money. How can he give me money? So much. I'm going to die with him. Said the words. The Old Song and toward Lee Mingjur close to 2 steps. Gangzi hurriedly behind the back tugging Lee Mingjur backward. But in the heart is anxious. This gang of brothers at the critical moment how not to rely on. One by one are slow and slow. What are you doing? Huang Feng rushed to open. How do you know he will not give you ah? You first do not get excited. Lee Mingjur you froze what you do. You say a word will not ah? Lee Mingjur frowned. His brain running fast to think of a countermeasure. I can pay. You put the bottle down first. Let's talk in the office. Old Song gritted his teeth. No way. You must be lying to me. Go to your office then I have even less to live for. No. I want to burn you. Chapter 176, The Burning Bottle. Lee Mingjur was really out of patience and directly took a step forward. Then you burn me to death and you won't get a penny. Old Song hurriedly took a step back when he saw this, and didn't know what to do. Huang Feng added, well then, you take out the money now and let him take it and leave. Old Song hurriedly concurred. Yes, take the money out and put it right here. So much money. I'm going to have the finance pick it up. I can't possibly get it to you all at once. Just put your stuff down and I'll send you the money tomorrow. Old Song didn't believe Lee Mingjur at all. I don't believe it. I want to see it now. Go get it now. At this time Ho Wan has long been unknown. Lee Mingjur shouted half a day no one responded. The girl 80% is running out again to hide things. Really delayed things. Huang Feng also froze, looked around at the people who did not see the finance. Once again opened his mouth. Lee Mingjur you cannot dare to cheat people. The Old Song crazy. May not really burn you this company. You do not have to bother with a madman. Hurry up to send someone to get the money. Lee Mingjur sighed deeply and turned to Shen Meng. Shen Meng, go get the money. Shen Meng froze. What did this mean? She had no idea where the money was. How could she get it? Although she didn't know what Lee Mingjur wanted to do, Shen Meng could only cooperate at the moment. She carefully descended the stairs and prepared to walk towards the door. Old Song and Huang Feng closely stared at Shen Meng's every move. Shen Meng looked at Lee Mingjur and worriedly said, what the hell are you doing? Lee Mingjur shook his head. No matter what, first let Shen Meng leave this place of right and wrong. Taking advantage of the opening where Shen Meng was blocking in front of him, Lee Mingjur turned to Gangzi and spoke in a low voice. Wait for Shen Meng to leave later. Find an opening and think of a way to seize the incendiary flask in Old Song's hand. Gangzi nodded and pulled out a small knife from his pocket and hid it behind his back, while Lee Mingjur pretended to explain Shen Meng, and then let Shen Meng head for the gate. I told her to go get the money and bring it to you right away. Huang Feng frowned at the moment. He knew deep down that Shen Meng would never return, and there was also a possibility that he would just call the police. If Shen Meng left, then there was a real possibility that he would be finished with Old Song. Shenmu, what are you doing? Shen Meng just passed by Lao Song. Huang Feng suddenly yelled. Lao Song was startled, turned to look at Shen Meng, intending to grab her. Lee Mingjur was shocked, not caring about anything. He hurriedly rushed forward, and Gangzi threw out the knife in his hand directly behind Lee Mingjur, suddenly whooshing twice. A handful of darts shot Old Song's hand as he was about to grab Shen Meng, and Gangzi's knife grazed right through Old Song's other arm, the incendiary bottle coming out of his hand. The scene was once panicked. Lee Mingjur took advantage of the chaos to grab Shen Meng, while Protector in the arms of the two pounced on the ground, followed by the sound of glass bottles on the ground. Boom! The fire burned up. Gangzi see the situation directly on Lee Mingjur's body will be pressed under the body of the two. Ah! The fire spread along the liquid in the bottle in all directions. Lao Song accidentally stepped on a foot on the liquid fire along the liquid to Lao Song body. He jumped up and down like a fire monkey. The fire touched the air, gas blazing fire, and Lao Song was also tightly wrapped in fire. A scream echoed as the flames were eventually extinguished by the extinguishing agent and the scene was a mess. Lee Mingjur hurriedly pushed away Gangzi who was pressing on top of him and found that Gangzi's calf was already bloody. Gangzi! Gangzi gritted his teeth and pointed at Shen Meng, and Lee Mingjur hurriedly looked at Shen Meng again, realizing that Shen Meng's ankle was also burned by the blaze. His brain, messed up. The hospital was a mess, with doctors and nurses and police gathered in large numbers. Shen Meng, Gangzi and Lao Song all entered the clinic. All three had different degrees of burns. Lee Mingjur and Huang Feng stood quietly at the door of the clinic, both frowning. Su Yali and a few men stood in the corridor not far away. She was supposed to be picking up the goods today, but when she saw Junko in a hurry to go to the police station and inquired about someone causing trouble at Lee Myung-chul's place, she rushed over, but she was still too late, and if she had known, that dart should have been shot into Old Song's head. Police station. Xiao Chen looked at Lee Mingjur and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the person should be fine. Lee Myung-chul was still frowning. His heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but sweat from the palms of his clenched fists. Huang Feng was currently standing to the side in silence, but the corners of his mouth were raised in an imperceptible smile. In the afterglow, Li Mingzhi stared at Huang Feng's every move in detail, but he had no time to pay attention to Huang Feng at the moment. He was only worried about the situation of Gangzi and Shen Meng in his heart. As for the old song, the deaths had nothing to do with him. I do not know how long to wait. The doctor pushed open the door of the clinic. 3 patients have different degrees of burns. The most serious body more than 75% of the burn area. The skin has appeared to be ulcerated. At any time there is the possibility of infection has been sent to the guardianship room. But the situation is not optimistic. The rest of the 2 people are partially burned. The skin is also ulcerated to produce. But the good thing is that it is not serious, and need to be hospitalized for 2 days of observation. Hearing this result, Li Niangchil let out a deep breath, his hanging heart finally relaxing. Huang Feng exhaled a breath behind Li Mingzhi at this time, then spoke softly, "Luckily the people are fine. Li Mingzhi, you hurry and go in to take a look at them." Li Mingzhi suddenly turned around and ruthlessly gave Huang Feng a punch, directly knocking him to the ground. Huang Feng's teeth directly spat out of his mouth. The residual blood left along the corners of his mouth. The pain made him dizzy and incapable of getting up. Li Mingzhi grabbed Huang Feng's collar, looked down at him and spoke coldly, "Don't think I don't know what you're playing with. We're not done with this." Huang Feng looked at Li Mingzhi's eyes that hated to tear him apart and suddenly laughed. "This has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything." Looking at Huang Feng with a face that doesn't care about himself, Li Mingzhi really hated his teeth. He raised his hand again and was ready to drop his fist. Xiao Chen hurriedly let the comrades from the police station to grab him. "Li Mingzhi, you calm down. The police will deal with this matter." "Huang Feng, you ing soul. I'll kill you." Li Mingzhi screamed angrily, gripped to death by the comrades of the police station. Obviously Huang Feng's face was right next to his fist, but how could he not reach it? Making his entire being frantic, Huang Feng climbed up from the ground, raised his hand and wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, then looked at Xiao Chen. "Comrades, you can see, it was Li Mingzhi who moved first. Arrest him." Xiao Chen frowned and spoke impatiently. "Do you need to be taught by the police to handle a case? There's nothing more for you here. Go." Huang Feng spat out the blood in his mouth and smiled at the police officer. "Okay, then I'll leave first. Feel free to come find me if you need my cooperation. Bye." Su Yali watched Huang Feng pass by in front of his eyes and directly stretched out his foot to trip him. Huang Feng once again fell on his ass and his other tooth showed signs of loosening. The other patients in the hallway couldn't help but laugh at the sight of it, except for those who had something to do with it. Huang Feng looked at Su Yali and was about to open his mouth to curse. The man behind Su Yali immediately glared at him. Huang Feng could only roll and crawl to escape. _______.